Dear family, it was an extraordinary experience. I nearly drowned while soaking in the bath, only to be met with an astonishing revelation. An extraordinary panel appeared before me. One leaf could accommodate 2 soul rings, and 9 leaves amounted to 18. I transformed into Ma Hongjun, commencing my journey at a hellish difficulty. With this newfound ability, I even learned of the relationship between the village elder and the dean of Shrek Academy. It seems I am destined for greatness. Let me tell you, I was utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a notification resonated in my mind, revealing 1 leaf, dual soul rings, 1 leaf, 1 ability, 1 leaf, 1 world. What does this mean? 1 leaf can host 2 soul rings. 9 leaves translate to 18 soul rings. I practically soared from the spot. What's even more outrageous is that this ability could unlock various techniques like the 8 gates of Duanjia and the grass character sword technique. Who among you understands this? The heavens have finally smiled upon me. But you would never guess that this boon was earned through my near-drowning experience in the bath. Let me recount the tale from the beginning. I found myself transported to another realm, embodying Ma Hongjun from Douluo continent, the very same individual from Shrek's 7 monsters, destined to be a solitary figure in the divine realm for millennia, tormented by the evil fire in his early years. The thought of his tragic fate in the original narrative, where his beloved could not ascend to the divine realm, leaving him to reign as a widower, fills me with anguish. The beginning of my journey is undeniably fraught with difficulty. The circumstances of my rebirth were quite remarkable. My mother, as I discerned from a fleeting glance at my birth, was a soul beast, a magnificent 10-headed fire phoenix. Upon giving birth to me, she cast a lingering glance and then abandoned me at the entrance of Wutong village, epitomizing a birth that was not fully realized. Fortunately, the kind-hearted village elder, Grandfather Dima, took me, and otherwise I would have been left to the wolves from the very start. Thus, I commenced my life in this new world, inhabiting the body of a 3-year-old child while bearing the soul of a 30-year-old worker. With my potent spiritual energy, I was able to roll around within a month and speak by 6 months of age. In the eyes of the villagers, I was nothing short of a prodigy, with everyone anticipating my awakening of martial spirits at the age of 6 to bring glory to the family. Yet, I was acutely aware that my martial spirit was the evil fire phoenix, a being with significant drawbacks, a veritable moving teddy bear. I had no desire to follow the tragic path laid out in the original tale. The turning point arrived on my 3rd birthday. I was alone in a wooden tub, pondering why I had to wait until the age of 6 to awaken my martial spirit. Shouldn't a transmigrator like me have the ability to expedite this process? Thus, I harnessed my formidable spiritual energy, traversing through my body in search of any sign of my martial spirit. And guess what happened? As my spiritual energy circled through my meridians 9 times, it collided with a sudden surge of green light at the juncture of my run and do meridians. The green light erupted, following my spiritual energy and burrowing into my mind. At that moment, it felt as though my soul was struck by a hammer, causing excruciating pain. I lost consciousness, collapsing in the bathtub. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Grandfather Dima, who rescued me from the water, I might have become the first transmigrator in history to drown in a bath. I had been in a stupor for an entire week. Upon awakening, after indulging in the celebratory meal prepared by the village elder, I stealthily returned to my room. I was on the verge of unleashing a mighty howl to the heavens, lamenting the unfairness of fate that had bestowed upon me such a woeful role. With a resolute spirit, I extended my hand, ready to declare, "My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens," when suddenly, an unsettling sensation coursed through me. The palm of my right hand began to tingle, as if something were striving to emerge. In an instant, a warm current surged forth, and a deep black tattoo resembling a small blade of grass materialized on my palm. I quickly turned my focus inward and discovered an additional flow of energy within me. Is this not soul power? At merely 3 years of age, had I shattered the ironclad laws of Douluo continent? My luck, my fortune had finally arrived. I trembled with excitement, cautiously channeling my thoughts. The tattoo swiftly coalesced into a vibrant green blade of grass in the center of my palm. This grass appeared rather ordinary, comprised of 3 leaves, indistinguishable from the trifoliate clovers found by the roadside. Yet, as I examined it closely, the green light in my mind reappeared, this time disintegrating into familiar Chinese characters. Initial panel martial soul, trifoliate clover growth type, martial soul function. Each leaf represents 10 levels. 1 leaf grants dual soul rings. 1 leaf signifies 1 ability. 1 leaf embodies 1 world. Martial soul status, congenitally deficient, requiring the host to compensate. Upon seeing the phrase "one leaf grants dual soul rings," I nearly leapt for joy. If this were to mature into a 9-leaf clover, would that not amount to 18 soul rings? Goodness, this must be a youthful, low-tier version of a 9-leaf swordgrass. What could possibly go wrong? With a dual martial soul 1 trifoliate clover and 1 malevolent fire phoenix, I was destined to soar. As I reveled in my jubilant fantasies, I suddenly encountered a conundrum. The panel indicated that I currently possessed only 3 leaves. Even if 1 leaf granted 2 soul rings, that would only yield 6 rings. What are the remaining soul rings? Moreover, my status was still congenitally deficient. I hastily scrutinized the panel again, noticing that the information had updated and become more detailed. Martial Soul, Lucky Clover Innate Level, Level 3 Note. Each leaf harbors a hidden soul ring position that must be unlocked by understanding the significance of the leaf. Rewards may include Demon Slayer breathing techniques, 8 Gates Duanjia, or the 10 Fiend Treasures weakened version. The further back the leaf, the more formidable the reward. Seeing this, I inhaled sharply. Who else could possess such extraordinary luck? Although my innate soul power was merely level 3, somewhat underwhelming, the hidden soul ring rewards were nothing short of miraculous. I promptly seated myself, cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate according to the meditation method presented on the panel. However, after just 10 minutes of exertion, my meridians ached as if they might rupture. Alas, the frail physique of a 3-year-old child proved far too delicate. With a resigned sigh, I collapsed onto the bed, assuming a posture resembling the character. At that moment, a gentle knocking resonated at the door. "Xiaohong, are you there? Your sister has come to see you. Are you feeling better?" A tender female voice called from beyond the door. It was my dear sister, Ma Xiaodai. She was the cherished granddaughter of the village elder, a decade my senior, currently studying at a prestigious academy in Soto City, and was a prodigious soul master. I hastily composed myself, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child. "Ah, it's Sister Xiaodai. I'm perfectly fine now. Please do come in." As the door swung open, a beautiful girl of about 13 or 14 stepped inside. Upon catching sight of me, she approached and affectionately ruffled my hair, teasingly remarking, "I heard you nearly drowned while bathing in your room. I took special leave just to check on you." My expression darkened, and I retorted with a hint of melancholy. "How many times must I say it? Do not call me Xiaohong. Moreover, I merely fainted." "Fainted?" Xiaodai scooped me up from the bed and enveloped me in her embrace, inspecting me closely and only sighing in relief after confirming I was indeed unscathed. Who could understand the plight of a 30-year-old soul being held by a girl in her teens? She chuckled. "Oh, look at you feeling shy. It seems our little Xiaohong has grown up." Was I shy? No. My CPU was on the verge of overheating. I struggled in vain, resigned to her whims. After some playful banter, I hastily inquired about a matter of importance. "Sister, do you know where Shrek Academy is? I wish to attend there in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiaodai's expression dimmed momentarily. She sighed and replied, "Yes, it is located in a small village south of Soto City. I once aspired to enter, but alas, my talent fell short, and I was rejected. Even though my grandfather is an old acquaintance of their dean, it was not enough to grant me an exception." A pang of concern struck my heart indeed, Flinder. I quickly apologized, realizing I had unintentionally broached a painful topic. Waving her hand dismissively, Xiaodai suddenly grinned and leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, "All right, you little rascal. Let me share a secret with you. Are you not curious about how your grandfather knows the dean of Shrek Academy? Indeed, how does the village chief know him?" My curiosity was piqued. "Well," Xiaodai lowered her voice, her tone brimming with pride, "the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, is the only soul saint to have emerged from our village in nearly a century." I was taken aback. This connection was astonishing. Then why doesn't he return to live in the village? "Shoo!" Xiaodai gestured for silence. "Dean Flinder was raised by my grandfather. However, he made numerous enemies in his early years, fearing that his presence would endanger the village. Thus, this connection has remained a closely guarded secret. You must promise not to divulge this. Otherwise, their enemies might threaten our village." I swear at that moment, I nearly swore an oath this was no jest, but a matter of life and death. My lips would remain tightly sealed. Not even the most profound of temptations could pry them open. Seeing my earnestness, Sister Xiaodai was amused, commenting that I seemed much more self-assured after just a few days apart. Of course, how could I not feel confident? I was a man who had unlocked extraordinary potential. Once Xiaodai departed, my mind began to race. I tell you, in the world of Douluo continent, without a support system, one is merely cannon fodder. Coming from humble beginnings, I must find a powerful ally to lean upon. The best course of action, undoubtedly, is to seek a mentor. To associate with Tang San? To seek out that master in Nodding City? Absolutely not. I am no mere sycophant, trailing behind the protagonist and gathering dust. Moreover, the master's theories, while seemingly impressive, hold little relevance for someone of my caliber. He himself is only at level 29, and I shall surely surpass him in my progression. And what of the poison Douluo? He excels in the art of poison, while I am adept in the mastery of fire. Our specializations do not align, dear friends. Besides, I have no desire to engage in constant dealings with flasks and vials. The Spirit Hall? That is an even more perilous pit, rife with intricate relationships. Entering with a monumental secret, I would likely find myself dissected for study by the following day. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that the optimal solution is right before me. Flender, my rather unassuming senior brother, the adopted son of the village elder, and the future principal of Shrek Academy. Though he is merely a soul sage at present, he can at least provide me with adequate protection. Most importantly, following his path within the original storyline guarantees me access to a second-level deity. This opportunity is nothing short of a windfall, presented directly to me. Why then should I take unnecessary risks in the doomed pit of the Spirit Hall? Is that not sheer folly? I possess unwavering confidence in my three-leaf clover woohooing, for it has the ability to bridge worlds beyond our own. It is undoubtedly far superior to the likes of Hao Ian Hammer or Seven Killing Sword. Surpassing Tang San? It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. And just like that, 3 years have swiftly elapsed. Allow me to share, during these 3 years, I have found myself at Shrek Academy, experiencing a blend of pain and joy. 2 years ago, despite my Phoenix woohooing not having officially awakened, the side effects had already begun to manifest. Firstly, my appetite surged dramatically, consuming 8 meals a day. My grandfather, the village chief, was nearly driven to bankruptcy. Secondly, there was that infernal evil fire. Who could understand the torment endured by a 4-year-old child grappling with such a condition? It rendered me incapable of calm cultivation, truly unbearable. In the end, with no other recourse, my grandfather penned a letter and sold me to Flender. Upon his arrival, he gazed at me as if I were a rare treasure, his eyes gleaming with delight. Through a combination of coaxing and persuasion, he brought me to Shrek Academy, promising that should I awaken a powerful woohooing by the age of 6, I would be accepted as his personal disciple. I was well aware of his ulterior motives. He was merely interested in the potential of my mutated woohooing. Yet it suited me just fine, as I needed him as a support. Our relationship was mutually beneficial. However, Shrek Academy was so dilapidated that even a rat entering would depart in tears. I was the sole student, spending my days in gluttony, and only at night could I muster the resolve to cultivate, all while battling the evil fire. Consequently, my soul power increased at a snail's pace, rising from level 5 to 7 over 2 long years, which was utterly disheartening. As I lay in bed, lamenting my fate, the door was abruptly kicked open, and my rather unrefined teacher, Flender, stormed in with his trademark elongated face. Pudgy, get out here at once. His booming voice nearly rattled my skull. Groggily rubbing my eyes, I inquired, Teacher, what is it? Did you not say that my most important task is to sleep? I intended to imply that I was conserving energy to save on meals. Sleep. All you do is sleep. He was enraged, jabbing a finger at me as he scolded. Do you not realize what day it is? Woohooing awakening. If you fail to awaken a formidable woohooing, you shall spend your life in this academy cleaning up to repay the thousands of gold soul coins you've consumed. Upon hearing this, I could only respond with resignation. I know. No need to remind me daily. Once I become a soul master, I shall repay you. This old miser, who hoarded every coin as if it were a treasure, had truly revealed himself to me over the past 2 years. Yet, to be fair, he is not a bad person and has treated me quite well. Just understand. Now come, I shall take you to the Woohooin sub-temple for your awakening. Upon hearing my promise to repay, Flender's bespectacled eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, in a bid to incentivize me, he made a grand offer. If you can awaken with innate full soul power, I shall cancel your debt. I couldn't help but chuckle at this. Leaping from my bed and casting him a challenging glance. Hey, teacher, you said it. Do not regret it later. Flender, visibly perturbed by my confidence, maintained his stern facade, clearing his throat and asserting, I am not one to renege on my word to a child. Now hurry. With that, he seized the back of my collar, providing me no chance to react, and with a swift motion, sprouted a pair of owl wings, lifting me into the air. I must say, It felt akin to flying in an airplane. Moments later, we arrived at Suatawa City. At the entrance of the Wuhuan sub-temple, Flinder began to ramp up the pressure, insisting that I need not feel stressed, promising that if I possessed innate level 8 power, I would be exceptionally accepted as his direct disciple. Internally, I thought he should be more concerned about his wallet. Upon entering the Grand Hall, I was taken aback by the sea of faces, children awaiting their Wuhuan awakening alongside their parents. My rather stingy teacher appeared entranced by the children. His eyes filled with greed as he calculated the potential subsidies I could earn as a soul master. Unable to contain myself, I teased him, "Teacher, at your age, remaining single is detrimental to your health. You ought to find yourself a wife." He was immediately flustered, his face turning crimson as he bellowed, "Silence. What does a child like you understand? Do you think everyone is like you, preoccupied with thoughts of women?" I muttered in protest. "It is not I who desires this accursed evil fire, which has endowed me with desires exceeding that of a normal person fivefold. Who could possibly withstand such a burden?" Surveying my surroundings, I noticed that the awakenings were divided into two lines. On one side stood a rather unpleasant male awakening master, who displayed a blatant bias against the less affluent children. On the other side, a stunningly beautiful sister exuded elegance and charm, addressing everyone with soft words. There was no contest. I promptly joined the line of the beautiful sister. Her name was Mayana, and upon spotting me, she immediately beckoned. "You there, pudgy one. Come here. I shall allow you to awaken first." I nudged the slimmer child in front of me. "I mean you. Hurry over." The boy looked at me in disbelief. "Are you sure she is not referring to you?" With confidence, I puffed out my chest and flexed my biceps, declaring, "I am not fat. Understand? There's a distinction between being robust and being overweight." To our amusement, the beautiful sister found our banter delightful and permitted both of us to approach. At that moment, the lecherous male awakening master, Fei Dong, began to stir trouble. He smugly informed Mayana, "It seems that you will lose our wager. You are obliged to dine with me tonight." Upon hearing this, I realized the nature of his wager with the beautiful sister. It was a bet regarding which of them could awaken more talented children. To ensure victory, he had even covertly paid off others to lead promising children to his line. This was nothing short of workplace bullying. Mayana's face turned pale with anger, and I seized the opportunity to play the hero, reassuring her, "Sister, do not worry. With me here, you are certain to win this wager." First up was a chubby boy named Pang Hu. I must say, appearances can be deceiving. He stepped forward and awakened a mutated Wuhuan, the Diamond Hammer, with innate soul power at level 7. The entire hall fell silent in astonishment. Excited, Sister Mayana invited him to join the Wuhuan temple, but he, being clever, declined, stating he needed to return home to accompany his father, and with that, he dashed away. Lecherous Fei Dong resumed his mockery. It was now my turn. As I stepped onto the hexagram array, I cast Sister Mayana a reassuring glance. The moment I stood within the circle, it felt as though my soul power was set ablaze, surging through my meridians at an unprecedented speed, far exceeding my usual training pace. Waves of warmth enveloped me, and my soul power surged rapidly. In an instant, unlike the weapon Wuhuan from earlier, I erupted in a blinding crimson light, the spectacle far grander than that of the previous boy. The entire hall was instantly bathed in red. Suddenly, all eyes in the room were fixated upon me, and then, in the next heartbeat, it exploded. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a phantom erupted from my back. It was a phoenix, albeit slightly peculiar. Who could understand? This phoenix appeared as though it had undergone cybernetic bloating, stout and robust, an unmistakable spectacle among its kind. Resembling a flamboyant rooster, its wings strikingly impressive. As I turned to gaze at it, it mirrored my movements, creating a surreal scene. The beautiful Sister Mayana was left speechless, stammering, "Is this a phoenix chicken?" My face flushed with embarrassment, and I hastily retracted my Wuhuan. It was not merely out of shame. The moment it manifested, I felt the evil fire within me flare up, and if I dared to gaze at the beautiful sister for much longer, I feared I might embarrass myself. I quickly shifted the topic, my voice innocent and eager. "Sister, this is the evil fire phoenix. Please measure my soul power." I was frantic, for this was a pivotal moment determining whether I could inherit divine status in the future. Sister Mayana, likely overwhelmed by the aura of my Wuhuan, nodded and directed me to place my hand upon the crystal ball. As soon as my hand landed upon it, an overwhelming suction surged forth, causing my soul power to flow in as if a dam had burst. In the blink of an eye, the crystal sphere emitted a resonant hum, illuminating the space like a grand chandelier, devoid of any dark edges. Quick to react, I severed my soul power. Had I delayed even a millisecond longer, the sphere would likely have shattered into shards of glass. I had reached the pinnacle of innate soul power. The fellow named Fei Dong, standing 5 meters away, looked utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping as he fumbled for words. Once the realization dawned upon Mayan Na, she erupted in exuberance. Ha ha! I have triumphed! I have triumphed! She lifted me into her embrace, her demeanor entirely stripped of regal poise as she showered my face with fervent kisses. At that moment, a single thought raced through my mind. Sister, you are utterly enchanting. I cannot be blamed for this. Fei Dong's expression turned as dark as the bottom of a cooking pot. Unfazed, Mayan Na cheerfully proceeded to register my information, even attempting to recruit me into her fold, to which I promptly declined without a second thought. It was preposterous. My soul power purity surpassed that of Tang San from next door, who practiced Xian Tiangong. How could I possibly engage with them? Once the formalities were completed, Fei Dong could no longer contain himself. Approaching with a scowl, he attempted a condescending tone, saying, "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? Join the Wuhan Hall, and I shall grant you 1,000 gold soul coins." I furrowed my brow. This fellow, accustomed to arrogance, was failing miserably at feigning civility. I retorted sharply, "Mind your tongue, I am not your kid." He drew a deep breath, resorting to both coaxing and intimidation. 1,000 gold soul coins. I have encountered many geniuses like you. Without joining the Wuhan Hall, your future is bleak. Before I could respond, Mayan Na swiftly pulled me behind her, unleashing her fury. "Oh, have you seen many with innate full soul power? You speak with such bravado, like a toad yawning." Fei Dong lost his composure entirely, pointing an accusatory finger at Mayan Na. "Do you dare to interfere with my recruitment for the Wuhan Hall? Do you believe I won't report you to the elders?" Mayan Na scoffed coldly. "I have grown weary of this wretched place. I resign. And what can you do about it?" Observing the escalating confrontation, I knew I had to stoke the flames further. Emerging from behind Mayan Na, I piped up in a childish voice, "Sister Na, do not restrain me. This useless fool clearly suffers from impotence, yet he dares to call me small. I feel he is even smaller than I. You mutt. Say that again." Those 3 words pierced through me, as I realized this fool had no qualms about speaking so brazenly. My expression turned icy. "Who are you calling a mutt?" Without a moment's thought, he replied, "The mutt is you." I chuckled. "Oh, how your intellect is lacking. You readily claim your own words. Have I struck a nerve?" My gaze bore into him as though he were a lifeless corpse. "You have thoroughly provoked me. Block the door. Black Tiger Martial Soul, manifest." Fei Dong cackled wickedly as the shadow of a black tiger loomed behind him, and his entourage swiftly encircled us, effectively trapping us. Mayan Na's expression shifted, and she hurriedly lifted me into her arms, summoning her martial soul as she shouted, "Fei Dong, this is the Wuhan branch, if you dare to act recklessly. The City Lord's mansion will not turn a blind eye." Fei Dong's arrogance surged. "What does the City Lord's mansion amount to? My Fei family has joined the Wuhan Hall. Does he dare offend us?" He commanded attack. Instantly, his second soul skill, Black Tiger's Heart Extraction, lunged toward my heart, intent on inflicting lethal harm. In response, Mayan Na's reflexes were swift. A wall of thorny energy materialized before me in an instant. "Ah!" Fei Dong's claw struck the wall, causing him a howl in pain. "Vile woman, how dare you impede me?" He completely lost his sanity, his aura swelling. As a third soul ring, a purple, 1,000-year soul ring, flared to life. Soul Master. His minions also activated their soul rings, their collective pressure rendering me breathless. Realizing the precariousness of my situation, I knew I had to reveal my trump card or risk dire consequences. I raised my head, directing my voice toward the entrance of the hall, summoning all my strength to shout, "Flandra, if you do not appear, I shall join the Wuhan Hall. You will never take me as your disciple." Silence ensued. Panic surged through me. Was this old fellow lost in a daydream? I shifted tactics, raising my voice once more. "Dean, someone has stolen your gold soul coins. Who dares to steal my gold soul coins?" Just as those words left my mouth, a terrifying aura of a soul saint exploded forth. Flandra appeared before us as if teleporting, his 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, shimmering with an overwhelming presence. A scene akin to a soul saint descending from the heavens, radiating sheer physical prowess. Fei Dong and his minions' momentum was crushed before Flandre. Like mere candles extinguished by the sun, rendered immobile. One astute lackey immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Great sir, spare us. We are merely following orders." Flandre pointed at Fei Dong with commanding authority. "You may leave, but this brat stays. Anyone who dares to bully my disciple must face my wrath." The lackeys fled in terror, leaving only 3 die-hard loyalists to guard Fei Dong. Flandre patted my shoulder, adjusting his glasses. "Well done, little fatty. Remember, a soul master who does not dare to provoke is no true soul master. Go, let him experience the might of your martial soul." At that moment, Flandre's stature seemed to swell in my eyes. Understanding his intent, I approached Fei Dong, who stammered in fear, "What do you want? This is the Wuhan Hall. You cannot bully the weak." I ignored him entirely, addressing the 3 remaining lackeys. "This does not concern you. Leave, for you cannot contend with a soul saint." Alas, I realized I was still too naive, harboring remnants of goodwill. Flandre furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Fei Dong attempted to maintain his bravado. "You dare to leave?" One clever fellow, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Flandre, fled without a backward glance after muttering an apology, followed closely by the other 2, panic-stricken. I assure you, the first order of business for these 3 was to report back to the Fei family. Flandre urged me, "Little fatty, stop wasting time. Any further delay may bring trouble." Only then did I comprehend the urgency. I grinned shamelessly at Flandre. "Teacher, you must protect me." With that, I hurled a small fireball toward Fei Dong without warning. Flandre's aura intensified, rendering Fei Dong immobile, as the fireball accurately landed atop his disheveled hair. Sizzle. "Ah, you little wretch, I will kill you." Fei Dong writhed in agony. His hair and eyebrows instantly singed, his scalp charred, the flames refusing to be extinguished. With a flick of his wrist, Flandre snuffed out the flames, causing Fei Dong to succumb to unconsciousness. "Impressive power. Let us depart," Flandre declared, turning to the still-dazed Mayan Na, assuring her, "I shall explain the situation to the city lord." I swiftly approached Mayan Na, extending my chubby hand. "Sister Na, let's leave together." Mayan Na grasped my hand, cradling me in her arms, then dashed to the counter to retrieve my martial soul certificate, proudly declaring, "I must personally deliver the proof of the fat tiger." Nestled in her embrace, I chuckled awkwardly, "Sister, your dedication is commendable. I increasingly admire you." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. What does a little brat like you know about admiration?" I retorted, "Sister, I am no longer a child." "Enough, you little lecher. Let us proceed." Mayana laughed, inviting us to a hotel. Upon hearing her invitation, Flandre's eyes lit up, and he coughed discreetly, pretending to explain, ahem. "This child has been without parents since a young age and has some issues with his martial soul, so his desires in that regard may be somewhat heightened. Please do not take offense." I was left utterly speechless. "Teacher, why must you bring this up? It is merely 10 times that of an ordinary person. I can handle it." Upon hearing this, Mayana felt guilty, gently patting my head in apology. We continued our conversation as we walked, soon arriving at a place I knew all too well, the Rose Hotel. Just as we departed, a large group of individuals stormed into the Wuhan branch, led by 2 soul emperors. A fearsome middle-aged man glared at the stretcher, carrying Fei Dong, bellowing, "Who has harmed my son to this extent?" The 3 individuals I had released promptly knelt down, spilling all the details about Flanders and myself as if they were bamboo shoots tumbling from a tube. The head of the Fei family, Fei Long, upon hearing the account, wore a grim expression. Surprisingly, instead of contemplating revenge, he inquired about the young lady from the Mei family. His brother, Fei Hu, the vice dean of the Spirit Hall, expressed his concerns, saying, "Elder brother, do you intend to seize the Mei family? Wouldn't that offend the soul sage?" Fei Long scoffed. "What is a mere soul sage to us? Once we have absorbed the Mei family and presented their wealth to the Spirit Hall, let him come. He won't return." Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to bide his time until he too ascended to the rank of soul sage. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Rose Hotel, Flanders gazed at the pink sign, his face turning pale, and pointed at the door, asking, "Are you certain you want us to dine here?" Mayana generously replied, "Indeed. This is my family's largest establishment, offering food and lodging. From now on, whenever you visit, it will be entirely free." Upon hearing free, Flanders dismissed any awkwardness related to the couple's hotel and entered with gleaming eyes, striding confidently inside. We settled into a secluded private room, and Mayana appeared slightly embarrassed, stating Today's incident arose because of me, and it has drawn you into it. I reassured her with utmost understanding. Sister Anna, do not be so courteous. Even if it were not due to you, encountering such individuals today was unavoidable. I must say, this rotund fellow is quite a character. After the fight, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, he glanced around and pointed out the small grove outside, attempting to strike up a conversation. Sister Anna, what is that grove for? Creating such a large area in Soto City must have cost a fortune. Sister Anna, unfazed, explained that it was their family's rose rear forest, specifically cultivated for rare soul beasts, freshly slaughtered and prepared to ensure the ingredients' freshness. Upon hearing this, I realized that the joys of the wealthy are remarkably simple and unpretentious. However, the rotund fellow shook his head in despair, lamenting, "What a pity, such a waste." Sister Anna, bewildered, asked what he found so regrettable. Naturally, he dared not confess his sordid thoughts and quickly adopted a look of pity, saying, "Just think of how many chicken dishes could be bought with all those gold soul coins." Sister Anna laughed at his jest, remarking that she knew he only thought of food, cautioning him not to grow into a large, rotund figure. Unbeknownst to her, this remark struck a sensitive chord within him. He immediately fell into an emo state, sighing and confiding in us. My wretched martial soul is nothing short of a ticking time bomb. The only way to quell that fiery urge, aside from seeking women, is through gluttony, preferably indulging in the flesh of ice-type soul beasts for better effect. But it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. I must say, his martial soul is indeed peculiar, causing him to mature far beyond his peers. He is aware that the name does not sound appealing, yet he feels helpless and can only find humor in it, stating that his martial soul, dubbed Evil Fire Martial Soul, is far more fitting than Phoenix Martial Soul. Observing his expression, reminiscent of a young adult burdened with sorrow, both Flanders and Sister Anna felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Anna, with a maternal instinct, gently patted his head, assuring him, "Red June, do not worry. I will take care of this matter from now on." Flanders and I exchanged glances, both taken aback. Could such a bold statement truly be made? Sister Anna, noticing our expressions, flushed deeply, exclaiming, "Oh, stop it. What are you two thinking? I merely meant that I would have my mercenary group capture more ice-type soul beasts for you." Upon realizing her true intention, Flanders, quick on the uptake, shifted the blame, saying, "It's all this little rascal's fault. His thoughts are too impure, leading me astray." He then lamented, "Alas, I must confess that our Shrek Academy is currently in dire financial straits. Where'd I find the funds to buy him soul beast meat?" Everyone who understands his acting skills knows that even the Oscars owe him a small golden statuette. Sister Anna, evidently enticed, kindly responded, "Do not worry about the money. Consider a loan to Red June, which he can repay once he achieves success." Upon hearing that he wouldn't need to shell out any money, Flanders' face lit up with delight, urging me, "Red June, hurry and thank Sister Anna." I rolled my eyes internally, recognizing him as a miser. Yet I maintained a sweet demeanor, flashing a radiant smile at Sister Anna. "Thank you, Sister Anna. You are truly wonderful. If I ever find myself unable to control my urges, I will certainly seek you out first." This statement was laden with ambiguity, yet they seemed oblivious, perhaps accustomed to my playful banter. Soon enough, the main event arrived. The dishes were served. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. The table was laden with an array of delicacies, including 8 treasure chicken and braised beef hooves, along with a soup crafted from a century-old soul beast, the blazing serpent. Flanders, unable to contain his saliva, appeared utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a soul sage, exclaiming, "What is integrity worth? This food is not just a meal. It is a fortune in gold soul coins." I felt my face flush with embarrassment at his behavior, quietly criticizing him. He shot me a glare. "What do you know? This is enthusiasm." With that, he seized his chopsticks and dived into the feast with the fervor of a starving ghost. Seeing his fervent appetite, I cast aside any pretense and half knelt on my chair, joining the fray for food. Sister Anna watched us with a smile, her eyes filled with affection and sympathy. Thus 10 days passed, and Flanders and I set off for the soul hunting forest, preparing for my first soul ring. During these 10 days, I formally acknowledged Flanders as my master. Yet I kept a secret, my 3-leaf clover martial soul. I needed to observe this old miser a bit longer to determine if he was worthy of my trust. Upon reaching the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, I began to stir mischief. "Teacher, how can a distinguished soul sage like yourself bring me to such a novice village?" We ought to venture to the Douluo forest, befitting your status. Flanders shot me an exasperated glance. You little rascal, with your current strength. Going to the Douluo would be tantamount to delivering a meal. His demeanor had softened toward me recently, likely due to Sister Anna's influence. I smiled mischievously, teasing, all right. But teacher, I have a surprise for you later. Do not be frightened. Flanders, skeptical, replied that he would be grateful as long as it did not scare him. He recalled the incidents from the past 2 years, such as my nocturnal episodes of Evil Fire and the time I accidentally burned his cherished comic books. I could see the lingering fear in his eyes. I remained silent, lying in the tent while contemplating my 3-leaf CloverMartial soul. I had not been idle during the past 2 years. I had long comprehended that the condition for unlocking the first leaf was faith. What is faith? My belief is to grow stronger. I am my own deity. It was that simple and straightforward. And thus the restriction was lifted. I was eagerly anticipating breaking through to level 10, ready to deliver a small shockwave to this world of Douluo. As I indulged in these delightful thoughts, suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from outside. That old rascal Flanders dashed out, instructing me to remain still. Me? Could I truly be still? I had to be the first to witness the unfolding drama. I peeked through the tent seam and was taken aback. A colossal, pitch-black serpent with horns on its head was confronting Flanders. I thought, could my lucky CloverMartial soul be real? Did I just stumble upon a gift of a 10,000-year soul beast? Flanders attempted to reason with the serpent, but I quickly discerned something was amiss. The serpent bore wounds and had a frantic look in its eyes, clearly on the run. I shouted, "Teacher, move aside. You're blocking its path." Flanders, finally realizing, blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly stepped aside. The serpent, surprisingly considerate, nodded at me before swiftly gliding past us. However, no sooner had we gathered our belongings than an overwhelming pressure pinned me down. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing, and my bones creaked under the weight. Flanders quickly enveloped me in protective soul power. When I looked up, a breathtaking beauty, as cold as ice, stood before us. Flanders turned pale, exclaiming, "BB Dong. What in the world? The Pope of the Spirit Hall? How could she be here?" She asked coldly, "Have you seen a 10,000-year soul beast?" Flanders was so startled that his words became jumbled. My clever little self, though nearly breathless, quickly switched to a mode of innocent candor. Gasping for air, I looked at her with wide-eyed naivete and said, "Beautiful elder sister, your aura is so powerful, even more so than my teacher. I just saw a big black snake that my teacher drove away. Is that the one you mentioned?" Bai Dong hesitated for a moment, her gaze softening slightly as she praised Flinder for taking on a good disciple. It seemed she intended to ask Flinder something, but swallowed her words, turning to me instead. "Little one, tell your sister which direction it ran off to." I blinked innocently, and seizing the moment while Flinder was still in shock, I boldly pointed in the completely opposite direction and chirped, "That big snake ran off to the left." To my surprise, she actually believed me. Without even looking back at Flinder, she chased off in that direction. Once she was far away, Flinder finally regained his composure and anxiously patted his chest, exclaiming, "You little rascal, do you know who she is? How dare you deceive her? If she finds out, we're both finished." I pouted rebelliously. Who told her to intimidate me earlier, almost crushing me? I hold grudges, even against beautiful women. Flinder looked at me, half amused and half annoyed, ultimately letting out a sigh, filled with admiration. Days later, we finally located our target, a 400-year-old gay. I told Flinder, "This is the one I want." Flinder erupted, exclaiming that as a fire element beast martial spirit, I must be crazy to seek a plant-type soul ring. I chuckled. It was time to reveal the secret. I unveiled my second martial spirit, the 3-leaf clover. Flinder was momentarily stunned. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, and after a while, he finally found his voice, shouting, "Dual martial spirits. Oh my goodness, you actually possess dual martial spirits, and a unique weapon-beast duality." However, he didn't seem as thrilled as I had anticipated. Instead, he wore a grave expression. He informed me that cultivating dual martial spirits was exceedingly perilous. The last genius with dual martial spirits had perished due to reckless addition of soul rings. The second was Bai Dong, whom we had encountered a few days prior. But her situation was entirely different, being a beast martial spirit duality. I reassured him that it was all right. I could focus on cultivating one first. He finally relaxed and urged me to absorb the ring quickly. I sat cross-legged and mischievously winked at him. "Teacher, the real surprise is just beginning, so don't be too shocked." Instead of following the usual procedure, I guided the yellow soul ring with my soul power, not allowing it to attach to the leaves of the clover, but gradually leading it toward the roots. There, 9 mysterious patterns awaited. Indeed, I was about to unlock a hidden soul ring. I was eager to see just how extraordinary this would be. The energy from the soul ring slowly flowed into my body, directed to the roots, until it successfully merged, causing the soul ring to reappear on the first leaf. I must tell you, the very instant the soul ring settled securely on the leaf, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A mysterious passage in the center of the leaf suddenly shot forth a blinding silver light, so fast that I had no time to react, crashing directly into my mind. Oh, it hurt. My vision blacked out, and I let out a scream that knocked me down. Flinder, startled, dashed over and shook me vigorously. Hongjun, don't die on me. Is it a backlash from the martial spirit? Goodness, I hadn't been killed by the soul ring, but I nearly met my end from a shaking. I quickly called out weakly, stop shaking. I'm fine, just a bit weak. The force of the silver light was overwhelming, almost obliterating my mental sea. It hurt just for that moment, but the aftershock was immense, leaving me feeling drained. Seeing I was recovering, Flinder finally relaxed, hastily setting up a tent for me and standing guard outside like a watchful sentry. Those who understand would know. Although this old man was stingy, the sense of security was incredibly reassuring. Once inside the tent, sleep eluded me. I promptly closed my eyes to inspect within. To my astonishment, a set of cultivation methods appeared in my mind, titled Riji Hushi Fa, reputedly the strongest external aid from the neighboring realm of Guamye. This technique could enhance lung capacity, causing an explosive increase in the oxygen content of my blood, instantly elevating my physical prowess. Moreover, it would make me feel invigorated, enabling relentless training without fatigue. Goodness, this was not merely a hidden soul ring. It felt like I had been granted a pro-max version of an external aid. In no time, I felt my physical attributes, including speed and strength, had doubled. I caressed my 3-leaf CloverMartial spirit, feeling immensely pleased. It was imperative to elevate you to the 9-leaf clover level. Early the next morning, as I emerged from the tent, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Flinder, that miserly old man, had surprisingly prepared a pot of chicken soup for me, proudly stating, "Awake now, little fatty? Here, have some, it's free." I grinned as I accepted it, taking a sip that was warm and soothing, with a hint of coolness. He then casually added, "Oh, I happen to throw in some ice attribute herbs to help temper your fiery energy." My heart skipped a beat. This was no mere coincidence. Those herbs were worth at least 100 gold soul coins. This old man truly treated me like his own son. My eyes grew warm, and I sincerely said, "Thank you, teacher." He waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was no trouble, though I could tell he was feeling the pinch. Once everything was packed, Flinder urged, "Are you all right? If so, we should hurry. If we encounter by dawn again, it won't be easy to deceive her." I pondered for a moment, then returned the blanket he had just given me, blinking innocently. "Teacher, I'm afraid we cannot leave just yet. I feel as though I can absorb another soul ring." Flinder's reaction was explosive, his voice cracking. "What nonsense. Absolutely not. You're insane. Adding a soul ring to your second martial spirit? That's seeking death." No. I quickly waved my hands, summoning my 3-leaf clover. "It's for this clover." Flinder was rendered speechless, staring blankly. "You're level 20? "Not yet," I exclaimed. He smacked my head lightly, scolding, "You're not at level 20, yet how can you absorb a second ring? Do you think I feed what I teach to dogs?" Of course, I understood the rules, but I had an external aid. I cleared my throat and began my performance. "Teacher, my martial spirit is a bit special. It informs me that it can consume one more. Moreover, after last night's experience, I felt my physical attributes had doubled. You can see for yourself." Before I could finish, I sprang forward, dashing out like a ghost. By the time Flinder reacted, I was already standing 7 or 8 meters away, playfully tugging at one of his whiskers, blowing on it with pride. "Now, do you believe me?" Flinder stroked his chin, utterly astonished. This speed was undoubtedly at the great soul master level. He gazed at me in shock, contemplating for a long moment, before finally asking with an exceedingly serious expression, "Are you absolutely certain another one will be fine?" "Absolutely." I patted my chest in assurance. "I feel I could take on a larger one, roughly 700 years old." Flinder rolled his eyes, but ultimately decided to trust me. In the end, we spent an entire day searching without catching sight of a suitable soul beast. Flinder sighed and began lamenting about his good friend Yu Xiao Gang, wishing he were around. I inwardly scoffed, but my lips were honeyed. "Teacher, I believe you are far superior to that, master. Upon hearing my words, Flandra's whiskers perked up with delight, and he humbly replied, Ahem, each profession has its own expertise. As dusk approached, I could no longer afford to wait. I decided to take the initiative and casually remarked, Teacher, I once read in a tattered book at the village chief's house that the type of grass I possess can absorb soul rings from serpents or spiders, yielding remarkable results. Flandra trembled with surprise, staring at me, for this theory mirrored that of Yu Xiaojing, which was deemed unconventional. He hesitated, suggesting we first seek a plant-type soul ring, leaving the matter for tomorrow if that failed. I understood he was not one to concede easily. That night, we huddled together on a large tree branch, and the old man, having gone without sleep for 2 days, kept vigil over me. In the latter half of the night, unable to bear it any longer, I relieved him to allow him some rest. Alone atop the tree, I gazed at the moon, boredom leading me to count the small creatures passing below. While pondering whether a spicy rabbit head made from Xiao Wu's kind of rabbit would be delicious, a sudden shriek from a squirrel below startled me. Peering down, I was astonished to see a 7-meter-long black serpent swiftly devour the unfortunate squirrel. The soul energy emanating from it was deep yellow, indicating it was at least 700 years old. I thought to myself, what a fortuitous opportunity this was. Flandra awoke instantly, urging me to descend the tree. Upon recognizing the serpent as a 700-year-old Bailin snake, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His martial soul was a cat hawk, naturally superior to serpent types. With a swift activation of his martial soul, he dispatched the once mighty serpent with ease. Without hesitation, I rushed in to deliver the final blow. A radiant yellow aura burst forth, brighter than the previous ghost vine soul ring. Flandra confirmed one last time, Are you certain? This creature is venomous. If anything goes awry, I will intervene immediately. With determination, I settled cross-legged, my gaze resolute. If Tang San could achieve this, why could I not? Relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others. However, as I began to absorb the soul ring, I sensed something amiss. The Bailin snake's venom infiltrated my body through the soul ring energy, causing my complexion to shift between hues of blue and white, akin to a magical transformation. Panic set in, and Flandra shouted from outside, but his voice was drowned out to me. I desperately activated the sun-breathing technique in my consciousness, but it only enhanced my physique, failing to counteract the poison. Just as I believed my fate was sealed, a spark of inspiration struck me. The sun-breathing technique represented fire, and fire could incinerate toxins. With a mere thought, my inner breathing technique transformed from the sun-breathing into the more potent and fervent flame-breathing. The surge of newfound soul power, radiating an aura of incineration, surged toward the serpent's venom within me. Miraculously, instead of causing harm, the venom was assimilated by my flame-breathing, transforming into the purest form of soul power. What a turn of fortune! Once I fully absorbed the soul ring and slowly opened my eyes, Flandra's concerned expression quickly approached me, inquiring, How did it go? Was it successful? What soul skill did you acquire? With pride, I puffed out my chest and laughed heartily. Of course, it was a resounding success. My soul power has soared to level 12.5. I began to envision a future where I would be invincible among my peers, basking in the admiration of various young ladies. Unable to contain my joy, Flandra observed my exuberance with a mix of guilt and sympathy and patted my shoulder. Signed, is your soul skill not very good? It's all my fault for believing in Yu Xiaojing's nonsensical theory, leading you to acquire a subpar soul skill. But do not be disheartened. I stared at him in bewilderment, my face a canvas of confusion. Wait, did you finish your thought? Who told you my soul skill was inadequate? A man must never admit defeat. Teacher, you are overly dramatic. Flandra quickly realized he had been performing a soliloquy, and his expression shifted, a mix of embarrassment and irritation as he playfully knocked my head. Why are you crying tears of joy then? Ouch, that hurts, I exclaimed, covering my head, my lips pouting. I am happy. Can't I smile? Just wait, I warned. Once my soul power exceeds yours, I will be sure to knock your head every day. Flandra scoffed. Let's see if you can surpass me first. Enough chatter. Tell me, what exactly is the nature of your first soul skill? At the mention of this, I felt invigorated. Clearing my throat, I extended my right hand, and my CloverMartial soul floated forth. With a sly grin, I began to explain, my first soul skill is purely a domain-type divine skill. It has a magnificent name, Bailin Yandu. Once activated, it creates my exclusive domain within a 5-meter radius. Within this domain, I am the sole arbiter of rules. Anyone I wish to poison will receive the Bai Lin Yan Du debuff, while those I choose not to target will merely feel a slight warmth. Akin to having a heated floor, it emphasizes enemy recognition and precise strikes. For enemies to evade it, they must possess immense soul power to withstand it. Moreover, with every 10 levels I ascend, the domain's radius expands by an additional 3 meters. Flandre's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at my CloverMartial soul, exclaiming, "A domain-type soul skill. You, my boy, have acquired a truly remarkable technique. In an unexpected turn, even soul masters of higher levels will fall prey to your prowess." Feigning humility, I shrugged. It's just average, though the range could be a bit larger. Flandre rolled his eyes at me. "Be grateful. You've obtained a top-tier domain skill from a century-old soul ring. Do you wish for more?" Thus, the matter was settled. 3 days later, Flandre brought me back to the Shrek Academy. I explicitly stated my intention to refrain from cultivating the evil fire phoenix, martial soul. It was no joke. Continuing down that path could jeopardize my little brother's safety, leading to either self-destruction or demise, and I had no desire to become a eunuch. I thought it prudent to wait until I matured and found a proper girlfriend. I had no wish to be a promiscuous scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Flandre did not press the issue further. His mind was preoccupied with another matter, seeking his good friend Yu Xiaojiang. I revealed to him that my mutated martial soul could absorb any soul ring, and the old fellow immediately recalled the theory that had been ridiculed throughout the soul master community. How fortunate I was to become a living testament of success. His intention was not merely to seek advice, but to boast. He entrusted me to the academy's vice principal, a stout middle-aged man named Zhao Wujin, who resembled a bear. After giving his instructions, Flandre packed his belongings and departed. Zhao Wujin greeted me with an enthusiastic bear hug, his large palm striking my shoulder painfully. "Good lad. No wonder that miser Flandre is willing to invest so much in you. He sees you as an angel investment. With innate, full soul power, your future is limitless." Rubbing my shoulder, I asked, "Teacher Zhao, when will our academy recruit new students? It's quite dull with only one student. Just you? And you find it boring?" Zhao Wujin shot me a look of incredulity. "It will likely be 3 months, but do not get your hopes up. Chances are we won't recruit anyone at all. Oh, by the way, I have good news. The Academy's funding is secure for the next 2 years." "Oh, the funding is resolved?" "Indeed. Just recently, the wealthiest family in Suatawa City, the Mei family, approached us and generously donated a substantial sum. I have never seen so many gold soul coins in my life." I understood the situation well and merely responded with an indifferent "oh" before retreating to my room to wash up. Of course, this was all due to my own merit. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, the academy indeed did not enroll a single new student. My weight has been steadily increasing, now reaching a staggering 160 pounds. Family members, who can comprehend this? I have gained 60 pounds in just half a year, and looking at my reflection in the mirror makes me want to bash my head against the wall. Fortunately, my soul power has also risen, and I am now a level 14 soul master. Each month, I can visit the Wuhuan temple to collect a stipend of a gold soul coin, which finally provides me with a bit of personal savings. However, the most tormenting aspect of these past 3 months has been the recurrence of my little evil fire, which has flared up 3 times. Each time, Teacher Zhao Wuji hurriedly whisked me away like a little chick, anxiously delivering me to the Rose Hotel to seek assistance from my good sister, Mei Na, to extinguish the flames. I must tell you, Mei Na has been incredibly kind to me, devoid of any prejudice, even considering me as her younger brother, primarily offering companionship while dousing the fire, which has made me feel quite embarrassed. On this particular day, it was time for my regular maintenance. Zhao Wuji dropped me off at Mei Na's exclusive suite and promptly departed. I had just consumed a plethora of ice attribute foods, leaving me lethargically sprawled on the sofa. Observing my state, Mei Na inquired with concern, "Hong Jun, do you feel any better?" I turned my head away, unable to meet her gaze, and with a resigned expression, I replied, "I was feeling much better, but upon seeing you, it seems to be stirring up again." Her face flushed instantly, yet she cautiously suggested, "Why don't you take a cold shower?" "All right." I sprang up like a carp, leaping from the water, and swiftly dashed into the bathroom. Just as I entered, an ear-piercing scream erupted from outside. Before I could react, I heard Mei Na outside, frantically pacing, seemingly talking to herself. "Oh no, I left the clothes I changed out of yesterday in there." It's fine. Hong Jun is only 7 years old. He should be all right." I was momentarily stunned in the bathroom, realizing that my sister's intimate garments were still hanging there. Half an hour later, I braved myself to emerge from the bathroom, noticing Mei Na's face was still flushed. Hesitantly, I stammered, Sister Na, I saw your clothes in there and accidentally got them wet. You wouldn't mind, would you? She instantly exploded with embarrassment, her face reddening as if it might bleed. What? How could you do that? Oh, never mind. If I can't get married in the future, you must take responsibility when you grow up. I was taken aback, completely bewildered, thinking, what on earth do I need to take responsibility for? This is absurd. Sister, what on earth are you thinking? I merely splashed some water while showering. If anything, I could just buy you a new outfit. Is that something to take responsibility for? Just got wet? Nothing else? She scrutinized me with suspicion. No, I asserted firmly. Only then did she sigh in relief, patting her chest. Her face still a rosy hue. You scared me. I thought my reputation was at stake. What was I thinking? You are only 7 years old. The atmosphere became awkward enough to cut with a knife. Mei Na was the first to regain her composure and, in an effort to dispel the discomfort, swiftly changed the subject. By the way, is your Shrek Academy still recruiting this year? What's going on, sister? I replied, I must tell you, our academy has stringent requirements. However, if it's someone from your family, it could work. After all, Teacher Flanders is quite greedy, and he certainly wouldn't refuse if you asked. I spoke meticulously, leaving no room for doubt. Not from my family. She shot me a glance. Do you remember that chubby tiger who awakened his martial soul with you a few months ago? Chubby tiger? Oh, him. I recalled, realizing that the little plump boy possessed decent, innate soul power. Mei Na likely intended to invest in him. I immediately adopted the demeanor of Shrek's sole true disciple. Pondering aloud, his talent is acceptable, but whether he meets the teacher's standards remains uncertain. Let's wait until the teacher returns. I suddenly changed my mind mid-sentence. With Flanders absent, I could be considered a decision-maker at the academy. Clearing my throat, I stated, Sister, let's first go see him. I must personally assess his potential. After all, Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary individuals. Mei Na's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up, albeit hesitating momentarily before darting back into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she emerged, her face still flushed, nonchalantly stating, Let's go. I knew precisely what she was up to. She had gone in to retrieve her tools. Thus, Mei Na took my hand, and we made our way to the Pang's blacksmith shop in Soto City. Upon entering, we were greeted by a robust man who resembled Chubby Tiger. He was Pang Tai, his father. Upon spotting Mei Na, he rushed over as if she were a savior. Miss Na, how is my request coming along? If you can get my son into Shrek, our blacksmith shop will supply your family with goods at cost. Mei Na pointed at me. You need to discuss this with Hong Jun. He is the direct disciple of the Shrek Academy as principal. Chubby Tiger, upon seeing me, shouted in delight, Brother Zhuang, what brings you here? I shot Mei Na an exasperated glance, thinking she was selling me out too quickly. I then turned to Chubby Tiger and said, I came to see if you possess the aptitude to enter Shrek. Pang Tai, upon hearing this, hurriedly inquired, Young brother, what are the requirements to enter your esteemed academy? I directly stated the conditions. Reach level 20 before the age of 12. On account of Sister and Na. If Chubby Tiger could obtain his first spirit ring before he turns 7.5, I would make an exception and allow him to enter the academy. Pang Tai and Mei Na were both stunned. This is too difficult, isn't it? Leveling up 2 levels in half a year and obtaining a spirit ring. Even a genius couldn't achieve that. I was disinclined to engage in further discussion and pulled out my Soul Master notebook, slamming it onto the table. When they leaned in to read the words Level 14 Soul Master inscribed on it, their expressions were priceless. Their eyes nearly popped out, and they gasped audibly, sounding akin to a wind turbine. Pang Tai, trembling, pointed at me. You possess full innate soul power? No, even with full soul power. It shouldn't be possible to achieve this so quickly. A monster. Truly a monster. I nonchalantly withdrew my notebook. Now you understand what a monster is, right? Shrek only accepts those like me. But don't be disheartened. Let Chubby Tiger train with me. Leveling up 2 levels in 6 months is not impossible with effort. Pang Tai immediately knelt before me, nearly clinging to my legs in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you so much. From now on, you can take anything from our blacksmith shop at cost. I shook hands with the honest man, adding a warning. All right? But you must take good care of Sister and Na. Of course. Pang Tai beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. Chubby Tiger, displaying remarkable insight, embraced me. Brother Xiao Ma, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to touch a chicken, I will never steal a dog. Smack! Pang Tai slapped him on the back of his head, exclaiming, "You little rascal! How can you speak like that?" Quickly apologized to Brother Xiaoma. I hurriedly interjected, it's fine. I like this little fellow. From now on, you can call me Brother Xiaoma." Thus, I brought Chubby Tiger back to Shrek. Upon seeing our academy, which resembled a dilapidated house, he was utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Xiaoma, is this truly the legendary Shrek Academy? It looks so shabby." I immediately began painting a grand vision for him, adopting a profound demeanor as I recited, "The mountain is not high. It is renowned for its immortals. The water is not deep. It is magical for its dragons. Do you not understand this simple truth?" Goodness, the little fellow was completely taken in, gazing at the surrounding rundown buildings with awe in his eyes. That evening, I sought out Zhao Wuji. Upon learning that I had brought a child back without permission, he nearly exploded. "What is this? Do you think this place is a children's shelter? You will explain it to the principal when he returns." I remained unfazed, dropping 2 bombshells. "Teacher Zhao, first, this child possesses innate level 7 soul power. Second, he is the biggest benefactor of our academy, recommended by the Mei family." Zhao Wuji's expression changed faster than flipping a page in a book. He stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling, and his tone softened. "Oh, innate level 7? That is quite promising. With some effort, he should meet our academy standards." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of confidence. Old Zhao's attitude had made a complete 360-degree turn. Seizing the moment, I leaned in and whispered, "Teacher Zhao, don't you think this chubby tiger has potential? He just needs some training. Why don't you take the burden and increase the intensity for him, just for half a year? If he fails to reach the Soul Master Realm, I will personally send him away." Let me tell you, the moment Zhao Wuji heard the phrase "increase intensity," his eyes lit up like 2 searchlights. He has no other hobbies but training students, and upon hearing this, he became invigorated. His expression resembled that of someone who had just found their cherished electronic pet, especially a limited edition SSR version. Without further ado, he grabbed me and headed towards the student dormitory, eager to see it for himself. The dormitory was merely a small, shabby courtyard, and I lived right across from Pang Hu. As I knocked on the door, Pang Hu's long face appeared. "Xiaoma, go really? It's late at night. And you want to train again?" He was genuinely terrified of my training. Every morning at 5 o'clock, he had to rise without using his soul power and run 10,000 meters around the academy. Who understands, family? A 7-year-old child. How could anyone endure that? Before I could respond, Zhao Wuji squeezed in from behind me, surveying Pang Hu from head to toe. With a hearty slap on his thigh, he exclaimed, "Not bad. This physique is robust. Reminds me of my youth." I nearly lost my composure. "What do you mean by youth? He is fit, while you are merely plump." Pang Hu, quick-witted as ever, introduced himself. "I'm Pang Hu, with a martial soul of the Diamond Hammer and soul power of level 8 at 7 years old." Upon hearing Diamond Hammer, Zhao Wuji grew even more excited and urged Pang Hu to showcase it. When the hammer appeared, it was nearly the size of Pang Hu's arm, looking fierce and solid. Zhao Wuji was instantly captivated, staring at Pang Hu, and after a long pause, he astounded us all by asking, "Kid, would you like to accept me as your master and inherit my legacy?" Pang Hu was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief, pinching his arm to check if he was dreaming. I quickly nudged him from behind. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and pay your respects. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage. If he takes you as a disciple, it's a blessing from your ancestors." Only then did Pang Hu react, grinning broadly, and without hesitation, he knelt down and knocked his head to the ground in reverence. Thus, a master-disciple bond was formed. However, Zhao Wuji, being quite mischievous, helped Pang Hu up and turned to me, saying, "Don't get too excited. Whether he can stay depends on the training results. From now on, I will personally train him." Just as I was about to cast a sympathetic glance at Pang Hu, he continued, "And you, starting tomorrow, will train alongside him. Look at you, getting chubby. What will Flinders say when he returns?" At that moment, I felt utterly defeated. What have I done to deserve this? I had unwittingly dug a deep pit for myself. Thus began 3 years of grueling training for both Pang Hu and me. In the blink of an eye, I turned 10, and my soul power reached level 24. Pang Hu, proving his worth, had long become an official student of Shrek Academy. Yet, during these 3 years, we remained the only 2 unfortunate souls, not a single new student enrolled. Oh, and I must share a grievance with you. I possess a twin martial soul, and the second soul ring of the 3-leaf clover soul requires the condition of kindness to unlock. For this, I have spent years helping elderly ladies cross the street and buying candies for village children, becoming a local hero of sorts, yet to no avail. However, there is a silver lining. I now possess an additional soul ring compared to my peers of the same level, with soul power purity at its peak, establishing a solid foundation. That day marked the annual enrollment, and Pang Hu and I stood at the village entrance to observe the commotion, primarily hoping to see some beautiful new female students. To our surprise, a stunning figure appeared, with long golden hair and standing nearly 1.8 meters tall. Those eyes were quite remarkable, possessing a peculiar charm. Without hesitation, he displayed his soul rings. Yellow, purple, a soul master of over level 30. Standing there, he exuded an aura of dominance. My short temper flared up. I detest those who flaunt their looks and skills before me. I stepped forward, presenting my own soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, asserting my presence. Raising my chin and looking down my nose, I remarked, "What is so impressive about the white tiger martial soul? I am a phoenix martial soul, so come and pay your respects to your elder brother." The young man introduced himself as Dai Mu Bai, displaying a surprising level of decorum. I proposed a wager. If I lost, I would call him Big Brother, and if he lost, he would refer to me as such. Should he win, he would gain admission without an examination. This young man, full of bravado, insisted that if he triumphed, everyone in the academy would have to call him Boss Dai. Teacher Li, observing from the side, unreservedly agreed to the terms. Pang Hu, nearly in tears, murmured for me not to scare off the fortune god. I instructed him to disperse the crowd so I could teach the newcomer a lesson about who truly held authority at Shrek Academy. As Dai Mu Bai and I took our positions, the atmosphere became charged with tension. He, with straightforwardness, shouted a warning, summoning his martial soul. A pair of tiger claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, lunged towards my chest with lightning speed. While his speed was impressive, alas, it was no match for me. I chuckled, effortlessly slipping away like a ghost, leaving behind only an afterimage for him to grasp. Let me tell you, my 3 years of relentless training were not in vain. Dai Mu Bai's expression turned pale, resembling someone who had seen a ghost, likely pondering where this unexpected obstacle had come from. Realizing that close combat was futile, he attempted to engage me from a distance. To my astonishment, he unleashed a white light cannon towards me, declaring it the White Tiger Radiant Wave. I nearly burst out laughing. Was he trying to play Godzilla? But could I allow him to strike me? Certainly not. With a thought, my martial soul, the 3-leaf clover, sprang forth, and I shouted rapid growth. The scene was spectacular. Countless vines erupted before me, swiftly coalescing into a massive wall. When a light wave collided, it exploded, scattering debris everywhere. However, his attack was utterly insufficient. The most impressive part was yet to come. I activated a hidden skill, martial soul parasitism. The severed vines miraculously regrew on the spot. His blasts were matched in speed by my growth, achieving a dynamic equilibrium. Unable to contain my audacity, I remarked, "Is that all you've got? Your bravado far exceeds your strength." Of course, inside, I was elated. Finally, I had a worthy opponent to test the might of my breath techniques. Yet, this young man was not easily fooled. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and unleashed his ultimate move. His third soul ring, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, radiated intensely. The third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Suddenly, he appeared inflated, glowing golden, muscles bulging, nearly matching my height. Attack, defense, strength doubled. In that instant, a notification rang in my mind, analyzing his attack. Threat level, moderate. Who understands? This was the first time I felt a hint of danger. He charged at me like a raging gorilla, and while I could have evaded, I chose not to. I immediately switched my breathing technique from water breathing to fire breathing, causing my soul power to explode. Come on, who is afraid of who? We would clash head-on. With a resounding bang, our fists collided, sending shockwaves that uprooted the earth beneath us. As a result, I staggered back 5 steps while he only retreated 3. Fine, I admit it. In terms of sheer strength, this muscle-bound powerhouse had the advantage. But does brute force alone suffice in combat? I couldn't help but laugh. Impressive strength, but fighting isn't just about arm wrestling. I activated my second soul skill, and my 3-leafed CloverMartial soul glimmered with green light, transforming into an elegant dark green jade staff. Teacher Li, the proctor, was left in awe. I swung the staff toward Dai Mu Bai and confidently declared, "You've already used your third soul skill, while I've just activated my second. What do you say? Do you concede?" I deliberately spoke in a loud voice, intending for others to misunderstand that my technique was a millennia-old soul skill, playing on the information gap. Dai Mubai, equally stubborn, struck a pose and declared, "Dream on." "Fine, you think you're clever, don't you?" I bellowed. The first move of the tiger stick technique, striking the dog's head. Then, like a monkey performing tricks, I swung my stick chaotically without any semblance of strategy. Just as Dai Mubai was about to mock me, the soul power in my stick erupted violently, moving at an unprecedented speed, transforming into a streak of green light aimed directly at his forehead. Startled, he hurriedly conjured a white tiger shield. With a sharp crack, my stick, robust and unyielding, shattered his energy shield. Although most of the force was absorbed, the solid stick still struck him squarely on the forehead, causing a noticeable bump to swell up at an alarming rate. "Ah, you sneaky little brat," he yelped, wincing in pain. I paid him no mind. Seizing the opportunity to take him down, I channeled all my remaining soul power into my stick and shouted. The 36 move of the dog stick technique. No dogs in the world. Even though I misspoke, my momentum was on point. Leaping into the air, I delivered another mighty chop to the same spot on his forehead. With a resounding bang, this blow was even more forceful, causing the bump to swell to the size of a longevity peach. He lost his composure, howling as he attempted to grapple with me. At that moment, Teacher Lee could no longer bear to watch and quickly shouted, all right, it's a draw. Both of you stop." Dai Mubai, showing unexpected fortitude, quickly admitted defeat, claiming I was superior. Well, since he was so gracious, I decided not to hold it against him. We shook hands and reconciled, putting the matter behind us. Then I took him on a tour of our Shrek Academy. I must tell you, this place is characterized by its raw, unrefined nature, resembling an abandoned village. However, upon seeing the motto I carved onto the wooden plaque at the entrance, "We only accept monsters, not ordinary people," along with the saying that a soul master who does not dare to stir up trouble is not a good soul master, his gaze transformed, filled with longing. He finally grasped that we were indeed a genuine madhouse of an academy. I also introduced him to my little brother, Pang Hu, informing him that we were both merely 10 years old. Dai Mubai's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, prompting me to sigh in resignation. What can I say? Due to our martial souls, we VE matured a bit too quickly. Pang Hu chuckled quietly beside me, but I shot him a warning glance, causing him to quickly find an excuse to slip away. As we were strolling, Aunt Zhang from the village spotted me and warmly exclaimed, "Oh, Hongjun, is this a new classmate? Haven't tea eaten yet? Come to Annie's house for a meal. My Tsuehua has made your favorite braised pork." My scalp almost exploded. Tsuehua, is that not the girl from the original story who later caused a rift between us? This cannot stand. I quickly signaled to Dai Mubai, who, being sharp-witted, immediately said, "Ah yes, teacher, we need to familiarize ourselves with the academy. We'll definitely come next time." Finally, we managed to deceive Aunt Zhang. Dai Mubai was nearly doubled over with laughter beside me. I shot him a glare. What is so funny? It's not my fault. My character is simply too admirable, making me quite popular in the village. Later, I led him to the dormitory, where he pulled out bedding from Space Ring, leaving me envious, as I still did not possess a soul-guiding device. After settling in, we headed towards the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, we discovered that Pang, who was already there, standing next to a handsome young man with silver hair and charming peach blossom eyes. Pang, who introduced him as the new student brought in by Teacher Xiao, named Oscar. Seeing him, I recognized an opportunity presented to me on a silver platter. I immediately assumed an authoritative demeanor befitting the Academy's top dog. Thumping my chest and declaring to Oscar, "I am Ma Hongjun. From now on, you shall call me Little Brother Ma. If you need anything in this academy, come find me. I've got your back." You wouldn't believe it, but Oscar actually took me seriously and enthusiastically exclaimed, "Sure thing, Little Brother Ma." Dai Mubai and Pang, who were struggling to suppress their laughter, nearly at breaking point. We four sat down to dine, and goodness, the food was nothing short of disaster. The meat in the dishes was so scant that one would need a magnifying glass to find it. On our very first day as new students, we instantly reached a consensus on how miserly the dean, Flinder, was forging a profound revolutionary friendship through our shared grievances. The next morning, I must say, this friendship faced its first trial, an early morning class. Goodness, when I finally dashed to the square, all eyes suddenly fixated on me, creating a scene akin to that of a top celebrity. I, Ma Hongjun, had the honor of being late on the first day of school. I, who prided myself on my thick skin, offered an insincere apology and casually sidled up next to Pang Hu. Flinder, That old fox adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Why are you so late? Was your martial soul misbehaving again last night?" I can tell you, he was feigning ignorance, clearly trying to give me an out. I seized the opportunity and replied that the daughter of the Duke of Zhou was too clingy, and I would be heading to Soto City soon enough. Upon hearing this, the peach blossom-eyed Oscar shot me a peculiar look, his expression one of ecstatic recognition, as if he believed he had found a kindred spirit. Family, who understands? He must have thought we were both in the same boat, our martial souls equally dubious in nature. I was too lazy to explain, watching as Flinder cleared his throat and commenced his opening speech for the new school year. Without further ado, he summarized it in 2 points. First, unite with your classmates. Second, do not commit acts of violence or arson. Then came the critical part, as he shifted his tone, his eyes gleaming with gold. All right, now everyone except Hong Jun, proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to pay your tuition fee, 100 gold soul coins each. I noticed the envious, resentful glances from the 3 of them and waved my hand mischievously. Don't be jealous, brothers. I'm a direct disciple, so I'm exempt from fees. You'll never achieve this level of wealth. I was so infuriating that I wanted to slap myself. Once they returned after paying, Flinder's tone softened by 3 degrees as he announced our joyful routine for the coming month. We would be running back and forth from the academy to Soto City. 10 round trips, with no use of soul power allowed. Oscar's face turned pale at once. Dai Mubai looked gravely serious. 10 round trips without the use of soul power? This was going to be a challenge. But guess what? Flinder, having received the tuition, feigned a cough and said, "Given that you just paid and are still acclimatizing to the academy, today we'll make it a half-price deal. Run 5 laps instead." After saying that, he simply left, and I could guess where he was headed, straight to the finance office. Dai Mubai was still muttering about how we would slack off now that the dean had left. I couldn't help but chuckle, patting Pang Hu on the back. Ask him. He has experience. Pang, who sheepishly scratched his head, recounting a painful experience from his past when teacher Zhao Wujia caught him slacking off and gave him a thorough beating. I took the opportunity to offer them some motivational advice, saying that with more rounds, there would be more stamina. With fewer rounds, there would be less stamina. And running is a life-saving skill that must be practiced. Once we started running, Oscar's small frame was indeed the first to give in, unable to watch any longer. I instructed him to run behind me. He was confused and asked why. I spent a while explaining the concepts of breaking the wind and air resistance. His expression was one of awe, even though he didn't quite understand, and he obediently followed behind me, ensuring he didn't fall behind. After 5 laps, my legs felt like jelly, and I swiftly teleported to the Rose Hotel in Soto City, my exclusive cafeteria. Sister Anna had been waiting for me there, watching me devour my food like a ravenous ghost. Once I had eaten my fill, she began to subtly inquire whether I no longer needed to consume meat from ice-type soul beasts, and whether I intended to resolve my fiery issues through other means. I was caught in a moment of acute embarrassment, hastily assuring her that I, Ma Hong Jun, was a principled individual. Although society currently favors the wealthy over the poor, I had my principles and would never stoop to such places. Yet, who would have guessed that in a moment of jest, while kneading her shoulders, I jokingly suggested, "Sister Anna, how about you support me instead? I don't want to work hard anymore." My dear friends, I swear I was only joking, but she took me seriously. Her face flushed, and she half-jokingly, half-seriously replied, "All right, but if you come with me, you can't have any other women." Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, now, that's certainly one to do. I am destined to become a man of divinity. How could I forsake an entire forest for a mere tree? I regretfully declined at that moment. To my surprise, Sister Anna shot me a disdainful glance, uttering not a word, and turned to retreat to her room. I was left in a state of confusion, pondering the discrepancies in this script. The heart of a woman is indeed as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. This awkwardness lingered for 3 days. After this interval, Flanders summoned us to the square and announced some splendid news. For the next month, running training would be suspended. Oscar was so thrilled he nearly took flight on the spot, bouncing around with Fat Tiger. I found great amusement in this. Little did he know, his joy was premature. Indeed, Flander followed with, because for the next month, we would be engaging in practical training in Xingdo Dasenlin. Oscar's smile instantly froze on his face. Then came the main event. Flander mentioned he would introduce 2 sisters to join us. No sooner had he uttered these words than 2 stunning beauties emerged from behind the teaching building. One was clad in green attire, exuding a striking aura. The other, dressed in a rose-colored qipao, was none other than Sister Anna, with whom I had been at odds. Upon seeing me, The green-clad sister rushed over, playfully tousling my hair and pinching my arm, exclaiming, "Xiao Hong, after a year, you've grown taller than your sister." It dawned on me that she was my childhood friend, Ma Xiaodai. She too had come to Shrek to acquire her third soul ring. My single companions were left gaping in awe. The journey to Xingdou Da Senlin was filled with excitement. Xiaodai and Anna quickly became close friends, often gathering to chat about me. To stave off boredom during our travels, I began to entertain them by recounting tales from Journey to the West. Just as I reached the pivotal moment concerning the Kingdom of Women and whether Tang Song would leave, I abruptly halted the narrative. Their anxious expressions were quite amusing as they fidgeted. I prompted them to guess the ending, and their conjectures grew increasingly absurd. Ultimately, when I recounted the episode where the Queen of the Kingdom of Women asked the holy monk if he would marry her, and he responded affirmatively, resulting in Bai Longma mishearing it as drive and fleeing with him, Fat Tiger erupted in laughter, rolling on the ground, while Dai Mubai and Oscar struggled to contain their chuckles, their faces turning crimson. Yet my two sisters grew despondent, declaring the ending too tragic and insisting I revise it. My temper flared, and I retorted that it must remain unchanged. A story is beautiful precisely because of its regrets. Observing their displeasure, I resorted to a different tactic to cheer them up. Clearing my throat, I began to sing Nuo Qing. I assure you, when I unleashed my martial spirit and accompanied myself with three-leaf clover melodies, the effect was nothing short of spectacular. The entire team was left entranced. Even Flander was eavesdropping with keen interest. As I reached the most poignant part of the song, I suddenly felt a marvelous transformation within my body. A new power began to flow, astonishingly manifesting as a sound-based breathing technique. Although I was yet unaware of its precise utility, the mere name sounded impressively formidable. Momentarily distracted, I ceased my singing. To my dismay, Sister Anna remarked from behind, "Why did you suddenly stop when you were singing so well? Can you not be so brief?" I was utterly taken aback. "Sister, must we communicate with such ambiguous implications?" I must confess, I was indeed the quintessential schemer at that moment. Why did these men wish to learn singing? The answer was obvious, to woo the ladies. But would I grant them their desire? Absolutely not. I readily agreed, my mind racing with plans. When Zhu Zhuqing and the others arrive, I'll have these fellows sing first, producing a cacophony. Then I shall make my dazzling entrance, delivering a performance that would seal my legendary status. What is the essence of contrast, if not to inflict a delightful injury? Just envisioning it brought me immense satisfaction. Thus, the plan was set. Shortly thereafter, Dean Flander led us into Xingdou Da Senlin with great fanfare. I must say, this place is no ordinary forest. It is an enhanced version of a primeval wilderness, and upon entering, I felt my mobile signal drop 2 bars. Flander began a geography lesson, rambling about core and peripheral zones, and mysteriously mentioned a place known as the Land of Great Doom, which he had only seen in ancient texts. My goodness, such foreshadowing. I nearly anticipated our own demise there. Upon entering the peripheral zone, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Flander issued a stern warning. From this moment forth, you are a team. Unless you're on the brink of death, I shall not intervene. My dear companions could surely empathize. The pressure was palpable. Moreover, to allow me to openly utilize my second martial spirit, Flander disclosed my dual martial spirit status, though the secret of my hidden soul rings remained securely under wraps. My silver tongue spun previous soul techniques into the narrative of special abilities inherent to my martial spirit, and to my surprise, they believed me wholeheartedly, each swearing to keep it a secret. Alas, they were still too naive. Night fell swiftly, and we found a clearing to set up camp. Oscar, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, groaning. While we were erecting the tent, Flander suggested that for safety, everyone should sleep in one large tent while he would keep watch. I sensed something amiss. A large tent housing Dai Mubai, Oscar, Fat Tiger, myself, alongside Mayana and Xiaodai, painted a rather precarious scene. Sure enough, Xiaodai blurted out, "No problem, just let Hong Jun sleep in the middle to keep some distance." "Sister, you are my own flesh and blood." Though Mayana said nothing, her flushed face resembled that of a blushing monkey, stealing glances at me. I hurriedly pledged my loyalty, assuring them that my little mischief was well under control and would pose no issues. To my surprise, Mayana chuckled softly, spitting playfully at me. "Pa, you little lecher. Behave yourself at night, or else." She punctuated her warning with a snapping gesture. A chill ran down my spine. Once inside the tent, the real drama unfolded. Oscar, with a mischievous glint in his eye, approached me and slyly proposed, "Xiaoma, shall we switch spots? I have better self-control than you." I shot him a withering glance and subtly gestured. Following my glance, Oscar found himself confronted by mate Anna's lethal glare, which promised physical castration should he dare to approach. In an instant, he retreated, clutching Fat Tiger and claiming he was cold, insisting on sharing the tent with him. Coward. In the latter half of the night, as I was drifting into a deep sleep, a sudden thunderous noise erupted. Bang! The entire tent shook violently. I was the first to bolt outside, and the others, startled awake, followed suit. To my astonishment, Flander was engaged in combat with a white scorpion the size of truck. The creature emanated a menacing aura, its fiery stinger resembling a searchlight. But who was Flander? A soul sage. In mere moments, he subdued the scorpion with ease. I realized this was the Earth King, a fortunate twist of fate. I quickly informed everyone. This creature is called the Earth King. Observe its 9-segmented tail. It must be at least 4,500 years old, just perfect for me. Following the encounter, Flander wore an expression that said, "I am indeed impressive," urging me to absorb the soul ring promptly. How could I be ignorant? I transformed into his most fervent admirer, showering him with compliments. "Teacher, you are incredible. The prowess of a soul sage is truly terrifying." Flander, while feigning humility, could hardly suppress the pride evident in his smile. I wasted no time, approaching the Earth King and delivering a swift stab to grant it a merciful end, then seated myself cross-legged to begin absorption. My friends could comprehend the intensity of the soul ring energy flooding into me. It was not a gentle warmth, but rather akin to sulfuric acid coursing through my veins. The pain rendered my face pale, and I felt as though I were on the verge of demise. I soon realized that merely withstanding it would not suffice. I swiftly activated my external aid, the sun-breathing technique. My physical attributes doubled in an instant, slightly alleviating the agony. I endured, and while I ultimately completed the absorption of the soul ring, I remained unconscious. I sensed an even greater energy emanating from the scorpion's carcass, infused with a potent resentment that began to invade my being. Alas, this is a remarkable piece of equipment, an external soul bone. However, the resentment emanating from it is overwhelming, almost stifling my ability to harness the power of the sun's breath. Just as I felt I could no longer endure, an epiphany struck me. I would switch my cultivation method from a sun's breath to the flame's breath. You possess abundant resentment, do you? Very well. I shall use you as fuel and incinerate it. As I absorbed that energy, when I finally opened my eyes again, dawn was nearly upon us. Flander's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and the others gazed at me with expressions of concern. I stood up, feeling utterly invigorated, and inquired, "What is happening? Is there something on my face?" Dai Mubai stifled a laugh, looking at me oddly and said, "Brother, it's quite windy. Aren't you cold? You might be affecting the aesthetics of the surroundings." Upon lowering my gaze, I noticed the unfortunate state of my attire, completely disintegrated by the energy. I was adorned in the latest 2025 version of the Emperor's new clothes, a globally limited edition, now draped upon me. I let out a loud cry and dashed into the bushes, shouting at Fat Tiger, "Fat Tiger, clothes, quickly." That rascal Fat Tiger intentionally teased me, chuckling as he said, "The boss indeed lives up to the title, quite grand." As he spoke, he tossed a garment my way. While putting it on, I sensed that Sister Mayana and the others were covertly glancing at me. How typical of women. When I emerged nonchalantly, Flandra rushed over to inquire about my newly acquired soul skill. I took a moment to assess and exclaimed, "Ah, delightful. My first soul skill, Phoenix Howl Strike, a 5-meter radius, inducing group dizziness and magma burning," I announced with pride. Flandra nodded in satisfaction, stating that my first soul ring was 4,500 years old and would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon within our team. I sighed, feigning dissatisfaction. Alas, the skill is impressive, but the mana cost is exorbitant. With my current soul power, I can only unleash it once. A single shot. Flandra playfully slapped the back of my head, chiding, "You should be grateful. Is this not enough?" I retorted, "Look at Oscar over there. His eyes are nearly green with envy," whining, "Brother, this is excessive. Is this truly regrettable? For a soul skill with such explosive power and high consumption, I wouldn't mind having a dozen." Observing the hungry gazes from everyone, as if they wished to devour me whole, I decided to further indulge them. With a thought, I directed my soul power towards the tailbone at the rear of my body. Instantly, an unbearable itch coursed through my back, followed by a ripping sound as a tail resembling carved white jade, with a fiery red scorpion tip, burst forth from behind me. My newly donned trousers were rendered useless once more. I grinned, awkwardly controlling the newly sprouted tail. It felt akin to having an additional arm that refused to obey. I sheepishly chuckled at the group. Ahem, my apologies. I couldn't control it. It was simply too itchy. This appendage was indeed my greatest gain from this encounter. Those who understand would recognize that it resembles the legendary Tang San's 8 spider lances, an external soul bone, although I possessed only one tail. It was easier to manage than 8 legs. Yet with my current soul power, I could barely maintain my balance, fearing I might inadvertently strike Dai Mubai. Flanders' reaction was more pronounced than anyone else's. His face turned ashen as he rushed over, lowering his voice to admonish me. An external soul bone? You fool. Quickly conceal it. Are you seeking death? His demeanor was as if he were an underground operative in a clandestine meeting, glancing around nervously. I scoffed, muttering, "There's no one else here. Why the urgency? I simply cannot retract it." Flandra trembled with frustration, explaining the rarity of this item, equivalent in value to a 100,000-year soul ring. For a mere 100,000-year soul ring, the spirit hall would engage in direct conflict with the Hautian sect. Do you comprehend the animosity an external soul bone would attract? Especially one freshly acquired and not yet fully integrated. If a powerful figure were to pass by with ill intentions, it would not be unlikely for them to resort to murder to seize it. Dai Mubai stroked his chin. Pondering, "Director, is this indeed the fabled soul bone? Not just any soul bone." Flandra, confirming that no one was around, finally relaxed and began to enlighten us. This is the rarest of external soul bones. It can evolve alongside the soul master. Do you understand? It is a priceless treasure. Listening to him made me somewhat apprehensive. So I hastily activated my son's breath, doubling my physical capabilities, which finally granted me some control over the tail. With a focused thought, I managed to retract it. Once it was back, my prideful heart began to stir once again. I sidled over to Dai Mubai, patting him on the shoulder and adopting the most irritating tone. "Dai, are you not envious of my fortune? No worries, do not be jealous. You shall never possess this, so get accustomed to it." Dai Mubai's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Had he not been unable to defeat me, I suspected he would have challenged me to a duel on the spot. With a forced smile, he pulled Oscar closer. Who can predict the future? Wouldn't you agree, little Oscar? Oscar, with a hint of envy, chimed in, right. Perhaps I shall stumble upon a piece tomorrow. Flandra, unable to tolerate any further, smacked his palm down. "Enough of this. Do you think external soul bones are cabbages? Instead of daydreaming, you should devote more time to training." Noticing the atmosphere had soured, I quickly attempted to lighten the mood. Just kidding. Come on, cultured friends, help me think of a majestic name." Oscar was the first to respond. "How about Tail of the Earth? Does it fit well enough?" I nearly rolled my eyes to the heavens. It sounded dreadful, as if I were a monkey. Dai Mubai quickly followed, common. "How about Temperor's Whip?" Good heavens, Emperor's Whip? Why does that sound so peculiar? I seriously suspected he was joking. Sister Mayana, however, was more reliable. She pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why not combine a character from each, calling it Earth Whip? What do you think?" "That's the one." I made an immediate decision, fearing they might propose names like Optimus Prime or Golden Cudgel. Earth Whip. Yes, it sounds like a proper weapon. This matter was settled. In the following days, we experienced smooth sailing, assisting Mayana and Sister Xiao Dai in obtaining their 3rd soul rings, both of which were 1,000 years old. I also secured my 2nd soul ring, an 8,000-year Fire Phoenix. The new soul skill was named Solar Spike, and I must say, it functions like a fiery homing missile. Wherever I point, it strikes, and the mana consumption can be adjusted, providing exceptional endurance. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy, I had mastered the control of my external soul bone. Yet, I remained preoccupied with another significant matter, the celestial herb. Indeed, the treasure from Dougabo's Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. I made up my mind. Tang San's fortune is now mine. I am no saint. Good things must first be utilized by my own. One day, as training concluded, I stealthily entered Flanders' office. That old fellow was drooling over a heap of golden soul coins. I got straight to the point. "Teacher, I have found the solution to my martial soul's shortcomings. You must accompany me to Tiendo City." Flandra did not even look up, hastily shoving coins into the soul guide, dismissively responding, "Tiendo City? Will it require a lot of money? I suggest you find a girlfriend in Soto City. I think Mayana would be quite suitable." "Teacher, I am not joking." I emphasized, "We need to seek help from the director of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong." "Erlong?" Flandre nearly dropped the golden coins in shock. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, I presented my well-prepared script. Yes. We need her to introduce me to Yu Tianheng of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. I deliberately stressed the word teacher. Flandre's face flushed, and he haughtily replied, Ahem. Do not speak foolishly. What teacher? I have my heart set on the bright moon, yet it only shines into the gutter. I was nearly overcome with laughter. The corners of his mouth were nearly stretched to his ears, yet he feigned melancholy. The old fellow, upon hearing that he could meet Lu Erlong, immediately sprang into action. He swiftly delegated the affairs of the academy onto Zhao Wuji, and that very day set off with me, heading straight for Tiando City. I wager he was not so much eager to assist me with my martial soul dilemma, as he was impatiently longing to reunite with his old flame. 10 days later, we arrived at Tiando City. I was astounded by the towering city walls, resembling mountains in their grandeur. Flandre led me through a side entrance, and as we walked a few paces, we spotted a large notice on the wall. Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy sincerely seeks teachers above Soul Zone level. Flandre gazed at the announcement, his eyes brimming with emotion. I knew full well that this academy was undoubtedly linked to Lu Erlong. Without hesitation, I took him to a clothing store and insisted on outfitting both him and myself in splendid attire. A change is as good as a rest. One must present oneself well when meeting an old flame. As we stood before the gates of Lamba Academy looking dapper, Flandre suddenly seemed self-conscious. I assure you, this was no mere academy. It was akin to a resort nestled within a forest park. Its expanse dwarfed our humble Shrek village by tenfold or more. Flandre appeared somewhat hesitant to proceed. I quickly encouraged him. Teacher, since we have come this far, what is there to fear? If you wish to pursue Aunt Erlong, you cannot act like a sycophant. Maintain an air of aloofness. Do you understand the value of silent output? Just as I was speaking, the gatekeeper halted us. I promptly stepped forward and politely addressed him. Hello, good sir. We are seeking Dean Lu Erlong. This gentleman here is the former Golden Iron Triangle S. Feixiang Jiao, Flandre, an old friend of the dean. The gatekeeper, diligent in his duties, insisted that without proof, he could not allow us entry. I exchanged a knowing glance with Flandre. Teacher, unleash your martial soul. Flandre understood immediately, nodding with authority as his aura intensified. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent owl martial soul soared into the sky, with 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shimmering into existence. He stepped forward and solemnly inquired, Does this prove my identity? The gatekeeper was rendered speechless, his legs trembling as he stammered, Soul Saint, esteemed Soul Saint, please enter. I will inform the dean at once. Flandre, slightly taken aback, cleared his throat to say something, but I swiftly signaled him to maintain his dignified demeanor. He immediately composed himself, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the presence of a leader inspecting his domain, and followed the gatekeeper inside. The gatekeeper led us to a tranquil courtyard at the back of the mountain, halting before it and calling out Dean. A gentleman claiming to be the Soul Saint Feixiang Jiao of the Golden Iron Triangle seeks you. After a moment, a voice filled with surprise emerged from within. Flandre, how did you know I was here? The door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing a beautiful woman clad in a simple cyan dress. For those who understand, her hair still glistened with moisture, and her cheeks were flushed, clearly having just bathed. Her figure was stunning, and her features were exquisite, as if she had stepped out of a painting. My eyes widened. This was undoubtedly Lu Erlong. Upon seeing Flandre, she beamed with joy. Flandre, it has been so long. You look quite spruced up today. I tell you, upon hearing this, Flandre's face flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat a couple of times, resorting to his signature evasive gesture and feigned nonchalance as he remarked, Cough, cough, I would never be stingy with you, Erlong. Oh dear. Such words were as transparent as glass. It was as if he had inscribed, I like you upon his forehead. Lu Erlong, however, was no fool. She understood perfectly, but had to feign ignorance. For those who know, she was apprehensive that Flandre might unexpectedly declare his affections, which would lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Her heart raced, and she quickly diverted the conversation. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us hurry. At that moment, I must mention Ma Hongjun, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted a plate of sliced cucumbers on the table. With curiosity, he inquired of Lu Erlong. Aunt Erlong, your skin looks so good. It must be thanks to this, right? Lu Erlong shot him a glance. What? You use it too? No wonder you're so burly, yet your skin is fair and tender. Ma Hongjun chuckled. It's my natural charm. My martial soul has an innate beauty filter. Lu Erlong, upon hearing this and looking at Ma Hongjun's rosy complexion, suddenly felt that her carefully nurtured spiritual cucumbers had lost their allure, and with a hint of envy, she remarked, "Indeed, my cucumbers can enhance beauty, but you, young man, have no need for them." Ma Hongjun, under the guise of filial piety, began to play matchmaker for his teacher. With a sincere expression, he stated, "Aunt Erlong, I am merely inquiring for my teacher. If he could achieve even a fraction of your radiance, he would certainly look much more handsome." I nearly burst out laughing. This was filial piety that had completely gone awry. Lu Erlong chuckled lightly, clearly having no expectations for Flander's aesthetic appreciation. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. "Teacher has changed quite a bit. His taste has improved significantly." Lu Erlong's face flushed, and she immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "You, young man, stop being so sarcastic. Speak plainly." Sensing the atmosphere was shifting, Flander quickly intervened, solemnly declaring, "Hongjun is right. I have indeed changed. Some things, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. So we must cherish those before us." Oh dear, the mood was thickening, and Lu Erlong's eyes grew wistful, likely recalling her past entanglements with Yu Xiaojie. Just then, Flander dramatically slammed the table and declared with bravado, "Enough of this. Let us go. Zue Chunlu. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. I shall treat you all." Lu Erlong, being a spirited person, immediately responded, "Excellent. For your resolve, I shall accompany you to the inn tonight." Before long, we arrived at the establishment known as Zue Chunlu. I must say, the place had a vintage charm, with elegant Chinese architecture. Lu Erlong promptly reserved a VIP room for 888 gold soul coins, exuding an air of grandeur. She even sent a security guard to summon her nephew, Yu Qianheng, to join us for dinner. Let me explain. Ma Hongjun had devised an elaborate strategy. His goal in Tiando City was to help Douluo Yan, but he could not directly approach her boyfriend, Yu Qianheng, and say, "Hey buddy, your girlfriend is poisoned, and I can cure her," or he would surely be deemed insane or have ulterior motives. Thus, he needed to establish a connection through Lu Erlong, become familiar, and then casually uncover the issue. This was a masterstroke. As we settled in, Lu Erlong began teasing Flander. "This meal will cost over 100 gold soul coins, Flander. Shall I take care of it?" Flander, with a serious expression, insisted. "Who do you look down upon? Don't mention mere hundreds, even if it costs tens of thousands." I wouldn't bat an eye. Ma Hongjun had been waiting for this line. He snatched the menu, his eyes gleaming. "Teacher, how generous. Since Aunt Erlong has invited you Tianheng, let us order a few more dishes." Flander's heart was bleeding at that moment. He tried to maintain composure, nodding along. But internally, he must have cursed Ma Hongjun 1,000 times. Ma Hongjun pointed at the menu. "Bodhi J Jai? 10 gold soul coins per serving? Highway robbery. Never mind. Aunt Erlong and I will each have one. And teacher, you don't like rice, right?" Upon hearing this, Flander's heart dropped, and he quickly replied, "Ah, yes. I don't need any. You two order." Every coin saved was a coin earned. Lu Erlong chimed in. "This egg-fried rice is quite exquisite. It costs 9 gold soul coins." Ma Hongjun was unfazed, fingers flying across the menu. Tangjiao chicken, Dohua fish, Filong soup, and Geely shrimp, all of them. He ordered a 10-year-old ox leg, roasted. With this barrage of orders, over 100 gold soul coins vanished. Flander was utterly stunned. The dishes had not yet arrived, and Lu Erlong was already slightly tipsy, her words becoming slurred. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the VIP room. Lu Erlong, bleary-eyed, glanced over. "Lan Lan Jio, is that you? Where is Tianheng?" The guard outside was drenched in sweat. "Dean, young Master Tianheng has arrived." As the words fell, a tall and handsome young man entered, respectfully bowing. Tianheng salutes second aunt. I must say, Ma Hongjun turned to look behind him, and, good gracious, I was taken aback. Behind you, Tianheng followed a throng of 6 individuals, both men and women. Was this not the legendary Tian Do royal team in its entirety? This was quite the deal. A buy-one-get-6 offer, with the answers to the version right at hand. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, musing that such fortune came without effort. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Erlong immediately sobered up, regaining her authoritative presence as the dean. Ma Hongjun, reacting swiftly, sprang to his feet and extended his hand with familiarity. "Hello. I am Ma Hongjun, a 27th level soul master. Please take care of me." Yu Qianheng was equally courteous, shaking his hand in return. Yet, Ma Hongjun, the social butterfly, insisted on seating Yu Qianheng, employing his practice charm. Come sit. No need to be polite. Today my teacher is treating. Aunt Erlong originally wanted to invite you all, so please don't refuse. Not sitting would be disrespectful. He practically shoved Yu Qianheng into a seat, leaving him stunned, wondering who this person was and whether such enthusiasm hinted at some peculiar vice. A girl with purple hair behind them couldn't help but chuckle. Ma Hongjun, noticing her laughter, became even more animated, gesturing to the others. Sisters, please take a seat too. The dishes are just about to arrive, don't be shy. The group exchanged glances, hastily finding seats, wary of being dragged over by Ma Hongjun's exuberance. Flender could only muster a stiff agreement. Yes, Hongjun is right. Do not hold back. As Ma Hongjun took a bite of his precious egg fried rice, his eyes gleamed. Delicious. How about I order a portion for each of you? He turned to Flender, but without waiting for a response, shouted outside. Waiter, bring 8 more servings of puta du yuzhai. 8 servings. 80 gold soul coins. I could almost hear Flender's heart shatter into a million pieces. The purple-haired girl, who was Douluo, immediately felt an increased fondness for Ma Hongjun, smiling as she introduced herself. Thank you. I am Douluo, Tianing's girlfriend. This is my good friend Yi Lingling, our academy's ice-cold beauty, still without a boyfriend. She then playfully nudged the frosty-looking girl beside her, attempting to play matchmaker with Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, sweet-talking like honey, exclaimed, Both of you are so beautiful. I am Ma Hongjun, nearly 11 years old. At this, the entire room fell silent, incredulous. Was this physique really claiming to be 11? Flender stepped in to clarify. He is not deceiving you. He possesses innate, full soul power. His martial soul is special, leading to his accelerated growth. Douluo suddenly understood. Oh, I see. What a pity. I originally wanted to introduce Lingling to you, but you were too young. Ma Hongjun patted his chest. Joking, don't. I am capable. Look at me. How could I be considered young? Remarkably, the icy beauty Yi Lingling glanced at him, her cheeks flushing with 2 delicate shades of red. Douluo, sensing the potential, jested, If you wish to pursue our Lingling, just treat us to a few more meals at Zue Chunlu. Ma Hongjun, with a carefree shrug, replied, Sure, but you'll have to pay. I'm broke, haha. This quip even drew laughter from the usually silent ice beauty, Yi Lingling. Douluo looked at him with intrigue. You are quite amusing, Hongjun. Lingling hasn't laughed in days, yet you made her chuckle with just a few words. Ma Hongjun, seizing the moment, smirked and quipped, A beautiful visage is commonplace, but intriguing soul is rare. A person as exceptional as I can not only amuse you, but also protect you. I thought to myself, in 2025, does this kind of cheesy line still hold value? And guess what? It truly did. The ice beauty, Yi Lingling, softly repeated the phrase, An intriguing soul is rare. And, amidst a surge of soul power, a golden light flashed as she broke through. Family, who understands? A joke led to someone leveling up. What do we call this? Emotional value at its peak. In that moment, the ice melted. Her smile was simply breathtaking, leaving everyone spellbound. Yu Qianheng solemnly introduced. This is our team support type, Soul Master. Yi Lingling, who possesses the continent's premier healing martial soul, the 9 Hearts Begonia. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing who she was. He recalled that while the 9 Hearts Begonia was incredibly powerful, it was cursed, passed down through generations with a legacy of mutual destruction. The birth of a new child meant the death of an elder. Understanding this, he felt a surge of sympathy for her, recognizing why she wore such a frozen expression. Lu Erlong, being direct, took the opportunity to matchmake Ma Hongjun and Yi Lingling in front of everyone, turning to her. What do you think of my Hongjun? I've heard that your 9 Hearts Begonia clan seeks a talented husband to break the curse. Oh my, the atmosphere was akin to a matchmaking show. Yi Lingling froze, instinctively responding, I'm just a bit interested in him. There are no other feelings. She then stole a glance at Ma Hongjun. Goodness, even Flender, standing nearby, understood the implications and thought, this kid is about to have a stroke of luck. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ma Hongjun, displaying high emotional intelligence, deflected the attention back to himself, narcissistically stating, Please don't tease Lingling. While I admit I am quite handsome, she is not the superficial type. His humorous remark lightened the mood, eliciting laughter from all. Douluo laughed uncontrollably. How old are you to be this conceited? Handsome? Ha! Ma Hongjun took pride in his self-assuredness, Sister Yin, you have excellent taste. I believe I will surely become a great handsome man. Doug Yin, thoroughly entertained. Clap the table. Hongjun, you are too much fun. From now on, in Tiando City, I'll look out for you. I'll claim you as my younger brother. Ma Hongjun beamed with joy, replying earnestly, Okay, sister, I mean it. This plan was just beginning, and the goal was already halfway achieved. His social maneuvering was nothing short of exemplary. Yu Qianheng watched from the side, not feeling jealous, but filled with curiosity about his younger brother. Honestly, he pondered whether Ma Hongjun had ulterior motives in getting close to Doug Yin. However, he dismissed the thought, for after all, with such looks and charm, who wouldn't he be enchanted? He regarded Ma Hongjun as his own brother, willing to overlook any reasonable requests he made. I had no idea my tactics would yield such explosive results, though I felt a bit like a sycophant in pursuit of the divine herb. Wooing a stunning beauty was a lucrative endeavor. Subsequently, Flinder, usually frugal, surprisingly treated everyone to a private room, taking Lu Erlong to reminisce. Who knows what they discussed? Regardless, they left the grand hall to us youngsters. I assumed the role of the atmosphere coordinator, swiftly winning over the young masters and ladies of the Tiando royal team, advancing our relationships exponentially. Initially, Doug Yin and Yi Lingling pretended to be demure, claiming they couldn't drink much, yet by the end, they were the only two still standing. Even the two burly brothers guarding the door were down by Doug Yin alone. Seeing this, I realized I needed to be cautious. These sisters had impressive capacities. If I revealed the matter of the divine herb now, it could easily be dismissed as drunken nonsense. Thus, I decided to feign inebriation, dramatically collapsing onto the table, feigning unconsciousness. And guess what? Yi Lingling, the ever-quiet ice beauty, surprisingly took the initiative to help me up, even arranging a room and ensuring I was comfortably settled in bed before she left. Family, who understands this? This operation has left me utterly perplexed. That old fellow, Flandra, has long since vanished with Lu Erlong, abandoning his disciples. The next morning, I awoke on a luxuriously soft Sealy mattress in the hotel, enveloped in a faint lingering fragrance, and felt a surge of joy within me. Could it be that I am destined for a stroke of good fortune? Just as I prepared to settle my bill, pulling out the 5,000 gold soul coins that Sister Anna had given me, the receptionist's words left me in a daze. Sir, a silver-haired young lady has already settled your bill and left you a letter. Upon opening it, I was greeted by elegant handwriting, infused with a delightful scent. The letter contained a few lines. Thank you for your hospitality. You are quite an intriguing little man. If you need anything, you can find Sister Yin Yin at the Tiando Royal Academy. I will often be with her. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Thank you. I stood there grinning foolishly. Could this be love? It seemed to come so swiftly. I felt as though I was about to reach the shore of fortune. However, I quickly regained my composure. I was merely overthinking it. The scene shifts to the Tiando Royal Academy, where Doug Yin and Yi Lingling are engaged in hushed conversation. Doug Yin, ever the gossip, leaned closer to Yi Lingling and whispered, Lingling, what do you think of that Ma Hongjun from yesterday? He is not even 11 and already possesses a soul power of 27. Does that talent qualify him to be a son-in-law of the Yi family? Yi Lingling blushed. While his talent was commendable and he was quite amusing, he was just too young. Doug Yin sighed. I too think he's a bit too young. If only he were a few years older. I later discovered that these two sisters were not simply drinking with me for no reason. It turned out that there was a strict mandate in the Yi family. Within 3 years, a son-in-law of exceptional talent must be found, or Yi Lingling would have to marry someone she utterly despises. They had their eyes on my talent, hoping to keep me as a backup, or perhaps as a future investment. Doug Yin had already done her homework through Yu Qianheng, uncovering every detail about me, even where I hailed from. I was scrutinized as if I were some kind of cyber judge. Thankfully, the secret of my martial soul remained concealed. In the days that followed, I remained at the Lamba Academy with my unambitious master, Flandra. Flandra clung to the guide to pursuing women that I had given him, relentlessly pursuing Lu Erlong with a strategy of non-resistance. If he was hit, he would not retaliate. If he was insulted, he would act as if he had not heard. Surprisingly, this approach yielded some results. As for me, I was not idle either, frequently visiting Tiando City, and my bond with Doug Yin and Yi Lingling grew increasingly strong. Finally, 3 months later, the opportunity arose. Doug Yin mentioned that their battle team would soon embark on a training expedition. I realized I could not wait any longer. I directly confronted Doug Yin and, with utmost seriousness, declared, Sister Yin Yin, Your purple hair and azure eyes are not natural. They're a result of poisoning. Your Bai-Lin-Shi martial soul has a backlash risk, and I have a method to cure it. Initially, she thought I was joking, but my expression was one of Oscar-worthy sincerity. Half convinced, she returned home to consult her grandfather, Douluo. Now, whether she believed me or not, she had to. A couple of days later, Douluo came to find me alone. She said, "I trust you, but I cannot take you directly to meet my grandfather. His temperament is quite peculiar. If you say something he finds displeasing, he could easily dispatch you with a single slap, and I would not be able to stop him. You must demonstrate your ability first, and if it proves effective, I will take you to him, and you can make any request you wish." I realized I had successfully hooked the fish. We both understood each other implicitly. She was aware of my need for her grandfather, and I knew she had approached me initially to find a backup for her friend. We were both cunning foxes, playing the game of intrigue. I immediately adopted a frank demeanor. "Sister Yin Yin, I will be straightforward. I can detoxify you, but I require some rare medicinal herbs." My intention was to seek some precious herbs from the poison Douluo. Look at my earnest gaze. However, in my heart, I was thinking, rare? I meant unparalleled divine treasures. This was not mere honesty. It was strategic candor. Douluo nodded and inquired about the necessary steps. I jokingly replied, "Do not worry. You won't need to undress. Otherwise, Big Brother Tianheng will surely come after me." She haughtily retorted, "He wouldn't dare. I'm not his girlfriend yet, so don't get any wrong ideas. I have no interest in you. You are too young." I was left speechless. I had been insulted yet again. How am I too young? Upon arriving at my dormitory, I wasted no time and began to remove my shirt, revealing my strong, well-defined muscles. Douluo gasped, "What do you think you're doing? Didn't you say I wouldn't need to undress?" Rolling my eyes, I clarified, "I meant you can keep your clothes on. Me being bare will yield better results. Besides, if you wish to see, you might as well look openly rather than sneakily." Her face flushed a deep crimson. I wasn't looking. Despite her words, she hesitantly removed her outer garment, leaving only a white belly wrap. The scene was quite a spectacle, but who are we? For the sake of the divine herbs and my grand ambitions, I had to maintain my composure and not be distracted. As I contemplated how to deal with Tang San, Douluo noticed my distraction and grew agitated. "Hey, were you even listening to what I just said? You must keep today's events confidential. Family, who understands? Women are such mysterious beings. If you gaze at them, they claim you are being lewd. If you divert your eyes, they feel you are not manly enough, damaging their pride." I quickly instructed her to sit cross-legged on the bed, palms facing each other, and solemnly reminded her, "Are you ready? I am about to begin. It will feel slightly warm at first, just endure." Her face turned as red as an apple as she softly replied, "Yes, I'm ready. Come in." Oh, this dialogue felt so off. I immediately activated my breath of flame, sending scorching soul power coursing through our arms into her body. 10 minutes later, she could no longer bear it, gasping, "Ah, it's so hot. Are you finished yet?" I was drenched in sweat as well, almost just a little longer. This is far more exhausting than I anticipated. I had to meticulously control the soul power, devouring the toxins in her meridians while deliberately avoiding certain critical areas. I had to leave some cards up my sleeve, didn't I? Another 10 minutes passed, and I finally concluded. With the toxic soul power retracted into my body, I quickly sat down to cultivate. Douluo had already dashed into the bathroom, and after a weekend of intense effort, I heard a satisfying crack within me. I had broken through. I had become a 28th level soul master. What a delight. This absorption of her toxins, equated to days of cultivation, gained effortlessly. As I reveled in my accomplishment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty with long black hair. Douluo, ecstatic to see her hair had turned black, danced with joy. "Is it beautiful?" "Hee, thank you. My purple hair is gone." I nodded earnestly. "Yes, it looks much better than the purple hair." She was overjoyed, grabbing my hand. "Come on, hurry and put on your clothes. We're going to find my grandfather." We rushed to the Douluo residence. Douluo was incredibly bold, bursting into her grandfather's study without a second thought, while I waited at the door, adhering to proper etiquette. A resigned voice came from within. "Yin Yin, you are in such a hurry again." Douluo began to flaunt her black hair, and the old man, Poison Douluo, was taken aback, rising from his chair. After Douluo introduced me, I respectfully bowed. Douluo's expression shifted from that of a kind grandfather to that of a frosty tyrant, his aura nearly suffocating me. Thankfully, Douluo sweetly interjected, "Grandfather, please don't frighten my brother. He is my benefactor. Only then did Douluo soften slightly and inquire what I wanted, stating that as long as it did not violate principles, he would grant me one request. Taking a deep breath, I went for the jugular. Your Excellency, I did not come here to seek repayment for kindness, but to treat your ailments. The moment those words left my lips, the temperature in the room plummeted to freezing point, as the long, dark green hair of Douluo swayed without a breeze. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and I distinctly sensed a palpable aura of menace. My legs trembled as if they might cramp up at any moment. Who among my family could comprehend this? This was the murderous intent of a tidal Douluo, akin to being enveloped in an air-conditioned room set to 18 degrees below zero, leaving me shivering uncontrollably. Yet could I show fear? Absolutely not. I silently recited the breath of the sun, doubling my physical prowess to endure the pressure. On the surface, I maintained an appearance of being on the verge of crumbling under his oppressive aura, deserving of an Oscar for my performance. Fortunately, the old man was somewhat courteous. Refraining from delivering a fatal blow, he merely sought to intimidate me. Noticing that I had not soiled myself, a hint of admiration flickered in his gaze as he remarked, "Well, young lad, you have some mettle. No wonder you can treat my granddaughter." He then inquired about my conditions, reaffirming that his earlier words held weight. This cunning old fox, Douluo beside me, was on the verge of tears. I surmised that if her grandfather were to strike me dead, she would sever ties with him on the spot. My rebellious spirit flared, and I reiterated, "I have stated that I will treat Sister Yin without compensation. I am here to heal you." This time, Douluo did not become angry. Instead, he chuckled, saying how to treat me. "Little fellow, the poison in me is 100 times more severe than that in my granddaughter. You are being overly optimistic." However, I could sense that he was beginning to have doubts. He had considered silencing me, but having navigated life with a code of righteousness, he could not bring himself to harm me after I had saved his granddaughter. The opportunity arose. I boldly unleashed his old ailments, detailing them all. Do you not experience numbness and itchiness in your ribs on rainy days? Do you not suffer from excruciating pain in your head and feet in the dead of night, rolling on the ground in agony? As my words fell, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know this?" I replied enigmatically, "I possess a modicum of insight." This left him speechless. He promptly sent his granddaughter away, stating he wished to have a serious discussion with me. Before departing, Douluo laid down strict rules with her grandfather, forbidding him from harming a single hair on my body, prompting Douluo to shake his head, likely muttering about how a grown woman could not remain under his roof. Once the door closed, the old man's gaze sharpened instantly as he questioned whether I had known about his granddaughter's affliction all along and had approached her with ulterior motives. Could I admit to that? I deflected, claiming to be merely a passing genius who discerned her condition purely through my abilities, urging him to investigate if he doubted me. I then began to boast, declaring that I was not yet 11 years old, a level 28 soul master, with a top-tier Phoenix martial spirit and innate full soul power. With each declaration, the old poison master's jaw dropped further. By the end, his perception of me shifted from viewing a mere child to recognizing a rare treasure. He even attempted to matchmake, suggesting, "What do you think of my granddaughter Douluo?" To which I thought, not a chance. That would be a clear case of mismatched fates. I promptly rejected the idea, stating I regarded her merely as an elder sister. Seeing his matchmaking efforts thwarted, Douluo sighed and returned to the matter at hand, inquiring about my confidence in curing him. I extended 5 fingers, 50%. However, with the aid of rare herbs, it could soar to 90%. I assure you, those words struck a chord within him. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I cannot promise anything else. But when it comes to herbs, no one on the continent surpasses me. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place." He then grabbed my hand and rushed out, leaving a brief instruction for Douluo, and we soared out of Tiando City. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, we arrived at a location known as the Sunset Forest. The old man boasted of his poison formations, claiming even tidal Douluos would avoid them. Then came the climax. He led me to the edge of a cliff, and without further ado, leaped off. At that moment, I understood the old man was testing me, seeking to observe my folly and gauge my strength. Would I allow him to succeed? Certainly not. With my martial spirit activated, a pair of splendid flaming wings unfurled behind me, and I descended with even more grace than him. Once I landed steadily, Douluo gazed at me in astonishment, muttering that he had forgotten I possessed a flying martial spirit, while internally he likely cursed his own foolishness. Unfazed, He inquired whether I could withstand the harsh environment at the valley's bottom. I nonchalantly replied that I was fine. Yet internally I had already maximized the breath of the sun, or I would have been overwhelmed by the extreme temperatures of that ghastly place. My eyes widened in awe. At the very center of the valley lay a colossal hot spring, half fiery red and half icy blue, resembling a Tai Chi diagram, distinctly divided. Who among my family could comprehend this? The ice and fire yin yang I. The pivotal subplot of Tang San had been preemptively seized by me. My heart raced as if it might leap from my throat. Douluo, noticing my dazed expression, cautioned me against touching the spring water, lest I meet a grim fate. Yet, I was beyond listening. I confidently informed him, I recognize this phenomenon. It is known as the ice and fire yin yang I. With the medicinal properties from this place, I assure you of a complete cure with 100% certainty. Upon hearing this, the old man grew anxious, urging me to act swiftly. Would I allow him to dictate the pace? I turned the tables, questioning his urgency, stating that I needed to examine the herbs first. As we conversed, I casually mentioned the divine relic, causing the old fox's ears to perk up. His gaze filled with suspicion as he asked if I had received the divine inheritance. I thought to myself, let us take a gamble. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. I feigned profundity, regarding him with a solemn expression. What if I have? What if I haven't? Old poison master, do you intend to seize it? He hastily waved his hands, professing that he would not dare, as he depended on me to save both him and his granddaughter. Sensing an opportunity, I initiated my grand deception, claiming to have obtained the fire goddess inheritance, which enabled me to counteract his poison. Would you believe it? He believed me. He truly believed me. His gaze now brimmed with reverence. Seizing the moment, I dangled a tempting bait. Old poison master, do you wish to become a deity? He was immediately stirred, yet quickly regained his composure, asserting that I must have conditions. I laid my cards on the table without reservation. The first condition, I demanded unrestricted access to all the herbs in this medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, Douluo regarded it as a trivial request, readily agreeing and tossing me a jade vial as a pass. The second condition, I grinned, revealing my true intentions. I declared that he must assist me in establishing a force, serving as a guest elder for 5 years. After 5 years, he could choose to stay or leave. But should he wish to remain, once I ascended to divinity, I would ensure he attained a divine rank as well. Astoundingly, the old man, entranced by my grand vision, scolded me as a little fox and surprisingly acquiesced. The third condition, should I be bullied while out in the world, he must protect me without refusal. This effectively bound him to me as a lifelong VIP bodyguard. Each of these 3 conditions was more binding than the last, effectively ensnaring him along with his precious land. However, sensing he had gained an advantage, the old man retrieved a spatial soul tool known as the Rui Baibao bag from his breast pocket, presenting it to me. He explained that it could store living things and preserve herbs. At that moment, I was somewhat taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet being thick-skinned, I accepted it without hesitation, then patted my chest, assuring him that I would treat him today. The next moment, the scene became rather eye-watering. 2 grown men sat opposite each other in the valley, bare-chested. Douluo, as thin as a stick, stubbornly claimed his physique was merely decorative and of no practical use. I had no interest in engaging in idle chatter. I directly channeled my soul power and delved into his body to begin devouring those insidious toxins. I can assure you, that substance was a tremendous nourishment for me. In less than 5 minutes, my soul power was nearly depleted, and I was drenched in sweat. Yet I had absorbed 1/10 of the toxins within him. Once I concluded my efforts, Douluo stood and stretched, feeling invigorated, gazing at me as if I were his reborn progenitor. I found immense pleasure in this endeavor and felt that I was on the cusp of reaching level 29. This was not merely a detoxification. It felt akin to a delightful ascent in a competitive duo. As the evening approached, Douluo, concerned for Douluo, proposed that we conclude for the day and reconvene tomorrow. I agreed, knowing well that this treasure trove would not vanish overnight. However, I was acutely aware that the treasures here were not to be casually harvested. One wrong technique or preservation method could turn a miraculous herb into a toxic bane, a true injustice. I surmised that the old poison master had once squandered these treasures recklessly, resulting in his stagnation at level 91. In the following fortnight, I became the old poison master's dedicated source of energy, visiting the Binghua Liangyi daily to allow him to absorb the toxins within me. The results were remarkable. Within days, I surged to level 29. What a thrill! During this time, his granddaughter, Yin, made an appearance, and I understood then what it meant to encounter a celestial beauty. I assisted her in purging the toxins from her body as well. Yet the most audacious turn of events came when the old master, rather than seeking royal assistance for her soul bone, flashed a mischievous grin and said, "My boy, I entrust Yin to you from now on." I nearly choked on my own surprise. Who could comprehend such a situation? This old man was attempting to tether me to his family by enthusiastically promoting his granddaughter, a true matchmaker at heart. I realized I had to strengthen myself rapidly to reign in this old poison master. Of course, during my time in this treasure site, I did not remain idle. The celestial herbs present at the Binghua Liangyi, I dazzled my senses. The Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and the adjacent Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu were particularly enticing. I immediately recognized that consuming them together could remedy my fiery affliction and perhaps even trigger a second awakening of my martial soul. Apologies, Tang-san, but I must seize this opportunity for myself. And then there was the peculiar flower resembling a chrysanthemum, Qi Rong Tong Tianju, and the legendary Xiang Si Duan Changhong, all of which were top-tier treasures. Alas, they were off-limits for now, and the anticipation was maddening. One day, having finally drained the old poison master of his toxicity, he looked at me with a sense of lingering satisfaction and said, "Little monster, I feel invigorated. Do I need to return tomorrow?" Rising to my feet, I cleared my throat and declared solemnly, "Indeed, the toxins have been alleviated. However, I have a more pressing announcement. From this day forth, my faction, Douluo Di Wang, is officially established." I boasted further, stating my ambition to build a city more formidable than the Martial Soul City. Rather than ridicule me, the old poison master thumped his thigh and exclaimed, "What ambition! I like it. Very well. I shall serve as a guest elder to Douluo Di Wang." I promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, old poison master. When I ascend to divinity, I shall not forget your great kindness today." He quickly helped me up, stroking his now darkened beard, laughing heartily. "In the future, it should be I who pays my respects to you. Though it's just the two of us now, with me, a titled Douluo, in charge, who could resist joining?" I thought to myself, indeed, my sister Anna is a powerful figure from the richest family in Suatawa City. Bringing her on board would secure our initial funding. With such a formidable ally, the Mei family would surely comply without hesitation. However, the old master abruptly shifted the conversation, returning to his prior topic. "Young man, I only oversee matters. Do not expect me to run errands. Unless you and Yin become a couple, in which case, you must call me grandfather." What do you think? I was at my wit's end, nearly in tears. Not a chance. She is 7 years my senior. Besides, she has a boyfriend, the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. "Why are you pursuing me?" The old man, having faced rejection too often, became vexed and exclaimed, "Shallow, I have set my sights on you. It must happen. One day, I shall concoct a potion that binds you two together, and you will be unable to resist." I was taken aback and hastily replied, "Please, spare me. Generally, ordinary women cannot withstand my little fiery nature. You see, you will be pushing your granddaughter into the flames." Throughout our discussions over the past half-month, we had shared everything except this. I even learned about his youthful romances. Our relationship had become as close as if we were wearing the same trousers. He even mysteriously hinted that the old Jack from Shanghun village was no ordinary man. And I realized the depths of intrigue within Douluo Dalu. Upon hearing my troubles, the old poison master waved his hand dismissively, gazing at me with an odd expression. "You are unaware of the fortune you possess. Such talent wasted. Well then, this topic is closed." I quickly redirected the conversation. "All right, enough of that. I need to purchase a house in Tiando City for the headquarters of Douluo Di Wang." Upon hearing this, he waved his hand grandly. "No need to buy. I have a courtyard gifted to me by Prince Shiweshing that has been unoccupied. Consider it yours. It shall serve as your base." My mind raced with the realization. Fortune was finally smiling upon me. I immediately donned a sycophantic smile and exclaimed, "The title Douluo is indeed terrifyingly generous. How magnificent! Henceforth, the Binghua Liangyi, I shall serve as the guardian of our Douluo Di Wang. You have no objections, right, benevolent Senior Dugu?" He appeared quite pleased with this flattery, although he feigned reluctance. Yet before I could bask in my triumph, he circled back. "It's not impossible, but you should consider my granddaughter's stop." I summoned my martial soul and took flight towards Tiando City without a backward glance. "I have no interest. You may pursue whomever you wish. Upon arriving in Tiando City, I was awestruck by the grandeur of the manor. It was astonishingly vast and exuded an ancient Chinese architectural charm, perfectly aligning with my aesthetic sensibilities. I was overwhelmed with gratitude. Old Poison Master, you are truly magnificent. Were it not for Yin Yin having a boyfriend, I would surely offer myself in devotion. He coldly tossed me the keys. Here, the key. It's yours now. I am off to see Yin Yin. With that, he departed. I recognized that he was still sulking over his granddaughter-esque situation. The old man had a touch of pride. After settling into the headquarters, I returned to Lamba Academy. To my surprise, Dean Flandre was engrossed in a game of Go, employing my invention to cultivate his relationship with Aunt Lou Erlong. His strategy was a form of affectionate manipulation, deliberately allowing her to win at pivotal moments to keep her engaged. I watched as Flandre suffered yet another defeat. Aunt Lou Erlong, finally fed up, declared, "You're letting me win again. I'm done playing with you. Hongjun, it's your turn." An opportunity arose. My eyes sparkled. Playing Go alone is rather dull. Why not raise the stakes? Lou Erlong readily agreed. All right, what is the wager? I boldly proposed, if I lose, I shall be at your beck and call. I will follow your every order, even if you instruct me to expel the teacher. Lou Erlong's eyes lit up. Deal? Let us do it. Meanwhile, Flandre was fuming beside us. You little rascal. Have you become arrogant? I disregarded his protests and addressed Aunt Lou Erlong. I'll let you make the first move, but if you lose, you must grant me a condition. Lou Erlong dismissed me with a scoff. You go first. This way. You want to have an excuse to cheat if you lose. An hour later, the game intensified. I employed every tactic from my past life, including formations like the long snake and bagua, effectively cornering Aunt Lou Erlong. As she stared at the board in disbelief, I placed my final stone and smiled slightly. The world is like a game of Go, the wise deliberate thrice. You have lost, Aunt Lou Erlong. She, displaying admirable fortitude, conceded, fine, speak. What do you wish me to do? Taking a deep breath, I reveal my intentions. I have founded a faction with a poison Douluo called Tian Luo Di Wang. I wish to invite you to serve as the chief elder of the Di Wang, and you, dear teacher, shall be the chief elder of the Tian Luo. Both were taken aback by my revelation. Flandre's expression morphed into one of shock. Poison Douluo? He is the faction leader? Lou Erlong appeared concerned, fearing I might be deceived by the old fox. I roll my eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? I am the leader. I am the one who invited him to join. At this moment, both of them were utterly astonished. Lou Erlong gazed at me as if I were a creature from another world. You, an 11-year-old child, have established a faction and even recruited a titled Douluo? I nodded calmly. Indeed, this is a favor he owes me. Unfortunately, he only oversees matters and does not heed my commands. Flandre and Lou Erlong exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a strong desire to reprimand me for my audacity. Suddenly, Flandre slammed the table, his face brimming with pride as he exclaimed to Lou Erlong, Erlong, do you see this? This is my disciple. I promised. Hongjun, I am in. What about you, Erlong? Lou Erlong pondered for a moment before asking me, what direction do you plan to take with this faction? A smile graced my lips as I unveiled my grand vision. We shall not follow the path of sex, nor shall we adopt the ways of the Wuhuan Hall. Our course is to navigate the realms of commerce and intelligence. My ambition is to establish a commercial empire and an intelligence network that spans the entire continent. Upon hearing this, although Lou Erlong still perceived me as too young, she was nonetheless moved by my confidence and ambition. With a sigh, she conceded, since you are so confident, I shall trust you for once. I agree to become your elder of the Diwan. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement and quickly clarified, Aunt Erlong, do not misunderstand. I am referring to the position of Chief Elder of the Diwan, not as your secret agent. This enterprise is divided into two parts. The Tian Luo will focus on external revenue, while the Diwan will handle internal intelligence, with you as the head of the Diwan. Lou Erlong furrowed her brows at this, saying, good heavens, that sounds even more exhausting than at Lamba Academy. I'm accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. I cannot take on such a demanding position. Just give me a regular one. I became anxious and hastily painted a rosy picture. Oh, dear aunt, I would never want to overburden you. You will merely hold a nominal title and help me maintain authority. Once our company grows strong, I will surely hire professional managers to oversee operations. By then, you and Teacher Flandre can enjoy the fruits of your labor in a leisurely manner, sipping tea while reviewing reports. How delightful! Flandre, who had been listening nearby, regarded me with skepticism You, my boy, are not planning to be a hands-off manager, are you? Let me tell you, the ways of Shrek will not work here. I feigned indignation. Teacher, on my honor, I am responsible for strategizing. All commercial matters rest solely on my shoulders. Moreover, the esteemed Poison Douluo has already agreed to be our chief guest elder. If I were to let him down, would not the old poisoner strip me of my skin? Lu Erlong, being soft-hearted, immediately relented upon seeing my distressed expression. All right, I see your pitiful state. I will help you manage things while we are few in number, but when the enterprise expands, I will hand it all over to Flinder. Seizing the opportunity, I eagerly replied, that sounds splendid. Aunt Erlong, why not merge your Lambda Academy with Teacher Shrek? Our Shrek is filled with talents like myself. Let Teacher take the reins and realize his dream of elevating Shrek. At this moment, Flinder, sensing an opportunity, jokingly remarked, ahem, well, we can discuss this when Erlong becomes your masteress wife, right? Oh no, Erlong, I misspoke. Just a jest, do not strike me. The child is watching. I must say, Lu Erlong's expression darkened at that moment, yet she surprisingly refrained from retaliating, instead letting out a cold snort. Even if I forget about Xiao Gang. It is not your place to speak. Flinder continued to flatter her, claiming her anger was adorable. In the next instant, Lu Erlong transformed into her martial spirit form, a massive fire dragon enveloping Flinder in an embrace. The ensuing chaos was akin to a playful tussle, and I quickly distanced myself, fearing collateral damage. My thoughts wandered, alas. Teacher, you have ultimately become my electronic pet. However, it was evident that Lu Erlong was merely teasing him, as she did not employ excessive force. What a curious sight. And thus, the matter was settled. However, who truly understood the challenges of recruiting in Tiendo City? After a week, I managed to enlist only a few soul respecteds, all of whom were mere wandering souls. I contemplated that this would not suffice. A change of venue was imperative. The depths of Tiendo City were too intricate, filled with nobles who looked down upon our humble assembly. Without hesitation, I decided to relocate onward to Suatuwa City. We would establish our headquarters there, leaving Lu Erlong to oversee our modest gathering of 10 or so individuals in Tiendo City. Thus, I, Flinder, and the Poison Douluo, whom I had persuaded to accompany us, set off in a horse-drawn carriage towards Suatuwa City. Along the way, the old poisoner began to stir up trouble, questioning me with a scowl, little monster. Why must we go to Suatuwa City? There are far better cities than that wretched place. Flinder quickly interjected, Elder Dugong, you do not comprehend. Suatuwa City is home to the Mei family, a renowned commercial family on the continent, though they have seen better days. They have a single daughter, who is recognized as Hongjuan's sister. This lad is pursuing her. I was taken aback by Flinder's loyalty. As expected, upon hearing this, Dugong's expression darkened further, and he looked at me with a sarcastic tone. Oh, so, you disdain my family Yen Yen, yet now you are courting a wealthy heiress? Little monster, explain yourself. I was infuriated. Explain what? Must I seek your approval for my friendships? Do not forget our agreement. I am the sect leader. Should you continue to treat me with such disrespect, once I ascend to divinity, I will not include you in my affairs. The old poisoner, confronted by my retort, suddenly appeared deflated, shifting to a petulant demeanor. I do not care. I have already forbidden Yin Yan from associating with that blue lightning tyrant dragon brat. If my granddaughter cannot marry, you must take responsibility. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. To my surprise, Flinder, the mediator, swiftly pacified the old poisoner with a few choice words, and the two of them began to bond, proclaiming that in the future, any soul rings for Shrek's teachers would be taken care of by the old poisoner. This turn of events left me dumbfounded, prompting me to close my eyes and focus on my cultivation. With a rush, we finally arrived at Suatuwa City. However, upon entering, I sensed something was amiss and headed straight for the Mei family estate. To my astonishment, the residence was besieged. A throng of soul masters surrounded it, and among them were even members of the Wuhuan Hall. At the entrance stood a burly middle-aged man, bellowing, Mei Jin, today, either you marry your daughter to my son Fei Dong, or I will raise your Mei family to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the pale-faced handsome man beside him, Fei Dong, the very one I had once frightened. His father, Fei Long, had now become a soul sage. It became clear that in the previous month, the Fei family had been emboldened by their alliance with the Wuhuan Hall, mercilessly targeting the Mei family. Today, they had come to force a marriage. The Mei family stood firm, with their patriarch, Mei Jin, shouting back, never. The Mei family would rather shatter than yield. I noticed Sister Anna standing beside her father, quietly informing him that she had already notified teacher Zhao Wujing to stall for time. Yet, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse, as two elders from the Mei family betrayed them, kneeling before Fei Long elated. Fei Long issued a command. Anyone above the soul sect level, scale the walls and kill without mercy. In an instant, chaos erupted in the courtyard, screams echoing throughout. The Mei family was overwhelmed, retreating in disarray. I witnessed Sister Anna cornered by Fei Dong, her spirit power depleted and her face filled with resolve. I realized she was prepared to self-destruct her martial spirit in a desperate bid to take him down with her. At that critical juncture, I descended from the heavens. A burst of phoenix flame pierced through Fei Dong's heart, and I swiftly caught the nearly uncontrollable Sister Anna, whisking her away to safety. I patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Sister Anna, it is all right now. I am here." Tears streamed down Anna's face as she gazed at me with an expression of profound gratitude. The entire scene fell into a hushed silence. The patriarch of the Mei family, upon seeing Flinder and Dugong behind me, found renewed hope and hurriedly approached for assistance. Without hesitation, Dugong sprang into action, stabilizing the surging energy within Sister Anna. Upon noticing Zhao Waoqi, Fei Long's face turned a ghastly shade of green, yet he appeared to have an ulterior motive. He pulled out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. With a fierce glare directed at us, he proclaimed, "Zhao Waoqi, do not get too complacent. Even if a tidal Douluo were to arrive today, the Mei family would be beyond salvation." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of red light appeared, and a beak-nosed cardinal in crimson descended before Fei Long, his 8 soul rings glowing ominously. He was a soul Douluo. The aura he exuded was nothing short of formidable. The cardinal, brimming with arrogance, pointed at us and declared, "Should you dare oppose the Spirit Hall, prepare for self-inflicted demise, as I have no desire to spill unnecessary blood." At that moment, Zhao Laoshi could hardly be bothered with him. He merely turned respectfully towards the venerable Dugu, who was tending to Sister Anna, and said, "Senior Dugu, how should we deal with these individuals? Shall we eradicate them entirely?" Upon hearing the name Dugu, the cardinal's countenance shifted from crimson to a ghastly pallor. With a soft thud, he knelt down, clutching at Dugubo's leg and wailing, "Your Excellency, please spare me. I was unaware this was your territory. For the sake of Elder Ju, I beseech you to grant me mercy." Dugubo did not even raise his eyelids, simply stating, "Begone. Inform that flower that I await him in 1 year's time." The cardinal, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away with remarkable speed, outpacing even the most agile of rabbits, abandoning the bewildered Fei family in his haste. The elder of the Fei family was left utterly flabbergasted, his expression akin to that of a player in a game whose teammates have all fled, leaving him as the sole ADC lost in the bushes. Yet his survival instinct kicked in. With a quick flick of his eyes, he adopted a sycophantic demeanor and began to butter up Dugubo, exclaiming, "Senior, if you would only show mercy today, I am willing to offer you half of the Mei family's assets." I stood nearby, almost bursting into laughter. Who could comprehend that this man was attempting to negotiate with a tidal Douluo over money? It was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong or boasting wealth before the god of wealth. Utterly nonsensical. And what do you think happened next? Dugubo, uninterested in further banter, glanced at Ma Hongjun. Their silent exchange indicated, "How shall we deal with this fool?" Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, signaling his readiness. What spectacle was about to unfold? Dugubo advanced deliberately towards Fei Long, his soul rings erupting forth. 1 circle, 2 circles of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 resplendent soul rings. The look on Fei Long's face was akin to one who had encountered a specter, his voice cracking as he screamed, "A tidal Douluo!" He finally comprehended why the members of the Spirit Hall had fled with the speed of hares. They had encountered a true deity. Dugubo, a man of few words, coldly stated, "The little monsters wish for your existence to cease. Thus, you shall vanish." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6th soul skill by Lin Xingguang struck Fei Long's face. Just as he unleashed his martial spirit, 2 beams of green light sent him crashing back to his original form, spewing a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. This old fellow, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to flee, abandoning even his half-dead son, a true testament to paternal love collapsing like a landslide. Dugubo, however, toyed with him, crossing his arms and saying, "I shall allow him 3 seconds to escape, lest others accuse me, a tidal Douluo, of bullying the weak." At that moment, I thought to myself, brother, you are truly remarkable. I give you full marks for this act. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Douluo softly uttered, 8th soul skill, time freeze. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. It was as if the entire space had been paused, with everyone frozen in place, including Fei Long, whose escape posture resembled an avant-garde art installation suspended midair. In the next instant, Douluo appeared before him, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying soul power directly to his forehead. The sound of impact resonated with a dull thud, and Fei Long's head, oh my goodness, became a canvas for a riot of colors, as if a grand celebration had erupted within. I stood over 40 meters away and could see it all clearly, my lips twitching in disbelief. How shameless this old man was. Did he not promise not to bully the weak? Fei Long's brother, Fei Hu, was equally dramatic. Upon witnessing his brother's demise, he bellowed, I shall fight you all, and turned to attack Ma Hongjun and Anna. This young man fancied himself clever, hoping to create chaos and escape amidst the turmoil. Just as Zhao Waoqi was about to act, Ma Hongjun was quicker, grabbing the girl and using a teleportation move to evade. Seeing he had missed his target, Fei Hu leapt onto the wall, intending to flee. However, Ma Hongjun would not allow his escape, swiftly retaliating with his second soul skill, Liang Tusi, the fiery spear. Equipped with a tracking function, pursued Fei Hu relentlessly. With a swift thrust, it pierced through him. A soul emperor was thus dispatched by a great soul master. My friends, this is the proper way to achieve a level-up kill. Of course, this was Ma Hongjun's first experience with taking a life. His face turned pale, but he managed to maintain his composure, refraining from immediate vomiting. Thus, the Fei family was utterly annihilated. In gratitude for their salvation, the Mei family transferred the Fei family's territory, industries, and wealth entirely to the organization newly established by Ma Hongjun, known as Douluo Diwan. In a single night, Ma Hongjun transformed from a destitute student into a tyrannical CEO. Dean Flender, along with all the teachers of Shrek, joined in, and this power surged as if propelled by a rocket. Days later, Oscar could no longer contain himself. After training, he secretly approached Ma Hongjun, saying, Brother, does your Douluo Diwan still accept recruits? Do you think I am suitable? Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat elevated in status, cleared his throat and adopted a tone befitting a leader, stating, Absolutely. Whenever you break through to level 30 and become a soul master, the doors of Douluo Diwan will always be open to you. Later, Ma Hongjun sought out Douluo. Upon entering the dean's office, he found Douluo lounging comfortably in Flender's chair, his legs crossed. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, he grinned. You come to right time. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news is that the entire Mei family has pledged their allegiance, officially merging with Douluo Diwan. The bad news is that Judo Luo from the Spirit Hall has issued a challenge to Douluo, proposing a duel in the Imperial City 1 year hence to settle old scores. As the conversation progressed, Douluo mentioned an old friend of his, named Old Jack. I must inform you, this is no ordinary elder. He is also a titled Douluo of level 91, currently living in seclusion as the village chief of a place called Shenghun Village. Douluo remarked that in his youth, this old fellow was invincible in one-on-one battles against opponents of the same rank, even managing to outmatch the Haoyan Douluo. Had it not been for an injury to his martial spirit, his strength would certainly rival that of the sword Douluo. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately began to contemplate how to entice this formidable figure into his organization. After delegating the organization to his teachers, Ma Hongjun did not remain idle. He pursued educational reform. Together with Zhao Waoqi, they spent the night in the blacksmith's workshop crafting an array of fitness equipment, including strength bars and the like. The following morning, they canceled the running training and instructed Dai Mubai and the others to utilize this new equipment. Dai Mubai's weight was 240 kilograms, while Oscar's was 130 kilograms. Upon hearing these figures, Oscar was so startled that he fell to the ground, clinging to Zhao Waoqi's leg, exclaiming, Teacher, I was wrong. Perhaps I should return to running. The scene was utterly hilarious. Thus, the devilish training continued day after day, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed, transforming each individual remarkably. Furthermore, Ma Hongjun finally succeeded in breaking through the level 30 barrier, now only requiring to obtain a soul ring to officially become a soul master. And just as he achieved this milestone, I must tell you, old Douluo was quite generous. personally leading the way as he took me on a VIP tour of the Stardew Forest. The core objective was singular: to secure a formidable third soul ring. However, dear friends, it seems my luck had been prematurely exhausted this time. Being a dual martial spirit, I needed to obtain 2 soul rings. Yet, what transpired? Throughout my encounters, I have come across numerous beings that are over 9,000 years old, yet I have not dared to approach a single one that is 10,000 years old. The primary reason being, the mental assault from a 10,000-year-old soul beast are akin to a high-speed 5G connection, penetrating directly into one's very core. My fragile physique lacks the fortitude to withstand such an onslaught. Eventually, at the San Yi Chao martial spirit, I managed to procure a 9,000-year-old humanoid magic spider. But to my dismay, the coveted Ba Zhu Miao did not materialize. This left me utterly infuriated. As for the Xiehua Feng Huang, I sought a 9,000-year-old flying soul beast known as the Lian Wei Niao. The effort required to absorb it was immense, nearly overwhelming me. In truth, I was rather anxious to gain an advantage over Tang San. Otherwise, I would remain perpetually unsettled in this foreign realm. Upon dragging my weary body back to Shrek, my soul power had indeed surged to the peak of level 32, and I felt a significant sense of relief. Coincidentally, the academy was on break, prompting me to think it was time to indulge myself a little. Engaging in nothing but training and scheming had nearly driven me to madness. Thus, with a decisive clap of my thigh, I resolved to venture to Awe City and commission a grand kite for myself. Armed with my own design, I strode confidently into the city. Remarkably, just a few steps past the city gates, I heard a commotion nearby. Upon investigation, I found a stunning beauty in purple attire being forcibly pulled by an overly made-up matron. The matron exclaimed with fervor, "Oh dear girl, stop pretending with your figure. You claim to be 12? Come to our Yihong Yuan, and I guarantee you will be the star attraction." I couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that this was a blatant case of cyber judgment. It was evident the lady was a fellow practitioner. The beauty's face turned pale with rage, exuding an icy demeanor, and it seemed she was on the verge of retaliation. Sensing the urgency, I thought, as a future classmate, I must uphold my duty to rescue the damsel today. I cleared my throat and approached, saying, "Ahem, excuse me, madam. The young lady has stated she is in the wrong place. This is quite the forced transaction. Beware. She is a soul master and could very well bring your establishment to ruin." Upon hearing the words soul master, the matron's face drained of color, and she hastily apologized before fleeing with remarkable speed. The beauty merely cast a cold glance in my direction, uttering a simple thank you before departing. I found this encounter amusing. This icy beauty, with her stunning figure and formidable soul power, could undoubtedly be none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Having just emerged from a tailor's shop, I had spent 5 silver soul coins, feeling a pang of regret as I held my oversized kite. Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted. "Excuse me, is that you?" Turning around, I was astonished to find her again, amused about how small Awe City truly was. She mentioned she couldn't find a hotel as they were all fully booked. I thought this was quite serendipitous and kindly suggested, "Hi, I am Ma Hongjun. The Shrek Academy is currently recruiting, which has caused all the hotels to be full. If you don't mind, you could stay at the Rose Hotel. Just mention my name, and you can occupy my suite that I keep reserved year-round." I simply wished to assist a future comrade, though her beauty was certainly a significant factor. She responded with unexpected warmth, introducing herself as Zhu Zhuqing, also here to take the Shrek exam. I pointed her in the right direction and, with my kite in tow, slipped away. At that moment, I felt as though my casual gesture might lead to something monumental. Indeed, 2 days later, the Shrek recruitment officially commenced. Eager to observe Tang San and Xiao Wu, I promptly volunteered to take Dai Mubai's place at the entrance to welcome new arrivals. Midway, I encountered him looking utterly disgruntled, his face resembling a pig's liver, exuding frustration. Upon seeing me, he began to unload his grievances as if I were a trash can. "Brother, you have no idea. Yesterday, I went to Awe City to have some fun with my twin sisters, and guess who I ran into? My fiancée, the one I was betrothed to since childhood. I swear, I must have stepped out without checking the calendar. My heart sank. I realized I had inadvertently dug my own grave. Trying to maintain composure, I nervously asked, well, why not come up with an excuse to brush it off?" Dai Mubai looked as if he might weep. Brush it off? If it were anywhere else, fine. But I met her at the Rose Hotel. I couldn't wash my hands clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. I was stunned. My good intentions had backfired. All I could do was pat his shoulder, suppressing laughter, and console him. Die loud, take it easy. Out with the old, in with the new. Rest assured, I stand by your side. Yet, in my heart, I pondered how to assist him in claiming the throne of the Luo Empire as a form of compensation. Dai Mubai remained perplexed. It's strange. Why would she go to such a place? I felt a bead of sweat trickle down and hastily changed the subject. Well, perhaps all the hotels were booked. Enough about that. I must go greet the newcomers. Don't forget to air out my bedding when you return to the dorm. With that, I bolted without looking back, fearful that he might pry further. Arriving at the academy entrance, I was met with a throng of people. Hundreds were lined up, pointing and murmuring about our dilapidated village. I perched myself on a tree, observing as two children squeezed through the crowd. One was an ordinary-looking boy with an amiable demeanor, while the other, a petite girl with scorpion braids, was adorably delicate with remarkably long legs. The girl complained, "Sangu, this place is utterly shabby. Is master being deceived?" Upon hearing that, my DNA reacted. Goodness, Tang San and Xiao Wu had finally arrived, my precious source of resources. When the teacher in charge of recruitment, Li Yusong, leisurely announced the rules, those over 13 years of age with soul power below level 21 should leave immediately to avoid wasting their registration fees. Many promptly exited. The family at the front, undeterred, paid the fees only to discover their son was 13 years and 2 days old, leading to an immediate disqualification. The mother protested loudly, but Li Yusong paid them no mind. I jumped down from the tree and approached the registration desk, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," Shrek translates to monster. "Our academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary individuals." As I exchanged glances with Teacher Li, we understood each other perfectly. Cue the dramatic music. Soul rings activate. With Li Yusong's 6 soul rings emerging, the aura of a soul emperor swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, my 3 purple soul rings from the Xie, Huafeng, Huang also made their dazzling entrance. I can assure you, the arena fell silent. Those who had been chattering moments ago turned pale, not daring to take a breath. The family that had protested scrambled away, not even daring to mention the 10 gold soul coin registration fee. Once the crowd was cleared, the assessment officially commenced. One by one, candidates approached until a girl clad in a white dress, resembling a little fairy, stepped forward. Li Yusong glanced at her information, suddenly adopting a stern expression. Ning Rongrong. Level 26, Auxiliary System Weapon Soul Master. "Young lady, do your family members know you are here?" To my astonishment, the little fairy, rather than being intimidated, boldly retorted, "What? Does your monster academy fear that students' families will come looking for them?" Her voice was sweet enough to draw water, yet her words were laced with thorns. What happened next? The previously silent Ma Hongjun suddenly laughed. When he spoke, I was dumbfounded. "Ah, isn't this the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? No need for you to take the test. Go directly to the 4th round." With a wave of his hand, he declared, "All those with soul power over 25, proceed to the 4th round without wasting time here." The entire assembly was left bewildered, turning to look at Teacher Li. He too was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. He has the final say. He is a direct disciple of the Academy's headmaster. Now, those meeting the 25 level requirement, step up for assessment. Those who pass will advance directly. At this point, the little princess, Ning Rongrong, grew curious and inquired of Ma Hongjun, "Do you know me?" Without lifting his eyelids, Ma Hongjun replied, "No, just step aside. Don't block the people behind you." Ah, family, who understands? This fellow operated with an ironclad demeanor, indifferent to whether one was a princess or not. Ning Rongrong's expression stiffened, yet she obediently moved to the side. At that moment, a super cute girl with bunny ears sprang out from the crowd, pulling along a seemingly ordinary boy as she rushed forward, exclaiming, Me. We both exceed level 25. Upon seeing this, Teacher Li finally perked up. Name, soul power, martial spirit, age. The bunny-eared girl was particularly lively. "I'm called Xiao Wu. Level 29 assault system. My martial spirit is the Jade Rabbit, and I'll be 12 in 2 months." I was so astonished that my jaw nearly dropped. A level 29 at under 12 years old? What a remarkable configuration. Teacher Li was equally taken aback and hurriedly checked her bone age with his skilled hands. To my surprise, he accurately discerned that Xiao Wu was not lying. The crystal ball measuring soul power glowed almost to the point of bursting. And Teacher Li beamed with delight. Not bad. A genius. You and that little girl from earlier will head to the 4th round together." Xiao Wu quickly tugged at the boy beside her. "Teacher, wait. We are a team. The boy stepped forward with a helpless expression, introducing himself. Tang San. Level 29 control system, martial spirit, blue silvergrass. This left Teacher Li even more astonished. Blue silvergrass? It can reach level 29. He began to check Tang San's bone age, but became puzzled after a while. Have you practiced some hand techniques? Your bones are quite unusual. Gulme, let me see your legs. Tang San could only comply, placing his lower leg on the table. Teacher Li squeezed it and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your leg muscles are well developed. You are the second person I have seen with such muscular legs. Tang San inquired out of curiosity. Who asked the first? Teacher Li gestured towards Ma Hongjun, far away in the sky, close at hand. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately greeted Ma Hongjun politely. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, urging them to unleash their martial spirits to save time for those waiting behind. As soon as he finished speaking, soul rings erupted around Tang San and Xiao Wu, both adorned with two bright yellow 100-year soul rings. The spectacle stunned everyone in the queue. Just when I thought this was the climax, a cold voice suddenly called from the back of the line. Wait, I exceed level 25 as well. Turning around, we saw a stunningly beautiful, icy queen striding toward us. She approached and, without a glance at anyone else, fixed her gaze on Ma Hongjun, hissing through clenched teeth. Rogue. I was dumbfounded. What was happening? Ma Hongjun looked equally bewildered, scratching his nose in a mix of confusion and amusement. Xiao Wu became animated, leaning in to gossip. Hey, what'd you do to her? Why is she calling you a rogue? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. How should I know? A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. The icy beauty ignored them entirely and proceeded to announce her name, measure her soul power, and bone age with remarkable efficiency. Level 27 agility system, Zhu Zhuqing. All right, now we had assembled 4 extraordinary individuals. Ma Hongjun led the 4 of them toward the academy, preparing for the 4th round. Along the way, Tang San and his companions gazed at the signs at the academy entrance, which declared that only monsters were accepted, and that soul masters who did not provoke trouble were not true soul masters. Their spirits soared with enthusiasm. As they walked, a vendor's voice suddenly rang out from a nearby alley. Sausages for sale. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and tasty, 5 copper soul coins each. A scruffy-looking man was pushing a cart, calling out. Xiao Wu's stomach growled audibly, and she eagerly pulled Tang San to buy some. Ma Hongjun blocked her with a generous gesture, tossing a gold soul coin. Oscar, 10 sausages, my treat. The vendor's eyes lit up as he swiftly grilled 10 sausages and handed them over. Ma Hongjun distributed them among the 4, giving Zhu Zhuqing an extra one. He looked at everyone with a knowing smile. Go ahead, dig in. Don't hold back. You'll all have to eat this eventually, so try the flavor. Xiao Wu curiously asked, does that uncle often sell at the academy? Ma Hongjun nearly burst out laughing. Uncle? You mean Oscar? He is only 14 and also a student at our academy, just looked a bit older than his age. Ning Rongrong nearly choked on her sausage. 14. What about you? Ma Hongjun puffed out his chest. Me? I still have half a month to go before I turn 12. Now, it was Xiao Wu's turn to protest, insisting on comparing their ages. After a quick calculation, Ma Hongjun was found to be less than a month older. Xiao Wu stamped her foot in frustration, lamenting how close she was to being the oldest. Ma Hongjun teased her. Call me big brother, and I'll look after you. Xiao Wu retorted defiantly. No way. My little Sangu is older than you. He will protect me. Ma Hongjun replied with a knowing tone. All right, just don't come crying to me for help later. We all thought he was joking, but only Zhu Zhuqing quietly savored her sausage, saying nothing. Later, I learned that she called Ma Hongjun a rogue because he had previously helped her find accommodation, only to book her a room in a couple's hotel, leading her to inadvertently catch her scumbag fiancé, Dai Mubai, in the act with someone else, thus revealing his true nature. As we approached our destination, Ma Hongjun halted, his expression turning serious. The 4th round is a practical assessment. Your opponent will be teacher Zhao Wujia, a level 76 soul sage with a martial spirit of the great strength diamond bear. You 4 must endure for the duration of a stick of incense under his hand. Ning Rongrong immediately shrieked. What? The immovable king Zhao Wujia, the one who famously fought his way out against 16 bishops from the spirit hall. Ma Hongjun nodded. Yes, that is him. Teacher Zhao has formidable defense and attack power, but his speed is his weakness. We need to coordinate well. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and shouted towards a burly middle-aged man who was dozing in the center of the clearing. Teacher Zhao, I've brought students for the assessment. The robust man opened his eyes. It was Zhao Wujia. He glanced at Tang San and the others, smiling. Not bad for this year. All right, you all understand the rules. You must work together to withstand a stick of incense under my hand. With that, he lit a stick of incense and inserted it into the ground. Just as he was about to sit down, Ma Hongjun, feeling an itch to join in, stepped forward. Teacher Zhao, I have high hopes for them. How about I join in and practice with you? Zhao Wujia shot him a glance and chuckled. Oh, you rascal. Itching for a fight, are you? Fine. You five can team up. What a lively scene this turned out to be. Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly thanked Ma Hongjun. He waved his hand, urging them to quickly introduce their abilities and prepare for the battle. Tang San was the first. Tang San, level 29 control system, martial spirit blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu followed suit. I'm Xiao Wu, level 29 assault system, martial spirit jade rabbit. Ning Rongrong sweetly chimed in. I'm Ning Rongrong, level 26 support system, martial spirit 7 treasure glazed tile. I look forward to your guidance. Finally, it was the icy beauty's turn, succinctly stating, Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 agility system, martial spirit ghostly cat, adept at speed. My martial spirit is a powerful beast martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, known for its explosive power but lacking in endurance. I will coordinate with Xiao Wu to launch an assault, while Zhu Qing will provide support from the sidelines with her speed. Tang San, although your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, I believe that having cultivated to your current level, you must possess unique abilities. You should be capable of restricting Teacher Zhao while protecting your teammates. Ma Hongjun refrained from revealing his level, primarily to avoid discouraging these future companions. Although he held some resentment towards Tang San and even harbored thoughts of teaching him a lesson, he recognized that Tang San had not wronged him and was quite polite, leaving him with no reason to reprimand him. He would simply wait for another opportunity to challenge Tang San in the future, silently hoping that Tang San would not fall into his hands too soon. Regarding why Ma Hongjun chose to assist several individuals in their assessments, there are several profound implications. Firstly, it serves to establish his authority among the 4 new students, as their innate talents undeniably rank among the pinnacle of the continent, which will undoubtedly benefit him in the future. He is also aware that, regardless of his assistance, they would successfully pass the evaluations, so why not extend a favor? Secondly, Ma Hongjun aspires to unify the Shrek Academy students, fostering harmonious relationships among them, for Shrek is his home. As for the third reason, he is somewhat eager to test his capabilities and ascertain whether he can inflict harm upon the Soul Sage, Zhao Wuji. Of course, these are not the true reasons. There are other, less shareable motivations. Do not inquire further. Simply put, he is exceedingly kind-hearted and enjoys helping others. Me? Why haven't you assigned me a task? My Chi Bao Liu Li Tom martial soul possesses formidable supportive abilities, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident as she sought to assert her presence. You? Naturally. You are here to assist me and Tong San. Do I need to elaborate? Ma Hongjun replied, glancing at the young lady from the Chi Bao Liu Li sect as though she were simple-minded. As for Tong San, given his role as a control type, his standing speaks for itself. A control-type soul master is the soul of a team, and, as the primary attacker, I am undoubtedly the core of the core. I estimate that you can assist only 3 individuals at most. Suffice it to say, just support the 2 of us. Fine, Ning Rongrong conceded, feeling somewhat disappointed, but managing to repress her true nature, which was quite a feat for someone of her temperament. The reason for her restraint lies in the inexplicable air of mystery Ma Hongjun has exuded since his arrival. Although his words may irk her, he has consistently lent them aid, prompting the others to nod in agreement with his arrangements. Please apply your support to me. I wish to evaluate the effects. There is no need to elaborate on your martial soul's capabilities. I am aware that it is the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent. I seek to discern the actual enhancement it provides to my physique, Ma Hongjun stated, activating the properties of his Riji Hushi and turning towards Ning Rongrong. He wished to determine whether her enhancement was applied to his inherent physical qualities or to the doubled attributes of his physique. Upon receiving Ma Hongjun's commendation, Ning Rongrong disregarded its implications and cheerfully applied the power amplification of her second soul skill. However, it became apparent that Ma Hongjun had overestimated. The increase in strength he experienced was evidently less than 30%. After making a rough estimate, he concluded that the enhancement was approximately 15%, indicating that the properties of Riji Hushi could not be considered part of his inherent physicality. While applying soul rings can amplify physical strength, preventing deficiencies in corporeal fortitude. It does not equate to genuine strength, leading to a sense of discomfort in its usage. This is precisely why Ma Hongjuan refrains from employing the properties of Riji Hushi under normal circumstances. How does it feel? Is your strength enhanced by about 30%? My martial soul is impartial. The current amplification effect should indeed be around 30% and should last for a considerable duration, Ning Rongrong inquired, looking at Ma Hongjuan with a hint of confusion yet confidence. Indeed, there are no issues. Time is running short. Do you have any additional tactics to discuss? Ma Hongjuan replied nonchalantly. He refrained from revealing the truth to Ning Rongrong, with no intention of disheartening her. He recognized the formidable capabilities of the Qi Bao Liu Li Tom martial soul, which not only enhances one attribute for every 10 levels, but also increases previously enhanced attributes by 10%. The Qi Bao Liu Li Soul Master is undoubtedly the best companion for all Battle Soul Masters. Otherwise, Ma Hongjuan would not have allowed her to enter Shrek Academy, despite being aware of her temperamental nature. None whatsoever. Brother Ma, your tactics are impeccable. There are no issues. You have deduced our respective martial soul abilities based on our souls alone. It is truly impressive, something I myself cannot achieve. Your understanding of martial souls must be profound, Tong San remarked earnestly, gazing at Ma Hongjuan with conviction. I have conducted some research. It is nothing remarkable. Teacher Zhao is arriving. Rong, please restore your soul power quickly, Ma Hongjuan urged as he noticed Zhao Wuji suddenly open his eyes from the chair. How are you, my little rabbits? Has the time come? If you have finalized your plans, it has been a while since I stretched my limbs. Come forth for a thorough loosening, Zhao Wuji said with a menacing grin as he stood up, cracking his knuckles and neck. Coincidentally, the incense had burned down completely in the time it took. Chapter 73. Confrontation with Zhao Wuji 3. Why does teacher Zhao always refer to us as little rabbits rather than little bears? Zhao grumbled to Tong San in a low voice. Cough, perhaps rabbits are cuter? Tong San replied, his earlier seriousness breaking into a sheepish smile at Xiao Wu's words. Teacher Zhao, we have come to an agreement. However, I must remind you that you cannot use your 7th soul skill. Otherwise, we would certainly stand no chance against you. Ma Hongjuan said with a slight smile. Rest assured, even my 6th soul skill will remain untouched. As long as you can endure for a duration of incense, you will be admitted to Shrek Academy. As for you, Ma Hongjuan, should they fail the assessment, you'll have to run 20 laps around Suotuo City with a burden within a day, Zhao Wuji declared confidently. Very well, Ma Hongjuan replied nonchalantly. My good brother, I sincerely apologize for putting you in this position. Rest assured, we will endure for a duration of incense, Tong San said, patting Ma Hongjuan on the shoulder apologetically. Not at all, Teacher Zhao. We may commence now, Ma Hongjuan replied, unperturbed by the familiarity in Tong San's words. Though internally he felt some conflict regarding how to best challenge Tong San, Zhao Wuji conjured another stick of incense, and before he could light it again, Ning Rongrong had already begun to unleash her martial soul. Qi Bao Liu Li, the first grant speed, the second grant strength. Ning Rongrong spun in place. The Qi Bao Liu Li Ta radiating resplendent hues of 7 colors. The Qi Bao Liu Li Ta is a magnificent tower over a foot in height, shimmering with brilliant light and exuding an aura of nobility. Paired with the ethereal presence of Ning Rongrong, she appeared as if a celestial fairy had descended. Goodness! A soul master from the Qi Bao Liu Li family. Old Fu will surely be overjoyed, Zhao Wuji remarked, somewhat astonished. He lit the incense and firmly placed it on the nearby table. As Ning Rongrong's soul skill took effect, Ma Hongjuan felt a notable increase in both strength and speed, approximately an enhancement of 15%. In contrast, Tong San experienced a more pronounced increase, with both strength and speed augmented by at least 30%. Before Ma Hongjuan could further assess the changes within his body, Zhao Wuji crouched slightly, thrusting his fists toward the ground with great force, attempting to disrupt the support of the Qi Bao Liu Li Soul Master with an area attack. It will not be so simple. Under the influence of double physical attributes and the assistance of Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjuan moved with an uncanny agility, appearing beside Ning Rongrong in an instant, gripping her delicate, bone-like hand. Holding her hand, he propelled himself upward, his feet barely touching the ground as he ascended 6 or 7 meters into the air. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently, sending waves of earthy soul power rippling towards the spot where Ning Rongrong had just stood. Tang San now. Only then did Ma Hongjuan descend back to the ground, disregarding Ning Rongrong's flushed cheeks and startled demeanor. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit transformed into a long vine adorned with barbs, shooting toward Zhao Wujie like a bolt of lightning. However, while the blue-silver grass encircled Zhao Wujie, it hesitated to entangle him further. Leave this to me. First soul skill, Phoenix Roar. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix spirit surged forth, unleashing a torrent of fiery flames towards Tang San's blue-silver grass. With a crackle, the blue-silver grass became engulfed in flames, wrapping around Zhao Wujie. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujie's clothing was singed and tattered by the flames of the blue-silver grass. You little rascals dare to play tricks on me? In that case, I shall take this more seriously. Zhao Wujie's face reddened, whether from the flames or from embarrassment at having his clothing burned by his students. Despite the potency of Ma Hongjuan's flames, Zhao Wujie's defenses were formidable. He merely suffered a minor scratch from the blue-silver grass before promptly reacting. However, his clothing was less fortunate, sustaining numerous holes despite the soul power protection. Isn't that Teacher Zhao? Is he trying to start a trend with ripped pants? Oscar, having just finished his own tasks, noticed the commotion and came over, exclaiming at the sight. Shut up. Are you looking to practice as well? Don't leave after school tomorrow. Meet me in the grove. I intend to drill you thoroughly. Zhao Wujie glared at Oscar, who immediately fell silent, regretting his loose tongue. Though every drill with Zhao Wujie led to improvement, the experience was a mixture of pain and pleasure that left students fleeing in terror, including Ma Hongjun. Ahem, Teacher Zhao. We've already lost half the class. You aren't planning to go easy on us, are you? Ma Hongjun jested, hoping to buy some time, as he observed Zhao Wujie's grim expression. Don't try to stall with jokes. Today, I will make you all aware of the might of the immovable king, Zhao Wujie. Otherwise, you little rascals will never reach the heavens. Zhao Wujie retorted sharply, turning to face Ma Hongjun and Tang San. No sooner had he spoken than his hands glowed with brilliant golden light, his speed accelerating as he approached Tang San, whose position was closer. His palm, augmented by soul power, swelled in size and struck towards Tang San. The reason he did not target Ma Hongjun was that Zhao Wujie recognized the latter's slippery nature. If he truly intended to escape, capturing him would be quite the challenge. Importantly, Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix spirit was a flying type beast spirit, unlike the original character who could only achieve brief flights through soul skills. Ma Hongjuan's spirit was of higher quality, allowing him to fly momentarily without the aid of soul skills, and if he were to utilize his third soul skill, he could remain airborne as long as his soul power permitted, with minimal consumption. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, invoking Ghost Shadow Mist. He narrowly evaded the expansive palm of Zhao Wujie, but Zhao Wujie relentlessly pursued him, continuing his assault. Observing this, Xiao Wu, in a moment of urgency, activated her second soul ring. Second soul skill charm. Her eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, fixated on Zhao Wujie, whose attack halted as he gazed back at her, his head growing heavy with drowsiness. Be careful, Ma Hongjun shouted urgently. However, it was too late. Zhao Wujie's eyes suddenly blazed with golden light as he locked gazes with Xiao Wu. Instantly, she was beset by the backlash of her own soul skill, collapsing unconscious. Before Ma Hongjun could reach her, Tang San, driven by a surge of adrenaline, surged forward and caught Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San's gaze shifted to Zhao Wujie, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 74. Confrontation with Zhao Wujie. Foreseeing this, Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened slightly, not out of displeasure toward Zhao Wujie, but towards Tang San. No matter how Zhao Wujie might appear, he would never intentionally harm them. And for Tang San to regard his future teacher with such a gaze was indeed excessive. If it were any other teacher, Ma Hongjun might have said nothing. But Zhao Wujie had always treated his students well and was known for his protective nature. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Tang San's fierce protectiveness over Xiao Wu warranted such a reaction, especially considering that his father, the pinnacle title Daw, Hoshin Douluo, was likely observing from the shadows. With this thought, the initial displeasure Ma Hongjun felt towards Tang San faded. While he had his grievances with Tang San, he held no such feelings toward Xiao Wu. In fact, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao was undoubtedly the Douluo goddess whom Ma Hongjun admired most. Her unwavering devotion to love had touched his heart on more than one occasion, and this admiration prevented him from disrupting the friendship among himself, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Witnessing Xiao Wu's injury, Ma Hongjuan's expression grew serious. Teacher Zhao, it's over for you. I mean it. Today, you are truly finished, and no one can save you. Ma Hongjuan's gaze was earnest and commanding as he looked at Zhao Wujie. Having realized that his regular attacks could not inflict significant harm on the prepared Zhao Wujie, Ma Hongjun altered his strategy, opting to bide his time. He planned to unleash a full-force strike on Zhao Wujie at the last moment, ensuring that even if he exhausted all his soul power, he would not be caught and beaten by Zhao Wujie. He was confident that his complete soul power phoenix roar would certainly injure Zhao Wujie, but he anticipated that it would leave him utterly drained. Without utilizing external soul bones or the three-leaf clover, the only potential means to harm Zhao Wujie lay in unleashing all his soul power through the phoenix roar. Observing the formidable presence of Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. The earlier scene where Ma Hongjun had leapt with her 5 or 6 meters high using the technique of Tianzong had left a profound impression on her. Now, seeing him in such a commanding stance was naturally captivating for a girl of her age, even catching the attention of Zhu Zhuqing, who had been waiting for an opportune moment to strike. I won't fall for your tricks. If you can dodge, then I shall show you my fourth soul ring skill. Tracking, Zhao Wujie bellowed, activating his fourth soul ring, which shone with a purple light. The fourth soul ring seemed almost alive, homing in on Ma Hongjun as if it had eyes, and it swiftly enveloped him. Oh no, I was careless. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock, turning to face Zhao Wujie, who was charging towards him like a cannonball. As Ma Hongjun swiftly repositioned himself, he was astonished to discover that Zhao Wujie had mirrored his movements, charging directly towards him. It was dire. He had been locked onto, forgetting that Zhao Laosher could still track him using his third soul skill, Fengyi Tianxiang. In resignation, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to employ his third soul skill, soaring into the air several meters above the ground. His reluctance to ascend higher stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from increasing resistance and gravity that would demand greater consumption of his soul power. Although he could maintain flight for 2 or 3 incense sticks worth of time at a slightly greater altitude, he had no intention of distancing himself too far. He needed to ensure the safety of his teammates and could not afford to flee in disarray. Indeed, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun ascend, Zhao Wujie immediately redirected his attack, unleashing a punch towards the nearby Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Tong San could no longer afford to remain a passive observer. After entrusting Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong's care, he transformed his blue-silver grass into long vines to momentarily ensnare Zhao Wujie, granting Zhu Zhuqing a brief window to escape his assault. Meanwhile, barely half of the incense stick had burned away. Impressive to compel me to utilize such numerous soul skills. You all have earned the right to join Shalake Academy. But this is where it ends. Gravity enhancement, Zhao Wujie remarked, a hint of appreciation on his face, satisfied with the synergy exhibited among the group. Particularly the collaboration between Tong San and Ma Hongjun, which had inflicted damage upon him. Just then, Xiao Wu regained consciousness, shaking off her lingering lethargy and rejoining the fray. However, she found herself confronted by Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Not only did it abruptly hinder the speed of Tong San and Zhu Zhuqing, but it also caused Ma Hongjun, who was poised in midair, to plummet 3 to 4 meters before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tong San, despite his own difficulties, turned to inquire upon noticing her awakening. I am fine, be careful. Xiao Wu attempted to reassure him, but her words faltered as she saw Zhao Wujie charging towards Tong San. In the blink of an eye, Tong San was struck by Zhao Wujie's fist, sent flying several meters away, eliciting a gasp from him, with less than half an incense stick's worth of time remaining. Just as they were on the verge of completing the assessment, Tong San suffered a significant injury due to his own carelessness. All while Zhao Wujie had merely utilized soul power at the soul sovereign level. Still too inexperienced, you dare to be distracted in battle? Who is your teacher for soul power cultivation? Haven't they taught you these lessons? Truly an unfortunate waste of talent, Zhao Wujie said, a trace of dissatisfaction evident on his face. Yet, these words struck a nerve with Tong San, who had already been provoked by Zhao Wujie's earlier comments. Ma Hongjun watched in silent awe as Zhao Laosher had inadvertently touched upon 2 of Tong San's sore spots in quick succession. Realizing that Zhao Laosher was destined to face the wrath of Tong San, even if he summoned Douluo, it would not save him. At most, it would mitigate the embarrassment, but a beating was likely unavoidable. Silence. Do not speak of my teacher in such a manner. My carelessness is my own fault and has nothing to do with him. From now on, I shall be serious. Zhao Laosher, you should be on guard. Tong San admonished firmly. As his words fell, both hands rose simultaneously, producing a series of sharp sounds as 6 cold rays erupted from his sleeves, hurtling toward Zhao Wuji's face with a piercing whoosh. Very well. Allow me to add my own flair. Second soul skill, Liang Tusi. Ma Hongjuan immediately unleashed his second soul skill, forming an energy cone aimed at Zhao Wuji. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, he had underestimated Tong San's remaining fighting capability and had also overlooked Ma Hongjuan, who was poised to strike from above. The sounds of impact resonated as Tong San's icy projectiles struck true. Though Zhao Wuji narrowly evaded 5 of Tong San's attacks, the last one struck his left arm, while Ma Hongjuan's second soul skill impacted the base of his thigh. The intense pain was accompanied by a wave of dizziness. It's poison. The discomfort stemmed not only from the toxin on Tong San's hidden needles, but also from the unique, mutated Bilinian poison within Ma Hongjuan's soul skill. Zhao Wuji's face contorted in shades of green and purple as he exerted soul power above the level of a soul emperor to suppress the toxins coursing through him. However, before he could regain his composure, 2 more attacks approached. Yomingbai Zhao. This was Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill, unleashing countless strikes upon Zhao Wuji. Although the power of these attacks was not overwhelming, they nonetheless exacerbated his existing wounds, all directed towards his injuries, showcasing Zhu Zhuqing's keen opportunism. Baduan Shui. Though Xiaowu's spirit was somewhat bruised, her soul power remained vibrant as she swiftly appeared beside Zhao Wuji, launching an aggressive assault. The sequence of Baduan Shui involved a series of dynamic movements aimed at propelling the opponent into the air, commencing with a powerful kick that sent them soaring. One segment seamlessly flowed into the next as Xiao Wu identified Zhao Wuji's most vulnerable point, executing her self-created soul skill with flawless precision. The audience was left agape at the violent beauty of the performance, as Zhao Wuji was mercilessly tossed about like a ball in midair. Once the first segment of Baduan Shui succeeded, the remaining segments became inescapable for any soul master, and Zhao Wuji was certainly not the exception. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wuji crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, he emerged, clutching his aching back, limping with evident discomfort. Ouch! That hurt like hell. My poor back. You little brats have truly enraged me. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. 6th soul skill, Dali Jingong Ho. Zhao Wuji cast a glance at the remaining third of the incense stick, unwaveringly activating his 6th soul skill, completely disregarding his earlier bravado. A powerful sonic wave radiated outward, causing Ma Hongjuan to plummet to the ground, while Tong San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the retreating Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong found themselves kneeling, hands pressed to their ears in agony. Outside the fray, Usika rushed several dozen meters away, finally stopping to catch his breath. This is it. Zhao Laosher is truly about to unleash his fury. Ma Hongjuan is bound to suffer. Should I inform the dean? Alas, perhaps not. Zhao Laosher should have the situation under control and wouldn't genuinely harm them. I should refrain from meddling, but that auxiliary female soul master is quite beautiful. I hope she isn't hurt, Usika pondered anxiously. The overwhelming sonic assault left everyone reeling in discomfort. Ma Hongjuan, glancing at the dwindling incense stick, suddenly felt invigorated. Channeling all his soul power and shouting, Feng Huang Xiao Yinji, a powerful sound wave emanating from the mouth, was interwoven with formidable flames, saturating an area of a 50-meter radius with fiery energy. At the epicenter of this energy, a dazzling beam of light shot directly towards Zhao Wujia. Damn it! You little rascal, do you intend to commit murder? I've been so good to you. Zhao Wujia, unable to evade swiftly, had no choice but to unleash his first defensive soul skill, preparing to withstand Ma Hongjuan's full-force attack. With a resounding crash, the sound of their collision echoed, as the energy surrounding Zhao Wujia's protective stance shattered, forcing him to stagger back several meters. His already sparse hair now resembled a bird's nest, emitting wisps of black smoke. Startled, Zhao Wujia rose, intent on fiercely reprimanding Ma Hongjuan. However, Ma Hongjuan, mustering his last ounce of strength, shouted, "The time is up. Teacher Zhao." With that, he collapsed. Tang San, still possessing a fragment of soul power, was about to assist Ma Hongjuan, but someone was quicker, catching Ma Hongjuan's broad arm to prevent his fall. A faint blush crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face as she softly remarked, "Thank you. We have one. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Ma Hongjuan, momentarily bewildered, could hardly believe that the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing was showing concern for him. As he felt the warmth of her arms, the suppressed wicked flames within him began to stir. His gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing subtly shifted, an unconscious reaction, entirely unintentional. Please, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to thank you for your assistance. Nothing more. You should be well recovered now, right? Zhu Zhuqing, sensing Ma Hongjuan's peculiar look, quickly released his arm and retreated to Ning Rongrong's side, speaking in a flustered tone. Ma Hongjun stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but this jolt cleared his mind. Fortunately, after a brief moment of recuperation, he had regained enough soul power to maintain his footing. He mused to himself that it was typical of the aloof Zhu Zhuqing to offer assistance, likely due to his repeated help, and any further expectations were utterly fanciful. You have triumphed. Alas, it seems I have grown old and ineffectual, unable to handle a mere group of youngsters, Zhao Wujia lamented to those around him. His face bruised and limping as he walked away, sighing to himself. It appears the blow to teacher Zhao's pride was rather significant. However, he should still retain considerable soul power, having not even deployed his 7th soul skill. If he had, we would not stand a chance against him, Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling a bit sheepish as he glanced at his companions. Yes, I am aware, Tang San replied, weakly clutching his chest, having taken a significant blow from Zhao Wujia. He had sustained serious injuries and would have lost all combat capability if not for his determination to endure. Xiao Wu hurried over to support Tang San, then gazed at Ma Hongjun in awe, exclaiming, I can't believe you look so average, yet your martial spirit is astonishing. You are already a soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring. The soul ring you just released, dark purple, must be at least 8,000 years old. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the others reflected carefully and regarded Ma Hongjun with astonished expressions, eager to hear his response. Indeed, your perception is commendable. My 3rd soul ring is, in fact, over 8,000 years old, Ma Hongjun explained. During their time at the academy, the soul rings he released were 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing the 3-leaf clover and a hidden soul ring, a typical ruse. In truth, his soul ring configuration was more intricate. 3-leaf clover, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, with 1 yellow being a hidden soul ring. The first soul skill was the Bai Lin Yin poison. The first hidden soul skill was the Ghost Vine parasite, and while he had not yet utilized his 3rd soul skill, it was well known, originating from the mysterious face demon spider. His wicked fire phoenix martial spirit consisted of 3 purple soul rings, corresponding to the Earth King, the Flame Bird, and the Fiery Tail Bird. Congratulations! You have successfully joined Shrek Academy. Greetings! Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar. Observing the scene from a distance, Oscar hurried over, beaming with congratulations as he addressed the group. He continued, Ma Hongjun, you are truly remarkable for making teacher Zhao suffer such a loss. My admiration for you is akin to a relentless torrent of water, never ceasing. Oscar's flattery was particularly directed at the weakened Ma Hongjun. This was the first time he had witnessed Ma Hongjun release his 3rd soul skill. Initially, he had thought that, despite his considerable talent, Ma Hongjun's strength was only comparable to Dai's. Although he had heard rumors of Ma Hongjun's victory over Dai Mubai, he was unaware of the specifics and presumed it was merely due to a martial spirit advantage. However, witnessing Ma Hongjun unleash such overwhelming power with just 1 martial spirit left him in awe. While Tang San and the others also recognized Ma Hongjun's strength, they were unaware that he still had another martial spirit and many techniques left unutilized. Thus their astonishment did not match Oscar's. At the academy's entrance, they had already been captivated by Ma Hongjun's soul power, and upon realizing his age, they had mentally prepared themselves, resulting in a more tempered reaction. Ma Hongjun, you are truly impressive. I have never encountered a young soul master with such extraordinary talent, Ning Rongrong praised, stepping forward without reservation. Yet Ma Hongjun, seemingly indifferent to the compliments, managed a wry smile, looking somewhat feeble as he addressed Oscar. Oscar, could you perhaps refrain from fawning over me and instead provide me with a recovery sausage? While Tang San's performance was commendable, even stellar, it was overshadowed by Ma Hongjun's brilliance, causing the others to instinctively downplay Tang San's contributions. Although Ma Hongjun had stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Tang San, he remained humble, feeling that having awakened his martial spirit 3 years earlier justified his achievements. However, he forgot that Tang San's talent was equally impressive, and Tang San's accomplishments had, to some extent, surpassed his own. Feeling a sense of triumph for temporarily overshadowing Tang San, He had maintained his unassuming demeanor largely because he subconsciously viewed Tang San as the chosen one, destined for greatness. Is this the appropriate place? It might not be wise to discuss such matters here, Oscar remarked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong with a hint of embarrassment. As for why he did not look at Xiao Wu, it was evident from his glance at Tang San that he regarded Tang San as someone he could not provoke, especially after witnessing his earlier display of strength. Enough chatter. You will transform as instructed. They have already completed their assessment and joined the academy. There is no need to be shy, Ma Hongjun retorted, somewhat impatiently. The exchange between the two left the others bewildered, unable to grasp the nuances of their conversation. All right then, let us agree that no one is allowed to laugh, Oscar said in a somewhat soft voice, contrasting sharply with his bushy beard. Ma Hongjun had yet to speak when Ning Rongrong, unable to restrain herself, cast a discontented glance at Oscar and remarked, "Why are you so verbose? From what Ma Hongjun implies, you must be a food-type soul master. Hurry and conjure some restorative sausages for everyone to consume." Hearing Ning Rongrong's somewhat impolite words, Ma Hongjun frowned slightly, but chose not to respond, for he understood that Ning Rongrong was only looking out for herself. "All right then, I have a big sausage." Oscar reluctantly recited his rather lewd soul incantation. In an instant, 5 large sausages appeared, which he eagerly handed to Ma Hongjun, followed by distributing them to the 4 others who were disheveled by the wind. Indeed, no one laughed at him. It was not that they did not wish to, but rather that they could not. The expressions on their faces were quite unsettling, as if they were repulsed. The first to succumb was Ning Rongrong, who felt a wave of nausea and crouched down, beginning to retch. Next was Xiao Wu, and soon even Zhu Zhuqing joined in. Even Tang San's complexion paled further, while only Ma Hongjun maintained his composure and devoured the sausage that Oscar had offered him. What's the big deal? Just a slightly vulgar soul incantation. How old are you? Why overthink it? People nowadays lack understanding, Ma Hongjun declared, having regained his strength and soul power as he cast a disdainful glance at the others. "Brother, I admire your courage, but I cannot eat anymore. Had I known how your sausages were made, I would have refused," Tang San said with a bitter smile, his face somewhat ashen. He then began to meditate on the ground to recover his soul power. "Ma Hongjun, I shall kill you." Xiao Wu, enraged and humiliated, stood up and charged at him. "Stop. It was not intentional. Who knew you would react so strongly? You're no match for me." "Ahem. I was actually doing this for your benefit. Otherwise, in a few days, the teacher would force you to eat them too." Ma Hongjun hastily retreated a few steps, awkwardly asserting his innocence. "It was intentional. I knew you had ulterior motives in treating us to that." That Xiao Wu paused, her face turning a shade of green with anger and embarrassment, her beautiful large eyes nearly brimming with tears. "It was a large sausage," Oscar timidly added. "Get lost. You are no better. Ma Hongjun, I never expected you to have such a twisted sense of humor. You have truly disappointed me." Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar aside and looked at Ma Hongjun, her disappointment evident. Men are indeed all the same. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent words echoed the sentiment. The 3 women, united in their disdain, directed their gazes toward Ma Hongjun, their camaraderie unexpectedly strengthened. "Well, say what you will. In a few days, you will understand my intentions. Besides, I ate one myself, and I did not feel like I was pregnant," Ma Hongjun said, somewhat helplessly addressing the 3 women. "Oscar, you stay here and watch over Tang San. When he wakes up, take him to the boys' dormitory. If you 3 wish to go to the dormitory, then follow me." "All right," Oscar replied, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Hurry up and lead the way. Don't think that just because you are taking us to the dormitory, we will easily forgive you. Unless," Xiao Wu coldly huffed, fixing her gaze on Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun suddenly halted his steps and interrupted her with annoyance. "Unless I apologize and present you with a large basket of carrots, right?" "Yes, that sounds wonderful. I have decided to forgive you. But remember to prepare the carrots for me tomorrow," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her mood brightening instantly. Upon hearing the mention of carrots, even Tang San, who was still meditating to recover his soul power, momentarily forgot his plight and hopped along with Ma Hongjun toward the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged incredulous glances at Xiao Wu, astonished by her simplicity. Hadn't they agreed on a united front? Chapter 77. The Value of Kindness. Xiao Wu. "You are far too easily satisfied. I would never forgive him so readily," Ning Rongrong remarked with a hint of pride. "I do not require your forgiveness. Let us move quickly. I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time on you." Tang San is with Oscar, He'll be fine. So Xiao Wu, do not look back, Ma Hongjun calmly responded, then turned to Xiao Wu with a softer demeanor. Why are you so harsh with me? It's so kind to Xiao Wu. Have I offended you in some way? Ning Rongrong asked, her frustration bubbling over as she stamped her foot, feeling somewhat hurt. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly trailing behind the group. No, we have arrived at the dormitory. Though it is a bit rustic, it is clean. There are 2 rooms in the girls' dormitory. You can decide whether to share a room or not, Ma Hongjun said, gesturing toward the quaint wooden building before them. Let us share a room, Rongrong, Zhuqing. What do you think? All right, Ma Hongjun, this is a matter for us girls. You may leave now, Xiao Wu stated, demonstrating her foresight. With 3 of them, it would seem improper for any one of them to occupy a room alone. I have no objections. The more, the merrier. Staying alone in a room at night would be too lonely, and if a rogue were to appear, it would be even more troublesome. It is better to stay together. We can look out for one another, Ning Rongrong concurred, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun as she spoke the last words. I will take my leave then. You 3 take care of each other. It is indeed more convenient to stay together. If anything arises at the academy, you can seek me out. Farewell, Ma Hongjun said, giving Zhu Zhuqing a brief glance before departing. Due to concealing his second soul ring, Ma Hongjun's demeanor had transformed, rendering him increasingly benevolent, almost to the point of foolishness. He mused that if there were an evil demon hidden within a leaf, perhaps he too would need to embody a demon to obtain a concealed soul ring. Although kindness had cost Ma Hongjun dearly, it had also granted him many blessings. For instance, the expressions of the 3 women towards him had noticeably softened. Are you not busy? You should leave, Xiao Wu remarked, her attitude considerably more amiable, clearly influenced by Ma Hongjun's helpful nature, which rendered her unable to stay angry. Ma Hongjun nodded and made his way toward the boys' dormitory. After his departure, Ning Rongrong gazed curiously at Ma Hongjun's retreating figure and asked Xiao Wu, have you noticed that Ma Hongjun is actually quite agreeable when he is not irritating? Indeed, he is rather nice, but not as good as Tang San. Tang San never irritates, Xiao Wu replied, nodding in agreement, a hint of pride in her voice. Zhu Zhuqing, however, found no amusement in idle chatter. She opened the door to one of the dormitory rooms and stepped inside, beginning to tidy her bed. Back in his own room, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged in meditation, allowing his consciousness to enter his mind. Within his mental realm, the green light panel displayed few changes aside from the addition of several soul skills. However, behind the first 2 leaves, new entries labeled faith points and kindness points had emerged. At present, Ma Hongjun had yet to discern their purpose, only knowing they were related to unlocking hidden soul rings. Host, Ma Hongjun Martial Spirit. Sanya Tsao, the first leaf has awakened faith value. 100, the second leaf is awakening kindness value. 485, this transformation in Ma Hongjun emerged only after his promotion to Soul Master. A few days ago, he discovered that performing a good deed would increase his kindness value by 1 to 3 points. Thus, he decided to allow a few individuals to unknowingly experience OC Ka sausages, confident that they would express their gratitude later. However, the effects of this would only manifest a few days later. The true catalyst for aiding the 4 in passing Zhao Wuji's assessment was the addition of 5 points to his kindness value, elevating it from 48 to 53. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of anticipation for when Fu Lan Day would soon have them practice adaptive training. Perhaps this would further enhance his kindness value. He speculated that, similar to faith value, once he reached 100 points in kindness value, he could successfully invoke the second hidden soul ring, thereby acquiring new special abilities or treasures from other realms. Opening his Rui Bai Bao Nong, he consumed an ice attribute elixir. Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of malevolent energy within his soul power gradually subside. Over the past year, he had ingested approximately 15 top-tier ice attribute elixirs, which, when converted, amounted to a substantial value of 50,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, these elixirs were not entirely wasted, thanks to Ma Hongjun's robust physique. The residual medicinal effects not only neutralized the malevolent energy, but also fortified the foundation of his soul power, making it increasingly solid. Although these were far inferior to celestial herbs, they were still beneficial. Currently, aside from acquiring kindness value, only the method of harvesting celestial herbs piqued Ma Hongjun's interest. Suddenly, a faint sound of wailing reached Ma Hongjun's ears. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Wuji. The night had long since fallen, and the moonlight was abundant. Intrigued by his suspicions, Ma Hongjun felt no fear. After a brief freshening up, he donned a set of black clothing and proceeded towards the source of the sound, the small grove in the back mountains of Shi Lake Academy. Utilizing the unique concealment of his San Yat Sao, he masked his presence and arrived at the center of the grove, perched atop a grand tree. Ma Hongjuan dared to come for two reasons. First, he surmised that Zhao Wuji was being attacked by Tong Hao seeking revenge. Second, he knew that Douluo was stationed within the academy and would certainly come to investigate upon hearing the commotion. He also wished to witness the spectacle and possibly gain some kindness value. Although Douluo was not a match for Tong Hao, it was plausible that he could safeguard himself against Tong Hao, who had already sustained hidden injuries. With Tong San present, he would not dare act recklessly. In a nearby clearing, a middle-aged man clad in tattered robes was ruthlessly assaulting Zhao Wuji with punches and kicks. Zhao Wuji's cries of torment echoed. But what perplexed Ma Hongjuan was that Tong Hao refrained from striking Zhao Wuji's face. He then glanced at Douluo, standing proudly like a spear, and a displeased Fulande, realizing that Tong Hao was likely sparing Zhao Wuji out of respect for these two. The one-sided battle continued for nearly the duration of an incense stick before it finally ceased. Remember, Tong San is my son. I will entrust him to your academy from now on. If any issues arise, even Douluo cannot shield you. Shi Lake Academy, Tong Hao declared, his disheveled hair framing a domineering tone. Ma Hongjuan felt a twinge of discontent, but found himself powerless. Tong Hao cast a fleeting glance at the tree where Ma Hongjuan was concealed before turning his attention back to Zhao Wuji and Fulande. Fulande's expression was grave, while Zhao Wuji appeared stunned. Thank you, Senior, for your encouragement regarding my breakthrough. I express my gratitude here, Zhao Wuji stammered, suddenly clasping his hands in respect towards Tong Hao. This is merely a reward for watching over Tong San. Your breakthrough is due to your own efforts. You were already on the verge of a breakthrough. I merely facilitated the unblocking of your meridians to expedite the process. There is no need for thanks. Tong Hao stated with an air of authority. His imposing physique was rivaled only by Ma Hongjuan. Rest assured, Your Highness, even without your instruction, our Shi Lake Academy will not allow our students to encounter danger easily. We will do our utmost to protect them. However, the path of soul master cultivation is fraught with peril, and thus we cannot guarantee absolute safety. Fulande interjected earnestly before Zhao Wuji could speak, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon Tong Hao without a trace of fear. Even Ma Hongjuan, hidden in the tree, felt a chill of anxiety at Fulande's boldness. In truth, spending time with Ma Hongjuan had influenced Fulande's character, and his pursuit of Liu Erlong had spurred him to change. At present, Fulande's demeanor had become bolder and more resolute, exhibiting a steadfastness that would appeal to Liu Erlong. Although he still had a penchant for frugality, he was no longer excessively stingy, a change evident to the rest of the Shi Lake Academy. Tong Hao was not one to engage in rational discourse. His expression darkened as he unleashed a formidable soul power pressure towards Fulande. The surrounding leaves trembled and fell, and even Ma Hongjuan found himself unable to maintain his balance, tumbling from the tree. Do not overstep your bounds, Your Highness. Though I may not be your equal, I will not allow you to act recklessly. You likely still bear hidden injuries. I assure you, I have the means to protect myself. Should you dare harm a teacher of Shi Lake Academy, I guarantee your son Tong San will not see the light of day tomorrow. Douluo, standing proudly, coldly retorted, his 9 soul rings slowly materializing, shielding Ma Hongjuan from Tong Hao's oppressive aura. Threatening me? Very well, Tong Hao smirked. No wonder you are the infamous Douluo. It seems you are bold enough to threaten me with little San. He must be one of your students. If you dare to threaten me with San, I can certainly use other students to counter your threats. Tong Hao stepped forward, his 9 soul rings also manifesting, clearly overpowering Douluo. Zhao Wuji and Fulande exchanged glances, summoning their 7 soul rings in unison, their expressions grave as they focused intently on Tong Hao. Your Highness, I find it hard to believe you would utter such words. Given your character, you should disdain engaging in such despicable behavior. You are not unreasonable, and furthermore, our other students are all of remarkable lineage, ones that even the Hao Qian sect would hesitate to provoke. Ma Hongjuan, unyielding in his youth, spoke with a calmness that belied the slight pallor of his face. His final words clearly aimed to defend Shi Lake Academy's honor. Oh, quite impressive that you can remain composed before me. You are indeed from the Monster Academy, and at such a young age. You are aware of my ties to the Hao Qian sect. You possess quite the insight. You claim your students are all of extraordinary backgrounds. I am curious to hear just how extraordinary they are. Tang Hao's aura surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as rapidly, prompting a curious glance at Ma Hongjun. Perhaps it was in consideration of Tang San's relationship with his classmates, or for other reasons. But after Ma Hongjun emerged, Tang Hao's expression softened considerably. First, there was Ning Rongrong, the young master of the Qibao Liuli sect, the daughter of the sect leader, backed by the dual Douluo of Swordbone, along with the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. One could only wonder if this would warrant some degree of attention from the esteemed Haoyan. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly. Addressing Tang Hao, I am indeed aware of that. I had my suspicions during the day. I did not expect her to be the daughter of the Qibao Liuli sect. However, despite its might, I am no longer a disciple of the Haoyan sect, and thus I have no cause for fear. Tang Hao chuckled as he regarded Ma Hongjun, harboring a favorable impression of this exceptionally talented individual. He had observed Ma Hongjun's assistance to Tang San and his companions during the day, as well as his revealed talents, which contributed to his shift in attitude. However, Ma Hongjun did not harbor much fondness for him. His current amiability was merely a reflection of his inferior strength. And what of another academy student, Dai Mubai? His martial soul is the direct lineage of the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Surely, a powerful empire would invoke some caution from the esteemed one. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has significant ties to Shrek Academy. And with the emergence of the new force, Tianluo Wang, one wonders if that would earn the elders' regard. Ma Hongjun spoke calmly, unperturbed. Tang Hao's profoundly deep gaze suddenly contracted in surprise as he looked at Ma Hongjun, not doubting the veracity of his words. He believed that every genius possessed their own pride and would not lie about such matters. Very well. As long as it is not due to your esteemed academy that Xiao San is threatened, I shall refrain from causing trouble for your institution. However, I have one more condition. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to take Xiao San away, although I am quite satisfied with your academy's teaching capabilities. Tang Hao pondered momentarily, surprisingly conceding. But that is of no consequence. Douluo Bo remarked indifferently, his soul rings still visible, reflecting his inner apprehension towards Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Flinder and Zhao Wujia gradually retracted their martial souls, presenting an air of acquiescence to Douluo Bo. The woman accompanying Xiao San, regardless of her identity, must not be exposed in any way, nor should you harbor any intentions of prying. Can you manage that? This statement was evidently directed at Douluo Bo. Apart from Ma Hongjun, the others present did not comprehend Tang Hao's implication. However, Ma Hongjun had no intention of clarifying, feigning ignorance. No problem at all. Though I, Douluo Bo, have always acted independently and possess a rather eccentric character, I'm still a man of my word, valuing promises. Since she is also a member of Shrek Academy, I shall have no ulterior motives. Rest assured, Tang Hao. Douluo Bo did not wish to become adversaries with Tang Hao. Speaking in a softened tone, although I have withdrawn from the Soul Master community for many years, I am still aware of the toxic Douluo's character. I hope you will not regret it later. Otherwise, the Haotian hammer in my hand is not to be trifled with. After finishing his words, Tang Hao retracted his martial soul and vanished from the view of the crowd in mere moments. Once Tang Hao's departure was confirmed, Douluo Bo chuckled, alleviating the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Little monster, I did not expect your temperament to be so singularly inherited. Your teacher is quite commendable, unyielding, and very much to my taste. Chapter 79. Thoughts on the concert. Senior Douluo, please refrain from mocking the younger generation. I am confident that the Haotian law would not dare to truly offend our Shrek Academy, as he still has needs from us. Thus, I felt bold in opposing his views. Flinder adjusted his retro glasses with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate to restore his soul power and heal his physical injuries. How many times must I repeat this? Do not call me senior, for I am merely a few years older. Just call me brother. The Haotian law has indeed been rather overbearing this time. Had I not been present today, dear Zhao Wujia might have faced a far worse fate. This misfortune has turned into a blessing, allowing me to break through the 76th level soul power bottleneck. Douluo Bo sighed. Although he had advanced in both soul power and strength after encountering the backlash of toxins, he still felt somewhat overshadowed in comparison to Tang Hao's prowess. Indeed, brother Douluo, Flinder replied. The two found a kindred spirit in each other and momentarily engaged in a brotherly embrace. Ahem, teachers, could you two not be so exuberant? Sigh, never mind. I shall take my leave. We have classes to attend in the morning. The development of our force is in your capable hands. By the way, how is the concert venue preparation coming along? Ma Hongjun inquired, feeling somewhat awkward as he prepared to depart. Not so fast. The venue preparation does not take long. But those beautiful students from the Tianshui Academy are rather hard to invite, Flinder replied with a hint of exasperation. Here's the plan. Teachers, do not invite them in the name of Tianluotuang. Instead, invite them under the banner of Shrek Academy. It would be wise to reveal some of our academy's strength. If necessary, I will personally intervene, for the concert is a primary source of income for Tianluotuang, and the inaugural performance is especially crucial. It must create a sensation throughout the Bala Kingdom. Ma Hongjun paused, contemplating seriously. He had invested significantly in the development of Tianluotuang. Though the Mei family is wealthy, that wealth belongs to them. It can address immediate needs, but cannot sustain long-term growth. In this world, all individuals are driven by profit, and Ma Hongjun understood this principle. Thus, the financial issues of Tianluotuang needed swift resolution. Indeed, money can make the world go round. Currently, even the expenses of just 100 or so soul masters require support from the Mei family. Our forces remain too weak, and the concert is imminent. Hongjun, as the mastermind behind the scenes, you must devise a solution soon. I certainly do not wish to confront a peak title Douluo. Flinder remarked with a wry smile. Brother Flinder, little monster, leave this trivial matter to me. Tianshui Academy, is it? I shall take care of it myself. Douluo declared confidently. The students of Tianshui Academy are renowned in the Soul Master community for their exceptional singing and dancing talents, possessing numerous supporters, essentially fans. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun sought to invite the students from Tianshui Academy to participate in the Tianluotuang concert. In the Douluo continent, there is no such thing as an entertainment industry, yet entertainment is undoubtedly the most lucrative avenue, without exception. Thus, Ma Hongjun contemplated establishing an entertainment industry. Having lived two lives, he understood that once the industry was successfully established, the revenue issues of Tianluotuang could be flawlessly resolved. In that scenario, the daily earnings in gold soul coins could very well be measured in abundance. Once the financial matters were addressed, Tianluotuang would experience rapid development. The financial issues of any force must be resolved first. This is an undeniable truth. Ma Hongjun even entertained the idea of personally participating in the concert, as Tianluotuang had already begun searching for soul masters with singing talents, striving for instant success. Inviting students from Tianshui Academy with a certain fanbase is merely the first step. Ma Hongjun has meticulously prepared dozens of classic songs, and he is confident that when paired with the captivating dances of the beautiful students from Tianshui Academy, he can reap substantial rewards. I was just waiting for that, haha. I'll take my leave now. Teacher, do make sure to rest early. Don't forget, you have new students to train tomorrow, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Douluo rolled his eyes. He was genuinely pleased with Ma Hongjun. Alas, I am fated to toil. All right, I understand. You should return and rest as well. I will take a good rest once Zhao Wujia wakes up. With Xiao Xin managing the affairs of Tianluotuang in Suatawa City, there shouldn't be any issues, said Flandra, stretching languidly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised to find that his kindness points had increased by 1, reaching a total of 54. He mused whether this was due to persuading Tang Hao, ensuring that Zhao Wujia and the teacher were spared from misfortune. He thought to himself that it would be convenient if the system could announce such updates, sparing him the trouble of checking manually. He wondered if any new changes would manifest when the 3-leaf clover advanced to a 4-leaf clover. The following day marked the official commencement of the school year. During breakfast, Ma Hongjun introduced Dai Mubai and the newcomer who had taken his place, Fat Tiger, to Tang San and the others. To his astonishment, apart from Ning Rongrong, the other 3 newcomers had already met Dai Mubai. Upon inquiry, he learned that Tang San had met and sparred with Dai Mubai the day before the assessment. The history was strikingly similar. Even with Ma Hongjun as butterfly effect, Tang San and Dai Mubai had established a friendship before their first encounter. Our academy's course schedule is quite fluid. After all, we have more teachers than students. The academy adjusts the curriculum based on our circumstances. Today's most crucial course, if I'm not mistaken, will incur a fee of a total of 101 gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun remarked, wiping the white soy milk from the corner of his mouth as he addressed his fellow students. Dai Mubai, sitting beside him, wore a rather grim expression, forcing a smile but lacking the desire to speak, so he could only let Ma Hongjun introduce them. Fat Tiger and Oscar were evidently preoccupied, their attention solely on the beautiful women before them. Ever since Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna began working hard on Ma Hongjuan's Tianluodawang affairs, the two had not encountered women in the academy, let alone those as captivating as Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. How expensive? Little San, do we have enough money? Xiao Wu said, her face filled with concern, pondering how many carrots could be bought with so many gold soul coins. Rest assured, Xiao Wu, when we arrived, the teacher, being cautious, provided us with 1,000 gold soul coins, which will suffice for our expenses, Tang San reassured her. Ning Rongrong remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing looked uneasy. Observing this, Ma Hongjun contemplated and took out a bag of gold soul coins from his Rui Baobao bag, saying, "Here are 200 gold soul coins. You must have spent quite a bit on your hotel stay, and I imagine your finances are a bit tight. Although I am unaware of the grievances between you and Dai Lauda, we are classmates now, part of a whole, and it is only right to assist one another. You may repay me later when you are able." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a glance at Ma Hongjun, not refusing his offer, but simply expressing gratitude in a subdued tone. Dai Mubai, however, remained silent upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing 2 days prior. He had guessed her purpose for coming. Despite her significant transformation, he recognized her as his fiancée through their martial soul connection. However, their bond was not particularly profound. It was merely a fulfillment of family tradition. Chapter 80. The assignment of the immortal herb. A familiar bell rang. Fat Tiger, Dai Mubai, and Oscar immediately abandoned their meals, instinctively rushing towards the small square. What has gotten into them? Tang Sen wondered, glancing at Ma Hongjun, who remained in place. It's nothing. The academy does not permit students to be late. After the bell rings, if one does not gather in the small square within 3 minutes, the training volume doubles. New students need not worry about this on their first day, but the old students should take heed, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Yet you're also an old student. Why do you seem unconcerned about it? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stood up, preparing to gather on the playground. Typically, my training load is at least double, so I naturally do not need to worry about this, Ma Hongjun stated calmly. However, he was preoccupied with how to extract the herb-picking and preservation methods from Tang San. Thinking of the class, Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, and he quickly exited, not forgetting to inform Tang San and the others. Hurry to the playground. I have matters to discuss with the principal. In the principal's office, Ma Hongjun said, "Teacher, I need your assistance with an urgent matter regarding Tang San's background. I have something crucial that requires his help, but am unable to approach him directly. Let us change today's lesson to imparting knowledge about soul masters, and I will explain further." The two engaged in a detailed discussion of their plan, which was simple yet effective. Once Flandra diligently noted it down, Ma Hongjun sketched the appearance of the immortal herb he encountered, annotating its known effects. He intentionally left the methods for harvesting and preservation blank. He immediately felt a sense of relief, realizing that using an assignment as a means to extract knowledge about the herb was indeed a brilliant strategy, sparing him from incurring a significant debt of gratitude to Tang San. Your method is indeed feasible, but it requires some collaboration. How about this? Go fetch Fat Tiger and Oscar for me, and I will elaborate further, Flandra said, showing little remorse, even feeling a hint of excitement, believing Ma Hongjuan's actions were a way for Tang Hao's son to repay his father's debts. Moreover, this plan would not adversely affect Tang San. Once he acquired the herb-picking methods, he could gather as many as he desired. All right, I will go call them, Ma Hongjun replied, unable to conceal his excitement, swiftly making his way to the playground. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Wujia already explaining the Academy's rules to Tang San and the other newcomers. Now that you are here, line up quickly. Although there will be no training today, your training will be doubled tomorrow, Zhao Wujia declared sternly, exuding an air of strictness. Yes, report to Teacher Zhao. The principal has requested Fat Tiger and Oscar to come to the principal's office. Ma Hongjun promptly responded with seriousness. He held great respect for Zhao Wujia and the others. Otherwise, he would not have taken a risk to investigate the situation in the small woods the previous night. What is going on? Zhao Wujia appeared somewhat bewildered. It was unusual for the principal to request something without prior notice, leaving him somewhat displeased. I'm not sure. The principal merely requested their presence. It is likely because they are the principal's direct disciples, and there is an announcement to be made, Ma Hongjun replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Well, you may go and see what matters concern Falauda, Zhao Wuji said with resignation, glancing at Penghu and Ao Sika. In the past, he would have referred to Fu Land as the old ghost, but since Fu Land ascended to the position of chief elder of Tianluo Diwan, His status had risen immensely. The once familiar camaraderie among the academy's professors had transformed into a hierarchical relationship, rendering casualness obsolete. Peng Hu and Ao Si Ka hurriedly made their way to the dean's office. Report to the dean. What brings us here? Ao Si Ka knocked on the wooden door, which opened promptly, and he inquired with eager anticipation. Not at the moment. I simply wish to ask you both if you desire to enhance your martial soul cultivation talent, Fu Lan queried directly. Enhance martial soul talent? Why do you suddenly ask this, Dean? Isn't martial soul talent innate? If it could truly be enhanced, I believe no one would refuse such an opportunity. Not even Peng Hu. Ao Si corresponded, puzzled. Indeed, Peng Hu echoed emphatically. While martial souls are innate, their quality can indeed be improved through effort and chance. I possess a method for enhancing the quality of martial souls and soul power. Take a look at this. When the opportunity arises, be sure not to miss it. Tomorrow's lesson will pertain to this content, Fu Lan said as he handed each of them a piece of parchment. The ink was evidently still fresh, indicating it had just been marked by Fu Lan. He proceeded to explain the essence of the celestial herbs to them, aiming to pique the students' curiosity, particularly Tang San's suspicions. The parchment illustrated several medicinal herbs, each accompanied by annotations regarding their effects and functions, while the sections detailing harvesting and storage methods remained blank. Before long, Fu Lan led Peng Hu and Ao Si Ka to the playground. Upon arrival, Peng Hu quickly rejoined his peers, standing silently beside Ma Hongjuan. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he was quite astute. Ao Si Ka, noticing this, appeared somewhat distracted as he fell in line behind Peng Hu, evidently still processing Fu Lan's recent words. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fu Lan, the Dean of Shylike Academy, the Level 78 Agility-type Battle Soul Master. I will be arranging your courses henceforth. In my absence, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji will oversee. Now for the first task. You must complete it within 10 minutes. Pay your tuition of 101 golden soul coins. Dai Mubai will lead you to the administrative office for payment. Fu Lan announced from the steps of the small square. Understood. Dai Mubai took the lead toward the administrative office to settle the tuition fees. Sitong, following closely beside Tang San, whispered to him, seemingly as though she had met Fu Lan before. 10 minutes later, having completed their payments, the group returned to await the dean's next assignment. Evening Rongrong expressed interest in the current happenings at Shylike Academy, let alone the others. The second task is the first assignment I have prepared for your first day of study. You have 3 days to complete it, whether by researching in the library or through other means. It is imperative that you accomplish this task. Those who finish will receive rewards. Not only a refund of your tuition fees, but also exemption from future tuition, Fu Lan generously declared. It was rare for him to be so magnanimous. 6 years of tuition amounted to over 600 golden soul coins, a significant portion of Ma Hongjuan's wealth, even for someone well off. Upon concluding, he distributed a slip of paper, which was, in fact, the celestial herb assignment he had shown to Ao Si Ka and Peng Hu in the office. Tang San opened the note and his eyes brightened. He was well acquainted with the contents. Casually scanning the crowd, he noted that only Dai Mubai and a few new students appeared bewildered, while the others seemed to grasp the matter. With his doubts dissipated, he inquired, Dean, if everyone completes the assignment, will we all be exempt from tuition? Yes, however, do not conspire for answers among yourselves. Should any collusion be discovered, all rewards will be forfeited, Fu Lan replied calmly. Though his exterior remained composed, internally he reveled in delight. Very well, Tang San said, casting a disappointed glance at Sitong. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan silently thought that it was evident Tang San remained unaware that even on the Douluo continent, knowledge of celestial herbs was exceedingly rare. Despite Tang San's cunning, he would never suspect Ma Hongjuan would employ such a tactic to extract knowledge regarding celestial herbs from him. In the teaching building, Fu Lan utilized soul power to materialize an illustration of the first celestial herb upon the blackboard. Ji Guan Fenghua. The image depicted a vibrant, soft celestial herb, seemingly simple, yet composed of striking red leaves. The leaves' tops resembled a coxcomb, but upon closer inspection, the veins were gilded in a rich gold hue. Effect: a premier herb for replenishing pure yang energy, significantly enhancing the soul power of the consumer while purifying impurities within. Ba Ban Xianlan, this flower, an exquisite 8-petaled orchid, gleamed snow-white, imparting an ethereal aura. Effect: its gentle and rich medicinal properties are easily absorbed, capable of reinforcing the foundation and eliminating internal impurities. Shui Xian Yujigu. Effect: nourishes muscles and bones, facilitating the smooth flow of qi through the body's meridians, solidifying one's foundation. Qi Luo Yu Jin Xiang, a resplendent, multicolored tulip. Effect, absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, basking in the radiance of the sun and moon. Xing Si Duan Chong Hong, a supreme treasure among celestial herbs, the flower king, resembling a peony with blood-red veins. This extraordinary flower is selective of its master. One must approach with heartfelt sincerity, using their own blood to sprinkle upon the petals while thinking of their beloved. Should one be resolute, once plucked, it will never wither as long as it remains near its owner. Qi Rong Tong Tianju, Ba Jiao Xuan Bing Cao, Lia Hua, Xing Jiao Shu. Yo Shang Qi Luo Xian Pin Wang Chuan Xiu Shui. Teacher, I have heard of the consumption method for Qi Luo Yu Jin Xiang. This flower should not be swallowed but gently inhaled, allowing the essence to be absorbed gradually. Then, one must cultivate soul power slowly, letting the medicinal effects permeate throughout the body. As for the harvesting method, I am not quite sure. Ma Hongjuan stood in his seat, speaking first. Indeed, well said. It seems you have not only focused on cultivation, but have also delved into this knowledge. However, this information is for your private study. It cannot be disclosed further. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not rush. I grant you 3 days to complete this assignment. The best performing member will be exempt from tuition, Fulan stated calmly. He was aware that Ma Hongjuan had previously discussed the effects of celestial herbs with him. While he felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that these herbs belonged to his disciples, and thus he would not covet them. The students below exhibited an eager anticipation, nodding fervently. This was their first encounter with such celestial medicinal herbs, with Ma Hongjuan, Peng Hu, and Ao Si Ka displaying a slightly better understanding than the rest. The assignments I have assigned to you today are intended to provide you with an understanding of these herbal wonders. In the future, should the opportunity arise, you will not miss out. However, the methods for harvesting and preserving these celestial herbs are exceedingly complex, necessitating your own exploration. Even the esteemed teachers of our academy are not entirely knowledgeable in this area. This serves as your assignment. You may enlist the support of your family or any means necessary with a deadline of 3 days. Flander, embodying the demeanor of a mentor, proclaimed, unbeknownst to Tang San. This was a clever scheme devised by Ma Hongjuan specifically for him. Observing that Ma Hongjuan and his companions appeared to have some familiarity with these extraordinary herbs, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he discreetly inquired, have you brothers encountered these celestial products? You seem surprisingly unfazed. How could this be? Celestial herbs are rare and hard to come by. My knowledge stems from a casual mention by the poisoned Douluo, who is well-versed in herbal matters. I believe the Academy's faculty learned these facts from him as well. Ma Hongjuan attributed all knowledge of these celestial herbs to Douluo, wary of attracting the attention of the forces behind the Academy. Poisoned Douluo? No wonder. It seems that heeding the teacher's advice to join Shrek Academy was indeed a wise choice. Tang San mused, no longer doubting, though a tinge of disappointment crept into his thoughts. Ma Hongjuan smiled subtly, pleased that his bait had been taken. Very well. Any matters can be discussed after class. Remember, do not collude on the examination regarding the celestial herbs. Even if one of you fails to solve a question, there will be no punishment. However, if collusion is discovered, be prepared to face the consequences, Flander cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression soured. As she had hoped Tang San would assist her, but it appeared that her hopes for a tuition waiver were dashed. The other students also wore expressions of dismay, except for Zhu Jiqing, who remained aloof and indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the proceedings. Upon returning, Ma Hongjuan did not immediately begin meditative practice, for his solitary dormitory allowed him to keep his secret safe. After changing into a black outfit, he summoned his phoenix martial spirit and departed from Shrek towards Suatua City. He needed to personally arrange the details of the concert, ensuring he returned to Shrek before dawn, as he anticipated that Flander would certainly address the students' misbehavior the following day. Particularly concerning was the matter of a certain headstrong young lady from a prominent sect. Ning Fengji's letter had already reached Flander's hands, a point he had subtly mentioned while discussing the celestial herbs with Ma Hongjuan. He was to cooperate to avoid offending the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, as their newly established influence remained vastly inferior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Suatawa City, the base of the Tianluotuang, was once the site of the largest family, the Fei family. It has since been transformed into the headquarters of the Tianluotuang, which now boasts thousands of members and numerous soul masters. While the organization is not lacking in formidable individuals, it does face a shortage of middle-tier soul masters above the soul sovereign rank. Thus, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna were recruited by Ma Hongjun to assist Xiao Xian and Flander in managing the affairs of the Tianluo Wang. Brother Ju, you have come. It has been ages since you last visited your sister. I thought you had forgotten about me, Mei Anna exclaimed upon Ma Hongjun's arrival at the headquarters of the Tianluo Wang. However, he did not enter directly, but instead requested that she be informed of his presence. His public identity was merely that of a high-ranking disciple within the Tianluo Wang, not an official member, thus making direct entry somewhat inappropriate. Seeing Mei Anna come to greet him, he could not help but smile wryly. Since saving her a year prior, this near-perfect beauty had openly expressed her affection for him, which he had consistently rejected, citing his youth and lack of interest in romance. Chapter 82. Star Concert. It would be untrue to say Ma Hongjun was unaffected by Mei Anna's affections. However, he was not one to be easily swayed, as evidenced by his choice to suppress the malevolent fire within him with the invaluable ice attribute spirit medicine. Having endured the trials of this malevolent fire for a long time, his self-control regarding romantic matters far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Not only in self-discipline, but even in willpower, he exceeded the average soul sovereign, bordering on the strength of soul kings. Sister Anna, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please take me to the concert venue. Once I have arranged the specifics, I must return to the academy before dawn, Ma Hongjun stated directly. I knew you would not visit without a purpose. Every time you come to see me, it is either due to the malevolent fire or because you need my assistance. Do you still have enough of the ice attribute spirit medicine? Would you like me to arrange for the Mei family to procure more? Though Mei Anna's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, her concern for the malevolent fire was evident. I have a few remaining. There should be no issues for the next 6 months, as I have found a solution to the malevolent fire. There is no need to waste gold soul coins on additional purchases, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Very well, follow me. Xiaodai has gone to recruit soul masters in other cities, so you need not enter the compound. I will take you directly to the concert venue, Mei Anna suggested. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had found a resolution to the malevolent fire, she felt a twinge of disappointment rather than the anticipated joy. 2 beautiful middle-aged female soul masters, both at the soul sovereign level, accompanied Mei Anna, serving as some of the few female soul masters within the Tianluo Wang. The 2 female guards followed Mei Anna closely, ensuring her safety. Her status within the Tianluo Wang was quite unique, being both a high-ranking member and the only daughter of the Mei family, which is a significant part of the Tianluo Wang's power. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for 2 soul sovereign guards to be assigned to her protection. You need not accompany us. I will be with Brother Hongjun, and there will be no unforeseen incidents, Mei Anna asserted as they made their way to the concert venue. Feeling that her usual companions were somewhat obstructive, the guards hesitated. While they recognized Ma Hongjun, they were unaware of his true identity and strength. Rest assured, sisters, Brother Hongjun is also a soul sovereign. Although my martial spirit has suffered injuries, he is still a soul sovereign. Furthermore, within Suatuwa City, no one would dare to provoke us from the Tianluo Wang, Mei Anna reassured them gently. Very well, but Lady Mei must return promptly. Otherwise, we will have difficulty reporting to the elders. The female soul masters conceded and returned to the Tianluo Wang headquarters. The concert venue was situated opposite the Suatuwa Great Soul Arena, not in the central area of Suatuwa City, but rather in the southwestern part of the city. Upon arriving at the concert venue, Ma Hongjun could not help but marvel at its vastness, which rivaled that of the Suatuwa Great Soul Arena, if not exceeding it. Upon entering the Star concert venue, Ma Hongjun was surprised to find it surprisingly compact. However, it could accommodate an audience of 50,000, reaching the limit of its capacity. The Suatuwa Great Soul Arena could host over 10,000 spectators, yet the Star concert venue, with a similar footprint, could accommodate 5 times that number. The venue for this concert is predominantly characterized by closely arranged seating, resulting in a rather congested atmosphere. Except for the stage, which is relatively spacious, other areas tend to be rather narrow. However, the seats located in front of the stands are noticeably more spacious. The concert venue is divided into 4 distinct sections: the Soul Master VIP area, the Soul Master area, the Wealthy Merchants area, and the General area. The Soul Master VIP area is the most spacious and closest to the stage, allowing attendees to clearly discern the features of the performers without the aid of any soul-guiding devices. Following this are the Soul Master area, Wealthy Merchants area, and the General area, all designed according to the specifications set forth by Dean Flander. Upon presenting her credentials, Mei Na guided Ma Hongjun into the concert venue, where she now stood at the edge of the stage, elucidating the layout to him. Indeed, it seems that entrusting our esteemed teacher with the management of Tianluo Di Wang was a most astute decision. How could I have overlooked the fact that our teacher possesses such economic acumen? Ma Hongjun remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, Dean Flander is quite astute in matters of finance. Even my father, Mei Jin, speaks highly of his economic insight. This method of varying ticket prices across different sections, though seemingly simple, is actually the most lucrative approach. Mei Na replied with a chuckle, clearly in agreement. It appears that Dean Flander's strategy goes beyond mere division of the venue. The Soul Master VIP area is meticulously numbered, with seats closest to the stage designated as Douluo number 1, followed by number 2, all the way to number 10, each corresponding to a different ticket price. Although this may seem excessively mercenary, Ma Hongjun nodded in approval. I have another suggestion. We could extend an invitation to renowned academies within the Tian-Do Empire in the name of our Shrek Academy and Tianluo Diwan, encouraging them to attend this concert as a form of exchange among Soul Master academies. The presence of those talented Soul Masters would surely create a sensation, making this star-studded event renowned throughout Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun proposed thoughtfully. How shall we arrange seating for those academies? The Soul Masters from prestigious institutions are notoriously proud, and maintaining order could pose a challenge. Unless we mobilize the full strength of Tianluo Diwan, it would be nearly impossible to uphold decorum. Mei Na pondered aloud, her brow furrowing at the thought. She understood Ma Hongjun well enough to know that he must have considered the logistics beforehand, prompting her inquiry. I have contemplated this as well. Naturally, we would not extend invitations indiscriminately. We should invite only those institutions that are truly representative. For now, let us invite 10 prestigious academies, which would alleviate some of the security concerns. We could construct 10 luxurious suites on the second floor of the stands, naming them after the Tian-Do 10 Great Academies, and provide them free of charge for their use. The 10 academies could include the 5 Elements Academy and the Plan Academy, among others. Ma Hongjun stated matter-of-factly. His ambitions extended far beyond this. By hosting the concert, not only could they reap substantial profits, but they could also elevate Shrek Academy into the public eye, enhancing its status significantly. There was even a possibility that Shrek could ascend to the ranks of a prestigious academy. If the plan unfolded successfully, the star concert might become a primary source of income for Tianluo Diwan. While future events might not replicate the initial impact, they could very well establish a norm. He envisioned the star concert evolving into an annual exchange event among the continent's elite Soul Master academies, on par with the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, hosted by Shrek and Tianluo Diwan. Of course, this plan remained in its infancy. Achieving it would require the continued strengthening of Tianluo Diwan's capabilities, at least to the status of the top 3 sections. Splendid. How did I not think of this? With the toxic Douluo presiding, what you propose is entirely feasible. While it may appear that we are at a disadvantage, the star power brought by those Academy Soul Masters will more than compensate, allowing us to reap substantial rewards. In contrast to Dean Flanders' more opportunistic approach, your vision is decidedly more long-term, Mei Na exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in astonishment at Ma Hongjun's business acumen, which she had not anticipated. Indeed, the perspective from which one approaches a problem can vary greatly. You were just praising our teacher, and now you speak of him in a disparaging light. Surely, you do not habitually flatter him to the point of habit, Ma Hongjun retorted, rolling his eyes. Isn't that quite normal? We din tian luo di wing. Aside from the disengaged toxic Douluo, it is your teacher who holds sway. Although Dean Flander is indeed quite shrewd, he sometimes focuses too much on immediate gains. Mei Na explained with an awkward smile. Well, I shall leave the particulars to you. Sister, though you serve as the teacher's aide, I am well aware of your capabilities. Remember, the ancient-style garments produced by Tianluo Diwan must make a striking impression on the day of the concert, as they will represent a significant future endeavor. Ma Hongjun reminded her once more. I truly cannot fathom the workings of your mind. Everything is interconnected. If you were not to pursue a business career, it would be a grave waste of your talents. Rest assured, Tianluo Diwan is destined to lead the fashion industry across the continent. Mei Na declared excitedly. The designs Ma Hongjun had provided captivated her, and she yearned to don the samples of the garments, especially the flowing-sleeved fairy dress. However, for the sake of confidentiality, she resisted the urge to wear them except when alone. The designs crafted by Ma Hongjun drew inspiration from ancient Chinese adornments, suitable for both men and women, which he referred to as gu feng attire. The term gu feng has been registered as an exclusive trademark, ensuring that any imitations would incur severe penalties from the empire. Nevertheless, prior to the trend's widespread adoption, it was essential to maintain an element of novelty. After all, the initial introduction of any concept is what leaves the most profound impact. First impressions are paramount. His ambition was to lead the entire Douluo continent in a resurgence of ancient-style fashion, leaving no room for error. He envisioned individuals from Tianshui Academy donning these ancient-style garments, while handsome representatives like Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, and Yu Tianheng would model the male attire. This concept was inspired by the green attire worn during the Advanced Soul Master Tournament, which had sparked a trend in green fashion. In time, the celebrity effect would ensure that ordinary individuals would flock to purchase ancient-style clothing, significantly influencing the aesthetic sensibilities of many across the continent. After further discussions with Mei and Na regarding specific matters, Ma Hongjun prepared to return to Shrek Academy when he was unexpectedly pulled to the Rose Hotel by her. Fortunately, although Mei and Na harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, she refrained from any inappropriate behavior, simply indulging in a candlelit dinner together. In the stillness of the night, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. After indulging in a late-night snack, Mei-na was reluctant to let Ma Hongjun depart. Their conversation flowed until the early hours, only releasing him when the clock struck midnight. Upon returning to his quarters in Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun wasted no time and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, the chime of the bell echoed through the air, yet Ma Hongjun paid it no heed, burying his head under the covers and continuing to sleep soundly. It was not until half an hour later the striking young man with silver hair and captivating peach blossom eyes entered Ma Hongjun's room, nearly dragging him to the training ground. This individual was none other than Oscar, who had cleanly shaved his previously bushy facial hair the night before. What a disgrace. As the most outstanding student of the academy, you failed to set a proper example by arriving late on the second day of school. It appears I must impose a strict punishment to correct such conduct, Flander reprimanded with a stern expression. Ma Hongjun, jolted awake, felt a rush of clarity. Although he had already attained the Soul Sage rank and could easily withstand days without sleep, he was not immune to the irritability that accompanies waking abruptly. I acknowledge my mistake, teacher. I accept the punishment. He promptly apologized, bowing his head. Insufficient. This is a collective issue. Shrek Academy is a unit, and you 8 are a team. Henceforth, I declare that one person's error will result in the punishment of all. From today, you shall run 15 laps around Soto City. Comment? Flander's demeanor was unusually harsh, leaving even Ma Hongjun perplexed regarding his teacher's sudden shift in attitude. 15 laps. I refuse. You can do as you please. I am a support-type soul master and cannot fulfill such a task. Moreover, I am not at fault, so why should I be punished? A shocked voice broke through the tension, revealing it to be the usually obedient Ning Rongrong. Defying the teacher only incurs greater consequences. All shall run 20 laps without utilizing soul power, and no meals will be served until the task is complete, Flander declared, ignoring Ning Rongrong altogether and intensifying the punishment. Dean, for us veteran students, 20 laps is already pushing our physical limits. They are fresh recruits. Can we not show some leniency? Ma Hongjun interjected, though he remained uncertain about Flander's motives. Indeed, there is merit to your argument. New students shall complete 10 laps each, while Ning Rongrong shall run 15 laps without using soul power. Begin. Flander's expression softened somewhat, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun. Rongrong, are you attempting to jeopardize us all? Hurry and catch up, Ma Hongjun urged, leading the way as he took off. Following him were Dai Mu Bai, Fat Tiger, and Oscar, who exchanged a resigned look with Ning Rongrong before joining the group. Rongrong, let us avoid crossing the Dean. We can discuss this later, Xiao Wu suggested. Trailing behind Tang, San as they ran outside, and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. Left alone, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and reluctantly joined the group. Do not blame Hongjun. Even if he had not been late, based on my understanding of the Dean, you would still be running 10 laps today. 10 laps are merely part of our training routine, Dai Mu Bai explained as they ran in a line. Ah, I see. We never intended to place blame. Since the Dean insists we are a collective, we should share both honor and disgrace. 10 laps are no challenge for Xiao Wu and me, Tang San responded confidently. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded fervently, indicating her lack of resentment towards Ma Hongjun. Although not using soul power will be a bit tiring, I believe I can manage. As they continued their conversation while running, a sudden exclamation broke the rhythm. "Humph, I refuse to run 10 laps. If anyone should run, it should be you all. The Academy's meals are dreadful. I will head to Soto City for a proper feast instead." Ning Rongrong huffed before quickening her pace and leaving the group. The remaining students exchanged bewildered glances. Was this still the delicate, ethereal girl they had known just yesterday? Do not concern yourselves with her, I assure you. She will not escape those 10 laps unless she intends to leave Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, chuckling as he reassured the group. Since she has abandoned the group, we may quicken our pace. Among us, only Oscar, as a support-type soul master, has the weakest constitution and should run at a steady speed, Tang San suggested, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Indeed, Tang San is right. While Oscar may not lack stamina compared to new students, speed is indeed his weakness, Dai Mu Bai chimed in, lightening the mood that had soured with Ning Rongrong's departure. Truthfully, I am the one who has caused you trouble. By the time we finish these 10 laps, it will likely be afternoon. How about this? Once we complete our laps, I will treat everyone to a grand banquet at the Penglai restaurant in Soto City as an apology, Ma Hongjun proposed generously, pleased to see his companions in good spirits. Speaking of the Penglai restaurant, it is essential to mention the Tianluoda Wang, which has undoubtedly shifted its business model towards entertainment and fashion. However, its primary industry remains the restaurant sector. The Penglai restaurant is one of the establishments under Tianluoda Wang, and Ma Hongjun's invitation to dine there would not strain his finances, as it would merely be a transfer of wealth from one pocket to another. Yay, little Ma, you're amazing. The Penglai restaurant is the largest in Soto City. However, I heard from my father that they serve everything imaginable, flying from the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water. A meal there costs at least 100 gold soul coins, which is beyond what we can afford, Fat Tiger exclaimed excitedly, only to hesitate upon realizing the cost. Rest assured, Hongjun has plenty of money. I doubt he cares about such trivialities, Oscar replied with a mysterious smile. Although he was unaware that the Penglai restaurant was part of Tianluoda Wang, he knew that Ma Hongjun was the founder of the establishment. He certainly has the means to treat us all to a delightful experience at the Penglai restaurant, he added. Are there carrots? Xiao Wu inquired earnestly, her focus solely on Ma Hongjun. As they continued to run and chat, their pace remained steady. As soul masters, their stamina far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Indeed, we had an abundance of carrots, both steamed and fried. Haha, Xiao Wu, I've noticed your peculiar fondness for carrots. Can you not entertain thoughts of anything else? Ma Hongjun laughed, eliciting smiles from the group. Oof, you are the one preoccupied with carrots. Who says my mind is solely occupied by them? I also have Tang San. Xiao Wu retorted playfully, intertwining her arm with Tang San's as she shot a mock glare at Ma Hongjun. Critical hit 999. Envy from the Single Dog Brigade. If there were any points of jealousy in Ma Hongjun, they would undoubtedly be off the charts at this moment. However, he possesses only kindness and faith. He believes that these qualities hold significant value, though he has yet to discover their true potential. After completing 10 laps, the group found that the sun had already passed its zenith. Tang San and the 3 new students were instructed to head to the Penglai restaurant to reserve a table, while Ma Hongjun led the 3 senior students to complete their next task. Observing Tang San and his companions finishing their assignments and heading to the restaurant, Oscar suddenly surged forward with a burst of energy. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun resignedly ran ahead to shield him from the wind's resistance. Dai Mu Bai and Fat Tiger also casually formed a line and began a sprint with all their might. Finally, after nearly an hour, they accomplished their task and entered the ancient and charming Penglai restaurant, drenched in sweat. The 4 quickly located Tang San and the others. Once settled, Ma Hongjun raised his wine cup and addressed everyone. I propose a toast to all of you, and I extend my congratulations to the 3 new students for joining the Shrek Academy family. The 7 exchanged cups, gradually becoming a cohesive group, with the exception of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, who did not toast each other. The others had already lost count of how many times they had raised their glasses to one another in a short span. As the night deepened, and without the use of soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, everyone felt a slight intoxication, including Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Just when Ma Hongjun intended to continue toasting Tang San, who could no longer drink, the latter found an excuse to speak up. I wonder how everyone's assignments are coming along. We are here, so the dean shouldn't overhear our conversation, right? Tang San's mood was evidently quite pleasant, as reflected in his inquiry. The camaraderie among the Shrek Academy's students made him feel an overwhelming sense of warmth. Having lived 2 lives, he valued the purity of friendship among classmates more than anyone else. However, as the pure-hearted Tang, San remained composed. Ma Hongjuan's inner thoughts were far from innocent. In fact, one could argue that his mind was more depraved than anyone else's. He concealed this side of himself due to the suppression of the ice attribute medicinal herb and the strength of his willpower. Otherwise, with his desires exceeding those of ordinary men tenfold, the mere thought was chilling. No progress on my end, how about you? Ma Hongjuan replied nonchalantly. Actually, I have some knowledge about the herbs the dean mentioned. I can share it with you without hesitation. After all, as Hongjun said, celestial herbs are elusive, and we may never encounter them in our lifetime. You just need to agree to copy down a single account for your assignment, and I will enlighten you. Tang San explained. Of course, that's not a problem at all. Xiao San, please share your knowledge about these herbs to broaden everyone's horizons. Oscar eagerly prompted. Before I discuss the methods of harvesting and storing these celestial herbs, let me tell you a love story about Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, Tang San said, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was ready to hear a story, and feeling a bit exasperated. Chapter 85. The story of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Xiangxi Duanchang Hong is the highest quality celestial herb mentioned by the dean. It is not referred to as a medicinal herb, because these herbs transcend the limits of ordinary herbs. Thus I call them celestial products. Tang San did not immediately begin narrating, but instead explained what a celestial herb is. Xiao San, you promised to tell a story. I want to hear a love story. Not your introduction, Xiao Wu said, her cheeks flushed from drinking, her discontent making her resemble a ripe red apple, particularly enticing. Even Zhu Zhuqing, sitting beside Xiao Wu, cast curious glances at Tang San. Regardless of the world, girls hold a unique fascination for love. All right, I can't help it. Legend has it that Xiangxi Duanchang Hong was originally an ordinary peony, but it transformed after receiving the heartfelt blood of a person with deep emotions. The story goes that there was an ordinary peony, the incarnation of the flower goddess from the celestial realm. This peony encountered a man who cherished flowers, which ignited a series of romantic tales. The man was very fond of nurturing flowers, and his courtyard was filled with various blossoms, including the incarnation of the flower goddess. His favorite pastime was to recite poetry and express his feelings to the flowers in the yard. Whenever a flower withered, the man would be deeply saddened, and his genuine affection resonated with the upper realm, moving the flower goddess to tears. Whenever he expressed his love through poetry, the goddess felt immense joy. Gradually, the flower goddess became enchanted by the man. On one occasion, she descended to meet him, and due to their mutual love for flowers, they were drawn to each other. They eventually became husband and wife, sharing countless nights under the moonlight, whispering sweet nothings. Tang San paused, taking a sip of his drink. What is the celestial realm? Fat Tiger unwittingly voiced the collective curiosity. Seeing the captivated expressions of his audience, Tang San felt an involuntary surge of enthusiasm. You can think of it as a higher plane of existence, akin to the realm of deities. Yet, while love between deities and mortals may seem blissful, the celestial realm has strict laws forbidding such unions, and the romance between the flower goddess and the man clearly violated these divine edicts. Tang San explained with a smile. Wait a moment, Xiao San, I have a question. What does whispering sweet nothings mean? Ma Hongjun interjected at an inopportune moment. Unlike others, who were curious about the story, he had heard it no less than 3 times before, so his focus was different. Well, that refers to, Tang San stuttered, his face reddening further from the wine and Ma Hongjuan's question. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both simultaneously scoffed, thinking him a rogue. However, Xiao Wu was particularly bold, stating directly, whispering sweet nothings is when you speak softly with your beloved, especially when adults are in bed together. Oh, I see. If it could just be stated as the joys of love, why be so coy about it? Haha, well, Xiao San, please continue with your story. Ma Hongjuan remarked, a bit embarrassed, but relieved at the directness of Xiao Wu's explanation. Noticing the incredulous stares directed at him, he quickly urged Tang San to resume his tale. The love between the goddess and the mortal violated the celestial laws, leading to the goddess being taken away by the deities, leaving the man bereft of his beloved. As he faced the loss of his partner, the man fell into despair, neglecting the flowers in his garden. By chance, he learned that his wife was none other than the peony in his courtyard. If he burned the peony, the goddess would become immortal and descend to him. Awakening to this realization, he began to tend to the garden once more. Being a man who cherished flowers, he could not bear to destroy the pure peony, nor selfishly wish for his wife to become mortal. Thus, he poured out his longing to the white peony daily. Over time, his longing turned into illness, and he spilled his heartfelt blood on the peony, leading to his demise. The tale behind Xiangxi Duanchanghong is one of profound sorrow, wherein only the truest and most sincere love can claim its allegiance. Thus, one might ponder whether the story of Duanchanghong is indeed a narrative of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm to forge a bond with a human. It is, without doubt, a deeply moving story. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu found herself momentarily lost in thought, as though she had stepped into the role of the flower goddess. Her eyes misting over with emotion. Hua Fifan, being exquisite in nature, serves only those worthy, and thus, one need not impose excessive expectations upon the celestial herbs. Observing the entranced expressions of his companions, Tang San interjected. Ma Hongjun merely smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. Subsequently, Tang San meticulously explained the methods for harvesting these rare herbs. Although Ma Hongjun was familiar with much of the original narrative, the specifics eluded him. Through Tang San's elucidation, Ma Hongjun learned that Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao could only be harvested with a tool of golden iron, while the fiery Lihua Xing Jiao Shu required a jade vessel to maintain its efficacy. Other celestial plants also demanded unique harvesting and preservation techniques. Some necessitated wooden boxes, while others required stone or jade containers. After diligently noting these details, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of satisfaction. His gaze towards Tang San softened considerably, almost as if he wished to express his gratitude to Tang San's ancestors. He silently rejoiced at having refrained from reckless harvesting, realizing the folly he had narrowly avoided. Among the celestial herbs, Dai Lao Da was best suited to the Qirong Tongtianju, while Ma Hongjun himself was likely to be aligned with the Jiguang Phoenix Sunflower. Alongside Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and Lihua Xing Jiao Shu, the Baban Xianlan was a more tempered herb, fitting for the food-oriented Oscar. However, all this discourse was somewhat futile, as each celestial herb was a unique treasure, and not everyone could encounter them. Otherwise, the tidal Douluo on the continent would not be so scarce as they are today. Fearing that his companions might indulge in lofty aspirations, Tang San ceased his exposition and shifted to a more sobering tone. Indeed, my fortune seems insufficient to cross paths with such exquisite herbs. I must rely on you all to strive diligently. Ma Hongjun jested, inwardly feeling a swell of delight. After indulging in a hearty meal, the group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be greeted by the grim visage of Flender. Did you finish your run? Flender inquired, his voice low and foreboding. Yes, teacher, we have completed it. Ma Hongjun replied, so me vat puzzled. I meant you all. Flender's tone sharpened as he reiterated. Chapter 86. A day off. I shall take a day off today. I may add another chapter this evening, as I am suffering from a toothache and feel rather fatigued. I apologize sincerely. Let us reconvene tomorrow. There is no need to await updates today. I will review the previous text and provide another chapter if possible, albeit it may be late. I hope everyone can lend their support with a recommendation vote. Thank you immensely. Chapter 87. Preparing for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Seeking monthly votes. Indeed. Are we the ones you speak of? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Oh, teacher, you mean Ning Rongrong? We are unaware of her whereabouts. After our run, we all dined at the Penglai Hotel and have returned reeking of alcohol. It is quite unpleasant. If there is nothing further, we shall retire for the evening and wash up. Ma Hongjun dismissed the matter nonchalantly, realizing Flender was referring to Ning Rongrong without any intention of reporting or concealing matters. Well then, you should return and rest early. We will discuss today's events tomorrow, Flender replied, his tone gentle yet chilling, instilling a sense of foreboding in Dai Mubai and the others, who couldn't shake the feeling that the morrow would not be easy. Once everyone had bathed and settled down for the night, Flender remained in his office, the light still aglow as he contemplated his plans, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. Who is it? Flender suddenly startled, raising his head to peer out the window. It is I, teacher, Ma Hongjun promptly declared, vaulting through the window. What brings you here? Surely, it is not about the celestial herbs. Has something materialized? Flender speculated, noting the uncontainable joy on Ma Hongjun's face. How did you know, teacher? You aren't tea-stalking us, are you? Ma Hongjun questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone. I have no desire to follow you. Your expression gives away your delight, and considering you were with Tang San and the others, it is not difficult to deduce what pleases you, Flender retorted, somewhat irked. His words, though blunt, rang true. He was undoubtedly the individual who understood Ma Hongjun better than anyone else in this world. Is there something troubling you, teacher? You appear somewhat glum, Ma Hongjun observed, noting the flicker of concern on Flinder's face. It is nothing of great consequence. You witnessed Ning Rongrong's behavior today. The leader of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji, has sent me another letter requesting that I discipline his daughter and has agreed to cooperate with our Tianlada Wang. Flinder explained in a detached manner. Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance. If Tianlada Wang could secure an alliance with the wealthiest sect, Qibao Liuli, at the onset of its establishment, the benefits would far exceed expectations. It is akin to a once-overlooked product suddenly endorsed by the richest individual in the realm. He elaborated. Moreover, Tianlada Wang is not inconspicuous but rather an emerging star. The letter also detailed Ning Rongrong's true character, and based on the description alongside her actions today, she is undoubtedly a high-spirited young lady. Given her temperament, if she were not the auxiliary soul master we desperately need, and the daughter of the Qibao Liuli sect, I would not wish to intervene. As an elder, I cannot strike her nor chastise her. Sigh. There are countless matters awaiting me at Tianlada Wang. Teacher, you do not intend to have me discipline her, do you? If I were to strike her, the sword bow and Douluo from Qibao Liuli would surely seek retribution. Not even the poison Douluo could shield me from that. No way, absolutely not. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock, shaking his head vigorously. Flinder, well aware of Ma Hongjun's disposition, recognized his intent to shirk responsibility and offload such a thankless task onto him. Ahem, you could employ more suitable measures. It need not resort to violence. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, Flinder stated, conceding to Ma Hongjun's discernment without further pretense. All right, but teacher, you must cooperate with me. With Sister Anna managing matters at Tianlada Wang, there is no need for excessive worry. You ought to remain at the academy to rest these days. I can see you do not wish to play the villain, preferring to place the burden on your precious disciple. Should anything go awry, I shall take my leave immediately. Ma Hongjun declared, somevat exasperated. Despite his words, he would never abandon the teachers of Shrek Academy in times of trouble. Though he harbored some discontent with Flinder's proposition, he ultimately acquiesced, recognizing Flinder's tireless efforts on his behalf. Indeed, you are truly a commendable disciple, always ready to share the burdens of your teacher. However, do ensure unity within the team while you discipline her. While Shrek Academy encourages competition, unity remains equally vital. Fulanda's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he was quick to remind, yes, a single arrow is easily broken, but 10 arrows are hard to bend. 5 people united are like a tiger. 10 people united are like a dragon. I understand this principle, so rest assured, teacher, I will manage the unity of our team. When the master arrives, you should emphasize this to him as well. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Gang should also be arriving at Shrek Academy in the next few days. If that young lady has not been properly disciplined by then, it will fall to him to handle her. With his steadfast character, he will certainly not fear the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Flinder reminisced with a hint of nostalgia, recalling his bond with Lu Erlong and the master. Their past adventures together, supporting each other across the continent, were memories he cherished dearly. If the stir caused by the celebrity concert is significant enough, Shrek Academy may even catch the attention of the higher echelons of the Tiando Empire. At that point, advancing directly to a higher academy may not be out of the question. However, the number of students is an issue. Speaking of advancing to a higher academy, I have a bold idea that I wonder might be feasible. I wish to lead our current students from Shrek Academy to participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition and secure the championship, Ma Hongjun declared with bright confidence. He had already resolved that, in a couple of days, once Oscar advanced to the 30th level Soul Master, he would venture alone to the Sunset Forest, not far from Tiando City, to consume the celestial herb found within the ice and fire yin yang well, enhancing his qualifications and strength. He was determined to seize victory in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition without conceding a single match. Your celebrity concert, while likely to draw attention to our Soto City, is merely a first-time event. Many factions may show respect to Poison Douluo by attending, but it will certainly not match the influence of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Our students at Shrek Academy are sufficient to form a battle team, and given your talents, winning the championship will not be overly difficult. However, isn't it a bit hasty to plan for next year's competition? while securing the championship would undoubtedly grant Shrek Academy an influence that far surpasses any prestige gained through a celebrity concert. Relying solely on your strength seems overly ambitious unless, of course, you intend to share some of your celestial herbs with these students, Fulinder remarked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He had long harbored thoughts of winning the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, but had previously lacked the requisite strength and a number of students to form a team, which had deterred him from voicing such ambitions. Now that hope was in sight, he was elated. Participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition was the dream of every teacher in the academy and the finest way to showcase their educational achievements. I have not fully contemplated this yet, but I will see how it unfolds. As long as Shrek Academy grows stronger, I am not averse to sacrificing some things if necessary, Ma Hongjun replied with a subtle shake of his head, before speaking with firm resolve. The efficacy of the celestial herbs, if truly as you say, is exceedingly precious and deserves careful consideration. Even ordinary individuals would not easily part with celestial herbs, even if they are not in immediate need. Your intent is commendable. However, do not overburden yourself. Prioritize your own use first, and any surplus can be utilized to bolster Oscar and the other soul power, Fundua said, nodding in appreciation. Yes, teacher, you should get some rest. I will take my leave now. It would be difficult to explain to the other students if they discover my absence, Ma Hongjun stated, and with a flicker, he vanished from the dean's office. The dean's office served as a vital space for discussions between Ma Hongjun and Feng, as well as a hub for gathering information from the outside world. Go ahead, Feng replied softly, preparing to rest himself. The dean's office was also his residence. Everything proceeded as if nothing had transpired, yet the dialogue between the two would profoundly influence the future trajectory of the entire Douluo continent. The following day, early in the morning, after half an hour of self-study, the group was led by Feng to the small playground. Nowadays, Shrek Academy occasionally allowed students to relax. Instead of requiring them to run back and forth between Soto City and the academy every day, they incorporated brief self-study sessions to gather students together to discuss training challenges. However, when announcing significant matters, Flindua still preferred to do so in the small playground. Today marks your third day since joining the academy, and you should now have some understanding of the rules of Shrek Academy. I have reviewed the assignments you just submitted, and among them, Tang San's performance stands out, particularly in detailing the methods for harvesting and preserving celestial herbs. Ma Hongjun follows closely, though he did not specify the harvesting methods. He provided a comprehensive description of their effects. This does not surprise me. What does is that the others did not submit blank papers, which I find quite gratifying. However, there remains one bold individual who did not submit their assignment. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Flindua called out. Ning Rongrong's complexion soured instantly, especially under the gaze of her classmates, which filled her with shame and anger. She was not ashamed of her actions, but rather embarrassed by Feng's public reprimand, feeling her pride wounded as she faced the accusatory stares of her peers. As Ma Hongjun noticed that Ning Rongrong had not moved, he stepped back, and the others followed suit, mimicking his retreat. Only then did Ning Rongrong lift her head and shoot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun before stepping forward to confront Fengde defiantly. I won't. I haven't completed my assignment yet, so I didn't have time to look up the materials. You never specified when it was due. So, is it a problem if I submit it later? Is failing to complete an assignment something to be proud of? Very well. Even if I did not specify. May I ask, Lady Ning, while the others completed their tasks yesterday, where were you? Fulander replied, casting a cool glance at Ning Rongrong with a hint of mockery. You were following me. Who do you think you are, Fulanda? You're just a mere soul saint. What is so impressive about that? The academy's food is too terrible. So I went to Soto City for a decent meal, Ning Rongrong exclaimed passionately, glancing at Ma Hongjun as if struck by a thought, and she spoke candidly. At this revelation, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all taken aback, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at Ning Rongrong, unable to fathom that such a beautiful young girl would utter something so brazen. The softness that once graced her features upon entering the academy had vanished, replaced by a tone of disdain that conveyed a sense of superiority. Fulan Dua chuckled, yet rather than expressing anger, he replied calmly, Your father, Ning Fengji, is merely a soul saint, as you described. Even as the most outstanding genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are still just a great soul master. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the highest cultivation one can achieve as a soul master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower is merely that of a soul saint, which is indeed nothing extraordinary. What do you know? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost support sect in the world. Unlike you, Ning Rongrong retorted furiously. Yet she felt a loss for words. While the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was formidable, it was not due to her own power, but rather that of the sect as a whole. Her claim that the was merely a soul saint was a moment of heated words, and she had not anticipated a sharp response. In terms of verbal sparring skills, she is still leagues away from Flander, with a vast distance akin to that of the Star Do Great Forest. The chasm between you and me is insurmountable. If you disdain this place, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students, Flander remarked with a faint smile and an indifferent tone. You wish to expel me? It will not be so simple. I intend to remain at Shrek Academy. Since I have arrived, I have no plans to depart prematurely. Flander, I advise you to mind your own business, lest the consequences be beyond your capacity to bear. Ning Rongrong retorted with a cold laugh. Hongjun, I leave her in your hands. Should she fail to comply with your punishment, you have the authority to expel her and have her pack her belongings and leave. Flander declared, not even glancing at Ning Rongrong before exiting the small playground. It is nothing short of a farce. Though the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is formidable, it would never engage in a conflict over such trivial matters. At most, it would merely impede the development speed of the Heavenly Luo Net. Let us not forget that the Heavenly Luo Net also possesses tidal Douluo, and it can be said that the top-tier combat power of the Heavenly Luo Net is no less than that of the lower force sects, perhaps even stronger. The disparity merely lies in the overall strength of the sects. Moreover, Ning Fengji's letter had long clearly instructed him to exert his utmost effort without regard for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's reputation. Unlike the situation in the original work, Flander's status has ascended to a far greater echelon. Should the strength of the Heavenly Luo Net rise significantly, Flander's position would undoubtedly be comparable to that of Ning Fengji. All right, Ma Hongjun nodded heavily in agreement. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, on the northern side of the opulent chamber, the main seat, facing south, is a grand chair carved from rosewood, adorned with a large, exquisite jadeite piece embedded in its backrest. The jadeite, a deep green hue, emanates a gentle and warm aura, being a piece of premium warm jade. Sitting upon the chair is a middle-aged man with a countenance as refined as jade, his straight nose and square jaw lending him an air of scholarly gentility. Before him, a young man clad in white attire kneels respectfully, speaking with a tone of reverence. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy, and I have personally delivered your letter to the dean, Flander. The middle-aged man is none other than Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as the continent's foremost support-type soul master. You may leave. Allow this little ancestor to experience training at Shrek Academy. I wonder if it is the right decision. It is said that behind Shrek Academy lies the rising power of the Heavenly Luo Net. Ning Fengji murmured anxiously to himself. Chapter 89. What is kindness? A powerful voice, sharp as a sword, resonated throughout the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions. Fengji, it seems you're also concerned about Rongrong being alone at Shrek Academy. I happen to be heading there to visit her. A young girl alone outside. I cannot rest easy. Would you like to accompany me? An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a figure as lithe as a sword, yet with a face as tender as an infant's, emerged from the back hall. He unceremoniously took a seat beside Ning Fengji. Sword uncle, Rongrong is no longer a child. She has reached the age for independent training. You and Dragon Uncle have spoiled her too much. No one dares to offend her within the sect. It would be beneficial for her to receive some education at Shrek Academy. You and Dragon Uncle should refrain from disturbing her. With her character, she will not suffer anywhere. Ning Fengji replied, somewhat helplessly. He remains oblivious to the treatment Ning Rongrong is currently enduring at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I will not make things difficult for you. You are to run 20 laps starting now, and you are permitted to use your soul power. Oscar, as the only food-type support soul master in our Shrek Academy aside from Ning Rongrong, your stamina is equally important. Accompany her in exercising and set a good example. Ma Hongjun stated, showing no intention of making things difficult for Ning Rongrong, while glancing at Oscar, who was stealing glances at Ning Rongrong. Though Ning Rongrong is beautiful, Ma Hongjun cannot afford to fall for every attractive girl. Oscar, with his promising future, ranks among the top in Shrek Academy and is someone worth supporting. Yet, he remains unaware that there are multiple worthy competitors standing in the way of Ning Rongrong, the proud young lady who would hardly consider him. If it were merely Tang San, she might not mind, but now, both he and Tang San have outshone Oscar significantly. Oomph. If I must run, then I shall run. Ning Rongrong, unusually compliant, recognized Ma Hongjuan's seriousness, perhaps sensing his status in Shrek Academy, or perhaps she instinctively wished to avoid offending this talented monster. Brother, your kindness is unspoken. From now on, I am yours, regardless of whether I succeed in pursuing her. I will not blame you. In the future, my sausages will be free for you, Oscar said with a grin, whispering his gratitude to Ma Hongjun. Since the arrival of these female students at Shrek Academy, he has kept his face clean-shaven, and in terms of appearance, even the handsome Dai Mubai pales in comparison. Having been classmates with Ma Hongjun for 2 years, he is well aware of Oscar's intentions, yet he is still inclined to support him. I do not need him to accompany me. What I need is not a delicate boy, but a true man. If you think I will be bored alone, you may join me for a run. I would not mind. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly before turning and sprinting towards Suotawa City. Running 20 laps using soul power is a new challenge for her, approaching her limits. Yet with a sufficiently resolute will, it is not insurmountable. I mind, Oscar. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Ma Hongjun said with an exasperated eye roll, pushing Oscar slightly, frustrated. Oh, I will catch up right away, Oscar replied, snapping back to reality and hastily chasing after her. As he began to pursue Ning Rongrong, he was already disheartened, realizing that she likely looked down on him. Yet he was not one to easily give up, summoning his courage to chase after her. Hongjun, are you really foolish or just pretending? That Ning Rongrong clearly shows interest in you. Why are you giving Oscar a chance to pursue her? You're not exactly a child anymore. It is time to find a girlfriend to relieve some tension. Otherwise, how about I invite you to meet a pair of twin sisters next time? Dai Mubai, seemingly having given up on Zhu Zhuqing, continued with his own matters, ignoring her increasingly icy demeanor. Huh, she's interested in me? I did not notice. You must be mistaken. She was merely resentful about the 20 laps I assigned her. So she deliberately made me accompany her in punishment. I will not fall for that, Ma Hongjun declared, exuding an air of self-importance in his analysis. Remarkably, Ning Rongrong did indeed harbor such thoughts, but Ma Hongjun, with his limited intellect and emotional awareness, could not comprehend a girl's feelings. Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation, patting Ma Hongjuan's shoulder firmly, and said softly, Brother, you still have too little interaction with girls. You ought to learn from your elder brother. With a disdainful huff, Zhu Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance at the two, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she remarked, Unlike some individuals who have been with countless women, it is rather unfortunate that they cannot maintain their own decorum without sullying the reputation of the virtuous. Without a backward glance, she departed from the small playground. What does my interaction with my brother concern you? A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with women. I shall take my leave first. Dai Mubai instinctively felt the urge to retort, yet upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing, he immediately lost interest in further debate and vanished from the playground in a single bound. As the others swiftly exited, Fat Tiger also scampered away, leaving no trace. A good person card? How absurd, Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, casually glancing at the verdant panel in his mind. To his astonishment, he noticed that the kindness value section had flickered momentarily, increasing by 3 points, causing him to exclaim inwardly, Can a good person card truly augment my kindness value? Perplexed, he found himself grappling with the very concept of kindness. At that moment, he turned to Tang San, who was preparing to leave with Xiao Wu, and called out, Xiao San, could you spare a moment? I have a question I wish to consult you about. We are all comrades. It is only natural to assist one another. There is no need for such formality. Tang San replied, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. Indeed, I merely wish to inquire about the essence of kindness. Among the Shrek Academy students, your demeanor appears the most mature. Would you be so kind as to share your understanding? Ma Hongjun asked, not truly expecting any profound insights from Tang San. Good and evil, who can truly define them? Kindness and malice, you may judge as you wish. I am unsure, but my teacher once imparted a saying that resonated with me. Mountains are mountains, rivers are rivers. Mountains are no longer mountains, rivers are no longer rivers. When one sees through everything, when one perceives the essence, what then of all things? After such clarity, what does right and wrong signify? Good and evil? All actions are merely to survive, to live according to one's own perceptions and understandings, Tang San articulated earnestly. Ma Hongjun pondered over these words when Xiao Wu interjected, Xiao San, what on earth are you saying? I can't comprehend a word. In my view, A kind person must first possess a benevolent heart. One should never casually hunt benevolent spirit beasts, but of course, one must not show mercy to malevolent ones either. She cast an irritated glance at Tang San. Tang San, slightly helpless, patted Xiao Wu's head and offered a wry smile to Ma Hongjun, saying, Xiao Wu is rather mischievous. Please do not take offense. While her response is simplistic, it carries a certain truth. My teacher's words are indeed rather profound. Compassionate heart, imperial strategy, benevolent heart, imperial methods. Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany, and at that moment, a violent mental wave surged from the green panel in his mind, causing his kindness value to soar, increasing by a staggering 100 points to reach 156. The three-leaf clover spirit soul lock in his sea of consciousness shattered, unlocking the conditions for hidden spirit rings. And even the appearance of the panel underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing new functionalities, with the kindness value section displaying a surplus. The information on the panel changed as follows. Host, Ma Hongjun Spirit. Evil Fire Phoenix First Spirit Skill. Phoenix Crying Heaven Strike Second Spirit Skill. Blazing Sun Thrust Third Spirit Skill. Phoenix Wings Soaring Possessing tenfold desires of an ordinary person in a spirit quality approaching the pinnacle of fire. Spirit. Three-leaf clover Function 1. Kindness Point Lottery, 1,000 kindness points per draw, 100 basic kindness points, 56 kindness points. Function 2. Faith Point Lottery, 1,000 faith points per draw, 100 basic faith points. Others, not unlocked. First Spirit Skill, Bichuan Flame Poison Domain. First Hidden Spirit Skill, Parasitism. Binding. Second Spirit Skill, Ink Jade Empty Staff. Second Hidden Spirit Skill, None. Third Spirit Skill, Web Coverage. Special Talent Skill, Ghostly Annihilation Breathing Technique. External Spirit Bone, Earth Whip. Spirit Bone None. Spirit Guidance Device, Rui Treasure Bag. Is this an upgrade? Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment at the changes within his sea of consciousness, completely oblivious to the chatter of Tang San and Xiao Wu nearby. Let us not disturb him. He seems to be grasping the essence of his spirit. We should take our leave. It is unlikely anyone will interrupt his enlightenment within the academy. Tang San remarked to Xiao Wu, who was still prattling on about her thoughts. All right, let us depart then. I must go to Douluo City to buy a large basket of carrots. I shall savor them slowly, Xiao Wu declared, pulling Tang San along as they left. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's final words, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile, silently vowing that should Xiao Wu ever find herself in trouble, he would not stand idly by. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the female students of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he would not have given Oscar an opportunity. The same applied to Xiao Wu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he found himself perplexed by his own feelings. Chapter 90. The kind Ma Hongjun. Oscar hastened to catch up with Ning Rongrong, who cast a haughty glance back at him and stated, Who permitted you to follow me? I warn you, it is best not to spy on me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. That is not my intention at all, Rongrong. I merely wish to inform you that completing 20 laps is not as daunting as it seems. With my recovery sausage and your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, we shall find it much easier to accomplish our task, Oscar quickly clarified, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. Unnecessary, Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head away in disgust, ignoring Oscar entirely as she summoned her soul power and set off towards Douluo City. Oscar could only offer a wry smile, silently trailing behind Ning Rongrong. During the first lap, Ning Rongrong managed to keep pace, but by the halfway point of the second lap, her stamina began to wane due to the continuous exertion of her soul power. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, and a sheen of perspiration glistened on Ning Rongrong, enhancing her allure. Rongrong, feeling tired? Would you like to take a break and have some of my sausage before continuing? I have a delicious sausage here, Oscar offered, eagerly presenting his first spirit skill. In a flash of light, a large sausage appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong shot him a sidelong glance. Despite her youth, that single glance left Oscar feeling exhilarated. The first spirit skill of my sausage spirit is recovery. It can not only expedite healing, but also restore stamina. Have a bite. With my sausage, completing 20 laps will be a breeze. Ning Rongrong, who had no desire to finish the 20 laps of punishment, felt increasingly irate at Oscar's incessant prodding. Now, hearing his peculiar incantation, her frustration was undeniable. Ning Rongrong shot Oscar a peculiar look and suddenly declared fiercely, I still have 2 pieces of bread left. Eat your head. With that, she summoned her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, augmenting her agility and accelerating away, creating distance between herself and Oscar. Oscar stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished at the transformation of the pure and innocent girl he once knew. Initially, he merely believed that Ning Rongrong possessed a touch of typical young lady temperament. He could hardly have anticipated that she would deliberately utter such ambiguous words. Outsiders are unaware of the role Ning Rongrong plays within the Qibao Liuli zone. Her current manner of speaking has become quite commonplace, as she is gradually revealing her true nature. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong was unable to complete the 20 laps. After exhausting herself by the 5th lap, she paused, intending to rest before continuing. However, upon stopping, she realized it was nearly noon, prompting her to head to Sitawa City, thinking she would eat before resuming her run. After dining, she found herself wishing to shop before continuing, leading her to complete only a quarter of her punishment. In the dean's office, "You truly guessed correctly. How did you know she wouldn't finish her punishment?" Flander remarked, observing the carefree Ma Hongjun. "I've decided not to punish her this time and will leave this dilemma to the master. I wish to experiment with something and refrain from playing the villain for now," Ma Hongjun replied, recalling the kindness points on the panel in his mind, eager to see if merely making others believe in his goodness would yield an increase. "What sort of experiment? This is unlike you. You shouldn't fear the young princess of Qibao Liuli zone. Do tell, what do you intend to test?" Flander questioned, puzzled by Ma Hongjun's demeanor. "That is a secret, one that cannot be disclosed just yet," Ma Hongjun replied with a mysterious smile, well aware that the special talent granted by the hidden soul ring of his martial soul, the 3-leaf clover, was undoubtedly his greatest secret, one he would not share, even with those closest to him. "Well, I have no desire to know. When you plan to venture into the Sunset Forest, should we wait for the poisoned Douluo to return, so we can go together?" Flander feigned indifference. Yet a hint of concern crept into his voice. Oscar should be on the verge of a breakthrough. "When teacher Zhao Wujia's group leads us to the Star Do Great Forest for training, I will take a brief leave to visit the Sunset Forest," Ma Hongjun mused, aware of the unfolding plot and Oscar's imminent ascension to Soul Master. If one were to compare the Shrek 7 monsters with their counterparts in the original work, the most notable distinction lay in their physical strength, which had significantly increased. Both Dai Mubai and Oscar exhibited a level of physical prowess superior to that depicted in the original narrative. No need for concern. I'm already a 34th level Soul Master, more than capable of self-preservation. As long as I do not encounter a Soul King, I should be fine, Ma Hongjun stated confidently, though this was a conservative estimate. With his hidden cards, even if he could not defeat a Soul King, escaping would pose no challenge, thanks to his martial soul's flight capability and the external soul bone. Earth Whip. Although Ma Hongjun had possessed the Earth Whip for quite some time, he had yet to fully master it. After advancing to Soul Master, it underwent further changes, becoming more difficult to control. Nevertheless, its basic application remained effective, enhancing his combat capabilities significantly. Should an enemy be struck by the Earth Whip, they would experience a drastic reduction in fighting strength or, at worst, succumb to its toxins. The lethal poison contained within was a concoction of the Bai Ling snake's venom, the scorpion poison of the Earth King, and the mutated Bai Ling flame poison, resulting in a formidable multi-layered toxicity. The potency of this multi-layered poison far surpassed that of the Bai Ling snake's venom, and even Du Gu Bo acknowledged that his Bai Ling snake emperor poison could not compare the same rank. Given that, be cautious when the time comes. In a few days, I must return to Sitawa City to handle matters related to the concert. This time, Shrek Academy must seize the opportunity to establish itself as a prestigious institution on the continent, Flander expressed with excitement. "Rest assured, teacher, I will ensure that Shrek Academy emerges victorious in next year's Continental Soul Master Academy Finals," Ma Hongjun vowed. As a new day dawned, there were no morning classes. Early in the morning, just as the sun began to rise, Flander awaited everyone in the small playground. Upon arriving, Ma Hongjun was promptly intercepted by Ning Rongrong, who looked at him with concern and inquired, "Did you not monitor me yesterday?" "I did," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Will you tell Dean Flander that I did not complete my punishment?" Ning Rongrong asked, her heart inexplicably anxious for the first time. "No," he responded. "Ah, thank you. You're truly a good person." In his mind, the green panel indeed flickered again, and his kindness points increased by 5, reaching a total of 61. Ma Hongjun glanced at Ning Rongrong in astonishment, surprised at how easily she had come to trust him. It seemed his consistent display of kindness had borne fruit. In Chapter 91, Oscar's breakthrough occurred. Concurrently, Ma Hongjun validated an important realization. Kindness points could be earned simply by others genuinely believing in one's goodness. By extension, could faith points also be acquired through the perceptions of others? Ma Hongjun surmised correctly. The first 100 foundational points could be obtained through either personal merit or the views of others. Upon reaching 100 points, one could unlock hidden soul rings, and thereafter, any further accumulation would solely depend on external validation, not personal enlightenment. In truth, surpassing the 100-point threshold was quite challenging. Personal understanding was required for a breakthrough. Even reaching 99 points would make acquiring that final point through others exceedingly difficult, unless one aimed for a transformation through sheer volume. If Ma Hongjun did not achieve enlightenment himself, he might require thousands or more to view him as a good person to potentially breach that limit. No need for thanks. You are quite commendable yourself. However, you must refrain from such behavior in the future. I will not continue to conceal things for you. Now that you have entered Shrek Academy, we are partners, and it is time to temper your young lady temperament. Everyone here possesses exceptional talent, and most come from extraordinary backgrounds. Even the Qibao Liuli Zong is not the strongest among us, Ma Hongjun advised earnestly. You truly know my identity. I find it hard to believe you. Aside from the two great empires, only the Haotian sect, which withdrew from the Soul Master world years ago, can rival the Qibao Liuli Zong, Ning Rongrong stated, somewhat proudly. You're aware of this, so you must also know the lineage of the direct disciples of the Haotian sect and the Star Luo royal family? Ma Hongjun replied with a faint smile, playfully observing Ning Rongrong's proud expression. Though the Haotian sect has been in seclusion for many years, I am familiar with the might of the Tang family's Haotian hammer. Tang? Tang San? That cannot be right. Tang San's martial soul is merely the inconsequential blue silvergrass. The Star Luo Empire's royalty. Could Dai Mubai be a prince of the Star Luo Empire? Ning Rongrong speculated, her surprise evident as she turned to Ma Hongjun for confirmation. Indeed, Dai Mubai is one of the two most gifted princes of the Star Luo royal family, although he is currently not as formidable as his brother. With his talent and the cultivation from Shrek Academy, surpassing his brother in the future will not be difficult. As for Tang San, he is a true anomaly. Even I have no confidence in defeating him. You must have heard of twin martial souls. He possesses them, and one of them is the Haotian hammer, known as the most powerful assault-type weapon martial soul on the continent. Ma Hongjun stated, not exaggerating the prowess of Tang San or Dai Mubai, but rather speaking truthfully to Ning Rongrong. Twin martial souls. No wonder. So, he's indeed stronger than you? Are you not a soul master? Even if he is a soul master, he should only be on the same level as you, a genius with a top-tier phoenix martial soul. Upon hearing about the dual martial souls, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. However, in pursuit of her pride, she quickly masked her surprise and asked, somewhat perplexed. If we were to evaluate purely based on strength, he is certainly not my match at present. Nonetheless, his true prowess lies in his hidden weaponry. You must have witnessed the power of his hidden weapons during the entrance examination. Even a Soul King could fall prey to him if caught off guard. I certainly do not possess such strength. Ma Hongjun refrained from mentioning that hidden weapons are only effective when deployed discreetly, capable of eliminating a Soul King. If both faced a Soul King, Ma Hongjun would manage to defend himself but would have to flee, whereas Tang San might have the potential for a counterattack. Yet, if Tang San faced Ma Hongjun, it would be Tang San who perished, not Ma Hongjun. For once there is a sense of caution with his abilities. Hidden weapons could easily be dodged. Furthermore, with his Yin Ji Hushi, which devours all toxins, he is indeed a nemesis for Tang San. Dual martial souls. A prince of the Xinglua Empire. How intriguing. I never imagined that a mere Shrek Academy could gather so many of the continent's foremost geniuses. It truly deserves to be my Ning Rongrong's academy. An inexplicable anticipation filled Ning Rongrong's countenance as she silently vowed to avoid further mistakes. Otherwise, being expelled from Shrek Academy would be utterly humiliating. Very well, if you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you must temper your ladylike temper. The dean is probably waiting anxiously. Let's hasten our pace, Ma Hongjun remarked casually. Since Flinder was waiting in advance, time was still relatively ample, but being detained by Ning Rongrong had squandered quite a bit of it. If they did not hurry, they might be late. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was indeed startled and promptly unleashed her seven treasures glazed tile martial soul, its brilliance flashing as it enhanced her speed. And she dashed towards a small training ground. After the two positioned themselves in the small training area, they discovered that everyone except Oscar had already arrived. The moment the others saw Ning Rongrong appearing alongside Ma Hongjun, they cast inquisitive glances. Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of bashfulness. Upon taking her place, she realized that neither Zhu Zhiqing, who was usually reticent, nor Xiao Wu, with whom she had shared amiable conversations recently, acknowledged her, which felt somewhat isolating. This caused her to doubt whether her personality was truly unlikable, and for the first time, a feeling of inferiority crept into her heart. Where are Tang San and Oscar? Are they still asleep? Go summon him. Today's lessons cannot proceed without him, Flender remarked, casting a stern look at Tang San, noticing that Oscar, as senior student, was indeed late. Dean, when I arrived, Oscar was already awake. However, he was in the midst of cultivation and seems to have reached a bottleneck, entering a meditative state. I will go check on him, Tang San explained to Flender, just as he prepared to leave the small training ground and return to the dormitory to fetch Oscar. Oscar came sprinting towards the small training ground, a look of exuberance on his face. Before he even arrived, he joyfully proclaimed, Dean, Hongjun, I have broken through. I have finally surpassed the level 30 barrier. Once I obtain a soul ring, I can officially become a true soul master. Breaking through is one thing. What is the fuss about it? You say you have become a soul master at 14, having surpassed level 30 as a food-type soul master? Flender initially did not catch the full meaning, but once he comprehended, he gazed at Oscar in astonishment. It is noteworthy that among the students at Shrek Academy, aside from Ma Hongjun, no one else had achieved the rank of soul master before the age of 14. Oscar was thus the second individual in the Academy's history to accomplish this feat, placing him among the elite across the entire continent. Not to mention, Oscar's martial soul is one of the most challenging to cultivate within the realm of auxiliary soul masters, specifically the food type. Compared to Hongjun, I'm still quite far behind. However, things will indeed improve significantly in the future. Once I obtain my soul ring, I will also become affluent, as I will receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, Oscar boasted cheerfully, oblivious to the disdainful looks from his peers. Little Oscar, you need not gloat. I have been receiving a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins for quite some time now. Do you see me flaunting it? Dai Mubai countered, feeling emboldened by his ability to ignore Zhu Zhiqing, treating her as an ordinary classmate. Oh, Dai Mubai, can't you let me enjoy my moment? After all, I'm the first in our Academy's auxiliary division to break through level 30 before the age of 14, Oscar replied with a hint of exasperation. All right. We can discuss this later. Since everyone is present, let us commence the lesson. Today's class is somewhat unique, primarily focused on teamwork, requiring Oscar's collaboration to complete. Oscar, please provide each of them with a sausage. Flender's calm words were met with terror in the eyes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, akin to the voice of a demon. They had already surmised what Flender intended to do next and instinctively retreated a step, with only Fat Tiger, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai remaining unfazed. Dean, you wouldn't actually have us eat little Oscar-S sausage before completing the task, would you? Xiao Wu and I can manage without it. We will certainly accomplish the task regardless, Tang San said, observing Xiao Wu's fearful expression. No, today's class task is to consume Oscar's sausage without any psychological barriers. Oscar possesses a rare, innate, full soul power food type, martial soul, and his talent is undoubtedly among the best, if not the very best, among you. The enhancement to your team's strength is self-evident. Henceforth, the 8 of you will function as a unit, and it is essential to understand each other's martial soul capabilities, Flender stated with a faint smile, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Oscar was indeed a food-type auxiliary soul master with innate full soul power, having been pampered throughout her life. Coupled with her own innate level 9 genius status, she had always believed herself exceptional. Yet, she was astonished to find that among the students of Shrek Academy, her talent ranked at the bottom. Even Fat Tiger, possessing the lowest soul power, was now at her level. When she encountered Ma Hongjun and Tang San, she instinctively differentiated herself from them, for they did not follow the same cultivation path. However, now that Dean Flender personally acknowledged Oscar as indeed having innate full soul power and having surpassed level 30, it was worth noting that she herself was merely a level 26 Great Soul Master. To advance 4 levels in 2 years, she honestly felt a lack of confidence, and a sense of inferiority began to show on her face. Flender cast a glance, a hint of smugness gracing his lips. He aimed to enlighten Ning Rongrong, making her realize that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond oneself. It is important to note that Oscar's achievement of level 30 was much more arduous than for others. Auxiliary Soul Masters generally face greater challenges in cultivation, and food-type Auxiliary Soul Masters represent the most difficult category within that realm. Oscar, being a year younger than Douluo Bai, is merely 14 years old. Achieving a soul power level of 30 at such a tender age is indeed an astonishing feat. The potency of a food-type soul master significantly amplifies at each stage of advancement, particularly enhancing their supportive role within a team. And this effect is especially pronounced in military contexts. Should Oscar choose to join the army of the Tiando Empire, his status would undoubtedly surpass that of a commander overseeing 1,000 troops. Food-type soul masters are exceedingly rare across the continent, with those exceeding level 30 being akin to rare beasts, while level 40 individuals are pitifully scarce, and those at level 50 are virtually mythical, with level 60 being nearly non-existent. Yet, within the humble confines of the Shrek Academy, not only does Oscar possess a level 30 prowess, but there is also Xiao Xin, boasting a formidable level 70 soul saint, wielding the Tang Do martial spirit. Well, since it's come to this, I shall not hold back. I possess a grand sausage and a delightful little sausage, Oscar declared with a triumphant grin as he pondered how to avenge the scorn he had just endured. Must we really eat? Xiao Wu hesitated, retreating a step. Zhu Zhuqing's expression mirrored her reluctance, while Ning Rongrong, already somewhat isolated, took a few steps back in trepidation. What are you all making such faces for? It's merely a sausage. It's not as if you've never had one before. Watch me swallow it whole. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, promptly taking a sausage from Oscar and devouring it in one bite, leaving the onlookers astounded by his audacity. As they recalled how Ma Hongjun had previously introduced them to Oscar-S sausages upon their arrival at Shrek Academy, they felt a wave of appreciation for his thoughtfulness. Ma Hongjun's kindness points surged to 555, with the additional 5 likely stemming from the 3 girls, highlighting the significant psychological impact they had on him. The second leaf of the CloverMartial spirit symbolizes kindness, and its effects on Ma Hongjun remain somewhat ambiguous, aside from its utility in lotteries. However, he is certain that accumulating kindness points is advantageous, and the more, the better. As for the faith points, he speculated that one might need to establish a sect akin to the Spirit Hall to acquire followers and thus gain such points. He was also aware that the power of faith is the most accessible path to divinity in Douluo continent. Although he was uncertain if there was a connection between the two, faith points might prove even more crucial, as the wonders of the Clover Spirit likely extend far beyond his current understanding. Ma Hongjun found himself eagerly anticipating the day he could venture to the Binghua Liangi Ai to consume celestial herbs and elevate his martial spirit to the clover. Since you have all tasted it, surely indulging once more would not be a challenge. As soul masters, you may encounter numerous dangers in the future. In the absence of food, one might have to resort to consuming cockroaches, mice, or insects, all of which could become vital for survival. Rest assured, Oscar-S sausages are entirely clean, having never been touched by hand, Flander remarked, somewhat astonished as he observed the group. Chapter 93. The unity of the Shrek 8 monsters Fat Tiger and Douluo Bai stepped forward to take the grand sausage from Oscar, consuming it without hesitation. The first newcomer to approach, surprisingly, was not Tang San, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, but the least likely candidate, Ning Rongrong. Indeed, neither Flander nor Oscar expected her to be the first to conquer her psychological barrier, particularly for Oscar, who had been on the verge of relinquishing his pursuit of Ning Rongrong due to a lack of confidence. Her action rekindled his hope, leading him to believe that her unrepentant demeanor indicated a budding affection for him. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun, raised her chin, and approached Oscar. Snatching the grand sausage from his hand, she mimicked Ma Hongjun's earlier actions and swallowed it whole. Her petite mouth quickly filled, with the sausage's end protruding slightly due to her smallness. Watching her casually chew and swallow the sausage, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine as he caught her gaze, causing him to shiver. I have eaten. Now it is your turn. I wish to apologize for any missteps I made the other day. From now on, we are partners, and I hope for your support, Ning Rongrong stated succinctly, bowing deeply to the group upon finishing her meal. It's quite all right. Just leave your spoiled princess attitude behind. What has passed is past, and no one truly harbors resentment. As we have joined Shrek Academy, we ought to unite. I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it should be voiced. Ma Hongjun began, smiling as he spoke, without needing to glance at the panel in his mind. Ma Hongjun was confident that he had once again garnered Ning Rongrong's kindness points. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Tang San and his companions accepted the sausages from Oscar, but showed no immediate intention to eat. Feel free to share your suggestion. None of us are stingy. If it benefits our strength, I doubt anyone would refuse. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao San? Dai Mu Bai chimed in, having built a good rapport with Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Yes, Hongjun, please express your thoughts. Xiao Wu and I have no objections, Tang San nodded, pulling Xiao Wu closer. Zhu Zhuqing also shifted her gaze from her sausage to Ma Hongjun, encouraging him to continue. Fat Tiger and Oscar had no reservations either. Do you have any condiments? Ma Hongjun inquired, disregarding the other's expressions as he approached Oscar. Yes, I have various seasonings, but why do you ask? Is your suggestion related to me? Oscar responded, perplexed. Not quite. I merely wish to discuss it after they have eaten. Otherwise, our teacher might become anxious, Ma Hongjun replied, glancing at Flander, who intentionally left space for everyone to consume Oscar's sausages. At times, Ma Hongjun referred to Flander as teacher, while at other moments, he called him Dean. The others appeared enlightened. Tang San was the first to suppress his discomfort and take a bite, prompting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to follow suit, albeit with some reluctance. Why are you all rushing? Wait a moment. Let me add some seasoning. Xiao Ao condiments, please, Ma Hongjun called out, halting them. Oscar, though confused, quickly retrieved an assortment of seasonings from his spatial soul guide, including pepper, cumin, spicy powder, and various sauces. Ma Hongjun deftly took the sausages from the two girls and produced a barbecue grill from his treasure bag. He placed the sausages on the grill, igniting it with the flames of his phoenix spirit, and began to skillfully cook the sausages for the two girls. The speed of his actions left everyone dumbfounded. After seasoning the sausages, they turned a golden brown, complemented by an array of spices, making them look incredibly appetizing, stirring the appetites of all who beheld them. It smells divine. I find myself wanting to taste it as well. Here you go, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun inhaled deeply, handing the grilled sausage in his hand to the two ladies. After that, he swiftly stowed away his tools. The items within his spatial soul guide were not intentionally prepared, but were intended for acquiring soul rings or, in special circumstances, for grilling meat. Although he possessed some spices, they contained several precious ice attribute spiritual medicine powders, which he was reluctant to use in this situation. Not only the two ladies, but even the others could not resist the temptation. Xiao Wu quickly expressed her gratitude and took a hearty bite, savoring the interdimensional version of the sausage with sheer delight. Ma Hongjun presented the large sausage in his hand to Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, "Go ahead, it looks quite delectable." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her typically cool demeanor warming slightly. Ma Hongjun beamed at her, sensing a ripple of goodwill emanating from the panel in his sea of consciousness. Once the two ladies consumed the sausages without any hesitation, Flinder finally released them, allowing for a brief respite. His efforts to foster unity among the Shrek team were commendable. To facilitate Oscar's quicker integration into the group, he resorted to this rather unconventional method. As Flinder departed, the others relaxed, despite his amiable demeanor. The imposing aura of a soul sage naturally made the Shrek members feel uneasy. Ma Hongjun, you truly have a way with them. It seems they are entirely at ease while eating. By the way, what was that suggestion you mentioned earlier? Since everyone is here, you might as well share it, Dai Mu Bai said, exhaling a sigh of relief as Flinder left and turning his gaze toward Ma Hongjun. Just a minor issue. Since our Shrek Academy is a monster academy, although we are only 8 in number, we are a collective. Thus, we should adopt a pleasant name for our group. What do you think? Ma Hongjun proposed. Indeed. Why did I not think of this sooner? Let us name our little group after Shrek, as there are 8 of us. How about calling ourselves the Shrek 8 Monsters? Dai Mu Bai suggested with evident excitement, looking at the group for their approval. Excellent. No objections here. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, Fat Tiger, Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong. What do you all think? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at each person. Sound good. However, I have another suggestion. Since the dean wishes to strengthen our bonds, we could categorize ourselves by age, establishing a ranking system. Dai Laodao would be the eldest, thus our big brother, followed by Xiao Ao as Ergo, then me, Fat Tiger, Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and finally, Zhuqing as the youngest, Bame. What do you all think? Tang San said with a subtle smile, his demeanor warm and inviting. Though only a few days had passed since they entered Shrek Academy, he felt a profound camaraderie with everyone, prompting him to propose this idea. Yes, I won't be the sister. From now on, Zhuqing and Rong Rong will have to call me Lu Jie. Xiao Wu was the first to clap in joy in agreement. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also expressed their approval. All right then, since everyone is in accord, it is settled. The Shrek 8 monsters shall stand united. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. Dai Mubai, being the oldest, naturally had no objections. His inherently loyal nature compelled him to be the first to extend his hand, not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month, but rather to die on the same day of the same month. The group echoed solemnly, placing their hands together in order of age, their hearts surging with emotion. The scene was a testament to the stories Ma Hongjun often shared about the three kingdoms. In this moment, Xiao Wu's delicate hand rested atop Ma Hongjun's larger one. Yet he felt an unusual sense of restraint. Given his overwhelming desires, he often found himself lost in thought even at the mere touch of a girl's hand. Xiao Wu had now become Lu, while the youngest boy, Ma Hongjun, had become Wu. In this instant, the Shrek 8 monsters formed an unbreakable bond, and Ma Hongjun felt an inexplicable sense of brotherhood. Unity was paramount. One individual alone could not achieve greatness, but a cohesive team possessed the strength of a wolf. Each member of the Shrek 7 monsters was a rare talent on the continent, each with their own thoughts and pride. Without Shrek Academy, these talents would never have converged. From now on, we do not aspire to be renowned like Lu, Guan, and Zhang in Hongjun stories, but rather to foster a brotherhood akin to theirs. Standing together through thick and thin, Dai Mubai proclaimed with fervor, "Who are Lu, Guan, and Zhang?" Xiao Wu and Tang San, along with the others, looked at Ma Hongjun with curiosity, hoping for clarification. They are characters from a story I dreamt of. In the grand scheme of the world, unity is often followed by division, and division leads to unity. Lu, Guan, and Zhang swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden, uniting against Dong Zhuo, with Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong, and Zhao Zilong rescuing the young lord amidst chaos. Their loyalty and righteousness are legendary, Ma Hongjun elaborated, settling down on the grass to recount the tale of the three kingdoms in detail. The Shrek 7 monsters were captivated by the passionate historical narrative gathering around him. Listening intently, each individual absorbed the story differently. Dai Mubai focused on the political aspects and the brotherly bond of Lu and Guan, while Tang San and Fat Tiger considered the power dynamics among the generals. Oscar reveled in the strategic maneuvers, while the three females, including Zhu Zhuqing, were enchanted by the poignant love stories set against the backdrop of chaos. Ma Hongjun narrated every detail, and Flinder, observing the harmonious scene from a distance, felt a smile of satisfaction grace his lips. Zhao Wujia stood beside him like a steadfast pillar. Ah, youth is indeed a blessing. These little monsters have united so swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall lead Oscar and the others to the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest to obtain the third soul ring. The Tianluo Di Wang faction is just beginning to develop, and it requires your watchful guidance, Zhao Wujia remarked with a grin, feeling a sense of contentment. The next morning, the other 7 of the Shrek 8 monsters departed Shrek Academy under Zhao Wujia's leadership. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun set off on his journey alone, heading towards the Sunset Forest, not far from Tiando City. On the journey, Ma Hongjun tidied his somewhat disordered abilities. Although he was merely a soul master at the Soul Zone level, his strength was undoubtedly on par with that of Soul Zone. The mere fact that he possessed twin martial souls, both an instrument and a beast which could be wielded simultaneously, enabled him to outclass other holders of dual martial souls of the same rank. While the Sanyi Chao martial soul had now become his trump card, it did not imply that he could not use it casually. The skills of his Sanyi Chao martial soul could be said to surpass even the power of Tang San's evolved Blue Silver Emperor. Ma Hongjun's second hidden soul ring was also ready to be added, yet he had no intention of acquiring it alongside Tang San and the others, not from distrust, but rather because he wished to improve the quality of his martial soul with the aid of an immortal herb before obtaining the soul ring. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Once he consumed the heavenly grade Wang Chuan Xiushui Lu, he would be able to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring with his extraordinary mental prowess. Although this second soul ring was of 10,000-year caliber and was technically his second hidden soul ring, it was still his second soul ring, which was enough to exhilarate Ma Hongjun. He had even discovered a method to simultaneously unleash both martial soul rings, meaning that even as a soul Zune, once he acquired the second hidden soul ring of the Sanyi Chao, he could unleash 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. This was perfectly suited for grand displays. This was made possible because Ma Hongjun was a special wielder of dual martial souls, allowing for their simultaneous release. 5 days later, Ma Hongjun finally arrived at the outskirts of Tiando City. Instead of heading directly to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he prepared to enter Tiando City to procure special tools for preserving the harvested immortal herbs. He sought out Lu Erlong at the headquarters of the Tianluotuang, clearly stating his purpose. Lu Erlong, perhaps influenced by Flandra, treated Ma Hongjun with particular care. I will arrange for someone to purchase what you need. Gulme, let me see if you have made any progress. Lu Erlong did not hesitate to treat Ma Hongjun as a junior, despite his status as the leader of the Tianluotuang. After saying this, she took hold of Ma Hongjun and began to assess his soul power. Ma Hongjun released his soul power in response. Otherwise, given the unique hidden abilities of his San Yi Chao, Lu Erlong might not have discerned his true level of soul power. Level 35. My goodness, it has only been a year since we last met. If I'm not mistaken, you should only be 12 years old now. To be nearing the soul zone level at just 12 years of age is extraordinary. With your current pace of cultivation, you could easily advance to soul zone before the age of 14, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her expression one of shock, her mouth agape. It shouldn't take that long. I believe I can reach the soul zone level before I turn 13, Ma Hongjun replied with remarkable calmness and confidence, thinking that after consuming the suitable immortal herb, his soul power would surely increase by 5 levels, especially since he still had a 10,000-year soul ring to add. He considered that his estimate of achieving this before 13 was conservative. In reality, it could take him less than half a year, perhaps even just 3 months, to fully absorb the herb's essence and ascend to soul zone. However, to Lu Erlong, this assertion sounded rather arrogant. Confidence is commendable, but do not let it turn into hubris. Come find me when you are ready to obtain your soul ring. Your desired items should arrive shortly, Lu Erlong replied, her brows slightly furrowed in skepticism. All right, I shall return to my room for now. Have them deliver the items directly to my room, Ma Hongjun said, offering no explanations and showing no signs of discontent. He understood that Lu Erlong was unaware of his possession of the immortal herb, and her demeanor was likely an effort to temper his pride. Very well, Lu Erlong responded softly, then resumed her seat, closing her eyes to meditate. She feared that she might lose her composure and reprimand the young man. However, out of consideration for Ma Hongjun's identity, she chose to exercise restraint. Had it been any other junior speaking so boldly in her presence, her temperament would have led her to swiftly reprimand them to teach them a lesson about humility. Chapter 95, a late acknowledgement of the launch. This acknowledgement comes late, as I had to take a break from writing this afternoon due to the launch. I woke up at 5 a.m. to work on the construction site. It was exhausting, and I hope everyone can understand. Yet, no matter how tiring it gets, I will persist. In the blink of an eye, this is already my 4th novel. Over half a year of writing, I have earned less than 2,000 yuan. Yet I continue to write, not for any reason other than my dreams. I hope one day to support my family through writing, freeing myself from the grueling labor of the construction site. I sincerely thank my readers for their support, whether from QQ Reading or Chidian Reading. I appreciate your continued companionship. I will steadfastly continue writing. For those who enjoy my work, please consider supporting me with a subscription. For those who do not, I hope we may cross paths again in the future. Society spares no place for the inept. Reality compels us to grow. Without effort, how shall we face tomorrow? If someone throws money at you, kneel down and pick it up one by one. It does not matter when your livelihood is at stake. A modicum of pride is insignificant. Each person faces their struggles. Life is not easy. Thank you for your support. I reject Baichu Ge. If you seek free content, the copyright lies with the QQ browser, which offers a more comfortable reading experience than Baichu Ge. Of all the novel apps I have tried, the Chidian Reading app is the most pleasant to use. Chapter 96. The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul in the Sunset Forest. At the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, employed a special technique to harvest various unparalleled immortal herbs. After securing them safely in his Rui Baobao bag, he turned his gaze to the 2 central immortal herbs, the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu. Ma Hongjun believed that consuming these 2 immortal herbs posed no need for concern regarding the effects of cold and fire toxins. The breath of flame possesses the characteristic of being impervious to all toxins, thus handling both cold and fire toxins should pose no issue. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun had no intention of utilizing the breath of flame. He intended to follow Tang San's example, utilizing the spring of the ice and fire yin-yang to undergo ice and fire body refinement, thereby enhancing the strength of his physical form. The Ba Jiaoxian Bing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiaoshu were undoubtedly the most suitable immortal herbs for him. Positioned at the center of these two immortal herbs, he unleashed his San Yi Chao martial soul, which swiftly enveloped the two herbs and drew them into his mouth. It proved prudent for Ma Hongjun to exercise caution. The left side of his San Yi Chao transformed into ice, while the right side turned to ash. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, severing the root of the San Yi Chao the moment the herbs entered his mouth, preventing the fierce energies from inundating his body. These energies were not toxins. If they entered his body, the consequences would be unbearable. Once harvested, these immortal herbs should ideally be consumed within 10 breaths, dissolving instantaneously and transforming into essence that flowed down his throat into his abdomen. Ma Hongjun felt an aromatic fragrance envelop him, the flavor exquisite. He maintained his optimal state, quickly shedding his clothes, and, in the span of a breath, positioned himself at the central spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, sitting cross-legged and floating upon the water surface. Ma Hongjun's body trembled violently, and soon after, he appeared transformed into a blend of ice and fire, half icy and half fiery, with red and blue alternating in a mesmerizing display. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possesses an exceptionally strong spirit and resolute willpower. The clash of two extreme energies inflicts intense suffering. Thankfully, the Binghuo Yangyi Eye is the sole location capable of withstanding the energies of these two extreme celestial products, where all toxins become ineffective. The distinct milky white and crimson colors, clear and defined, only stir minor ripples upon Ma Hongjun's entrance before returning to tranquility. Mist envelopes the air, and time flows like water. As night descends, darkness cloaks the land, shrouding the Binghuo Yangyi Eye. Yet the only source of brightness remains Ma Hongjun's eyes, steadfast as iron. Meanwhile, in the Star Do Great Forest, Tang San sits cross-legged beside a soul beast with 8 spider legs, his expression of torment rivaling that of Ma Hongjun. Upon closer inspection, several of the soul beast's legs are clearly damaged, remnants of battles with soul masters. The members of Shrek Academy, including Xiao Wu, gaze anxiously at Tang San, who is currently absorbing a soul ring. Ma Hongjun senses the icy and fiery energies within him raging violently, coursing through his meridians, shattering them, yet swiftly healing due to the medicinal properties inherent in the ice and fire energies. However, the meridians that heal become even more resilient and broader, exceeding their previous dimensions by more than double. Should he meditate and cultivate again, Ma Hongjun would discover that his training speed would undoubtedly increase exponentially. The energies of ice and fire swirl around him before being absorbed into his body through the operation of the sun's breath, ultimately transmitting to his two martial souls. In the palm of his right hand, an ordinary, entirely green 3-leaf clover materializes, accompanied by a phantom of a phoenix behind it. At this moment, the robust silhouette of the phoenix begins to transform at a visibly rapid pace, evolving into a more exquisitely beautiful and noble form resembling a typical phoenix. The 3-leaf CloverMartial soul gradually blooms, the 4th leaf slowly taking shape. Suddenly, Tang San in the Star Do Great Forest opens his sharp eyes, awakening from the illusion, during which an indescribable transformation occurs. For peculiar spider legs sprout from his back. Meanwhile, the bare-bodied Ma Hongjun possesses a significantly larger foundation than Tang San, his muscular physique becoming even more refined, while his stature appears to have shrunk considerably. The only constant remains his height of over 1.8 meters. Let not be forgotten that Ma Hongjun is merely a 12-year-old boy, and his height surpassing 1.8 meters is undoubtedly a result of extraordinary growth. The earth whip behind him also extends naturally from his coccyx, having absorbed the energies of ice and fire. At this moment, the earth whip's color transforms to a pure white, akin to that of the legendary king of the earth from millennia past, signifying that Ma Hongjun's external soul bone has ascended to a 10,000-year level. Upon awakening, Ma Hongjun, having just emerged from the spring, did not have the opportunity to examine the changes within him when a dispassionate female electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the 4-leaf clover, enhancing the quality of your martial soul's second awakening, soul power level 1. Who is speaking? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, instantly summoning his martial soul, alertly scanning his surroundings. After a thorough examination and finding nothing amiss, he finally realized the voice emanated from the panel within his mind. There is no need for alarm. Host, I am the green panel within your mind, known as Xiao Lu, the spirit of the four-leaf clover. My purpose is to provide information and functionality regarding your martial soul at any time, due to your four-leaf clover's second awakening. Ah, you are a system? Ma Hongjun inquired, awakening from his astonishment to engage in dialogue with the spirit within his consciousness. No, I am the spirit of the four-leaf clover. Because the clover's inherent quality is exceedingly powerful, the laws of the Douluo world do not permit such an existence to emerge. Hence the surplus energy has evolved into Xiao Lu. The female electronic voice sounded as though synthesized, devoid of emotion. Are you alive? Ma Hongjun questioned, perplexed. No, I am a spirit, an entity evolved from the four-leaf clover based on the desires within your mind. Currently lacking sentience and only capable of providing basic assistance in utilizing martial soul functions, the spirit responded. Ma Hongjun remained silent, yet internally, he found himself increasingly convinced. From the moment the green panel appeared in his consciousness, he had a premonition that it would undergo changes in the future. Though he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly, it could be inferred that the green panel was indeed a product of the surplus energy from the four-leaf clover, which had now absorbed the celestial products of the eight-cornered Xianbing grass and the fiery Xingjiao flowers' ice and fire powers, leading to further transformation. The ice and fire energy serves as a key unlocking the potential of the three-leaf clover. Without it, the effects would not be nearly as significant, enabling the martial soul to manifest the spirit. Chapter 97. Shui Binger, after donning his black bodysuit retrieved from the Rui Baobao bag. Ma Hongjun finally had a moment to assess his current soul power level. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had reached the 38th level of Soul Master, surpassing the 15-year-old Dai Mubai by a small margin. It is worth noting that the primary purpose of these two celestial products was not to enhance soul power. In the original text, Tang Sen only increased by 4 levels after consuming them, following 6 months of arduous training. Although he had only increased by 3 levels, it is essential to remember that the purity of his soul power exceeds that of an ordinary soul master by more than double. Thus, the difficulty of his ascent was naturally twice that of regular soul masters. His 3 levels equate to the 6 levels of others. Reminder, the 3-leaf clover has ascended to the 4-leaf clover, granting a soul power increase of 1 level. The electronic voice in his mind resonated at the opportune moment, a sound only Ma Hongjun could perceive, imperceptible even to a titled Douluo. Enlightenment dawned upon Ma Hongjun, and he eagerly examined the panel attributes within his consciousness. Host, Ma Hongjun Soul Power, Level 38. Strong Attack Control System Battle Soul Master Martial Soul 1. Xiehua Feng Wang First Soul Skill, Feng Wang Xiaodian Strike Second Soul Skill, Liang Tusher Third Soul Skill, Fengyi Tianxiang Quality, Top Tier Semi-Perfect Beast Martial Soul, possessing ultimate fire, immense explosive power, and remarkable speed, with a 1% chance of reincarnation upon death. Exceptionally strong desires, with a desire level 20 times that of an ordinary person. Martial Soul, 4-leaf clover Function 1, Goodness Point Lottery, 1,000 goodness points per draw, 100 base goodness points. Function 2, Faith Point Lottery, 1,000 faith points per draw, 100 base faith points. Function 3, Friendship Point Lottery, not yet activated. Function 4, Luck Point Lottery, not yet activated. Others, not activated. First Soul Skill, Baihun, Yin Poison Domain. First Hidden Soul Skill, Parasite Entangle. Second Soul Skill, Mayu Gun. Second Hidden Soul Skill, none can be obtained. Third Soul Skill, Spiderweb Coverage. Special Talent Skill, Demon Slayer Breathing Technique. External Soul Bone, Earth Whip, 10,000 years, Soul Bone, none. Soul Guidance Device, Rui Baobao Bag. If I were to consume the Zheguan Phoenix Sunflower now, would it directly elevate the Xiehua Feng Huang martial soul to a perfect state? Ma Hongjun pondered upon witnessing the transformation of his Xiehua Feng Huang martial soul. Certainly, however, it is advisable for the host to find a girlfriend before absorbing further. Ma Hongjun was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly feeling that his weapon spirit might be a tad inappropriate. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he prepared to leave the Binghuo Liangyi Eye and return to Shrek Academy to share his joy with his mentor. 10 days later, As he walked through the bustling streets of Suatuwa City, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Holding the sun and moon star, he felt unparalleled in the world, as if a single leaf could obscure his vision or cut through the stars. Lost in the thrill of his newfound strength, he stood on the street of Suatuwa City, talking to himself with an air of arrogance. Sister, look at that person ahead. He seems so foolish. What could he possibly be mumbling about all alone? It's a pity for such a handsome face, remarked a lively girl with dark green hair to a beautiful young lady beside her, whose flowing water-blue hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her fair complexion and exquisite features. At first glance, the girl did not appear extraordinarily stunning, but upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in a subtle, ethereal manner. Ma Hongjun turned to look and, to his surprise, felt an inexplicable attraction to the girl, causing a blush to unconsciously rise to his fair cheeks. The girl, too, sensed the kindred spirit in Ma Hongjun and promptly chided her companion. Be quiet, you don't speak nonsense. She then approached Ma Hongjun, her demeanor shy, and apologized. I am truly sorry my younger sister speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense. If I am not mistaken, you must be a student from the Soul Master Academy attending the star-studded concert as well. My name is Shui Binger from Tian Shui Academy. Now, even Flander would hesitate to recognize Ma Hongjun. Although traces of his former appearance remained, the chubby face had vanished, replaced by a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes. At first glance, one would never guess that Ma Hongjun was merely 12 years old. The muscles that had been honed by the power of ice and fire had now vanished. In his own words, only the concentrated essence is worth having. Hello, my name is Ma Hongjun, a student from Shrek Academy. He stammered, feeling an unusual nervousness in front of a girl for the first time, his heart racing. When he shook hands with her delicate, cool fingers, he sensed a pure, untainted feeling, free from any carnal desires. Shui Binger seemed to emanate a natural chill that harmonized with the fiery essence within him. Ha ha ha, you are blushing. How adorable. Sister, look how fierce you are. You've scared him. Shui Yuer couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hongjun's reaction. Clearing her throat, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was mortifying to be teased by a young girl. Be quiet. If you continue, you won't be allowed to play next time. Shui Binger's expression turned serious as she shot a glare at Shui Yuer. Sister, he is just a soul master. I was merely joking. How can I help it if he is so cute? Please don't be angry. Shui Yuer, sensing her sister's irritation, began to shake Shui Binger's arm playfully. All right, we should hurry back. We must attend the opening ceremony of the star-studded concert tomorrow, as the esteemed Douluo invited our Tian Shui Academy to participate. We cannot be absent, Shui Binger said somewhat resignedly. Having wandered a bit further, Ma Hongjun was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing that the actions of the Douluo and Master Flander had progressed so swiftly. In just over a month, they had already invited individuals from various academies. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun hurried to the headquarters of Tian Luo Di Wang to inquire about the concert's details. Chapter 98. The opening ceremony of the star-studded concert. After meeting with Flander, Ma Hongjun learned from him that Tang San and the others had returned safely and, like Oscar, had successfully advanced to the rank of Soul Sage. This did not surprise Ma Hongjun, as his own gains had been significant. He decided that once he absorbed the powers of the two divine herbs within him, he would then consume the Wang Chuan Xiu Shui Lu and the Ji Guan Feng Huang Kui, both of which were exceptionally suited for him. As for the other divine herbs he had no use for, he planned to give them to the lower-ranked members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, such as Zhu Zhuqin, Ning Rongrong, and Fat Tiger, who were still in the Great Soul Master realm. For the others, he had also prepared top-tier medicinal herbs, including the 9th-rank Purple Ganoderma, the 9th-section Emerald Bamboo, and the Tian Shan Double Lotus. These extraordinary herbs were renowned in Dugu Bo's description for their ability to enhance soul power and fortify one's foundation. It was precisely because he had consumed such a rare treasure that he had ascended to the rank of Title Douluo. Within the Binghuo Liang Yi, there were only 2 9th-rank Purple Ganoderma, 1 supreme 9th-section Emerald Bamboo, and 1 exceptional Tian Shan Double Lotus. Although these divine herbs were precious, having gained the weapon spirit as a golden finger, Ma Hongjun's mindset had significantly elevated. He no longer harbored excessive possessiveness over herbs that did not serve him directly. As the saying goes, 3 parts depend on destiny, 7 parts on effort, and 90 parts on the golden finger. Upon arriving at the Tian Luo Di Wang headquarters, Ma Hongjun quickly revealed Douluo's identity token and was promptly escorted to the core area of the base. In a tranquil room, Flander and Douluo sat facing each other, an unmistakable chessboard placed between them. "You've returned. Little monster, come, let me see how you would proceed with the next move." Douluo eagerly beckoned for assistance without a hint of embarrassment. Ma Hongjun approached and, glancing at the chessboard, quickly realized that the Douluo was a poor player. He had lost both rooks, leaving only 2 knights and 1 cannon. In contrast, Flander had a full set of pieces. Ma Hongjun shrugged his shoulders, helplessly stating, "I can only give it a try. I cannot guarantee that anyone could revive your position." With that, Ma Hongjun moved Douluo's red knight into his own 9 palaces, putting it in a position of sacrifice, leading to a clever maneuver. Flander's eyes lit up as he moved his cannon forward. However, Ma Hongjun calmly advanced his king piece, causing Flander to fall into deep thought, realizing that Ma Hongjun's move had profound implications. Cunning as he was, Flander could not be easily outmaneuvered. But ultimately, he had played too few games, falling victim to Ma Hongjun's strategic cornering. The game ended in a deadlock, leaving Flander with no way out and ultimately leading to his defeat. Yet, he was unfazed and smiled lightly, as chess was originally a game Ma Hongjun had taught him, and winning against him was entirely within expectation. "How did your outing go? How much has your soul power increased?" Fulanda was the first to inquire about the accomplishments of Ma Hongjun's journey. With a proud expression, Ma Hongjun raised 4 fingers and calmly remarked that he had only made a slight improvement, a mere 4 small levels, which he deemed insignificant. "What? With the purity of your soul power, you managed to ascend 4 levels? If Dai Ma Bai and the others consumed this, wouldn't they directly elevate to the rank of Soul Zone? If that were the case, our Shrek Academy might not be entirely out of the running for the championship in next year's Continental Soul Master Competition Finals," exclaimed Flander, astonished. Being Ma Hongjun's mentor, he was well aware of his disciple's soul power situation. "Little monster, is that what you call a slight improvement? I somewhat regret giving you the medicinal garden. With a 4-level increase, you are on the verge of becoming a Soul Zone." Yan Yan is already 18 years old and has only just reached the 38th level of Soul Zone. Achieving a 4-level increase is an accomplishment that typically takes ordinary soul masters 2 to 4 years of cultivation. Douluo interjected, unable to suppress his astonishment. Compared to Flander, Douluo had a slightly lesser understanding of Ma Hongjun's soul power and martial soul. "Isn't it just 4 levels? What is all the fuss about?" Although this is due to consuming 2 immortal herbs, the soul power gained from them is merely supplementary. "I still have another herb suitable for me that I have yet to consume, which alone could elevate me to the Soul Zone realm with some surplus," Ma Hongjun recalled, mentioning the Jiguan Huangkue in his Rui Baibaonong. Had it not been for his spirit's reminder to wait until he had a girlfriend before consuming it, he might have already been eager to advance to the Soul Zone. Flander and Douluo were at a loss for words. Although Ma Hongjun had previously mentioned the effects of the immortal herbs, both felt he might be exaggerating. Unfazed, Douluo stepped forward, grasping Ma Hongjun's wrist, channeling his soul power into him to probe his soul power. Such pure soul power, even an average soul king would pale in comparison. With an auxiliary soul beast to sustain you, given your purity and explosive soul techniques, typical soul king opponents may not stand a chance against you. However, this is contingent upon your soul power remaining unchanged after your ascent to Soul Zone, Douluo remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He believed Ma Hongjun might indeed become a being beyond the titled Douluo, an existence that could achieve immortality, something everyone yearns for. "Rest assured, my soul power will only grow purer. However, my cultivation speed may slow down in the future," Ma Hongjun expressed with some dissatisfaction. "Stop trying to act clever in front of me. How could one expect to possess the ability to challenge beyond their level without any cost?" Du gibier accent aigu retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Hey, I was only jesting. Once the star-studded concert concludes, Old Poison, let us make a trip to the Xingdo Forest together. My lucky grass martial soul can once again attach soul rings," Ma Hongjun candidly shared, revealing his dual martial soul, a fact that was no longer a secret among the higher-ups of Tianluo Diwan. "It seems calling you a little monster is indeed appropriate. I can hardly imagine the spectacle when your full power erupts, with the Phoenix martial soul manifesting alongside your control-type martial soul," Douluo marveled. Flander maintained a more composed demeanor, having grown accustomed to the astonishing events surrounding Ma Hongjun. Chapter 99. The opening ceremony of the star-studded concert. Whatever unbelievable events unfold around you, I will no longer be surprised. The greatest fortune of my life has been to take you as my disciple. Flandre suddenly reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Ah, your luck has always been remarkable. Even I, a titled Douluo, envy you for having such an exceptional disciple. Douluo chimed in, his relationship with Flandre now rivaling that with Ma Hongjuan. He cast an envious glance their way. Enough of this jesting. Please tell me which academies have been invited to the star-studded concert tomorrow, Ma Hongjuan stated with seriousness. I was so engrossed in our conversation that I completely forgot I had arranged to have tea with Fenger yesterday. Damn it, I must take my leave. Douluo abruptly recalled, his expression shifting as he remembered an important matter, and with that, he vanished. Fenger? Who is that? Teacher, do you know? Ma Hongjuan inquired, curious about Douluo's sudden departure. Are you familiar with the title Douluos on the continent? Someone who can cause Douluo such concern must indeed be a title Douluo, and notably the only openly recognized healing-type title Douluo on the continent. Flandre replied with a knowing smile. A healing-type title Douluo? What martial soul does she possess? Ma Hongjuan asked, puzzled. Jiuxin Haitong. You should have encountered a Jiuxin Haitong soul master before. I learned all this because I have access to information from Tianluo Diwan. It is said that the Jiuxin Haitong martial soul has a lineage that allows for only 2 Jiuxin Haitong soul masters to exist simultaneously on the continent. If a new one appears, one of the existing ones must perish. Her ability is solely focused on collective healing, varying in range depending on the soul power expended. With a Jiuxin Haitong soul master as support, one can fight recklessly in battle. Flandre recounted, his expression grave. What is her relation to Ye Lingling of the Tiando Royal Battle Team? Ma Hongjuan questioned, intrigued. Mother and daughter, Flandre succinctly stated. Having encountered Ye Lingling once in Tiando City, thus knowing who she was. Is there a possibility of inviting her to join us in Tianluo Diwan? Ma Hongjuan's eyes brightened at the thought. You need to ask Douluo about that. It is said that they share a unique bond in their youth. However, the Jiuxin Haitong lineage has always been detached from the affairs of the Soul Master world. Their visit to Douluo City is solely due to Douluo's invitation. Flandre said, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Understanding Flandre's implications, Ma Hongjuan chose not to delve further into the topic, mirroring his mentor's mischievous expression. On my way back, I encountered people from Tianshui Academy, and they informed me that the opening ceremony for the star-studded concert is tomorrow. Why the rush? What if I'm not back in time, and things go awry? Ma Hongjuan pondered aloud. You underestimate the intelligence capabilities of our Tianluo Diwan. Even if we cannot match the intelligence systems of the top 3 sects, we are more than sufficient compared to the lower 4 sects. You did not deliberately conceal your movements on your way back, so I naturally knew you would arrive on time. The reason for the early start is that Douluo City has recently gathered an overwhelming number of soul masters. To maintain order, the earlier the event, the better. Otherwise, do you think Douluo would lower his pride to invite other titled Douluos to oversee the event? Flandre initially felt proud, but grew somewhat troubled when discussing the issue of order. Were it not for Douluo, Ye Lingling, and the mysterious Fenger overseeing Douluo City, the influx of soul masters from all directions would likely have thrown it into chaos, leaving no time for leisurely games of chess. It was indeed the case, but I had not fully considered the implications. I did not anticipate that Douluo would orchestrate such a grand affair. Ma Hongjuan pondered aloud about the various academies involved. The Tianshui Academy, as the most eye-catching, was certainly among them, along with the Chihua Academy, Leiting Academy, the Tiando Royal Academy, the Plan Academy, Tianxing Academy, Zhonghui Academy, Xiangjia School, and the Xingluo Academy, among others. Flandre spoke with a hint of pride as he listed them. Although Shrek Academy was merely a mid-tier institution, a significant portion of the academies on the continent had been invited under its banner, and, as the head of Shrek Academy, he felt a sense of honor. Well then, let us commence tomorrow. I am rather looking forward to it. Tianluo Diwan will undoubtedly profit immensely from this venture. And moreover, the Shrek Academy, as the initiator of the star-studded concert, will gain renown throughout the realm. Ma Hongjuan's expression was filled with anticipation. He would be the first to promote traditional Chinese culture on the Douluo continent, blending martial arts aesthetics with Hanfu attire, along with more than 10 classic pieces of ancient music he had prepared. It was virtually impossible for this concert not to be a sensation. At this moment, the Shrek 8 monsters had gathered on the small playground. After Ma Hongjuan and Flandre inquired about the situation, they hurried back to Shrek Academy. Just in time, they found several members present, prompting Ma Hongjun to call them together to distribute the celestial herbs and top-tier spiritual medicines. The attire of Shrek Academy's students had undergone a significant transformation. The boys donned the martial arts costumes that Ma Hongjun intended to sell. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong wore the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress designed by Mei Anna, responsible for the costumes in Tianluo Diwang, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing sported the seven-color fairy garb. The seven-color fairy garb, consisting of 7 different shades, included Zhu Zhuqing's fairy purple and Xiao Wu's pink, both of which looked equally splendid compared to the flowing fairy dress. Their faces radiated joy, clearly satisfied with their new uniforms. Your attire has undoubtedly elevated your elegance to an entirely new level. What about me? I wish to wear it as well, Ma Hongjun jested, refraining from immediately revealing the celestial items. Haha, we have everything prepared. Your fat tiger has already been delivered to your dormitory. However, you have slimmed down considerably. I hardly recognized you. Thankfully, this attire suits all body types, Dai Mubai said joyfully. After their recent trials in the Stardow Forest, the members of Shrek had grown even closer together. All right, I shall try it on when I return. What do you think, Boss Dai? Am I not the most handsome among the Shrek 8 monsters now? Ma Hongjun declared with a proud grin. Come now, spare us the vanity. If it weren't for your fair complexion and that audacious voice of yours, I might not have believed it was truly you, Dai Mubai retorted with a hint of annoyance. Their initial encounter had nearly escalated into a brawl, only averted when Ma Hongjun revealed his identity. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's appearance had not changed drastically. He had merely lost the excess fat from his face and slimmed down considerably, still appearing more robust than Dai Mubai. In essence, he had become more handsome. As the saying goes, a fair complexion can mask 3 flaws, while a single extra pound can ruin all. The current Ma Hongjun was both fair and handsome, and it was only natural that he appeared more charming. Haha, I have brought back wonderful gifts for you all. This particular item is exclusively for the handsome. In light of your beauty and charm, I shall bestow it upon you, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, chuckling as he complimented them. Little Ma, aren't you being unfair to me? Fat Tiger? Fat Tiger interjected, unable to suppress a grimace. Even Tang San, who was of average appearance, looked far better than him. His dark and corpulent figure was hardly synonymous with handsomeness. Except for you, Fat Tiger, you truly ought to consider shedding some weight. Your presence has significantly lowered the overall attractiveness of the Shrek 8 monsters, Ma Hongjun remarked, somewhat sheepishly, as he felt compelled to flatter others. Although Fat Tiger was not unattractive, he could hardly be categorized as handsome, and Ma Hongjun could not bring himself to speak insincerely. Woe is me. Even little Ma has grown so handsome. I truly must find a way to lose weight, Fat Tiger lamented, nearly in tears. He was aware of his own appearance, but the thought of dieting left him utterly powerless. In terms of training, he even worked harder than Ma Hongjun, dedicating more time to both physical exercise and soul power cultivation. Yet, his weight continued to increase, and his soul power level fell further behind Ma Hongjun. The disparity in innate talent was not something that sheer effort could compensate for. Unless one encountered fortuitous circumstances, it was nearly impossible to bridge the gap. However, there exists a potential solution that may assist you in shedding some pounds. The 9th grade ZG, one of the finest among spiritual mushrooms, is renowned for its ability to strengthen the body and enhance energy. While it may not be classified as a true celestial herb, its benefits for soul masters with insufficient innate soul power far surpass those of celestial products. Ma Hongjun elaborated, producing a 9th grade ZG that emanated a radiant purple glow amidst the curious gazes of his companions. Upon reflecting during his journey back, Ma Hongjun concluded that the 9th grade ZG would indeed be more suitable for Fat Tiger's use. In the original text, the Master, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had faced ostracization due to a failed mutation of his martial spirit, leading him to delve into the theories of soul masters. His soul power had remained stagnant below level 30 for years. The 9th grade ZG was precisely the remedy for his long-standing dilemma, allowing him to transcend the limitations imposed by his innate martial spirit deficiencies, thus facilitating future progress. Naturally, Ma Hongjun had no intention of bestowing this 9th grade ZG upon the Master. It was undeniable that the Master's research into the theories of soul masters held some merit, but Ma Hongjun found it difficult to praise his character. Had it not been for the relationship between Flinder and the Master, he would never have permitted the latter to train them at Shrek Academy. As for the Master, although Ma Hongjun had yet to meet him, he calculated that he must have arrived at Shrek Academy several days ago. However, due to the recent concert preparations, The Master S training schedule had been postponed, and thus Ma Hongjun had not encountered the infamous individual rumored to have nearly seduced the Pope and had an inappropriate relationship with his own sister. Little Ma, do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? I do not possess any innate deficiencies. I am a level 7 innate soul master. In other academies, this would be considered a genius among geniuses. Fat Tiger grumbled in response to Ma Hongjun's remarks. It is worth noting that among the Shrek Academy, he was the only one with innate level 7 soul power. The other 7 were all innate level 9 or 10, each possessing the potential to become a title Douluo. Naturally, he was the exception. Without extraordinary fortune, his innate level 7 would limit him to reaching only level 89, the rank of a soul Douluo. Of course, this was merely theoretical. The gap between theory and reality remained significant. Over the past century, there have been dozens of soul masters with full innate soul power on the continent, but the number of title Douluo did not exceed 30. As for the hidden talents and forces, Ma Hongjun was unaware, through the intelligence network of Tian Luo Di Wang. He had only gleaned that the hidden powers were unlikely to be inferior to the top 3 sects among the 7 major sects. But he lacked specific knowledge regarding their capabilities. Do you want it? If not, I shall offer it to others, Ma Hongjun said, somewhat irritated. I want it. How could one possibly refuse? If it is not inferior to the celestial grade, then after consuming it, does it not hold the promise of elevating me to the rank of a title Douluo? I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. From now on, Xiao Ma Go. You shall be my reborn parents. I will follow your every command without hesitation, be it to the east or west, and should you instruct me to pilfer a chicken, I would not dare to touch a dog. In a moment of excitement, Pang Hu eagerly seized the 9th grade ZG from Ma Hongjun's hands. What a jest! Although Pang Hu appears somewhat simple-minded, he is hardly a fool, who would disregard an herb that can rival the celestial grade. Hearing Pang Hu's words, Ma Hongjun could not help but smile, reminiscent of Pang Hu's own youthful infatuation. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind. Ding. Kindness points 10, total 110. The increase in kindness points felt entirely justified to Ma Hongjun, as this was an item not inferior to celestial grade. Thus, bestowing it should naturally yield an increase of 10 kindness points. Others around could scarcely suppress their amusement, while Pang Hu, unable to contain himself, promptly swallowed the 9th grade ZG and began to meditate to absorb its soul power. The members of Shrek had assigned a task on celestial herbs on the 2nd day of the new students' enrollment this year. Naturally, they were familiar with the knowledge of celestial herbs and understood the methods of consumption, hence they did not seek Ma Hongjun's opinion. Dai Mubai could not help but interject. Brother, did you strike it rich on your brief excursion? Am I handsome? Ma Hongjun cheekily retorted, intentionally evading Dai Mubai's inquiry. Handsome. Xiao Ma Gu is the most handsome and the wealthiest. Quickly tell your brother what other treasures you have brought back. Dai Mubai, breaking from his usual decorum, flattered him with a grin. This familiarity stemmed from the close bond formed over the past 2 years, for had it been anyone else, even with a celestial herb thrust upon him, he would not have been so unrestrained. The celestial grade, Chuo Yujingxiang, is most suitable for attack-type beast martial soul masters. As a brother, do not refuse me. This is my gift to you, Ma Hongjun proclaimed with great generosity, feeling elated. I adore you so much, brother. I shall not overstate my gratitude. Everything is encapsulated in this moment. Dai Mubai thumped his chest, speaking earnestly. Well, you need not be taught about its effects or how to absorb it here. Ma Hongjun produced a large, resplendent flower from his spatial soul guide and handed it to Dai Mubai. The flower, a magnificent shade of purple, appeared endearingly fluffy, its petals a cohesive whole without any fragrance escaping, with its center protruding significantly above the petals and shimmering with a faint golden glow. Chapter 101. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial herbs too. No need. I have not forgotten the knowledge imparted by the Dean, Dai Mubai replied, promptly adopting a meditative posture to absorb the essence of the celestial herb. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kindness points 30, total 140. What is the basis for this increase? Ma Hongjun pondered curiously to the spirit of the artifact. It depends on the individual and their degree of virtue. The higher the fortune of an individual, the greater the kindness points obtained from them, which subsequently influences the total value of kindness bestowed upon the host. Ma Hongjun understood, realizing how to acquire kindness points. Kindness, in essence, is rather straightforward. It could be perceived as foolishness, yet one might still earn kindness points. As articulated in an animated tale, one may know that love can create all, yet still refuse to confront it, even denying its existence. Why is that? Because love can both create and destroy. When one uses love to shield a flock from wolves, then to the wolves, such love is tantamount to destruction, for they would starve as a result. This world operates on such principles. It is either the death of the wolf or the sheep. It is a harsh dichotomy where the weaker, be it the wolf or the sheep, faces demise. Thus, absolute kindness does not exist in this world. Rather, there are merely differing stances and perspectives, akin to the relationship between soul beasts and humans. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun firmly believes there is light in this world. Perhaps it is excessively cruel, yet therein lies its beauty. We exist for love, and we exist to grow stronger. Seeing Ma Hongjun lost in thought, the others remained still, assuming he was deliberating on how to distribute the items. They gazed at him with eager anticipation. Even the typically composed Tang Sin stared intently at Ma Hongjun. Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, directing his gaze toward the group. Fifth brother, you have no flower on your face. But you are exceedingly handsome right now. I cannot help but gaze at you. Do you lack a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Ning Rongrong playfully and half-seriously remarked, her eyes sparkling. Ahem, no joking. The celestial grade, Chuo, Yu Jingxiang, should enable your martial soul to ascend to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Should you indeed achieve this elevation, if you wish to thank me, you may remain by my side as a maid. After all, being a maid to the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school holds quite the prestige. Ma Hongjun jested without a hint of embarrassment. Okay. You said it, but if my martial soul does not ascend to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, you shall be responsible. Ning Rongrong giggled, casting a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun before speaking ambiguously. You should go absorb it now, Ma Hongjun responded, taken aback, as he once again retrieved a radiant 9-colored tulip and tossed it to Ning Rongrong. Oh dear, this is a celestial herb. Do not drop it. What if it falls to the ground? Ning Rongrong carefully caught it, a hint of complaint in her voice. Even if it falls, you would consume it regardless. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and absorb it. Ma Hongjun chuckled, finding humor in the situation. Thank you, fifth brother. I truly adore you. Ning Rongrong's words brought a sense of comfort to Ma Hongjun. Muma. With her hands cradling the Churuayu Jingxiang, Ning Rongrong approached Ma Hongjun and unexpectedly kissed his fair cheek. Her voice tinged with shyness as she said, This is to thank you. Do not misunderstand. I must go absorb the essence of the celestial herb now. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kindness points 40, total 180. Ma Hongjun sat in a daze, touching the damp imprint left on his face, still catching whiffs of the delicate fragrance that lingered. The spirit's report in his mind faded into oblivion. The others exchanged glances, with only Oscar revealing a fleeting, barely perceptible sense of loss before it vanished. Looking at Ma Hongjun with anticipation. Shama-gu, I know you have no interest in money, only women. Rongrong is yours. I cannot pursue her anymore. As a brother, you need not hold back. While I do have an interest in women, I am not so indiscriminate. What are you saying? Didn't Rongrong say not to misunderstand? Ma Hongjun sighed, growing exasperated. Forget it. This is another 9th grade ZG I prepared for you, my final one. Since you have ascended to Soul Master, you shall be a core member of the Tianluo Diwan. Ma Hongjun felt utterly speechless, grappling with his predicament. Had he possessed a different martial soul, he might have been able to deflect the conversation, but with his evil fire phoenix martial soul, no one would believe him if he claimed to be uninterested. However, he held firm to one truth. He was not a casual person, or else he would not still be a virgin. Tianluo Diwan? What is it? Is it a significant force? Xiao Wu could not help but ask, her yearning for the celestial herb being the least among everyone. She only needed to leverage her popularity to continuously enhance her strength. Thus her usual practice was rather sporadic, showing little enthusiasm for soul power cultivation. It's nothing more than a sect I established, backed by the formidable Shrek Academy, so it has been developing rather well. Oscar expressed his desire to join the Tianluo not long ago, and I promised him that I would allow him to join once he ascends to Soul Master. Ma Hongjun casually explained. Indeed. I also absorbed some, I truly hope to elevate directly to Soul Sovereign. Oscar, having set aside his previous reservations, joyfully refined his medicinal herbs. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Goodness points 20, total 200 Xiaosan. This is a mutated supreme spirit herb, the exceptional Tianshan Snow Lotus, whose effects are even more potent than an ordinary celestial herb. It should be perfectly suited for you, so I shall gift it to you, Ma Hongjun declared as he presented a snow lotus shimmering in red and blue hues. Mutated? Tianshan Snow Lotus? Tang San had not heard of this celestial specimen. Thus he inquired with curiosity. Not entirely, but it's close enough. A double lotus born from one. If my conjecture is correct, this exceptional mutated spirit herb's efficacy surpasses that of celestial grade, Ma Hongjun replied earnestly. This herb grew alongside the Bajio, Xianying grass, one of the few exceptional medicinal materials. But, due to its location near the spring, it coincided with Ma Hongjun absorbing celestial grade herbs. The evil fire phoenix, martial soul, ascended to the ultimate fire, inadvertently absorbing the residual energy of the ultimate fire, resulting in a mutation due to the intertwining of ice and fire powers, thereby producing a crimson joint snow lotus. In fact, calling it a snow lotus may be somewhat inappropriate. Naming it a fire lotus might be more fitting. Yet Ma Hongjun was too lazy to name it, and simply referred to it as such. This is why Ma Hongjun claimed its medicinal efficacy is comparable to celestial grade, perhaps even surpassing it. Thank you. Its effects are indeed on par with celestial grade herbs and are immensely beneficial to me. I think I shall call it the Ice Fire Joint Lotus. Tang San remarked with delight after inspecting it. Ma Hongjun, who had gained some knowledge from Douluo regarding herbs, recognized Tang San's agreement and felt reassured. It was precisely because Ma Hongjun had consumed the Bajio Xianying grass and the Lihua Xingjiaoshu that he left this herb, which has overlapping effects yet slightly inferior to the two celestial grade herbs for Tang San. Previously, he would have preferred to discard such a treasure rather than give it to Tang San, but now he clearly did not harbor such sentiments. He was not afraid of Tang San growing stronger, only lamenting his weakness. Furthermore, obtaining goodness points was a significant incentive. After all, it was not impossible to draw something akin to meteor tears. Thus, the value of goodness points was undeniably substantial for him. Chapter 102. Equipping the 8 monsters with celestial grade herbs, it can be called whatever. Names are merely labels, as long as it proves useful. Go for it, Xiaosan. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only your talent can rival mine. I am on the verge of ascending to Soul Sovereign, and if you do not exert yourself, you will soon be left far behind, Ma Hongjun stated nonchalantly. Having seized the opportunity of celestial herbs that should have belonged to Tang San, he felt no guilt. Being able to gift this exceptional, mutated spirit root to Tang San was already a great act of kindness. Of course, this was also because Ma Hongjun's consumption of the 2 Ice-Fire celestial herbs overlapped in effect with this one, and the efficacy of the 2 celestial grade herbs was superior, particularly in cultivating foundational strength. Rest assured, I will not be left behind. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, Tang San said earnestly, clasping his fists in gratitude. With his understanding of medicinal properties, he naturally recognized the preciousness of this mutated spirit herb obtained through chance. His gratitude towards Ma Hongjun had reached unparalleled heights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring goodness points 100, total 300. Ma Hongjun was instantly overjoyed. Indeed, the goodness points granted by Tang San were significantly higher than those from others. The Child of Fate is truly exceptional. The acquisition of goodness points was considerably easier than faith points. In fact, Ma Hongjun's concert had a deeper, latent significance, though he remained uncertain if it would be successful. Hearing Tang San's similar assurances, Ma Hongjun, filled with joy, grasped Tang San's hand and excitedly said, "Good brothers for life. From now on, Shrek Academy will rely on us to flourish. Regardless of my future accomplishments, Shrek Academy will always be my home." Tang San firmly nodded, feeling an unprecedented sense of belonging to Shrek Academy, incomparable to the 6 years spent at Nodding Academy. Quickly absorb it. I will guard you. Once your strength has increased, I have some matters to discuss with you, Ma Hongjun advised, exchanging a knowing smile with Tang San. Before meeting Tang San, he harbored disdain for him, stemming from his prior life's understanding of Tang San. However, the current Tang San had yet to become that selfish individual known for his double standards. As long as he could gain goodness points, he had no reason to offend him, even if it were Hu Laina, Qianren Xue, or Bai Bai Dong, who were not truly malevolent antagonists. He would not seek to provoke them without reason. Rather, he would find ways to foster good relations, provided they did not cross him. Through intelligence from Tenlada Wang, Ma Hongjun learned that Douluo was far more intricate than the surface portrayal of a single hall, 2 empires, and 7 sects. There were hidden families and sect forces behind the scenes, the specifics of their strengths unknown. Yet Ma Hongjun had a premonition that their powers were certainly on par with the 7 great sections. Then, I shall trouble you to guard us. Xiao Wu, I will begin absorbing now. Hongjun must have prepared suitable herbs for you as well. These herbs are all celestial grade for strengthening the foundation and will have no adverse effects. You can consume them confidently according to the method, Tang San concluded, sitting cross-legged in the nearby grass. In an instant, only Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun remained among the Shrek 8 monsters. The other 5 were enveloped in a vibrant array of energies, all reveling in the absorption of the celestial herb's potency. Noticing the expectant gazes of the 2 girls, Ma Hongjun had no intention of teasing them. Instead, he produced the water fairy jade bone and the 8-petal fairy orchid, the latter possessing even greater potency than the former. It was better suited for Oscar, yet to ensure a more balanced strength among the 8 monsters, and due to the lack of other suitable celestial herbs, Ma Hongjun decided to utilize it as a substitute. However, he would not give the precious Xiangxi Duanchang to Xiao Wu. Such a supreme treasure was reserved for the one he cherished most. In the original work, Judo once stated that Xiangxi Duanchang was a divine treasure among flowers, willing to guard its owner for a lifetime. He also claimed that should he obtain Xiangxi Duanchang, he could reach the legendary level. This legendary level, based on Ma Hongjun's deductions, must be at least the level of limit Douluo or even higher. Even the Qirong Tong Tianju, which perfectly matched with his martial soul, could only elevate him to the limit Douluo level according to the same source. Thus, the preciousness of Xiangxi Duanchang is unquestionable. In the original narrative, Tang San initially prepared the Shui Xianyu Ji Gu for Xiao Wu. However, due to Zhu Zhuqing's inability to pluck the celestial treasure, Xiangxi Duanchang, it was Xiao Wu who ultimately obtained it. Consequently, the 2 exchanged their celestial herbs. Yet, Xiao Wu had yet to consume the Xiangxi Duanchang. Instead, she carried it closely, which could be seen as a waste. Nevertheless, in the early stages, the Xiangxi Duanchang aided Xiao Wu in evading the probing eyes of the tidal Douluo, thus preserving her identity as a soul beast. Later on, it even provided a glimmer of hope for resurrection after Xiao Wu's sacrificial act for Tang San. One could say that every action has its predetermined consequences. Presently, Ma Hongjun's preparation of the Shui Xianyu Ji Gu to enhance Xiao Wu's strength cannot be deemed inferior to the original narrative. Xiao Wu's identity is no secret to both the poisoned Douluo and Ma Hongjun. Therefore, prior to the commencement of the Continental Soul Master Competition, the use of Shui Xianyu Ji Gu is still beneficial for Xiao Wu. The poisoned Douluo's agreement to Tang Hao's request that fateful night has allowed Xiao Wu to remain relatively unharmed at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, the flower known as Shui Xianyu Ji Gu, possesses the ability to nourish and strengthen bones, making it exceptionally suitable for a close combat soul master like her. It is probable that she has not diligently memorized the herb assignment given by the dean. When consuming it, she should remember to only eat the petals and finally suck the flower bud to absorb its efficacy. Like others, she must channel her soul power and maintain tranquility to better absorb its essence. Ma Hongjun, who harbors a fondness for Xiao Wu, provided these detailed instructions. In truth, driven by an insatiable desire, now 20-fold that of an ordinary person, he finds himself attracted to any beautiful girl. But here, his affection pertains to her character and demeanor. Thank you. 5th brother, Xiao Wu giggled. I won't kiss you now, but I promise I'll repay you in the future. Although Xiao Wu personally does not enjoy cultivating, she does not wish to lag behind her companions, especially since everyone else has consumed celestial treasures. The notion of repayment is inconsequential. What matters is that we are partners. Correct? Ma Hongjun smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that these companions are worth nurturing, for they understand gratitude. In Chapter 103, Special Soul Master Talent, Xiao Wu solemnly declared, yes, we are partners. From now on, you shall be my 5th brother, the best man of my life aside from Tang San. The earnestness of her words struck Ma Hongjun, who found it somewhat peculiar, given his modern upbringing. Ah, so you never consider me your 5th brother? I've been so good to you for nothing, choosing the most suitable celestial herb just for you. He feigned annoyance, teasing her. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Wu quickly replied, 5th brother, please don't be angry. I knew you were the best, and wouldn't hold it against me. I'll go absorb it now. With a playful smile, She rushed to the nearby grass to begin her absorption. Though she appeared youthful and harmless, this was merely a facade. Her true self was bold, open, and deeply emotional. Readers may wonder, can a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit not be bold and open? Despite being a soul beast, she possesses qualities that far exceed many humans. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 100 kindness points from Xiao Wu, totaling 400 kindness points. Ma Hongjun felt increasingly elated upon hearing the electronic voice of the Wuhuan spirit in his mind, as he was now halfway to a lottery opportunity and had every reason to be joyful. Now, Zhu Zhuqing remained alone, being the one among them most eager to enhance her strength, a fact that even Ma Hongjun humbly acknowledged. This young girl bore an immense burden that was disproportionate to her age. After careful consideration, Ma Hongjun concluded that Zhu Zhuqing would benefit more from the Ba Ban Xianlan than from the Shui Xian Yuji Gu, while Zhu Zhuqing would be better suited to the Xiang Si Duan Changhong. Ma Hongjun knew she could not take it, as she currently had no one she deeply loved. Even Dai Mubai, her fiancé, seemed to have changed, much like the relationships among the other members of the Seven Monsters. In her childhood, Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly harbor romantic feelings for Dai Mubai. She viewed him merely as an older brother figure. Raised in such a family environment, she did not oppose polygamy, provided it was not flaunted before her. Dai Mubai had clearly crossed a boundary, and he remained oblivious to her discontent. She had since lost all hope in him. The pressure she now faced was even greater. If she could not be with Dai Mubai, she would be deemed a failure according to her family's rules. For her, failure equated to death, or, at the very least, the forfeiture of her martial soul, which was akin to death for a soul master. Zhu Zhuqing quietly observed Ma Hongjun, remaining silent and emotionally detached, her icy demeanor giving off an impression of unapproachability. Zhuqing, I must say, don't always maintain that frosty exterior. Speak your mind, don't keep everything bottled up. This is Ba Ban Xianlan, one of the celestial herbs, the easiest for you all to absorb. It must be housed in a jade vessel, remaining fresh for a millennium and enduring for 100 generations. Among all the celestial herbs I brought back, it possesses the mildest yet richest medicinal properties. Although easy to absorb, it requires time. Its primary functions are to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities, compensating for your innate martial soul's shortcomings and accelerating soul power cultivation. Its medicinal efficacy will certainly provide substantial enhancement. Ma Hongjun explained. Thank you, fifth brother. When I have the time, I will share my story with you all. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her words imbued with a touch more warmth. After Ma Hongjun handed her the herb, Zhu Zhuqing seated herself cross-legged on the expanse of grass and began her absorption. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 100 kindness points from Zhu Zhuqing, totaling 500 kindness points. Ma Hongjun was astonished, realizing that among everyone, Zhu Zhuqing had granted him the most kindness points through this matter. Although she was not the protagonist, her contribution was not inferior to that of the main character, and his gratitude towards her certainly surpassed that of others. Of course, this does not imply that the least generous, Fat Tiger, was lacking. Rather, Fat Tiger simply was not a significant character in the original narrative. I wonder if tomorrow's concert will yield me faith points. If possible, I should include a few songs that resonate with the Douluo world. I cannot solely promote traditional music. After all, different strokes for different folks. More support would certainly be welcome, Ma Hongjun mused. In truth, music does exist in the Douluo continent, but compared to the pinnacle of music in his past life, it remains in its nascent stage, lacking in creativity. However, the Douluo continent possesses its own merits. Some unique martial souls offer enhancements to music that are incomparable to those of his previous life. Tian Luo Di Wang has already discreetly recruited 3 beautiful women with microphone martial souls. Although their soul power is only at levels 3 or 4, their ability to enhance melodies is quite remarkable. It is rumored that there exists another wielder of a drum-type martial soul, a level 23 Great Soul Master, who was painstakingly acquired by the Tianluo Wang at considerable cost from a noble family in a distant land. As for the possessors of stringed instrument martial souls, they are not particularly rare, and thus there are a total of 9 such exceptional talents. This explains why Ma Hongjun has brought forth a wealth of ancient musical compositions from his memory. Observing the others engrossed in their cultivation, Ma Hongjun found himself with idle time, so he settled down on an empty patch of ground not far from them. The grand momentum of Tashan would surely appeal to many soul masters, and adding Ping Fanji Lu, with its poignant melody, should yield a marvelous effect. Zaijian, a song that would undoubtedly resonate with the youthful soul masters of the Academy, should also be included. Ma Hongjun retrieved his songbook from the Rui Baibao pouch and began to jot down the lyrics and melodies of the songs he was reciting. With his profound understanding of music, it was no trouble for Ma Hongjun to accomplish this, especially after his ascension to Soul Master rank, which had significantly enhanced both his mental acuity and memory. As time passed from noon to afternoon and then to evening, the first to awaken from their meditation was Zhu Zhuqing, who had consumed the most gentle medicine. Upon awakening, she stretched luxuriously, a sight so enchanting that it nearly left Ma Hongjun spellbound. Those who understood the allure of her youthful form would grasp the intensity of his feelings, as he felt the stirrings of fiery passion within. Unaware of Ma Hongjun's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a refreshing change within herself, sighed contentedly. Noticing Ma Hongjun's intense stare, she suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Hee, Zhuqing, you're truly beautiful. How do you feel? How many levels have you ascended? Ma Hongjun, summoning great willpower, suppressed his impetuous thoughts and feigned ignorance. Understanding Ma Hongjun's martial soul predicament, Zhu Zhuqing bore no ill will. With an excited expression, she exclaimed, I have advanced 3 levels and am now at level 30. According to the Academy's initial assessments, I believe I still have a significant reserve of soul power. Once I acquire my 3rd soul ring, I could potentially increase by 4 or even 5 more levels. Thank you. I am once again filled with hope for my future. Congratulations. You are now the youngest soul master in our academy, having advanced to soul master rank nearly as quickly as I did, perhaps even sooner. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall seek your assistance. Ma Hongjun rejoiced in Zhu Zhuqing's advancement, which was not solely beneficial for Shrek Academy's pursuit of victory in the Continental Soul Master competition. He also felt elated for this cool, yet passionate woman who had emerged from the shadows. I owe my progress entirely to you, 5th brother. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. I sense that my martial soul has also undergone a transformation. It is more than just a simple enhancement in quality. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered. She did not conceal her thoughts. Each soul master typically strives to keep their martial soul information secret. Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to share this with Ma Hongjun demonstrated her profound trust in him. Let's set that aside for now. Once you have fully acclimatized, we can discuss it further. Take advantage of the recent absorption of the elixir's medicinal properties and return to cultivating your soul power. The sky is growing late, or the forthcoming scene may not be pleasant, Ma Hongjun remarked with a faint smile, glancing at Dai Mubai and Tang San, who were gathering energy. The scene? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, puzzled. It's just that Tang San and Dai Mubai's medicinal effects may be rather intense, and their clothes might not fare well. You understand? Ma Hongjun teased. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned away to conceal her embarrassment, returning to her dormitory ahead of the others. The second to awaken were the support type Oscar and the Rotund Tiger, who stirred almost simultaneously. Haha, I am now at level 36. I have jumped 5 levels in one go. It feels incredible, Oscar exclaimed, laughter bursting forth as if he had completely emerged from the shadows cast by Ning Rongrong. I have only advanced 4 levels. After acquiring my soul ring, I will become a level 30 soul master, but if the teacher's theory holds true, I should reach around level 32. Fat Tiger grinned, seemingly simple-minded yet quite shrewd. Indeed, there should be no issues. Although Tang San's teacher has a somewhat lower soul power, he is not without merit. The theoretical perspectives of our academy's teachers align with his, so complications are unlikely. Furthermore, you have merely begun to absorb the elixir. Much of its potency still lies dormant within you, awaiting future development. Your cultivation speed will likely experience a substantial leap until the elixir's effects are fully expended. Ma Hongjun replied, unsurprised. Despite being a 9th grade herb, the purple Ganoderma, while not classified among the divine medicinal herbs, is undoubtedly the foremost existence below that level. Its potency rivals that of divine herbs, and may even surpass them in enhancing soul power cultivation speed. I feel that the quality of my martial soul, the diamond hammer, has significantly improved, weighing at least twice as much as before. Henceforth, it may be more fitting to call it the mighty diamond hammer. Fat Tiger nodded vigorously, expressing his delight. With a flash of light from his right hand, A golden giant hammer, slightly smaller than his own physique, materialized. My martial soul hasn't changed significantly, but its quality has also improved, allowing me to produce more sausages, Oscar added. From within his mind, the hollow voice of the martial soul spirit echoed once more, confirming that this day was indeed fortuitous for Ma Hongjun. Thanks to the precious elixir, he had garnered a substantial amount of benevolence points, nearly enough for his first benevolence point lottery. Quickly, take advantage of the recent absorption of the divine elixir and resume your cultivation. Now is the optimal moment for soul power training, Ma Hongjun urged. He was not surprised by Fat Tiger's mutated martial soul. He had long sensed its incompleteness. Given that he had consumed the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, its transformation was well within his expectations. In the original tale, the 9th grade purple Ganoderma enabled Luo Sanpeio's evolution and helped the waste master break through his decades-long level 30 bottleneck, indicating its effects were certainly not inferior to those of divine herbs. Oscar and Fat Tiger followed his advice, settling at the periphery to continue their cultivation, striving not to disturb the others still absorbing the divine elixir. Ning Rongrong was the third to awaken. Overjoyed, she nearly shouted, but restrained herself upon seeing the others still engaged in their absorption. Instead, she approached Ma Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, fifth brother. From now on, you shall be my dear brother. May I become your Gonmimi?" "Me? Gonmime? Well, I have no objections. It is entirely up to you," Ma Hongjun responded amicably, sensing no resistance to Ning Rongrong's overt friendliness. He recognized the value of the support that her 7-treasure glazed tile school could offer. Thus, he welcomed the connection. "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Ning Rongrong stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Ma Hongjun's, speaking earnestly. "All right, please refrain from such contact, otherwise I might find it difficult to control the primal force within me," Ma Hongjun said, his face flushed, a hint of irritation in his voice. He was not shy. Rather, he was somewhat disoriented by the persistent allure from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, causing an internal chaos of unrestrained desires. Had it not been for the residual ice attribute elixir within him, he would have likely transformed into a ravenous wolf by now. All right, I understand now. Brother Wu, it's quite interesting that you possess such a martial soul. At least it makes you look adorable," Ning Rongrong remarked with a light laugh, adding a touch of charm. Ma Hongjun felt utterly exasperated. Can cuteness be a source of sustenance? Can it attract a girlfriend? As for masculine charm, that is merely the essence of being a man. Chapter 105, A Melody That Moves the World. Ma Hongjun chose not to continue the conversation with Ning Rongrong, instead turning his gaze elsewhere. Ning Rongrong refrained from provoking Ma Hongjun further, aware that despite his extraordinary willpower, no one could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly lose control and take drastic actions against them. Dean Flander had privately warned them about Ma Hongjun, advising the girls to exercise caution. Upon learning this, they developed a mix of admiration and fear towards him, appreciating his ability to remain virtuous under such circumstances while simultaneously fearing a potential outburst that could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower martial soul, as expected, evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower, reaching the 30th level. Like others who had not yet advanced to soul sage, her specific level remained indiscernible without acquiring a soul ring. Next came Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. A shimmering aura enveloped Xiao Wu, imbuing her with an ethereal quality. Her skin became even more translucent, almost enticing to touch. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai underwent subtle transformations, his physique expanding and becoming incredibly robust, his clothing tearing apart. As the radiance faded, they both regained consciousness. Ma Hongjun had no intention of reminding Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong opted to enter a state of cultivation nearby. Xiao Wu glanced at Dai Mubai's muscular form with surprise, shyly turning her head away, showing little reaction. Had it been Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they would have likely closed their eyes in embarrassment. Pervert, humph. With a cold scoff, Xiao Wu shifted her gaze to Tang San. Dai Mubai, having awakened, inadvertently caught this scene, and even he felt his cheeks flush, hastily retrieving spare clothing from his spatial soul guide. Fortunately, this attire, which blended elements of martial arts, was not limited to just one set. Tang San's body radiated both fiery red and icy blue luminescence, as the ultimate ice and fire energies erupted, reducing his garments to ashes in an instant. However, Xiao Wu's eyes remained fixated on Tang San's physique, captivated by his form. "Xiao Wu, Xiao San is too much a rogue. Stop looking. Once he wakes up, I will definitely teach him a lesson for daring to act lewdly in front of you. Ma Hongjun feigned anger as he approached the trio. No. Xiao San is not a rogue. It's the energy from the celestial herb causing this. So don't blame him. Xiao San is just as pure as you, Brother Wu. Xiao Wu instinctively retorted to Ma Hongnesiist. Just as pure as me? That hardly qualifies as pure. While my body may be pure, what about my heart? You understand. Ma Hongjun replied with a mischievous grin. He was unsure why he enjoyed bantering with Xiao Wu. Perhaps it stemmed from his fondness for small animals in his previous life. In his past, Ma Hongjun's favorite pets had been cats followed closely by rabbits, as the adorable little bunnies would surely make a delicious, spicy rabbit head dish. Annoying him. I don't understand. I am now a 37th level powerful assault type soul master. My 8-section throw will be even more seamless. Brother Wu, do you want to give it a try? Xiao Wu threatened playfully. During their assessments, Ma Hongjun had witnessed Xiao Wu's 8-section throw, and he was reluctant to attempt it. It wasn't fear of being unable to escape. Rather, he was concerned about inadvertently injuring Xiao Wu. Once Xiao Wu successfully executed the 8-section throw, even the slightest mishap could lead to significant repercussions. Currently, Xiao Wu's soul power was only one level beneath his, meaning he would need to exert full force to compete. But the overwhelming might of his martial soul's abilities could result in fatal consequences. Forget it. I concede to the elegance of Sixth Sister's soft skills. It's best not to test it. Ma Hongjun decided against the endeavor, deeming the potential outcome too severe. Ultimately, when Tang San awakened, his soul power surged impressively. Reaching the 36th level, the blue silvergrass, akin to Ma Hongjun's clover, had acquired the ability to resist both ice and fire. Of course, this immunity had its limits, and Tang San's level of resistance still lagged slightly behind Ma Hongjun's. This further showcased the efficacy of the ice and fire dual lotus, proving itself not inferior to a solitary, celestial-grade herb. On the following day, the Shrek Academy's 8 monsters prepared to embark on their journey. Accompanied by numerous teachers to the concert venue, Dai Mubai had also successfully become the first soul master among the 8 monsters of Shrek Academy. However, he needed to obtain a soul ring before he could be considered a true soul master. With the concert imminent, there was no time to acquire a soul ring. Even without obtaining one, they could continue their cultivation. Although the potential increase in soul power might not match that of early acquisition, the foundational benefits were immeasurable. In terms of foundational strength, while the other 7 monsters of Shrek Academy might surpass ordinary soul masters, they still paled in comparison to Ma Hongjun. Even Tang San, who possessed the Xintian skill, could not be compared to him. Upon entering the concert, the Shrek Academy members discovered a bustling crowd. The noise and clamor filled the air. Fortunately, they were guided through a special passage by staff to the backstage area. In one of the rooms, Flander exclaimed, "Hongjun, you finally made it. The musical score you provided has been reviewed by those special talents, and they all agreed it was perfect. The beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy is also ready to go at any moment. Have the sound amplification soul devices and mirror soul devices been adequately prepared?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Indeed, there are 12 sound amplification soul devices. Besides the 4 designated for the concert, the other 8 are strategically positioned around Soto City, capable of encompassing the entire area, Flander replied, suppressing his excitement. The tickets for this concert were incredibly hard to come by, with some scalpers selling them for 10 gold soul coins each, a price far above the ordinary. The more coveted tickets were even scarcer. This event was bound to be a windfall for the organizers. In the Douluo continent, soul masters were considered elite. Their performances for the common folk incited frenzied enthusiasm. It was akin to the phenomenon of celebrities hosting concerts in close proximity, involving not just 1 or 2, but a significant portion of the entertainment industry, including the Tianshui Academy's already popular girl group. Hongjun, what new songs have you composed? Are you planning to perform on stage today? Dai Mubai asked with excitement. The seasoned students often enjoyed pestering Ma Hongjun to teach them how to sing or tell stories, fully aware of his celestial level skills. Chapter 106, a melody resonating across the lands, Part 2 at present. It is not the time to divulge much. You shall witness it together when the moment arrives. Ma Hongjun had no intention of wasting time discussing this with them. This concert was not merely a personal affair for him. It was an assembly of many eminent figures from the music realm of Douluo. Otherwise, how could it have generated such a tremendous uproar? Naturally, all these participants had volunteered to compete rather than being summoned by an overarching authority. In any context, music serves as a vessel for expressing emotions and providing solace. Hence, both soul masters and ordinary people share a unique emotional bond with music, which exemplifies the intrinsic allure of this art form. Brother, I have heard that this concert gathers the entire music industry alongside a significant number of notable talents from the Soul Master community. It marks the first collaboration between the music and Soul Master realms in history, truly a grand musical event for the continent. I've heard that the competition will also determine the top 10 participants, each of whom will receive substantial rewards, with the champion winning a grand prize of 100,000 gold soul coins. Is this true? Ning Rongrong gazed eagerly at Ma Hongjun as she inquired. Well, it seems unlikely that the top 10 will be decided within 10 days. The number of contestants has exceeded my expectations. There are over 1,000 participants, with a significant portion possessing unique martial souls related to music, Ma Hongjun replied, unaware of the details as Flinder naturally took over the conversation to enlighten everyone. That's fantastic. Dean, I want to sign up too. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, do you wish to join? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Zhu Qing remained silent, directing her gaze towards Flinder to gauge his opinion, while Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. Although the registration period has technically passed, as members of Shrek Academy, we can still include you. However, temper your expectations. Despite your lovely voices, you are still amateurs. Apart from Ma Hongjun, your chances of reaching the top 10 are slim. Flinder stated nonchalantly. That's all right. If you wish to participate, then do so. I have my methods to ensure you achieve commendable results, Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes lighting up as he beheld the three beautiful figures before him. Initially reluctant to let Xiao Wu participate, Tang San felt compelled to acquiesce upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, merely nodding in silence. Yay! Thank you, fifth brother. You are truly wonderful. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their gratitude with beaming faces directed at Ma Hongjun. Surprisingly, Zhu Qing also nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to join, astonishing even Ma Hongjun, let alone their other companions. Zhu Qing, you can sing too? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Of course, and she sings even more beautifully than us, Ning Rongrong proudly declared, pulling Zhu Qing closer while lifting her chin to the others. Indeed, after spending these days together, the bond between Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing had grown nearly as close as sisters. Yes. Last night, Zhu Qing was so happy that she hummed a song I had never heard before. It was simply celestial. Even compared to you, fifth brother, it was no less impressive, Xiao Wu elaborated. They had heard Ma Hongjun hum before. Although he typically refrained from employing the characteristics of his musical breathing, his high level of soul power granted him exceptional control over his voice, coupled with the inherent beauty of the songs he performed, placing him at the level of a master musician. Oh, that is truly splendid. I have composed a song for our Shrek 7 Devils, and I need a girl with musical talent to collaborate. Together, we shall perform on stage. I will sing the main part with Zhu Qing, and then we will all join in for the climax, Ma Hongjun said, his expression brightening with excitement. He had no idea that Zhu Qing possessed such a talent, secretly wondering if her feline martial soul contributed to her musical gift. Wonderful. Do you have lyrics? If only you had told us sooner, we could have practiced a bit. Ning Rongrong responded joyfully. Well, today is certainly not feasible, but it is beneficial to familiarize ourselves early. The opening ceremony will feature a performance by the Tianshui Academy's renowned girl group, which will invigorate the audience. Otherwise, it would have been fitting for us to sing this song together. For now, we can save it for the finale. Teacher, could you please fetch some paper and a pen? I will recite the lyrics for them to note down, Ma Hongjun explained after some contemplation. All right, this song is titled Breaking the Cocoon. If one awakens from a nightmare, facing the cruel world, which heartstrings does the wind tug upon, longing yet unable to bid farewell, take my hand and move forward through night and day, without pause, traversing time and space. It may wound, it may ache, yet still bravely fight. That is what defines a hero. Raise your head amidst chaos and conflict. Looking back, you are by my side, shattering the curse of fate, rendering the story eternal. The martial soul surges wildly, guarding your unwavering courage, even if the future resembles a torrent, never retreating. Ma Hongjun's magnetic voice enveloped the ears of the Shrek 7 Devils, and merely reciting the lyrics immersed them in the profound essence of the piece. These lyrics alone evoke such vivid imagery. Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. I can only imagine a melody must be even more enchanting, Tang San remarked. his eyes sparkling with inspiration sparked by Ma Hongjuan's words. Indeed, it is quite melodious. However, I cannot claim full credit for these lyrics. They are songs that appeared in my dreams, perhaps conveyed to me from another world. Ma Hongjun said mysteriously, leaving the others puzzled. Brother Ma's prowess is evident. There is no need for modesty. We are well aware of your capabilities, the ever-enthusiastic fat tiger chimed in, with others nodding in agreement. Only Tang San appeared contemplative, stroking his chin in thought. However, gazing at the lyrics he had just penned regarding martial souls, he shook his head. How could a song from another world possibly resonate so deeply with the martial souls of this continent? Unbeknownst to him, he was merely a character from a book in Ma Hongjuan's world, and the future that awaited him was crystal clear to Ma Hongjun. Yet now, with Ma Hongjun present, everything seemed uncertain. With him around, Tang San's future in Douluo would likely not be as unrestrained as he had hoped. Indeed, it is quite suitable for you. It should add considerable flair to the competition. The concert is about to commence, so I will step out to submit your names and then notify the esteemed Poison Doa to announce the beginning. Flinder concurred with a nod, rising to his feet. Chapter 107, A Melody Resonating Across the Lands Part 3 in unison. The group nodded and followed Flinder out of the room, guided by the staff to the VIP box belonging to Shrek Academy. I sincerely appreciate all the Soul Masters for granting me this honor, and I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed figures from the music industry for your support. Furthermore, my heartfelt gratitude to the audience for attending this unprecedented musical exchange event in history. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I express my sincere thanks for your presence. Douluo, clad in a splendid traditional robe, appeared with an air of scholarly dignity, bowing deeply in gratitude. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue erupted with excitement. A title, Doa bowing in thanks, was an unparalleled honor, especially for those who have expended considerable resources to gain entry to the concert venue. Their excitement is palpable, with those driven by vanity displaying it particularly conspicuously. Oh ho! Ah! Shrek! Shrek! The air is filled with exuberant shouts and screams, instantly stirred by the presence of the Douluo titled enforcer. Observing this, Flinder cannot help but smile faintly, exchanging a knowing glance with the figure on stage, Douluo, both sharing a moment of mirth. Silence. Douluo's voice, though soft, resonates throughout the concert hall due to his soul power, commanding attention effortlessly. The audience falls into a hush. The authority and charisma of the Douluo are indeed formidable. The attendees are predominantly young soul masters, with only a few seniors beyond the age of 50, aside from the teachers and staff from Shrek. Thus, the possibility of any formidable figures seeking trouble is non-existent. Even the strongest among them, the Lord of the Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanjun, graciously refrains from speaking further. Do not be anxious. I am not forbidding your cheers to dampen your support for your favorite contestants. I hereby declare the inaugural Music Star Concert, hosted by Shrek Academy, officially commenced, announces Douluo with a subtle smile and a touch of humor. The crowd erupts into a clamor. Haha, who says the Douluo is unapproachable? Step forward and receive your comeuppance. It appears that the legendary Douluo is not as stern as they seem, displaying a delightful sense of humor. The Poison Douluo is undoubtedly the most amiable Douluo I have encountered. You should be content. You have scarcely encountered ordinary soul masters, let alone the Douluo. Aside from the illustrious Poison Douluo, have you never seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? Shoo! If you wish to court disaster, do not drag me into it. Two acquaintances whisper among themselves. Flattery and other insipid remarks once again fill the air with fervor. Suddenly, the lights of the concert dim, plunging the venue into silence. Before the audience can react, a myriad of colorful lights illuminate the stage, spotlighting the Poison Douluo at the center. Now, let us welcome the enchanting girl group from Tianshui Academy, who will present the opening dance and the first melodious song of Tianshui. As the spotlight fades, it reveals 7 stunning figures gracing the stage. With fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, they are clad in the mesmerizing 7-colored fairy dress designed by Tian Luodawang. Their exquisite looks and ethereal attire captivate all male gazes in attendance, and not only men, but women also cast envious glances. The ethereal charm of these beauties instantly draws the attention of the entire audience. At the center stands Shui Binger, who has previously crossed paths with Ma Hongjun. Tianshui Academy mandates that all entrants be beauties. The other 6 stunning women perform the opening dance, followed by their enchanting vocal performance that leaves the audience spellbound. The lead singers are Shui Yuerer, and Shui Binger, whose voices, akin to a phoenix's song, swiftly garner the admiration of nearly everyone present. The hall falls into a profound silence, all ears attuned to the delightful melodies, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloping them in bliss. Oh no, Hongjun, do you still have confidence in winning this competition? These two beauties' voices are formidable, Dai Mubai exclaims, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun. What a fuss! I have long known these two would be challenging. Not only is their soul power on par with mine, but their martial souls also enhance their vocal abilities. However, your words underestimate me. My strength is not as simplistic as it appears before you, Ma Hongjun retorts confidently, albeit irately. The characteristic of the sound of breath. Sound can resonate with the soul, amplified by song, with the effectiveness contingent upon the quality of the song. This is the source of his confidence. The existence of his spirit allows him to comprehend his abilities with greater clarity. At this moment, Douluo Bo has taken his seat at the head of the judges' panel, flanked by the principals of the top 10 advanced academies. Invited by the poisoned Douluo, they dare not refuse, and having received word, they also wish to seize this opportunity to engage with other schools. While termed as Alo, it is in truth a means of probing each other's strengths and weaknesses in preparation for the upcoming Continental Soul Master Competition. These distinguished deans or vice deans are naturally invited to the judges' panel as arbiters. At 9 minutes and 9 seconds, 9 points, a total of 105 points, all scoring above 9, a commendable achievement for Tianshui Academy. The concert proceeds fervently, with various talents from the music industry taking the stage, yet lacking the enhancement of soul power. Their vocal control and appeal inherently fall short. Thus, none achieved a score exceeding 100. Finally, it is Ma Hongjun's turn. He walks onto the stage with an air of naturalness, the spotlight illuminating him. Yet he feels a hint of nervousness. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's fair and handsome visage, the audience erupts in a chorus of shrieks, primarily from enamored young women. So handsome! Who is this young man named Hongjun? He seems to be a soul master, truly impressive for his age, so handsome. I want to have your children, Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun. Hearing the audience's enthusiastic cries, Ma Hongjun's lips twitch, but he shakes off the nerves and calmly states, "The first song I will present is an original piece from my dreams, titled Starting Anew, dedicated to everyone and to my past self. Yesterday's honors have become distant memories. I have endured half a lifetime of hardship. Tonight, I walk once more into the storm. I cannot drift along the currents. For the sake of my beloved family, I shall remain strong through adversity, solely for those expectant gazes. As long as my heart remains, my dreams persist. Amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, true love endures. Success or failure, life is grand. It is but a fresh start." Ma Hongjun's raspy yet magnetic voice, coupled with a hint of nasal tone and the simplicity and sincerity of the lyrics, strikes at the heart, accompanied by the sound of breath. His unembellished words and deeply moving melody convey the strength of those facing life's adversities with courage. Silence envelopes all present once more. The entire concert, including the judges' panel, falls into stillness. Nay, the entirety of Soto City is hushed. The powerful, magnetic voice imbued with a sense of grandeur exudes a unique charm, penetrating the souls of all listeners. The resonance of his voice striking at the very core of each individual. Chapter 108. A melody that moves the world. Across from the concert venue lies the Grand Seoul Arena, typically bustling with spectators. Yet now, the audience has diminished by more than tenfold. On stage, a soul master, once renowned in the arena for achieving 10 consecutive victories, faces an unprecedented crisis in his life. He was born a commoner. His current strength and status achieved through sheer determination and hard work. However, not long ago, he inadvertently offended a nobleman, a figure he could not afford to provoke. Ultimately, through the mediation of friends, he agreed to resolve their conflict through a battle, with the stipulation that should he lose, he would forfeit all his assets. At that moment, he faced a formidable opponent summoned by the nobleman, who severed one of his arms. Filled with rage, he glared at his adversary, realizing that this was clearly not an attempt at reconciliation, but rather a desire for his demise. Driven by a reckless nature, he contemplated using his final trump card in a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, a melodious song reached his ears, ensnaring him in its beauty. Observing his opponent preparing to strike again, he shouted loudly, no longer concerned with winning or losing, proclaiming, "I concede, I admit defeat." Indeed, money could be earned anew, but a life was singular. As someone who had once emerged from nothing, Losing now meant merely starting over. Thus, it was through the voice of Ma Hongjun that a level 32 soul master was saved, who relinquished all his wealth, nearly 10,000 gold soul coins, considered a modest fortune. While paying his dues, the soul master inquired to a nearby witness, "Could you spare me 10 gold soul coins? I wish to attend the concert across the street and discover who sang just now." The official, also fond of music, replied, "I too enjoyed that soul-stirring melody, but I cannot grant this request, as you have already signed a contract. However, I happen to have a ticket from yesterday, which I could not use due to a last-minute shift at the battle arena. It would be of no use to me, so I shall give it to you." The official then presented him with a concert ticket adorned with a 5-starred red flag. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Suatawa City, inspiring countless individuals in dire circumstances with renewed courage and hope. Watching Ma Hongjun display increasing poise on the platform, while listening to the deep yet exhilarating melody, the Shrek 7 monsters gazed at him in admiration, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose reverence was most evident. As the song concluded, it drew an overwhelming wave of applause and cheers from the audience. Even the previously aloof soul masters were swept up in the excitement. 50,000 spectators were left in awe, fervently chanting Ma Hongjun's name. "So handsome, so dashing. This is the true essence of a man's song. I am utterly smitten," exclaimed a wealthy lady. "Ma Hongjun, I wish to bear your children. Do you need a boyfriend?" shouted a male admirer. The uproar of cheers drowned out the voices of the audience. 10 points, declared Douluo, the first to raise his scorecard. 10 points, 10 points, 99 points. The young man ought not to be overly proud. Although I am not well-versed in music, I can discern that your song lacks perfection. It seems you employed a special soul technique, which is why it resonated so deeply. Hence, I shall deduct 1 point, allowing you to retain your original intentions and continue striving. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's newfound fame from a single song, the envious Huyenjun awarded him a score of 99 points. Ma Hongjun was merely competing under his own name, unbeknownst to the audience that he was backed by the sole title Douluo present. "Thank you. But this is just the beginning. Master Huyen has underestimated me," Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling disgusted by the judgment of someone who understands nothing of music, commenting on the original works of a legendary singer from his previous life. Had he received a perfect score, following the rules, he would have been granted a direct pass to the finals, affording him ample time to cultivate. He never anticipated an obstacle like Chung Yaojin appearing to thwart his success. At times, those who profess to act in your best interests are often the ones who secretly resent your achievements the most. "Nona forpolitanas." The youth must learn to temper their pride, Huyenjun said with a facade of kindness, though his smile did not reach his eyes. "You are correct. Yet some elderly individuals should not rely solely on their age," Ma Hongjun replied coolly, turning away as he descended from the platform. Ma Hongjun's boldness in confronting the soul level judge earned him another round of cheers from the audience, who rallied in defense of him. In truth, Ma Hongjun's ire stemmed from his inability to deliver a flawless rendition of a classic song from his past life. Thus, he irrationally chose to stand his ground. Listening to the audience rallying in support of Ma Hongjun, Huyenjun scoffed, retreating with a bitter expression, silently vowing to remember this audacious young man. "So handsome, simply magnificent. This is a real man, unafraid of authority, daring to stand against the soul Douluo. From now on, I shall be your loyal fan," declared a rich young lady, followed by a chorus of admirers. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun walked off the stage with indifference, feeling a slight headache. It seemed he could not afford to take it easy this time. Zhu Zhuqing and her companions were among the last to sign up, meaning they would have to wait until tomorrow for their turn. "Fifth brother, well done. It seems the championship is within our grasp." Ning Rongrong greeted Ma Hongjun as he entered the VIP box, standing to welcome him. Oscar and Fat Tiger also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. "Your earlier performance was a bit too forceful. If I am not mistaken, the individual you offended is likely more powerful than the dean. I suspect he may already be a soul Douluo. Are you not concerned that he might sabotage you in the next competition?" Tang San voiced his concerns. The others, hearing Tang San's words, wore expressions of worry. The championship held a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. If they lost this due to a grudge, Shrek Academy would be left with nothing. They were aware that this competition was initiated under Shrek's name, and they had always believed it was the poisoned Douluo as the honorary mentor of their academy, who had been looking after them. They understood the financial struggles of Shrek Academy, and thus 100,000 gold soul coins was no trivial sum. While the poisoned Douluo posed no threat to their lives, he could certainly create obstacles for them on stage. When challenges arise, we shall meet them head-on. There is no need to worry. I will ensure that we secure the reward of 100,000 gold soul coins for Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun asserted with utmost seriousness and confidence. Well then, that is reassuring. With the poisoned Douluo present, our safety is not in jeopardy. Tang San nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing, just in case. You will sing the song I prepared for you tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to deliver the sheet music to the Tianluo Duong participants, allowing for practice in advance. Ma Hongjun stated, subsequently composing a song titled Learning to Meow, which left the onlookers in awe. Truly, he was a singer hindered by the burdens of being a soul master, effortlessly crafting a song. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Acting cute in front of you. Sometimes I'm as lazy as a cat. This seems to require a duet, doesn't it? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice the need for a partner in the song. No worries, I will handle the male vocal part using a recording soul guide. I will record it in advance and play it during the performance, Ma Hongjun explained. Oh, upon hearing the words of Ma Hongjun, a faint blush graced the fair visage of Zhu Zhuqing. Fifth brother, I am displeased. You cannot be so biased. I want to participate too, exclaimed Xiaowu, pouting and jumping forward in a fit of anger. Tang San, standing beside her, shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Although he felt no jealousy, a sense of defeat quietly arose within him. Let me think. Xiaowu, you are so adorable. Why not sing a nursery rhyme? It should yield excellent results, and advancing past the first round should be a breeze. Little white rabbit, white and pure, with 2 ears standing tall. Loves to eat carrots and vegetables. Hopping around, oh so cute. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme from his past life. Great. I like it. Hee. Thank you. Fifth brother, but I didn't write it down. Could you recite it one more time? Xiao exclaimed, her spirits lifted. I knew you wouldn't remember. Here's the score for you, along with one for Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun said, his pen dancing swiftly as he filled out the scores and handed them to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu. Noticing the quiet and attentive Ning Rongrong beside him, Ma Hongjun felt compelled to be fair and composed a song of love for her as well. This elicited a chorus of awe from their friends, their admiration for Ma Hongjun swelling like an unending tide. The following day, as anticipated, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing soared to fame, with even Xiao gaining some recognition, successfully advancing in the competition. Her charming exterior, coupled with her beautiful face and the fact that her martial spirit was a rabbit, attracted the hearts of many strong men. On the third day of the second round, Ma Hongjun sang Ta Shanha, once again achieving advancement, even prompting Hu Yinjin, who initially intended to score him low, to unwittingly award him a 9. Autumn winds, the setting sun into the long river, the misty rains of Jiangnan, the tumultuous rocks soaring, igniting countless flames of war. A myriad of mountains and rivers, a dance of separation and reunion, yet only a few decades of spring and autumn. When I am surrounded with the world against me, I toast the heavens with my cup. How shall this battle unfold? Who witnesses the arrows soaring, the stars igniting the night like day, the clash of blades? As my spear strikes forth like a dragon, shaking the universe, a roar breaking the firmament. The spear pierces the clouds, releasing all my lifelong concerns, gazing upon. The phrase my spear strikes forth like a dragon, shaking the universe, a roar breaking the firmament ignited the spirits of countless soul masters. The streets of Sotowa City were deserted, with those nearby gathering outside to witness Ma Hongjun's unparalleled charm. Those further away lingered by the sound amplifiers prepared by Tianluo Diwang, captivated by the stirring melody. This is the allure of contemporary music, the incredible power of the breath of sound, capable of stirring the emotions of the heart. If the breath of sound could be harnessed in battle, it would surely yield unexpected results. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing the response from the instrument spirit, noticed that he had inadvertently accumulated 800 points of kindness, likely due to composing songs for the 3 women. 5 days later, the top 10 emerged. Ma Hongjun, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yuer, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Luo Bing, Zhou Jiejia, Xu Songsong, Mao Yi, and Xue Qianqian. 5 hailed from the music industry, while the other 5 were from the soul master realm. With the aid of Ma Hongjun's original songs from his dreams, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing advanced to the top 10, defeating numerous musicians and soul masters with unique martial spirits. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both chose to forfeit. Then came the top 10 elimination round. Xu Songsong triumphed over Zhou Jiejie. Mao Yi defeated Xue Qianqian, and Xue Bing'er overcame Xue Yuer. Ma Hongjuan undoubtedly prevailed against Luo Bing with his unique approach. Naturally, he made appropriate modifications to lyrics that did not fit the times. I shut myself away, leaving only a balcony. Each night, when the darkness falls, I gaze out at the night sky, lost in thought, reflecting on the past, scene by scene, your love replays. I listen to dialogues from other stories. Perhaps those tales can provide me with closure. The love you desire, I cannot emulate, watching helplessly as emotions turn sour. One stands, stunned, contemplating the inability to offer you a future. The best love is to let go. Ultimately, after the confrontations, only Xu Songsong and Ma Hongjuan remained. One was a rising star in the Soul Master realm, while the other was a music prodigy indifferent to fame. Their clash attracted considerable attention. Upon seeing the name of this musical genius, Ma Hongjuan recalled a favored artist from his previous life, silently resolving to let their contest unfold. Xu Songsong was also a soul master, possessing a unique body martial spirit. His innate 7th-level soul power marked him as a genius. However, he had an aversion to cultivation, and at nearly 30 years old, he had only achieved the rank of soul master. His cultivation of the martial spirit was solely for the purpose of better expressing his music. His composition and singing abilities were on par with musicians from Ma Hongjuan's former world, which explained his victory over the soul master Xue Bing'er. With this in mind, Ma Hongjuan spontaneously chose to perform Lu Zhou Yue. As a child, I would steal the light from someone else's window, recalling the 10 years of hardship spent in dark study. Now, in March, the misty haze and the songs of orioles fill the grasslands. Amidst the fluttering willows, I catch a glimpse of my hometown. Lovers on the bridge enter and exit as pairs. Beside the bridge, the red blossoms lament that the night is too long. The moon sways and people wander. A song of parting echoes from the boat. The light of Luzhou moon spills upon my heart. The you beneath the moon is no longer the same as before. Luzhou moonlight, cool as pear blossoms in the rain. Who now accompanies you? The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart, yet cannot shed the tears of yesteryear. Chapter 110. Yue Xuan Master Tang Yuehua. Countless youths in their prime were drawn into the song's portrayal of youthful innocence, while the elder soul masters and judges were reminded of their own youthful encounters. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense as Ma Hongjuan's voice resonated. The slightly melancholic tune, aided by the breath of sound, became increasingly poignant. In the waiting area, Xu Songsong marveled at the extraordinary talent before him, every song unheard and unseen, the melodies transcending time by centuries. Was this not the pinnacle of music he sought? Stunned, he murmured to himself, "No, I am Xu Songsong, the musical genius of the continent, the representative of the entire music world. How can I easily concede to someone from the Soul Master realm? I shall not surrender so readily. I cannot bring shame to the music industry. If I must lose, I will do so honorably." A look of determination crossed Xu Songsong's face. Meanwhile, among the judges, an elegant woman clad in a silver gown slowly emerged from backstage, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she beheld Ma Hongjuan singing, as if she had discovered a hidden treasure, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. Yuehua had the honor of meeting the esteemed Douluo elder. I have heard that an unprecedented musical event is taking place here, and my admiration is overwhelming. Thus, I made a point to conclude my affairs promptly to witness it, only to find that I have regrettably arrived quite late, she expressed with deep embarrassment. The noble aura she unintentionally exuded revealed her extraordinary status. The visitor was none other than Tang Yuehua, the head of the Yuexian of the Tiando Empire's Court Etiquette Academy, a talented musician who shares a profound love for music. Please, no need for formalities. Attendants, prepare a seat for Tang Xianzhu. Douluo promptly returned to reality and stated earnestly. The staff swiftly added another table behind the 11 judges, illustrating Douluo's regard for her. The other judges from 10 academies remained silent, as if it were a matter of course. For the woman was not only backed by the Tiando royal family, but also by the legendary sect, Haotian sect. She was the sister of the direct descendants of Haotian Dao, Tang Xiao, and Tang Hao, making her an entity that no academy could dare to provoke. Even though the Haotian sect had withdrawn from public life for many years, its lingering influence was still formidable. Greetings to all. This musical gathering truly lives up to its reputation. If nothing goes awry, this young man should undoubtedly emerge as the final champion. His mastery of music has reached an unparalleled zenith, particularly in emotional expression. Even I find myself lacking in comparison, yet here I am, shamelessly serving as a judge. Tang Yuehua remarked, bowing to the assembly before candidly expressing her thoughts. Haha, Tang Xianzhu, you're being too modest. You are one of the foremost musical geniuses not just in the Tian-Do Empire, but across the continent. If you lack the qualifications, then how could these old men and women, whose understanding is barely sufficient, dare to claim a position as judges? Chuckled Shui Wuchang, the dean of the Tianshui Academy, as she playfully glanced at Hu Yinjun. She was the only other expert in vocal music present besides Tang Yuehua, and also an 81st level Soul Douluo. Shui Wuchang. What do you mean by that? As a judge, do I need your guidance on how to score? Hu Yinjun retorted with a cold snort, directing his gaze at Shui Wuchang. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remain calm and not take offense. This concert primarily aims to foster communication among the academies. Moreover, music knows no borders. While we may not be well-versed in vocal techniques, we can certainly discern what is pleasing to the ear. There is no need for disputes. Douluo interjected, eager to restore harmony. Should these soul-level powerhouses quarrel, even he would find it challenging to manage, especially since he did not wish to disrupt the grand event he was orchestrating. This was precisely why he had invited Yi Fenghuang to oversee matters, ensuring that any unforeseen incidents could be managed effectively. Indeed, what Lord Douluo says is quite right. Ma Hongjuan's rendition of Luzhou Moon was simply remarkable, evoking a sense of youthful nostalgia in me. If it were possible to award an extra point, I would certainly give him a 10. The elder from the Qihua Academy, known as Lao Hua, quickly chimed in, raising his scorecard showing a 10. At that moment, Ma Hongjun concluded his song and cast his gaze towards the judges' table. He had been prepared for a potential deduction, but was astonished to see that every judge had awarded him a perfect score. Reluctantly, Hu Yinjun raised his score to 10 as well, not wishing to appear ignorant. Ma Hongjun had achieved a glorious score of 120, a perfect score, now made possible by the addition of Tang Yuehua, a figure of significant stature in both the realm of soul masters and music. How fitting it was that such an extraordinary talent as Ma Hongjun received such high praise from the head of the Yuexian. The beautiful and enchanting female host excitedly addressed the audience. Prince Hongjun, I adore you. I wish to be your princess. The crowd erupted in an overwhelming chorus of support. As ordinary folk did not concern themselves with the intricacies of the music industry, they simply desired songs that resonated with their hearts. Now, let us welcome the musical prodigy Su Song to the stage. Can he create miracles and match Ma Hongjun? Remember, the champion of this competition will earn a one-day exclusive performance opportunity and a generous reward of 100,000 gold soul coins, the female host proclaimed, reiterating the benefits of winning the competition at this crucial moment. Competitors could choose between forming a team against an individual or performing solo, each with its merits and drawbacks, with Tianshui Academy being a prime example. Su Song, recognizing that he was not a match for Ma Hongjun, humbly addressed the judges, esteemed lords. I do not consider myself a worthy opponent to Ma Hongjun. However, I have an original song that requires collaboration to complete. May I request an hour to invite a few accompanying singers to present this heartfelt creation to everyone? That may not be appropriate. If you had informed us earlier, we could have arranged it, but with the finals approaching, setting such a precedent would not be fair to the other contestants. Moreover, keeping so many people waiting is not something we can accommodate, Douluo said, furrowing his brow and preparing to decline. However, Ma Hongjun stepped forward. I have no objections. To ensure the audience is not left waiting too long, I would also like to invite a few accompanying singers to perform another song during this hour. This song will also require the judges' scoring, Ma Hongjun declared, recalling the thought of having the Shrek 7 Devil share in this honor. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. What does everyone think? Douluo's demeanor shifted, and he readily agreed before looking at the other judges for their approval. The other judges, unable to voice any dissent against such a swift change of heart, merely nodded in agreement, understanding that they could not oppose a titled Douluo over such a trivial matter. Even Hu Yinjun dared not express his discontent, realizing that Douluo had taken a liking to this bold young man who dared to challenge him. Following this, the beautiful female host explained the situation to the audience, who readily accepted the arrangement, eager for Ma Hongjun to perform more enchanting songs. Ma Hongjun turned toward the Shrek Academy box and smiled gently. Brothers, shall we seize this championship together? Absolutely. A true brother does not forget to bring us along in the spotlight. Dai Mubai was the first to emerge from the box, followed in turn by Oscar, Tang San, Fat Tiger, And finally, the three young women, all adorned in outfits blending Hanfu with martial art styles. While Zhu Zhuqing and her companions wore colorful fairy skirts and flowing gowns. The audience erupted in applause, as if they had discovered a new world, igniting a flurry of gossip and speculation. Meow meow fairy, rabbit princess, and the little fairy. Oh my, it appears that they are all friends of the prodigious Ma Hongjun. It is no wonder their singing styles are so remarkably similar. I had long been aware of this. According to the gossip that reached me from a small village outside Shrek City, relayed by my cousin's maternal aunt's daughter, they are all geniuses from Shrek Academy, which is located in their village and is famously known as the Monster Academy, the most renowned Soul Master Academy in our Soto City. Although Shrek Academy is merely a mid-tier institution, its students and faculty possess soul power surpassing that of advanced academies. In my estimation, Shrek Academy will soon be promoted to the ranks of advanced academies. An informant from the vast network has begun to shape public opinion. If one were to awaken in a nightmare, confronting a cruel world, Ma Hongjun stands at the center stage, leading the way with a voice that is both clear and ethereal, fully harnessing the characteristics of sound breath. The audience is instantly transported into the song's realm. Whose heartstrings does the wind tug upon, lingering with a sense of nostalgia that leaves no time for farewells. Then Zhu Zhuqing continues with the next line, and the spectators scarcely have a moment to recover from the previous enchantment before they are met with yet another exquisite and captivating voice. If the conclusion is destined to be tragic, fear not the struggle to break free amidst the headwinds. Ma Hongjun continues to guide the song, even if those wings are torn asunder, returning to the 19th level of the abyss. Ning rong rong. Hand in hand, we shall move forward, with night and day unceasing. Xiao Wu. Traversing through time and space, one may suffer wounds and heartache, yet still bravely fight on. The three women sing in harmony. That is what defines a hero, raising one's head amidst the chaos of battle, looking back to find you by my side, shattering the curse of fate, ensuring the story remains immortal. The five men join in chorus. The martial spirits surge with unrestrained fervor, guarding your valiant heart. Even if the future resembles a torrential flood, there shall be no retreat. The audience sings in unison, the atmosphere tightly woven by Ma Hongjun. If one were to awaken in a nightmare, confronting a cruel world, whose heartstrings does the wind tug upon, lingering with a sense of nostalgia that leaves no time for farewells? If the conclusion is destined to be tragic, fear not the struggle to break free amidst the headwinds. Hand in hand, we shall move forward with night and day unceasing. This song has been practiced collectively for a week, and even the tone-deaf Pang who can sing the climactic parts, beneath the cover of sound breath and the enchanting voices of the crowd. His voice adds a touch of depth to the song. It must be said that this concert, whether in accompaniment or any other aspect, has reached the pinnacle of excellence in this world, featuring not only instrumental accompaniment, but also support from martial spirits. This is something that did not exist in Ma Hongjun's past life. Martial spirits are forever the essence of Douluo continent. Upon the debut of this song, Su Song-sung's previously confident demeanor instantly dimmed. He realized he had lost, yet he still endeavored to shine with the brilliance of a musician, determined to take the stage even with the knowledge of impending defeat, solely to avoid regrets in his heart. Su Song-sung invited Xue Qianqian, Mao Yi, and Chun Xuanxuan, who did not participate in the competition. All are true luminaries in the music industry. Together, they sang a battle anthem, the melody equally fervent, stirring the passions of numerous enthusiastic spectators and soul masters. However, in terms of immersion, it was evidently not as soul-stirring as the song sung by Ma Hongjun, enhanced by the characteristics of sound breath. Ma Hongjun's sound breath is almost a miraculous existence in a world devoid of an entertainment industry. If he were in a parallel universe where such an industry existed, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of entertainment, effortlessly becoming a billionaire. After all, some individuals in that realm earn their daily income based on pleasure. Becoming a billionaire is merely a matter of time. Of course, this is merely speculation. Ma Hongjun is not that kind of person. He would never engage in illegal activities, for he is a man of integrity. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun and his companions unsurprisingly achieved a perfect score, while Su Song-sung and his group received only 118 points, with Tang Yuehua and Xue Wuchang awarding a mere 9 points. This is understandable, as their older generation of soul masters prefers passionate performances. and their considerations did not encompass the thoroughness of Tang Yuehua and her companion. Let's extend our congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning this concert. Today's splendid events conclude here, and tomorrow's champion solo concert promises to be even more extraordinary. We look forward to our meeting tomorrow. The beautiful host concluded her words and hurriedly departed, seeking Ma Hongjun for his autograph. Once the audience had dispersed, Ma Hongjun and the members of Shrek remained in the venue, awaiting exchanges with other academies. Soon, the ordinary spectators began to leave, leaving only the representatives and head instructors of various advanced Soul Master academies, as well as their respective deans. Dedicated staff members arrived to deliver lunch, which, unlike the meals at Shrek Academy, was entirely provided by the Rose Hotel. Elegant and sophisticated, understated yet luxurious in its depth. Each academy engaged in activities within different areas, spending the remaining hours of the day getting to know one another. Everyone enjoyed the exquisite food generously provided by the Rose Hotel, including some lower-grade soul beast meat. Meanwhile, at the Chihua Academy, Huowu was clamoring to visit the Shrek Academy area to see her idol Ma Hongjun. Though Shrek Academy is merely a mid-tier institution and the initiator of this grand event, it is not our primary destination. Let us first head to the Tinshui Academy. Huowu Shuang, the captain of the Chihua Academy team, frowned and remarked, "No, what is there to see about those little girls? If you wish to go, then go. I must first go to Shrek to see my male god," Huowu declared, unabashedly disregarding her captain's opinion. "Sigh, I truly cannot do anything with you. After we finish our meal, let us first visit Shrek Academy." Huowu Shuang helplessly shrugged and said to the other teammates. The other teammates naturally had no objections, all nodding in agreement, as they too wished to see the three uniquely captivating beauties of Shrek Academy. In the Tinshui Academy area, Shui Yer tentatively asked, "Sister, shall we first visit the Shrek Academy area? I would like to discuss some musical matters with them." Without a second thought, Shui Binger readily agreed, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of her teammates. She set aside her food and boldly made her way toward the Shrek Academy area. Our Shrek Academy has truly gained fame this time. After Hongjun's solo concert tomorrow, we will undoubtedly become even more renowned, Dai Mubai said with a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, however, we must avoid being overly conspicuous to prevent inciting jealousy from petty individuals. Tang San nodded in agreement, expressing some concern. I laughed defiantly at the heavens, unafraid of the trials that lie ahead. Why fear the petty? Ma Hongjun said with an air of pride. This confidence stems from his formidable strength, which shields him from the schemes of malevolent individuals. Tang San's caution is understandable, as he lacks sufficient power and is unaware of the existence of the powerful forces behind him, namely the Haotian sect. Who can say how Tang San would transform if he were aware? Strength is both an asset and the root of calamity. Those who drown are often those who can swim. At this moment in Xiangjia Academy, Hu Yanjun was sternly observing his son, Hu Yanli, and remarked, "That lad named Ma Hongjun believes that a modicum of musical achievement grants him the audacity to challenge my words. Since this is a communication event, exchanges are inevitable. Leah, you possess the potential to become a titled Douluo and will surely surpass your father in the future. Do you have the confidence to avenge me? Rest assured, father, that Ma Hongjun has only achieved minor success in a secondary field. I have conducted my investigation. Though merely 12 years of age, he does possess some talent. However, he remains inexperienced, being only a soul master. I will ensure that he comprehends the consequences of defying your wishes," Hu Yanli stated coldly, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Hu Yanli's physique appeared significantly more robust than that of Ma Hongjun, as did the other team members, all towering over 2 meters in height and aged over 20. Even the weakest among them surpassed Ma Hongjun, with 3 possessing the rank of Soul Zone, while the others were nearing level 40. Hu Yanjun, both the dean of Xiangjia Academy and the sect leader of Xiangjia sect, commanded formidable strength and was backed by the Spirit Hall, rendering him incomparable to the likes of the Fei family. The 7 members of Xiangjia Academy's team hailed from their sect, namely Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba, Hu Yanshan, Hu Yanshi, Hu Yanqi, Hu Yangai, and Hu Yanshi. Had Hu Yanjun not feared the potent poison of the poison Douluo, he would have long since erupted in fury. With his defensive capabilities, even those stronger than the poison Douluo would find him a formidable opponent. Like him, the 7 students of Xiangjia Academy were all defensive-type soul masters, possessing not only remarkable defense, but also considerable offensive prowess. At this point, the Shrek Academy team had yet to acquire their soul rings, making the outcome of a confrontation with Xiangjia Academy uncertain. Of course, this was under the condition that Ma Hongjun did not reveal his twin martial spirits, and Tang San was unable to employ hidden weapons. Otherwise, even if they were all Soul Zone, they might not contend successfully against the Shrek Academy team. Ma Hongjun, unaware that he had incurred the resentment of the Shangjia sect, would not have been intimidated even if he had known. After all, if he could not win, he could always enlist the help of Douluo. He was no fool to confront someone stronger than himself alone. In the area of Shrek Academy, on a row of seats, several individuals who had just finished their meal were chatting amiably, showing no inclination to train. At this time, 4 of the Shrek 8 needed to acquire their soul rings and were at an impasse, while the other 3 were experiencing rapid growth in strength. Thus, a moment of relaxation was indeed necessary. Ma Hongjun sat at the center of the group, gazing blankly at the distant arena, contemplating how to present ancient music in its most splendid form on the Douluo continent the following day. Brother, you are truly impressive. I can hardly resist the urge to admire you. I imagine the women from other academies look at you as if you were a prize catch. Ning Rongrong teasingly leaned closer to Ma Hongjun and said playfully, "Keep your distance. I am a serious person." As you all know, Ma Hongjun quickly responded, striving to maintain his composure and suppress any inappropriate thoughts. The others, witnessing Ma Hongjun's expression, struggled to contain their amusement. A serious person, indeed. Though his martial spirit is rather unconventional, Zhu Zhiqing, typically quite eloquent, remarked with a hint of mirth. "Haha, Zhu Qing, you truly understand our 5th brother. The evil fire phoenix is indeed less conventional than him." Xiao Wu could not help but burst into laughter. "Xiao Wu, how can you say that about Hongjun? After all, a martial spirit is innate. It influences his desires, and he cannot change it. Thankfully, Hongjun possesses formidable willpower. Otherwise, you would all be in danger and need to keep your distance," Tang San stated earnestly. The first half of his statement was sensible, yet he could not resist teasing Ma Hongjun in the latter half. Alas, it is truly unjust. Hongjun possesses such a lewd martial spirit. Yet none of you seem to mind. I merely have a slightly vulgar incantation, and I am met with disdain from all corners. How tragic. Oscar chimed in with exaggerated lamentation. "Spare me. Your martial spirit is not just vulgar. You are quite lewd yourself." Hongjun is compelled by circumstance, and he only contemplates such matters internally without taking action, Dai Mubai retorted, his tone exuding mild annoyance. Having benefited from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai found him increasingly agreeable and unconsciously spoke up in his defense. "Hey!" Fat Tiger merely smiled foolishly, eager to acquire his soul ring and become a soul master to show his accomplishments to his father. Though it was merely banter among friends, it revealed Dai Mubai's loyal character. The atmosphere was delightfully congenial. However, at that moment, a derisive voice echoed from behind them. "Ah, so our musical prodigy is also a morally corrupt individual. What monumental news this is." 7 burly men, akin to towering iron pillars, approached along the narrow passage behind them, forming a line. The speaker was the youth at their forefront, Hu Yanli. They had come with the intent to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. Chapter 113, surrounded by blossoms looking for death. Dai Mubai's previously jovial expression darkened instantly, and without further ado, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful leap, channeling his soul power into his legs and striking toward Hu Yanli with overwhelming force. Hu Yanli had not anticipated Dai Mubai's explosive temper. He could only cross his arms in a defensive posture before being sent flying, crashing into several rows of audience seats and stirring up clouds of dust, much to Ma Hongjun's dismay. "Humph! With such meager strength, you dare to speak so arrogantly? Next time, remember to keep your mouth clean," Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, is that so? You must be the captain of the Shrek Academy team. I never imagined that a mere Shrek Academy would harbor someone approaching level 40, Hu Yanli said, rising and scathed as the dust settled. His teammates, resembling iron towers, remained silent and unperturbed, standing resolutely in their original positions, unfazed by Dai Mubai's surge of soul power. "What? Not even a scratch? What formidable defense! Hongjun, should we inform Medine?" Oscar exclaimed in astonishment, stealthily moving to Ma Hongjun's side. Like Ma Hongjun, Oscar was a valiant soul. A true hero does not shy away from immediate challenges. Although Dai Mubai's strike was nearly full strength and devoid of soul techniques, the opponent remained entirely unharmed, indicating that their prowess likely surpassed that of Dai Mubai. Moreover, the other teammates exhibited fierce expressions, suggesting that their capabilities were not significantly inferior to their leaders. Your defensive capabilities are astonishing. No wonder you dare to speak so boldly. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from Xiangjia Academy. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. This exchange conference, hosted by Shrek Academy, could hardly proceed without investigating the data from other academies. Dai Mubai, based on their appearances and defensive capabilities, promptly deduced their origins. Indeed, we are members of the Xiangjia Academy battle team. It is common knowledge that Shrek Academy seeks to leverage this exchange conference to elevate its status among advanced academies. Coincidentally, we aim to assess Shrek Academy's true strength for the Empire. Huyen Li, seemingly unfazed by Dai Mubai's almost stealthy attack, bore a forced smile and remarked, displaying a rather hypocritical demeanor for someone of his stature. Through his father, Huyen Zhen, he had learned that Shrek Academy was likely to be climbing the ranks by associating with the formidable Douluo. He thought it prudent to find an appropriate excuse before teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson. Otherwise, if they left any incriminating evidence for a title Douluo, their background as members of the lower force sex, even with the support of the Spirit Hall, would not afford them much leverage. What are you to determine our worthiness? Today, you shall witness the truth that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension. Dai Mubai, not one to shy away from confrontation, felt a surge of anger at Huyen Li's condescending words and was eager to challenge him. A mere cub does not deserve to engage with my elder brother. Defeat me first, and then we shall see, Huyen Ba interjected, stepping forward with a stoic expression. You, Dai Mubai, incensed, prepared to confront him. Dai Lauda, do not act impulsively. Allow me to handle this, Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected, calmly restraining Dai Mubai. Very well, Dai Mubai, recognizing Ma Hongjun's strength, took a step back, willingly allowing Ma Hongjun to take the lead. Although Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards Ma Hongjun made him somewhat uncomfortable, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and regarded Ma Hongjun as a brother, especially after Ma Hongjun gifted him the precious celestial herb, Qirong Tong Tianju. He silently vowed that if Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun developed feelings for each other, he would not oppose it, but rather support it. After all, he regarded Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared cold yet was as fierce as a tigress, with a respectful distance. Despite being his fiancée, their interactions were limited. When he was in the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing was merely a child of 8 or 9 years. Even in his most beastly moments, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards her at that age. Fortunately, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to the events that would unfold in the future. Otherwise, their relationship might have soured irreparably. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Ma Hongjun, the current narrative had deviated significantly from its original course. How do you wish to proceed? Shrek Academy accepts your challenge. However, it remains to be seen if we possess the qualifications to be deemed an advanced academy, and you are not in a position to dictate terms. Ma Hongjun stated with an unruffled tone, prompting the Shrek's 7 monsters to nod in agreement. They did not seek out trouble, nor did they fear it. The effort Shrek Academy exerted to attain advanced academy status was fueled by both pride and practicality. Indeed, with the formidable Tiandao and Didi overseeing Shrek Academy, they could easily elevate their status at the behest of the poisoned Douluo. Yet, influenced by Ma Hongjun, Flander preferred not to rely on others to force Shrek Academy's ascension, not to mention merging with Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. At this point, Flander had become somewhat akin to Ma Hongjun, exhibiting a hint of machismo. Very well. In that case, let us proceed to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a 7-on-7 battle, Huyen Li proposed with a conspiratorial smirk. Is it appropriate for you to abandon the other academies and engage in a private contest? Perhaps it would be better to wait until the exchange conference concludes and then proceed to the Great Soul Arena for a competition, Yu Tianhing suggested, leading the Tiando Royal team from one direction, accompanied by the teams from the Qihua Academy and the Tianshui Academy. It turned out that several teams eager to engage in exchanges had unanimously chosen the intermediate Shrek Academy. Indeed, gentlemen, you cannot leave the Qihua Academy to face these brutes alone, Huo Wu exclaimed, leaping from the group to stand beside Ma Hongjun. The atmosphere instantly grew more congested as everyone scrambled for nearby seats. Ma Hongjun found himself surrounded by a bevy of beauties, including the Shui Binger sisters and Huo Wu. Du Guiyin and Yi Lingling also approached to reconnect with Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already in his vicinity. The expressions of the Shrek team became rather peculiar and somewhat awkward, while Oscar and Fat Tiger, basking in the glow of their companions. felt as though they had stumbled into a dream. Had they fallen into a fairy's den? How could so many beautiful women be drawn to Shrek Academy? Ladies, do we know each other? Ma Hongjun stammered awkwardly under the gaze of the many lovely women. He felt as though heaven were teasing him. Fully aware of his unique martial spirit, yet allowing such a throng of beauties to surround him. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Huowu, the vice captain of the Chihua Academy team. Your singing is simply enchanting. I'm a great admirer. May we be friends? Huowu gazed unabashedly into Ma Hongjun's eyes, leaning closer with affection. As Ma Hongjun beheld Huowu's flawless skin, exquisite features, and alluring figure, an intense heat surged within him. Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong. My brother already has someone he likes. Please be mindful of your words and refrain from trying to charm him, Ning Rongrong interjected. Sensing Ma Hongjun's discomfort as she quickly pulled him behind her, positioning herself between them. With barely enough space for 3 people to stand between the seats, Ma Hongjun found himself nearly pressed against Ning Rongrong's back. Rongrong, it's fine. Please mind your words. I apologize, Huowu. I am delighted to befriend someone as beautiful as you. However, my martial spirit has encountered some issues, preventing me from engaging with the fair sex. Rongrong is merely overly concerned for me. I hope you do not take offense, Ma Hongjun said, suppressing his tumultuous emotions with grace. Yes, I was indeed thoughtless. I too have my shortcomings, Huowu replied, blushing at the compliment. Since everyone is here, let us arrange to meet tonight at the Soto Great Soul Arena for a match, Huyen Li suggested. Realizing he could gain no advantage with Ma Hongjun and the other academies being so familiar with one another. I await your invitation, Ma Hongjun replied with an indifferent demeanor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 kindness points from Huowu. The current total of kindness points is 880. Ma Hongjun. It turns out my grandfather was brought to Soto City by you. I was wondering why I could never find him. What kind of potion did you give him? Du Guiyan, noticing the departure of outsiders, squeezed through to perch on the back of Ma Hongjun's chair, feigning anger as she tugged at his ear. Ouch! Yin Yin. Please let go. I understand my mistake. I will treat you all, and I will apologize. Is that not enough? The aura of masculinity that Ma Hongjun had just cultivated vanished in an instant. Hee, that's more like it. Lingling, in my opinion. You need not search for any genius plant-type soul master to become the son-in-law of the Geo Xian Haidang clan. Hongjun is quite remarkable. His supreme beast martial spirit. The phoenix can undoubtedly compensate for his lack of being a plant-type soul master. Du Guiyan chuckled and, feeling satisfied, released her grip, turning to the side where Yilingling was smiling at them with her eyes slightly narrowed, teasingly saying, Yin Yin, please refrain from speaking like that. I will not choose a soul master outside of plant types. Hongjun indeed possesses a melodious voice that I admire, but I am not worthy of such fortune. Yilingling glanced at the beautiful women around Ma Hongjun, who were equally captivating, and spoke gracefully. Alas, what a pity it is. If only I had encountered Hongjun sooner. Then I would not have to relinquish him to another girl. Du Guiyan cast a glance at Yu Tianheng, who stood in the team like a wooden post, feeling a bit annoyed. She harbored feelings for Yu Tianheng, yet they had yet to break through the final barrier of their relationship. Apart from cultivating soul power, Yu Tianheng rarely entertained romantic notions. However, it was clear to discerning eyes that Yu Tianheng genuinely cared for Du Guiyan, albeit his inability to express his feelings openly. Thus, even though they shared mutual affection, it was not publicly acknowledged, and neither exhibited any signs of jealousy. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances, for they were aware that Ma Hongjun possessed a second martial spirit, one that was plant-based. However, they chose not to speak of it, as the knowledge of twin martial spirits was best kept to a select few. Du Guiyan and her companions were evidently unaware. Yet the other members of Shrek began to sense a newfound mystery surrounding Ma Hongjun. The members of the Tiando royal team were evidently familiar with him, greeting him with nods and smiles. At a distance, the Shui sisters finally could no longer hold back their words. Ma Hongjun, it's a pleasure to see you again. I did not expect your accomplishments in music to be so extraordinary, establishing your own unique style, worthy of being called a patriarch. May we learn from your musical expertise? Shui Bing'er, typically reserved, spoke first, addressing him in a friendly tone. It is an honor, though I cannot claim to be a teacher. Perhaps we can learn from one another, Ma Hongjun replied humbly, turning towards the direction of the Tianshui Academy team. Despite the distance of 7 or 8 meters, it was negligible for soul masters. Behind Shrek Academy sat the Tiando Royal Academy team, while the left side was occupied by the Chihua Academy. and the Tianshui Academy was situated directly across the aisle. Sister, it seems that all your martial spirits are phoenix types. Do you think you and Hong Jun might be able to perform a martial spirit fusion skill? Shui Wearer, sitting close to Shui Binger, glanced between Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger, and suddenly posed an unusual question. However, the speaker was oblivious, while the listeners exchanged knowing glances. Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger shared a moment of understanding. Ma Hongjun pondered that Shui Wearer's suggestion was not without merit. His current martial spirit was far superior to the plump grass chicken phoenix of the original story. As both were phoenix martial spirits, one representing ice and the other fire, a fusion technique was certainly plausible. What nonsense! I am an ice phoenix. He is a fire phoenix. Ice and fire are opposing forces. Shui Binger paused, uncertain, as she felt an unusual connection to Ma Hongjun, as though something about him was irresistibly attractive. Ma Hongjun experienced a similar sensation, yet having undergone the trials of the ice and fire duality he believed that ice and fire need not be adversaries, but could potentially enhance each other. This was merely speculation, and he did not dare to assert that a martial spirit fusion skill would inevitably manifest. Should such a fusion occur, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of typical fusion techniques. Two supreme beast martial spirits, both phoenixes, could hardly yield a weak fusion skill. Chapter 115, Battle. Greetings, beautiful ladies. I am Oscar, a brother of Ma Hongjun. Is there anything I can assist you with? Having given up on pursuing Ning Rongrong, Oscar, upon encountering so many enchanting women, could not help but feel his heart flutter. With the departure of the Xiangjia Academy team, the potential crisis had been averted, and he became rather lecherous, introducing himself with a mischievous grin. Mister, how old are you this year? Are you also a student of Shrek Academy? Unlike the disdainful gazes from others, Shui Yue, noticing the mature-looking Oscar, playfully feigned ignorance and cutely asked. Tang San instinctively glanced at Xiao Wu beside him, as if to say that the girl was reminiscent of how she teased him. However, Xiao Wu pretended not to notice, turning away from Tang San, who was now entirely disregarded. What did you just call me? Oscar asked incredulously, pointing at his handsome face. Mister, are you not a mister? Aren't only strange uncles supposed to look like you? Shui Yue confidently retorted. I'm only 14. Miss, I might even be younger than you. Though I may appear somewhat mature, I hardly fit the description of a mister, Oscar exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Small? Are you really small? 14, indeed, is quite young. Shui Yue continued to tease him. Finally, Shui Binger could no longer contain herself, her face flushed with rage as she scolded, Be quiet. If you keep talking, you won't be allowed to leave. Whether her redness stemmed from anger or embarrassment was unclear, leaving Ma Hongjun momentarily stunned, and the other males present equally bewildered. The intent behind Shui Binger's words was understood by the males present, while the more naive, like Fat Tiger, remained oblivious. 14 is not that small. I'm only 12, and Xiaoma is just 10. Fat Tiger attempted to assert that Ma Hongjun was also 12, but Dai Mubai quickly covered Fat Tiger's mouth, exasperatedly stating, Watch your words. It's 12, not 12 years old. Otherwise, it could lead to misunderstandings, understand? Ugh, how vulgar. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, suddenly realizing, turned crimson. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong beside Ma Hongjun remained unfazed, accustomed to such exchanges. Dai Mubai, exasperated, shrugged and turned to Oscar, signaling that he was not involved in this matter. All right, everyone, let us not cause a ruckus. How about after the exchange ends, I treat you all to a lavish meal at the Rose Hotel? Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile, glancing at Duge Yin and the others. Can we join? Both Wu Wu and Shui Binger shyly inquired. Of course, but our group is quite large, so we might need to split into 2 private rooms. I hope you don't mind, Ma Hongjun generously replied. Since the Rose Hotel was owned by the Mei family, dining there would incur no cost to him, and thus he felt no regret. The so-called exchange is merely an understanding of one's martial soul and the methods of cultivation, with the primary focus being progress. The individuals from the prestigious academies are here to observe the cultivation progress of students from other schools, as they prepare for the Soul Master competition set to occur in a year. 2 hours later, as the exchange concluded and the daylight still lingered, everyone departed early. Graciously invited by Ma Hongjun to dine at the largest couples hotel in Suatua City, the teams of Chihua, Tianshui, Tiando, and Shrek were present. Due to the arrangement of 2 private rooms, the attendees were seated separately. The other girls from Tianshui Academy were pushed by the Shui Binger sisters toward the boys from Chihua and Tiando academies, using the excuse of mingling with music to join the private room of Shrek Academy. Huo also entered the room alone, while Yi Lingling was led there by Dogu Yen. The private room was spacious. Even with the addition of 5 more individuals, there were only 13 present, which was not overly crowded. As they settled in, they observed Ning Rongrong and Shui Yue seemingly engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Suddenly, Shui Yao for the excellerme, Yi Wen. I won. I want to sit next to Jun Shun. Sister, come sit with me. Ning Rongrong, somewhat displeased, replied, That's unfair. You took too long. We should do it again. All right. Rongrong, Brother Wu, is from our Shrek Academy. They can't take him away, so let her have this chance. After all, they are our guests, Zhu Zhuqing gently advised, holding back the stubborn Ning Rongrong. Fine, she conceded, finding a spot slightly closer to the main seat, and began to whisper to Zhu Zhuqing. Shui Yue had just pushed Shui Binger to sit to the left of the main seat, and was preparing to take a seat on the right, when Huo promptly claimed that spot for herself. Ma Hongjun was uncertain about whether to occupy the main seat, but since he was the host, and the others showed no intent to overshadow him, he mustered the courage to sit in the main position. The gentle Yi Lingling, naturally uncontentious, chose a spot to sit with Dogu Yen. Shui Yue, puffing with indignation, took a seat to the left of Shui Binger and turned to Oscar, saying sweetly, Uncle, can I sit here? Ah, yes, yes, Oscar eagerly replied, getting up with a bright smile and seating himself beside her. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and shared a smile before settling down, with Xiao Wu naturally following Tang San's lead. Before long, the group became familiar with one another. Upon learning of the young ages of Shrek's members, the individuals from the other 3 teams were somewhat astonished. The revelation that Ma Hongjun was nearing level 39 was met with incredulous expressions, while Xiao Wu and Tang San also felt a tinge of shock. Both had consumed celestial herbs, reaching approximately level 36 in their soul power. Indeed, Shrek Academy is remarkable, achieving such strength at such a young age. Alas, it seems my sister is truly growing old. Dogu Yen sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Yen, you are not old at all. We are merely benefiting from Brother Wu's brilliance, which has afforded us other opportunities, leading to our current strength. Ning Rongrong candidly remarked after becoming acquainted with everyone. Rongrong, Tang San called out sternly, signaling her to refrain from speaking so indiscreetly. Ma Hongjun, however, was unconcerned and sought to ease the atmosphere, stating, It's all right. It's not a significant secret, and besides, it has already been utilized. The evening descended, and the Suatawa Great Soul Arena was aglow with lights. Within the Rose Hotel, Ma Hongjun and the others feasted heartily and drank to excess. Surprisingly, it was not the robust Ma Hongjun or the burly men like Fat Tiger who held the best liquor tolerance, but rather Shui Binger and Ning Rongrong, who had initially claimed they could not drink. When young people gather, joy often leads to reckless abandon. With such a large group celebrating, few thought to use their soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, resulting in a raucous atmosphere. Most of the boys slumped over the table, bleary-eyed, insisting, I'm not drunk. I can still drink, largely due to the predominance of female voices at the table. The Tiando Royal Team's private room was not faring much better, having also succumbed to drunken revelry after being treated to rounds of drinks by Ning Rongrong. Help me up. I can still drink, Ma Hongjun declared suddenly, only to collapse back down again. His tolerance was relatively high, at least not like Tang San and the others, who had already succumbed to sleep. Ning Rongrong and Shui Binger glanced over, drawn by the commotion, and couldn't help but smile at the sight of Ma Hongjun, who usually appeared composed and dignified, exhibiting such an endearing side. They then decided to secure a private room for him, ensuring all the other girls were settled before leaving the inebriated boys behind. However, as the two intended to escort the last girl, Xiao Wu, to a suite for rest, she stirred awake, bleary-eyed. Huh, what time is it? I accidentally fell asleep while drinking. Didn't we agree to go to the Suatawa Great Soul Arena to compete against the Xiangjia Academy? Xiao Wu inquired. Well, they're all too drunk to participate, and the people from Xiangjia Academy don't seem trustworthy. It might not be safe to inform them, so let's just leave them behind. Ning Rongrong replied with a resigned glance at the snoring boys sprawled across the table. Is it really all right to leave them here to sleep? Would they catch a cold? Xiao Wu expressed her concern, looking toward Tang San. Everyone is a soul master. They shouldn't catch a cold so easily. Moreover, the hotel is fully booked, and there's only one room left. Brother Wu has one. Hu Wu and Shui Yuer share another. Dugi Yin and Yi Lingling have one. And then there's one for me and Sister Binger. It wouldn't be a problem for us 3 girls to squeeze together. What if we let Tang San and Brother Wu share a room? Ning Rongrong perceived the underlying concern in Xiao Wu's words, recognizing that her worry was primarily for Tang San. No, Brother Wu's martial soul is too unpredictable. I can't be at ease. What if, no. Why don't you all stay in Brother Wu's room? You all look fine and can keep an eye on him while I will share a room with Tang San. Each suite has 2 beds, so if Brother Wu's fire acts up, you can respond quickly. Even if nothing happens, Brother Wu has been so kind to us. It is our duty to look after him, Xiao Wu firmly insisted, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she glanced at the 2 girls. Sister Bing, yeah? What do you think of Xiao Wu's suggestion? Ning Rongrong asked, her face slightly flushed and a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she turned to Shui Bing, clearly intrigued by Xiao Wu's proposition. Will this be inappropriate? What exactly is this fire you are referring to? Shui Binger hesitated as she spoke, having consumed a considerable amount of wine. Her cheeks were adorned with a rosy hue, making it difficult to discern whether she was genuinely shy or simply under the influence of alcohol, or perhaps both. What harm could there be? If I don't speak of it, and you remain silent, who would ever know? The Xiahua represents the impulsive fire of men, and due to the nature of his martial soul, Wu Gu possesses considerable prowess in that regard. Sister Binger, I noticed Wu Gu had drunk quite a bit before I went to sleep. Can you really trust him to sleep alone in such a state? Rest assured, there will surely be no issues. I have heard that men who are intoxicated tend to sleep until well past noon. You need not worry about any complications, and besides, in such a state, they would hardly be a match for either of you. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Xiao Wu, as a good sister, felt compelled to support her. The reason for dragging Shui Binger along was also due to her formidable strength. Should Ma Hongjuan's Xiahua erupt, she would be there to provide assistance. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Tomorrow, Hongjun will hold his personal concert, and I can sleep in the living room to keep an eye on things. If he wakes late, I can rouse him beforehand. What do you think, Rongrong? Shui Bingya. Being rather unfamiliar with Ma Hongjun, although their relationships had greatly advanced due to the events at the banquet, clearly had not yet reached the point of sharing a room. Yes, that will suffice. As for the matters concerning Xiangjia Academy, we ladies need not worry. Let them wait. Ning Rongrong eagerly agreed. The poor members of the Xiangjia Academy battle team had already been waiting for Ma Hongjun at the Suodo Great Soul Arena for a full hour. Yet still, there was no sign of him or his companions. At the Suodo Great Soul Arena, in a private box, elder brother, do you think that brat has stood us up? Should we send someone to look for them? Hu Yanba observed the increasingly grim expression on Hu Yanli's face and could not help but inquire. Search for what? After all, this is their territory. Let us not wait any longer. We likely will not see them. You go and explain the situation to the manager of the Great Soul Arena. We must ensure proper compensation. Let us go, Hu Yanli snorted coldly, making his way toward the exit of the box while still remembering to soothe the manager of the Great Soul Arena, who felt abandoned by their group. The background of the Great Soul Arena was not something they could easily provoke. Even if Xiangjia Zone stood behind them, they would not dare to incite trouble. Throughout the Douluo continent, every major city possesses a Great Soul Arena, with its scale serving as a symbol of a city's strength. Each Great Soul Arena is named after its respective city, where soul masters can engage in combat, pitting their martial souls against one another, and showcasing their soul power and strength, which significantly benefits the practical combat skills of soul masters in their early stages. The Great Soul Arenas are not solely affiliated with the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall. They exist independently of all powers. Although nominally established as a third-party force led by the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall in conjunction with the 7 major sects. Intelligence from Tianlada Wang reveals that the Great Soul Arenas are far more intricate than they appear, harboring numerous hidden factions and families. Chapter 117. Above the celestial realm in the vast cosmos, among the myriad worlds, there exist 9 ancient realms unbeknownst to most. One such realm is called Shangtsang, a mysterious and powerful ancient world, currently embroiled in a cataclysmic battle. Who dares claim invincibility? Who would assert they are undefeated? The tyrannical emperor of the wasteland, Shi Hao, traverses the river of time, leading the formidable Yi Fan, the emperor of heaven, along with the holy ruined Chu Feng, the troublesome Chu Nan, and the empress of the mortal realm, who seeks only to reunite with her love, as well as the primeval emperor Wushi and others. They along with the resurrected 10 tyrants, including the 9 leaves sword herb, the divine stone, the Kuanpeng, the true dragon, the phoenix, the Qilin, the thunder emperor, the heavenly ant, the cicada, and the 9 underworld hound, launch an assault on Shang Tsung. These individuals possess immense power, all having ascended to the realm of the immortal emperor, with Shi Hao, the emperor of the wasteland, being particularly powerful and enigmatic, even surpassing the immortal emperor level. Shang Tsung cannot be deemed the sole true realm, or rather, it cannot be entirely classified as such. Although there are numerous immortal emperors within Shang Tsung, the existence of those beyond that rank is exceedingly rare. The emperor of the wasteland, with his unparalleled strength and the support of many formidable allies, finds both sides evenly matched, suffering heavy casualties yet refusing to yield. The conflict arose because the emperor of the wasteland disrupted the ancient order, slaying the corpses and sealing the ancient epics, prompting the powerful beings of Shang Tsung to take action and send their champions across time. During this time, the 3 heavenly emperors of the obscured heavens could not withstand the onslaught and fought alongside the celestial generals left behind by Shi Hao. Yet they were ruthlessly slain by the invaders from Shang Tsung. However, through a fortuitous opportunity, Shi Hao's cultivation advanced significantly, allowing him to master the resurrection secret technique. By shattering the river of time, he successfully rescued Yi Fan and the others, using the resurrection secret to return to the moment of their demise and successfully bring them back to life. After a prolonged period of rescue and cultivation, everyone's strength had vastly improved. The emperor of the wasteland, Shi Hao, had nearly fractured the river of time, gathering all the strongest beings across the myriad realms. A decisive battle ensued against the mightiest forces of Shang Tsung, a battle that transcended the realm of the immortals, involving all the myriad worlds. After this battle, the territories of Shang Tsung and its subordinate realms were reduced to ruins. Among the most formidable figures, aside from the Emperor of the Wasteland who disrupted the ancient order, and the Emperor Yi who subdued all enemies, were Chu Feng and the 9 leaves sword herb, who possessed the greatest strength. Yet in this battle, despite the 9 leaves sword herb achieving unprecedented heights and successfully vanquishing dozens of immortal emperors, it was ultimately extinguished, leaving behind but a seed. Due to the shattering of time and space, the Emperor of the Wasteland could not traverse this pivotal moment, and thus could not resurrect the immensely powerful 9 leaves sword herb, which lacked sufficient fortune. The seed was ultimately collected by the Emperor of the Wasteland. The battle was far from over, and as time began to fracture, the combatants convened to halt the conflict. In the end, Shi Hao led the numerous powerful beings from across the realms, who had perished and were subsequently revived by him, to secure a place within Shang Tsung. Once stability was achieved, Shi Hao ventured alone into a mysterious sandy world deep within the Sea of Realms, the very location where he had acquired the resurrection secret technique. This resurrection method differed from that of immortal emperors traversing the river of time to retrieve individuals. It could only save those of lesser strength without disrupting the flow of time. Instead, it could resurrect beings of immortal emperor caliber. By crossing the river of time to capture a flicker of true spirit from a being moments before death and returning to the present, one could gather the dissipated true spirit through special means and revive them. However, the unfortunate 9 leaves sword herb perished in the central area of the time fracture. Were it not for the main battlefield, Shi Hao, with his current strength, might have been able to retrieve a fragment of true spirit, but that was clearly impossible now. Thus, Shi Hao, carrying the seed left by the 9 leaves sword herb, sought to see if he could effectuate its revival in this mysterious sandy world. If not for the unexpectedly formidable strength of the 9 leaves sword herb, Shi Hao might have already faced annihilation at its hands, prompting his desire to go to great lengths to resurrect it. After entering the Shachin world, Shi Hao arrived at the heart of this realm and paused before an array suffused with enigmatic patterns. This was a place he had never dared to approach before, for he harbored an unsettling premonition that stepping inside could lead to his irrevocable demise. At his level of strength, such instincts regarding personal safety were not uncommon. Driven by an inexplicable intuition, he deduced that if he were to place the Jiuye Jian Cao within, it might grant it a new lease on life. Without hesitation, for action was never a deficit of his, Shi Hao deposited the seeds of the Jiuye Jian Cao into the center of the mysterious array. In mere moments, radiant light erupted, and an abundance of spiritual energy began to converge upon this spot, causing the entire world, and even the boundary sea, to tremble. However, the extraordinary phenomenon was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared, along with the Jioya Jian at the center. Upon his exit, the enigmatic world concealed itself once more, as if nothing had transpired. In one of the 9 ancient worlds, the Xingqian Bian world, the crystallized essence of the soul of the deceased life god king, Zhuqiumei, transformed into 2 tiers of a meteor. One landed in the hands of Qin Yuatopsi Xuan Star, while the other, destined for the Princess Jiang Li of the Divine Realm Snowfall City, was unexpectedly intercepted by a seed that fell from the heavens, whisking away the tier imbued with formidable vitality, and then promptly disappearing. On the Douluo continent, Ma Hongjuan remained deeply asleep, oblivious to the subtle changes unfolding around him, changes that might determine the fate of both him and the Douluo continent itself. As his Sao martial soul absorbed the life force of the meteor tear, it suddenly quivered violently, as if sensing an urgent matter. It instinctively emitted soul power that dissipated the alcohol fumes enveloping Ma Hongjuan. Consequently, he successfully broke through to level 39. When he finally opened his eyes, still unaware of the events that had transpired, he found himself bemused by his newfound strength. Before he could comprehend the situation, Shui Bing'er, feeling the fluctuations of soul power, anxiously pushed open the door. She discovered both Ma Hongjuan and Ning Rongrong, who were sleeping in adjacent beds, staring at her with bewildered expressions. Though separated by 2 beds, they were barely a step apart, with Ma Hongjuan on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other. "Sister Bing'er, what brings you here?" "I just woke up," Ma Hongjuan exclaimed. "Ah, 5th brother, how come you're awake? I thought you were drunk." Ning Rongrong, somewhat disheveled and still groggy, rubbed her eyes and inquired, only to then notice that Ma Hongjuan had already roused from his slumber. Instantly, he resembled a child caught misbehaving, covering himself with a small blanket, revealing only his head as he shyly asked, "Did I accidentally wake up?" The soul power automatically circulated, and the alcohol vanished, so I woke up early. "Did you do something unmentionable to me?" Ma Hongjuan teased, looking at Ning Rongrong's adorable demeanor, which lifted his spirits. I didn't kiss you secretly." Ning Rongrong, flustered like a student caught stealing a cookie, hastily denied it. "Rongrong, you're being too naive," Shui Bing'er chuckled, unable to contain her laughter as she regarded Ma Hongjuan. "How embarrassing. I can't believe this," Ning Rongrong replied, her face flushed. She then retreated into her blankets, wrapping herself tightly. I was just joking. By the way, how did I end up here? Did you bring me back?" Ma Hongjuan asked, his expression slightly awkward as he turned to Shui Bing'er to change the topic. "Well, since there weren't enough rooms, and you were both intoxicated, Rongrong couldn't bear to let you sleep at the table with the others, so we brought you here to stay with us," Shui Bing'er explained succinctly. "Thank you." Ma Hongjuan expressed his gratitude, touched that the 2 girls cared enough to let him stay with them despite the potential gossip. No need to mention it, Shui Bing'er, being a kind-hearted girl, naturally refrained from making a fuss. They exchanged a glance, momentarily caught in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next. "How about you sleep here, and I'll go sleep in the living room?" Ma Hongjuan suggested tentatively. Shui Bing'er, not fully comprehending, instinctively nodded. By the time she realized it, Ma Hongjuan had already left the room. Upon reaching the spacious living room, Ma Hongjuan laid down on the lone sofa, ready to drift into slumber, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, lingering fragrance that belonged to a woman. Is this where Shui Bing'er just slept? What a predicament. Realizing this, Ma Hongjuan quickly sat cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down as he circulated his soul power to suppress the burgeoning desires within him. The quality of the Yahui Phoenix martial soul had strengthened, and the desires associated with it had swelled to levels far beyond that of an average person. Meanwhile, in the room, after regaining her composure, Shui Bing'er hesitated as she gazed at the bed Ma Hongjuan had slept in. Her face flushed crimson with shyness, and she contemplated discussing the possibility of sharing a bed with Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong had covered herself tightly, clearly too bashful to be disturbed. Ultimately, she settled on the edge of the bed, only to be enveloped by the lingering scent of Ma Hongjuan, which was not the smell of sweat, but rather an appealing aroma that surpassed that of most women's fragrances. This was undoubtedly related to Ma Hongjuan's lucky CloverMartial soul, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, far more profound than merely being his martial soul. Suppressing her embarrassment, Shui Bing'er sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced cultivation throughout the night. The following morning, Ma Hongjuan's grand concert, under the comprehensive protection of Tian Luo Diwang, commenced smoothly. The first song was Yushitan, strength that can move mountains, a spirit that reigns supreme. When the time is unkind, the steed does not race. When a steed does not race, what can be done? Yushi, what can be done? Ma Hongjuan invited Shui Bing-er and Zhu Zhuqing to join him in performing this ancient-style song. With long spear in hand, I strive for peace across the land. This farewell, however, is fraught with difficulty. A single tear of Yushi, falling like rain, as we share this cup of warmth and chill. The audience erupted with enthusiasm, captivated by the celestial harmony of the performance, having never encountered such a melody, so hauntingly beautiful. The emotions conveyed in the song resonated deeply with the audience, leaving many hearts aching with nostalgia. The second song was Wang Chuan Bayan. I am willing to relinquish everything for you. Let me be your fairy. As the red petals of the Bayan flower scatter, who cares if she weeps? Kneeling before the Buddha for 1,000 years, I yearn to see her once more. I have crossed the Wangshuan and walked the other shore, hoping she will turn back to look at me. Ma Hongjuan's solo performance, imbued with a voice of weariness and longing, elicited sympathy from all who had experienced love or yearned for it. I present to you my third song, Dua Budu Ta, A Tale of Love. Before I sing, I wish to share a story. Please, let me hear you shout if you wish to listen. Ma Hongjuan's voice, seemingly imbued with magic, echoed as he stood upon the stage like a divine being. Yes, the deafening chorus of responses surged, as Ma Hongjuan's singing transported them all to a realm of shared emotions. Once upon a time, there was a princess who resided near a temple. In her childhood, she accompanied her father to worship, where she became acquainted with a young monk who was perpetually striking a wooden fish. Each day, the princess would seek him out to play, often bringing him delightful treats. The monk, holding the wooden fish, was always shy and cautious, listening with a smile while she chatted joyfully. The monk's favorite delicacy was tonghalu, though he never voiced this preference. Nevertheless, the princess would always present him with a skewer of tonghalu during her visits. Thus 6 years passed, during which the monk's spiritual cultivation flourished, and the princess blossomed into an exquisite beauty. On a particular day, the princess's father approached the monk's master, wearing a troubled expression. The princess, too, exhibited unusual behavior. She no longer laughed or played. Observing the puzzled monk, she inquired, "Do you like me?" The monk remained silent, prompting the princess to express her disappointment with the words, "I understand." At that moment, her father emerged, insisting on taking the princess away. But she was reluctant to depart from the monk, insisting on remaining by his side. The monk then remarked, "There are distinctions between men and women. Princess, please return." Yet, the princess shouted towards the monk, "I like you." The monk silently turned away, retreating to his quarters. Subsequently, the princess never returned. The first day passed, then the second, the third, and the fourth, and still she did not come back. The monk's cultivation continued to ascend. One day, as he intended to devote himself to the study of Buddhist teachings, he received the heart-rending news that the princess had perished, found hanging in a red bridal gown. It was revealed that a vile prince had taken a fancy to the princess and sought to force her into marriage. The princess, unwilling, faced her father's desperate pleas to the monk's master to ensure her happiness. However, the master refused, declaring that he was a true embodiment of Buddha and would not allow the monk to forsake his future for matters of the heart. On the eve of the wedding, the drunken prince intruded, violating the sanctity of the princess. Upon discovering her lifeless body, dressed in red with a bridal veil, the monk vowed, "Since the Buddha did not save her, I shall become a demon to protect her." The following day, he sought out the prince who had driven the princess to her demise, delivering a swift strike to his throat. 7 years passed without a farewell, and the temple was devoid of any more ghostly blooms, save for this fragment of Bodhi. "O Buddha, why did you save me and not her? What is the reason? I have sown countless cares in my past lives, and now I look back, my voice hoarse from reciting scriptures. She is no longer here, and Bodhi does not save her." The audience wept as if a dam had burst, unable to contain their sorrow. In the setting of Douluo, where the concept of Buddha exists, all understood its significance. The fourth song, Spring Snow in the Garden, encapsulates the notion that this life feels interminably long, yet remains within reach. Who still remembers the time of pear blossoms like snow? My heart, unwavering, cannot falter. My heart, unrolling, cannot be confined, gazing into the depths of unresolvable emotions. The fifth song, Black Hair, echoes the sentiments of a graceful dance and the soft strumming of a zither, performed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, capturing the audience's attention as they became the center of admiration. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, this song solidified his pairing with Zhu Zhuqing in the eyes of the public. The sixth song, Heavenly Fate, and the seventh, Great Tianpeng, expressed a fearless defiance against the cycles of fate and the despair of separation. With heartfelt emotions woven into each note, the audience was captivated by Ma Hongjuan's talent. Exhausted yet moved, he paused, jokingly brandishing his soul guide microphone, exclaiming, "My martial soul, the blade, is yearning for action." A soul master wielding a blade did not directly respond, instead calling out to Ma Hongjun, "As long as you remain unembarrassed, it is others who will feel the awkwardness. Whenever you begin to sing, I will be ready with tissues for you." A perceptive girl, holding tissues, wiped her tears earnestly. "Enough chatter. Let us get on with the story." A clever voice called from the audience, prompting laughter. "Indeed, I shall narrate another tale." The next song is not solely about love, but also about the enduring bonds of kinship and friendship. Comprising 3 songs, Unchanging in This Life, Eternal Love Across Lifetimes, and Timeless Remembrance. This tale revolves around Princess Longkue, who grew up alongside her elder brother, the crown Prince Longyang. Whenever Longkue felt frightened while playing, Longyang would firmly grasp her shoulders, vowing to protect her forever. The bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong. Longyang endeavored tirelessly to procure exquisite flowing sleeves for his sister, all to surprise her. In the palace, only their father and mother treated Longkue as an equal, along with Longyang. However, their mother passed away early, leaving Longkue feeling lonely, with Longyang naturally becoming her reason for living. Longkue's love for her brother transcended mere attraction. It was profound and complex. As their nation faced turmoil, Longyang fought in battles while Longkue remained in the palace, anxiously awaiting her brother's safe return year after year. When Longyang first returned, he bore a scar on his face, and upon touching it, Longkue could no longer contain her tears. One time, when she secretly disguised herself as a soldier to join him on the battlefield, Longyang, enraged, dragged her away, breaking her leg to protect her safety. Longyang was a great hero and an exemplary brother, fiercely defending his sister. However, for the sake of their people, he fought valiantly against invading forces, while Longkue remained safely in the palace, feeling overwhelming guilt. It was rumored that a demon sword could save their kingdom from ruin. Longyang summoned sorcerers to forge the sword, which glowed with the hope of survival for their nation. Just as Longyang endured the grueling battles and awaited the day of completion, the sorcerers revealed that the final step required Longkue's flesh and blood. Longkue cried out in desperation, wanting to offer herself, but Longyang, stern-faced, retorted, "Without that sword, I can still vanquish the enemy." Tragically, Longyang's departure marked their eternal farewell. His letter reached Longkue, expressing his final hope that she would live well. However, the obedient Longkue defied her brother once more, seizing the letter and leaping into the fiery depths of the sword-forging pool, merging her soul with the demon sword. Ultimately, the sword's immense power led to both Longkue and the sword being imprisoned by the strongest sect, Shushan, in a tower akin to purgatory. 1,000 years passed, during which Longkue endured torment by demons, her psyche fracturing into dual identities. After a millennium, she escaped from the demon sword and beheld a figure resembling Longyang, named Jing Tian. Overjoyed, she wept tears of happiness, calling out to him as brother. However, Jing Tian remained indifferent, even harboring a deep-seated wariness towards her. Despite this, Longkue believed that her millennium of torment and waiting had not been in vain. Her brother had merely forgotten her. He would surely remember again. Longkue had steadfastly watched over Jing Tian, and in this lifetime, it was finally her turn to protect her brother. Yet, we all know that Jing Tian is not Longyang, who perished long ago in that war. Ultimately, Jing Tian would face the evil Sword Immortal, transcending the 6 realms in a duel to save the world, a journey that might very well be one of no return. For the sake of Jing Tian, to restore the demonic sword in his hand and enhance his chances against the evil Sword Immortal, Longkue once again leapt forward, sacrificing herself as a tribute to the sword, this time offering her very soul, symbolizing a complete disappearance from this world. In the end, Jing Tian triumphed over the evil Sword Immortal and saved the world, yet he could never again see his sister. Below the stage, silence reigned. As Ma Hongjun narrated, He utilized the unique essence of sound, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in the narrative. Such a poignant tale left even the most morally indifferent unable to smile. The atmosphere was steeped in profound melancholy. Oh, how moving! I'm crying. Hong Jun, you're too wicked, always making people weep. A fair maiden broke the silence with her tears. Ma Hong Jun, drenched in sweat, was taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. Fifth brother, am I wearing the wide-sleeved, flowing fairy dress that Long Kuei donned in the story? Ning Rongrong, from the Shrek Academy region, stood up with tear-filled eyes, her emotions surging as she approached the stage. Ma Hongjun, first startled, smiled faintly before addressing the audience. Indeed, as you can see, this is my seventh sister, Ning Rongrong. Surely you have all seen her. Isn't she beautiful? Indeed, her attire is exquisite, enchanting, resembling that of a celestial being. Absolutely stunning, a little fairy indeed. The dress she wears is the wide-sleeve flowing fairy dress I personally gifted her, produced by Tianluo Di Wong, the authentic wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Sold at a mere 100 gold soul coins. For those interested, you can collect a set. Ma Hongjun shamelessly seized the opportunity to promote. I want to buy. Darling, I want one, or I'll break up with you. I'll sell everything to buy a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. At this moment, the male companions in the audience, in relationships, wished to tear Ma Hongjun apart to vent their frustrations. Time flowed endlessly back to the past. Deep, transformative changes felt neither distant nor fleeting. Even after 10,000 years, deep affection remains steadfast. Gradually, one forgetting the passage of time. The beautiful melody, touching and profound, resonated with the heavens and earth. Thanks to the backdrop of the Sword Immortal's tale, everyone was enamored with the 3 songs performed at that moment. Even those who typically despised music. P.S. Recently, I've lacked the motivation to write. I'll only update once a day. I hope those reading the pirated versions will come to Chidian to read. For those truly financially strained, you may browse on QQ Browser for free. Please refrain from piracy. Do not go to Bkuj. Reading pirated versions will only lead to the demise of my book. Chapter 120. The beginning of the end, the concert concluded. Yet the legend of Ma Hongjun was only just beginning. After agreeing to meet again in a year for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition with Shui, Binger, Huowu, Yi Lingling, Dugian, Yu Qianheng, Huowu Shuang, and others, they returned to their respective academies to cultivate. As for the scheduled duel with the Xiang Jia Academy, Ma Hongjun and the others had completely forgotten, and after leaving them hanging once, the individuals from Xiang Jia Academy curiously did not pursue Ma Hongjun any further. As anticipated, the tale of Sword Immortal 3 became widely known, leading to the immense popularity of the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, along with a similar style of colorful fairy dress. 3 days later, an imperial decree from the Tiando Empire announced the elevation of Shrek Academy to an advanced Soul Master Academy. In a lavish chamber of the Tiando Palace, Emperor Shui Yi sat at the head, gazing at the elegant and noble woman beside him, and could not help but speak with a hint of resignation. I never expected that one from the world's foremost sect, Haoyan sect, would commend another so highly. Is that Shrek Academy student truly as gifted as you say? Your Majesty, I initially attended per your wishes, and since I have a deep fondness for vocal music, I went. Before that, I did not know those individuals. But upon arriving in Soto City, I found Ma Hongjun to be extraordinary. Not only is his soul power cultivation talent remarkably strong, but his mental prowess is unparalleled. His voice seems to embody a force akin to mental energy, drawing listeners into his emotions involuntarily. Even a titled Douluo, caught off guard, would become immersed. Is such talent not worthy of my praise? Questioned Tang Yuehua, the Moonlight Pavilion's master, with a serious expression. Indeed, if that is the case, it is indeed remarkable. I must seize the opportunity to meet this young prodigy. Emperor Shui Yi chuckled, stroking his beard. Certainly, Your Majesty. Your willingness to personally negotiate with the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire for Shrek Academy's special status as an advanced Soul Master Academy demonstrates your desire to witness the future achievements of Shrek Academy's talents. Tang Yuehua remarked, nodding slightly. The soul power levels of the Shrek 8 monsters, revealed during the exchange, were no secrets. Anyone diligent enough could uncover them. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen insight. Master Yuehua, Emperor Shui Yi laughed heartily. As an honorary guest of the Tiando Empire, how could I not pay attention to them when a titled Douluo has been appointed as a senior advisor? If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Tang Yuehua said, nodding gracefully in farewell, her etiquette impeccable, though she seemed reluctant to discuss political affairs with Emperor Shui. Sigh. When will your Haotian sect emerge? The current calm of the spirit hall is unnervingly ominous. I cannot shake the feeling that they are plotting in the shadows. At this time, I wonder if the power of our Tiando Empire can withstand their schemes. Emperor Shui, upon seeing this, did not express blame, but sighed. His voice tinged with worry. If Ma Hongjun were present, he would surely be astonished by Emperor Shui's wisdom. After all, how could a ruler be simple-minded? It was merely unfortunate that he was ultimately deceived by the treacherous Shui Qinghe. Having suffered from multiple poisons, he barely recovered, yet his life was now numbered. Had he not been afflicted, the strength of the Tiando Empire would surely have reached new heights under his reign. Alas, how could such matters be decided by a mere woman? Once we possess the strength to contend with the Spirit Hall, I believe the Haotian sect will naturally re-emerge, allowing Haotian's renown to once again reverberate through the Douluo continent. Tang Yuehua sighed softly, her tone tinged with resignation, yet soon overshadowed by an innate sense of pride. In the Stardow forest, Zhu Qing, this spectral demon leopard, is quite suitable for your absorption. However, the age of its spirit ring seems a bit excessive. There may be some risk involved in the absorption. You must decide whether to proceed. Ma Hongjun gently addressed Zhu Qing, pointing to the subdued leopard at his feet. If I encounter danger, will you help me? Fifth brother? Zhu Qing did not immediately agree, but instead looked to Ma Hongjun for reassurance. After their duet on stage, Zhu Qing could no longer suppress her burgeoning feelings for Ma Hongjun. I will. We are good partners and the best of friends. Whenever any of you find yourselves in peril, I will exert every ounce of my strength to rescue you, whether you are human or otherwise. However, Ma Hongjun did not continue, merely casting a glance at Xiao Wu. Yet, that single glance left Xiao Wu utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun could discern her true identity. What is it? Brother, I feel that you have become much more eloquent since we first met. Your words have truly moved me, Ning Rongrong remarked playfully, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Ma Hongjun's words. I will protect all of you, even if you were a pig. Rest assured. Ma Hongjun chuckled, shifting the tone of the conversation. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu exhaled in relief, though she remained uncertain if Ma Hongjun genuinely knew her identity. Nevertheless, seeing no hint of malice from him allowed her to relax. Bah, you are the pig. I think I should retract what I just said, Ning Rongrong retorted indignantly, placing her hands on her hips. All right, everyone, let us not bicker. Hongjun, are you certain you want Zhu Qing to absorb this soul ring? This is a nearly 2,000-year-old Yuming ghost leopard. While it is highly compatible with Zhu Qing's martial soul, and absorbing it will significantly reduce the difficulty, according to the theoretical limits posited by our teacher. The age of a third soul ring must not exceed 1,760 years. This soul beast exceeds that limit by at least 230 years. Tang Sen cautioned with a serious expression. Although he was aware of Ma Hongjun's enigmatic abilities, having just witnessed him effortlessly subdue the 1,000-year soul beast, he still felt compelled to express his concerns. Xiao San, I understand your profound respect for your teacher, but I must assert that not all of the Master's words are infallible. While his research on martial souls is undeniable, you should realize that the so-called limit on soul ring age pertains only to the physical strength of ordinary soul masters. After consuming the celestial grade item, Zhu Qing's physical and soul strength has become considerably more robust and refined. The additional 200 years are merely a minor issue with me around. It may be a bit challenging, but it is manageable, Ma Hongjun conveyed, wanting to dismiss the absurdity of the theory without directly confronting Tang San. Does the limit on soul ring age truly relate to physical strength? Tang San muttered, suddenly grasping the essence of Ma Hongjun's words. He found Ma Hongjun's reasoning quite compelling. Yet he hesitated to challenge his teacher's theories without further verification. I am not afraid of hardship. As long as I do not die, I am willing to absorb it, Zhu Qing stated resolutely at that moment. The absorption of a soul ring with a limit on its age is not only related to physical strength, but also to soul strength. Ma Hongjun nodded approvingly, then turned to the others to elaborate. Indeed, brother, what you said aligns with what my mother used to say. Once a soul beast's age reaches 10,000 years, soul masters may experience soul tremors during absorption. If the spiritual power is insufficient, the consequences can range from soul damage leading to stagnation and cultivation to severe outcomes such as madness or even death, Xiao Wu interjected. Understanding Tang San's concerns and fearing he might attempt to absorb beyond his capacity, Xiao Wu is correct. I share this with you to emphasize that in future training, one must not only focus on the growth of soul power, but also on the strengthening of both the body and the spirit, Ma Hongjun stated earnestly. The group nodded in agreement. Although Ma Hongjun's soul power was not the highest in terms of actual combat capability, even if Dai Mubai fully ascended to the soul sect and acquired a soul ring, he would still not be a match for Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun was still some distance from reaching the soul sect, he would bridge that gap within 3 months at most, and he was on the verge of acquiring a black 10,000-year soul ring. The power obtained from a 10,000-year soul ring represented a qualitative transformation compared to skills acquired from a 1,000-year soul ring, elevating them to an entirely different echelon. Currently, Ma Hongjun's soul rings consisted of yellow, purple, and purple. Furthermore, the second yellow soul ring exhibited a hint of purple, nearly reaching the threshold of a 1,000-year soul ring, while the last 2 purple rings had darkened to the brink of a 10,000-year black level. The soul ring Ma Hongjun aimed to acquire was the second hidden soul ring of his martial soul, San Yi Chao, with an age requirement of at least 15,000 years. Hongjun, your other martial soul is unprecedented in the annals of Douluo. Even a master has never heard of such a martial soul. In comparison, we are merely inviting our own suffering. As a food-type soul master, I do not need to engage in combat or absorb soul rings beyond my level. Fatty, it seems that once we finish acquiring this soul ring, your good days will come to an end, Oscar remarked, his only redeeming quality being his cleverness, as he looked at Fat Tiger with a hint of schadenfreude. Ma Hongjun had only just entertained that thought when Oscar boldly articulated it. However, it was evident that Oscar was overly optimistic. It is not just you. It is all of us, including myself. After acquiring the soul ring, we will undergo rigorous training. Do not assume that food-type soul masters lack combat capability. Xiaowao, focus on enhancing your physical strength. Once you reach level 50, I have a unique opportunity waiting for you, Ma Hongjun stated, no longer concealing his intentions as he approached Oscar and patted him on the shoulder in encouragement. This statement was directed not only at Oscar, but also at the other members of the group, providing them with a mental preparation. Good brother, is that truly the case? Could it be a celestial grade herb? Haha, as expected, my good brother. You never forget me when good fortune comes your way, Oscar exclaimed, bursting with excitement and enveloping Ma Hongjun in a bear hug. The others looked at Ma Hongjun with expressions of curiosity, evidently eager to hear his answer. As they too held expectations regarding the celestial grade item, it should not be a celestial grade herb. We have yet to fully absorb the celestial grade medicinal power that is currently within us. Hongjun would not provide us with another celestial grade herb, and they are not so easily obtained. If I am not mistaken, it should be something that will aid Oscar's own strength, Tang San mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, it is not merely about enhancing strength. It can also endow Oscar with the battle prowess of a battle soul master. However, what it is I cannot disclose just yet. Ma Hongjun recalled the opportunity that Oscar had encountered in the extreme north, elaborating further. Gaining the battle prowess of a battle soul master? How could such a fortunate event occur? Hongjun, you are like my reborn parents. I need not express my gratitude, Oscar exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Ma Hongjun with solemnity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 goodwill points from Oscar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a total of 1,000 goodwill points for the first time, unlocking the lottery feature. Note, the probability of obtaining a premium treasure in the first lottery is increased by 90. Well, it is only natural for brothers to assist one another. Now, let us cease this chatter. Zhu Qing, please proceed with absorbing the soul ring. After all, we are in the Stardow Forest, and danger could arise at any moment. The sooner you absorb it, the sooner we can search for our next soul ring target, Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at Flinder and Zhao Wujin, who were patrolling the surroundings. All right, brother, I will begin the absorption now. Zhu Qing, following the advice given, drew forth a dagger to eliminate the lurking Gui Bao beast. The millennium-old purple soul ring shimmered atop the beast's lifeless form. Xiao Wu turned her head away, a twinge of compassion stirring within her, yet she chose to remain silent. The law of the jungle dictates that the weak must inevitably be preyed upon by the strong. Even among soul beasts, self-destruction is not uncommon. How much more so in the complex relationship between soul masters and their soul beasts. Although the group had been together for a mere few months, the bonds forged among them were profoundly deep, far surpassing those of friends who had known each other for years, even decades. Those who share similar experiences understand that friendships formed at their age are pure and untainted by ulterior motives. They represent the most genuine camaraderie one can encounter in life. After reaching the age of 18, as individuals mature and their understanding deepens, such pure feelings become increasingly elusive, often overshadowed by self-interests. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have underestimated her own limits. Although surpassing the 200-year mark of the third soul ring presented considerable challenges, it was not beyond her capabilities. At this moment, despite the beads of sweat dotting her forehead and her garments drenched, she persevered with unwavering determination. When it came to tenacity of character, even Tang San, along with Ma Hongjun, paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun attentively observed Zhu Zhuqing's expression. Though her face was ashen, her steadfast resolve moved him deeply. He remained on standby, ready to assist should she falter. While he could not aid her in absorbing the soul ring, he was confident in his ability to protect her safety. Leaving aside the unique properties of the Gui Mie breathing technique, the inherent vitality of his San Yi Chao martial spirit could safeguard Zhu Zhuqing's meridians, preventing any adverse effect from her failure to absorb the soul ring. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing awakened with a radiant expression, having achieved success without the assistance of anyone else. No one could fathom the unparalleled agony involved in absorbing a soul ring that exceeds one's limits. Even Ma Hongjun had never experienced such torment. His journey had been relatively smooth, and though he absorbed each soul ring by surpassing levels, his innate talent and unique martial spirit had spared him from enduring such excruciating pain. Despite Ma Hongjun being the strongest among the Shrek 8 monsters, when it came to resilience of character, he still fell short compared to Zhu Zhuqing, lacking the necessary trials that forge true strength. It could be argued that Ma Hongjun's luck, stemming from the fortuitous properties of his martial spirit, facilitated his rise with ease. Yet it also deprived him of the necessary hardships that shape greatness. This flaw, while not immediately problematic, could hinder Ma Hongjun's future achievements, limiting him to merely surpassing Tang San, without hope of exceeding the constraints imposed by the Douluo world as heavenly powers. In comparison to true titans, he still had much to learn, especially when contrasted with the likes of the Emperor of the Wilderness, the Flame Emperor, and the Martial Ancestor. Nevertheless, at just over 12 years of age, the future remained unpredictable. In contrast to the complexities found in other worlds, the Douluo world seemed comparatively simpler. Heaven above, I have astonishingly attained a soul power level of 37. It is truly unbelievable. Thank you, fifth brother, exclaimed Zhu Zhuqing, her face alight with joy as she addressed the group after her successful absorption. Afterward, she approached Ma Hongjun and gave him a gentle embrace as a gesture of gratitude. Ma Hongjun, unable to suppress a wry smile, gazed at the oblivious beauty before him, unsure of how to respond. Zhuqing, do you not feel any discomfort? He hesitated to remind her. His concern stemmed not from disdain, but rather from a fear of losing control. These women, fully aware of their own physical conditions, seemed to tempt him without hesitation, leaving him at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing preferred to express their gratitude in such an almost flirtatious manner. Was it merely because he was single that they felt free to act so? He was certainly not an air conditioner, and he had to put a stop to such behavior. However, deep down, Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat enjoying the attention, hesitating as he savored the softness before him. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's clothes being soaked in sweat, the delightful sensation was intensified. Not at all. I feel absolutely wonderful, brimming with strength. Ah, you letcher. Why didn't you say so sooner? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her confusion turning to realization as she noticed her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. Overcome with excitement, she let out a squeal, covering her flushed cheeks and casting a reproachful glance at Ma Hongjun. Do give me a moment to speak. Xiao Wu, please accompany Zhuqing to find a secluded spot to change, Ma Hongjun said, exasperated as he raised his hands in resignation. He was not surprised by such abrupt changes in demeanor from any woman, yet he did not intend to indulge them, nor would he foolishly engage in arguments. Instead, he turned to Xiao Wu to shift the topic. Yes, of course, fifth brother. Zhuqing, let us go over there to change. Rongrong, keep an eye on them, Xiao Wu said, casting a glance at Oscar and the others, who were nearly spellbound. All right, Ning Rongrong obediently nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Fat Tiger acquired a soul ring from a great bear beast with a lifespan of approximately 1,700 years, reaching a soul power level of 36. Ning Rongrong's soul ring was slightly weaker at around 1600 years, yet it still surpassed her counterpart in the original narrative, also achieving a soul power level of 36. This advancement was due to the group having cultivated for over half a month at the 30th level, allowing for sufficient accumulation of soul power to facilitate such a significant increase. Otherwise, for someone like Ning Rongrong, even consuming a celestial herb at the 31st level would only elevate her by 6 levels. Remaining at 30th level for a time had allowed her to better absorb the latent power of the divine herb, propelling her to 37, an outcome that Ma Hongjun had anticipated without surprise. Ning Rongrong's growth was nothing short of remarkable. Within half a year at Shrek Academy, she had jumped from a soul power level of 26 to 36, a 10-level increase. Excluding the level gained from her soul ring, she had achieved 9 levels through her own efforts, with a celestial herb contributing a substantial 7 levels. This illustrates the efficacy of celestial grade items over the premium herbs consumed by Oscar and Fat Tiger, though the herbs they ingested were formidable. Ma Hongjun estimated that the impact on their innate talent was relatively similar, with the primary difference lying in soul power enhancement. This disparity could also relate to the varied effects of celestial items, akin to how Ma Hongjun's consumption of both ice and fire celestial herbs had a different impact on his soul power compared to the 9-grade purple mushroom they had taken. Consequently, every member of the Shrek 8 monsters had ascended to the realm of 30-level soul masters, achieving this milestone nearly a year sooner than depicted in the original storyline. Do not underestimate the significance of this year's time. In the initial stages of Soul Master-esque cultivation, the earlier one consumed celestial herbs, the greater the future benefits. The level of soul power attained before the age of 20 is directly proportional to the accomplishments one can achieve later on. Unexpectedly, the acquisition of the soul ring has proceeded smoothly this time. Next, we must assist Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in obtaining their soul rings. We need to delve deeper, and you must not act independently from now on. Remain vigilant and follow closely behind me and Master Zhao Wujia. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished their preparations, Flandre approached the 8 monsters and spoke. The expressions of the group were grave as they nodded in agreement. Although their strength had significantly improved, it was still far from sufficient to operate independently within the Star Dogray Forest. While the number of soul beasts at the forest periphery has diminished due to the hunters, the population of high-level soul beasts within has not decreased notably. Even if some 10,000-year soul beasts are hunted, new 9,000-year beasts will ascend to fill the void. Therefore, the level of danger within the forest surpasses their expectations. And even Ma Hongjun would not dare to assert he could safeguard himself. Flandre chose not to utilize his flying martial soul to scout from above. Instead, he guarded the rear of the group, while Zhao Wujia forged ahead. Soon, approximately an hour later, the group cautiously crossed a gently flowing, crystal-clear stream. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet. Zhao Wujia reminded everyone to exercise caution, stating, "We have entered the inner region of the Star Dogray Forest, where 10,000-year soul beasts may appear at any moment. If we encounter any insurmountable danger, we will retreat immediately, and I will cover your escape." As the oldest and most powerful of the 8 monsters, Dai Mubai, as a powerful assault-type soul master, naturally positioned himself closest to Zhao Wujia, ensuring the safety of the female members of the team, including Oscar. Rest assured, Zhao Laoshi, we will not be a burden. I and Hongjun will ensure their safety. Should we face any unmanageable threat, I will guarantee their safe departure, Dai Mubai replied solemnly. Their trepidation was understandable, considering the profound shock the Titan giant ape had inflicted upon them during their last encounter, nearly costing them their lives. The adage, once bitten by a snake, one is frightened of a well rope for 10 years, aptly applies here. With their current strength, as long as they do not encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, they should have ample opportunity to flee. Although Zhao Wujia often pushed them hard at the academy, it was precisely due to this rigorous training that he had developed a deep bond with these young souls, more so than any other instructor at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun and the others recognized this and nodded solemnly, indicating they could take care of themselves, sparing him the worry for their safety. Chapter 123, The Second Hidden Soul Ring. Now, it is not as dire as you suggest. The Star Dogray Forest is vast. Our luck cannot be this poor. Let us not frighten the children. With the 2 of us here, unless we encounter a Titan, giant ape-level 100,000-year soul beast, self-preservation should pose no issue, Flandre interjected, attempting to alleviate the slightly tense atmosphere. Shoo, teacher, I have an ominous premonition, Ma Hongjun swiftly gestured for silence. Upon hearing Flandra's words, he glanced at Xiao Wu, suddenly sensing that the spirit of Ming might come seeking her. Enough with the ominous predictions. We cannot possibly be that unfortunate. Let us proceed. While there are indeed many 10,000-year soul beasts here, each area typically harbors only one. Aside from our target soul beast, we should avoid the territories of other high-level soul beasts, Flandra retorted, then extended his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings. Possessing the four-eyed cat, eagle martial soul, Flandra not only demonstrated remarkable speed, but also exceptional eyesight, with spiritual power stronger than that of other soul masters of the same rank, making his martial soul a formidable variant. Deep within the Douluo Great Forest lay a serene lake, illuminated by the moonlight. A colossal creature, resembling a mountain, stood with its dark fur shimmering faintly under the starry glow. Its shoulders towered over 7 meters, and even in a quadrupedal stance, it appeared perfectly at ease. Every inch of its body was adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Brother, I sent Xiao Wu's aura again. Did she not just break through to the 30th level? How could she return to the Douluo Great Forest so soon? This mountain-like being was none other than Xiao Wu's soul beast partner, Ming. He addressed the tranquil lake, his voice resonating deeply. A low moo echoed from the lake's depths, and a mysterious creature resembling a cow-headed python emerged, its massive head and upper body rising from the water. Speaking with a tone of resignation, it is likely that her other human companions have reached a breakthrough. She may have only come along to accompany them. If she chooses not to return to us, do not disturb her. If you wish to see her, keep your distance to avoid alarming her other companions and causing unnecessary trouble. Okay, brother, you are so kind. I'm going to see Xiao Wu now. Rest assured, I will not disturb her other companions. Ming joyfully nodded his immense head. Although a month may seem but a fleeting moment to them, Ming's thoughts were consumed by concerns for Xiao Wu, worried that she might face bullying in the human world. Only by glimpsing her could he find peace. During her absence, Ming fared well, but Ming remained listless, often lost in thought. Imagine such a colossal 10,000-year soul beast appearing lost in contemplation. The mere thought of it evokes a thrilling sensation. Meanwhile, Flandra and Zhao Wujia continued to protect the group as they advanced, seeking an appropriate soul ring. In just an hour, they identified a suitable target, an 8,000-year dark spirit black demon tiger. Though slightly high for Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring, it posed no significant problem. The dark spirit black demon tiger is an exceedingly rare and powerful tiger-type soul beast, boasting remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. Even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts may not rival the dark spirit black demon tiger, making this soul ring exceedingly vital for Dai Mubai. It was likely that the combined strength of the group would not suffice to face it. This task falls to you, Dean Tangson said, his expression grave as he observed the resting dark spirit black demon tiger in a sunlit area. Leave it to me. Flandra, you obstruct its path. I will handle this soul beast, Zhao Wujia declared, stretching his sore fingers, approaching the dark spirit black demon tiger with a calm demeanor. This tiger seems rather foolish. Zhao Laoshi has nearly closed the distance to 10 meters, yet remains oblivious to our presence. Fat Tiger chuckled, then whispered to the group. No, it is not foolish. It likely detected us long ago and is merely feigning ignorance to lure us in, to lower our guard. Zhao Laoshi, be careful. Ma Hongjun suddenly sensed something amiss and urgently warned. As soon as Ma Hongjun's words left his lips, the dark spirit black demon tiger, which had been feigning rest, erupted into action, its massive jaws agape as it lunged straight for Zhao Wujia's head. The thunderous roar of the tiger was accompanied by a terrifying mental assault, leaving the group dizzy and disoriented. This is bad. It's a mental attack. Old Zhao, be cautious. Flandra swiftly realized the danger, positioning himself in front of the group to block the soul attack from the Anling Haimo who, even with his extraordinary mental fortitude, he felt a pallor wash over his face, clearly having suffered an unseen setback. One can only imagine the precarious state of Zhao Wujia, who was at the epicenter of the assault and possessed a significantly weaker soul power. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's timely warning allowed Zhao Wujia to unleash his quickest first soul skill, Dongming Wang Shun. This skill erupted with a brilliant golden light, rebounding any attacks within a 3-meter radius. As Zhao Wujia's robust form activated his first soul ring almost simultaneously with his call, a radiant golden glow enveloped him. The serrated strike of the Anling Haimo, who barely grazed him, being deflected and slamming into a nearby tree, causing it to crash to the ground while the beast writhed in pain. Yet, Zhao Wujie was left dazed and confused by the hidden soul attack embedded in that blow. Something feels amiss. This Anling Haimo who was already gravely injured. Could there be other formidable soul beasts lurking nearby, capable of inflicting harm on a creature that rivaled a 10,000-year soul beast? Ma Hongjun discerned the oddity. While Zhao Wujie was indeed powerful, his skill boot Dongming Wangshun could only reflect physical attacks and could not have severely wounded the Anling Haimo who, which demonstrated exceptional strength and defense. Clearly, this old beast was already in a weakened state. But why would it not be a human? The naive fat who inquired, echoing the group's confusion, as they were all perplexed by Ma Hongjun's deductions. This was the inner region of the Stardow Forest, and the Anling Haimo who had not fled. 10,000-year soul beasts possess an awareness comparable to that of a child and a strong territorial instinct. Tiger-type soul beasts rank just below dragon and phoenix bloodline beasts, and the Anling Haimo who was among the most elite. With its pride as a top-tier tiger soul beast, it would not abandon its territory to another soul beast, even to the death. However, if confronted by a human soul master, it might choose to flee if it felt outmatched. Seeing Tang San gazing at him with a partially understanding expression, Ma Hongjun could not help but smile, slowly elucidating the reasoning behind his insights. His current grasp of soul beasts was on par with Tang San's, and in some aspects concerning rare soul beasts, he surpassed him, a testament to the wisdom of not having sought the master as a mentor. By mastering the knowledge within the Shrek Academy's texts, he could rival Tang San, underscoring the lack of emphasis on theoretical knowledge in Douluo continent. It is noteworthy that while Tang San's knowledge of soul masters may not be the pinnacle of the continent, it certainly ranks among the very best. Now it makes sense, the group realized in unison. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, having recovered somewhat, glared furiously at the Anling Haimo who was bleeding profusely and was determined not to relent. Feeling humiliated, Zhao Wujie activated his martial soul's true form, the mighty diamond bear. The balance of battle shifted dramatically, and soon the Anling Haimo who, a soul beast at the apex of the food chain, found itself gasping for breath. Please, cease the assault. If you continue, Mu Bai's soul ring will be depleted. Mu Bai quickly ended and granted a merciful release, implored Flinder, unable to bear the sight of the Anling Haimo, whose torment. All right, Mu Bai acquiesced, drawing forth a dagger and swiftly ending the life of the unfortunate Anling Haimo who. Chapter 124. The sacrifice of flesh. A flicker of relief crossed the eyes of the Anling Haimo, who, as it believed itself fortunate to have encountered a severely injured 30,000-year soul beast. It had thought its own strength could rival that of a 10,000-year soul beast, effortlessly devouring the essence of its opponent. The anomaly of the Anling Haimo, which could rival a 10,000-year soul ring, stemmed from its mutation, granting it the ability to consume the life essence of its foes. However, it was unprepared for the reality that the already injured 10,000-year soul beast was not to be trifled with. It too was a mutated soul beast, its prowess not inferior to that of an ordinary 50,000-year soul beast, with formidable mental strength. A circle of dazzling purple soul rings gradually emerged from the lifeless body of the Anling Haimo who, and a glimmer of joy sparkled into Mu Bai's eyes. From the confrontation between Zhao Wujie and this soul beast, he recognized its extraordinary nature, as it had managed to inflict considerable injury on Zhao Wujie, despite its own severe wounds. Although Zhao Wujie's mental trauma stemmed from his own carelessness, it was undeniable that the Anling Haimo who was exceedingly formidable, far beyond their current capabilities. They would need to ascend to the realm of high-level soul kings to contend with a creature that, while not officially a 10,000-year soul beast, possessed strength equivalent to one. The soul ring of this Anling Haimo who was undoubtedly a coveted treasure for many feline soul master practitioners, and Mu Bai's encounter with it was fortuitous. Now, Mu Bai quickly sit cross-legged and begin absorption. Hongjun, protect him. Zhao, why are you still dawdling? Restore your depleted mental energy. Let's establish camp nearby. Although this should be the territory of the soul beast, and other soul beasts are unlikely to intrude, we must remain vigilant. Observe your surroundings carefully while I scout ahead. Flinder commanded, having resolved the soul beast issue. Flinder had transformed significantly from his former self. As the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Web, his authority, while not rivaling that of Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was nonetheless comparable to that of the leaders of the lower four sects. His presence had grown substantially, and his commands were issued with clarity and decisiveness. Ma Hongjun, feeling rather constrained as the sect leader, could only comply and sit beside Mu Bai in a protective role. In truth, Ma Hongjun desired to scout the area for suitable 10,000-year soul beasts. But he understood that Flinder would not permit such reckless ventures, so he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The others resumed their recovery or set up camp, while Flinder ventured to investigate the surroundings. Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat bored, gazed at the corpse of the soul beast beside Mu Bai. He suddenly noticed that the underbelly of the tiger, measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters, was riddled with numerous small wounds, and the sites of injury appeared slightly blackened. It resembled bite wounds from a snake. What kind of serpent could possess such powerful jaws? This was a soul beast renowned for its formidable defenses, the Amling Haimo Hu, yet it bore so many injuries. A sense of dread crept into Ma Hongjun's heart. At that moment, he felt an unsettling sensation, as though something was watching him from the shadows. Rising discreetly, he made his way to the tent shared by Tang San and Oscar, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to guard the recovering Zhao Wujia. Inside the tent, Xiao Ao and Tang San were seated on the carpet, meditating. Mu Bai's recent breakthrough had imparted considerable pressure on the others, especially since they were aware that Ma Hongjun was also seeking to acquire his second hidden soul ring, amplifying their sense of urgency. To understand, once Ma Hongjun acquires the second hidden soul ring, regardless of how pure his soul power may be, it will elevate him by at least one level, allowing him to ascend to the realm of the 40-level soul master. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun suddenly enter the tent, both individuals opened their eyes, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Hongjun, why are you here? Didn't the dean instruct you to guard Lauda? Oscar inquired, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. Given to Lao Bai's physical prowess, there should be no issues. Although the Enling He Mo, who is formidable, the soul ring it produces is still among the 1,000-year soul rings, so there shouldn't be any problems. I came to ask if you felt as though something was watching us, Ma Hongjun said, his gaze sweeping around as he utilized his unique soul power to shield against all observations, asking gravely, are you suspecting that someone is tracking us or that it is soul beast? Oscar guessed, taking Ma Hongjun's serious demeanor into consideration. Though he felt nothing amiss, he never doubted Ma Hongjun's words. Hearing you say that, I too feel as if we are being watched. If it were a human soul master, we would surely have noticed. It seems likely that we are being targeted by a special soul beast, perhaps one possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human. Tang San reflected, recalling the day's events and analyzing slowly. However, do not panic. Since the presence in the shadows has not revealed itself, it likely means no harm to us. When the dean returns, we should quickly find a suitable soul ring and leave this place, Ma Hongjun reassured them. In truth, Ma Hongjun harbored his own suspicions, yet he dared not affirm them, which is why he sought confirmation from the cleverest members of the team, Tang San and Oscar. He suspected that Ming had come to seek Xiao Wu again, perhaps refraining from disturbing them this time after hearing her words previously. Yet, unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, while his guess was close to the truth, it was not entirely accurate. Approximately 200 meters from their campsite, a massive ape squatted beside a pile of granite rocks, its body seemingly merging with the surrounding stones, creating a rather comical sight. However, next to it lay a gravely injured giant serpent known as the Yu Ming Du Jiaoxi. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have recognized this serpent as the soul beast he encountered in the hunting soul forest. Are you saying your life is nearing its end, and among those ahead, there's a familiar human who saved you? The Titan giant, Ape Ming asked, gazing somewhat foolishly at the serpent, which was only the size of an arm. The serpent nodded and communicated in its unique manner. Are you asking me to help you hold off their strong ones, to force a sacrificial offering? No. They are Sister Xiao Wu's friends. I cannot harm them. Ming quickly shook his head, feeling troubled. The serpent's eyes revealed a sense of helplessness, and after some persuasion, it managed to convince Ming, implying that such an action would only benefit them without causing harm. Although this Yuming Du Jiao, she was not particularly powerful among the top soul beasts. With a cultivation of around 60,000 years, its soul had undergone a transformation, rendering it more intelligent than Ming, a 100,000-year soul beast. Previously, when pursued by Bai Bai Dong, she suspected that Ma Hongjun might betray her, considering that in her eyes, both he and Bai Bai Dong were humans. However, after much anxiety, she had not encountered Bai Bai Dong again, understanding that Ma Hongjun had likely concealed her whereabouts, even leading that formidable woman astray. Despite being severely injured by a tidal Douluo sent by that woman recently, she managed to escape again, only to encounter the unfortunate fate of being attacked by the Enling Hamo Hu, which further exacerbated her injuries, leaving her with little time left. If she possessed a means of survival, while this method would leave her with only her soul, it was better than death. This method, known as body sacrifice, was a forbidden technique she had discovered in an ancient ruin, one she would resort to only as a last resort against humans. Chapter 125. A heavenly encounter. After Ma Hongjun left the tent, he returned outside and sat beside Zhu Zhuqing, gradually settling down. Fifth brother. Zhu Zhuqing softly called out to Ma Hongjun, appearing hesitant, as if she had something to express. What is it, Zhuqing? Ma Hongjun turned to her with a hint of confusion. After all this time, are you not curious about my background? And don't you want to know about my relationship with Dai Laoda? Zhu Zhuqing asked almost instinctively. Having spent over half a year together, they were familiar with each other due to frequent training sessions. However, Ma Hongjun had never inquired about their backgrounds, and to them, he was a figure shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun's martial soul had a down-to-earth quality that often elicited laughter from them, leading them to tease him frequently. Zhuqing, have you never considered fulfilling the family mission alongside Dai Laobai? Instead of answering Zhu Zhuqing's question, Ma Hongjun spoke directly to the point. You know, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, her expression revealing a hint of joy. Indeed, I am well aware of each of your backgrounds, but such details are inconsequential to me. What truly matters is that we are partners, and if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to me, Ma Hongjun replied with a calm nod. When that time comes, I certainly won't hold back. After all, you're my fifth brother, Zhu Zhuqing said, her face flushing. As for the first time, she let down her guard and boldly expressed such straightforward words. All right, you should return to rest soon. Tomorrow morning, we will continue searching for the next soul ring target. After several days of travel, it is time to gather your strength and rest well, Ma Hongjun advised, not wishing to instill any unnecessary fear in Zhu Zhuqing. Very well. Seeing that Ma Hongjun did not intend to continue their conversation, Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly stood up. Ma Hongjun's handsome appearance and enigmatic power were certainly factors that attracted the attention of girls his age. It would be impossible for either Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing to claim they felt no fondness for him. However, despite their feelings, Ma Hongjun's obliviousness to romance meant he would not find a girlfriend unless a beauty took the initiative. Evidently, given Zhu Zhuqing's character, barring any unforeseen events, their relationship was unlikely to transcend friendship. As if fate were conspiring to assist Ma Hongjun, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to return to the girl's tent for rest. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a massive serpent shadow swiftly approaching Ma Hongjun's direction. Simultaneously, not far away, Flinder wore a wry smile while facing the Titan giant ape blocking his path, unsure how to proceed, neither advancing nor retreating. The Titan giant ape merely obstructed Flinder's route home, refraining from harming him, yet its immense presence exerted pressure that rendered Flinder immobile. Seeing Flinders in action, the Titan giant ape remained still, while Flinder, anxious for Ma Hongjun's safety, sought to circumvent Erming, but found it impossible to do so. Although he could soar through the skies with the aid of his martial soul, the Titan giant ape, being a 100,000-year-old beast, possessed an equally terrifying agility and speed. It could certainly strike him down before he could take flight. Consequently, Flandra attempted to maneuver underground to avoid it, yet found it impossible to circumvent, ultimately opting to stand still and lock eyes with Erming. The scene, featuring the juxtaposition of the large and the small, was undeniably peculiar. Flandra could distinctly sense that Erming bore no hostility towards him. Although he was baffled by the obstruction in his path, he felt powerless to change the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, upon seeing the shadow of a serpent darting towards them, suddenly unleashed the unique speed characteristic of a Minggong Xiaoenzhen, swiftly lifting Ma Hongjun's robust waist and propelling toward Zhao Wujing. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Be careful, Teacher Zhao, wake up!" With Zhu Zhuqing's urgent call, the others within the tent, particularly Tang San and Oscar, who were already on high alert, leaped out to shield Dai Mubai, who was still absorbing a soul ring. Their expressions grave as they gazed upon the colossal serpent exuding a menacing aura. In that instant, Zhao Wujing's tightly shut eyes snapped open reflexively, and he sprang to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. A closer examination of Zhao Wujing's expression would reveal something amiss. Strangely, the massive serpent showed no inclination to attack. It halted a mere 10 meters away from Ma Hongjun, gazing intently at him. Yoming Du Jiaosha? Is it you? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his surprise evident as he seemingly recalled something. Before anyone could inquire further, an astonishing sight unfolded. The bit, in a surprisingly human-like gesture, nodded in acknowledgement. A glimmer of joy flickered across its face, larger than that of a human, as if it were pleased that Ma Hongjun remembered it. Hongjun, you know it? Oscar queried, casting a curious glance at Ma Hongjun. Others, noticing the serpent's lack of aggression, relaxed their tense expressions, albeit with a touch of confusion directed at Ma Hongjun. I've encountered it once before, but I was still quite young then, following my teacher deep within the hunting soul forest when we stumbled upon it. I'm unsure how it has come to be in the Star Doe forest now, Ma Hongjun explained, somewhat bewildered. Hongjun, this old beast appears to be severely injured. It seems to be seeking our assistance. Should we help it? Tang San, possessing an acute observational skill, was the first to notice the bloodied and mangled state of the serpent's tail, its scales at the critical point appearing battered as if struck by a powerful attack. The Yoming Du Jiao nodded vigorously at Tang San's words, seemingly affirming his assessment. The others soon recognized the peculiar situation, instinctively glancing at Ma Hongjun, who in turn looked towards Zhao Wujing, still somewhat dazed due to his mental strain. It was evident that Ma Hongjun had become the spiritual core of the Shrek 8 monsters, a realization that even the typically assertive Tang San had overlooked. Since Ma Hongjun had provided them with celestial-grade herbs to enhance their talents, they naturally gravitated towards him, instinctively seeking his counsel on significant matters. This was compounded by Zhao Wujing's evident disorientation. Observing Zhao Wujing, who stood protectively in front of them like a hen shielding its chicks, Ma Hongjun felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude as he used his voice to call out, "Teacher Zhao, please wake up. Would you like to engage with this soul beast, or shall we await the teacher's return to make a decision?" At that moment, Ma Hongjun was uncertain about the situation and wished to hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts, a reflection of the respect he held for him. Before Zhao Wujing could respond, Ning Rongrong's somewhat annoyed voice suddenly pierced the air. "Zhuqing, why are you still holding on to Big Brother's waist?" Although her tone bore a hint of shyness, it was underscored by palpable jealousy. I didn't mean to." Zhuqing hastily released her embrace around Ma Hongjun, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She was acutely aware of Ning Rongrong's considerable feelings for Ma Hongjun, thus she rarely expressed her own emotions in this regard. "Oh, so it was intentional. Well done, Hongjun. You've managed to win over our youngest Zhuqing," Oscar teased, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he directed his gaze at Ma Hongjun. The others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with ambiguity, while Dai Mu Bai appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet said nothing. He had long suspected Zhuqing's affections for Ma Hongjun and recognized his own lack of opportunity. Nonetheless, he harbored a quiet hope for a budding relationship between them, especially considering the selfless gift of celestial-grade herbs Ma Hongjun had bestowed upon him. However, when faced with the reality, he found it difficult to suppress his unease. Seeing his companions relax their guard and entirely disregard the Yoming Du Jiao's presence, Ma Hongjun could only feel exasperated. "All right, this is not the time for such discussions. May I call you Xiaoyu? How can I assist you?" Ma Hongjun glanced resignedly at Oscar and Fat Tiger, who were clearly enjoying the spectacle, then turned his attention back to the Yoming Du Jiao. Before the Yoming Du Jiao could respond, a grave voice rang out, "Everyone be cautious. I may not be its match. Retreat." At that moment, Zhao Wujing had fully regained his senses, though he still struggled to comprehend the situation. Why are you all still standing there? Retreat." Zhao Wujing bellowed again, noticing the group's lack of reaction. "There's no need to panic, Teacher Zhao. The reason we aren't retreating is that this soul beast seems to harbor no ill intentions towards us." Ma Hongjun was the first to explain, detailing the events that had transpired. His heartfelt concern for Zhao Wujing's well-being resonated with the group, deepening their sense of belonging to Shrek Academy. This was a teacher willing to place the safety of his students above his own, a sentiment that would undoubtedly touch the hearts of any student present. "Teacher, how is your mental recovery progressing?" Fat Tiger inquired, wiping away the tears that had gathered in his eyes, his innocence shining through. "What are you crying for, silly boy? There is no need to be so dramatic. I'm not dead. It's merely a minor mental strain that will heal with a fortnight of rest," Zhao Wujing responded, attempting to mask his own discomfort at their concern with a feigned gruffness. Meanwhile, The Yoming Dujiao, She, was internally distraught, feeling utterly disregarded by these individuals. With that realization, she decided to forego further discussions. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of black light erupted from her form, and before Ma Hongjun could react, she swiftly penetrated into his mind. Be careful, Tang San warned, the first to react. Zhao Wujing followed suit, but their efforts were unfortunately too late. Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground, as a gentle feminine voice echoed within the depths of his consciousness. Do not panic, it is I. I will exert my soul power to absorb a portion of the energy from my soul, assisting you in breaking through to the 40th level, after which I shall acquire my soul ring. A slender ethereal figure manifested within Ma Hongjun's sea of consciousness, speaking softly. No need, he replied. I prefer to cultivate my soul power on my own. If you intend to use this method to extend your life, I can assist you, as my martial soul is rather unique and can now absorb a soul ring. The figure of Ma Hongjun within the sea of consciousness also appeared, showing no signs of the anticipated panic, quickly grasping the situation upon seeing her demeanor. With his keen intellect, he naturally connected the dots regarding the sacrificial aspect, recalling the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the second round of the tournament, thus comprehending the intentions of the Yuming Dujiaoshi. In the center of his sea of consciousness, no soul entity could rival him. And the Yuming Dujiao, she was evidently aware of this, yet still chose to appear, indicating she harbored no malice towards him. Very well. I trust you. You only need to retain a trace of soul power for me, and I shall surely repay you in the future, stated the Yuming Dujiaoshi. No need for the future. Simply impart this sacrificial method to me, and I shall agree to absorb your soul ring. Moreover, it may even grant your soul entity the chance to be resurrected, Ma Hongjun replied, clearly not a naive individual. Having understood the Yuming Dujiao, she's intentions, and began to negotiate. The Yuming Dujiao, she was momentarily taken aback, feeling urgency within, thinking it absurd to offer a soul ring over 50,000 years old only to be met with such demands. However, Ma Hongjun's final statement evidently stirred her interest, although she was not easily swayed. How will you resurrect me? She inquired. It was better to cling to life than to die, otherwise she would not have chosen to parasitize Ma Hongjun's soul ring to survive. Achieve divinity. Upon becoming a deity, as my soul ring, once your soul enters the divine realm, there will naturally be ways to reconstruct your physical form. Resurrection will be but a trivial matter, Ma Hongjun stated nonchalantly, his words chilling yet compelling. You are aware of the divine. It seems my choice was not mistaken. Very well. I agree to your terms, the Yuming Dujiao, she resolved after a brief contemplation. She had sensed Ma Hongjun's extraordinary nature long before, which was why she had chosen him. She understood that achieving divinity could grant her a new lease on life, prompting her to select the individual most likely to attain such heights. As a stream of soul power surged into his mind, Ma Hongjun began to absorb the energy surrounding him. Guided by the flow of energy, the lifeless body of the Yuming Dujiao, she drifted closer to him. A circle of dazzling black soul rings emanated from the corpse, rapidly merging with Ma Hongjun's being. The lucky CloverMartial soul naturally manifested in the palm of his right hand. The black soul ring shrank at a visible pace before ascending to the position of Ma Hongjun's second hidden soul ring. Yellow, purple, black. Purple. 5 soul rings floated around the lucky clover, a configuration that, while not extraordinary, was certainly of top-tier quality. Moreover, it must be noted that Ma Hongjun was not merely a soul king, but a soul zone. Following the absorption of the soul ring, his soul power advanced to the level of a 40th ranked soul zone, and with the acquisition of a 4th soul ring, he could directly transcend into the formal realm of soul zone. There exists a soul bone of spiritual condensation at the head of my serpentine form. You should absorb it as well. Though it is merely over 50,000 years old, due to my uniqueness, this soul bone can evolve alongside me through continuous energy absorption. My soul power is currently too weak and will soon fall into slumber. Henceforth, I shall rely on you, the gentle voice in his mind concluded, falling silent thereafter. The entire process of absorbing the soul ring took no more than 10 minutes, an astonishingly swift duration. Even on the continent, no soul master had ever recorded such rapid absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 127, The Wisdom Bone. How did it go, Xiao Gu? What soul skill did you acquire? As soon as Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, he was greeted by the concerned expression of Fat Tiger. Ignoring Fat Tiger's query and disregarding the curious gazes of others, he approached the head of the Yuming Dujiao Shi, unsheathing a dagger without hesitation to separate flesh from bone, extracting a piece of soul bone radiating with a kaleidoscope of light. This wisdom bone, akin to the one Tang San acquired in the original narrative, was well suited for control-type soul masters, though it held great significance for other soul masters as well. Initially, Ma Hongjun had prepared himself to endure the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul ring, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find it so simply attained. His physical prowess saw a substantial enhancement, particularly his mental acuity, and upon gazing at the soul bone before him, he felt confident that absorbing it would grant him mental strength on par with that of a soul sage. Soul bone. Fifth brother, your luck is simply beyond description. Downright extraordinary. Even our 7 treasures glazed tile school possesses but a few soul bones over 10,000 years old. Yet you managed to have soul rings and soul bones come to you simply by venturing into the Stardow Forest. What a stroke of divine fortune! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in envy. You're all aware of my other martial soul, the 4-leaf clover, also known as the lucky clover. I believe it must be related to the innate skill of luck that comes with the martial soul. Ma Hongjun explained, feeling fortunate himself. The gazes of his peers were filled with admiration, yet none were envious. Rather, they were delighted. After all, the Shrek 8 monsters formed a collective, and Ma Hongjun's growth in strength could be seen as a shared enhancement for them all. Hongjun's martial soul is indeed unique. Such attributes may serve as compensation for his limitation to the soul's own realm. Even our teacher has never heard of such a martial soul. And based on the teacher's analysis, it seems that Hongjun's second martial soul, being restricted to the soul's own realm, alleviates the concerns typically associated with twin martial souls. Tang San remarked with envy. While we have always known Hongjun to be remarkable, I never anticipated he would be this extraordinary, possessing a second martial soul with a built-in luck attribute. Even if it is limited to the soul master level, I would gladly accept it, Dai Mubai added, having just completed the absorption of his soul ring, standing with a hint of envy. In truth, the master's assertions were not entirely accurate. If he were merely absorbing soul rings of normal limits, his physical condition would not warrant concern. However, his several soul rings far exceeded normal configurations. And after absorbing the Yuming Dujiao Shi's soul ring, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Should he immediately absorb a 4th soul ring, it could potentially trigger a backlash of soul power within him. Ma Hongjun, after securing the soul bone, found himself somewhat dismissive of Tang San's words, though he did not express it openly. Instead, he spoke candidly about his situation. He did not intend to contradict the master's insights. The reality was simply as it was. The master was indeed intelligent and had delved deeply into the theories of martial souls. Yet those theories were tailored for ordinary soul masters. For a prodigy like him, the master's theories were merely guidelines to be transcended. Of course, if he were to absorb the 4th soul ring immediately, no complications would arise. However, he would need to continuously exert the characteristics of the sun-breathing technique. While the energy consumption for utilizing the sun-breathing technique was minimal, it would still affect his soul power cultivation rate. When employing the technique, he could not utilize the paths of soul power flow dictated by the sun-breathing method, relying solely on meditation for cultivation. Given the density of his soul power, achieving even a single level of advancement within a year would be considered commendable. His extraordinary talent remains unquestionable. Had it been any of the other members besides Tang San, they would likely not have even achieved a single level up. One cannot doubt Tang San's ability to elevate him, for he is the child of destiny, and the name Tang is renowned. Can we now return? Ning Rongrong inquired with a hint of excitement. Having endured a lengthy search without the pleasure of a bath or a leisurely stroll, she felt quite unwell. Yes. Once the dean returns, we shall depart. Oscar, please pass me one of your mushroom sausages. I will scout the whereabouts of our teacher and ascertain his condition. Ma Hongjun expressed his concern for Flinder's safety, glancing at Oscar. Very well, but do not mock me, Oscar reluctantly replied. Absolutely no mockery shall occur. Ma Hongjun chuckled, recalling Oscar's rather peculiar soul skill. Uncle Big Sausage, do not be so shy. It is not as if we have never seen it before. Ah, it seems Hongjun indeed has yet to witness your mushroom sausage, Xiao Wu teased mischievously. I have heard our teacher speak of Oscar's soul skill effects. Practicality is paramount, and the soul skill itself is of little consequence. Rest assured, I shall not laugh, Ma Hongjun encouraged. I possess a mushroom sausage. With a flourish, Oscar produced a mushroom sausage, adorned with a small round tip, slightly thinner at the base. Puffed. Ha ha, this appears rather unique. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun could not contain his laughter, bursting forth with a pig-like sound. Ha ha ha. The others, though familiar with it, could not help but laugh anew. You all promised not to laugh. Oscar indignantly pointed at them, his face flushed with anger. I had not finished speaking unless I simply could not hold it in. Ha ha. Ma Hongjun, unusually playful, was about to take the sausage when Flender returned, looking somewhat pale. Teacher, what has happened to you? Did you encounter some trouble? Ma Hongjun quickly withdrew his hand, for if given a choice, he would rather not consume that item. Although Oscar's third soul skill allows for a brief minute of flight, it is executed at the rapid pace of the wind-tailed rooster snake. While Ma Hongjun can fly, his speed is less than commendable, falling far short of the wind-tailed rooster snake. Only by employing the phoenix wings can he achieve prolonged flight with his soul power purity. Several hours of flight would be feasible. However, within the Douluo forest, every ounce of soul power is crucial, and a lack thereof in a crisis could be fatal. I encountered the Titan giant ape, the same one that Xiao San and his group faced last time. Strangely, it showed no intention of attacking. It merely obstructed my path home. I was worried you might be in danger, but seeing that you are all safe puts my mind at ease, Flender explained, his countenance brightening upon seeing everyone unharmed. Only Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly, though she concealed it well, unnoticed by all except Ma Hongjun. Tang San stepped forward to elaborate on their encounter. It seems that the Yuming Dujiao snake is acquainted with the Titan giant ape. Fearing my presence might disrupt her sacrificial intentions, hence the ape's obstruction. However, the means by which she persuaded the Titan giant ape to aid her is perplexing. For the Titan giant ape is a 100,000-year soul beast. Defeating me would be child's play. How curious, Flender mused, stroking his chin in confusion. Since everyone is unharmed, let us not dwell on it. We should hurry back to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun stated thoughtfully, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Wu. The group nodded in agreement. This excursion to the Douluo forest had been surprisingly devoid of peril, making them feel that obtaining soul rings was remarkably effortless this time. Chapter 128, A Cataclysmic Change. Ma Hongjun had no intention of revealing Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast in front of the others. Though their relationships had progressed significantly, they had yet to reach the level of life and death camaraderie depicted in the original story. No one could guarantee that someone would not succumb to their greed and target Xiao Wu. Thus, maintaining the current dynamic was advisable. After confirming that they could not immediately absorb the soul rings to advance to the soul zone rank, Ma Hongjun's resolve to organize rigorous training upon their return was solidified. However, on their journey back, a monumental event occurred. Ma Hongjun gazed at the panel in his spiritual sea, displaying 1,000 benevolent points, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he clicked to draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has gained the ultimate treasure, the Meteor Tier. Ding! Ding! An anomaly occurred during the draw. The Meteor Tier was intercepted by a mysterious entity, tearing through the dimensional barrier between a minor world and the Douluo world. Shall the host activate the lucky attribute to obtain the Meteor Tier? The system's melodious electronic voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind, and without pondering the implications of a dimensional barrier, he eagerly inquired, how does one activate the lucky attribute? Can it be activated autonomously? Are there any side effects? Host, please rest assured, there will be no adverse effects. However, it will cause your luck to be concealed for 3 years, and you will no longer benefit from the lucky attribute of the lucky grass martial soul. In other words, you will only possess the fortune devoid of lucky grass. What? Is that not a side effect? To have my luck diminish to that of that lecherous fat man? I would be perpetually overshadowed by Tang San. No, I require compensation. Ding. Such a request is reasonable. As compensation, the host may gain the right to traverse the dimensional barrier freely. Ma Hongjun merely mentioned it casually, yet he was surprised to find there was indeed compensation. Without further ado, fearing the night would drag on, he exclaimed, Spirit, what are you waiting for? Activate the lucky attribute to obtain the Meteor Tier now. To acquire the Meteor Tier, Ma Hongjun was all in. Fortunately, he could still use soul skills. Otherwise, he would have had to endure and choose to obtain the Meteor Tier regardless. That treasure is the greatest boon that could aid the third person on the Hongmeng Golden List, Qin Yu, in his ascent. The deities of the Douluo world pale in comparison to him. Even if it meant relinquishing his phoenix martial soul, he would unhesitatingly choose the meteor tier, let alone merely losing the 3 years of lucky attribute enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1/9 of the lucky attribute activation of the meteor tier, acquiring a mysterious seed left behind by the 9-leaf swordgrass. Why is there only 1/9 left after the meteor tier? The 9-leaf swordgrass? Is it not one of the 10 fiends in the perfect world, capable of concealing vision with a single leaf and slicing stars with another? 9-leaf swordgrass. One of the 10 fiends, its lineage traces back to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with leaves resembling swords, totaling 9. The 4 immortal kings descended from different realms to its rooting place, where it valiantly faced the 4 immortal kings from other domains, disappearing after a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, this seed not only belonged to the 9-leaf swordgrass, but was also the sole seed left after the Emperor of the Wasteland, Sure Hao, resurrected the 9-leaf swordgrass and ascended to the immortal Emperor realm, jointly attacking the heavens and achieving utmost transcendence. Ding! Shall the host consume half the energy of the meteor tier to merge the seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass into the martial soul? 4-leaf clover? What changes will occur upon merging it into the martial soul? Ma Hongjun, suppressing his excitement, cautiously inquired. The martial soul will ascend to the 9-leaf swordgrass, inheriting its legacy while retaining the abilities of the clover itself. Merge. It is imperative to merge, regardless of the consequences. Merge immediately. In the sea of consciousness. Ma Hongjun roared almost frantically. Ding! Merging in progress, 1, 2, 3. Ma Hongjun suppressed his excitement, his eyes fixated on the changes in the attribute panel. But when the progress reached 10%, the progress bar suddenly came to a halt. Ma Hongjun felt as if he had swallowed an olive, experiencing profound discomfort. Spirit, why has the progress bar stopped? Ma Hongjun's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, rising and falling dramatically. Ding! Detecting that the seed energy left by the Zhujian Chao carries a strong sense of resistance. Merging requires time, expected to take about a year. You cannot tell me that during the merging process, the abilities of the lucky CloverMartial soul cannot be utilized at all, can you? Ma Hongjun questioned the spirit in his heart with suspicion. The green panel, which represented the spirit, remained silent. However, Ma Hongjun felt he had struck a chord. Just as he was about to request benefits, the spirit's voice echoed again. Soul skills cannot be used temporarily after reaching 10%. The first soul ring skill can be utilized. After 20%, the second soul ring skill can be used, and so on. Hidden soul ring skills are not restricted. Phew. Fortunately, it seems it won't take long. By the way, what is the name of the world connected to the Douluo world? Ma Hongjun excited, relieved that it wasn't a complete restriction. He should be able to use all his soul skills normally within half a year. Just as he was about to exit the sea of consciousness, he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. The 3 Kingdoms world. At the same time, a reminder for the host. Due to the special ability of the Lucky Clover, the meteor tears shattered the dimensional barrier, resulting in your essence being fragmented into 81 small meteor tears, with the majority falling into the 3 Kingdoms world to choose their masters. The 1/9 in your possession is the largest among all meteor tears. The 3 Kingdoms. Is it the one I understand? Ma Hongjun, momentarily disregarding the fate of the other meteor tears, felt a wave of emotion at the mention of the familiar 3 Kingdoms world. Indeed, it is a reflection of the ancient world from your past life. Countless projections exist across the myriad realms. However, there can only be one identical world in all universes. And this is the 3 Kingdoms you comprehend. Hearing the name of the 3 Kingdoms in this alternate world, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a warm sense of home. In this life, I have no regrets in entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall still be a Chinese. Ma Hongjun, having lived again, felt an overwhelming urge to immerse himself in Huaxia. In his past life, he was a fervent patriot, passionate about the history of Huaxia and everything it represented, particularly the great figures and heroes who emerged throughout its history. The 3 Kingdoms world is undoubtedly a realm teeming with heroes and loyal individuals. Aside from myself, can others enter the 3 Kingdoms world? After the initial excitement faded, Ma Hongjun began to worry about the safety of the 3 Kingdoms world, already envisioning himself as part of that realm. With the connection between the 2 worlds, conflicts and even wars would surely arise. Although he held fond feelings for the Douluo world, his heart remained with Huaxia. Rest assured, host, the world passage will only fully open after a year. and within 3 years. Only those with the strength of a title Douluo or above will be able to traverse between the two worlds. During the preceding year, the spiritual energy of both worlds will be identical, allowing the military generals and strategists of the Three Kingdoms world to gradually awaken their martial souls. And due to the rules of the world, they will be able to condense soul rings independently. Their power should not be underestimated. In fact, due to the meteor tears, they may even surpass the Douluo world. Phew, that's a relief. Ma Hongjun finally felt at ease. Exiting the sea of consciousness, he retrieved a gem resembling a tear, which was 1/2 of the 1/9 meteor tear he had obtained. He chose not to absorb its life energy, as this pertained to the critical ability of the special talent skill obtained from his second hidden soul ring. Chapter 129, Devil Training 1 at Shrek Academy. In the office of the principal, Zhao Wujin, Flanders, and Master Yu Xiaojiang took their seats in order of importance. A day had passed since their return from the Douluo forest, and the journey back had been calm, devoid of any notable occurrences. Or rather, any events that transpired were beyond the grasp of their level of awareness. That day, the dimensional passage linked to the world, and aside from Douluo in the Hall of Spirits and Poseidon on Sea God Island, as well as some mysterious beings in the Soul Beast forests, only a handful of hidden top-tier experts could vaguely sense the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world. However, due to the passage not being fully opened, it contained terrifying spatial turbulence. Even a title Douluo would not dare to step inside, leading to the matter fading away without resolution. Nevertheless, Douluo, the high-ranking elder of the Hall of Spirits and the strongest limit Douluo in the skies of Douluo continent, asserted that once one reached the level of title Douluo in a year, they would be able to enter. Simultaneously, they recognized that this mysterious passage that had abruptly appeared in the heart of Douluo continent led to a brand new world. If Douluo continent could engulf this land, it would successfully elevate the world. Once the Douluo world ascended, those powerful title Douluos would have hopes of advancing to the 100th level and the prospect of immortality. This information was naturally not something these title Douluos could deduce. It was a faint signal actively relayed by the Douluo world's mother star. Seeking to absorb the Three Kingdoms world, Flanders, seated at the main table, adjusted his vintage glasses and said with a pained expression, "Xiaojiang, you have no idea what dangers we encounter on our trip to the Douluo forest. We almost didn't make it back. I even encountered the Titan giant ape that Zhao and the others faced last time. Oh, how did you manage to return safely?" Yu Xiaojiang, initially calm, was taken aback by Flanders' words. Based on his understanding of Flanders, he knew that Flanders would never joke about such matters, and given Flanders' recent transformation into a more composed individual, he was even less likely to jest in this regard. Flanders recounted in detail the experiences of his group in the Douluo forest, hoping that the ever-intelligent master, who had profound insights into martial soul theory, could clarify his doubts. However, how could Master have ever heard of such a horrifying event? He awkwardly coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. It is not impossible to have a few soul beast friends. Perhaps the Titan giant ape was tasked by the Yoming Dujiao to stop you, the strongest among us who was unharmed. There may very well be a connection or trade between the two. The specifics are beyond our knowledge. If the Yoming Dujiao were present, they would surely be astonished by Master's wisdom." Although Master's speculation was not entirely accurate, it was not far from the truth. Just hearing the account of the events allowed him to infer the reasons, which required a certain level of intelligence and understanding of soul beasts. Of course, if Ma Hongjun were present, he would surely scoff, for anyone familiar with the rules of the Douluo world could deduce a general idea. This does not indicate that Master possesses exceptional abilities, but rather that every field has its own area of expertise. If, as you suggest, the Titan giant ape is a soul beast whose cultivation is not inferior to 100,000 years, there indeed exists such a possibility. Flinter nodded, for it was also his first encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast. He had long suspected in his heart, and upon hearing the Master state that a 100,000-year soul beast possesses wisdom equal to that of a human, his suspicions were confirmed. It is well that there are no issues. A 100,000-year soul beast is beyond our current reach, so let us change the subject. Flinder, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you, but since your journey to the Xingdo Great Forest, I have had no opportunity to elaborate. I believe your suggestion made before your departure was somewhat imprudent. Allowing a 12-year-old student to train alongside me and the other Shrek students seems to lack consideration. After all, A student is merely a student. No matter how exceptional their talents, they should not be tasked with responsibilities that rightfully belong to us teachers. The master endeavored to keep his tone calm, as he had always harbored a slight disapproval of Ma Hongjuan's privileges that exceeded those of the teachers at the academy. He feared that this would ultimately lead to Ma Hongjun developing a sense of entitlement, and thus sought to provide a gentle admonition. Master, you are well aware of Hongjuan's talent, and he possesses a composed demeanor and formidable willpower. Surely, no admonition is necessary. Zhao Wujia, not one to be easily deceived, discerned the master's implication and, noticing Flinder's silence as he contemplated, presumed he was deliberating on how to address Ma Hongjun, and thus interjected in his defense. He held a great fondness for the lad, appreciating his loyalty, strong will, and outstanding talent. Furthermore, as the leader behind their Douluo Duong, he could not allow the master to exert undue influence over him. This cannot stand, despite his exceptional talent, which I have seldom encountered, even when compared with Xiao San. He is still a student, and his privileges within Shrek Academy are indeed excessive. The master remained unaware of Ma Hongjuan's true identity, for as Tang San's teacher, Ma Hongjun had privately instructed Flinder and the others not to divulge too much about Douluo Duong in the master's presence. Then, master, what do you suggest I do? A faint voice drifted in from outside the window. Ma Hongjun had just arrived outside the principal's office and fortuitously overheard the conversation among the three. Since you are here, I shall speak plainly. Tomorrow, you will undergo rigorous training, but you must follow my instructions throughout, and your assistance will not be required. The master did not exhibit any embarrassment, but instead straightforwardly conveyed his thoughts. Flinder's expression grew troubled. On one hand, he had his closest brother, and on the other, his most cherished individual. If a conflict arose between the two, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed. Ma Hongjun entered the room, casting a glance at the silent Flinder, but showed no sign of anger, while he felt a slight dissatisfaction. He was a person of great filial piety and did not wish to place Flinder in a difficult position. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and said, I naturally hold your theoretical knowledge in high regard, and I am willing to follow your commands. However, when it comes to the training of soul masters and the capabilities of the Shrek 8 monsters, I believe no one understands them better than I do. I have already gained a comprehensive understanding of your strengths through Flinder's descriptions, and as for Xiao San and Xiao Wu, I have watched them grow. I believe I know their situations better than you do. A smile finally appeared on the master's lips, clearly pleased with Ma Hongjuan's perceptiveness. Since you are so confident, shall we make a wager? Tomorrow's training will consist of a collective weighted run based on your assessment of our abilities. If your judgment fails to push us to our limits, then I shall provide guidance on how to train. If we all reach our limits, then naturally, you will have one, and I shall adhere to your arrangements. What do you say? A mischievous smile played on Ma Hongjuan's lips as he spoke lightly. How do you know the content of my first phase of training? Did Flinder inform you? If you do not trust me, I shall accept this wager to prove my decision is sound. The master initially questioned, instinctively perplexed, but then quickly resumed his discourse. Very well, it is settled. Good then. I shall take my leave to rest now. See you tomorrow. Teacher Zhao, master. Ma Hongjun yawned nonchalantly and, after exchanging greetings, departed the principal's office. Chapter 130. The Devil's Training 2. He certainly did not intend to directly address the master's inquiries. Regarding the master's opinions of him, he remained indifferent, holding a degree of disdain for the master's character. Perhaps this was precisely why the master also held him in less than high regard. It can only be said that their positions differ. Ma Hongjun, being a dutiful son, harbored a strong dislike for the master's abandonment of family due to emotional entanglements, neglecting his elderly father and failing to see him one last time before his passing. Moreover, the master's relationship with his cousin, though dictated by fate, could have been forgiven had he chosen to repent in a timely manner. However, Lu Erlong was the woman favored by his teacher, thus subjectively, Ma Hongjun could not harbor any fondness for the master. Nevertheless, whether from a perspective of self-interest or familial ties, the relationship between him and the master remained symbiotic. Thus, it was one of the reasons he had never severed ties with the master, despite the master's comprehensive understanding of his abilities. He could not possibly probe the depths of his limits, and Ma Hongjun firmly believed that human potential is limitless. The energy of the meteor tears is not exclusive to him alone. With the presence of meteor tears, as long as everyone trains diligently, they will surpass one limit after another. There is no such thing as a true limit, and any assessment of strength is unfounded. Although Ma Hongjuan's remaining energy from the meteor tears is merely a single fragment, representing half of 1/9 of its energy, this 1/18 of life energy should not be underestimated. In the world of Douluo, it is more than sufficient for Ma Hongjun to utilize freely. Meteor tears contain life energy that not only expands the body's meridians, but also possesses formidable healing abilities, capable of safeguarding one's life. As long as one is not directly killed, they can recover instantaneously. Furthermore, this particular meteor tear is the core, encompassing a complete understanding of the laws, derived from the insight of the life god king of the star change world. Other smaller fragments of meteor tears also contain insights into the laws, albeit not as complete as Ma Hongjuan's. Yet, even understanding a mere 10% of them could propel one to become a top-tier powerhouse on the Douluo continent. At the break of dawn the next day, before the sun had even risen, the academy's bell rang. However, as this was the breakfast bell rather than a class bell, the Shrek 8 monsters, who had remained in a heightened state of alert in the Qingdou Great Forest, paid no heed except for Tang San. They all thought to indulge in another 5 minutes of slumber, until 20 minutes later, they gradually made their way to the dining hall. Seeing you all so lethargic, how can you still call yourselves the Shrek 8 monsters? In my opinion, you ought to be named the Shrek 8 lazy, except for Tang San, who arrived at the dining hall within 10 minutes. All of you came after 20 minutes. Do not think that your talent exempts you from the need to study. I can assure you, talent does not equate to power. While I will overlook it this time, since it is your first, and you have just returned from the perilous Qingdou Great Forest, hurry in and eat. The master's stern voice resonated throughout the dining hall. Although Flanders appeared to have loosened his purse strings in certain aspects, his inherent frugality remained unchanged, and he had no intention of expanding the Shrek Academy's cafeteria. Consequently, the meals were rather unappetizing. In Flanders' words, you are still too young to experience too much, especially when it comes to food, lest you develop a habit of extravagance and waste, which would ultimately interfere with your cultivation of soul power. Thus, breakfast consistently consisted of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs, which had long since become monotonous for the students, contributing to their lack of enthusiasm at mealtime. Ma Hongjun, like the other members of the Shrek 7, lowered his head, listening to the master's admonition without offering a rebuttal. He was indeed late, albeit only by a brief moment, and had not exceeded the mealtime. However, lateness is lateness, and he would not seek any excuses. He also recognized that the master had accomplished something commendable today. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but explain to the master, "Teacher, it's not entirely our fault. We're truly tired of the same breakfast every day. If it weren't for Dean Flanders insisting that we must have breakfast, we probably wouldn't even come." Accustomed to rigorous training and having grown up without a mother, Tang San had never complained about this matter. Yet, seeing Xiao Wu's somewhat aggrieved expression, he felt compelled to clarify. "Who told you today as breakfast was steamed buns, porridge, and eggs?" Enough with the explanations. "Xiao San, you all may come in now." The master finally opened the cafeteria door, allowing everyone to enter together. The cafeteria was modest in size, featuring a rectangular high table with about 10 seats, of which only 8 were adorned with exquisite dishes. Chicken legs, eggs, and bread filled the air with an enticing aroma that greatly stimulated one's appetite, complemented by a bowl of unknown porridge emanating an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. "Wow, how sumptuous! Did you prepare all of this, master? Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Oscar exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the food before him. "It smells so good. It's far superior to what the cafeteria lady makes." Xiao Wu chimed in, unable to resist praising the delightful aromas wafting through the air. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong maintained a more composed demeanor, merely curiously eyeing the bowl of fragrant porridge. While Fat Tiger's gaze was already fixated on the delectable food, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having anticipated this, exhibited no significant surprise. "Well, while it's still hot, let us eat quickly. You will have your first phase of training shortly. I spoke with Dean Flanders yesterday, and from now on, I will take charge of your meals." The master surveyed the group with satisfaction at their reactions and nodded. They obediently sat down to eat. Tang San took a sip of the porridge and, surprised, turned to the master, who was at a distance, engrossed in studying an ancient text. "Teacher, is this medicinal porridge?" "Yes. The porridge is made from medicinal herbs I ground into powder and prepared according to traditional medicinal cuisine methods. You are at a crucial growth stage, and your nutrition must keep pace. Only then can you train effectively," the master replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Tang San's ability to discern its nature. Then, his gaze drifted to the still-composed Ma Hongjun, who seemed somewhat uninteresting in comparison. It appears I have overestimated him. His talent is indeed exceptional. Yet there exists a fatal flaw in his martial soul. In the realms of martial souls and medicinal research, he does not match up to Xiao San. The only reason he currently surpasses Xiao San is due to the fortunate attributes of his martial soul. The master mused inwardly, shaking his head. If Ma Hongjun were privy to the master's thoughts, he would find it amusing. He may not have the same depth of understanding regarding medicinal herbs as Tang San, but his experiences certainly surpass them. As for any shortcomings in martial souls, it was a topic that could hardly be discussed. The rooster-crowned phoenix could indeed not eliminate the drawbacks of the evil fire, but it could facilitate the further evolution of the evil fire phoenix martial soul, its quality rivaling that of Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile, the highest quality martial soul among the 8. Even the current gap between them was negligible, if not non-existent. Moreover, the lucky CloverMartial soul would, within a year, successfully sprout 9 leaves, each bearing a different significance, implying that he might eventually possess 27 soul rings. In comparison to Tang San, the disparity was stark, and each leaf would bestow upon him unique special talents. The second hidden soul ring would grant Ma Hongjun the talent skill of the 8 gates of Doujia. Given his current physical state, he could only open 3 gates, but even that level of power would allow him to contend with the Soul King. The 8 gates of Doujia allows one to temporarily gain immense power by unlocking the chakra pathways within the body. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates of Doujia Array, which can instantly bestow strength many times greater than that of the 5 Kage. However, the efficacy of the 8 gates is contingent upon the practitioner's own capabilities. With Ma Hongjun's sun-breathing trait, the power of the 8 gates is significantly amplified, thus explaining why even opening 3 gates would enable him to battle a Soul King. The premise of utilizing the 8 gates of Doujia is extraordinary, requiring rigorous, excessive, and limit-defying training. Only through such training can one prepare their body and organs to withstand the burdens that follow opening the gates, minimizing the damage inflicted by the immense energy released. Forcing the opening of the gates is not feasible. Thus, even with Ma Hongjun's current physical prowess, he could only manage to open the 3rd gate, the Life Gate, with the Lotus of the Inner Realm. Ma Hongjun could wield power akin to that of a Soul King. Even when considering all his martial soul abilities, he could contend against a Soul Emperor. Let's not forget that he is currently merely a Soul Master without a 4th soul ring. After finishing their meal, the group emerged from the cafeteria, their faces adorned with satisfaction. Although they had only added a chicken leg and a bowl of medicinal porridge, the flavors could undoubtedly be deemed exquisite. To speak candidly, Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of sympathy for the master, which was one reason he had never crossed him. On the small playground, the master, with a nonchalant demeanor, cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and said, "Since you are all well-fed, let me assess your strengths. Although I am already quite familiar with your abilities through Dean Flanders, I cannot ascertain their authenticity without witnessing them firsthand." Ma Hongjun met the master's gaze but offered no response. The master was clearly taking precautions, unwilling to allow him any opportunity to assist in training, yet it appeared he had underestimated him. To believe that one can truly comprehend their own strength through weighted running training is nothing short of a foolish dream. In this world, aside from oneself, no one can accurately discern the limits of their capabilities. To put it bluntly, even Ma Hongjun is unaware of his true limits, for his potential is boundless. Thanks to the treasure known as Meteor Tears. "Teacher, what shall we do?" Tang San was the first to step forward, ready to cooperate with the master. "It is quite simple. You 8 must engage in individual battles. Xiao San, let the duel between you and Ma Hongjun commence first. However, you are not permitted to utilize your deadly hidden weapons. Ma Hongjun, you must also refrain from employing your second control-type spirit. Let the battle begin." The master's intention was to unveil Ma Hongjun's true strength. He was well aware of how terrifying Tang San's hidden weapons could be. Defeating opponents beyond one's rank was certainly not out of the question. At this moment, he merely prohibited Tang San from using his lethal hidden weapons, without restricting the use of others. Despite Ma Hongjun's overwhelming power and a soul force 3 levels higher than Tang San's, both were soul sages. By disallowing Ma Hongjun from using his lucky CloverSpirit, the disparity in their strengths would be considerably diminished. When supplemented by Tang San's array of peculiar hidden weapons, Ma Hongjun could not confidently claim victory, especially considering his additional abilities, such as the Breath of the Sun and the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Thus, disappointment awaited the master. Understood, Tang San replied respectfully. No problem. Ma Hongjun nodded nonchalantly. Oh, and you must not use your external spirit bones either, until you fully master them. They cannot be utilized, as the toxins they contain are beyond your current capacity to withstand. The master suddenly recalled and reminded them. Both nodded in agreement. Although Ma Hongjun's Breath of the Sun could counteract poisons, he was wary of unnecessary complications, as they were not mortal enemies. Furthermore, detoxification required soul power, and the Bai Lin Yin poison had become considerably more potent after absorbing 2 rare celestial herbs. While it might not necessarily fatally affect the toxin-savvy Tang San, it was better to be cautious. In truth, Ma Hongjun regarded Tang San as a true companion and would not resort to using the Earth Whip against him. Tang San, level 37 control-type Battle Soul Master, with the spirit of Lan Yin Chao. Hongjun, I look forward to your guidance, Tang San said with excitement, simultaneously performing a simple challenge gesture customary among soul masters before battle. He had long wished to measure his strength against the formidable Ma Hongjun. However, he understood that without restrictions, he would certainly be no match for Ma Hongjun, whose soul skills were astonishingly numerous. Even more intimidating was the purity of Ma Hongjun's soul power, which allowed him to perfectly unleash all his soul skills. Moreover, not only were Ma Hongjun's soul skills plentiful, but many also bore striking similarities to Tang San's, often surpassing them in effectiveness, as if they were evolved versions of his own techniques. Thus, Tang San had harbored a desire to surpass Ma Hongjun, driven by a sense of pride that would not allow him to settle for second best. Given the constraints on Ma Hongjun's lucky CloverSpirit, how could he not feel exhilarated? Ma Hongjun, with the spirit of the evil Fire Phoenix, a level 40 assault-type Battle Soul Master, be cautious, Ma Hongjun replied earnestly, sensing Tang San's formality and adjusting his own demeanor. He was keen to test whether he could defeat Tang San relying solely on his Phoenix spirit without employing special skills. Chapter 132. A swift victory, however. If defeat were to befall him, he would not foolishly refuse to leverage his advantages. First soul skill bind. Tang San, wary of underestimating his opponent, initiated the attack with his soul skill. The Lan Yin Chao in his hands swelled in size, transforming into thick vines that surged toward Ma Hongjun from all directions. Ma Hongjun planted his feet firmly on the ground, propelling himself 3 meters into the air in an instant, his back sprouting a pair of crimson wings, a manifestation of the flight ability bestowed by his Phoenix spirit. With a gentle flap of his wings, he effortlessly evaded the encroaching tendrils of Tang San's Lan Yin Chao. Beware, my Phoenix flames are no ordinary fire. Sun's Ray Piercer, Ma Hongjun stated with a slight smile, issuing a warning. Before his words could fully dissipate, he rapidly conjured a fire cone as wide as a water barrel, launching it toward Tang San's direction. Tang San felt as though his very essence had been locked onto by Ma Hongjun's soul skill, prompting him to activate Ghost Shadow Mistranslation, deftly maneuvering to the left as he aimed directly for the space beneath Ma Hongjun, momentarily perplexed by Tang San's intentions. Ma Hongjun wondered if he was inviting his own attack. However, he would not allow Tang San to approach him easily, skillfully changing positions with another flap of his wings. You've fallen for my trap. Celestial Claw. At that moment, Tang San, having navigated Ghost Shadow Mistranslation halfway, suddenly pivoted, launching a claw-shaped hidden weapon from his left hand toward the massive tree behind Ma Hongjun. Trailing closely behind Tang San was Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, Sun's Ray Piercer. Just as Ma Hongjun believed he had been successfully outmaneuvered, a thunderous crash erupted. To his astonishment, Tang San's target was not Ma Hongjun, but rather the towering tree behind him. The celestial claw pierced through the trunk, its tip anchoring firmly within. As the claw's retraction propelled Tang San forward with a speed that rivaled Ma Hongjun's locking attack. Tang San had deftly evaded Ma Hongjun's targeted assault through meticulous calculations, utilizing the agility of Ghost Shadow Mistranslation and the unforeseen trajectory of Celestial Claw to divert Ma Hongjun's focus. The colossal tree shuddered violently, branches shedding, while the trunk itself bore the scorching marks of the potent Phoenix flames. It is crucial to note that this was not Ma Hongjun's full power. It was merely a casual strike. Had he unleashed his full might, that tree, thick enough for two to embrace, would have surely toppled. Gulp. The observing Oscar and the others could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the destructive force of Ma Hongjuan's casual attack. Cold sweat trickled down Tang San's back as he silently thanked fortune for not being struck. He would certainly have been unable to withstand such a blow. Yet, observing the slightly damaged celestial claw lodged in the tree, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, for it was a treasured hidden weapon he had painstakingly crafted. An essential tool for both home and travel. Ahem, Ma Hongjun, you are not permitted to utilize your flying abilities. What I wish to see is not merely the outcome of your battle. The master coughed awkwardly, stating blandly. His implication was clear. He sought to gauge their true strengths to determine their limits and win the wager. While it felt somewhat shameless, it was not entirely unreasonable. After all, the master's prowess was evident, and what could a mere soul sage reveal? Ma Hongjun nodded silently, retracting his wings. Xiao-san, it appears the master is determined to witness my strength today. Do not blame me for not giving you face, he thought to himself. Ma Hongjuan stood 5 meters away from Tong San, refraining from launching an attack, instead wearing a half-smile as he spoke. No worries, come at me. I wish to discern the extent of our disparity. With that, Tong San nodded and, without hesitation, launched another assault. The blue-silver grass transformed into a web that ensnared Ma Hongjuan. Do you wish to seize the initiative? Alas, I have no desire to indulge in this further. Ma Hongjuan mused privately. The restrictions imposed by the master on certain techniques had diminished Ma Hongjuan's eagerness to continue this contest. In an instant, he activated the sun's breath characteristic, darting out of Tong San's blue-silver grass restraints like a phantom, evading the control that Tong San's third soul skill could impose under the duress of Ma Hongjuan's doubled speed. In this, little San with the first soul skill, Phoenix crying to the heavens. At this moment, Ma Hongjuan felt no need to prolong the skirmish, unleashing the most formidable first soul skill of his Phoenix martial spirit. This strike, having been meticulously refined by Ma Hongjuan into a single target attack, represented a significant breakthrough in his soul skills. Originally a group attack, the Phoenix crying to the heavens had been transformed by Ma Hongjuan into a focused assault, diminishing its range, but amplifying its potency exponentially. Ma Hongjuan did not exert his full strength. He employed only 80% of his soul power, a testament to his pride, as he refused to exploit the 3-level advantage over Tong San. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, Tong San, deprived of his hidden weapons and the 8 spider lances, found himself unable to withstand the ferocity of Ma Hongjuan's soul skill. Ma Hongjuan's soul power was exceedingly pure, allowing for rapid soul skill manifestation, far surpassing the speed at which Tong San, a control-type user, could respond. The originally indiscriminate Phoenix, crying to the heavens, within a 5-meter radius, would stun opponents and engulf them in searing magma. Yet, Ma Hongjuan had innovated a single-target mechanism, enabling him to lock onto his adversary to a certain extent. In a fleeting moment, Tong San was rendered dazed by Ma Hongjuan's soul skill, teetering on unsteady feet. Before Tong San could devise an appropriate counter, Ma Hongjuan swiftly pivoted and delivered a sudden kick to Tong San's chest. Tong San was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and rose with a pallid visage, dejectedly admitting, I concede. I apologize, master. I am not a match for Hongjuan and could not compel him to reveal his full strength. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Tong San recognized that much of his capability with hidden weapons was intended for actual combat, rendering him hesitant during this exchange. Had he been permitted to wield the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he felt he might have had a substantial chance to defeat or even eliminate Ma Hongjuan. However, this sentiment was merely his perception. Ma Hongjuan was not so easily vanquished, not to mention the healing properties of Liuxing Lei, which inherently granted Ma Hongjuan an edge. Even his external soul bone could effortlessly thwart Tong San's concealed weapons. Ma Hongjuan had privately tested the durability of the external soul bone, DoubleSpirit, discovering it to be harder than a millennium of mysterious iron. Besides housing potent toxins, its hardness was the only aspect that truly satisfied Ma Hongjuan. Although the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was formidable, it was insufficient to penetrate the DoubleSpirit. Ma Hongjuan had yet to fully integrate with his external soul bone, but had already achieved a degree of control. He faced no difficulties in countering Tong San's hidden weapons. Ah, no worries, this is not your fault. I did not anticipate your strength, Hongjuan. Even little San could not compel you to display your full potential. I underestimated you somewhat. However, this alone does not suffice for you to assist me in training. Now, It is time for Dai Mubai and Ao Sika to face off against Yu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Peng Hu, the master remarked, casting a deep glance at Ma Hongjuan before inhaling deeply to steady his emotions, then directing his attention to the others. Chapter 133. Complete victory. Seeing that the master refrained from pitting others against him or launching a joint assault, Ma Hongjuan quietly exhaled in relief. After all, the Phoenix martial spirit was powerful and ill-suited for friendly sparring, while the lucky grass was undergoing its evolution into the nine-leaf clover. It was preferable to refrain from utilizing hidden soul ring skills whenever possible. The master appeared to possess a somewhat thin skin, and Ma Hongjuan teased, "So, little son, I showed mercy. If that kick had landed on your heart, you would have certainly been unable to withstand it." Ma Hongjuan and Tong San arrived at the observation area, the former affectionately draping an arm over Tong San's shoulder. "I surmise that you utilized only approximately 80% of your soul power earlier. Sigh, truly monstrous. For now, I shall refrain from competing with you, this prodigy." Tong San, somewhat helpless, chuckled and shook his head. "This is not the Tong San I know. If even you cannot match my prowess, who else in this world can?" Although Ma Hongjuan's words bore merit, he overlooked the impending fusion of the Three Kingdoms world with the Douluo world, where exceptional talents would abound. The trajectory of fate on the Douluo continent was subtly shifting. Regardless of these changes, Tong San's innate gifts ensured he would remain among the elite. Ma Hongjuan's claims were not unfounded. Observing the battle unfolding, Ao Sika initiated with his soul skill, Little Sausage, restoring the Big Sausage, and deploying the Flying Mushroom Sausage, which he swiftly tossed to Dai Mubai. The Little Sausage could instantly dispel any abnormal status from Dai Mubai, while the Big Sausage replenished both stamina and soul power, and the Flying Mushroom Sausage facilitated flight. With Ao Sika's assistance, Dai Mubai, leveraging the effects of the Flying Mushroom Sausage, nearly triumphed over the unprepared trio of Xiao Wu, Peng Hu, and Yu Zhuqing. Fortunately, the three were accustomed to collaborating and quickly regained their composure. Ultimately, Peng Hu and his companions found their rhythm in battle, relying on Peng Hu's formidable defensive capabilities to endure Dai Mubai's fierce onslaught until the effects of the Flying Mushroom Sausage dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu unleashed her charm, while Yu Zhuqing launched a flanking attack, inevitably leading to Dai Mubai's defeat at the hands of Xiao Wu's eight-dawn throw. Xiao Wu withdrew her foot from Dai Mubai's back, pride radiating from her demeanor as she surveyed her fellow students, as if to say, "Did you see that? When confronted by me, Xiao Wu, it is best to concede. Otherwise, this is your fate." "Xiao Wu, may I ask if you're aware of your missteps?" A discordant voice pierced the air. Observing Xiao Wu reveling in her victory, the master approached with a stern expression, inquiring with gravity. "Huh, us? Master, have you mistaken something? Do we not win? Shouldn't you be addressing Dai Mubai and Ao Sika?" Xiao Wu queried, somewhat perplexed. They certainly made errors as well. Once Peng Hu's trio regained control of the battle, Dai Mubai ought not to have engaged Peng Hu directly. Were I in his position, I would have sought to eliminate the slowest and weakest one first, then systematically dispatched Yu Zhuqing and Peng Hu with Ao Sika's support. However, Dai Mubai and Ao Sika's decisive actions at the outset were commendable. They launched a fierce offensive to disrupt the rhythm of your battle without a hint of complacency. In contrast, why did you not interrupt Ao Sika's soul skill? I had previously stated that Dai Mubai would face you three, yet if you had managed to resolve the threat posed by Ao Sika before he could unleash his sausages, it would have been well within the permissible boundaries of the rules. Lacking the assistance of Ayasaka, even a level 42 Dai Mubai would swiftly succumb to the combined onslaught of the three of you. Your victory hinges solely upon the formidable strength of your collective prowess. In a life-and-death confrontation, should your adversary surpass Dai Mubai in strength, do you comprehend the repercussions of such an encounter? The master, with a stern countenance, delivered this admonition in one breath, chastising the group. The trio dared not retort, while the earnest Peng Hu remained unfazed. Both Xiao Wu and Zhuqing wore expressions of indignation, unprepared for such treachery. Furthermore, this was not a real battle, and how could they justify attacking Ayasaka in a 3-on-1 scenario? Although the master spoke the truth, they still felt a twinge of discontent, for they had indeed triumphed. The master was correct. In team spirit battles, support-type soul masters are our primary targets. Peng Hu's limited speed was inconsequential, yet Xiao Wu, as a powerful attacker, and Zhuqing, as a swift attacker, could have easily seized his sausage or thwarted his production of it, while Ayasaka, was taken by surprise. Ma Hongjun could not help but step forward, justly remarking, "Oh, if Wuga says so, it must be true. We shall not repeat the same error next time, shall we, Zuzhuking?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun speak, Xiaowu quickly concealed her discontent and nudged Zuzhuking, grinning mischievously. Zuzhuking, the taciturn one, merely nodded in agreement. The rapidity of her change in demeanor left the others in a state of helplessness. "Master, they have all fought. Why am I singled out? I want to—" Ningrongrong, having observed the conclusion of the match, also stepped forward. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the master's audacity. As Ningrongrong assisted Damubai against Ma Hongjun, while Ningrongrong aided Tongsan. Ponghu faced Ma Hongjun, and Ningrongrong and Ayasaka supported Xiaowu and Zuzhuking against Ma Hongjun. The initial decision to exclude Ningrongrong from the fray was merely to conserve her soul power for use against him. Over the course of the morning, Ma Hongjun battled each of his Shrek companions, maintaining an unblemished record of victories. This astonished the master and those already familiar with Ma Hongjun's prowess. For strength does not equate to endurance, and Ma Hongjun's extraordinary stamina once again redefined their understanding of his capabilities. To penalize the errors made during your battles, and as a means of training from this moment forward, you shall bear the burdens within the bamboo baskets outside the academy and run 10 laps around Sawatu City to Shrek Academy with these weights strapped on. You are not permitted to use soul power. Failure to complete the 10 laps means you will not be allowed to dine, the master stated as he approached the weary fighters. "What? This is utterly inhumane." Ayasaka was the first to break, exclaiming, "Enough. You shall not complain. You had the easiest battle, incurring minimal physical exhaustion compared to us." Damubai interjected, standing up first. "Dailao, did you feel it too?" Tongsan also rose. You felt it as well? I sense that my soul power seems to have shown signs of improvement post-battle. It appears the master's methods, though seemingly harsh, indeed aid in our cultivation. Although the effects may not be immediately evident, I shall fully cooperate if it benefits my soul power, Damubai declared, sprinting towards the academy's gates. Ma Hongjun followed at a leisurely pace, and the others, seeing this, had no choice but to rise and follow. Chapter 134. Extreme Training Upon Arriving Outside the Academy. The Shrek 8 monsters felt a wave of trepidation as they gazed at the weight inscribed on the baskets. Aoshik, 100 kilogramów, Ningrungrung, 100 kilogramów, ZHZHKNG, 150 kilogramów, PNGH, 220 kilogramów, Shuf, 220 kilogramów. Tangs, 260 kilogram, Daimbai, 300 kilogram, Mong, 500 kilogram. Compared to the training in the original narrative, it was evident that everyone's soul power levels had significantly improved. Yet the weights exceeded their limits. "Master, are you certain these are in kilograms and not in gene?" Ayasaka asked, staring in disbelief at the master, whose expression was somber. The master furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he had clearly instructed Zhao Wuji to procure metal weights calculated in gene. How had this transformed into kilograms? However, to uphold his image as a teacher, he refrained from voicing his confusion. "What? Are you afraid? Are a mere few hundred gene too daunting for you? If you aren't afraid, then proceed to don your burdens. You are not permitted to use soul power. If you fail to complete the 10 laps, you shall not eat. Furthermore, should you fail the task, Ma Hongjun will no longer assist me in your training." The master thought of his wager with Ma Hongjun, secretly relishing the situation. The moment the group heard that Ma Hongjun would not assist in their training, the Shrek 7 monsters erupted in protest, for his training methods had been immensely beneficial. Moreover, Ma Hongjun often rewarded them with valuable resources to enhance their strength, such as top-tier elixirs and advanced knowledge of soul masters. They were all eager to learn from him, hoping to narrow the gap in their abilities. "No, we can surely do this. Moreover, Wuga must be involved in our training. Otherwise, we would rather accept Wuga's training privately than allow you to instruct us." Master Ningrongrong, whose demeanor had improved, was the first to step forward. Ma Hongjun silently nodded, affirming that he had not taken this sister in vain. "We accept. We will certainly complete the task," Zuzhuking declared, directly shouldering her assigned weight, demonstrating her resolve. Xiaowu promptly urged Tongsan to join her in lifting her weight, following closely behind Zuzhuking, ready to commence. For them, the hundreds of gene might not seem insurmountable. It was far from easy. Without the use of soul power, completing even 5 laps would likely prove challenging, let alone the full 10. Ma Hongjun lifted his burden, finding it well-adjusted, considering his current physical condition was enhanced under the dual benefits of the sun's breath. Otherwise, the 1,000 gene weight would have been cumbersome. making the weighted run exceedingly difficult. Dalabai, how are you faring? If you struggle, I can help lighten your load. Ma Hongjun smiled at Dai Mubai, who was having difficulty shouldering his weight. Huh, a man should not utter I cannot. Let us go. I must complete these 10 laps to learn more from you, Dai Mubai retorted, rolling his eyes as he set off, not sparing a glance at the astonished master. The others followed suit, leaving the master dumbfounded, for he had not anticipated the extent of Ma Hongjun's influence among the students. Little did he know, prior to his arrival, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wuji had been training them together, and during their sessions, Ma Hongjun occasionally had Tongsan concoct top-tier elixirs for their therapeutic baths, which he had acquired from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well as from Tian Luodawang. These top-tier elixirs were meticulously prepared by him and Dugabo, possessing the ability to assist in enhancing physical strength and accelerating the absorption of residual medicinal power from the immortal herbs within the body. The benefits for the 7 monsters are self-evident. While their significant achievements are largely attributed to the immortal herbs, they are undoubtedly also a result of their own relentless efforts, along with the occasional advantages provided by Ma Hongjun. On a distant mountain, Flander, observing the scene through binoculars, could not help but express his bewilderment to Zhao Wujia. Old Zhao, how could you make such a fundamental error? Were you not instructed to prepare by the gene? How did it turn into kilograms? How could that be? Although I, Old Zhao, am not particularly learned, I'm certainly familiar with these characters. I saw that our Tianluo Duong stock in the warehouse was all marked in kilograms, so I prepared to have it. Who would have known that we would run into the poisoned Douluo, who was seeking medicinal herbs? Upon hearing my explanation, the poisoned Douluo decided to personally select the weight for them. How could I dare to defy the wishes of the poisoned Douluo? Zhao Wujia replied, somewhat helplessly. I see. Senior Dugu knows my disciple better than I do. It seems he believes my disciple's limits should exceed 500 gene. But does he also know the other members of our academy as well? Flander pondered. But soon his concern led him to lift the binoculars he had acquired from who knows where and observe the already training Shrek's 8 monsters. While they were preoccupied with their thoughts, Ma Hongjun was astonished by the master's assessment of his limits, completely unaware that it stemmed from the old poisoner, who had confided so much in him. Ma Hongjun believed he could complete the task before reaching his physical limits, but he overlooked the others. After a lap, all had begun to break into a sweat. The master, true to the original narrative, had prepared salt water for everyone. Although surprised by Ma Hongjun's strength, he maintained his composure, appearing entirely in control. By the second lap, fatigue was evident among the group, and by the third lap, as they struggled visibly, Ma Hongjun scolded himself for his foolishness and called out to everyone, let's take a break. We cannot continue like this. Otherwise, not only 10 laps, even 5 laps will become a challenge. We need to coordinate to accomplish this seemingly arduous training. Ma Hongjun was aware that someone was undoubtedly observing their movements from behind, but he figured that pausing to discuss strategy would not provoke any objections. Huff, how do we coordinate? You tell me. Daimubai, Bante Devidi, feeling parched and breathless despite the support of the salt water. Are we to use the method you taught before, reducing wind resistance? Oscar, quick-witted, grasped Ma Hongjun's intent and exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it's not just that. The weights of Dai Mubai and Tang San are evidently exceeding their limits for 10 laps. We need to redistribute the weights, Ma Hongjun explained. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to place the 20-kilogram Xiantai stones from both Dai Mubai and Tang San's bamboo baskets on his own back, then arranged them in a vertical line, standing at the forefront to shield the others from wind resistance. Zhu Zhuqing also retrieved a 20-kilogram Xiantai stone from Xiao Wu and placed it in her bamboo basket, while Oscar grabbed a piece from Ning Rongrong. Only Fat Tiger maintained his original weight, continuing forward, despite the increased loads on Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, with Ma Hongjun leading the way to block the wind. They did not feel any significant burden, while the other 4, who suddenly reduced their weights, felt an immense sense of relief. After 7 laps, the group had to stop again, gazing at the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong proactively reclaimed their burdens. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and also took a piece of Xiantai stone from Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar to add to their own loads. Ma Hongjun, however, remained steadfast. Though drenched in sweat, his eyes sparkled with determination. He sensed he had yet to reach his limits and supported Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing to continue forward. Dai Mubai and Tang San alternated in shielding the others from wind resistance. Although Fat Tiger did not possess a beast martial soul, His naturally robust physique allowed him to share some of the burden. However, he too was nearing his limits and could only follow slowly behind Tang San. By the 8th lap, both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had reached their limits. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, who were being assisted by Ma Hongjun, had regained some strength and reclaimed their weights. Do not underestimate the act of merely reclaiming a few dozen gene. In such circumstances, even a reduction of 1 gene would feel significantly lighter. Ma Hongjun once again stepped forward to assist Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, while Tang San could only shake his head in resignation, saying nothing, as he too was nearing his breaking point. Ma Hongjun sensed he was approaching his limits, yet continued to share the burden, completely unafraid of faltering, instead feeling an unusual excitement. He knew that the meteor tears would soon come into play. This was not something he could use at will. It could only be activated in moments of life-threatening danger or when one's physical strength had reached its limits. At this moment, faint starlight began to shimmer in Ma Hongjun's chest, yet he had evidently not reached his limits. Though he felt drained, he could still erupt with power at critical moments. Oh no, why haven't I reached my physical limits yet? This won't do. Ma Hongjun awakened from his internal world, gazing at the group he was supporting, and resolutely declared, Rongrong, Zhuqing, Oscar, give me your weights. Without waiting for their objections, he summoned the last vestige of his strength, snatched the large bamboo basket from Zhu Zhuqing's back, and loaded Ning Rongrong and Oscar's weights into it, resting it against his chest. Only in this way could he stimulate the effects of meteor tears, surpass his limits, and enhance his strength. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that if he did not improve, had he not just run 10 laps with weights for nothing? If pushing himself could elevate his strength, why not embrace it? In a sense, it was not a fruitless endeavor, as the barriers between the group dissolved with this display of unity and support, rendering Shrek's 8 monsters more cohesive than ever. 5th brother, you might wear yourself out under this pressure, Zhu Zhuqing warned. I can do it, I can. Quickly, give it back to me. As she spoke, she attempted to reclaim her weight. However, her excitement caused her legs to weaken, and she stumbled forward, her face heading straight for the ground. The ground was littered with stones, and Zhu Zhuqing fell forward, her exhausted hands unable to brace her fall. In their effort to avoid using their soul powers, they had sealed their abilities in a special manner, leaving them unable to release it in time. A hard fall could leave her bruised and battered. Ma Hongjun, standing closest, was suddenly alarmed. In an instant, he unleashed the last remnants of his primal strength, swiftly catching Zhu Zhuqing before she could hit the ground. However, having exhausted his strength, he was unable to bear Zhu Zhuqing's weight as her body tilted backward, falling behind. Strangely, no matter how weary Ma Hongjun had felt, the meteor tears, which had previously shown no reaction, suddenly emanated a peculiar energy glow. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's fatigued body was revitalized, akin to a reclusive individual who, deprived of sunlight, suddenly bathes in its warmth. His mental and soul powers surged in purity and solidity along with this strange energy. Ma Hongjun sensed that another encounter with such a sensation could resolve the chaotic issues arising from his dual martial souls. In the original narrative, Tang San was able to address this problem due to his enhanced mental strength and one of the top 3 physical strengths on the continent. However, this was a power Tang San attained only after becoming a soul Douluo, while Ma Hongjun was merely a soul zone at present, and thus his physical and mental strength could not be comparably formidable. Although meteor tears were powerful, they were insufficient to elevate him multiple tiers instantaneously. The growth bestowed by the meteor tears was more about enhancing his life force. Currently, his mental strength was only marginally superior to that of a typical Soul Emperor. His physical strength was only slightly greater than Dai Mubai's when he employed the White Tiger Golden transformation, but he now sensed a noteworthy increase. Of course, if Dai Mubai utilized the breath of the sun, there would be no chance for an intimate physical confrontation between them, as the physical quality enhancement from the breath of the sun was an anomaly in the world of Douluo. The soul power surged from within, instantly protecting both himself and Zhu Zhuqing, who happened to be resting against Ma Hongjun's chest. Hongjun, 5th brother. Zhuqing, are you all right? Due to the sudden turn of events, the group had been distracted, halting their steps to express their concern. Yet, no one stepped forward to assist them. They merely gazed at the two with worried expressions. Ning Rongrong wished to intervene and separate them, but found herself devoid of any surplus strength, merely watching with a tinge of jealousy. I'm fine. It seems my soul power has advanced a bit, and I feel invigorated. I'll support you as we continue forward. After we return to Shalake Academy, our mission will be accomplished. Ma Hongjuan quickly regained his composure from that delightful sensation, helping Zhu Juqing up while maintaining a facade of calmness to encourage her. The others lacked the energy to question Ma Hongjuan's condition, having long since grown accustomed to his peculiarities. However, one could discern from their expressions a hint of envious admiration. Only Ao Sika, blinking rapidly, glanced between Zhu Juqing and Ma Hongjuan, his demeanor tinged with subtle ambiguity. The group continued to run, or rather walk, hand in hand, with Ma Hongjuan enjoying the unique fortune of being flanked by Zhu Juqing on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other, who held hands with Xiao Wu, who in turn held Tong San's hand. Sensing the strange energy still surging from his chest, Ma Hongjuan attempted to channel it outward through his hands, infusing it into Zhu Juqing's body. She suddenly felt a warm current emanating from his palm, initially believing it to be his soul power aiding her recovery. However, upon closer examination, she realized it was not soul power. Gradually, she sensed her previously exhausted body, which had been forcibly dragged along, rejuvenating as if the shackles within her had shattered, reminiscent of the euphoric feeling upon breaking through her physical limits after acquiring a spirit ring. Observing the others, she found no unusual reactions, and when she glanced at Ma Hongjuan, she saw him subtly nodding, signaling her to remain discreet. Noticing Zhu Juqing's pale complexion restore its rosy hue, Ma Hongjuan, taking advantage of the continued flow of the meteor tier's strange energy, directed a portion into Ning Rongrong's body on his right. Ning Rongrong, having reached her limits, felt a significant resurgence of energy and cast a grateful glance at Ma Hongjuan. Without needing any prompting from him, she maintained her composure as though nothing had transpired. Only her hand, holding Xiao Wu's, gradually exerted more strength, transitioning from mutual support to assisting Xiao Wu, and suddenly, two more individuals with energy emerged among the previously exhausted group. Seeing the three women persist, particularly Ning Rongrong, the supportive soul master, radiating vitality, they were unwilling to concede defeat, pushing themselves as if unleashing their latent potential. In mere moments, they spotted the gates of Shalake Academy. Brothers, let us put in more effort. Victory is within reach. At this moment, aside from Ma Hongjuan, who retained most of his stamina, only Zhu Juqing and Ning Rongrong had borrowed a fraction of the meteor tier's peculiar abilities. Victory was at hand. They charged forward. Dai Mubai, brimming with pride, was the first to release his hold on his teammates and accelerated toward the front. The others, relying on sheer determination and willpower, pressed on. While they were all close to the level of Soul Zone or at that rank, the weight of their burden was indeed challenging to bear. They have returned, Xiao Gong exclaimed. What did I say? Your methods may baffle others, but they cannot deter my disciples. To be candid, my pupil has not only controlled the flaws of his martial soul, but has also experienced a significant enhancement in its quality, undoubtedly possessing the potential for a title Douluo and even divinity. Upon spotting the Shalake 8 in sight, Falon Day patted Dashi's shoulder with pride. It's no wonder my judgment was flawed. This clarifies why he is so extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, he has mastered a form of regenerative ability akin to that of the divine beast, the phoenix, hence his remarkable stamina. Dashi Xiaojiang, surprisingly, did not share Falon Day's perspective, muttering to himself with a hint of self-satisfaction. Indeed, it must be so, based on my observations. The 8 have not utilized fluctuations of soul power along the way. Only at the final stretch did Hongjuan appear to recover his energy abruptly, as if he had been invigorated, assisting the others in pressing onward. Zhao Wuji suddenly recalled something, nodding in agreement. The peculiar energy waves emitted by the meteor tears were beyond his perception. Even a divine being would fail to recognize the issue without contact with this extraordinary energy. The energy level of the meteor tears was entirely distinct from the soul power of the Douluo continent. If one were to categorize the energy levels, the meteor tears would belong to the uppermost tier, while soul power would merely rank above the lowest tier. Wait for me. If Rongrong can, then I can too. Ao Sika, driven by immense willpower, sprinted after Dai Mubai. The others, unwilling to lag behind, surged forward as well. Fortunately, during the final stretch, the group supported one another, recovering some stamina, though the exhaustion of their spirits went unnoticed. Now, fueled by sheer determination, they charged toward the academy gates. Only Ma Hongjuan trailed behind at a deliberate pace, ensuring the safety of the others. After all, their soul power had been sealed by themselves. and if they were not cautious, they could easily face dire consequences when their strength waned. As the group burst into the academy, Ao Sika was the first to faint, followed closely by Dai Mu Bai, who lay motionless on the ground, and Peng Hu, who was honored to become the second to lose consciousness. After all, aside from Ma Hongjuan, Peng Hu had borne a burden no less than that of Dai Mu Bai throughout their journey, yet he had remained silent, garnering little attention. Peng Hu, though astute and occasionally cunning, does not possess the simple-mindedness he outwardly displays. However, he is undeniably the most diligent among his peers, a quality that significantly contributes to his ability to keep pace with the training of the other six. When Ma Hongjun witnessed him faint, he felt no surprise. The reason he refrained from alleviating Fat Tiger's burden during their journey was due to his understanding of Fat Tiger's stubbornness. He knew Fat Tiger would not accept assistance. It was not in Ma Hongjuan's nature to help others bear their burdens. As he had known Fat Tiger the longest among them and was most familiar with his physical capabilities, suddenly freed from their burdens, the group stumbled in exhaustion. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who disregarded their appearances and sat on the ground, exuding an allure akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. Infused with a touch of earthly charm, only Ma Hongjun stood unaffected, slowly assisting the others in shedding their loads before approaching the master, declaring, "You have lost. Indeed, I have lost, and you have triumphed. You are now qualified to train them alongside me." The master acknowledged, his tone earnest as he nodded solemnly and turned away. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, assumed the master was struggling to accept defeat and glanced towards his own teacher. "Ah, splendid. No doubt you're my disciple. The master has gone to prepare medicinal herbs for your bath. He is, after all, a tough exterior with a tender heart, genuinely concerned for your well-being. It is the first time I have witnessed him concede in public," explained Flander with a chuckle, though his face bore an unmistakable pride reflecting his true sentiments. "My disciple Hongjun possesses the potential of an emperor." Upon hearing Flander's words, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that Yu Xiaojiang was not as detestable as he had previously imagined. Reflecting on the events of the original narrative, he understood that Yu Xiaojiang's actions were not entirely villainous, but rather stemmed from character flaws and a certain emotional timidity that rendered him contemptible. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun adhered to his principle. A good person who opposes him is no different from villain. He would generously reciprocate kindness towards those who treated him well, choosing to overlook their shortcomings as long as they were not irredeemably wicked. Perhaps some would label him selfish, but this was his authentic self. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, there were no absolute rights or wrongs, only differing perspectives. Ma Hongjun reclined in the medicinal bath prepared by the master, appreciating the gesture, as Flander mentioned it came from the master's own resources. As he lay in the tub in his room, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, meticulously reflecting on the powers he had acquired. Besides the sun's breath, the second hidden soul ring bestowed upon him a unique ability known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia, which, in terms of combat enhancement, surpassed his current sun's breath. Recalling the day's events, he realized that his hidden cards were insufficient, nearly forcing him to reveal everything he possessed. Aside from his 2 special abilities, only the external soul bone could serve as a trump card, as his other soul techniques remained dormant due to the evolution of his martial spirit. Is the weapon spirit still present? Ma Hongjun inquired tentatively within his mind. However, no response came. Ever since the last evolution of his martial spirit, the weapon spirit had fallen silent. Not only had he been unable to draw upon the benevolent points for a lottery, but he could not even access the passage between the worlds. With a sense of resignation, Ma Hongjun succumbed to slumber in the bath, reassured by his now robust physique, which rendered him unafraid of drowning in the water. Meanwhile, in the 3 Kingdoms world, an unprecedented transformation had transpired 10 days prior, coinciding with the imminent downfall of Gongsun Zan, one of the warlords of Yuzhou. Suddenly, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic shift as 36 meteors fell from the sky, only to vanish abruptly, leaving no trace. This event was followed by a surge of spiritual energy in the 3 Kingdoms realm. The spirit energy, which had gradually thinned since the time of the first emperor, suddenly became increasingly potent, enabling numerous martial artists and scholars to break through their previous limitations. The rich spirit energy indicated that people's physiques would strengthen with prolonged exposure to this energy. A visible black hole appeared in the sky. In an ordinary courtyard, a man with a bushy beard and dark skin, exuding a straightforward demeanor, gazed at the sky and asked a tall, earnest-looking youth with large ears, "Brother, What do you think that black hole in the sky is? It feels as if the other side is a different world. Indeed, I am not alone in this feeling. Second brother, do you not think the other side of the black hole resembles another realm? Liu Bei pondered thoughtfully, turning to a formidable man with a majestic beard. Known as Guan Yu. If the universe described in the 3 meteors we acquired truly exists, I suspect it is quite plausible. Guan Yu, the legendary warrior who once flooded 7 armies and cut through 5 passes, replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the immense black hole that had appeared 10 days prior. This black hole was colossal, visible from any corner of the land. It hung in the sky like a second sun. At the same time, Yin Liang, pursuing the remnants of the White Horse volunteers, suddenly halted. Before him stood a dashing figure clad in silver armor, wielding a gleaming spear. The shimmering lance began to blur before his eyes, transforming into a spectral dragon that surged towards them. They were soldiers under Yuan Shao, dispatched to hunt down the remnants of Gongsun Zan, numbering over 100. Yet, against the ethereal dragon, they appeared insignificant. With no sound, the dragon's path left chaos in its wake. In this critical moment, Yin Liang's great sword began to shimmer, and a phantom blade, approximately 30 meters long, emerged behind him. Yin Liang, bewildered by the spectacle, found the ethereal blade instinctively defending against the spectral dragon, perhaps due to the dragon's significant energy expenditure. It was momentarily halted by the sudden appearance of the phantom blade. This unforeseen event astonished not only Yin Liang, but also the young warrior in silver armor. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, realizing the urgency of their situation. Seizing the moment of confusion, he rallied the remaining 30 members of the White Horse volunteers to make their escape. Strangely, as they fled, the pursuing soldiers led by Yin Liang inexplicably allowed them to pass. The world is changing. I cannot afford to waste more time here with that silver-armored youth. I must swiftly report my suspicions to the Lord and prepare accordingly, Yin Liang thought, casting one last glance at the black hole that had appeared in the sky days earlier. He promptly ordered a retreat to camp, leaving his deputy to manage the aftermath, and he himself hastened to ride back to Jizhou under the cover of night. Concurrently, renowned warriors across the land experienced similar transformations in their weapons as had Yin Liang and the silver-armored warrior. If Ma Hongjuan were present, he would discover that the ethereal forms of these weapons bore a striking resemblance to the true essence of their martial souls, albeit with subtle differences. The following day, Ma Hongjuan engaged in the rigorous training orchestrated by the master. Upon learning of the master's plan, he harbored no dissenting opinions but sought to refine the approach. The regimen comprised physical training in the morning, mental fortitude exercises in the afternoon, and soul power cultivation in the evening. For physical training, Ma Hongjuan enlisted the assistance of Zhao Wuji to employ his soul technique, enhancing gravity to fortify their physical strength. They endured the gravitational augmentation during combat, and the weight during their runs would unpredictably intensify, thereby increasing the challenge. In terms of mental training, Ma Hongjuan called upon Liu Qibin, whose martial soul, Xing Luo Qi, proved to be significantly superior in mental exercises compared to Filan Day. Being a control-type soul master, Liu Qibin was particularly well-suited to utilize his soul techniques to enhance the mental prowess of the Shrek 8 monsters. It is worth noting that the emphasis on mental training was Ma Hongjuan's initiative. The master understood the correlation between soul rings and physical strength, but was unaware of the critical importance of mental fortitude in absorbing soul rings beyond 10,000 years. Coupled with some advanced training methods from Ma Hongjuan's past life, the Shrek 8 monsters were fully occupied as the 3-month rigorous training commenced. 3 months later, Ma Hongjuan had successfully stabilized the minor risks associated with prematurely absorbing a soul ring due to his dual martial souls. He was now adequately prepared to absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years, showing notable improvements in all aspects of his physical abilities, particularly in the utilization of mental strength. While the other Shrek 7 monsters also witnessed a modest increase in their soul power, approximately 1 rank, the most significant enhancements were observed in their physical and mental capabilities. Presently, all members, including the support type Ning Rongrong and Isika, except for Dai Mu Bai, who had already obtained his 4th soul ring, felt confident in absorbing soul rings of over 8,000 years. This confidence stemmed from the unique nature of the Xing Luo Qi martial soul and the influence of Ma Hongjuan's wisdom skull. Ma Hongjuan had previously refrained from absorbing the wisdom skull to address potential issues with his martial soul. However, 3 months prior, after reconciling with the master and following the master's examination of the skull, Ma Hongjuan ultimately chose to absorb the wisdom skull, which was of a quality exceeding 50,000 years. Post-absorption, Ma Hongjuan not only elevated his mental strength to the rank of soul sage, but also acquired a mental-enhancing auxiliary soul skill. One of the properties of the wisdom skull was to amplify mental soul skills, which, although seemingly trivial at present, brought Ma Hongjuan great satisfaction. With the enhancement of Ma Hongjuan's mental auxiliary skill, Lu Qi Bin's Xingluo Qi martial soul techniques experienced a remarkable upgrade, allowing for precise control over the magnitude of mental power, thus enabling the training of the group without harming anyone's mental faculties. The Xingluo Qi martial soul is a mysterious inheritance from the Xingluo Empire, possessed by few and renowned for its formidable strength, with few having witnessed its capabilities. As one of the earliest students of Shrek Academy and the leader of Tianlao Diwang, Ma Hongjuan was well aware of the functions of each teacher's martial soul, and Lu Qibin belonged to the category of mental control soul masters. Moreover, according to the words spoken by the Yoming Dujiao prior to its slumber, the wisdom skull had undergone changes due to its mutation, bestowing it with evolutionary capabilities akin to his external soul bone, capable of enhancement alongside his level. On the Shrek Academy playground, after 3 months of intense training, the students exhibited visible fatigue. The first phase of training concluded, and the master announced the commencement of a second phase. This phase would not take place at the academy, nor in Suatuching. The master's resonant voice addressed the students from steps. Not at the academy, not in Suatucheng. Where then? Could it be the Qingdou Great Forest? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. After 3 months of rigorous training, the fatigue was evident on their faces. This high-intensity regimen was not merely exhausting physically, but also mentally taxing. Not quite. Although your levels are commendable, the Qingdou Great Forest is fraught with dangers that you are not yet equipped to navigate freely. The next phase will not be as grueling as the first, and in fact, it will offer considerable freedom. However, do not let your guard down, for this stage may very well delineate the distance between you. The master cast a glance at Oscar and elaborated. Upon hearing that the next phase would not take place in the Qingdou Great Forest and would be rather liberating, Ma Hongjuan could not help but inquire, Master, will our next phase of training involve the Douhuan? Initially, upon hearing that the next phase would not occur in Suatucheng nor at the academy, Ma Hongjuan assumed they would be heading to the Qingdou Great Forest for trials. However, with the master's denial and subsequent comments, he felt a strong inclination that it would resemble the original storyline, taking place in the Grand Douhuan Arena. Indeed, but it will not be at the Suatucheng Grand Douhuan Arena. Instead, you will be taken to Tiandou Cheng to participate in the Douhuan at the Tiandou Cheng Grand Douhuan Arena. The master praised Ma Hongjuan's insight, clearly pleased that he could anticipate his plan. To Tiandou Cheng? To engage in Douhuan? Why not participate in Suatucheng instead? And why travel to Tiandou Cheng? Zai Mo in Dozet, Pu Dao. Xiao-san, please explain to Daimu Bai why we will travel to Tiandoucheng for the Douhuan rather than remaining in Suatucheng. The master invited Tang San, who was lost in thought, to share his insight. I believe it is because there are too few rival teams suitable for us in Suatucheng. As the imperial capital, Tiandoucheng naturally boasts numerous strong opponents, which will invigorate our training. We will encounter more challengers there, Tang San quickly articulated upon regaining focus. You are correct. Only in a place of pressure will you accelerate your growth. While Suatucheng is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to Tiandoucheng. In preparation for the elite pre-selection tournament for advanced academies across the continent next year, you must devote yourselves to enhancing your abilities. Although your current soul power is commendable, much of it is attributed to the efficacy of immortal gray herbs rather than your own cultivation. My aim is to ensure that before the pre-selection tournament arrives, you fully master your current strengths and even attain higher levels. Only then will you stand a chance against the teams from the two empires and the Spirit Hall. Securing victory in the competition, the master stated sternly, his expression serious. Haha, Xiaojing, do not be so solemn. The children have trained diligently for so long. It is time for them to relax a bit. Now, it is my turn to speak. I have a few words for the children as well. A magnetic voice of a middle-aged man resonated from behind the group. Phylon Day approached the master with a warm smile, chuckling amiably. Observing Phylon Day's gentle demeanor, the others, except for Ma Hongjuan, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the master's low soul power, he had established a stern teacher persona in their hearts, prompting them to sit upright and refrain from any hint of relaxation when he spoke. The dean, Flander, presented a stark contrast. always wearing a benevolent smile. Only Ma Hongjun, unlike the others, held his breath, awaiting Flanders' next words. If you have something to say, please express it directly, for we shall not hesitate to fulfill what is within our capabilities. Would you not agree? Dai Mubai, being the eldest among them, was the first to step forward and smooth things over. Indeed, the others echoed in agreement, with only Ma Hongjun remaining silent. You are all undoubtedly aware of the matter that the master has discussed. In 3 days, I will personally escort you to Tiando City. This 3-day period is your time to rest. What I wish to convey pertains to your graduation requirements, which align with the 3rd stage of training prepared by the master. You must secure victory in the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition to graduate. Otherwise, I shall not permit you little monsters to leave the academy. Flanders stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Flanders' words, the smiles of the group faltered. They were acutely aware of the prowess of the Tiando Royal Academy's team, which surpassed their current capabilities. Although they held confidence in surpassing them within a year, they were no longer as naive as before. Having heard of the formidable strength of the Golden Generation from the Wuhuan Temple Academy, which was beyond their current power to contend with. Teacher, you tell us to rest while also outlining our graduation conditions. Aren't you being a bit contradictory? Ma Hongjun lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. It's like being a whore while wanting to set up a moral standard. Oscar muttered, voicing what Ma Hongjun dared not say. Flanders' sharp gaze immediately turned to Oscar, who turned pale with fear, cursing himself for his loose tongue. He quickly hid behind Ma Hongjun and stammered, it wasn't me who said it, well, it was me, but I was just speaking on behalf of little Ma. Ma Hongjun, displaying a lack of camaraderie, casually stepped aside and remarked, this has nothing to do with me. I said nothing. Haha, Oscar, come to my office after class. Now, I declare class is dismissed. Go and enjoy yourselves, Flander replied, smiling as he departed with the master. Ma Hongjun did not take Flanders' words to heart. In truth, the Shrek 8 monsters had little faith that Shrek Academy could secure the championship. The more they learned, the more they realized their lack of information. And being familiar with the Tiando Crimson Fire Academy, they had heard about the strength of the Wuhuan Temple team. However, Ma Hongjun was not concerned about the Wuhuan Temple Academy. If everything unfolded according to the original plot, even without Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion technique, he was confident in his ability to defeat the Wuhuan Temple and claim victory in the Advanced Soul Master competition. His true concern lay in the unforeseen changes that might occur during this competition, prompting him to contemplate his future course during this 3-day break. He wondered if the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world would impact the storyline of Douluo. What repercussions would arise? Would he encounter renowned figures from Chinese history? Would these figures possess extraordinary and top-tier martial souls? How would he compare to them? Would a conflict erupt between the Douluo world and the Three Kingdoms world? Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be attending to your own affairs? Do I have flowers on my face? Ma Hongjun, returning to reality, noticed that everyone, including Oscar, was not in a hurry to leave and instead gazed at him with eager anticipation. The dean has said so. How can we truly set aside our training to attend to our own matters? We are all waiting for your insights. Dai Mubai responded with a helpless shrug. Yes. Little Ma, you are the most well-informed among us. Please enlighten us about the specifics of the Golden Generation from the Wuhuan Temple. Fat Tiger eagerly chimed in, nodding in agreement. I thought it was something significant. It is merely the Wuhuan Temple team. Are you afraid? Ma Hongjun realized their intentions. They sought information regarding the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Temple. We are not afraid of their soul power levels. Rather, we wish to understand their soul skills in advance. You have the closest connections with the Poison Douluo and the Dean, so you must have more information than we do. Tang Sen explained. As long as you are not fearful, the greatest peril in cultivation lies in losing the drive to advance. While the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Temple is indeed formidable, with diligent training over the next year, defeating them should not be insurmountable. Their martial souls and soul skills, even their fusion techniques, I have a general understanding of. They are strong, undeniably so, but not beyond our current capabilities. However, since you have all consumed the celestial grade herbs I provided, the residual potency within you will significantly narrow the gap in soul power. I will share more about the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Temple at a later time. I have matters to attend to now, Ma Hongjun reassured them, withholding any mention of potential changes. He left the training ground, burdened with thoughts, returning to his dormitory. Ma Hongjun pondered what actions he should take if the two worlds merged and conflict arose. Undoubtedly, Though he was a citizen of Douluo, he embodied the spirit of Huaxia, his heart still belonging to Huaxia. If forced to choose a side, he would unhesitatingly align himself as a Huaxia person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the spirit of Huaxia and receiving the recognition of the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world. Spirit, have you awakened? What is the spirit of Huaxia? Ma Hongjun inquired with surprise. This spirit has never been asleep. How could it awaken? The spirit of Huaxia possesses no extraordinary powers, merely serving as a symbol of identity. All right, no sleep. So, can I be considered both a citizen of Douluo and Huaxia? Am I now able to enter the passage to the Three Kingdoms world? Ma Hongjun felt that the spirit, having seemingly gained a touch of sentience after being dormant for over 3 months, was akin to coaxing a child, and he seized a moment to voice his curiosity. Indeed, you may. However, should the host enter the Three Kingdoms world, the passage will manifest above Douluo continent. What would happen if the passage appears above Douluo continent? Ma Hongjun had a hunch, but still asked. Fool, if the passage appears above Douluo, it signifies that others can also enter the Three Kingdoms world through it. However, individuals from Douluo will face suppression from the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world upon entry. I see. It seems that I won't be able to train alongside everyone during the master's next stage of training. Although Ma Hongjun was eager to immediately inquire how to enter the Three Kingdoms world, he understood he could not recklessly abandon everything to venture there. Thus, he resolved to proceed to Tiando City after 3 days and prepare to explore the Three Kingdoms world once settled. Learning that the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms would impose restrictions on Douluo individuals entering, he felt reassured that others' entry would not harm his kin. Furthermore, he inwardly hoped for the fusion of the two worlds, even wishing that the people of Douluo could bring some trouble to their ancestors embroiled in internal strife. While those ancestors possessed a selfless sense of national pride, it only manifested when facing external threats. In the absence of external threats, those charming ancestors may not truly be as endearing as one might envision. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, internal strife has been a constant, with various dynasties embroiled in conflict. Yet, when confronted with matters of national significance, countless heroes emerge, willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness. This unwavering spirit is the true essence of the strength of the Chinese nation. Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng unified the 6 states, laying the foundation of Huaxia, while Han Wudi Lu Che drove back the Xiongnu, forging the soul of the nation. Chapter 139, The Secrets of Douluo. It is not only the ancient heroes who stand out. Modern-day champions for the nation and its people continue to arise. Perhaps it could be you or me. Every child of China harbors a sense of national duty, albeit varying in magnitude. By chance, Ma Hongjun exemplifies an indomitable spirit, his patriotism undiminished by time, growing ever more profound. He foresees a cataclysmic war that could threaten the very existence of his people due to the merging of two worlds. He lacks the capability to fortify his Huaxia nation in the short term, nor can he unite the ancient heroes, each embroiled in their own grievances. Only through shared interests and a sense of national purpose can they be brought together. Thus, Ma Hongjun resolves to open the passage ahead of time. For the people of the Douluo world cannot annihilate the Three Kingdoms world due to existing limitations. 10 days later, within the confines of Tiando City, the former Lamba Academy has now transformed into a branch of Shrek Academy. In a small courtyard at the rear of the mountain, a voice calls out, Ma Hongjun, someone is here to see you. They're from the Tiando Royal Academy, a friend of yours, so I brought them over. Lu Erlong stands before a small door. Knocking gently, without awaiting a response, she returns to her room, where Master and Flandra are waiting for her to resume their chess game. Had it not been for the Academy's notification, she would not have ventured into his courtyard, as Ma Hongjun does not permit others to enter his space uninvited. Who could it be? Could it be Sister Yin Yin? Ma Hongjun muses inwardly. Is Hongjun there? It's me. I need your assistance. A gentle voice resonates. Upon opening the door, he sees a poised and elegant young woman standing quietly, her cheeks flushed. Lingling, is that you? Why isn't Sister Yin Yin with you? I will certainly help if I can. Ma Hongjun regards the pure, lotus-like maiden before him with a hint of confusion. While he maintains a decent relationship with Yi Lingling, it has not yet reached a level where he would readily acquiesce to her every request. The distinction between genders leaves him pondering why she has come alone. I want you to be my boyfriend. Yi Lingling's face turns crimson as she gathers her courage to speak boldly. What did you say? You want me to be your boyfriend? No. We do not know each other well enough. I cannot comply with your request, Ma Hongjun replies incredulously, then regains his composure and firmly declines. It is undeniable that he harbors feelings for Yi Lingling. To claim indifference would be a falsehood. However, he is not one to give in so easily or to agree to her proposal without due consideration. I realize my request may seem abrupt, yet I have my reasons. If you are unwilling or feel that this is moving too quickly, you may choose to be my nominal boyfriend. Once I reach the title Douluo level, this obligation will be fulfilled. Should you agree, I not only owe you a favor, but can also divulge an important secret about the Douluo continent, Yi Lingling calmly states, surveying her surroundings with a hint of caution after Ma Hongjun's refusal. A secret? What kind of secret? What benefits does it hold for me? Ma Hongjun, intrigued, inquires further. The notion of merely being Yi Lingling's nominal boyfriend does not seem like a loss to him, if it comes with the added benefit of a favor. He considers it a worthwhile exchange. His curiosity about the so-called secret prompts him to ask, having declared it a secret, are you not going to allow me inside to discuss it? Yi Lingling observes, slightly displeased. Oh, my apologies for my rudeness. Please come in, Lingling. My humble abode is modest. I hope you won't mind. Ma Hongjun quickly gestures for her to enter. Yi Lingling's intent in seeking Ma Hongjun as her boyfriend is not born from genuine affection. Once inside, she elucidates her reasons for choosing Ma Hongjun. The Jiao-Xian Haidang clan is far more complex than it appears, with hidden powers lurking beneath the surface. Although the clan is a single lineage, its influence is formidable, rivaling even that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In terms of martial soul quality, Jiao-Xian Haidang stands on par with the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower, even surpassing it. However, unlike the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Jiao-Xian Haidang clan would not emerge unless facing extinction. The clan lacks a crucial element necessary for emergence, an elusive yet tangible force known as fortune. As noted by Shan Kwa in Mengshi Bitten, the multitude of people is also influenced by the rise and fall of fortune. The Jiao-Xian Haidang clan boasts a history spanning millennia, yet has remained largely inactive for over 9,000 years due to insufficient fortune. Any emergence could lead to their demise. Consequently, the Jiao-Xian Haidang clan has been classified among hidden families. Unlike other hidden clans, however, the main lineage of the Jiao-Xian Haidang, those who possess the Jiao-Xian Haidang martial soul, may venture forth for training. This is due to the unique nature of the Jiao-Xian Haidang martial soul, which can only manifest two instances simultaneously. The appearance of a third necessitates a sacrificial offering. However, with gains come losses. The bearers of the Jiao-Xian Haidang martial soul are not subject to the influence of fortune, as long as no unforeseen events occur. Their martial soul can persist throughout the annals of Douluo continent's history. For the Jiao-Xian Haidang martial soul to continue its legacy, sacrifices must be made. This includes not only the older generation S-bearers, but also dictates regarding marriage. A union with a plant-type soul master is imperative to bear children capable of awakening the Jiao-Xian Haidang martial soul. Ma Hongjun's lucky clover martial soul, while not a significant secret, coupled with the connection between the Jiao-Xian Haidang clan and the poisoned Douluo, makes it relatively easy to uncover. Thus, Yi Lingling's visit to Ma Hongjun is clearly motivated by a familial obligation. However, she confides in Ma Hongjun that she does not wish to accept her family's arrangement. Rather, she desires him to be her nominal boyfriend as a ruse to circumvent her family's expectations, only because she did not wish for her mother to meet her demise. Her demeanor appeared cold, which was inextricably linked to the issue of her martial soul. Yi Lingling desired to reveal a secret to Ma Hongjun, pertaining to the concealed reasons behind her family's absence from the world, which stem from a lack of fortune. In truth, the Douluo continent harbors numerous sects whose strength rivals that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, far more complex than it appears. However, these sects have remained hidden from the world. Yet, for months prior, it seemed that everything had begun to change subtly. Some weaker, hidden families or sects had started to emerge one after another. My mother mentioned that this was likely due to a resurgence of fortune in the Douluo world. Certain hidden families or sects had finally met the conditions to reveal themselves. Even my Jiao-Xian Haidang clan benefited significantly from this. And this is the secret I wish to share with you. In truth, I care not whether my clan emerges or not. My only concern is my mother's life. Will you assist me? Yi Lingling was very close to Ma Hongjun, almost whispering in his ear, her tone imbued with sincerity. I believe your words. Thus, The secret you wish to share must pertain to the emergence of these hidden family's powers in the future, Ma Hongjun replied with a faint smile, tinged with resignation. Upon hearing that this matter transpired 4 months ago, he harbored vague suspicions, suspecting a connection to the Three Kingdoms world. He pondered why the sects of the Douluo continent seemed so straightforward when, in reality, some remained hidden in the shadows. The Tianluo Di Wang had only managed to ascertain the existence of these hidden powers, but could not engage with them. I can agree to your request, but I have another question. Why has the Tianluo Di Wang gradually developed? Does it not require fortune? Ma Hongjun held a favorable impression of Yi Lingling, and this secret was indeed of great importance to him. However, he remained somewhat perplexed and continued to inquire. Thank you sincerely. If there is ever a time when you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to offer it. In truth, even without your inquiry, I would have shared this with you. I know you're indeed a member of the Tianluo Di Wang. Although our hidden families do not emerge, we are still privy to significant occurrences on the Douluo continent, possessing a remarkably robust intelligence system. The fortune of both individuals and factions is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is from nothing to existence. The second is the peak period, and the third is the decline. The fortunes of hidden powers belong to those in the transition from prosperity to decay. Among hidden powers on the Douluo continent, there exists a well-known rule. Once a faction can achieve isolation from the world and employ certain unique methods, it can attain a degree of immortality, provided it possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yi Lingling explained to Ma Hongjun, her voice remaining low, her gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings. I see. So, the fortune of the Tianluo Di Wang is still in the initial stage of coming into existence. Ma Hongjun comprehended Yi Lingling's meaning instantly. Sensing the faint scent of maidenly fragrance in the air, he felt a flutter in his heart, and his gaze involuntarily rose. Noticing Ma Hongjun's unusual reaction, Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed, and she quickly clarified in a soft voice, "Please do not misunderstand. I fear someone may overhear our conversation and discover something amiss. There are certainly members of my family tracking me covertly within the academy." Indeed, Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, and for a moment, an awkward silence enveloped them. In truth, Yi Lingling harbored a favorable impression of Ma Hongjun as well. Otherwise, she would not have followed her family's counsel to seek him out for discussion. With her exceptional talent, striking appearance, and amiable personality, coupled with the promise of a bright future, any individual of the opposite sex would inevitably develop feelings for her. Unless that individual were not of the same kind, as the aesthetic sensibilities of humans and beasts differ, barring transformed soul beasts of 10,000 years. Chapter 140, The World Passage. Share with me the uses of fortune and the specific circumstances surrounding it. Ma Hongjun initiated, breaking the awkward atmosphere. In truth, the rapid development of the Tianluo Di Wang was indeed related to fortune. Fortune is formless and lacks a definitive definition, and even the 3 stages of fortune were conclusions reached through the exploration of countless predecessors. The speed at which your Tianluo Di Wang evolves is not inferior to the rise of the top 3 sects in their heyday. With the presence of a title, Douluo, suppressing fortune, the faction's fortune would not leak, which accounts for its rapid development. However, we find it somewhat peculiar regarding the leader of the Tianluo Di Wang. Yi Lingling remarked, casting a curious glance at Ma Hongjun. What is peculiar about the leader of the Tianluo Di Wang? Is there a specific theory? Ma Hongjun sensed Yi Lingling's curiosity, but was astute enough not to reveal that he himself was the leader. Indeed, there is, but I cannot divulge it explicitly. Fortune is a secret among the hidden powers of the continent. To establish a sect, one requires not only strength but also a leader with formidable fortune or destiny. Otherwise, the development of the faction will inevitably encounter numerous obstacles. The leader's fortune must be exceedingly powerful, according to our Jiao Xinhai Tang clan's elder. Your leader is at least a title Douluo, Yi Lingling conveyed to Ma Hongjun in a gentle manner. How can you be so certain? What if our leader is not a title Douluo, but merely possesses strong fortune? Ma Hongjun queried, genuinely puzzled and revealing no hint of exposure. Only a title Douluo could wield such potent fortune, allowing the Tianluo Di Wang to flourish in such a short span of time. Their fortune must be extraordinarily strong. We are familiar with Poison Douluo. Achieving the title Douluo rank was the culmination of his fortune, and he could not possess sufficient fortune to propel a nascent faction to rapid growth. Thus, we deduce that your leader must indeed be a title Douluo, and not one like Poison Douluo, whose potential and fortune are nearly exhausted, but rather a titled law who is still continually progressing, Yi Lingling confidently asserted, simultaneously elucidating the role of fortune to Ma Hongjun. Is it true that only titled Douluos can possess great fortune? Ma Hongjun's mind struggled to comprehend. Recalling how Tang San established the Tang sect in the original narrative without any notion of fortune. It is worth noting that the current fortune of your Tian Luo Di Wang nearly matches that of the lower four sects. It is not impossible for someone below the title rank to possess such formidable fortune, but they must be a child of fortune, Yi Lingling observed Ma Hongju in silence, her eyes reflecting surprise as she scrutinized his thoughts. Indeed, Ma Hongjun responded, though he remained contemplative, internally musing, "Ah, it seems so. The child of fortune is none other than Tang San." In the original narrative, the hidden families had no opportunity to emerge. It appears that my butterfly effect has completely altered the power dynamics of the Douluo continent. However, this is for the better. Where is the joy in monotony? You truly are a blockhead. Given that I am now your nominal girlfriend, do you not have anything to say to me? Yi Lingling, chi dit playfully. Did you not also state that it is merely a nominal relationship? Now, in the absence of outsiders, what could I possibly say? Ma Hongjun replied, puzzled, as he found himself utterly perplexed by the thoughts of women, which is likely why he remained single. Yi Lingling could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Deep down, she harbored affection for Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, she would not have confided everything she knew to him. However, fearing rejection, she dared not express her feelings. This affection merely lingered at the stage of attraction, far from the realm of love. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun's attitude still incited her irritation, leading her to question her own allure. Typically, any male would regard her with admiration, yet it was only Ma Hongjun who left her feeling at a loss. I will take my leave now. From this day forth, I shall declare myself your girlfriend, Yi Lingling stated coldly as she rose from the wooden stool. Indeed, but I must be away for a while, 3 months at the least, up to a year at most. I shall return to Tiando City before the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun clarified, though he remained perplexed by Yi Lingling's sudden cold demeanor. It was essential to clarify their situation. After all, he was now her nominal boyfriend. What is your purpose? Yi Lingling abruptly halted and inquired. Training. However, the location is scarcely known and communication with the outside world is limited, so it should not interfere with your plans, Ma Hongjun cautiously replied. If it posed any hindrance, he would have to allow Yi Lingling to seek another partner. Yet, finding a talented plant-type soul master was no easy task. And given that Tang San was also of that lineage, he was unlikely to agree to Yi Lingling. After contemplating, it seemed that Ma Hongjun was indeed the most suitable choice. That is acceptable. As long as you return before the Soul Master competition, there should be no issue. However, if possible, please inform Douluo of our relationship before you leave. It would be beneficial, Yi Lingling remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ma Hongjun. Very well. Ma Hongjun readily agreed, unaware of Yi Lingling's intent to gauge his standing. In matters of subtlety, he was outmatched by the perceptiveness of women, let alone the cunning figures from the Three Kingdoms world. Yi Lingling's expression revealed a knowing satisfaction, given Ma Hongjun's talents. He must hold a prominent position in the Tiando city, and his unhesitating agreement only confirmed her suspicions. Yi Lingling felt pleased. She appreciated Ma Hongjun's innocence, devoid of ulterior motives. Though she herself was of a similar disposition, her family background necessitated a more mature outlook. Her visit to seek out Ma Hongjun was marked by a desire for honesty, but it also served to assess his stature within the Tiando city. The Jiuxan Haidang clan had its own traditions, to inherit their martial spirit if a soul master lacked a powerful backing. Marrying into the family would require the man to become a son-in-law, unless he possessed significant influence. Yi Lingling also harbored personal aspirations, if given a choice. She might not have chosen Ma Hongjun, yet, for the sake of her clan's legacy, she accepted her circumstances, finding contentment in merely encountering him. Should Ma Hongjun achieve a significant standing within the Tiando city, the path to marrying her would be considerably less complicated. I shall return now. Farewell, Yi Lingling stated, departing without affording Ma Hongjun the chance to retain her. Perplexed, Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, why does her attitude seem so strange, fluctuating between warmth and coldness? Women truly are complicated. He then resumed his meditation to cultivate his soul power. Outside the back mountain, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared before Yi Lingling. Miss, the Grand Elder has commanded me to escort you home, he stated respectfully. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noticed that the aura of this figure was reminiscent of Zhao Wujia's. "Is my mother aware?" Yi Lingling inquired, her previously relaxed demeanor turning icy. "Madam is indeed aware," the cloaked figure replied, maintaining his respectful tone. "Very well, lead the way," Yi Lingling said, following the figure as they departed. She understood the Grand Elder's intention for summoning her, but was relieved that she had prepared in advance. Reflecting on Ma Hongjuan's innate talent and status, she felt a sense of ease. Unbeknownst to her, Ma Hongjun had completed his tasks over the past 3 days. Once Douluo was free, he would personally escort Ma Hongjun to the Sunset Forest to obtain his 4th soul ring. However, due to the peculiar state caused by the need for the lucky herb to absorb a mysterious seed, he could only acquire the 4th soul ring from the evil fire phoenix. Although unfamiliar with the martial prowess of the 3 kingdoms world, the information he received from the weapon spirit was sufficient to deduce that it was not a place he could act recklessly. Moreover, in an era teeming with formidable warriors and astute strategists, he dared not enter without adequate strength. Should he encounter trouble, the ancestors would not show him leniency simply because he hailed from Huaxia. Half a month later, with Douluo's assistance, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed a 30,000-year-old soul ring from the Fenglin Yusho. The Fenglin Yusho, a descendant of the phoenix, possessed a phoenix bloodline, and only one existed within the entire Sunset Forest. Upon hearing Douluo recount this news, Ma Hongjun was filled with excitement and resolved to consume the Jaya Crown Phoenix sunflower alongside the soul ring. After nearly half a month spent tracking its whereabouts, they finally located the Fenglin Yusho's nest. With Douluo's direct intervention, capturing it was a straightforward endeavor. After consuming the Jaya Crown Phoenix sunflower, the malevolent fire within him was momentarily subdued, enhancing his appearance and bestowing upon him a distinct charisma that was undeniably captivating. With no time to assess his condition, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze to the Fenglin Yusho, now subdued by Douluo. This rare aerial soul beast was known for its ferocity, primarily preying on other soul beasts. With it now in his grasp, Ma Hongjun felt no compassion. After all, nature's law dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. Were it a gentle soul beast like Xiao Wu, he might have hesitated, but against such a vicious creature, he harbored no remorse. Adhering to the principle that those outside his kin must be treated with caution, he swiftly dispatched the Fenglin Yusho, ignoring the hatred reflected in its eyes. A circle of deep black soul rings illuminated around him, and a flicker of excitement crossed Ma Hongjuan's eyes. How could he not be thrilled? This soul ring, imbued with the essence of the phoenix bloodline, was not only exceedingly rare, but also an essential step towards alleviating the malevolent fire within him. The malevolent fire had severely impacted his daily cultivation and life, even influencing his temperament. If Ma Hongjun had not constantly suppressed his true desires, he might have transformed into a debauched heir, unable to tear his gaze from women. Although he had contemplated inheriting the title of the God of Desire, after much reflection, he ultimately decided to abandon that ambition, as the title most befitting his evil fire phoenix martial soul was undoubtedly that of the fire god. As for the lucky CloverMartial soul, it would be quite suitable for inheriting the title of the God of Luck. However, it was evident that this mundane world lacked such a deity. Thus, Ma Hongjun had secretly resolved to forge his own divine title. Yet, it was still premature to discuss such matters, as he had not even discovered clues regarding the fire goddess legacy. The future remained uncertain, but he intended to undertake the sea goddess trials to rapidly enhance his strength. Subsequently, he would seek the fire goddess inheritance. Though he did not feel rushed about it, perhaps participating in the sea goddess assessment would draw the attention of other deities, akin to what had happened with Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, before all that, Ma Hongjun had an essential task to attend to. If he did not address it, his mindset would be obstructed, adversely affecting his training. This task involved returning to the familiar homeland that had appeared in his dreams. Although it seemed to belong to a different era, merely a historical period from his own time, Ma Hongjun was certain that it was indeed his home. He had felt that sense of belonging upon arriving in the 3 kingdoms world, and now he wished to verify whether it matched his recollections. What a marvel it was! A soul master under the age of 13. Even the golden generation of the martial soul hall could not achieve such a feat. Douluo watched Ma Hongjun, who was effortlessly absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, with a sense of awe. In less than an hour, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed the first 10,000-year soul ring. This was not akin to the previous sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast, which had posed considerable danger. This time, He had relied solely on his own physical and mental fortitude. With the wisdom headbone that concentrated his spirit, Ma Hongjun had no need to worry about soul fluctuations. This was a soul ring from a soul beast that was around 30,000 years old and possessed a powerful phoenix bloodline. How could he absorb it so effortlessly? Dugu Bo gazed incredulously at the standing Ma Hongjun and inquired, "Is there any other way? Do you wish to see me struggle through the absorption of a soul ring?" Ma Hongjun retorted, "This is your first proactive attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. At least show some discomfort." You merely frowned slightly, and that was it. Dugu Bo felt a twinge of imbalance. Still unable to comprehend how absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring had become so simple. He had only been able to absorb such a ring upon reaching the rank of Soul King, and even then, it had been a standard soul ring that had barely surpassed 10,000 years. Despite this, he had faced significant peril during his youth when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, nearly losing his life. Individuals from grassroots backgrounds, like him, had received no guidance regarding such matters. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was not merely dealing with an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring, but rather a top-tier 30,000-year soul ring. He had only seen Ma Hongjun frown slightly during the eruption of resentment from the soul ring, and shortly thereafter, he had successfully absorbed it. How could this not astonish him? Chapter 142, The World Passage 3. Aside from the bothersome soul fluctuations, it seems there is nothing particularly challenging. Ma Hongjun did not feign difficulty. He genuinely felt it was not overly taxing. All right, I shall begin to feel envious. Let us return. Dugu Bo rolled his eyes and spoke with a hint of irritation. I shall not return. You go back and inform the teacher and the others that I wish to embark on a solitary training journey, and I will strive to return within a year. This should not hinder my participation in the finals of the Soul Master competition. Ma Hongjun shook his head in refusal. That works too. You indeed should embark on some solitary training. Although you appear more mature than your peers, your temperament may not quite match that of Tang San. A period of solitary training will do you good. Just be cautious. Dugu Bo regarded Ma Hongjun with surprise. Though he had long anticipated Ma Hongjun's desire to train independently, he had not expected him to be so eager to leave. His words were casual, yet concern lingered in his heart, as evidenced by his final remark. Yes, I will. You should return first. I still need to visit the ice and fire yin-yang to prepare some defensive elixirs. Ma Hongjun nodded solemnly, choosing not to disclose his true intentions, merely stating that he felt his temperament was lacking and needed to train alone. Initially, Flanders had naturally opposed this notion, but ultimately, he could not withstand Ma Hongjun's insistence and reluctantly agreed. However, he thought that with the current strength of the Heavenly Net, they would certainly be able to locate Ma Hongjun somewhere on the Douluo continent and provide covert protection. Ma Hongjun could surmise this, yet Flanders' hopes would undoubtedly be dashed. For the place he intended to go was beyond the reach of even the deities of the Douluo world, who had scant knowledge of the Three Kingdoms world. In the divine realm, a gentle woman radiating a soft aura furrowed her brow and inquired with some perplexity, Xiaozi, what could that hidden mystical passage in the Douluo world lead to? Even I cannot fully fathom it. I cannot see through it entirely either, but I have gleaned some insights. It should be a world somewhat akin to our Douluo divine realm. The youth referred to as Xiaozi was one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, the god of destruction, while the gentlewoman was, of course, the goddess of life. Sigh, with 2 worlds linked, who can say whether it is good or bad? The goddess of life sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. The goddess of life is one of the 5 divine kings, supreme gods, of the divine realm council, her essence being the ancient tree of life, her power awe-inspiring, her experience profound, and her heart benevolent, a venerable figure in the Douluo divine realm. As the wife of the god of destruction, she exuded a vibrant aura that instilled a sense of warmth and familiarity. Regardless of the outcome, war was undoubtedly inevitable. Should they ultimately conquer that world, Douluo star could evolve into a divine realm capable of sustaining divine beings. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the god of destruction, for he found the monotony of the divine realm utterly tedious. Although he was not as solitary as the sea god, he was not far from it either, having long grown weary of life in the divine realm. Now, sensing the existence of another world, how could he not feel exhilarated? In his view, aside from power, this was the only prospect that could ignite his interest. Aren't we doing just fine as we are? If Xiao Zi realizes the situation is untenable, could you promise me not to instigate a conflict between the 2 worlds? The goddess of life detested war and cherished tranquility. Witnessing the god of destruction's eager and combative demeanor, she could not help but counsel him. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. I will dispatch a clone to investigate the situation. The god of destruction paid no heed to the goddess of life's counsel. Yet he was not foolish enough to recklessly enter that mysterious world in his true form. Having said that, he vanished without a trace, leaving the goddess of life behind to lament. Soon, as if recalling something, she connected with a fragment of divine consciousness she had left on the Douluo continent and murmured to herself, with this unexpected turn of events, the Douluo continent will surely not remain tranquil. It is time for my legacy to manifest. Meanwhile, first-tier gods among the members of the Divine Realm Council sensed this occurrence, and one by one, they began to communicate their divine consciousness left in the Douluo world. Due to the sudden emergence of the Sangwa world, they vaguely anticipated the impending unrest in the Douluo world, which could be described as an unprecedented upheaval. Consequently, they altered their previously stringent inheritance requirements and devised contingency plans. Naturally, Ma Hongjun was unaware of these developments. The passage to the Sangwa world was directly connected to Douluo Star. If the Sangwa world were to be consumed, Douluo Star would be the first to reap the benefits, with little relation to the Douluo, Divine Realm, or other continents. Of course, benefits were assured, albeit not as plentiful as those of Douluo Star. Conversely, in the event of a world war, Douluo continent would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. The Sangwa world was no exception, with Huaxia's 13 continents being the first to confront Douluo continent. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had harvested numerous healing herbs and top-tier spiritual medicines that would stabilize his foundation from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He had no need for these foundational herbs, as his intentions for them were of another nature. After a brief examination, Ma Hongjun discovered he possessed 9 top-tier spiritual herbs. Notably, before his departure, he had gifted a Wan Yin Shun Wang to Flinder, whose efficacy was only marginally inferior to that of an immortal-grade herb. Including this gift, the entire ice and fire yin-yang I contained merely 10 such herbs, not accounting for the portion belonging to the Shrek 7 monsters. With the Wan Yin Shun Wang consumed, his teacher would soon break through the soul, Douluo realm, and with Old Poison's presence, there was no need to worry about soul rings. Rest assured, teacher, even if the two worlds were to clash, you shall always remain my mentor. Ma Hongjun harbored a strong premonition that one of the two worlds would inevitably succumb or face destruction. He would not allow the land of Huazhong to perish before his eyes, even at the cost of his own life. To be frank, his journey also served as a means of conveying information. Should his heart's desire for the grand Huaxia materialize, he would undoubtedly expose the circumstances of the Douluo world. Between Douluo and the land of Huaxia, he would unhesitatingly choose Huaxia. Our magnificent Huaxia, every stroke and up forms our backbone, our revered land. Every thought and sentiment shapes our future. Our vast 9 provinces, every word and ink signifies the blazing sun. In this life, I have no regrets entering Huaxia. In the next, I shall remain within the embrace of the Zhonghua family. What embodies the spirit of Huaxia? 5 millennia ago, the Yellow Emperor commanded the hunting of deer in the Central Plains. For millennia past, Duke Zhou's influence reverberated across the lands. 2 millennia ago, the Qin unified the 6 realms, and Han Wu's expeditions into the desert vanquished the Xiongnu, his renown echoing for thousands of miles. The Tang dynasty's sovereign subdued the Turks, reigning over the world. That year, we imparted enlightenment to the realm. 5 millennia have elapsed. The West Greece has vanished. Alexander is no more. Rome is gone. Egypt has perished. Babylon has disappeared. Assyria has faded, and Persia and Arabia have ceased to exist. Europe lies shattered. The Middle East reduced to chaos. Yet we remain known as China. This term dates back to 2000 B.C. Ma Hongjun could not achieve the grand feats of his ancestors. But for the future of the Huaxiao nation, he was willing to be that small person, not hesitating even to sell intelligence about the Douluo world. However, he was not foolish. All actions would proceed under the premise of ensuring his own safety and that of his loved ones. Ma Hongjun was transported by the weapon spirit through an unknown method to a secret realm known as Tongtianhai. He halted before a mysterious black hole exuding a dark sheen. From the depths of the black hole, he sensed a familiar aura, as if that place was truly his home. Was this the world passage? Chapter 143, The Secret Realm of Tongtianhai. Weapon Spirit, how do I enter the passage? Will there be any dangers? Gazing at the dark passage, Ma Hongjun felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. The scenery of this secret realm was simply breathtaking. Over 90% of the area was covered by water, and the azure sky was not shedding rain, but rather the sea itself. Streams of sea water, several meters wide, cascaded downwards, and, astonishingly, this water showed no signs of escaping, converging into the ocean. Like a tornado, it swirled, creating a scene so shocking it felt unreal, beyond words to describe. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun stood at the highest point of the entire secret realm, upon a small island. Otherwise, the strange streams of Tongtian would have swept him away, leaving him helpless in the tumultuous waters. Although he could fly, he had no desire to experience the sensation of being carried away by the flood. Meanwhile, at the nearest spatial node outside the secret realm, a youth clad in purple, exuding an aura of destruction, hesitated as he gazed at the secret realm's passage. The world passage was located above Tongtian High, which posed a bit of a dilemma. The young man frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. Tongtian High was an inconspicuous secret realm on Douluo continent, known to very few. Unlike Douluo continent within Tongtian High, no soul power could be mobilized, not even by a deity. However, Ma Hongjun, currently within Tongtian High, was an exception. He felt no such restriction as his soul power surged and flames erupted. Weapon Spirit. Can I simply step into the passage to enter the Huaxia world? Ma Hongjun stood ready, not daring to relax as he regarded the world passage. Within this passage, he sensed overwhelming terror, an energy potent enough to tear him apart. Yes, host need not worry. With my presence, entering the passage will pose no issues, the Weapon Spirit assured him. Wonderful, my great Huaxia, here I come. Upon hearing the Weapon Spirit's reassurance, Ma Hongjun stepped forward without hesitation. The space of the secret realm distorted, and a purple figure appeared within this desolate Tongtian High. Strange, there exists another aura? Who could it be? How could they enter Tongtian High? Is it a fragment of Shura? No, this aura is too weak. Even if it were a fragment of Shura, it should not possess such a meager presence. It is far too feeble. This purple figure was, in fact, a fragment of the god of destruction from the divine realm. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, under the protection of the Weapon Spirit's mysterious powers, safely traversed the world passage. Landing in the central region of Huaxia, atop Mount Mang. Mang Mountain is situated north of Luoyang, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, and is a subsidiary range of the Qinling Mountains. At this moment, the phoenix wings on Ma Hongjun's back suddenly surged with power, unfurling automatically upon landing. Unable to contain his excitement, Ma Hongjun soared higher into the sky. The first sight he beheld was the imperial capital Luoyang, reduced to ruins by fire, but rebuilt anew. As he ascended, Ma Hongjun focused his soul power in his eyes and beheld the ever-flowing Mother River, the Yellow River, coursing through Huaxia. Continuing his ascent, he felt his evil fire phoenix, martial spirit, nearly beyond his control, as the phoenix wings seemed repelled by an unknown force. The martial spirit unleashing latent power in resistance to that repulsion. As he gazed upon the Great Wall, stretching like a colossal dragon safeguarding the land of Huaxia, Ma Hongjun could finally affirm that this world was indeed his roots. Ding! Host can unleash the heart of Huaxia to resist the world's force of repulsion. Would you like to activate it? Activate! Ma Hongjun knew that here, he would undoubtedly not face the issue of being repelled by the world, so he did not display the slightest panic. Even now, as he flew at the limits of the phoenix wing's capacity, where any misstep could lead to his soul power being exhausted and his demise, he remained calm and composed. Gazing upon the void-like world passage suspended in midair, Ma Hongjun was poised to descend in search of a suitable resting place when he was abruptly struck with horror. He discovered that an immense deluge of seawater was surging forth from the black hole, cascading downwards towards the sacred land of Shenzhou. The flow showed no signs of abating, and as he recalled the boundless waters of the Tongtian Sea's secret realm on the other end, his heart sank. Indeed, the water bore the same hue as that found within the Tongtian Sea, making it all too easy to deduce its origin. The scene shifts back to the Tongtian Sea's secret realm. Despite the desolation before him, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the god of destruction. The secret realm was aptly named for it contained an inexhaustible quantity of seawater, capable of inundating hundreds of Douluo continents in an instant. Anyone who ventured into the world passage was, from his perspective, a net gain rather than a loss. The inevitable clash between Douluo world and the mysterious realm on the other side was unavoidable, and the Tongtian Sea secret realm, situated at the entrance between both worlds, would undoubtedly be at the forefront of this confrontation. He resolved to devise a means to channel the seawater into the world passage. For should war break out and the secret realm collapse, Douluo star would surely be submerged. With swift gestures, the god of destruction inscribed countless enigmatic runes. As these symbols coalesced, the seawater of the Tongtian Sea secret realm began to flow gently towards the opposite end of the world passage. With others already dispatched to explore the mysterious realm, he deemed it unnecessary to join them. However, the waters of the Tongtian Sea could not be left to remain here, lest they lead to the devastation of Douluo star in the event of conflict. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork. The seawater of the Tongtian Sea secret realm was extraordinary, its origins unknown, and even divine powers could not dissipate it. Strangely, it remained contained within the secret realm without any leakage. Should a force exceeding the second-level deity enter, the realm would collapse, and the seawater would pour into Douluo continent like relentless rain. The expansive area of seawater on Douluo continent was a consequence of the earlier tilting of the Tongtian Sea secret realm's waters. This is the seawater from the Tongtian Sea secret realm. What on earth is happening? I demand a reasonable explanation. Ma Hongjun bellowed, his face contorted with displeasure as he observed the torrential downpour. Being well-versed in the history of Central Plains, Ma Hongjun understood all too well what such torrential rain represented for the Huanghe River region of North China. It signified cataclysmic floods, resulting in the disbandment of families and tragic loss of lives. This is unrelated to me or the host. It must be someone on the other side directing the waters of the Tongtian Sea into this realm, came the response from the spirit of the artifact. Is there any way to resolve this? If it continues like this, the Central Plains will undoubtedly face an unprecedented flood, and the people will be displaced, Ma Hongjun pondered. While he did not consider himself a benevolent person, he could not stand idly by while his compatriots suffered, unless a divine artifact is used to suppress it. Disaster is inevitable, replied the spirit, offering a solution that was nearly as good as useless, given the rarity of such artifacts, far exceeding that of national treasures like the giant panda. With a heavy sigh, Ma Hongjun descended and landed in the dilapidated city of Luoyang. Surrounding him, a shield of soul power formed an energy barrier, protecting him from the rain, allowing him to expend far less soul power than other soul masters would under such conditions. The torrential rain could not dampen even the hem of his garments, and, as he alighted outside Luoyang, the hurried passers-by, seeking refuge from the storm, remained oblivious to his sudden arrival. "Mom, my mom was swept away by the flood. Somebody help save my mom." A young girl's cries jolted Ma Hongjun from his contemplation of Luoyang scenery. The child, tears streaming down her face, pointed towards the moat where a helpless figure was being carried away by the floodwaters, wailing for assistance. Her thin garments soaked through by the rain, she was frantic, her eyes filled with despair as she glanced at the moat, contemplating a leap, but lacking the courage to do so. "Do not cry. I will rescue your mother. Stay right here," Ma Hongjun reassured her, hastily stepping forward and leaping into the moat. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refrained from unleashing his martial soul's wings. The little girl stared wide-eyed at the handsome figure before her, and before she could utter a word, he had already plunged into the water. Though referred to as a moat, it was merely a river a few meters wide not far from the city, typically harmless to walk beside. However, with the torrential rain pouring from above, the river was prone to flooding. It was no wonder that the girl's mother had been swept away. Observing the girl struggled on the bank, Ma Hongjun surmised that she had been pushed to safety by her mother, as the muddy ground suggested that the current was not strong enough to carry her off. After entering the river, Ma Hongjun quickly rescued the girl's mother. To his surprise, the woman was exceptionally beautiful. Despite being drenched and soiled, her innate charm remained undeniable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rescuing a woman from Huaxia. Reward, Huaxia points 10. There was no time to converse with the disembodied voice in his mind. As the rain intensified, Ma Hongjun hurriedly led the grateful woman and the girl into the city. Despite her shock, the young mother maintained her composure, and thanks to Ma Hongjun's use of soul power during her rescue, she had regained some strength. Upon entering Luoyang, he brought the two women to an inn. Due to the heavy rain outside, the establishment was bustling with those seeking shelter. The young mother, possessing an air of refinement and likely some savings, promptly instructed a servant to prepare a private room. "I am Yin Shi, and I am deeply grateful for your life-saving kindness, young sir. Once I locate my husband, I shall ensure he repays your generosity," the beautiful woman said. Bowing respect Felito Ma Hongjun, Although she felt somewhat sticky from the rain, she had no means to change into dry clothing since her spare garments had been swept away. Fortunately, she had secured her silver coins on her daughter. I am Lu Jun, madam. You honor me too much. As fellow sons and daughters of Huaxia, it is only natural for us to assist one another. How could I stand by and watch when I encountered such a situation? Ma Hongjun decided to adopt the local customs and attempted to speak in a somewhat awkward classical style. Before the woman could respond, the now composed little girl interjected with indignation. That is not true. When the flood came, many people fled in fear. Why didn't anyone else save my mother? Only you, big brother, dared to help. The little girl pouted, her pride evident. Ma Hongjun gazed at the spirited child, marveling at her resilience. Am I wrong in what I said? Why do you look at me like that? The girl, slightly shy under his gaze, lowered her head and whispered. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, and in truth, Ma Hongjun was not much older than her, merely appearing more mature. Linger, do not speak so carelessly. It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive such a flood, let alone rescue another, the mother admonished. Though she could not help but glance curiously at the young man before her. It seems that not everyone possesses the remarkable talents of the elder brother. However, should it be me, my father would undoubtedly excel. His martial prowess is unparalleled. The little girl, hesitant to argue with the woman, suddenly wore an expression of admiration, as if recalling something. Lu Gongzi chuckled. The young girl had always preferred martial arts over embroidery and held great reverence for her martial father. The woman, feeling apologetic, addressed Ma Hongjun with a bow. No fansataken. In my view, your daughter possesses a rare physique and exceptional talent, making her well suited for martial training. In these tumultuous times, that is indeed a boon. Ma Hongjun lavished praise, emulating the mannerisms of a divine sage. He, just as my father said, the elder brother must be just as formidable. Even in this torrential rain and fierce flood, he can save my mother, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, fully awakening from the clutches of the relentless deluge. Upon hearing her words, Ma Hongjun fell into silence, suddenly feeling the urgency of the moment. Although the terrain of Luoyang City was elevated and resistant to flooding, the farmlands and villages outside the city were certainly at risk. Without further ado, he rose to venture beyond the city, determined to find a way to stem the tide of the relentless rain, even if it meant saving just one life. What is your intention, young master? Why the sudden urgency? Is there an emergency? Yin Shi, noticing Ma Hongjun's demeanor, hurriedly inquired. The rain is torrential, and the rivers are overflowing. The farmlands will surely be lost, but there are still many villages outside the city, and I cannot stand idly by while they suffer. Ma Hongjun paused, turning to explain before vanishing from sight. Such extraordinary individuals exist in this world. Alas, if only my husband possessed such awareness. His reputation would surely be different. The woman sighed, shaking her head in lament. Nonetheless, she discreetly noted Ma Hongjun's appearance, contemplating sending someone to seek him out to repay his life-saving grace once things settled down. In this era, it is customary to repay a favor, especially one as significant as saving a life. As Ma Hongjun hastened towards the outskirts of the city, he couldn't shake the confusion that arose during his recent rescue. Qiling? Why is it called Huaxia Point instead of Kindness Point? He pondered internally. Ding! After merging the mysterious seed and the energy of meteor tears, the quality of the martial soul has undergone an unknown transformation. From now on, the host will no longer acquire other points, but will solely receive Huaxia Points. The rewards drawn from Huaxia Points will primarily feature renowned historical figures and martial generals for Huaxia. Note, the summoned generals and scholars will automatically pledge loyalty to the host. But each possesses their own thoughts, and whether they can be controlled depends on the host's efforts, the Qi Ling explained. Though Ma Hongjun grasped the meaning behind the Qi Ling's words, he felt utterly bewildered by the situation. After a thorough inquiry, he finally comprehended the circumstances. The previous point system had suffered due to the acquisition of the meteor tears and the mysterious seed, which were extraordinary treasures. As he entered this world of Huaxia, the heavenly Tao granted him this ability to compensate for the damage to his essence. Ma Hongjun's heart surged with excitement. He felt as though the heavenly Tao had treated him with kindness. This was a privilege reserved for the children of the heavenly Tao and those of the realms. Now, he too was partaking in such fortune, which was not merely a stroke of luck. Having spent considerable time in Douluo, even with the aid of the lucky clover, he had never experienced such fortuitous circumstances. Now, this unparalleled opportunity had presented itself. Can I summon formidable beings like the war god Yang Jian or the great witch Xing Tian? He suppressed his excitement, beginning to entertain unrealistic thoughts. Yes, however, the probability of summoning is negligible, the Qi Ling replied. Upon hearing that he could summon legendary figures, Ma Hongjun nearly shouted in exhilaration, nearly breaking his cultivated calmness built over the years. Yet, the subsequent words left him deflated. Was this truly acceptable? As Ma Hongjun traversed through the heavy rain, he encountered numerous individuals in distress and did not hesitate to offer his assistance. His motivations were not purely altruistic. Partly, it was the warmth of reuniting with his long-lost compatriots in the magnificent Huaxiao that spurred him on, and partly, it was for his own benefit, accumulating Huaxiao points. Observing that he had amassed 520 Huaxiao points, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Throughout his journey, he helped those afflicted by the flood. While he did not receive as many points as when he saved the first woman, it was still better than nothing. Eventually, Ma Hongjun departed from Luoyang City, specifically seeking out lower-lying villages. Unbeknownst to him, the torrential rain that had descended from the Tongtian Sea secret realm was wreaking havoc solely in the Central Plains, while other regions, despite also experiencing the influx of seawater, were shielded by a mysterious force that prevented a single drop from falling. 3 days later, the mysterious force surged, enveloping the Central Plains, and only then did the rain finally cease. After 3 consecutive days of rain, on the first day alone, the area surrounding Luoyang City received enough rainfall to fill at least 150 West Lakes, while the entire Central Plains endured no less than 500 West Lakes worth of rainwater. Had it not been for the protection of the mysterious force, the entire Han dynasty could have been severely impacted by this sudden downpour. The realm of human protection exists as a secret domain reliant on the 9 provinces of Huaxia, inhabited by the sages of humanity through generations. It is primarily governed by the Confucian and Taoist teachings, with various schools of thought collectively safeguarding humanity. The leader of the Taoist sect, Gui Guzi, is both a paramount figure in the Taoist path and the progenitor of the Zongheng school. He possesses unparalleled strength at the pinnacle of the fusion stage and boasts a lifespan of 10,000 years. At this moment, he, along with numerous human sages, successfully sealed off the influx of seawater from the Tongtian Sea. Fellow practitioners, allow me to share my thoughts. Since King Wu's campaign against Zhou, the world's spiritual energy has withered, and immortals have been separated from us, causing us to lose contact with the upper realm. Now that the spiritual energy has reignited, it is time for us to advance further and embark upon the path of longevity. I intend to enter the world once more amidst this chaos for cultivation. What do you all think? Gui Guzi, clad in black, emanating an aura of twilight, appeared aged yet bore not a single wrinkle, resembling a youthful man of 18. I share this sentiment. This world collision may very well be our opportunity. However, while we may emerge from the mountains, we are uncertain how to conclude this chaos. A merger of 2 worlds surely heralds conflict. Do any of you have candidates to end this turmoil? Spoke a middle-aged man exuding a battle-hardened presence, his tone commanding. What my grandson says resonates with us all, echoed the other men in agreement. The authoritative figure, radiating the aura of battle, was none other than the founder of the military school, Sun Wu. Behind him stood other founders from various schools, including Mozi of the Mahe School, Zhou of the Yin Yang School, Han Fizi of the Legalist School, as well as representatives from the Ming, miscellaneous, agricultural, naval, Zongheng, military, and medical schools. Among them was the most significant figure, Confucius, who stood alongside Gui Guzi, both being the most powerful within the human secret realm, straddling the line between the Douluo God King and the pinnacle of the first-tier divine territory. Their establishment of various schools, assistance to emperors, and promotion of civilization's development, combined with the ancient cultivation methods, allowed them to extend their lifespans, transcend the cycle of reincarnation, and gain elevation through the fortune of their teachings. In truth, it would be inaccurate to say that they are transcendent beings, for the gods of Douluo possess the ability to remain immortal for countless millennia. Although these ancient practitioners who remain from bygone eras are not significantly inferior in strength to the gods of Douluo, their lifespans are vastly different. However, when comparing the two, one cannot overlook the advantages they possess. They do not have to abandon their physical forms to cultivate their spiritual essence, as the gods do, but instead, their bodies and souls progress together. Though they may not attain immortality, they still reign as the sovereigns of this world. The secret realm in which they reside is the last remaining paradise atop launching, roughly the size of half the Tian-Do Empire. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was unaware of these facts. While he believed that his homeland could not be as feeble as he remembered, he never anticipated that someone could rival the peak gods of Douluo. Having spent 3 days in Huaxia, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of relief as the torrential rain, or perhaps flood, finally ceased. At this time, Gong Sunzan had likely just suffered defeat, and Zhao Yun had yet to pledge allegiance to Liu Bei. While he held great admiration for Liu Dao's brother, Guan Eryi, he did not wish for the loyal and valiant Zhao Yun to languish under his banner. Now that the natural calamity had abated, he felt there was little more he could do. Thus, he resolved to seek out Zhao Zilong and Huang Zhong, individuals who were temporarily without a master, to forge connections. As the rain finally relented, Ma Hongjun quietly contemplated this course of action. Though he claimed to seek companionship, his intentions were not entirely innocent. He aimed to draw these talents into his own ranks for his future endeavors. Chapter 146, Lu Ning. Based on his understanding of history, Ma Hongjun deduced that Zhao Yun had likely returned to his hometown of Changshan or was in Yi City, with a mindset of trial and exploration. He journeyed toward Changshan while taking in the sights along the way. In Jizhou, Changshan, and Zhending County, it was now the 4th year of Jianan, or 199 AD. If memory served, Zhao Yun was supposed to join Liu Bei in 200 AD. Since he had arrived, he would ensure that Zhao Yun did not make a misstep. Upon reaching Zhending County, he found himself well endowed with silver and gold, as the Jin Han were crafted from genuine gold. Utilizing his phoenix flames, he had produced a considerable amount of true gold, known as Mati Jin. Gold served as the legal tender of the Han dynasty, but due to its high value, it was not commonly circulated. Copper coins remained the primary currency. However, gold could be exchanged for copper coins. As the master of Tian Luo Di Wang, he naturally possessed an abundance of Jin Han by within his spatial soul guiding device. Thus, upon settling in, he promptly purchased a residence from a wealthy merchant in Zhending County through special channels. He even extravagantly hired several maidservants to attend to household chores. Once everything was in order, he instructed the maidservants to leave him be. Ma Hongjun did not linger in the residence, but set off toward Zhao's village. "Who are you? What business do you have with my brother Yin?" The young woman regarded the handsome youth before her with suspicion. "I am nobody of significance." "Oh no. I am a person, but I cannot quite explain myself. However, rest assured, I harbor no ill intent." Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for how to clarify his intentions to the striking young woman. Upon arriving at Zhao's village, he quickly located Zhao Yun's residence, but instead encountered his younger sister, Zhao Yu. However, upon hearing that Ma Hongjun sought Zhao Yun, her demeanor shifted, becoming less than welcoming as she eyed him warily, fearing he might be a minion of Yuan Shao. Despite Ma Hongjun's insistence that he had no connection to Yuan Shao, the young woman remained unconvinced, and he felt her wariness was somewhat excessive. However, he could hardly blame her. Anyone who appeared unannounced in search of someone without providing a reason would likely be viewed as a potential threat. Unable to contain herself, the young woman burst into laughter. "You bear a striking resemblance to my second brother, so you must not be a villain. I think I shall tease you a bit longer." A glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes as she pondered this. "Oh, so you're not a person? If you're not a person, then what are you? Are you the legendary little beast?" Zhao Yu feigned fear, clutching her chest dramatically. "Ahem. I truly have urgent matters to discuss with your brother. I kindly request you to assist me by revealing his whereabouts." Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having lived 2 lives, he could easily discern that the young woman was playfully toying with him, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. "Boring. You don't seem very old, and you don't strike me as one of Yuan Shao's subordinates. My brother has gone up the mountain and returns every 3 days. The timing of your visit is fortuitous. He should be back soon." Zhao Yu pouted, expressing her displeasure. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. He was astonished by Zhao Yu's vigilance at such a young age, as she sought to delay him in order to keep herself safe. His joy stemmed from the prospect of meeting Zhao Yun. With his own abilities and silver tongue, he felt confident he could alter Zhao Yun's fate. Little did Ma Hongjun know that even without his arrival, the trajectory of the world's fate had already begun to shift. However, it remained uncertain whether Zhao Yun would still tread the old path. Given his steadfast loyalty, he was likely susceptible to Liu Dao's persuasion. You your brother has returned. Yin Gu has returned, and he brought back a tiger. Come out and lend a hand, a hearty voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun, like Zhao Yu, felt a surge of excitement as he stepped outside to open the courtyard gate, where he beheld two figures standing before him. One was a remarkably handsome young man of exceptional bearing, while the other was a robust man who had called out. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the striking youth before him, akin to facing a formidable soul, Douluo, second only to the impression he had received from the first encounter with Douluo. Who might this brother be? The young man inquired of Ma Hongjun with a hint of curiosity. I am Lu Ning, courtesy names you. Let us speak further inside. Ma Hongjun fabricated a name without hesitation, opting to use his previous life's name rather than his identity from Douluo. No need for concern, Brother Lu. He is here specifically to see you, and he is neither Yuan Shao nor a minion of other warlords to Ma Hongjun's surprise. Zhao Yu, who had initially been skeptical, unexpectedly spoke in his favor. Indeed, I am Zhao Yun, courtesy named Zilong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lu brother Zhao Yun assessed Ma Hongjun's demeanor, and having honed his instincts through years of battle, he noted that while Ma Hongjun exuded a formidable aura, he lacked the malevolence typical of spies from rival lords. Thus, he felt at ease and offered a friendly introduction. There is no need for such formalities. I am merely 14 years of age, though I may appear somewhat mature for my years. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Ziyu. Ma Hongjun quickly assumed a demeanor of feigned modesty. In truth, his robust physique and height of over 8 feet made it difficult for anyone to guess his true age. Even among the already precocious youths of Douluo, he was among the most developed, let alone in this realm. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Zhao Yun's face, but he did not press for further details. Instead, with the assistance of Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yu, he brought the large, distinctive tiger, which Zhao Zhuang, the seemingly simple-minded strongman, had captured, into the courtyard. Did Zhao Dage hunt this magnificent creature? Ma Hongjun gazed curiously at the nearly lifeless Diao Jing by Hu before him and inquired. From this magnificent creature, he sensed an aura of the king of beasts that he had never encountered in ordinary feline soul beasts. Indeed, this formidable beast possessed an exceptionally tenacious vitality. It had cost him considerable effort to subdue it. Its offensive power and speed were unparalleled in his experience. On his descent from a mountain, he had encountered this man-eating beast and seized the opportunity to capture it, intending to exchange it for some silver to procure clothing for his younger sister. Zhao Yun, amiable and accommodating, explained the situation to Ma Hongjun without probing into his background or intentions. The impressive aura radiating from Ma Hongjun, coupled with his youth, barely 14, led Zhao Yun to assume that he was undoubtedly a well-connected young master from a wealthy family, who had heard of Zhao Yun's recent exploits in defeating Yin Liang and Wen Chou, and was eager to forge a connection with him. Brother Zilong, if you're intent on selling, and if you trust me, allow me to handle the sale for you. I assure you, I will secure the best price. Ma Hongjun proposed to Zhao Yun, curious to see if slaying this imposing tiger would yield a soul ring. His true intention was not to facilitate a sale, but to acquire it for his own research on soul rings. Given that even Zhao Yun, with his formidable strength, had expended great effort to capture this king of beasts, it was certain that its power exceeded 90,000 years. If a soul ring were to manifest, Ma Hongjun could absorb it himself. Then I thank you, Brother Lu, Zhao Yun replied with a slight bow. He was not a member of any affluent family and had been away from home for an extended period. Hence he lacked the proper channels to sell such a ferocious tiger. Indeed, most people could not afford it. Ma Hongjun remained at Zhao Yun's residence, not merely to indulge in hospitality, but also to procure a variety of daily necessities through the maidservants in the estate. The living conditions during the Han Dynasty were evidently less advanced compared to Douluo, yet this very simplicity made Ma Hongjun feel a sense of familiarity. Were it not for the many individuals he cared for back in Douluo, he might have been reluctant to return, despite the apparent backwardness in various aspects. The diverse Hanfu garments dazzled Ma Hongjun's eyes with their resplendent hues. The vibrancy and exquisite craftsmanship of silk garments were nothing short of a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding sheer opulence. During his time there, Ma Hongjun's strength surged to the realm of a level 42 soul master, and he secretly acquired the injured tiger after bringing it to Zhending County. Upon slaying the severely wounded beast, a dark purple soul ring, over 9,000 years old, indeed materialized. Do not question how Ma Hongjun discerned its age. The spirit within him, akin to a system, enabled him to make such assessments effortlessly. 6 months later, having established a foothold amidst the turmoil, Ma Hongjun found that the gold soul coins within his spatial soul guide had proven invaluable. The path of cultivation relies heavily on the harmony of law, partner, wealth, and environment. Ma Hongjun's strength had reached level 50, and he was on the cusp of obtaining a soul ring to transcend the soul master realm. However, his prowess could not merely be measured by rank. In terms of cultivation methods, he lacked nothing. During these 6 months, apart from developing his influence during the late Han period, he had primarily been training alongside the formidable Zhao Yun. Their frequent sparring sessions led to Ma Hongjun being thoroughly outmatched by Zhao Yun, resulting in unprecedented growth in both practical experience and soul power. Financially, he lacked for nothing. While gold was also precious in the Douluo world, its abundance during the late Han period was incomparable. The gold soul coins allowed Ma Hongjun to swiftly establish his power and collect rare medicinal herbs for cultivation. Although he lacked prime locations, the sudden surge of spiritual energy due to the meteor tears and the merging of two realms provided fertile ground for growth. Furthermore, the residual potency of the immortal herbs within him facilitated his rapid advancement to level 50. Upon arriving in this world, Ma Hongjun recognized that an insatiable desire for martial souls was unwise. Possessing an abundance of soul rings may not necessarily be advantageous. Thus, he refrained from cultivating his lucky CloverMartial soul over the past 6 months, choosing instead to take a step back. Both Zhao Yun and the legendary Lu Bu possessed only a single martial soul, yet their combat abilities astonished Ma Hongjun. For instance, Zhao Yun's martial soul, Long Dan Liang Yin Chong, rivaled the quality of his own Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, yet its power was several times greater. Zhao Yun's true rank was merely Soul Sage, but in Ma Hongjun's discerning eyes, his actual strength was no less than that of Douluo. In a life-and-death struggle, Ma Hongjun believed that Douluo would certainly be the one to perish, not Zhao Yun, who held only the rank of Soul Sage. The disparity in strength lay in the concept of technique. Unlike the singularity of soul rings and soul skills, technique represented a realm of martial arts. Although there was no clear categorization, the capabilities of numerous martial generals could be broadly divided into 3 stages. The first stage, known as form, involves systematically executing one's learned techniques. Currently, Ma Hongjun found himself within this stage. The second stage, intent, signifies the comprehension of the true essence of techniques, enabling the harmonious integration of form and intent. This realm is exceedingly rare and requires exceptional talent. Ma Hongjun was aware that Zhao Yun had reached this level. The third stage, divine, signifies mastery over technique. Individuals who attain this state are truly exceptional. It is said that in the past 300 years, only Xiang Yu has achieved such a level. The essence of technique, if attained in this world, could rival the might of divine beings. Of course, Ma Hongjun was unaware of these nuances. The rich heritage of Huaxia concealed countless mysteries. Even martial generals were classified into 3 types: strength, body, and technique. Technique was merely one method of cultivation. Strength pertained to the cultivation of qi, akin to the soul power cultivated in Douluo. The body naturally referred to physical refinement. Prior to the Qin dynasty, many methods of cultivation existed for scholars, but following the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, most of these practices were lost, with only a scant few retaining fragments of these techniques. Some of these methods evolved from ancient qi cultivators, while others were conceived independently by extraordinary practitioners who observed the changes in the natural world, gaining insights from the Tao. As for martial souls, they are a novel phenomenon. This world has birthed such a marvelous cultivation method. The future trajectory of martial cultivation remains shrouded in uncertainty. When Ma Hongjun first met Zhao Yun, he was merely at the threshold of understanding technique. Now, he had progressed to the mid-stage of technique, coupled with his powerful and extraordinary martial soul abilities. He felt confident in his ability to surpass ordinary soul Douluo. It was a matter of victory rather than mere confrontation. However, he still harbored doubts about his capacity to contend with title Douluo, given the immense strength they wielded, which transcended mere technical prowess. In a dilapidated, yet remarkably clean courtyard, 2 figures stood and reclined in silence, gazing at the distant sky. "Brother Lu, I intend to seek refuge with Lu Huangshu. I wonder if you would consider accompanying me," Zhao Yun inquired earnestly, turning to the relaxed Ma Hongjun lounging in the chair. "I have no intention of going," Ma Hongjun replied, as if he had anticipated Zhao Yun's forthcoming words, responding candidly. Why? Zhao Yun retorted, a hint of agitation in his voice. The 6 months of companionship have propelled the relationship between the two into a realm of profound intimacy, becoming confidants who share everything. Chapter 148, The Growth Soul Ring. However, I have other pressing matters to attend to and cannot stay. Ma Hongjun reminisced about his experiences on Douluo and felt it was time to return and prepare. What about the Penglai Tavern? Zhao Yun furrowed his brow and inquired. Leave it to you and your 36 brothers, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. What is the purpose of establishing such a formidable intelligence network? Zhao Yun's expression shifted, and he asked with gravity. For the strength of our nation. For the people of Huaxia. I have no intention of becoming a local lord, nor do I seek to unify the world. I merely wish to contribute my part to diminish the strife in this realm. Will you remain to assist me? Ma Hongjun rose, his gaze piercing, earnestly meeting Zhao Yun's eyes. The Penglai Tavern is an intelligence force that Ma Hongjun invested heavily in establishing, with one tavern in each of the 13 provinces of the Great Han, and it has only just begun to stabilize. The tavern's overseers were introduced from the remnants of Zhao Yun's by Ma Yitsong, as they were reluctant to serve others, possessing martial skills without an outlet and lacking a particular trade. Naturally, upon learning of this, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to gather them to help manage his business in the Great Han. Are you concealing something from me? Zhao Yun neither declined nor agreed. His inherent caution, honed over time, had led him to discern certain subtleties. Yes, but I cannot reveal it now. Brother Yun, would you be willing to stay? Ma Hongjun spoke candidly. Good brother, with those words, I will remain for the time being. But I await the day you explain the situation to me in person, Zhao Yun said warmly, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Indeed, I promise. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly, grasping Zhao Yun's hand, his eyes glistening with emotion. Everything was understood without words. A month later, after instructing Zhao Yun on several matters, Ma Hongjun bid farewell to Zhao Yu and departed from the Great Han. He did not rush to meet those renowned figures of the late Han or the heroes celebrated throughout history. Such encounters would inevitably occur after the merging of the two worlds. Currently, in the power hierarchy of the three kingdoms, although Ma Hongjun was only in the initial stage, he could contend with the later stage Zhao Yun for an extended period without defeat. Of course, this merely meant he could avoid defeat, in a battlefield or a life-and-death struggle. Ma Hongjun would not last. His skills were lethal, and it was fortunate if Zhao Yun could unleash half of his strength in sparring. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun's ability to withstand for a while indicated his formidable prowess. Over the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun had successfully mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia. Unlike the 8 gates of Konoha's Might Guy, Ma Hongjun did not need to worry about the side effects of opening the 8 gates. With meteor tears enhancing his vitality, he could freely open the Death Gate without concern. This was also why Ma Hongjun could engage in sparring with Zhao Yun using only the Evil Fire Phoenix Martial Soul and a portion of the 9-leaf Swordgrass's abilities. Upon returning to the Tongtian Sea Secret Realm, 10 soul rings illuminated around him simultaneously. Those unaware might mistake it for the descent of a deity. Currently, the 9-leaf Swordgrass Martial Soul had evolved to the 4th soul ring, with 2 hidden soul rings totaling 6, plus the 4 soul rings of the Evil Fire Phoenix, culminating in 10 soul rings. Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised by the white tiger he absorbed during the late Han period, as its soul ring was a remarkably rare growth soul ring. Initially, he believed it was merely a unique soul ring exceeding 9,000 years, coupled with his deep emotional connection to his nation, hoping to imbue himself with its essence. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly gained something extraordinary. Later, he learned that the white-eyed white tiger was not an anomaly, while not commonplace. There were indeed several such growth soul rings, though they could only be considered rare. Should the formidable beings of Douluo discover this, it would undoubtedly incite an unending struggle between the two worlds. Even divine-level entities would be unable to restrain their greed upon discovering it, eager to seize such a treasure. As long as there were friends, loved ones, or family members yet to break through to divinity, this almost guaranteed growth soul ring, which could lead to eternal life, would be the greatest temptation. Ma Hongjun had informed Zhao Yun of this secret before departing, urging him to discreetly seek ways to enhance his power, thus repaying Zhao Yun for imparting martial techniques. In the Great Han world, while one could condense soul rings independently, The existence of such a soul ring capable of breaking through the divine bottleneck would render the pursuit of distant goals unnecessary. Of course, exceptions existed, primarily dependent on individual fortune. Tiando City, Lanba Academy, now renamed the Tiando Shrek Academy. Teacher, I have returned, gazing at the academy's plaque. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia, as if a lifetime had passed. Who are you? What are you doing standing here? Don't think that dressing in bizarre attire allows you to mingle in our academy. Begone, we don't welcome you indeed, didn't you hear? Our leader told you to leave immediately. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. How dare you wear this ridiculous hanfu in front of the leader? A young man with a sharp chin quickly chimed in, a perfect portrayal of sycophant. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to head to the back mountain to reunite with his teacher and companions, he was met with the obnoxious voices of the spoiled rich. A group appeared ahead, with a spoiled youth standing in the middle of the path, harshly pointing at Ma Hongjun and berating him. Are you a senior member of Shrek Academy? Or perhaps a core member? Ma Hongjun's expression remained neutral, his tone icy, and a flicker of anger began to rise within him, emanating an imposing aura that silenced the group before him. He did not expect to encounter such students at Shrek Academy. Haha, I say this is my territory, and it is indeed my territory. If you disagree, feel free to report me to the teachers. You must be a new arrival. I know all the students in the academy. I advise you to change out of that outfit quickly, or next time we meet, I will definitely throw you out of the academy. The leading youth spoke with a facade of bravado, casually passing by Ma Hongjun. One burly soul master intentionally bumped his shoulder against Ma Hongjun's as he walked past. Bang! As expected, the robust soul master was sent flying backward 7 or 8 steps before crashing to the ground. Fool, do you not watch where you're going? Hurry and get lost. Apologies to this brother. My subordinate is ignorant of his limits. I offer my apologies here. If there's nothing else, perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. The spoiled youth retracted his arrogant demeanor, his attitude shifting as he cautiously clasped his hands in respect. Ignorant of my own limits? Perhaps so. Remember, Shrek Academy forbids forming cliques and bullying the weak. If I see you again, regardless of your status, you will not escape unscathed. Ma Hongjun replied dismissively with a faint smile, not looking back as he effortlessly made his way toward the back mountain. It could be considered a favor for an old friend. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would not permit such individuals to remain in Shrek Academy. Chapter 149, The Changes in the Douluo World. Hongjun, oh heavens, you have finally returned. Brother, I have missed you dearly. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have been too intimidated by your fiancés to return home upon arriving at the back mountain. I unexpectedly encountered Oscar, whose face was etched with despondency. The moment he spotted Ma Hongjun, it was as if he had found his savior, and he rushed over with great urgency. Stop. Halt. Surely you jest. The latter part of your statement must be the truth. Since when have I acquired a fiancé without my knowledge? Ma Hongjun quickly intercepted Oscar's advance, speaking with evident irritation. You have finally returned. There's no rush regarding this matter. I shall elaborate on the specifics later. For now, let us discuss your current soul power level. Oscar, brimming with pride, paused to display his soul power, declaring, I am at level 50. Impressive. You have indeed reached level 41. It appears the master's rigorous training has borne fruit, Ma Hongjun noted, discerning Oscar's true capabilities. What a freak. Before Oscar could articulate his thoughts, a group of young men and women emerged behind him, speaking in unison. They were the remaining members of the Shrek 8 monsters, along with Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy. Teacher, why are you all here? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to see Flander and his companions. Of course, we are here to welcome you home. Have you underestimated the efficacy of my martial soul? Flander chuckled lightly. Upon sensing the fluctuations in Xiao Ao's soul power, we naturally came to investigate. Otherwise, given his frail constitution, he would not withstand an enemy's strike. Thus, we discovered your presence and decided to welcome you together. Dai Mubai added, his laughter betraying a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Fourth brother, I missed you terribly. You have finally returned. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward, linking her arm with Ma Hongjun's, her joy genuine. It is good to be back. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, nodding subtly, concealing her emotions well. Hongjun, your return is quite timely. The preliminary rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition are in 3 days, Tang San remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, while Xiao Wu nodded in agreement beside him. By the way, where's Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun queried, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Although it could not compare to the tranquility he felt during the Han Dynasty in the Three Kingdoms world, it was still among the few places that brought him comfort. The place where one finds peace is home. Shrek Academy, in this regard, can be considered half of Ma Hongjuan's homeland. He is probably being forcibly taken by those hidden clans to inquire about your whereabouts. Dai Mubai replied with a shake of his head. What were you all doing? Allowing them to take Fat Tiger away like that? Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury, an invisible aura erupting from him that rivaled even Flander, who had reached the soul Douluo realm. If a person remains indifferent while their companion is harmed, can they still be deemed human? The so-called Shrek ate monsters, pledging to share life and death together. Yet they stood by as Fat Tiger was taken away without action. Can this truly be called brotherhood? Ma Hongjuan's frustration surged, negative emotions overwhelming him. Alas, fourth brother, please do not be angry. Fat Tiger is quite safe. Allow us to explain before you become upset. Ning Rongrong, terrified by Ma Hongjuan's anger, mustered her courage to speak, as it was her first time witnessing him so irate. Very well, I shall listen to your explanation. If your answers do not satisfy me, then the bond of the Shrek 8 monsters shall cease here, Ma Hongjun declared. Having undergone significant changes in character and perception following his experiences in the Huaxiao world, he had also regained his original personality, no longer the polite and graceful Ma Hongjun, but rather a person with clear sentiments, straightforward, and deeply concerned for his homeland. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had delineated the relationship between himself and the Douluo continent with clarity. Huaxia held the foremost place in his heart, yet among those he cherished. Aside from Zhao Yun and the venerated heroes, it was the members of Shrek who were closest to him. Friends, regardless of whether they hailed from the Douluo continent or Huaxia, were all esteemed companions. However, his expectations of the individuals from the Douluo continent had notably risen. This was only natural, and Ma Hongjun was aware of this fact. He did not consider himself particularly noble, perhaps even a bit hot-headed. It is the Jiuxin Haidang clan's titled Douluo who wishes to find you, urging you to marry Yi Lingling soon. Though their approach was rather forceful, they did not harbor malice. With the assurance of the poisoned Douluo, they take Fat Tiger periodically to inquire about your situation, Ning Rongrong explained gradually. Ma Hongjuan's expression momentarily faltered as he glanced at Oscar and his teacher, Flander. Indeed, Oscar nodded solemnly, regardless of their intentions. Fat Tiger willingly went to the Jiuxin Haidang clan. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is likely they have their own pressing reasons for needing Fat Tiger to clarify your situation, Flander added, nodding in agreement, expressing his helplessness. Ultimately, it was due to one's insufficient strength. The Jiuxin Haidang clan had dispatched 2 titled Douluo, and with no ill intent, Fat Tiger was willing to cooperate. Thus they did not intervene. I understand now, Ma Hongjun, a person of keen intellect, quickly pieced together the situation. It all stemmed from his prior agreement to act as Yi Lingling's boyfriend, and evidently, the Jiuxin Haidang clan had some significant individual desiring to meet him. However, coincidentally, he was absent, leading them to periodically take Fat Tiger, someone familiar to him, for inquiries. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but grumble inwardly, speculating that the individual in question must be rather unappealing, hence their reluctance to approach him directly. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief knowing there was no malice in their actions. Otherwise, even if they could not overpower him, they would have sought ways to reclaim Fat Tiger. As anticipated, just as Ning Rongrong and the others had said, as night fell, Fat Tiger returned to the academy's back mountain unscathed. Through the words of the others and the intelligence provided by Flander regarding the latest developments in the Douluo continent, Ma Hongjun gained a renewed understanding of the current situation. The Spirit Hall remained dominant, yet could not claim total supremacy. Over the past 6 months, hidden clans had emerged, each boasting at least one soul Douluo, with some even possessing title Douluo among their ranks. The Jiuxin Haidang clan was among the more prominent ones, though not the strongest, ranking within the top 10. The 3 most formidable hidden clans, Imo, Long, and Luo, each had title Douluo of level 98 and above. And even the 7-treasured glazed tile sect, where Ning Rongrong belonged, would not dare to provoke such entities lightly. It seemed the heavens of the Douluo continent were shifting. Even the Jiuxin Haidang clan had seen the emergence of multiple titled Douluo-level figures. After perusing the intelligence sent by the Tianluo Diwang, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a headache coming on. Initially, he had thought that with the myriad of unique cultivation systems in the Huaxiao world, he need not fear the Douluo continent to any significant extent, save for the deities of the divine realm, which warranted serious consideration. However, the sudden appearance of so many high-end combatants was indeed unexpected. Should a war erupt between the two worlds, the outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, if deities intervened, Ma Hongjun could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited his homeland. Indeed, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to the formidable powers residing within the Huaxia realm, which held capabilities comparable to that of divine kings. Although the number of deities may not rival those of Douluo continent, they are far from entities to be trifled with. Should conflict arise, it would undoubtedly result in cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 150. The fortuitous lottery boss, you have finally returned. You cannot fathom the sheer terror of those hidden family strength. Even the guards possess a soul power exceeding level 40. Upon hearing of Ma Hongjun's return, Pang Hu rushed to his residence, brimming with excitement as he recounted the intelligence he had gleaned over the past few days. Though Pang Hu appeared simple-minded, he was astutely perceptive. The frequent visits to the Yi family's Jiao Xin Haitang clan were not without his own subtle maneuvering. Pang Hu, you must refrain from such reckless ventures in the future. This time, I will overlook it. In this world, only you and the master treat me with such kindness. I cherish our friendship immensely, and should my actions jeopardize your safety, I would live in eternal remorse. A fleeting expression of gratitude crossed Ma Hongjun's face as he spoke, his countenance marred by guilt. Fortunately, Pang Hu emerged unscathed. Otherwise, even the Yi family, a concealed lineage, would have faced his wrath. The influence of the Tianluo Di Wang was not to be underestimated. Though it may not rival the Yi family, it could certainly inflict significant damage. Moreover, the fortune of Tianluo Di Wang was flourishing, now surpassing the lower four sects, becoming a formidable presence just beneath the upper three sections. In general, even the mightiest hidden families would avoid provoking such forces, adhering to the world's unwritten laws. While hidden families indeed wield immense power, they remain susceptible to the tides of fortune. In battles between the two, victory does not necessarily favor the stronger faction. Should the powerful lack fortune, they might find themselves besieged and ultimately defeated by the weaker, yet more fortunate side. Of course, Ma Hongjun could not assert this with certainty, as these were mere conjectures based on Yi Lingling's insights and his own reflections. After exchanging pleasantries with Ma Hongjun, Pang Hu departed. Alone in his chamber, Ma Hongjun reclined without the intent to cultivate. Though his strength was not overwhelmingly formidable, he stood out among his peers. Even the prodigies nurtured by hidden families paled in comparison to him, granting Ma Hongjun some leeway to relax. The path of cultivation is not solely paved with relentless toil. Serendipity plays a crucial role. The lottery system for his second martial soul represented Ma Hongjun's fortuity. Indeed, he perceived the system itself as the essence of his martial soul's spirit. Thus, referring to it as a system was not erroneous. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed a considerable amount of Huaxia points in the three kingdoms. But alas, his martial soul remained in an evolutionary phase, rendering the lottery system temporarily inoperative. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested his luck once more. Overall, Ma Hongjun held a favorable view of the lottery system. Upon returning to Douluo continent, the attributes in his mind underwent a transformation. Below his attribute panel, 2 new lines of content appeared: Fortune Lottery, Douluo coins. Through the lottery, one may obtain 1,000-year, 10,000-year, or even 100,000-year soul rings, with a 1 chance of triggering a critical hit, which could yield a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Fortune Lottery, Huaxia coins. Through the lottery, one may acquire historical civil and military figures from Huaxia, categorized into second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, and unparalleled military generals. From the spirit's words, Ma Hongjun learned that the lottery system was one of the core abilities of the spirit, a significant evolution following the amalgamation of Meteor Tier's energy and the seed of Jiuyi Jianshao. Previously, the benevolent points and faith points were merely a facade, an imitation of the core ability to manifest a powerful host. Even the spirit hadn't anticipated the extent of Ma Hongjun's fortune, which enabled him to simultaneously acquire both Meteor Tears and the seed of Jiuyi Jianshao, otherwise relying solely on his own cultivation. Even if he were to ascend to the rank of Divine King, awakening the true abilities of the Lucky Grass would remain an impossibility. The core ability is the Fortune Lottery. For each world recognized by the heavenly path, a new lottery method awakens. The methods to obtain lottery tokens have also undergone significant changes, now limited to two. The first, a straightforward approach of slaying enemies to absorb their fortune and convert it into lottery tokens. The second, altering the fate of the world's protagonist to absorb the heavenly path's fortune. Currently, Ma Hongjuan's lottery panel reads, Huaxia points, 1,000. Established the Dahan Intelligence Peng Lai Building. Douluo coins, 0. Fortune Grand Wheel, 1 Huaxia point. Available for lottery attempts. Ding. Mysterious energy fusion has reached 50%, unlocking the fortune lottery function. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, prompting a joyous smile from Ma Hongjuan. Let us draw once and see how fortune favors me. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he lay in bed, idly contemplating. As he concentrated, his awareness drifted into the sea of consciousness. Lottery. Ma Hongjuan whimsically turned in his thoughts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the first-rate military general, Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin, age, 38. Strength, level 81, Soul Douluo, first-rate top-tier military general. Martial soul, mixed world battle axe. Innate full soul power. Note, a paragon among first-rate military generals, possessing formidable martial soul talent and explosive power, capable of contending with titled experts in the first 3 strikes, after which his strength diminishes to its original level. Greetings, my lord. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the room, centered around Ma Hongjuan as his first martial soul. Now, half-evolved, materialized. A dark void manifested, and in a flash of light, an imposing figure emerged from the void, landing beside Ma Hongjuan. You are Cheng Yaojin. Ma Hongjuan exclaimed, astonished, quickly rising to inquire. Although somewhat prepared, he had anticipated a different form of manifestation, never expecting such an extraordinary method of traversing time and space to stand before him. It is I, old Cheng. What orders do you have, my lord? I shall surely assist you in your endeavors. The burly figure, Cheng Yaojin, said with an endearing smile, scratching his head. Currently, there is nothing pressing. Please wait at the door. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Ma Hongjuan rubbed his temples, momentarily bewildered. The sudden transformation of his golden finger into a summoning system left him unaccustomed. Do summoned characters retain memories from their own world? Why do they address me as my lord? Ma Hongjuan pondered, seeking insight from the spirit. Ding. Most memories have been sealed to prevent detection and expulsion by the heavenly path within Douluo world. The summoned beings are historical figures who have perished. Their willingness to be revived necessitates obedience to the host. A mysterious contract binds them to recognize the host as their master. As long as they desire to live, they will not betray the host. However, each has their own thoughts, and excessive oppression may lead to rebellion, resulting in mutual destruction. What constitutes excessive oppression? Taking the lives of their parents or seizing their wives? Oh, that is not a concern, unless one is deranged, who would engage in such acts. But do they have parents in this world? No. Then what about that slight possibility? They may have wives. Oh, indeed. But I am not that infamous individual. I would not engage in such nefarious deeds. Ma Hongjuan excited, feeling a surge of confidence in his assent. This is the true manifestation of the awakened golden finger, a means to dominate the realm of Douluo Sangua. Chapter 151. Scheming against the dark demon evil god tiger. Presently, Ma Hongjuan, although possessing only the rank of Soul King without having obtained a soul ring, wields a genuine power that even some typical soul emperors cannot match. Neither the quantity nor the quality of his soul rings can be compared to that of an ordinary soul master. However, the pressing concern remains to swiftly acquire a soul ring. He will not wholly trust the master's theories. Can the effect of a day as cultivation in a soul sect compare to that of a day as cultivation with a soul ring? Clearly not. Thus, any delay in obtaining a soul ring equates to a delay in his cultivation speed. It is undeniable that the master has made commendable contributions to the study of martial souls, yet theory remains merely theory. Without practice, one lacks the right to speak. It is not that Ma Hongjuan looks down upon the master. It is simply the reality. Notably, upon returning, he discovered that, contrary to the original tale, Flinder had not entrusted Lu Erlong to the master. Aside from her initial emotional reaction upon meeting the master, Lu Erlong showed no signs of clinging to Yu Xiaojiang. Currently, her attitude towards the two is enigmatic, leaving outsiders puzzled about her feelings, as if they were merely old friends to her. In pursuit of his desired soul ring and elevation to Soul King, Ma Hongjun discreetly enlisted Cheng Yaojin to protect him while he made his way alone to Ning Rongrong's residence. He had yet to devise a suitable explanation for his companions regarding the sudden appearance of a Dual-level soul master follower. After all, no introductions were made on the day of his return, and the sudden emergence of an extra person would raise suspicions. To alleviate his teacher's concerns, he felt compelled to temporarily inconvenience Cheng Yaojin. Upon arriving at Ning Rongrong's abode, Ma Hongjun found himself hesitating. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve, gently knocked on the door, and stood silently outside. The door creaked open shortly thereafter. In truth, Ma Hongjun's aspiration for his fifth soul ring was merely to acquire a soul ring from a tiger-type soul beast of over 50,000 years in age. Yet such a soul beast exists as the sole specimen on the entire continent. Nevertheless, sheer strength is insufficient. Even with the presence of the poisoned Douluo and Cheng Yaojin, it pales in comparison. For if Ma Hongjun's memory serves him correctly, that soul beast is known as the dark demon evil god tiger. Its age spans around 50 to 60,000 years, yet its prowess surpasses that of ordinary titled Douluos. Even a nearly 97th level titled Douluo, Jian Dao Chenxin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, could find himself utterly vanquished in a one-on-one encounter due to a moment's carelessness. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and brightened upon seeing Ma Hongjun, questioning him with curiosity. Although Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix martial soul has achieved the quality of a top-tier martial soul, it still falls short of becoming the true divine-level, 10-headed Fire Phoenix. In terms of appearance, aside from having fair skin, a handsome and imposing demeanor, and a robust physique, there is little else to note. However, Ning Rongrong is precisely the type of person who easily develops feelings for such individuals. Despite her inherently mischievous nature, she harbors a deep-seated insecurity, a sentiment shared by many auxiliary-type soul masters who long to be protected. You see, I reached level 50 some time ago, yet I have not found a suitable soul ring. Recently, the old poison master mentioned encountering a soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest that would be perfect for my evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, but I was not strong enough to subdue it. Therefore, I wish to request the assistance of your sex, Jian and Gu Douluo, and I assure you that I will provide a reward that will satisfy both titled Douluos afterward. Could you please relay this message? Ma Hongjun tentatively inquired. Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong interrupted with enthusiasm. Oh, fourth brother, why didn't you mention your need for a fifth soul ring sooner? Don't worry, I'll handle this. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu dote on me, and they certainly won't refuse my request. As for the reward, forget about it. Aren't we in this together? I didn't ask for anything in return for the immortal herbs I provided you, so how could I possibly ask for your reward? Please don't treat me as an outsider. Otherwise, I'll be upset. Ning Rongrong declared confidently, playfully pouting at Ma Hongjun. She exuded an air of dare to treat me as an outsider, and I shall certainly be displeased. You are you. I do not wish to burden you. Although Ning Bo has already designated you as the sole heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are not yet the sect leader. Fourth brother is not treating you as an outsider. Rather, he is concerned for your well-being, silly girl. Ma Hongjun responded, touched by Ning Rongrong's words, affectionately reaching out to tousle her hair. I'm not silly at all. I'm not troubled in the slightest. I'll return to my room to prepare. And after breakfast, I'll set out to invite Grandpa Jian and the others to come out of seclusion, Ning Rongrong replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she hurriedly turned and retreated to her room, feigning calmness. Back in her room, Ning Rongrong patted her chest, her face flushed. Wow, fourth brother actually touched me. Rongrong, you can do this. Fourth brother will be yours sooner or later. Ning Rongrong clenched her little fist, motivating herself. What she desired was not a reward, but Ma Hongjun entirely. She truly was a greedy woman. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, upon his departure, others began to contemplate how to win his affection. Naturally, even if he were aware, he would not dwell on it. He did not dislike beautiful women, but found it difficult to accept being infatuated with beauty at such a young age. Primarily, at this age, there was little to admire. He found no interest. If anything could stir his heart, it would be Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure and legs would make one doubt her age of 13. Ma Hongjun indulged in a fleeting fantasy before abruptly halting, slapping his head and muttering, "This cursed little evil fire." Should others discover Ma Hongjun's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scorn him for his shamelessness, for he was adept at deflecting blame. Cheng Yaojin, lurking in the shadows, looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion. unable to comprehend why his lord would suddenly berate himself. At noon, Ma Hongjun sought out Flender. In the afternoon, he met with the poisoned Douluo, and by nightfall, he returned to his residence, counting on his fingers and joyfully reflecting. Jian Douluo at level 96, Gu Douluo at level 95, Poison Douluo at level 92, Cheng Yaojin at level 81. Their full strength could rival an ordinary 91st level title Douluo. If I also include Teacher and Erlong, we should be able to match Cheng Yaojin. This time, dealing with the dark demon Evil God Tiger should pose no issue. It is not that Ma Hongjun is overly cautious, but confronting the dark demon Evil God Tiger requires a swift and overwhelming assault. Otherwise, if drawn into its special skill, the life and death arena, even a 99th level title Douluo could face dire consequences. Chapter 152, Departure, Target Star Do Great Forest. With only 2 days until the preliminary competition, Ma Hongjun showed no inclination to participate. Having traversed into another world, the Do Soul competition now appeared to him as mere child's play. The champion's reward of 3 soul bones holds some value, particularly the Wisdom Condensation Skull Bone. However, the other 2 either do not suit him or are of too low an age to catch his interest. Nevertheless, under the strong insistence of Dean Flender, Ma Hongjun ultimately chose to register for the competition alongside the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, this was merely for registration. He had no intention of actually participating. Such childish games should be entrusted to Tang San. With the prowess of the Shrek Brigade, securing a spot among the top 3 in the preliminaries poses no challenge whatsoever. He has already resolved to embark for the Xingdo Dazzlin, before the competition commences, intending to seize the 5th spirit ring of the evil Fire Phoenix while his comrades are engaged in the contest. Thanks to the simultaneous cultivation of his twin spirits and the unique cultivation methods learned from Zhao Yun, Ma Hongjun's physical strength has surpassed that of an average soul sage. Coupled with the energy of meteor tears, absorbing a soul beast age between 50 to 60,000 years, although somewhat formidable, remains within the realm of possibility. Were it not for the high demands of a 10,000-year spirit ring on mental fortitude, a 50 to 60,000-year spirit ring would be a mere trifle for Ma Hongjun. Armed with the wisdom skull obtained through the sacrifice of the Yuming Dujiao, Yoming Dujiao, Ma Hongjun possesses considerable confidence in his ability to absorb a spirit ring of such vintage, estimating an 80% chance of success. Initially, he had intended to place the Nmo Xieshan Anmo Shiesanu as his 6th spirit ring, but the emergence of hidden forces within the Douluo continent has instilled a sense of urgency in him, necessitating a revised plan. Risk and opportunity coexist. One cannot tread the path of cultivation without embracing a modicum of risk. Resolutely, Ma Hongjun has finally embarked upon his journey of cultivation. Ning Rongrong did not return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but instead conveyed Ma Hongjun's request to Ning Fengji through the school's unique communication method. In the city of Tiando, at the residence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji turned to the white-haired elder behind him and inquired, "What do you think, Jianshu? Is this matter worthy of collaboration with Gushu?" The elder, who had yet to respond, was preempted by a lean, black-haired elder with broad shoulders, who cautiously suggested, "Isn't it a bit excessive to mobilize so many for a soul beast aged 50 to 60,000 years? What do you know? Rongrong's classmate is no ordinary individual. I have ascertained that he is far from reckless. Moreover, this is a request from that girl Rongrong. If you old bone are disinclined to participate, then so be it. Leave it to me," the white-haired elder retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Although he was ostensibly defending Ma Hongjun, he tacitly agreed that the matter had been somewhat exaggerated and spoke merely to provoke a response. "Very well, Chenexian, I shall accompany you. I would not want you to speak ill of me before Rongrong," the lean black-clad elder, known as Bone Do, one of the 2 super-titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, declared, rivaling Jianduo in strength and ranking among the top 10 on the continent. "Let's not bicker, gentlemen. While this matter may indeed be somewhat overblown, we cannot disregard the favors owed to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gushu, you shall accompany Jian Shu on this arduous journey." Ning Fengji nodded, smiling warmly. His eloquence and gratitude imparted a refreshing charm, rendering even Ma Hongjun, with his 2 matters of character, unable to find any fault in him. After clearly briefing Master Tang San and the others about the competition, Ma Hongjun gathered Fu Jiangcheng Yaojin, his teacher Flandra, and Liu Erlong. They met with poisoned Douluo, and before they could make their way to the residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jianduo and Bondo proactively sought out the five of them. It must be said that, having undergone numerous experiences, Ma Hongjun has become more open-minded and cheerful, regarding Tang San and the others as genuine companions. Although the Shrek 7 monsters each have their shortcomings, they are indeed worthy of friendship. Currently, Tang San has yet to display the significant flaws of his later self. Ma Hongjun believes that his opportunities far surpass those of Tang San, and as he secures his place in this world, he is confident that Tang San will not become the same person he once was. Little San, I'm about to procure the 5th spirit ring for the Phoenix Spirit. You must also strive to excel. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, I hold the highest regard for you. Although you're not the eldest, your demeanor is the most composed. With you in our midst, whether I participate in the preliminaries or not makes little difference. If all goes well, by the semifinals, I will have nearly ascended to the rank of Soul King, and we shall traverse the Douluo continent's younger generation together, he confided to Tang San. Yes, if you are not here, I shall take charge of this matter and will not let you down, Tang San replied earnestly, his gratitude for Ma Hongjun genuine. Without the exceptional spirit item provided by Ma Hongjun, he would not have reached level 44 so swiftly. To Dai Mubai, he expressed, Big Brother Dai, being the oldest and the second highest in soul power level, please take good care of them. With you here, I feel at ease. Rest assured, Hongjun, I will lead the team to secure first place in the preliminaries, Dai Mubai assured, thumping his chest confidently. Ma Hongjun had little to say to the duo of Fat Tiger and Oscar, as they exhibited no competitive spirit. As for the three young women, he refrained from any remarks, as he held no ulterior motives towards them at present. Embracing a philosophy of serendipity, he reserved special attention for Xiao Wu, not only due to her aversion to eating rabbits, but also to observe Tang San's performance. Should he find Tang San following the same fate as before, he might indeed intervene to separate them. For such a Tang San would not be worthy of Xiao Wu's deep affections. However, the current Tang San presents no issue. As for the master, Ma Hongjun deemed him a hindrance due to his insufficient soul power and did not wish to involve him in matters concerning his teacher and Liu Erlong. The Xingdou Dazzlin is one of the 3 great soul beast forests on the continent, renowned as one of the most famous gathering places for soul beasts. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to the land area of the Bala Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiandou Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Approximately 2/5 of its area lies within the Tiandou Empire, while the remaining 3/5 are within the Xingluo Empire, forming a colossal primeval forest characterized by complex terrains, including wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts therein are formidable, growing increasingly powerful as one approaches the forest's heart, where even 100,000-year soul beasts reside. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and favorable fortune, can discover the most suitable spirit ring within. Are you aware of the specific location of the soul beast you seek within the Xingdou Dazzlin? Inside a luxurious large carriage, several individuals sat opposite each other, with Bon Douluo speaking first. Indeed, the insights shared by Gu precedes resonate with my own findings from ancient texts. I have a general understanding of the location of the soul beast I seek. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in this matter, and assure you that I shall not neglect your kindness afterward. Ma Hongjun acknowledged with gratitude. Ah, young Ma, you are too courteous. We are all kin here. There is no need for such formality. Regarding Rongrong's affairs, we 2 old fellows have yet to properly express our thanks to you. Such pretense is truly embarrassing. Bondo quickly waved his hand with a hearty laugh. The accompanying Jianduo, for once, refrained from opposing him, even nodding in agreement. However, he soon turned his gaze toward the window, disinterested in the conversation among Ma Hongjun and the others. This behavior aligned with Jianduo Chen Xian's usual demeanor, and Ma Hongjun held no objections. As the carriage progressed steadily, Liu Erlong took on the role of the driver, primarily because the luxurious carriage was filled with elderly gentlemen, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, she volunteered to take the reins. Inside the carriage, only Bondo and Flandra engaged in casual conversation, while Chung Yaojin sat quietly behind Ma Hongjun, akin to Jianduo, with his eyes closed in meditation. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, old poison master. How fares the matter I tasked you with? Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a glance at the enigmatic Douluo seated before him. It has been handled, little monster. Truly, you are a remarkable individual. A person of your caliber is destined for greatness. As for my old bones, while they still possess the strength to assist. I shall pave the way for you formidable youths. With so many individuals mobilized this time, you need not harbor any concerns. Only the poisoned awe comprehended the gravity of Ma Hongjuan's words, and it was he alone who grasped the true prowess of the mere 60,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. Is it truly that formidable? Am I, a dignified titled awe, not capable of contending with a 60,000-year-old soul beast? Does this beast possess some peculiar trait? At that moment, Bon Douluo, who had been engaged in casual banter with Flander, interjected with a look of perplexity. This indeed differs from the typical 60,000-year-old soul beasts. In a one-on-one encounter, none of us present would likely stand a chance. The poisoned Douluo exchanged a solemn glance with Ma Hongjun, and upon receiving a nod, he began to explain gravely to Flander and the others. Indeed, this soul beast possesses the sinister attributes bestowed by the evil god, along with an exceedingly domineering nature. Its growth does not stem from its own cultivation, which is exceptionally arduous. It can only enhance its strength by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. Ma Hongjun, noticing the curiosity etched on their faces, gradually elaborated based on intelligence gathered by Tianluo Wang and his understanding of past events. From the inception of Tianluo Wang, he had sought information on the dark demon evil god tiger specifically for this moment. Thus, it is indeed extraordinarily unique. It should not instill such fear in a titled Douluo, should it? The previously meditative sword Douluo, Qin, opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Without special means, its strength would at most be comparable to that of the old poison master. Legends speak of an evil god descending upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its inherent light attribute into a dark one, resulting in the emergence of black wings symbolizing corruption, along with a sinister scorpion-like tail. Ma Hongjun continued, "Might the issue lie with the black wings and the evil god hook?" Flander mused, stroking his chin, initially unaware of this matter. The black wings are formidable, yet not enough to instill trepidation. It is the truly fearsome aspect of the evil god hook that bears an exceptionally powerful soul skill. This skill can draw individuals into a chaotic spatial battleground, where time and space fall under its dominion, reverting opponents to their pre-awakening soul power state, transforming them into mere children. In such circumstances, should there be no allies to assist in breaking the space, the opponent would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ma Hongjun could not help but offer a warning, a piece of information even the poisoned Douluo had only partially grasped. Hiss! The group collectively gasped, exchanging glances of astonishment. However, there is no need for excessive worry. I already possess a method to counter this. When the time comes, Sword Senior, follow my lead. The two teachers and the poison ancient Douluo shall lead the assault. Once it unleashes its soul skill, I shall collaborate with Sword Senior to break this space at the first opportunity, Ma Hongjun declared confidently. Logically, this chaotic space is not easily shattered, yet Sword Douluo is, after all, the Sword Douluo, the foremost attacking martial soul of the continent, the seven-killing sword. Coupled with my preparations, I am entirely confident in our success. Otherwise, I would not have permitted my teachers to accompany me in apparel. My lord, what should I, old Cheng, do? Cheng Yaojin, who had been instructed by Ma Hongjun to remain silent and meditate, could no longer contain his curiosity and opened his eyes with a discontented expression. Fear not, I have not forgotten you. Your task is of utmost importance. The soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, may be forfeit. Yet one particular item must not be allowed to escape. Ma Hongjun whispered in Cheng Yaojin's ear, utilizing a special means of communication that outsiders could not discern. Of course, this was also due to the three-titled Douluo's disdain for eavesdropping. As for what was discussed, only the heavens, the earth, you, and I are privy to it. What is this mystery? Even the teachers are left uninformed. Alas, this child has grown and begun to form his own ideas, Flander remarked, feigning dissatisfaction, yet ultimately excusing Ma Hongjun, chuckling as he explained to Sword and Bon Douluo. It is not that I do not inform you all. Rather, the fewer who know of this matter, the better. Ma Hongjun felt no inclination to elaborate, should he reveal the value of that item. He feared it might incite ulterior motives, for one must always guard against treachery. Sword Bon Douluo nodded slightly, showing no further interest in probing. Their assistance was merely to repay a favor and would not extend to other matters. 10 days hence, traveling tirelessly without respite, with provisions managed by the various heads of Tianluo Wang, they swiftly arrived at the outskirts of the Qingdou Great Forest. Now, Little San and the others must still be engaged in their arduous competition, Unaware of their circumstances, Flander murmured, gazing toward the direction of Tiando City with a hint of concern. Rest assured, with teacher Zhao Wujia's presence, their safety is assured, Ma Hongjun quickly reassured him. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was fortuitously being led out of Tiando City by the Soul Saint from Sanghoe Academy, facing a life-and-death crisis. Fortunately, Tang Xin had maintained a good rapport with the old poison master, and during the period when Ma Hongjun departed from the Douluo world, the two had engaged in discussions on pharmacology. As in the original tale, he had been taken by Douluo to the yin-yang twin spirits, where they concocted a concoction that could threaten a tidal Douluo, the king of Hell's Letter. Not only did he successfully retaliate, but he also acquired a valuable head soul bone. Chapter 154, Sealing. 2 days and nights had passed since their arrival at the Xingdou Great Forest, with Fu Jiangqing Yaojin in charge of scouting. Perhaps due to Cheng Yaojin's innate luck, they encountered a natural maze on the first day at the outskirts of the forest. Upon emerging from the maze, Cheng Yaojin astonishingly advanced to a mid-level soul, Douluo, level 84, simply because the maze's focal point harbored a 10,000-year-old dragon beard fruit. The 10,000-year-old dragon beard fruit is classified as a celestial grade item. Since Cheng Yaojin discovered the maze and was the first to identify the focal point, it was only fitting that the fruit be awarded to him. Ma Hongjun had no desire to claim it for himself, primarily because he had already consumed several celestial grade items, and the medicinal effects had yet to be fully absorbed. Should he attempt to absorb additional celestial grade items, not only would the effects diminish significantly, but he might even face the danger of bodily explosion. After absorbing the 10,000-year-old dragon beard fruit, Cheng Yaojin directly broke through to mid-level soul Douluo, attaining a soul power level of 84. Due to the world's laws, Cheng Yaojin, summoned to the Douluo world, did not cultivate using the popular methods of martial practitioners from the Huaxiao world, but rather through the soul power cultivation methods of the Douluo world. Presently, the breath of Demon Slayer no longer significantly enhanced Ma Hongjun's abilities. While the breath of Demon Slayer is indeed unique, it has not yet reached the divine level. However, it remains an excellent auxiliary, particularly the breath of sound for concerts, the breath of water for bathing, and the breath of fire for grilling, all exceptionally practical. Naturally, this also correlates with Ma Hongjun's substantial increase in strength. Although he has not yet acquired his 5th soul ring, his power is now on par with that of an average soul saint. The martial arts from the lower realm have been declared obsolete. Even the 8 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which have never been opened before, can now be freely controlled by Ma Hongjun without relying on the energy of meteor tears. Having opened the Death Gate, Ma Hongjun's strength is now comparable to that of a soul Douluo. With the emergence of the lottery system and various opportunities, he is no longer confined to the mere power of soul skills. Only special restrictive soul skills prove beneficial to his enhancement. By the later stages of his technique, Ma Hongjun can effortlessly wield ordinary attack type soul skills. According to the intelligence he has gathered, most of the legendary warriors of the 3 kingdoms cultivate strength, while only a few practice body techniques. The mightiest warrior of the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu, stands at the pinnacle of strength, while Dian Wei, the foremost of the foot soldiers, represents the mastery of body techniques. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, the throne of technique undoubtedly belongs to Zhao Yun, although that is a matter for the future. The strength of Cheng Yaojin, whom Ma Hongjun fortuitously drew from the lottery, has evidently been enhanced by the capabilities of the artifact spirit system. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the level of an 81st rank soul Douluo. After all, Douluo continent, despite its fantastical elements, holds a level of reality. Ma Hongjun, feeling he has identified the issue, cannot help but feel a sense of pride, unaware that a group of exceptional talents is preparing to emerge from the unique space of the late Han dynasty. A mysterious figure clad in purple swiftly traverses between the Douluo divine realm and the secret realms of Huaxia, leaving behind a vague utterance. It is unexpected that this world harbors such formidable entities. Even I find it challenging to gain an advantage against them. Fortunately, they seem to lack understanding of the laws of power, allowing me to remain hidden in the void, unnoticed even by 2 entities that are not weaker than myself. The purple figure exudes an aura of destruction, gliding through the special space before vanishing in an instant. Upon reappearing, it stands not far from Kunlun Mountain in the 3 Kingdoms world, where a peculiar energy portal can be discerned upon closer inspection. In the eyes of this purple figure, the strongest martial artists of this world possess an aura barely approaching the pinnacle of a soul Douluo, far inferior to the levels found in Douluo continent. However, atop Kunlun Mountain lies a secret realm, and through mastery of the laws of power, the purple figure has managed to ascertain the strength of the powerful beings within. This intelligence has been relayed to the main body, and it is not yet time for this secret realm to emerge. Given our differing positions, do not blame me. The power of this avatar is sufficient to obstruct you for a decade. Rest assured, I will not interfere in the disputes between the two worlds. Whether the Douluo world merges with this realm, or vice versa, depends solely on the abilities of each world. Upon concluding this statement, the purple figure emanates a formidable aura of destruction interspersed with silver light points, which, arranged in a peculiar pattern, are inscribed upon the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm. Thus, all surviving ancient Qi cultivators of the various schools were sealed within the Kunlun secret realm by the god of destruction at the cost of one of his divine body avatars. Unable to emerge. Had Ma Hongju known this, he would have undoubtedly cursed vehemently before retreating from the Douluo world, even without mentioning Douluo continent. The overall strength of the relatively fewer titled Douluos in the Sun and Moon continent far surpasses that of the warriors in the Three Kingdoms world, making any conflict between the two almost guaranteed to result in failure. At this moment, guided by his memory and the intelligence gathered from the heavenly net, Ma Hongjun finally located the activity area of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Sheng Yaojin, whether you can obtain that orb is up to you. Do not overexert yourself if it proves difficult, Ma Hongjun advised with lingering concern as he approached Cheng Yaojin. After the true awakening of the lottery function, acquiring a martial general will require sufficient fortune from the heavenly Tao, and Ma Hongjun lacks the confidence to draw again in the short term. Thus, he cherishes this subordinate who calls him my lord, and as a fellow Huaxiao person, he does not wish to see him come a harm. The mysterious orb, while an important treasure for the rise of the protagonist from another world, is not an absolute necessity for Ma Hongjun. Fear not, my lord. I, old Cheng, value my life greatly. If the situation is not favorable, I will not force it, Cheng Yaojin assured, genuinely moved, yet promptly thumping his chest in promise. After his trials, Hongjun has indeed matured considerably and developed some clever tactics, but can we truly rely on Cheng Yaojin? Lu Erlong remarked with a slight pout, leaning in to whisper to Flanders. We should trust Hongjun's judgment in this endeavor. He must have prepared well for this mission. Erlong, should we encounter danger, please refrain from acting impulsively, Flanders cautioned, concern evident in his voice. If you were to provoke the dark demonic evil god tiger and drag Lu Erlong into the death arena, choosing mutual destruction, the outcome would truly be uncertain. The death arena does not permit only one person to enter the chaotic space. It can accommodate three. However, the more participants, the less effective the outcome. If only one is drawn in, a titled all could revert to their pre-awakening state, but with three, everyone might only revert to their teenage forms. Of course, these are merely conjectures based on Ma Hongjun's research. The reality will depend on the circumstances. Understood. Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed, revealing a feminine demeanor, while Flanders awkwardly coughed twice, maintaining a composed facade as if he had heard nothing. Hongjun, after acquiring your soul ring, when do you plan to participate in the Continental Elite Competition? Teacher, how is the training of the martial soul fusion technique between you and Teacher Erlong progressing? A smile graced Ma Hongjun's lips as he engaged in casual banter. Strangely, the bashful Lu Erlong was indeed drawn into their conversation. Hongjun, you are correct. Our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique can indeed be performed by just two individuals. It is a pity we had not previously explored dual martial soul fusion in depth. Thanks to your reminder, our current strength is comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Lu Erlong expressed with a newfound seriousness. Ma Hongjun merely nodded, refraining from taking credit. Teacher Erlong, you are being modest. Even if I had not mentioned it, you and Teacher would have eventually discovered it through your time together. Previously, before Ma Hongjun departed from Douluo continent, he had privately arranged a few matters, including the issue of martial soul fusion between Flanders and Lu Erlong. Based on his memories from his past life and his understanding of martial souls, he deduced that Lu Erlong and Flanders must possess an exceptional affinity for their martial souls. The requirements for a three-person martial soul fusion technique far exceed those of a dual martial soul fusion, indicating that the two share a remarkable compatibility. The absence of fusion in the original work was entirely due to Lu Erlong's inability to let go of Yu Shaojiang, as he was unwilling to cooperate. However now, thanks to the butterfly effect brought about by Ma Hongjun, Lu Erlong's mindset has returned to the right path. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you. Without you, I might still be unable to rid myself of the thorn in my heart, Lu Erlong said earnestly. Teacher Erlong, you are too kind. We should be cautious. As we are approaching the realm of the dark demon, evil god tiger, Ma Hongjun remarked, deliberately steering the conversation away, for he had secretly undertaken certain actions, instructing the spies of Tianluo Daiwang to employ some unsavory methods to help Lu Erlong release her grievances. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun felt no remorse regarding his actions. Dealing with a scoundrel like Yu Xiaojing did not require a moral compass. Those who uphold righteousness should be treated with sincerity, while those devoid of it should face severity. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojing's considerable intellect and his close relationship with Flanders, Ma Hongjun would have had no desire to associate with such a person. Ma Hongjun had been at level 50 for quite some time, and within his spiritual domain, the surrounding environment was crystal clear. Although his detection range was not as extensive as Tang San's blue-silver domain, it was far more refined and precise. Each had its merits. Ma Hongjun's spiritual domain was awakened from the soul bone obtained through the sacrifice of the Yuming Dujiao, Shi, and its integration with his martial soul. He yearned to attain unparalleled strength on the continent. Only by possessing such power could he wield influence during the conflict between the two continents. Should a battle ensue and he lacked sufficient strength, even within Tianluo Daiwang, severe divisions would arise. As the upper echelons and backbone of the organization were comprised of Douluo-level individuals. However, if he were to possess the strength of a top-tier title Douluo, Ma Hongjun was confident he could quell any internal issues. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme, and the situation in Huaxia was distinctly different. Currently, Ma Hongjun relied too heavily on the poison Duo and the individuals from Shrek Academy. His own strength was insufficient, and he held little prestige within Tianluo Daiwang. Thus, his urgency to enhance his power was palpable. Suddenly, within the realm of his domain, a spectral figure of a tiger-type soul beast intruded, casting the surroundings into darkness. This indicated that the soul beast possessed its own domain. Typically, only a 100,000-year-old soul beast would awaken such a power. However, based on the aura of this tiger-type soul beast, it was evidently around 50 to 60,000 years old. The only top-tier soul beast that could appear in such a location, fitting this age criteria, was the dark demon evil god tiger from the original work. Everyone be vigilant. Prey has appeared, Ma Hongjun commanded in a low voice, prompting those present to cautiously survey their surroundings. Jian Deluo Qinshin and Guth Deluo Gulong looked at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, for he had managed to detect and alert them simultaneously, showcasing his remarkable perceptive abilities. The poison Duo, however, wore a nonchalant expression, as he was the one who understood Ma Hongjun best. It was not his perception that made him formidable. Ma Hongjun focused intently on the movements of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Upon seeing that the tiger did not flee immediately after noticing their presence, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, steady now. The stronger the soul beast, the greater the enhancement it provided to one's attributes and soul power. With their combined strength, they would not struggle against a 100,000-year soul beast. A 50 to 60,000-year soul beast would be easily dealt with, even if it possessed extraordinary talents. Unforeseen complications were unlikely to arise. Indeed, this was a soul beast with a dark attribute. If you possess light attribute soul skills, do not hold back. The experienced Jian Duo observed, quickly identifying the dark demon, evil god tiger, as a dark attribute soul beast. Indeed, I have seen records of the dark demon, evil god tiger in an ancient text. It is said that an evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its light attribute into darkness, resulting in the emergence of black wings that symbolize corruption, as well as a scorpion-like tail. Ma Hongjun emphasized gravely, aiming to draw attention to the wings and tail so that the group would not fall into a trap. 7 kill. Jian Deluo Qinshin, with one hand behind his back, summoned the 7-kill sword as he pointed toward the dark demon, evil god tiger, locking onto its aura. Upon sensing its aura being locked, the dark demon, evil god tiger did not flee. Instead, it let out a roar, raising its paw with excitement and charging toward Jian Deluo Qinshin. It sensed that among the group, only Qinshin posed the greatest threat, yet it was undeterred, emboldened by its hidden strengths. Should it manage to consume the individuals before it, especially the abundant life energy emanating from Ma Hongjun, it would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, potentially breaking through the threshold of a 100,000-year soul beast. Once it became a 100,000-year-soul beast, it would reign as the sovereign of the Stardow Forest. Even the legendary Black Dragon King Tion would bow before it. The dark demon, evil god tiger could hardly resist such temptation, believing that once it dealt with Douluo Chenshin, the remaining individuals would no longer pose a threat. However, Douluo Chenshin did not intend to engage it at that moment. He deliberately feigned weakness, retreating, while Gudo Galong stepped up to intercept the tiger's fierce paw strike. Proceed according to plan, Ma Hongjun observed with relief, also retreating, while the poison Douluo, alongside Lu Erlong and Flanders, rushed forward to form a surrounding circle, trapping the dark demon, evil god tiger, in the center. Ma Hongjun's tactic was decidedly devoid of martial ethics, leaving the dark demon, evil god tiger momentarily stunned. Chapitre 156, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Radiant Saint Dragon. From a distance, Ma Hongjun noticed that the surrounded dark demon, evil god tiger, did not display any signs of panic. Instead, it became solemn, as if searching for flaws among the group. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in the tiger's eyes as it focused on the weakest among them, Lu Erlong. Not good. Everyone be cautious and summon your martial souls. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, alarmed as he quickly warned his companions. In the instant Ma Hongjun voiced his alarm, the dark demon, evil god tiger, sprang into action, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Lu Erlong had not yet summoned her martial soul, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance upon hearing the warning. Suddenly, she felt a gust of foul wind rushing towards her, the air around her surging violently with a fierce gale. This is the power of wind. How dare it underestimate me? Lu Erlong realized that the dark demon, evil god tiger, had set its sights on her. A spectral dragon claw manifested upon her arm as she crossed her hands and struck forward with fierce precision. A resounding crash echoed as two tiger claws materialized from the void, one claw colliding with Lu Erlong's dragon claw attack, while the other aimed directly at her Dantian. Should she be struck in the Dantian, it could result in a loss of soul power, rendering her combat capabilities null, or even leading to the destruction of her soul power. Be careful, Erlong. Flanders, who had been closely monitoring Lu Erlong's movements, noticed something amiss even faster than the poisoned Douluo and rushed to her side. The wings of his martial soul unfurled as he sped towards Lu Erlong at an astonishing pace, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Flanders and Lu Erlong exchanged a glance, exerting their utmost strength to finally break free from the dark demon, evil god tiger's aura lock as he rotated his shoulder. The tiger's claws struck heavily upon Flanders' back, landing forcefully on the muscle of his forearm. Blood splattered as the muscle on his back and shoulder was torn apart. After hitting the ground, Flanders rolled several times to dissipate the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing the dark magic evil god tiger abandon its attack on Lu Erlong to pursue Flandra, a more troublesome flying type agile spirit Doa, the bone Douluo's rage ignited. How dare this small 60,000-year spirit beast inflict harm under his very nose and attempt to seize the advantage? The true form of the bone dragon manifested instantly, locking onto the dark magic evil god tiger with its energy. The soul skill continuation of life was unleashed, ensuring that if the tiger dared to strike again, it would meet its demise under the full force of his attack. In the distance, upon seeing the bone Douluo's actions, the sword Douluo, Chun Xian, along with Ma Hongjun and Chung Yaojin, halted their advance to assist. Although Ma Hongjun was not yet a match for the dark magic evil god tiger, under the right circumstances, he felt qualified to engage. Even if he were not an equal, he had to rush forward for his teacher, as it was essential for obtaining his soul ring. The black-bone dragon exuded an imposing aura, encircled by a dark light, ready for both offense and defense as it confronted the dark magic evil god tiger. Teacher Erlong, old poison, do not hold back, Ma Hongjun shouted, suppressing his urge to charge ahead. Dugu Bo and Flandra exchanged subtle glances before nodding in silent agreement towards the still-dazed Lu Erlong. At the same time, the three revealed their strongest trump card, the martial soul fusion technique, Holy Dragon of Light. Indeed, the fusion technique of the two was akin to the Golden Holy Dragon of the three, slightly inferior in power but perfectly suited to confront the dark magic evil god tiger. The soul rings of Lu Erlong and Flandra illuminated simultaneously, merging their martial soul projections into a new entity, the Holy Dragon of Light. The fusion technique of two spirit Douluos, combined with one of the most formidable dragon-type martial souls among beast martial souls, unleashed extraordinary might. In an instant, Its power surpassed that of the Bone Douluo's martial soul true form. Light impact. Without hesitation, they activated their soul skills. The formidable light energy was on par with the ninth soul skill of a title Douluo, surging toward the dark magic evil god tiger that was still locked in confrontation with the Bone Douluo. A flicker of apprehension crossed the tiger's large eyes as it attempted to evade the assault using its wind abilities. However, the vigilant group was far from easy prey. Time freeze. The eighth skill of the poison Douluo allowed him to manipulate time within a certain range, freezing it for 3 seconds. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Perish. The poison Douluo sneered as he unleashed the soul bone skill from Medusa's head. A potent purple light descended in an eerie manner around the dark magic evil god tiger, immobilizing its movements, allowing only its massive eyes to shift slightly. The attack of the light energy would not wait for it to move, striking mercilessly upon the vast black head of the tiger. A resounding boom echoed as the tremendous energy impact nearly caused the dark magic evil god tiger to lose consciousness. Before it could regain its senses, the lethal strikes from the poison Douluo and Bone Douluo followed in rapid succession. Emerald, Phosphor, Divine Light. The ninth soul skill of the poison Douluo, paired with Time Freeze, had the potential to annihilate a city, but at a substantial cost. Naturally, the effect of this soul skill could be confined to a specific area, which in this case was the space surrounding the dark magic evil god tiger, instantly corroded by a terrifying venomous gas. The tiger's black skin turned a ghastly green, resembling that of a green tiger. Bone Transformation Dragon. The ninth soul skill of the Bone Douluo, capable of both offense and defense, infused with immense spatial power, struck once more at the dark magic evil god tiger's vital points. The tiger was sent flying 100 meters away, landing motionless on the ground, as if it had been rendered dead silent. Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment at the sight of the creature being utterly helpless against their onslaught, momentarily wondering if they could eliminate it outright if the sword Douluo Chen Xian joined in. However, he quickly shook his head. The sword Douluo was ill-suited for a joint assault, as his 7-killing sword martial soul wielded devastating power. Should he lose control and slay the dark magic evil god tiger, it would be a significant loss for him. He sought to capture it alive. Hence the difficulty was naturally doubled. At this moment, the martial soul fusion technique of Flandra and Lu Erlong began to unravel. From the outside, they appeared to be at ease, yet internally they were tense. Despite their seemingly brief exchange, they had unleashed their most powerful soul skills without holding back, executed in a seamless combination. Nevertheless, the vital signs of the dark magic evil god tiger still persisted. They had now come to believe that this spirit beast was extraordinary. Even after sustaining such damage from their cooperation, it had not yet perished. Among them, Flandra bore the brunt of the injuries, while the other three, though unscathed, experienced significant energy depletion. The consumption of a ninth soul skill was incomparable to that of other soul skills. It was typically reserved for critical moments. This was their first time engaging in battle using their strongest skills right from the outset. Sword Uncle, Ma Hongjun prompted. The sword Douluo swiftly moved to seal the dark magic evil god tiger's escape route, pointing the 7-killing sword toward it, locking onto its energy. Feeling the imminent threat to its life, the dark magic evil god tiger was instantly enraged. Rising, it struck the ground with its right forepaw, unleashing a dark light that surged in a straight line toward the poisoned Douluo who had inflicted the most damage. The wicked energy followed closely behind the tail of the evil god hook. Be careful, it's the evil god hook. Do not take it head-on, Ma Hongjun warned again. The poisoned Douluo scoffed, but refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he unleashed an energy barrier and swiftly moved to the side of the Bone Douluo, who possessed the strongest defense. Indeed, the poisoned Douluo's choice proved to be the wisest. Among the group, he and Flandra had suffered the greatest loss of energy. The attack, having failed to reach the poisoned Douluo, redirected towards Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, Flandra, being cunning and experienced, scooped up Lu Erlong and flew to the side of the Bone Douluo as he noticed the poisoned Douluo making his move. While malevolent energy was formidable and the evil god hook sharp, it proved ineffective against the defense of the Bone Douluo. Damn it, you have forced my hand. The dark magic evil god tiger, gravely injured, finally revealed its last trump card, summoning a protective shield characteristic of soul skills. Deathmatch Arena transported opponents into a special space, where the laws of time were manipulated, reverting everyone to their youth. Ma Hongjun's understanding of this was limited, based solely on vague impressions from the original text, leading to incomplete prior intelligence. Yet this did not hinder their resolve. For the mightiest among them, the sword Douluo Chan Exine had already taken action. Martial Soul, 7 killings. The sword was 4 feet and 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, and the handle was 1 foot and 2 inches long. The world's foremost attacking title Douluo. The rings of his martial soul detached from his body, merging into the 7-killing sword. Proficient with the sword, he sensed the fluctuations of energy, and decades of experience allowed him to discern the strength of the energy shield from subtle cues. Body is giant sword. The 9th soul skill, body is giant sword, was unleashed. The winds surged, and the forest stirred as an immense sword energy instantly shattered the protective energy shield of the dark demon god Tiger's soul skill, relentlessly slicing towards its limbs. Unimpeded, the limbs were severed with a resounding crack. With the dark demon god Tiger's limbs severed, its soul skill was consequently interrupted. Cheng Yaojin, you have done well. The events transpired with such rapidity and smoothness that Ma Hongjun was filled with uncontainable joy. Upon arriving at the critically wounded dark demon god Tiger's side with Cheng Yaojin, he remarked on the situation. As for why they did not allow the more powerful sword Douluo Qinshin to intercept the Black Pearl, which was the fateful pearl of another world as protagonist, Zhou Weiqing, it was simply to avoid owing a favor. Additionally, one must always guard against potential threats. Most importantly, Ma Hongjun had a strong premonition that Cheng Yaojin was a harbinger of fortune. Such a treasure of luck should not be bestowed upon those without merit. Brandishing a dagger, Ma Hongjun resolutely slashed through the dark demon god Tiger's throat. Chapter 157. Acquiring the Soul Ring, Upgrading the System. Indeed, just before the dark demon god Tiger's black soul ring illuminated, a black pearl materialized above its lifeless body. Concurrently, the space surrounding the mysterious black pearl rippled, revealing a small black hole merely the size of a palm. As if endowed with sentience, the black pearl swiftly darted towards the black hole. The 3 title Douluo displayed expressions of surprise, ready to intercept, but they were a moment too late, watching helplessly as the black pearl neared the black hole. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, who had been attentively monitoring the situation and had long summoned his martial soul, swiftly surged forward, hurling his Tiangang axe in an instant. Upon impact, the black pearl collided with the axe, rebounding towards Ma Hongjun. With astonishment etched on his face, Ma Hongjun disregarded the soul ring that had already manifested, extending his hands to grasp the black pearl. At that very moment, a voice reminiscent of a system spirit stirred in his mind, awakening prematurely. Ding! Detecting the treasure of fortune, the evil god pearl. Would the host like to absorb it? Upon absorption of the evil god pearl, the system will achieve its final upgrade, and the fusion of the martial soul will also be expedited. Absorb. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun commanded the absorption immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful fusion of the 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. The current martial soul level is an extraordinary, divine-grade martial soul. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exploration function, the ability to quantify strength, the summoning system, and the complete recognition of the supreme treasure, the source of time and space. What supreme treasure? Ma Hongjun was momentarily befuddled, even with his extensive reading of novels in his previous life. The scene before him left him bewildered. The spirit of the system was born from the supreme treasure itself. What else could it be but the green light in his mind? And what the attribute panel? Suddenly, a thought struck Ma Hongjun. This system, no. This spirit is not just an object, but I am also part of it. The system's childish voice echoed in his mind, evoking a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he began to grasp the situation. With no time to inquire further about the newly acquired abilities, Ma Hongjun snapped back to reality, just in time to catch the scrutinizing gaze of the sword-bone Douluo. Ah, nothing much, just a fine pearl that has some influence on soul power cultivation. Surely, esteemed seniors would not covet it from me? Taking the initiative, Ma Hongjun spoke with an air of righteousness. Cheng Yaojin stood in front of Ma Hongjun without a word, feigning indifference while secretly on guard against the sword-bone Douluo's intentions. Since it is an item dropped by the dark demon god Tiger, it rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for such tension. The sword Douluo shrugged dismissively. The esteemed elder's magnanimity will not hold a junior like you accountable. Quickly absorb the soul ring. We shall protect you. Flender, with the assistance of Lu Erlong, approached and said with utmost care. One cannot deny the shameless demeanor that mirrored Ma Hongjuan's own. Indeed, the Bondoa nodded in agreement, and then settled nearby to recuperate his soul power while safeguarding Ma Hongjun. The quantification of strength, the exploration function, the summoning system. System. Let me probe Chung Yaojin's information. Chung Yaojin, strength, 85, cultivation, level 85 Soul Duo, leadership, 79, intelligence, 82, politics, 89, loyalty, 99. Note, possesses partial memories and experiences from a previous life, resurrected by the system from the river of time and space, devotedly loyal to the host. Potential, divine level. Level 1 deity, divine potential, truly befitting the chaotic demigod, Chung Yaojin. Now, system, let us examine my potential. Ma Hongjun, strength, 79, cultivation, level 50 soul master, intelligence, 85. Leadership, 59, politics, 80, charisma, 98, maximum potential, divine king. Ma Hongjun was not surprised by the divine king potential. Rather, he found it only natural and even considered it somewhat low. Nonetheless, he did not dwell excessively on it, finding himself more intrigued by the leadership and intelligence attributes. For a man of ambition aspires to greatness with a sword in hand, ready to achieve unparalleled feats. Previously, he lacked such aspirations, primarily due to a disinterest in the empires of the Douluo continent, feeling no sense of belonging and, consequently, lacking the desire to contend. However, the chaos of the late Han period, coupled with the merging of worlds, naturally brought about a shift in his mindset. System. I am a model youth of the 21st century. Is this meager leadership not a tad low? However, the system paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's thoughts, leaving him feeling quite awkward. This childish system is rather aloof, always treating him with indifference. Yet, Ma Hongjun comprehended the meaning behind the quantification of strength. Ding. Generally, the level of soul power correlates directly to the basic strength points. However, some prodigies possess exceptional talents or dual martial souls, which can exceed their innate soul power and strength. The system's synthesized electronic voice seemed to resonate with Ma Hongjun's confusion, providing clarity within his mind. Note, the strength value added by skills increases proportionally according to the current level of power, with an 80-stage base strength adding 5 points, while at 90 stages, it increases by only 1 point. After a barrage of assorted information regarding the system or the late Han world, Ma Hongjun could no longer continue reading. He decided to save it for later review. Ma Hongjun seated himself cross-legged, summoning his beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, to absorb the soul ring with full concentration, unwilling to miss the optimal moment for absorption. An hour later, wiping the sweat from his brow, Ma Hongjun slowly rose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Mission accomplished. We should not linger here, teacher and esteemed seniors. Let's depart swiftly. Ma Hongjun stood tall, refraining from disclosing the nature of his fifth soul skill. He even withheld the fact that his other martial soul had been unsealed and that the mysterious energy absorption was complete, signifying the profound transformation he had undergone. The previous Ma Hongjun would have undoubtedly shared everything with his teacher, but after half a year of living through the upheaval of the late Han period, he had matured significantly. Overall, this operation proceeded rather smoothly, with only Flandra sustaining a moderate injury while successfully interrupting the skills of the dark demon evil god in the Tiger Arena. On the return journey, Ma Hongjun took the opportunity to assess the potential of his companions. Flandra, combat power, 83 intelligence, 89 leadership, 65 politics, 80 affection, 92. As a host's teacher, he harbors great expectations and fondness for the host. Note, affection is distinct from loyalty. Once one sincerely submits, affection will transform into equivalent loyalty. Maximum potential, mid-level title Douluo. This potential seems rather low for a teacher. It appears I must find ways to enhance his potential in the future. Ma Hongjun mused silently. Lu Erlong, combat power, 81 maximum potential, level 98 titled Douluo female charisma, 90. Note, charisma is divided into sovereign charisma and female charm. Poison Douluo Ubo, combat power, 94 affection, 90 maximum potential, level 95 title Douluo. Sword Douluo Chun Xn, combat power, 97 soul power, level 96 affection, 65 maximum potential, ultimate title Douluo. Bone Douluo Gu Rong, combat power, 95 affection, 70 maximum potential, level 98 title Douluo. Although the combat power of these individuals has been quantified, Ma Hongjun understands that certain aspect cannot be captured by the system. In actual combat, the difference in combat power may be negligible, and the victor will ultimately depend on each party's hidden cards and strategies. Ding dong. The detection capability of this system is unparalleled. The enhancement of true strength can be manifested through skills. However, to detect the possession of special innate skills, it requires the expenditure of Huaxiao points or Douluo coins, which, under default circumstances, are not utilized. Ma Hongjuan's current system panel displays Huaxiao points, 1,000. Establishing the Great Han Intelligence Pavilion grants 1,000 Huaxiao points, redeemable for 1 lottery opportunity. Douluo coins, 0. Usable for drawing various years of soul rings and enhancing attributes other than combat power. Lucky draw wheel, 0. Number of draws available. Redeemable for 1 lottery opportunity with Huaxia points. Note, at this stage, the civil and military official summoning system has been perfected. The host may eliminate 2 individuals from the provided list of 5, randomly selecting from the remaining 3. List 1. Shueli, courtesy name, Ringwei, known as the Shoulder-to-Shoulder King, base combat power, 98, level title Douluo, leadership, 100, intelligence, 90, politics, 85. List 2. Yu Fei, courtesy name Pengju, a national hero, base combat power, 97, level title Douluo, leadership, 102, intelligence, 89, politics, 59. List 3. Lu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, a founding hero of the Ming Dynasty and renowned strategist. Combat power, 91, level title Douluo, leadership, 93, intelligence, 99, politics, 95. Note, regardless of whether they are strategists or generals, soul power is uniformly elevated to level 91 title Douluo. Variations in combat power indicate different combat capabilities, allowing for varying degrees of advancement. This stage does not include innate skills, which can enhance combat power by 1 to 5 points at the title Douluo stage. It is important to note that level 99 ultimate title Douluo is excluded from this list. Regardless of how powerful a skill may be, it cannot enhance beyond level 99, which remains the apex of combat power, having attained the divine level. However, even at level 98 combat power, the significance of skill enhancement is paramount. Disparities in base combat power will result in substantial differences in strength. List 4. Yang Lin, courtesy name Huchen, a prominent figure in the Sui dynasty and one of the 8 heroes of Sui and Tang. Combat power, 95, leadership, 95, intelligence, 85, politics, 85. List 5. Lin Chong, known as the Leopard Head, one of the 108 heroes of Liangshan and Water Margin. Combat power, 95, leadership, 80, intelligence, 72, politics, 60. I will eliminate Yang Lin and Lin Chong without hesitation. Although Lu Ji's combat power is not formidable, his contribution to a faction is undoubtedly the greatest. Before achieving divinity, the role of such a strategist is paramount. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the god-level potential civil minister Lu Ji. Lu Ji, combat power, 91 intelligence, 99 politics, 95 leadership, 90 loyalty, 99 maximum potential, half-step divine king. To unify the world, Lu Bowen. This potential of half-step divine king is peculiar. Why is his combat power higher than Sheng Yaojin's? Ding dong. The system has upgraded. The unified summon character is now at level 91 title Douluo. Unlike generals, the special innate skills of civil ministers cannot be used to enhance their own combat power. It is unfortunate that I currently lack Huaxia points and Douluo coins, preventing me from investigating further. Otherwise, I would be curious to learn about the special skills of both generals and civil ministers and their distinctions. Ma Hongjun pondered these questions, yet his steps did not falter. Under the path cleared by Cheng Yaojin's heavenly axe, he swiftly exited the Stardow forest. Note, the system cannot actively hear the protagonist's thoughts. It only responds when the protagonist actively inquires about questions. Chapter 158. The potential levels of the Shrek 7 monsters upon exiting the Stardow forest. The group casually sought out a small inn to rest. In one room, Ma Hongjun lay on the bed, puzzled as he asked, "System, why hasn't Lu Bowen appeared yet?" Ding dong. It has been detected that the summoner is a civil minister. Summoning may result in a potential loss of 1 to 2 intelligence points. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? What? A loss of intelligence? Absolutely not. What a joke. Ma Hongjun instantly erupted in frustration, demanding, "This is unacceptable. Why was I not warned earlier? Is this your oversight?" Is there a way to resolve this issue without losing intelligence? Think quickly. I can overlook this once. Cheng Yaojin is a general, and intelligence is not of great utility. Furthermore, he is historically known as a fortunate general. Therefore, the probability of intelligence loss is minimal, which is why he can be summoned directly. The host can choose to summon in the late Han world. I see, then hasten to summon my dragon-supporting minister. My future right-hand man in the late Han. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Having decided to return to the late Han world for development after concluding matters in the Douluo realm. Although the Douluo world has numerous nations, it is not chaotic. With two great empires and the spirit hall suppressing, it is challenging to establish a new nation. In contrast, the chaotic late Han era presents an opportunity for establishing a new regime. While Ma Hongjuan's current interest in founding a new dynasty is minimal, merely a nascent thought. Possessing such a system compels one to achieve great deeds and strengthen their own nation. The emergence of Liu Ji, Liu Bowen, further ignited Ma Hongjuan's thoughts on this issue. Liu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, a politician and literary figure of the late Ming and early Qing eras, a founding hero of the Ming dynasty, hailing from Qingtian, Zhujiang. Mastering the strategies of the 100 schools of thought, he is hailed as a living Zhang Liang and a rival to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang divided the world in three. Liu Bowen unified the realm. With such an individual to assist, even without ambition, one would be elevated to a high position. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the strategist Liu Ji, Liu Bowen at the summoning location of the late Han at the Penglai Tavern, with the implanted identity as the host's appointee to manage the Penglai Tavern. Good heavens, when did I appoint him? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. The system implanted memories indicating he was already a subordinate during the late Han. How could Zhao Yun easily trust him? The implanted identity indicates prior acquaintance between the two. Fine, you are impressive. What else can I say? Regarding the implanted functions of the system, Ma Hongjun could only accept and express admiration for its remarkable ability to alter a person's memories. Observing the rule changes of the late Han period over the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun discovered that the number of individuals capable of awakening their martial souls in this world was quite limited. However, those who could awaken their martial souls possessed at least upper-tier martial souls, which were referred to as battle souls in the late Han period. He had witnessed Zhao Yun's battle soul, a lance known as the Longdan Liangyin Chong, which contained the spirit of a white dragon and was among the finest battle souls, rivaling Ma Hongjuan's own Xiehua Feng Wang martial soul. Upon returning to Tiando City, the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition officially concluded with the Shrek team, as in the original narrative, securing a place among the top 3. In 6 months, they would engage in battle with martial soul academies from across the continent to select the top 5 institutions to participate in the finals of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition at the Spirit Hall. The reward consisted of 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old. In all honesty, Ma Hongjun had lost any greed for such soul bones. He believed it more advantageous to gather Douluo coins and Huaxiao points to alter the landscape of the continent. However, since Flanders was his mentor, whose aspiration was to win the Continental Elite Competition and bring glory to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun felt compelled to help realize this dream to focus on his own tasks. In 6 months, the dimensional barrier would permit the breakthrough of titled Douluo and above, which motivated him to strive harder. For Ma Hongjun, the opportunity to breach the dimensional barrier and enter the late Han world at any moment was within reach. Thus, he remained patient, confident that with Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun by his side, his influence in the late Han would remain intact. Indeed, the geopolitical landscape of the late Han had stabilized, albeit still rife with conflict. The remaining powerful warlords included Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Sun Tzu, Yuan Shu, and the fledgling Liu Paopao. Others like Liu Biao and Tao Qian, while controlling significant territories, could not be considered major warlords, merely maintaining their holdings without substantial ambition. Yuan Shao dominated the prosperous regions of Jizhou, Yuzhou, and parts of Sili, while Cao Cao, destined to unify the north, only held the relatively impoverished Yenzhou, having established the renowned Moking Shaowei to secure resources. Presently, Yuan Shao had recently triumphed over Gongsun Zan, leading various factions into a phase of peaceful development. Contrary to historical records, the proclaimed Emperor Yuan Shu had not been defeated by Cao Cao or Lu Bu, still ruling over the affluent regions of Yangzhou, including Ruzhou and Sichuan, living in relative ease. The current year was Jinan 4, 199 AD, not yet entering the 200s. However, Ma Hongjun understood that the awakening of battle souls would inevitably disrupt the historical trajectory of the late Han world. He had lost the ideal timing, but believed that with power, opportunities would still arise. For instance, he held unwavering confidence in the three brothers of Liu Bei, convinced they would achieve greatness. Some individuals are inherently blessed, possessing exceptional talent and fate, such as Tang San. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun promptly assessed the potential of his teammates. Ning Rongrong, Combat Power, Level 45 Healing System Soul Master. Leadership, 80 Intelligence, 85 Politics, 80 Charisma, 98 Talent Potential, Half-Step Divine King. Note, potential reflects the current limits of one's capabilities. It may surpass or fall short of achieving potential. Ma Hongjun found this reasonable, for without effort and dedication to cultivation, even the most gifted talents would be rendered futile. Nonetheless, Ning Rongrong's talent potential and feminine allure astonished Ma Hongjun, as her potential paralleled that of his trusted aide, Liu Ji, Liu Bowen, leading him, now entering adolescence, to entertain some unconventional thoughts. It was not surprising for Ma Hongjun's ambitions, as his foremost goal was immortality, followed by empowering the Huaxia people. If he could marry Ning Rongrong, it would not only diminish the strength of the Douluo world, but also align with his desire for eternal life. To a certain extent, the two worlds were in opposition. Weakening the pinnacle of power in the Douluo world would enhance the strength of the Huaxia people. The protagonist's audacity was rather pronounced. Zhu Zhuqing, Combat Power, Level 49-44 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Charisma, 98 Talent Potential, Peak Level 1 Deity. Ma Hongjun sought to investigate the rankings of talent potential, demonstrating his inquisitive nature. The hierarchy of talent potential, from lowest to highest, includes Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Title Douluo is uniquely classified into low-level Title Douluo 91 to 93, mid-level Title Douluo 94 to 95, high-level Title Douluo 96 to 98, and a 99-level limit Title Douluo with divine potential, capable of surpassing level 100, signifying divine talent. The ranks extend to Tier 3 deities, Tier 2 deities, Tier 1 deities, divine kings, half-step divine kings, divine monarchs, and the children of fate. The child of destiny cannot be measured by talent, as they can at least reach the level of a half-step divine king. Tang San, Combat Power, Level 69-45 Control System Battle Soul Master. Talent Potential, to be continued. Chapter 159, Another Half-Step Divine King Talent Potential. Tang San, Combat Power, 69 Leadership, 90 Intelligence, 90 Politics, 85 Charisma, 89, adjusted due to future character flaws, resulting in a -11. Talent Potential, Child of Destiny. Ma Hongjun felt a pang of imbalance upon realizing that this boy was indeed no ordinary character, confirming his status as a child of destiny. He had assumed he had surpassed Tang San in all aspects, only to discover that Tang San's potential outshone his own. The potential of the other Shrek members was not negligible either. Dai Mu Bai, Talent Potential, Level 1 Deity. Fat Tiger, Talent Potential, Level 2 Deity. Oscar, Talent Potential, Level 2 Deity. After returning and training with his companions in a simulated environment for several days, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of disconnection and decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, withdrawing from training. Due to Ma Hongjun's presence, Tang San could not act independently. Attempting to cultivate at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes was impossible, as it was Ma Hongjun's territory. Upon investigating, Ma Hongjun learned that the delay of the Soul Master Elite competition was attributed to pressure exerted by certain hidden families on the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. Poison Douluo, frowning, turned to Ma Hongjun and spoke seriously. "Is it troublesome?" Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, as he had already anticipated this. While the Soul Master competition itself was manageable, the power dynamics of the continent would undoubtedly undergo a seismic shift, with numerous factions potentially surpassing even their own heavenly Luo Diwang. Poison Douluo expressed his concerns and found a spot to sit cross-legged beside Ma Hongjun. For the past few days, Ma Hongjun had been cultivating at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes, discovering that his rate of soul power enhancement there was double that of other locations. He speculated that it might be related to his Wuhuan, the 9-leaf swordgrass. How is the strength of the younger generation? Ma Hongjun inquired again with genuine concern. Little monster, Do you still care about the strength of the younger generation? Rest assured, for it is indeed peculiar that although these hidden families boast formidable power at their apex, the strength of their younger generation is generally quite feeble, with only a handful capable of rivaling the renowned Shrek team. Douluo, observing Ma Hongjuan's concerned demeanor, could not help but jest. Little did he know the true sentiments harbored by Ma Hongjuan. Were he aware, he would surely take the time to educate this wayward son who strays from the path. In truth, Ma Hongjuan's intention in prompting Douluo to gather such information was not solely to secure victory in the Soul Master competition, but rather to relay the news back to Hanmo. With that understood, a sense of relief washed over him. Tong San, cradling Xiao Wu in his arms, gazed anxiously at his father, whom he had not seen for many years. It appears you have discerned this girl's identity. There is no need for concern, Xiao San. I have come to enhance your strength. As my son, Tong Hao, it is unacceptable for you to be surpassed by your peers, not even by companions. Come with me, and if the little girl wishes, she may join us as well. Tong Hao, having unexpectedly appeared before Tong San during his rendezvous with Xiao Wu, spoke with candor. Having observed Tong San closely, he was acutely aware that the latter's talent had been overshadowed by Ma Hongjuan. Following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds and the postponement of the elite competition, Tong Hao had arrived early to see Tong San. Father, where are we going? Tong San, upon seeing his long-lost father, instinctively embraced him like a child. Now that he had recognized his identity as the youngest and illustrious Hao Tianduo, he was filled with a sense of pride. Enough, my child. You are now a grown individual. I have come to discuss your other martial soul. Tong Hao tightened his grip on Tong San's arm before gently pushing him away. Another martial soul? Are you suggesting that I begin cultivating another martial soul? But my teacher stated that I cannot add any soul rings before becoming a titled Douluo. Tong San inquired, perplexed. Your teacher is not mistaken, indeed. It is not suitable to add any soul rings to the Hao Tian hammer before you attain the rank of a titled Douluo. However, who said that one cannot cultivate the Hao Tian hammer without adding soul rings? Tong Hao turned his back, disregarding the flustered Xiao was standing nearby. Father means that I can cultivate without adding soul rings. Tong San, being a clever lad, quickly grasped Tong Hao's implication. Indeed, little girl. Go and inform your teacher that I intend to take you both for training for a time. Tong Hao then directed his gaze towards Xiao Wu. At the age of 13, Ma Hongjuan had reached the Soul King realm, shattering the record he had set in his youth, which greatly stimulated the proud Hao Tianduo. Consequently, he placed his hopes on his son, who had once filled him with pride, but had now become a source of complexity. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief and dashed towards the principal's office to seek out Fulan Day and explain the situation. After Xiao Wu's departure, Tong Hao sighed and addressed Tong San. Xiao San, Xiao was a good girl. Since she has chosen to be human, much like your mother, we can no longer regard her through the lens of soul beasts. You must never follow in your father's footsteps. Protect her well and help her quickly enhance her soul power to maturity, for only then will she truly become human. Mother, is my mother also like Xiao Wu? A gentle light flickered in Tong San's eyes as he stammered. Yes, your mother, Ain, is a 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, transformed into a human. She is the most beautiful woman in this world, Tong Hao solemnly declared, his mind filled with longing and admiration for Ain. Due to the butterfly effect instigated by Ma Hongjuan, Tong Hao took Tong San away prematurely, inadvertently bringing along Xiao Wu. As the tears of a shooting star fell, the fate of Douluo began to surge, and the emergence of various hidden powers and families cast the future of Douluo into uncertainty. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan resided in a realm of tenderness. During his time at Shrek Academy, Yilingling, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing each sought various excuses to draw close to him. Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, being from the same team, had plausible reasons to train together, while Yilingling seemed to sense a crisis, delivering heartwarming breakfast to Ma Hongjuan every morning and inquiring after his well-being. Yilingling, combat power, level 45 healing soul master. Charm, 98, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Host, act swiftly, talent potential, half-step divine king, yet to awaken. Could it be system that in the original story, Yilingling merely became a titled Douluo by the end? How can her potential be on par with Ningrongrong's? Ma Hongjuan questioned the system's assessment. Ding. Please, host, explore further. Yilingling indeed possesses potential not inferior to that of a refined elixir-enhanced Ningrongrong. If Yilingling were to consume an elixir, Would she attain divine king potential? It is possible, but the likelihood is slim. Divine king potential cannot be attained solely through celestial herbs. However, due to the unique nature of Jiuxin Haitong, it is not without possibility. Chapter 160, The Defier. Unique nature? Is there a secret to Jiuxin Haitong that ordinary people are unaware of? Ma Hongjuan mused internally, inquiring of the system. Ding. Insufficient permissions. Unable to investigate. What on earth? How can there be insufficient permissions? Am I not the host? Ding. Here. Permissions refer to strength. Please, host, refrain from any unreasonable behavior. To evade the entanglements of the three women, Ma Hongjuan resolved to arrange matters and return to the ice and fire Yin-Yang to meditate in seclusion. Half a year later, Ma Hongjuan's strength had seen remarkable improvement, reaching the advanced Soul King realm at level 58. During this time, he refrained from adding any soul rings to his martial souls, achieving a 7-level ascent purely through diligent training in seclusion. This demonstrates that Ma Hongjuan's talent for soul power cultivation has, to some extent, surpassed that of Tong San. The fated child. The reason he remains at the pinnacle of divine king potential is due to the limitations imposed by the world's hierarchy. Although the fated child represents the highest potential talent level, it does not imply that his talent exceeds that of the divine king pinnacle. Within the realm of Douluo, the divine king pinnacle stands as the ultimate talent. Even a fated child can only attain such a level of strength. Some extraordinary talents possess potential not inferior to that of the fated child, and they are collectively referred to as defiers. This concept was something Ma Hongjuan gleaned from the system over the past 6 months. Talent potential is bestowed by the world's heavenly path, and no matter how powerful one's fortune, it cannot transcend the limitations of talent potential. However, defiers are an exception, beneath their modest potential. The heavenly path grants them the ability to surpass the confines of their talent potential, achieving greater heights. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjuan came to understand his own uniqueness. He exists between a defier and a compliant individual. The lucky CloverMartial soul has drawn the favor of the heavenly path, rendering him an entity comparable to the fated child, possessing top-tier talent. The system's emergence further enhances his status as a defier, enabling him to continually break through his own potential limits and reach unknown realms. In the world of the three kingdoms, the emergence of martial souls and the enhancement of personal strength have also given rise to many overtly passive powers, reminiscent of sections. Among them, the most renowned is the Penglai Jiulo, which has sparked a fervor from mighty warriors. 6 months ago, at the onset of a monumental transformation across the world, the renowned Penglai restaurant, modeled after the esteemed schools of thought from ancient sages, unveiled a prestigious ranking of martial generals. Presently, the list comprises only 12 individuals. In 12th place is Xiahou Yuan, with the martial spirit of the White Earth Divine Spear, serving under Cao Cao. 11th is Xiahou Chun, whose martial spirit is the true body martial spirit, the unique Dragon Eye. 10th is Taishir Ci, with the martial spirit of the Wild Song Halberd and a secondary martial spirit, the Vasi Bao, making him a dual martial spirit wielder. 9th place belongs to Sun Tzu, wielding the Overlord Spear. 8th is Su Chu, whose martial spirit is the Fire Cloudblade, with a secondary martial spirit of Skin, also a dual martial spirit holder. 7th is Huang Zhong, with the 9 Phoenix Rising Sunblade as his martial spirit and the 8 Treasures Qilin Bao as his secondary martial spirit, again a dual wielder. In 6th place stands Zhang Fei, with the martial spirit of a long 8-section serpent spear. 5th is Ma Chao, whose martial spirit is the Dragon Knight Spear. 4th is Guan Yu, with the martial spirit of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. 3rd is Dian Wei, possessing the companion martial spirit of the Wild Song Dual Battle Halberd. 2nd is Zhao Yun, whose martial spirit is the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, along with a secondary martial spirit, the White Dragon. Topping the list in 1st place is Lu Bu, with the martial spirit of the Fong Tian Painted Halberd and a secondary martial spirit, the Unmatched Battle Soul. While Lu Bu reigns as the foremost martial general due to his awakening of a unique unmatched battle soul, the strength of the remaining 11 is ranked without precedence. It is noteworthy that although the martial spirits of other generals are superficially referred to as battle souls, they are not acknowledged by the system. Initially, during the Lei Han period, these illustrious generals merely awakened a single martial spirit, yet gradually some began to awaken a second martial spirit. The arrangement of this ranking was orchestrated by Liu Bowen of the Penglai restaurant, who, due to Ma Hongjuan's influence, allowed Zhao Yun and his valiant brothers of the White Horse to seize the advantage amid the world's upheaval, leading to remarkable advancements in their strength, each rivaling the might of a soul sage. Consequently, the Penglai restaurant has ascended to become the most formidable and enigmatic establishment within the realm of Han, where few dare to provoke. The ranking reflects Ma Hongjuan's preferences. Otherwise, those with dual martial spirits would undoubtedly occupy higher positions. The intelligence gathered by the Penglai restaurant is extensive, as it was meticulously collected based on the names provided by Ma Hongjun. Numerous formidable beings exist in the wilderness, including the universally acknowledged spear god Tong Yuan and the sword Saint Wang Yu, both possessing strength comparable to that of a level 95 super title Douluo. These two, leveraging the pinnacle of their skills and the second stage of their intent, can hold their ground even against a level 97 title Douluo. Both techniques and physical prowess are categorized into two distinct methods of cultivation. Internal power cultivation, akin to the soul power training in the Douluo continent, which focuses on a hierarchy of strength levels, and intent cultivation, which serves to enhance combat capability through secret techniques similar to the soul ring skills in the Douluo continent. During the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun returned home, concerned about the circumstances of the late Han period. Through brief inquiries, he grasped the evolving rules of the Han world. He thus resolved to prioritize technique cultivation moving forward, supplementing it with soul ring skills. His understanding of battle souls remains somewhat rudimentary, but they can be likened to domains in the Douluo world, significantly amplifying combat strength, especially when combined with the training methods of the late Han world. As the first to awaken a battle soul following the upheaval in the late Han world, Lu Bu, also known as Lu Fengxian, undoubtedly claims the title of the foremost martial general of that era. The battle soul domain appears to be even more formidable than the martial soul domains of the Douluo continent, particularly suiting military command. Reflecting on Liu Bowen's covert leadership over the intelligence gathering regarding Lu Bu, Ma Hongjun could not help but ponder. The changes in the late Han world are undeniably substantial. In terms of intelligence collected, the overall strength of the late Han has surged at a rate exceeding 5 times that of the Douluo continent. Although the Douluo world inherently possesses a greater level of strength, the current gap has notably narrowed, excluding the influence of hidden families augmenting the strength of the Douluo world. The late Han now stands on par with the overt might of the original Douluo world. Only in the realm of peak combat power at the limit Doa level does it exhibit a deficiency, remaining at a disadvantage. However, in overall strength, it is no longer inferior. As Ma Hongjun prepared to depart from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, his attention was drawn to an unexpected sight. The number of celestial herbs had increased. Previously engrossed in his cultivation, he had overlooked the changes surrounding the celestial herbs. The enhancement of the world's fortune has led to a denser concentration of spiritual energy, facilitating easier cultivation. The already rich spiritual energy of the ice and fire yin-yang eye has surged, causing some celestial herbs, which typically require millennia to mature, to reach fruition within a mere 6 months. In Chapter 161, regarding the resolution of Xiao Wu's issue, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy as he swiftly gathered the mature celestial herbs into his treasure pouch. Some of these herbs had previously appeared in the second stage, while others were entirely new to him. Ma Hongjun remained unfazed by this, recognizing that the descent of meteor tears and the enhancement of the world's fortune were mere coincidences. He contemplated preparing a suitable celestial herb for Zilong. Although Zhao Yun's strength was still somewhat beneath that of a title Douluo, it was comparable to that of a peak soul Douluo. In a true life-and-death battle, he might not be weaker than a title Douluo, but his strength level remained that of a lower soul Douluo. Should Zilong consume a celestial herb, under normal conditions his combat prowess could rival that of the old poison. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. However, he did not reveal the deeper implications of his intentions. If he were to provide Zhao Yun with a celestial herb, given Zhao Yun's loyal and grateful nature, he would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards Ma Hongjun, possibly even becoming his devoted follower. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun felt a growing impatience. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter at hand remained the Soul Master Elite competition organized by the Spirit Hall. The championship of this elite competition represents the pinnacle of honor achievable by the younger generation of Soul Masters. Although Ma Hongjun prides himself on his maturity, Having lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, he still harbors a youthful spirit due to his reincarnation. While he professes indifference towards such competitions, the prospect of winning the championship would indeed bring him joy for a while. Before participating in the competition, however, he needed to address Xiao Wu's predicament. Having harvested several excess celestial herbs, he exited the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye and made his way to Shrek Academy. The Shrek 7 monsters had already returned 3 days prior, with Tang San and Xiao Wu among them. Ma Hongjun was the last to rejoin the group, as exceptional individuals are often the last to make their entrance. After a brief reunion, Ma Hongjun called Tang San aside, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke. Xiao San, your father must have informed you of Xiao Wu's true identity by now, has he not? Tang San's face immediately displayed signs of panic, as he realized that Ma Hongjun had indeed discerned Xiao Wu's identity. A sense of dread washed over him. Was Ma Hongjun planning to target Xiao Wu? In an instant, countless images of brotherly betrayal flashed through Tang San's mind, for the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was far too tempting, and he feared that one might be swayed by such treasures. Do not worry, Xiao Wu is also my sister. If you ever dare to wrong her in the future, I will not let you off easily, Ma Hongjun remarked impatiently, noting Tang San's silence and the flicker of vigilance and anxiety in his expression. This fellow certainly maintains a vigilant demeanor towards everyone, rendering the precious Shansak he provided rather wasted. However, this is understandable. For Tang San is a reincarnated soul who is not fully integrated into this world. It is only natural, much like Minkin, who experiences the same predicament, and thus cannot blame Tang San, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingers. Ah, Hongjin, thank you. I will surely not let Xiao Wu down. Upon hearing his subtle discontent, Tang San was abruptly awakened, and amidst his joy, he hastily expressed his gratitude and assurance. I summoned you here to discuss concealing Xiao Wu's identity. Initially, I had thought that Lord Havan would devise a method to shield her identity, yet I did not expect such carelessness. This level of concealment may deceive an average Douluo, but it is utterly insufficient against someone of Popidong's caliber. Ma Hongjing spoke with a tone of disappointment. He had already seen Xiao Wu upon his return, and her specific attributes were as follows: Xiao Wu, combat power, 49, soul power, 45, charm, 98, potential, half-step divine king, identity, concealed as a 100,000-year soul beast. The lightning rabbit, capable of evading detection from beings below level 95. If I am not mistaken, Tang Hao indeed possesses the strength of a 95 level foe. However, it is crucial to remember that at the Soul Master Finals, not only Popidong exceeds level 95, even Jinduo, Chunxin, and Ge Rong are super foe above level 95. How could one expect to remain undetected? No way. My father said that he could no longer discern Xiao Wu's identity, which is why he sent us back. Tang San replied, somewhat incredulous, yet he could not shake the unease within him, as his own king could reveal Xiao Wu's true identity. Nonetheless, driven by his trust in Tang Hao and the admiration for Tang's martial arts, he did not believe others would discern it. However, Ma Hong's assertion indicated that he had indeed seen through the veil, leaving Tang San no choice but to accept the truth. What method did your father employ to mask Xiao Wu's aura? Ma Hongjin inquired with curiosity. It is a technique my father developed based on remnants left by my mother and observations of her maturation period over the past 2 years. Tang San, having cast aside his last bit of wariness toward him due to guilt, spoke candidly. Indeed, there are merits to this approach. However, I possess an even better method. Here, take this and give it to Xiao Wu. With that, Ma Hongjing retrieved a herb shimmering with starlight from his Baonong. Xin Yin Cao, a celestial great herb. Effect: upon consumption, it can cloak all surrounding auras, impervious to divine beings, and possesses notable restorative effects. Below are additional descriptions and harvesting methods, which are part of the system's upgraded features. The detection functionality can not only probe into an individual's martial spirit potential and power, but also unveil the uses and basic information of treasures. This celestial herb is one of the few that have regrown, albeit the least effective in enhancing martial spirits. Yet its primary function is to conceal one's aura, making it perfect for Xiao Wu's identity concealment. Although Ma Jing has not fully integrated into the world of Douluo, he is generous towards friends and family, willingly parting with a celestial herb. This is far too precious. I cannot accept your herb. Tang San instinctively declined, but upon noticing Ma's increasingly displeased expression, he quickly fell silent, sensing that Ma Jing might harbor some misunderstanding towards him. This is for Xiaowu. Tang-san, remember not to let her down. She is a wonderful girl worthy of your lifelong protection. Due to his heart's inclination towards Ma's fondness for the future ruler of Douluo, Tang-san diminished significantly. Yet, out of past camaraderie, he held no animosity, though he found Tassan increasingly irksome and resolved to mentor him to prevent any missteps in the future. Without waiting for Tang-san's response, he returned to his quarters to rest. Chapter 162. In his chamber, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Internally, he felt a tinge of discomfort for attempting to play matchmaker between Tang-san and Xiao without having a partner of his own. Perhaps it is time for him to seek a girlfriend. Although the issues concerning his martial spirit are largely resolved, and he has acquired the necessary understanding, he remains undeniably a novice in romantic endeavors. I truly am a good person, yet I must find a girlfriend soon. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he initially intended to return to his quarters, only to suddenly halt and turn towards the direction of Duduqing and his residence. Do not misinterpret. Ma Fengjing was on his way to find Duduqing, but his quarters were adjacent. He is certainly not the type to covet what is in front of him while eyeing what is behind. As he spoke, he soon reached a fork in the path. To the left, 10 meters away, stood the entrance to Duduqing's abode, while to the right, 10 meters away, was his dwelling. Oh, what a delightful scent! He recalled Nk's impressive half-step divine king talent and decisively altered his course, opting to seek Ng for a heartfelt conversation. He harbored no intentions of seeking an easy life. He merely felt that as an auxiliary soul master, Ng required his protection more. While Gutik's alluring figure was undoubtedly tempting, Ng would not be swayed by feminine charms. For his aspirations lie in the stars and the sea. However, his intention to converse privately with a woman faltered upon entering his courtyard, where he discovered not only Juju Qing was present, but even Xiaowu. Sixth brother, weren't you discussing matters with Xiao-san? Why have you suddenly come to Roe's place? Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ma Hongjin at the entrance. Oh right, I just finished talking. Xiao-san is probably looking for you around the academy. You should go check. Ma Hongjin quickly fabricated an excuse to send Xiaowu away. Due to Ma's leadership, the lives of the Shrek 8 monsters were not as arduous as depicted in the original story. Each individual had their own independent courtyard in the back mountains of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, being an auxiliary soul master, resided adjacent to Zhu Qing for safety considerations. Oh, I see. Rong, I will take my leave now. I will come find you tomorrow morning to attend the soul master competition together. Xiaowu promptly rose from the stone table and bid farewell to Ng, disappearing in an instant. A slight smile graced Ma's lips as the hindrance departed. In truth, he had not entirely deceived Zhou, but was undoubtedly searching for her, eager for her to consume the Xincao. Sixth brother, how do you have the time to visit me? Are you missing me, or do you have something nice for me? Ning Rongrong, seeing Xiao's departure, stood up and jokingly took Ma's arm, unaware that Duju Qing did not intend to leave either. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's boldness, Ma Fengjing took the opportunity to tighten his grip on her arm and teased. Indeed, having retreated in seclusion at the ice and fire yin-yang eye for too long, I found myself yearning for you and Zhu Qing, my two little fairies, so I thought I would pay a visit. How annoying. Fickle-hearted carrot. I shall ignore you now. Though Meng feigned anger at my playful banter, her heart was elated, while Guduqing, standing beside them, felt a fleeting blush and quickly turned her gaze towards the flowers outside. The two young women had long harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, or perhaps it was more than mere affection, and both were quite aware of this. However, Ma Hongjun had always maintained his integrity, neither rejecting nor accepting their feelings. Today, in an unusual fashion, he began to speak such embarrassing words, which naturally brought joy to the two women. Although he spoke in a joking tone, they could not suppress their happiness regarding the notion of sharing a partner. While neither woman was entirely willing, they were not completely averse to it either. Both Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, and Zhu Zhuqing's father, the head of the Zhu family in the Xinglua Empire, had more than one wife. Thus, the two women had mentally prepared themselves for such a possibility, and their relationship was akin to that of sisters, having weathered many trials together. Ignore me, then I shall take my leave. Zhu Qing, I will go sit with you. Ma Hongjun said in a rather unrefined manner. All right, Lu Gu, Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly, rising without hesitation to walk outside. Wu, you are bullying me. I shall tell Grandpa Jian, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. Rongrong, do not cry. I was merely joking. Lu Gu was wrong. I won't leave. I will stay here with you today, all right? Ma Hongjun, taken aback, hastily reassured the weeping Ning Rongrong. In the past, when she had confessed her feelings, she had not reacted so strongly. Absolutely not. What a beautiful thought. I would rather not stay with you. Today, I intend to stay with Zhu Qing, and we need a rest. Lu Gu, you should return home. Ning Rongrong, seeing Ma Hongjuan's anxious demeanor, suddenly broke into a smile. Proudly taking Zhu Qing's hand and leading her away, leaving Ma Hongjun standing there. Ma Hongjun felt as though he had fallen into a trap, having expressed his true feelings only to be rejected. Nevertheless, how could Ma Hongjun, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, leave in disgrace? Having decided to clarify his relationship with the 2 women, he followed closely behind them and slipped into Ning Rongrong's room. Liu Yi, have you changed your mind and decided to accept both of us? Or is it that your martial soul has encountered issues again? Zhu Qing, who had remained silent until now, spoke first upon noticing Ma Hongjuan's presence. Indeed, Lu Gu, you aren't experiencing a surge of evil energy, are you? Ning Rongrong queried, eyeing Ma Hongjun, who was following them like a shadow. Do I look like I'm having a surge of evil energy? Ma Hongjun retorted with irritation. Not all, indeed. The 2 women replied in unison. Embarrassed, Ma Hongjun found a place to sit and began to survey Ning Rongrong's room. The decor was indeed exquisite, far surpassing his own quarters. The room was remarkably tidy, with flower pots adorning the desk and windowsill, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. The head of the bed was adorned with a large, pink plush bear pillow and a red phoenix design on the headboard, which, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to his martial soul. The overall layout struck a balance between adorableness and elegance, in stark contrast to his own room, which consisted solely of a desk, chair, and bed, along with some ledgers documenting business accounts. Your room is far more beautiful than mine. I must admit, my sudden visit was a bit abrupt, but I will make it up to you. What I wish to convey is that I have affection for both of you, which has caused my indecision. Even if you label me a scoundrel or a cad, I accept that. However, I hope our relationship can progress further, and I wonder if you would be willing to embark on this journey with me. Ma Hongjun stated earnestly, having eased the atmosphere. As long as you can help me grow stronger and continue to treat me well, I am willing, Zhu Qing expressed without hesitation, as Ning Rongrong remained silent. Very well. I promise not to disappoint you. Though I may be somewhat fickle, I am not unfaithful. Despite the challenges posed by my martial soul, I have not succumbed to the trivialities of romance over the years. The reason I seek both of you now is that I believe I can manage the evil energy of my martial soul, so I hope you both can accept me. Although it may seem unfair to you, I cannot let either of you down. Surely, you do not wish for me to become a heartless person. Ma Hongjun gazed deeply at the 2 women, shamelessly leveraging his background to appeal to them. Upon hearing about the issues with Ma Hongjuan's martial soul, Ning Rongrong's earlier hesitance vanished, and she resolutely replied, I am willing, but you must promise not to touch me or Zhu Qing until we come of age. All right, I promise. Ma Hongjun replied, feeling elated as both women acquiesced. He excitedly took their hands, sitting at the head of the bed, and began to share secrets. Under Ma Hongjuan's sweet talk, he successfully spent the night at Ning Rongrong's place. I will only sit, without any inappropriate actions. I will only hold hands, never touching elsewhere. I will only embrace, never engaging in mischief. I will only kiss, absolutely refraining from using my tongue. Thus, Ma Hongjuan's first kiss was successfully given to the 2 women. Gradually, they found themselves enchanted by his charming words. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun remained mindful of his promise to Ning Rongrong. He would not truly touch either of them until they reached maturity. However, he did not shy away from affectionate gestures, as he was not one to maintain a monk-like restraint. The following morning, as planned, Ma Hongjun merely observed the competitions, refraining from participating himself. Only Tang San, Zhu Qing, and Fat Tiger took to the stage, along with several substitutes, effortlessly overcoming challenges without giving Ma Hongjun and his companions a chance to compete. Soon, the day's matches concluded without any suspense. Compared to the original story, there were indeed several unfamiliar teams, likely hastily assembled by hidden families. However, their strength was somewhat lacking, even inferior to the 5 Elements Academy, let alone the more formidable Shrek Academy. Only 2 teams caught Ma Hongjuan's attention, but their capabilities were merely on par with the Shunfeng Academy, led by Feng Xiaotian. The increase in teams resulted in each academy participating in at least 4 or 5 matches daily. Consequently, Ma Hongjun found no desire to engage, and on the second day, he fabricated an excuse to slip away. He then sought out Cheng Yaojin, whom he had forgotten at Shrek Academy, bringing him along through the system into the Tongtianxi secret realm, heading towards the Three Kingdoms world. Notably, aside from summoning characters, Ma Hongjun could not bring local individuals into the late Han Dynasty Three Kingdoms world. The inhabitants of the Douluo world lacked the strength to enter the Han Dynasty realm and would be eradicated by the awakened heavenly Tao consciousness as enemies. Only those with the power to destroy deities could evade detection by the heavenly Tao consciousness. The summoned characters' souls possessed the same essence as those in this world, which is why they were not rejected. This was knowledge Ma Hongjun had gleaned from the system, prompting him to bring Cheng Yaojin to the Han Dynasty early, as he needed to establish his own influence. As Ma Hongjun prepared to enter the Three Kingdoms world, he was astonished to discover a familiar azure planet emerging from the depths of the passage, scenes that had appeared countless times in his dreams. What is the situation with the system? How did the Earth appear in the black hole passage? Ma Hongjun recalled that his last visit was merely 3 months ago, during which he saw nothing. Ding! The reason is that the worlds of the Three Kingdoms and Douluo are about to merge into the same dimension. Thus, the distance between the two worlds is continuously closing, allowing the host to perceive the Earth dimension. Does this Earth have any connection to the previous one? Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired. Ding! The current world of the Three Kingdoms is a parallel dimension of the Earth from the host's past life. If the host can allow the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world to consume the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world after the heavenly Tao ascends, some top-tier powerhouses will gain the ability to traverse time and space. What? Traverse time and space? Does that mean I have a chance to return to Earth? Ding! Yes, but 2 conditions must be met. Firstly, the traversal can only be based on the heavenly Tao of the main world. Secondly, one must reach the pinnacle of the God King realm. I understand the second condition, but what does the first one mean? If the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world consumes the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world, then even if the host possesses the ability to traverse time and space, the traversal will be to a parallel world based on the history of Douluo. Ma Hongjun fell silent for a long time, momentarily stunned and lost in thought. Previously, he had merely wished to not fall short of Tang San, completely unaware of the meaning of his rebirth. What were his true aspirations? He had simply yearned for a carefree existence, to become a deity and not be bullied. But these desires were indeed too superficial, or perhaps it was because he lacked a life goal, resulting in him settling for the most basic yearnings. To become a true powerhouse, these aspirations were far from sufficient. Fortunately, the appearance of this Earth-like form ignited within Ma Hongjun a fervent desire, a powerful yearning to grow stronger. As for this life, he bore no emotional ties to his current parents. His true parents belonged to his past life, those who had the bloodline of Huaxia. Ever since the emergence of the Three Kingdoms world, the thoughts he had buried deep within finally surfaced at this moment. The longing in his heart was magnified infinitely. After his disappearance, what had become of his father and mother? Did they think of him? Were they heartbroken by his departure? He resolved to grow stronger, to become immensely powerful, and then seek out the true world of his past life to find his parents. Moreover, time was of the essence. He had at most 30 years left, possibly only 20, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. After accounting for the 14 years spent in Douluo, it meant his parents from the past life were nearly in their 50s. Given their relatively healthy state, living for another 20 years should not pose a significant issue. However, the uncertainties of the years beyond that were unpredictable. Thus Ma Hongjun had to hasten his quest for strength. Only then could he extend his parents' lives after finding them. With the historical world of the Three Kingdoms now emerging, the appearance of Earth could not be far behind. Relying solely on his own strength to confront the entire world was evidently insufficient. He needed to dismantle the opposing will from both external and internal fronts. It seemed that the struggle for dominance was inevitable. This time, he would set up his plans in the late Han Dynasty. Upon his next return, he would truly belong to this world. After achieving victory for the Shrek team in a martial Soul City, he would immediately head to the City of Slaughter. There, after acquiring what he desired, he would fight alongside Zilong and Bowen. Ma Hongjun envisioned the grand scenes of battle, and an uncontrollable surge of passion ignited within him. To fight and live alongside these legendary heroes of history was something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Whether it was Guan Yu, who once flooded the 7 armies, Zhao Zilong, who valiantly rescued the young lord at Changban Slope, or the brilliant strategist Zhuge Kongming and the genius Guijia, all were figures he deeply admired in his past life. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun once again appeared in the Tongtianxi secret realm. This return to the late Han dynasty brought him a grand surprise from Liu Bowen, who, with his eloquence, had successfully persuaded Zhao Yun to acknowledge Ma Hongjun as his master. Unable to decline, and fueled by his newfound ambition for dominance, Ma Hongjun temporarily accepted Zhao Yun's allegiance, but insisted that upon his next visit, they would become sworn brothers. Chapter 164, Battle with Lu Bu, Zhao Yun's fame concurrently. Zhao Yun's profile astonished Ma Hongjun even further, as the system was gradually updating with the evolving world rules. Zhao Yun, Combat Power, 91 Martial Soul, Dragon's Lance 2nd Martial Soul, White Dragon Seal Realm, Minor Mastery of Technique, Soul Power 86 to 89 Talent, Mid-Upper Divine Priest Talent, Exceptional Comprehension, unmatched in the world. If he can surpass his talent limits, he will become an extraordinary being. Future intelligence and other attributes below 85 will no longer be listed. What level is a divine priest? Ma Hongjun was somewhat perplexed, having long anticipated Zhao Yun's potential to become an extraordinary being. The lowest level of the divine realm. This can't be right. How could Zhao Yun's talent be so poor? Has there been a mistake? Ma Hongjun felt indignant on his behalf. Ding! Reminder, the lowest level of the divine realm is still within the divine realm and cannot be deemed subpar. Furthermore, level 100 is a significant threshold. The closer one's talent is to level 100, the easier it is to break through. The day of breakthrough will indeed be the day of extraordinary emergence. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's spirits soared. It seemed Zhao Yun's talent was comparable to that of ordinary martial generals. Yet he also possessed divine-level potential and an easier path to breakthrough. Once he did, with his unparalleled comprehension, he would undoubtedly become extraordinary. After all, in history, Zhao Yun was renowned for his exquisite techniques and valiant combat, rarely sustaining injuries. His physical talent, however, did not compare to top-tier generals like Lu Bu and Dian Wei. His ability to stand among them was entirely due to his understanding of martial arts techniques. Of course, it could not be denied that his inherent qualities were also commendable. Moreover, talent, while significant, could not solely determine physical prowess. Diligent training could compensate for certain shortcomings in talent. Hence, the lack of visible disparities below the divine level is understandable. Aside from this, he also capitalized on his advantages, as the Penglai Tavern was naturally famous for its fine wines. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, food production had significantly increased, making exquisite wines even more sought after. After 2,000 years of refinement, Penglai wine became the most popular tavern in the late Han dynasty, renowned as the immortal brew of Penglai. Thus, the business of the Penglai Tavern miraculously flourished during the late Han period. Of course, another key reason was the tavern's rumored possession of at least 3 titled Douluo. With such formidable strength, ordinary warlord factions typically had at most 1 or 2 titled Douluo. The foundation of having 3 titled Douluo was an important factor in the expansion of the Penglai Tavern. In reality, the Penglai Tavern did not possess 3 titled Douluo. Counting Zhao Yun's master, Tong Yuan, and Liu Bowen, they had only 2. The external perception of 3 was due to Zhao Yun having fought and emerged unscathed against Lu Bu, known as the world's foremost martial general. Coupled with the unique method of concealing his aura from his sect, outsiders could not discern his true realm. It was said that Lu Bu was the foremost figure of the Han dynasty, aside from the elder generation. Although he appeared to be at level 89, he was a rare triple cultivation practitioner of might, technique, and skill, having defeated the sword Saint Wang Yu, who was a titled Douluo Lu Bu. Though not a titled Douluo, was certainly formidable. 2 months ago, Zhao Yun, alongside Liu Bowen, ventured to Suzhou, where Lu Bu resided. Due to an incident at the Penglai Tavern, Lu Bu had indulged in revelry without settling his tab, and even attempted to commandeer the establishment. With the revival of spiritual energy enhancing individual prowess, the journey from Jizhou to Suzhou took merely a day. Following the emergence of battle souls, the internal strength of martial generals had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering their journey's energy expenditure negligible. In the vicinity of Suzhou's Xiaopei, an earth-shattering duel unfolded between the two. Contrary to historical accounts, Lu Bu, fortified in Xiaopei and boasting the title of Douluo, faced no opposition for a mere city. As long as it was not the imperial capital, it held no significance. This exemplified the might and majesty of a titled individual. However, the Penglai Tavern dared to confront such a power. Under Liu Bowen's guidance and covert support, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu clashed for 300 rounds. ultimately resulting in Lu Bu being subdued by Lu Bowen's intervention, compelled to apologize publicly to the Peng Lai Tavern. Despite Lu Bu's pride, he could not maintain his composure before Lu Bowen and Zhao Yun, who were of comparable strength, and, feeling the weight of his guilt, he offered a public apology. Consequently, the status of the Peng Lai Tavern was irrevocably solidified during the late Han period, becoming a force that none dared to provoke. Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, formidable warriors under Lu Bu's command, could only observe with detached expressions, unable to act under the oppressive aura of Lu Bowen's Douluo title. Upon hearing of this event, Ma Hongjun exhibited surprise, realizing that Lu Bu had foolishly chosen to engage Zhao Yun in a foot battle, forbidding his troops from forming a battle array to encircle them. Believing himself invincible and desiring a contest with the second greatest martial general from the pen of Bai Shaoxing, he inadvertently elevated Zhao Yun's reputation. In reality, their reckless journey to Lu Bu's domain appeared impulsive, yet every detail was anticipated by Lu Bowen. Lu Bu's character precluded him from repelling them through the might of his battle array. Once defeated, the renown of Zhao Yun and Lu Bowen as Douluos would deter outsiders from eyeing the Peng Lai Tavern, alongside the publicly acknowledged title of Gun God Tong Yuan, forming a triad of titles. Although their strength could not breach the battle array formed by Lu Bu and his generals, a strategic retreat was still plausible, and Lu Bowen had contingencies in place. Zhao Yun's forces remained stationed on a hillside outside the city, where his keen perception allowed him to survey the happenings within. Although Tong Yuan had not formally recognized Ma Hongjun as his master, he willingly accepted the position of guardian elder of the Peng Lai Tavern. Being Zhao Yun's most cherished disciple, he could not rest easy regarding the battle against Lu Bu and felt compelled to support his pupil. Aside from sending Cheng Yaojin to the Peng Lai Tavern, Ma Hongjun revealed to Zhao Yun the secret of twin martial souls. Due to the alterations in the laws of heaven and earth, the first batch of martial generals awakening their martial souls possessed strength surpassing that of soul saints, and their physical fortitude was adequate, negating concerns regarding the drawbacks of a second martial soul. He emphasized that the later the second martial soul absorbed its soul rings, the more advantageous it would be. While the late Han period allowed for the automatic absorption of soul rings, it merely equated to optimal soul ring ratios and lacked control-type skills. Martial generals relied on martial arts techniques for combat. While formidable, the fusion of both approaches would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Therefore, Ma Hongjun advised Zhao Yun not to independently condense soul rings upon breaking through his bottleneck, but to seek powerful wild beasts in the wilderness to obtain growth-type soul rings. With the revival of spiritual energy, ferocious beasts had become increasingly potent, some rivaling the strength of soul Douluos. Zhao Yun's 8th soul ring was a growth-type white tiger soul ring, distinguishing him from other martial generals. The decision to bring Cheng Yaojin to the late Han period also considered factors for Cheng Yaojin's 9th soul ring. Upon returning to Tiando City, 3 days had elapsed, and the Tiando competition had intensified. The Shrek team continued their unstoppable momentum, boasting a record of 12 wins and 0 losses. The other teams maintaining perfect records included Shunfeng Academy, Long Academy, and Luo Academy. Intelligence indicated that these two institutions were affiliated with the Long family and Luo family, respectively. In contrast, the Mo family, one of the 3 major families, encountered misfortune by facing Shrek Academy early, resulting in a record of 11 wins and 1 loss, tying with Chihua Academy and Tianshui Academy for 2nd place. While they displayed some strength, they still fell short compared to Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. However, the emergence of these factions would likely temper the Spirit Hall's arrogance, which was a positive development. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, envisioning a scenario where both sides would suffer mutual defeat. Chapter 165, A Thought-Provoking Dread. Hongjun, you have finally returned. The next match's opponent poses a bit of a challenge. I intend to send Ida and Xiao Wu along with Zhu Qing into battle, while you and Rongrong remain as our trump cards, Tang San remarked. A hint of displeasure evident on his face upon the return of Ma Hongjun, who had been absent for 3 days. However, given Ma Hongjun's influence within the team, he symbolically consulted with him. As the only control-type soul master besides Ma Hongjun, Tang San's position as the core of the team was unquestionable in his absence, and his extensive knowledge of martial souls naturally positioned him as the team's commander. Ma Hongjun's 3-day silence during the competition was undoubtedly irksome to the principled Tang San. Nevertheless, the entire team owed a significant debt of gratitude to Ma Hongjun, especially in light of his relationship with Xiao Wu. Thus, he maintained a facade of warmth. No need for that, Xiao-san. You are simply being overly cautious. With our strength, there is no need to conceal our abilities. We can push through directly. Ma Hongjun was not particularly fond of such strategies, as he was eager to secure the ultimate championship in the Spirit City competition, promptly dismissing Tang San's suggestion. Ma Hongjun estimated that winning the preliminaries, the knockout rounds, and the finals would significantly enhance his influence, allowing his still-developing system to absorb fortune and acquire Douluo coins for his lottery endeavors. Although he did not intend to absorb any soul bones besides external soul bones and wisdom soul bones, the rewards obtained could still benefit others. Should he acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, it would serve as an excellent addition to his Wu Yi Jian Chao martial soul, possibly as its 5th or 6th soul ring. As for the 6th soul ring of the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun had already decided it must be the 10-headed sun serpent from the City of Slaughter. Once he absorbed its inner core, the disadvantages of his martial soul would transform into advantages, leading to an evolution into a more perfect form. Ma Hongjun felt that his phoenix martial soul was at a bottleneck, unlike the original Ma Hongjun. Absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent might enable his martial soul to surpass the 10-headed limit and evolve into an 11 or 12-headed fire phoenix, attaining the status of a true divine-level martial soul. Unknown to him, due to his unspent Yuan Yang, the foundation of his martial soul was far deeper compared to the original, who often released his energy. He merely believed he possessed a greater fortune. Upon ascending to a divine-level martial soul, the enhancement of his power would be secondary. The primary gain would be the elevation of his innate potential. Although Ma Hongjun's current potential had already reached the pinnacle of this world, any excess talent would undoubtedly manifest and materialize in terms of combat power. Even the 12-winged angel martial soul would pale in comparison. If this legacy continued, it could give birth to offspring with innate level 20 soul power. Certainly, this also reflects a small conjecture in Ma Hongjun's heart, but the specifics must be determined by future circumstances. If possible, Ma Hongjun would prefer that his future child inherits his Jiakeo martial spirit. The Jiakeo martial spirit has now separated from the system, which has long been inseparable from him. Even so, the Jiakeo martial spirit cannot be adequately described by the martial spirit rules of this world. Ma Hongjun even feels that the Jiakeo martial spirit does not deserve to be called a martial spirit. Yet the martial spirits of the Douluo world possess their own advantages, namely tremendous potential, allowing for continuous growth. Of course, this is predicated on the ability to break free from the rules of the Douluo world. Even the arrival of the Huaxiao world cannot escape the influence of its martial spirit rules, can it? Previously, he had not contemplated the reasons behind the formation of martial spirits, but now, upon reflection, it evokes a chilling fear, as there must be astonishing secrets concealed behind it. Upon this thought, Ma Hongjun was suddenly startled and silently mused. However, he quickly buried this matter deep within his heart, for he currently lacks the qualifications and strength to delve into such unknown affairs. Although Ma Hongjun's mind was awash with thoughts, he remained vigilant regarding Tang San's expression. As expected, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's differing opinion, Tang San hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up, saying, "Well, I have no objections. Let's proceed swiftly and decisively. Let everyone vote on whether to agree with Hongjun's proposal." Seeing this, Tang San readily concurred, primarily influenced by his mentor, Master Yu Xiaojing's opinion. With his intelligence, how could he fail to perceive the current strength of the Shrek team? Aside from the Martial Soul Hall, there was virtually no threat. Hiding their strength would be futile. However, he could not disregard his mentor's advice, reasoning that it might not be a bad thing. So he agreed to master strategy. Agreed. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai were the first to express their agreement, particularly Dai Mubai, who had long desired to showcase his prowess. Agreed. The three girls also concurred. Agreed. We must agree. I have long said that with our strength, there is no need for concealment. If we can win, then we can win. If we cannot, hiding our strength is of no use. Our only target remains the Martial Soul Hall. Oscar complained from his side, as his intellect could be said to rival that of Tang San within Shrek. He had long recognized the flaws in Master's strategy, but being a food-type soul master, his opinions were often overlooked. On the surface, Master's concealment strategy appeared harmless, yet it carried significant risks. Should they encounter a powerful opponent, a moment's negligence could prevent them from achieving first place, as had occurred in the original pre-selection. Although securing a spot in the top 5 would allow them to proceed to the finals in Wuhan City without impacting the Ultimate Champion, the resultant influence would undoubtedly diminish, which was not what Ma Hongjun desired. What he sought was influence. The greater the influence, the more substantial the rewards bestowed by the system. It was evident that the champion of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition would undoubtedly gather considerable fortune. And securing the championship would almost guarantee the acquisition of Douluo coins through the conversion of luck. The system would not issue any tasks. To obtain Douluo coins, or Huaxia points, one must accomplish significant feats or achieve certain milestones. Well, since everyone agrees, let us draw lots for the participants in the next match. With the exception of Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun remarked, observing the eager Xiao Wu and chuckling lightly. Huh? I don't want to, Xiao Wu pouted, looking up at Ma Hongjun with tearful eyes. Clearly, she had grown even closer to him than before. Moreover, upon inspecting the system panel, Xiao Wu's soul power had reached the same level as Dai Mu Bai's, level 48, indicating that she had consumed the Xian Chao Yingxin KO, and she was aware that Ma Hongjun had assisted her, making her naturally more affectionate towards him. You don't want to participate, right? No problem. I didn't expect Sister Xiao Wu to be so magnanimous, willing to give up the chance to appear for everyone, Ma Hongjun teased. Yes, I want to participate, Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking Ma Hongjun's arm, completely oblivious to Tang San's increasingly displeased expression. All right, if that's the case, let's draw lots to determine who will participate, Ma Hongjun said helplessly, patting Xiao Wu's head, releasing her arm, and raising his hands in resignation. Chapter 166. Luck has form. Xiao Wu, a young lady should not be so unruly. Tang San seized the opportunity to reprimand her, pulling Xiao Wu back. The others watched, appearing indifferent, particularly Ning Rongrong, who felt secretly pleased, thinking, serving you right for hugging my man. However, these thoughts were fleeting. Their sisterly bond remained strong, and they would not let such trivial matters cause discord. They all understood Xiao Wu was not manipulative but acted out of gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was unconcerned about Tang San's views regarding himself and Xiao Wu. He approached a stone table, prepared some slips of paper, and wrote down 7 for participation and 1 for abstention, crumpling them into balls and placing them in an opaque cup to shake. To be fair, you all choose first. Just leave 1 for me, and let us see who has the weakest luck, he stated. Although Ma Hongjun desired to participate to gain more influence, he also considered his teammates' feelings. He had privately discussed the matter of luck with the Shrek 7, and Yi Lingling's remarks had become somewhat of an open secret within Shrek Academy. If he were to draw first, he had numerous methods to secure a participation slip. All right, everyone, including Tang San, was unreserved, focusing intently as they each took a crumpled slip of paper. As they lifted their slips, an invisible aura of luck enveloped them. Each member of the Shrek 7 felt as if they were under divine protection, eagerly revealing their slips. They were all proud individuals. While abstaining was acceptable, admitting their luck was the weakest was intolerable. Although Ma Hongjun did not explicitly state it, they had all grasped this issue. Once everyone had selected their slips, Ma Hongjun opened the last remaining crumpled ball on the stone table, revealing the words participate written on it. Indeed, his luck among the Shrek 8 was exceptional. Given the dismal luck depicted in the original work, the probability of abstaining was certainly not in his favor. Ma Hongjun mused that he initiated this little game out of curiosity regarding luck and wanted to test it. Moreover, this final selection method inherently placed him at a disadvantage. Yet even so, he still drew a participation slip, which spoke volumes. Little brother Ma, mine says abstain. For the next match, I'll cheer for you all from the sidelines since I have the lowest soul power among us, making my contribution minimal. It's just right for the strongest lineup. Everyone appeared delighted, except for Fat Tiger, who had a pained expression but scratched his head sheepishly and said. Everyone understood that the Shrek team was about to make a significant impact, and none wished to miss the opportunity to participate. No one wanted to finish last, especially Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who came from noble backgrounds. Did you not notice how the pre-selection participants consciously refrained from following, eager to seize the last few crucial matches? After all, joining only to be eliminated or finish last was more appropriate. Well, don't be disheartened. In every match, except for the finals, we will decide the participants in this manner, Ma Hongjun comforted, patting Fat Tiger's shoulder. Without any surprises, I became increasingly convinced of my own speculations. Compared to the original 7, on the surface, Fat Tiger's opportunities and soul power are not inferior to theirs. However, In terms of fortune, he still lags significantly behind. Ma Hongjun had already foreseen that it was likely Fat Tiger who would draw the one slip that would not be used in the next match. Haha, brother Fat Tiger. If you draw it again in the next match, I will not compete for it. I will let you take the stage. As an auxiliary food system soul master, Oscar's contributions might even be less significant than those of Fat Tiger. Moreover, other team members would have to divert their attention to ensure his safety, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Well, haha, I am not insistent on taking the stage. Once I've had my fill, I will gladly relinquish my opportunity. Daimu Bai was also pleased, believing that as the second prince of Xinglao, his fortune was robust and he would not draw unfavorable or unwanted outcomes. The girls, too, were secretly elated, as no one wished to be deemed the weakest, even if it was merely a matter of elusive luck. As you all think this way, the next draw may not necessarily adhere to fortune. Unexpectedly, a simple game test truly seemed to be influenced by luck. Tang Sen said gravely. Yet he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, further convinced of his own strong fortune. Yes, indeed, luck does appear to be real. I was not mistaken. Just now, I felt as if I were indeed aided by an unseen force, and I believe the one I selected is undoubtedly what I desire. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. So do I, Zhu Zhuqing succinctly added. We feel the same, the rest of the group echoed, except for Fat Tiger, who shared similar sentiments. In the past, luck was intangible. Now it gradually becomes tangible and traceable. I wonder whether this is good or bad. Xiao San, which academy are we facing in the next match? Ma Hongjun spoke nonchalantly, though he harbored faint concerns about the growing strength of the Douluo continent. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. It was only when he thought of their next opponents that he truly began to focus on these hidden family adversaries. It is the Long Academy of the Hidden Dragon family. The Long Academy only recruits students with dragon bloodline martial souls. Their strength is certainly comparable to that of the Shunfeng Academy, and I have a strong intuition that each of them possesses profound hidden strengths. This information about the Long Academy's team was sent over by the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San stated, placing a stack of documents on the table after retrieving it from his spatial soul guide. Just as in the original story, Tang San maintained a very close partnership with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, providing them with services related to hidden weapons. Therefore, Ma Hongjun was not surprised, but rather confidently led everyone to the preparation room, taking a seat at the central position of the square table. He laid out the materials and began strategizing. Regardless of the setting, strength was paramount. After all, Tang San was merely a soul sect, while he was a soul king, soon to become a soul emperor. Thus, upon returning to the team, everyone naturally regarded Ma Hongjun as the leader. The group deeply resonated with Ma Hongjun's assertion about tangible luck, wholeheartedly agreeing, something they would have never dared to imagine before. The foundations of these hidden family academies are incredibly deep, and as Tang San said, each individual possesses different hidden cards. However, there is no need for concern. Their innate talents are not as formidable as ours. They are merely boisterous clowns relying on the remnants of their family's glory. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces due to Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to offer words of comfort. The remnants of their family? The group looked perplexed, momentarily setting aside their apprehension towards the hidden families. It's merely hidden cards like soul bones. As long as we approach them carefully, defeating them should not be difficult. Our true adversary is the Spear Hall S team, Ma Hongjun explained nonchalantly. In his view, the skills provided by soul bones, aside from a few exceptional cases, were rather ordinary. Having already delved into the techniques of the three kingdoms, Ma Hongjun effortlessly executed moves far superior to the soul bone skills. Note, there are 4 methods of cultivation in the three kingdoms: technique, physical arts, force arts, and the spiritual methods cultivated by strategists. Chapter 167, Long Academy Team. The spiritual cultivation methods, although Liu Bowen possesses them at a high level, are not suitable for Ma Hongjun, or rather, cannot be used for his cultivation. Any techniques brought by characters summoned by the system are restricted by its rules, allowing only the summoner to cultivate them, rendering them unique to the individual. The most precious among the cultivation methods of the three kingdoms is the spiritual cultivation method, most of which are considered closely guarded secrets. If Ma Hongjun wishes to acquire the most valuable spiritual cultivation method, he must find an opportunity through other strategists from the three kingdoms. Hongjun is right. I was overly cautious just now. However, Everyone must not let their guard down. In the next match, we must pay special attention to Long In-er, the vice-captain of Long Academy. Based on my observations, her prowess and mental strength is exceptionally formidable. Even I cannot be entirely assured of victory. Tang Xin noticed that Ma Hongjun's words had restored the confidence of the previously disheartened group. He became aware of the adverse effect of his earlier remarks on everyone and felt a bit embarrassed, but he continued to speak, appropriately reminding everyone to remain vigilant. It is no wonder that the group had lost confidence. After all, if not for Ma Hongjun's assistance in breaking through their potential, they would only be considered relatively ordinary talents. The recent dramatic shifts in the continent's landscape, the emergence of hidden family forces, and the palpable luck they had just witnessed had profoundly shocked them, instilling a fear of the unknown. Coupled with the re-emergence of hidden families at this critical juncture, it was difficult for them not to draw connections between these events. Thus, facing unknown opponents with obscured strengths, their confidence was inevitably shaken. Even Xiao San, your mental strength cannot surpass hers. It seems we all need to be particularly cautious, Dai and Mubai chimed in, as they understood the strength of Tang San's mental power, which was generally superior to theirs, except for Ma Hongjun. In reality, even Ma Hongjun might not surpass Tang San in terms of mental strength. Based on Ma Hongjun's estimation, Tang San's mental strength was likely at the Soul Sage level at this moment. And if he were to absorb the Wisdom Soul Bone awarded to the champion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, he could easily reach the Soul Douluo level. While Ma Hongjun's mental strength, though exceptional, was only one tier above that of an ordinary Soul Master. It currently fell within the range of a high-level Soul Emperor's mental capacity. Meanwhile, Tang San, having practiced the Purple Extreme Magic Eye and having been trained by his father for half a year, might have encountered fortuitous events. And his mental strength was now at the high-level Soul Sage rank, poised to enter the Soul Douluo realm at any moment. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun was confident that he could catch up to Tang San in a short time, once he fully incorporated all the soul rings, including the hidden ones, of his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul. Both his mental strength and overall power would significantly rise. Due to the transformation and evolution of his martial soul into 9-leaf sword grass, the hidden soul rings were no longer bound by the laws of the heavens. And as long as he reached the requisite level, he could apply suitable soul rings to the hidden ones. Furthermore, with the 10-headed fiery sun snake inner core from the City of Slaughter being exceedingly compatible with his evil fire phoenix martial soul, Ma Hongjun's mental strength also held great promise of entering the Soul Douluo realm. Having read the original text thoroughly, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the critical importance of mental strength in later stages of ascension to divinity. Moreover, he harbored a subtle concern about how to obtain the recognition of the Douluo deities should the two worlds turn adversarial in the future. If recognition eludes him, he must embark on the path of self-deification. At present, he remains unaware that within the realm of the three kingdoms, there exists a cadre of entities rivaling the divine, sealed within a unique spatial secret realm. Perhaps it is the wisdom of a 10,000-year-old intelligent skull that shall entrust this vice-captain to Xiao San. While the rest shall be divided among us, with the captain reserved for me, no one shall covet it. This time, Ma Hongjun refrained from countering Tang San's words, as he had never intended to confront him, merely discussing matters as they were. As for the notion that rebutting Tang San might diminish his standing within the team, it can only be said that Ma Hongjun is rather forthright, favoring straightforward discourse. Captain Long Kong, level 48, a powerful assault-type battle spirit master. Age, 18. Battle spirit, blazing flying dragon. Their captain possesses a formidable fire attribute dragon spirit capable of flight, making Ma Hongjun the most suitable opponent. Tang Xin cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and then elaborated for the group. Ma Hongjun did not need to peruse the information on the Dragon Academy team members. His intelligence-gathering prowess, bolstered by the Tianluo Dine Intelligence Network, surpassed even that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, flying opponents are challenging to contend with. While Xiao Ao's mushroom sausages allow for brief flight, they are somewhat inadequate against aerial spirit masters. Dai Mubai, the oldest member of the team, shook his head in resignation. Initially, he had set his sights on the eldest captain, Long Kong, but upon realizing the nature of the flying spirit, he reconsidered. He understood that Ma Hongjun was far more suited to face him, and he was well aware that he could not outmatch Ma Hongjun, who had long been recognized as the strongest member of the Shrek team. Conversely, Ma Hongjun held a different perspective, as a high soul king. He regarded all opponents as mere trifles, easily dispatched with a few soul skills, unworthy of significant concern. While others believed his recent ascension to Soul King marked him as a novice, only he understood the extent of his own prowess. Even Zhao Wujing, at the Soul Sage level, would falter against him if he unleashed his full potential. Of course, Zhao Wujing had since ascended to the Soul Douluo level, reaching level 83. Thanks to the resources provided by Tianluo Dian. Rather than attributing this advancement solely to the network's assistance, it was more accurate to credit Ma Hongjuan's support. Although he lacked the coveted celestial herbs, he had still managed to acquire numerous potent elixirs, reminiscent of them. Ma Hongjuan would never forget the kindness shown to him during his youth when he was carried to Suodo City. Nor would he disregard the fact that Flinder had long surpassed the levels described in the original text. Ma Hongjuan had essentially been raised by Flinder, and despite his infrequent returns to Wutong Village due to his training and battle spirit, he ensured that Ma Xiaodai brought back ample nourishing herbs. With the aid of these herbs, village chief De Ma radiated vitality, achieving the rank of Soul Master he had always aspired to, extending his lifespan by at least 2 decades. Captain Dai, we shall simply follow in Hongjuan's wake and reap the rewards. With Hongjuan at the helm. Even the Spirit Hall is but a stepping stone for our Shrek team, Oscar stated, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder and striking a chord of clarity. Upon hearing this, the group brightened, with Fat Tiger nodding in agreement, embodying the sentiment. Ning Rongrong gazed at her boyfriend with admiration, while Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly, remaining silent. They naturally possessed unwavering confidence in Ma Hongjuan, and even without Oscar's reminder, they felt among the least concerned about failure. Their brief distraction stemmed from the overwhelming changes in the world and the palpable aura of fortune surrounding them. Chapter 168. The Spirit Hall's Ambush 1. Vice Captain, Long Ener, Battle Spirit, White Dragon Unicorn, Level 48 Control System Battle Spirit Master. Their Vice Captain, Long Ener, is also a formidable figure nearing the Soul King level. Having achieved an undefeated record by controlling enemies through her unique spiritual prowess, her soul ring skills are all related to mental power. Tang Xin stepped forward to reveal the information, indicating the second page of the dossier on Vice Captain Long Ener to the group. Tang Xin's assessment was accurate. The team should exercise caution during combat. Ma Hongjuan echoed this sentiment. In the afternoon's battle, Shrek faced off against the Dragon Academy, and the full might of Shrek Academy indeed surpassed that of the Dragon Academy. Tang Xin successfully subdued Long Ener, the vice captain of the Dragon Academy, allowing Ma Hongjuan to eliminate the Dragon Academy captain, Long Kong. With Ma Hongjuan's assistance, they successfully defeated Long Ener, while Dai Mubai seized an opportunity to dispatch his opponent from the arena, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Xiao Wu and others, dealt with their adversaries one by one. This impressive display of dominance heralded Shrek Academy's emergence, establishing them as frontrunners for the championship. In subsequent matches, the Shrek team continued to sweep through their opponents, ultimately claiming the title of champions in the promotion tournament. They became a source of pride for the Tiando Empire, the most coveted team, even surpassing the recognition of the imperial representatives who did not partake in the promotion tournament. Unlike the Tiando royal team, which had been elevated by imperial favor, the Shrek team truly earned their renown through genuine combat prowess. Moreover, the presence of the charming and lovely trio, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, drew numerous fans to Shrek Academy. Among them were many devoted fans from previous concerts, loyal supporters. Following the awarding of noble titles, ranging from the highest Earl to the lowest Baron, to the 16 teams promoted by the Tiando royal family, the promotion tournament officially concluded. As champions, Ma Hongjuan attained the title of Earl, positioning him within the noble class of Douluo continent, thus shedding the burdensome label of a grassroots origin. What? The master has already departed for the Spirit City? Ma Hongjuan inquired, furrowing his brow at the still-dazed Tang San. Flinder, Tang San, and Ma Hongjuan convened at a stone table in a courtyard to deliberate. Well, Dean, I am uncertain of the specifics. The teacher left me a letter explaining the situation. Tang San replied, producing the letter and addressing Flinder beside Ma Hongjuan. Xiao San, you have always been my hope for survival. I cannot bear to witness you in peril. The might of the Spirit Hall is beyond your comprehension. However, with the teacher present, you shall remain safeguarded. My early departure to the Spirit City is to alleviate your troubles. Although I am not fully aware of the grievances between you and the Spirit Hall, I can surmise the general context. Based on my understanding of the Spirit Hall, They will not allow you to appear unscathed in Spirit City. Flender, my good brother, I entrust Xiao San to your care. Be vigilant against the Spirit Hall's assassins. I am cognizant that you, along with Erlong, have integrated into the core of the Tianluo Dian faction, and your strength is formidable. However, avoid engaging with the Spirit Hall unless you possess absolute certainty. Remember this. Upon reading this, Ma Hongjuan's thoughts raced. So, the master was well aware of the dangers posed by the Spirit Hall and had ventured forth to mitigate them. Did he not fear that Tang San might be ambushed and perish en route? Or was it merely a means of evading danger? Of course, these were merely Ma Hongjuan's unfounded speculations. With the master's limited soul power, even if he remained, he would be of little use. In the original tale, they managed to perform a three-person spirit fusion technique. Now, however, the spirit fusion technique shared by Liu Erlong and Flender was no less potent than a three-person fusion, rendering the master's presence more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, Ma Hongjun found a certain satisfaction in this development. He felt no sympathy for the misfortunate master Yu Xiaojiang. Merely refraining from adding to his woes was commendable enough. Alas, Xiaogang, why subject yourself to such hardship? With your uncle's protection, even the Wuhuan Temple must tread carefully around you. Why must you persist in proving yourself? Is there truly anything more significant than family? Sighed Flandra, filled with a sense of exasperation. Each individual harbors a vulnerable spot that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I believe the reason our teacher has achieved such remarkable success in Wuhuan research is largely due to his unwavering dedication to this field. He too wishes to demonstrate his worth to those he cares about, having spent so many years in solitude. Hearing Flandra's dissatisfaction, Tang San felt compelled to defend Yu Xiaojiang. TCH, there must be something despicable about those who are pitiful, sneered Ma Hongjun, inwardly disdainful. So, Xiao San, what is your vulnerable spot? Ma Hongjun nonchalantly inquired, feigning indifference as he noticed Xiao Wu and others approaching from behind Tang San. My vulnerable spot would be my family. I do not provoke others. But if anyone dares to harm my loved ones, that is an affront to my vulnerable spot, and I will not tolerate it. Not even from the Wuhuan Temple. Tang San stated, his demeanor deliberately grave and his gaze sharp, his tone cold as he sought to establish his authority within the group and challenge Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun was indeed formidable, Tang San held a greater confidence in himself, convinced that in a life-or-death battle, Ma Hongjun, a boy who had seen little bloodshed, would surely not withstand the might of his hidden weapons. Am I considered your family, Xiao San? Xiao Wu suddenly asked, standing directly behind Tang San. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Tang San's icy demeanor evaporated instantly, replaced with awkwardness. Xiao San, you haven't answered me, Xiao Wu continued, ignoring Tang San's words. Her eyes glistening with tears as she pressed on, for Tang San's earlier expression had eerily resembled that of the murderer who took her parents' lives, instilling fear deep within her. Xiao Wu is my closest kin. How could she not count? Silly girl, you are the one I would protect with my life. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I did not manage my emotions well, and I frightened you. Tang San quickly reassured Xiao Wu, sincerity etched upon his face. Annoying. I know Brother San is the best. I believe Brother San will surely protect me well. Xiao Wu, believing in Tang San's sweet words, wiped her tears and smiled, leaning against his chest with a look of contentment. Ahem. Now, you two should be mindful of your surroundings. I have matters to attend to. You little monsters should take a day to relax. We shall set off for Wuhuan City tomorrow. The journey may not be peaceful, Flandra interjected, clearing his throat to ease the atmosphere before rising to address them. I have yet to possess even one girlfriend, yet you two flaunt your affection so openly. Maongjun grumbled internally. He found Tang San's display of authority to be quite normal, but was equally confident in himself, convinced that even if Tang San could contend with a soul sage, he would not match his own prowess. Chapter 169. The Wuhuan Temples ambush 2 cultivation methods currently. Ma Hongjuan's strength stands at level 58 in soul power, with his technique cultivation at the first stage of minor attainment. Once he reaches the second stage of major attainment, a single move will possess the power equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul skill. Coupled with his fervent patriotism from his past life, he places great importance on the cultivation of technique, dedicating most of his time to practice in the depths of his consciousness. Otherwise, his soul power would have increased even more. The transition from entry-level to minor attainment may appear slight, yet it brings about a qualitative change in strength. The casual move at the entry level is equivalent to the weaker soul skills of a 100-year level, while now at minor attainment. A simple strike from Ma Hongjun carries the power of a 1,000-year soul skill, and this is not even the main point. The primary advantage lies in its significantly lower energy consumption compared to a 1,000-year soul skill. Of course, these theories remain unproven, as even Zhao Yun's master, the gun god Tong Yuan, is merely at the second stage of minor attainment. The second stage of major attainment remains a legend, with those who have reached this level tracing back to the early Han Dynasty as Xiangyu, the spring and autumn period, or even earlier figures. Nevertheless, with Ma Hongjun's current soul power, he is more than capable of battling for 300 rounds, with each strike no less potent than the 1,000-year soul skills released by his current level. The greatest advantage of technique cultivation lies in its minimal energy consumption, allowing for amplification of skill potency. Ordinary techniques, when enhanced, can manifest dozens of times in strength. Even strength cultivation offers considerable enhancement, rivaling that of technique cultivation, although it lacks finesse and skill execution. Overall, the theoretical framework of cultivation remains similar to that of technique cultivation originally. Both belong to an entirely new mode of cultivation distinct from the Douluo cultivation system. However, due to the fusion of the two worlds, their cultivation systems gradually resemble one another. Presently, the cultivation systems of the Three Kingdoms world have transformed significantly, nearing the Douluo system. Leaving this matter aside, Ma Hongjun understands this only superficially, diligently practicing technique cultivation methods driven by his sense of patriotism. He possesses one of the most elite technique cultivation methods, known as the Phoenix True Cannon, a low-grade heavenly technique, which is the core method of the gun god Tong Yuan's lineage. In the Three Kingdoms world, cultivation methods are classified into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. It is said that above the heavenly rank lies an even more formidable supreme grade. As for the most enigmatic methods of spiritual cultivation, Ma Hongjun knows little, most of which he learned from Liu Bowen. The origins of spiritual cultivation date back to the spring and autumn period, with the most accomplished practitioners being the legendary figure Giguzi. It is said that this method was created by Giguzi in pursuit of the immortal path, later refined by various schools of thought, culminating in the most esoteric spiritual cultivation methods of the Three Kingdoms world. Achieving the saintly level in spiritual cultivation can extend one's lifespan, potentially reaching a millennium, far surpassing the martial god realm, which allows for a maximum lifespan of merely 300 years. However, strength is not the measure of this superiority. In terms of combat power, 10 saintly practitioners would not stand a chance against a single martial god. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, those standing at the pinnacle of the Three Kingdoms world are precisely those who specialize in spiritual cultivation methods, having ascended several levels beyond the saintly realm, rivaling the deities of the Douluo world, and in terms of realm, they may even possess the wisdom of divine kings. In no more than 6 months, the passage between the two worlds will link through the Tongtian Sea secret realm, which will also emerge from the spatial layers of both worlds. Title level powerhouses will gain the qualification to enter the Three Kingdoms world, and similarly, individuals of Douluo level strength from the Three Kingdoms world will be permitted into the Douluo realm. However, in comparison, Douluo continent holds the advantage, as the number of title level individuals in the Three Kingdoms world can be counted on one hand, while the Douluo world boasts at least 100, not counting the formidable powers from the Sun and Moon continent on the other side of the continent. Within Douluo continent alone, there are no fewer than 50 hidden forces, each possessing title level experts, nearly 10 times the number found in the Three Kingdoms world. 3 days later, approximately 80 kilometers outside Wuhan City, a caravan of hundreds of horse-drawn carriages traverses a canyon passage, accompanied by thousands of knights guarding them, a formidable presence compared to the original formation. Report, Commander. The road ahead is narrow, and there may be enemies lying in wait. Should we halt our progress to assess the situation? A knight tasked with reconnaissance approached the front, solemnly reporting, "Relay my orders. The honor of the Empire's knights must not be tarnished, not even by the Wuhuan Temple. Heighten our vigilance and proceed forward." The captain of the escort declared without hesitation, surveying the terrain ahead. Within a carriage, Ning Rongrong expressed her bewilderment upon hearing the words of the knight commander, stating that traversing beyond this canyon would lead them out of the Tian-Do Empire and into the territory of the Wuhan Hall. She asserted that there were surely assassins from the Wuhan Hall lying in wait ahead. Despite their prior warnings, the Knight Commander had chosen to proceed directly, which she deemed exceedingly reckless. Rong, your conclusions are premature. You are merely observing the surface of a matter. This Knight Commander is no ordinary figure. He possesses knowledge of battle formations, knowingly venturing into danger like a seasoned soul Douluo knight. His standing within the Tiando Empire is likely quite significant. It is unexpected that the Tiando Empire would reveal such a card in advance. It appears that the Wuhan Hall may suffer due to their oversight. Ma Hongjun remarked, pulling back the carriage curtain, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. The fiercer the conflict between the two parties, the more pleased Ma Hongjun felt, though he would never voice such sentiments, recognizing them as somewhat sinister and ungrateful. After all, the Douluo continent had nurtured him for over a decade. Yet, loyalty and righteousness have always been difficult to reconcile. Between the Three Kingdoms and Douluo, he chose the former, as the world of the Three Kingdoms mirrored his previous life. He could only pursue his own path to return home. What is this battle formation? Ning Rong inquired with curiosity. Enough, Rong. Now is not the time for enlightenment or acquiring knowledge. Go inform Dean Flender according to the original plan, and do not expose our strength, Ma Hongjun said, rising to stretch within the confines of the carriage. If you choose not to share, what is so remarkable about that? Ning Rong retorted as she leaped from the carriage, heading towards the carriage of Dean Flender and the other teachers. Why didn't you send me away too? Are you not concerned that I will be a hindrance? Zhu Zhuqing spoke coolly only after Ning Rong had entered the carriage behind them. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. You are indeed clever, Zhuqing. Once the battle commences, our vehicles, as talented students, will undoubtedly be the first to come under attack. With my current strength, I cannot contend with the title Douluo, let alone protect Rong. As an agile attacker with rich combat experience, you can take care of yourself, so it is fine for you to remain, Ma Hongjun replied with an awkward smile, then grasped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, his tone somewhat ingratiating. That is more like it. Ma Hongjun, remember this. No matter what happens in the future, do not abandon me. We women are not merely pretty vases. While Rong may be a support-type soul master, I am an agile attacker, the eyes and vital support of our team. Zhu Zhuqing asserted, her icy demeanor softening slightly as she spoke with a hint of pride. Indeed, my Zhuqing is the strongest. How could I ever abandon her? Ma Hongjun cheerfully replied, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. Smooth talker. Who knows how many hearts you will capture with that charm of yours? Zhu Zhuqing teased, playfully swatting away Ma Hongjun's hand. With you too, I. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble interrupted him. Enemy attack. Form up. Before Ma Hongjun could finish his sentence, the sound of falling boulders shattered the air. Who would have thought the Wuhan Hall's assault would arrive so swiftly? Hongjun, promise me that you will not act recklessly or overestimate your strength, Zhu Zhuqing implored, gripping Ma Hongjun's arm tightly, her tone tinged with concern. Rest assured, I now possess the strength of 20,000 pounds. In terms of raw power, I am not far from title Douluo. Even if I cannot prevail, my self-preservation is assured, Ma Hongjun replied, though he acknowledged that such strength was not typical for a soul king like himself. His claim of such immense power stemmed from the 8 doors Duanjia technique, which, despite reaching its peak, allowed him to wield tremendous strength effortlessly. Coupled with the healing artifact, Meteor Tear, he felt nearly invincible. His new martial spirit, the Jiuyi Jianchao, also bore a hidden soul ring, yet lacked the advanced techniques found in the lower-tier rewards like the 8 doors Duanjia. Presently, the Jiuyi Jianchao only possessed one skill, but Ma Hongjun was nonetheless satisfied. Although this reward required him to accumulate 8 soul rings to unleash its full potential, the anticipation thrilled him. The 8 Fiend Sword Formation, an ancient killing formation from the perfect world, was one of Shi Hao's early deadly techniques. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, the seeds of the Jiuyi Jianchao had been carried by Shi Hao for some time, and thus absorbed some of his cultivation methods during his training. The 8 Fiend Sword Formation could seal the space within hundreds of meters, creating a formidable sword formation capable of slaying foes beyond one's level. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of his shortcomings, especially in terms of combat experience and the will to fight, which were starkly inferior to the likes of the Emperor of Heaven. Hence, the plan devised in response to the Wuhan Hall's attack was for Ma Hongjun to single-handedly resolve the crisis, subsequently spreading his name far and wide, ensuring his fame would resonate throughout the world. Achieving this required inevitable combat and peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death at the hands of a titled Douluo. Although he had proved his strength by enduring 30 rounds against the poisoned Douluo, it did not signify superiority. After all, the poisoned Douluo's forte was never in direct confrontation. In terms of one-on-one capability, he might not even match certain powerful attack-type titled Douluos. Currently, Ma Hongjuan's Jiuyi Jian Chao martial spirit, with its hidden soul ring, only boasted 6 soul rings. Upon reaching 8, he would possess a powerful trump card capable of turning the tide against the titled Douluo. The reason he had not yet acquired the 8th soul ring was his understanding of his limitations. He aspired to surpass his current boundaries, achieving the strength to contend with titled Douluos as a soul king and to face them as a soul emperor. Among titled Douluos, power levels varied. As long as one was not a super titled Douluo at level 95, skill and strategy could compensate for shortcomings. Thus, after clinching victory in the Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun intended to journey to the City of Slaughter for training, enhancing his combat awareness and abilities. He planned to obtain a suitable inner core of a rare beast for his evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit, thereafter focusing on cultivating his primary martial spirit, the Jiuyi Jianchao. All along, Ma Hongjuan's training had been unfocused. He had accumulated a plethora of techniques, yet none could be deemed true trump cards. He gradually recognized this fact, but felt powerless against the world's constraints. The emergence of the 8 Fiend Sword formation might serve as a catalyst for change. For now, all he could do was establish a solid foundation. I have always believed in you, Zhu Zhuqing said, tightening her grip on Ma Hongjuan's hand, her pride evident. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy within, maintaining a facade of composure as he led Zhu Zhuqing out of the carriage. There was no greater delight than being admired by his girlfriend. As they stepped out, a wind blade energy attack struck the carriage behind them, reducing it to ruins. Little brother, why not continue your flirtation? I do love to hear those sweet nothings, a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, pierce the air. Indeed, in the distance ahead, a slender figure cloaked in white emerged, gathering the pulsations of soul power in its hands. Behind this figure, countless silhouettes appeared, and Ma Hongjun remained silent. But a quick glance revealed that over 100 individuals were besieging the Shrek convoy. The journey to Wuhuan City consisted of 36 convoys, each accompanied by approximately 200 black-clad individuals, summing to nearly 7,000 in total. However, it was only the black-clad individuals in front of Shrek who constituted a complete team of Soul Masters, each at least of the Great Soul Master level. It seemed that Shrek Academy was the true target of the Wuhuan Temple this time. Zhuqing, be cautious. Ma Hongjun instinctively stepped forward to shield Zhu Zhuqing. The leader of the attack on our convoy is formidable. You must exercise caution as well, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her expression grave and her tone tinged with concern. Fear not. Merely a minor character. I can handle this. Wouldn't you agree? Ma Hongjun retorted, recognizing the voice that held an ambiguous quality and intentionally provoked the newcomer. How dare you? I loathe being called minor character. Who are you to discern my name so swiftly? The white-clad figure, handsome in appearance yet incensed, appeared more like a petulant girl than a fierce adversary, sending shivers down Ma Hongjuan's spine. You attack us without knowing our identities? Why feign ignorance? Ma Hongjun replied coolly while secretly heightening his awareness, for this was his first encounter with an opponent of the titled Douluo level. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Ah, indeed, a youth capable of weaving such a web. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Your spirit is commendable. I am reluctant to take your life. Here is a proposition. If you pledge yourself as my disciple, I shall spare you and the girl behind you, the white-clad youth, known as Zhu Douluo, smirked, fingers poised in an elegant gesture. What are you? Dreaming of taking me as an apprentice? In my realm of achievement, I stand invincible. If you can claim invincibility among the titled Douluo, then perhaps I would consider it. If you possess the capability, Ma Hongjun, with wings of the phoenix unfurl behind him, scornfully taunted, extending his right hand. A seemingly ordinary sprout of vibrant green appeared, radiating a faint glow, appearing even more mundane than ordinary grass, even less impressive than blue silver grass. You're simply asking for your own demise. Zhu Douluo only wishes to take you as a disciple out of benevolence. You dare flaunt such a common second martial spirit? Is this your trump card? Truly foolish. A black-clad individual behind Zhu Douluo spoke first. Silence. Zhu Douluo's expression turned cold, and with a flick of his finger, An energy surged toward the black-clad man. The man was sent flying, crashing against a nearby stone wall, blood spilling from his mouth. "You have no place to speak here. Stay quiet or face the consequences," Douluo admonished. Cough. "Your Excellency, the Pope has commanded the immediate execution of the master of the Tianluo web along with Tang San. If the Pope were to hold us accountable, we would have difficulty explaining ourselves." The black-clad man, now standing, spoke with trepidation, though he persisted in his counsel. He held a deep fear of that figure. While Douluo might escape unscathed, he, as a mere Soul Douluo, would surely face punishment. In the Wuhuan temple, Soul Douluos were but minor red bishops, overshadowed by far greater powers. "I will handle it. I shall report to the Pope myself. While I cannot claim invincibility at the same level, if you are willing, I can take you as a disciple on behalf of the Pope. What do you say?" Douluo displayed remarkable patience, having recognized Ma Hongjuan's identity upon their first meeting. Sensing Ma Hongjuan's soul power nearing that of a soul emperor, he felt a strong desire to nurture such talent. Beyond his love for flowers, he had a penchant for cherishing gifted individuals. "I refuse," Ma Hongjuan declared emphatically. "Well spoken. Truly my student. Return and inform your Pope that my Tianluo web is not to be underestimated." Flander's voice boomed from behind, filled with pride, as he activated his martial spirit and stood beside Ma Hongjuan. "Enough of this chatter. I see you are merely a verbose Douluo. If a battle is to commence, I shall not fear you." A commanding figure encircled by a green dragon appeared beside Ma Hongjuan, none other than his esteemed mentor, the female tyrant, or rather, Lu Erlong. Following closely was Ning Rongrong, her delicate face resolute, unshaken, with her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda shimmering with vibrant colors in her grasp. "Erlong, be civil. We greet you. You Doulu. Might I inquire why you obstruct our path to the Tiando Empire? Are you fearful we might seize your championship?" Flander attempted to restrain the eager Lu Erlong, though his words hardly veered from provocation. "Seeking death. You squander your opportunity. Heed my warning. Capture them." Douluo's expression turned icy, and he signaled to the black-clad man he had struck down. "Yes, my lord." 3 more black-clad individuals emerged, releasing their martial spirits, advancing menacingly towards Shrek's group. Behind them, hundreds of black-clad individuals, varying in strength from soul masters to soul emperors, began to assault other convoys of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujing, positioned at the rear of the convoy, bellowed, "Humph! To think you would attempt to overwhelm us with numbers. I, Zhao Wujing, shall not allow it." With a powerful punch, he repelled a wave of black-clad attackers. Soon, he was joined by other teachers from Shrek Academy, including Tang San and Dai Mubai, all of whom pushed back the encroaching foes, standing resolute against the onslaught of the Wuhuan temple, none retreating. Although Douluo was not hastening to engage, it was evident that Shrek was at a disadvantage. Just as they believed they faced insurmountable odds, the Tiando cavalry suddenly roared, and dense fog enveloped the area. Nearly 100 black-clad figures vanished in an instant, a spectacle mirrored across other academy convoys. "Well played, Tiando Empire. I underestimated your capabilities," Douluo acknowledged, swiftly unfurling his martial spirit, releasing dozens of petals to strike at the fog formation, causing several black-clad individuals to converge upon him. However, the formation was incomplete, only capable of ensnaring those below the level of a Soul King. Douluo, realizing the necessity to take matters into his own hands, unleashed his martial spirit in full, determined to fulfill the task assigned by the Pope and to prevent any unforeseen complications. It turned out that the emergence of the Tianluo web, coupled with Ma Hongjuan's proximity to Tang San, had alerted the Wuhuan temple to a significant threat. The upper echelons unanimously resolved to eliminate or subdue Ma Hongjuan first, and subsequently address the latent danger posed by Tang San. It is fair to say that Tang San is indeed a source of calamity. However, Ma Hongjuan does not regret it. As he gazes upon the 5 cloaked figures led by Douluo, he silently invokes the system detection, and several lines of data materialize before him. Lower Diala, level 85 Soul Douluo, fortune manifested, possessing strength superior to that in the original narrative. Martial Soul, sculpted eagle. Potential, level 91 Title Douluo. Debai, level 82 Soul Douluo. Martial Soul, dragon pattern plate. Potential, level 89 Soul Douluo. Dia, level 81. Dila, level 81. Douluo, level 94 Title Douluo. Martial Soul, Enigmatic Heavenly Chrysanthemum. Potential, Level 98 Title Douluo. The Ju Douluo is entrusted to you. We shall handle the 4 cloaked figures, Ma Hongjuan declared, taking flight first to select an appropriate opponent, Lo or Diala. The duo, possessing a martial soul fusion technique, undoubtedly represents the best candidates to contend with Ju Douluo. Although Ma Hongjuan believed his strength, after unleashing the 8 Fiend sword formation, was sufficient to face a title Douluo, that card must remain concealed for survival. Furthermore, the consumption of the 8 Fiend sword formation would leave him drained once expended. Thus, it is best reserved as a trump card. After all, this is not the perfect world. Little monster, this fellow appears rather formidable. Perhaps it would be best to let me handle this. Zha with Gravo WJ remarked with concern. I am capable, Teacher Zhao, do not fret. As a flying-type soul master, it is more suitable for me to confront him, Ma Hongjuan explained, sensing Zha with Gravo WJ's concern. Chapter 172, The Difficulty of Ascension. Very well, but exercise caution. Zha with Gravo WJ hesitated briefly before selecting another soul, Douluo, near Lo or Diala, intentionally drawing the battlefield closer to Ma Hongjuan to ensure timely intervention should an unexpected event arise. As for his opponent, he never doubted his ability to prevail. Ordinary adversaries of the same rank were no match for his immovable king of strength, the Golden Bear. Although private sparring had confirmed Ma Hongjuan's prowess, actual combat inevitably presents differences. Upon engagement, Ma Hongjuan felt the formidable power of Lo or Diala and was inwardly astonished. In terms of both speed and physical strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, he was not without countermeasures. Through the synergy of their dual martial souls, they exchanged blows. The remaining 2 Soul Douluo were restrained by other teachers from Shrek Academy, while the Shrek 7 worked in concert to confront the multitude of cloaked figures, their efforts appearing somewhat insufficient as they struggled to maintain their defenses through teamwork. The only ones remaining were Fulan Day and Liu Erlong, who were intently focused on the title Douluo before them. Although theoretically, an ordinary title Douluo should not be a match for their martial soul fusion technique, the gap between theory and practice is ever present. A martial soul fusion technique. It is indeed nostalgic to witness another pair of soul-level martial soul fusion techniques emerging on the continent. How I wish I did not have to eliminate you. Ju Douluo's words sent shivers down the spines of all who heard them. Enough of this prattle. The outcome is yet to be determined. Liu Erlong exclaimed. In the fusion technique they launched the first offensive. As one of the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the potency of martial soul fusion techniques on the continent, Ju Douluo did not underestimate them and unleashed his true power. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan gradually began to seize control of the combat rhythm, slowly gaining the advantage, yet without revealing his trump card. Subduing Lo or Diala remained a formidable challenge, considering the latter's status as a soul Douluo. Curse it, how vexing this is, he muttered in frustration. Old ghost, do you not dare to act? If this stalemate continues, we shall be in disgrace before the Pope. Ju Douluo, feeling constrained by Fulan Day and Liu Erlong, shouted toward the heavens. Is it not your own arrogance that led you here? You simply instructed me to watch for that elusive old poison. A ghostly figure appeared, speaking while never pausing, swiftly positioning itself behind Ju Douluo. Observing this, Fulan Day and Liu Erlong felt their martial soul fusion technique as potency surged by a third, tightly entangling Ju Douluo and preventing any contact with the 2. Thanks to the intelligence from Tian Luo Di Wang, Fulan Day was acutely aware of the connection between this ghostly title Douluo and Ju Douluo. Their combined martial soul fusion technique was undoubtedly one of the most renowned on the continent. Prepare to meet your end. Ju Douluo, realizing escape was impossible, summoned metallic chrysanthemum petals to form a colossal sword, advancing toward Fulan Day and Liu Erlong. In a flash, he leaped out of the battlefield, evading their martial soul domain, and stood beside the newly arrived Guido. With the increasing proficiency of the martial soul fusion technique formed by Fulan Day and Liu Erlong, they created a unique martial soul domain. As long as they remained within, they would be ensnared by the immense body of the radiant holy dragon. This was also why Gue Douluo had refrained from recklessly entering the combat zone. However, a title Douluo is still a title Douluo, possessing extraordinary perception and quickly discerning that although Gue Douluo was entangled within the martial soul domain, he had the capability to escape. This illustrated a flaw in their martial soul fusion domain. While it could ensnare a title Douluo, it could not retain one unwilling to be ensnared. Though engaged in battle, Ma Hongjuan remained vigilant, monitoring the battlefield's dynamics. He understood that he could not afford to hold back any longer. He must first resolve the immediate predicament before devising a means to assist others. At this moment, not only were Falan Day and Liu Erlong in peril, but the Shrek 7 also faced troubles. Utilizing Tong San's hidden weapons, they had unexpectedly eliminated dozens of cloaked figures. And through the seamless cooperation among soul masters and the use of hidden weapons, they had dispatched several more. Yet, hidden weapons are finite. Soon they would be nearly exhausted. While nearly 100 cloaked figures remained, the Shrek 7, alongside several substitute team members, found themselves confronting 7 to 8 assailants each, with Tong San facing 15. Relying on the entangling capacity of blue silvergrass to manage so many adversaries. Still, annihilating the enemy remained a distant prospect, as many of the cloaked figures were of equal rank. Had it not been for Ning Rong and substitute team member Jiang Zhu's enhancements and healing support, they would have long since succumbed. Meanwhile, the other teachers from Shrek Academy fared little better, even with their Soul Sage and Soul Emperor standings. Battling one opponent proved somewhat arduous without potent soul techniques. Thankfully, Lu Qi Bean's martial soul, Star Compass, along with Qin Ming and Li Yusong's formidable martial souls, had enabled them to stave off defeat, unlike others who would have fallen to the adversarial soul Douluo. As for Shrek Academy's other food-type support soul sage, Xiao Xin, the owner of the Candy Bean martial soul, he had now become a level 79 soul sage, possessing inferior combat capability compared to Li Yusong, thus remaining to guard the academy. Had he been present to assist, they might have had a genuine chance to overcome the formidable soul Douluo Dia ahead. Li Yusong, martial soul, dragon pattern staff, realm, level 69 assault system soul emperor. Potential, title Douluo. Lu Qi Bean, martial soul, star chess. Realm, level 68 control system soul emperor. Potential, title Douluo. Qin Ming, martial soul, variant martial soul, Liehua Songlong. Level, rank 67 assault system soul emperor. Potential, rank 98 title Douluo. Ma Hongjun did not delve into the detailed attributes of Li Yusong and his companions, merely casting a cursory glance. Even Qin Ming, reputed as the most gifted genius after Hao Yin, possesses a maximum potential only at the level of a high-ranking title Douluo, falling short of the 99-level ultimate Douluo's innate talent. This illustrates that the talent of an ultimate Douluo is indeed the pinnacle of genius in Douluo Dalu. This is a perplexity for Ma Hongjun. Why does any renowned general from the Three Kingdoms possess the potential to ascend to divinity, while the top talents of Douluo Dalu rarely reach the potential of an ultimate Douluo, were it not for the celestial herbs capable of enhancing a soul master's potential? Ma Hongjun would doubt whether anyone in Douluo Dalu could achieve divinity. Chapter 173. The Domain of Stillness. Lordia, allow me to demonstrate what true martial arts techniques are. The Eight Fiends sword formation. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun hesitated no longer and resolved to unleash his trump card, intending to eliminate Lordia before addressing other troubles. Ma Hongjun raised his hands to the heavens. The skies seemed to be shrouded by a great pair of hands, and the night fell as expected. An overwhelming force stirring the natural elements. What is his soul skill? Even I feel a twinge of trepidation. On the battlefield far away, where Flander faced brutal assaults from two titled Douluos, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo halted simultaneously, gazing in awe at Ma Hongjun, who was releasing his skill in the distance. It is known that only upon reaching the level of a super title Douluo can one evoke a fraction of the natural forces. Even an ultimate title Douluo cannot fully command them. In a flash, 7 soul rings materialized from Ma Hongjun's 9-leaf sword grass martial soul, forming 7 piercing long swords that surrounded Lordia from all directions. It is indeed a domain soul skill, astonishingly. A mere soul emperor can simultaneously release twin martial soul rings and wield such a powerful domain soul skill. Given the current level of his soul power, it is clear that this skill was recently acquired and its execution is not yet perfected, leaving conspicuous vulnerabilities. One of the directions requires fortification. This boy must be eliminated, or he will become a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. Lordia was secretly astonished, yet his mind was heavily burdened as he observed Ma Hongjun and the 7 long swords guarding a particular direction. mistakenly believing he had discerned the weakness of the Eight Fiends sword formation. He swiftly advanced towards Ma Hongjun. However, in truth, while it appeared that a sword was missing from Ma Hongjun's defense, it was, in fact, the most fortified point among the 8 directions. Conversely, due to the 9-leaf sword grass only possessing 7 soul rings, the true power of the 8 Fiends sword formation could not be entirely manifested. Currently, Ma Hongjun's 9-leaf sword grass had merely 6 soul rings, 4 ordinary soul rings and 2 hidden ones. The hidden rings originated from a 100-year-old ghost vine and a 10,000-year-old netherworld unicorn snake, while the ordinary rings were from a 100-year-old Bailing snake, a 1,000-year-old Moyu bamboo, a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, and a 10,000-year-old growth soul ring. The imperfect 8 Fiends sword formation harbored not just one weakness, but 2, present in 2 of the other 7 gates. The long swords formed from the 7 directions were merely an illusion crafted by Ma Hongjun, based on the soul ring of the evil fire phoenix, to mislead the enemy and obscure the vulnerabilities of the incomplete 8 Fiends sword formation. Fool! Halt! Lord, caught off guard, fell into a trap, yet nearby, Zhu Tuo, possessing greater experience and perception, instinctively sensed the problem and shouted for a stop, but it was too late. Wanting to retreat was futile. The 8 Fiends sword formation was collapsing. Ma Hongjun formed hand seals and executed the final gesture, causing the entire 8 Fiends sword formation to converge inward, compressing towards Lordia from all directions. Hearing Zhu Douluo's warning, Lordia, who had instinctively halted his assault, felt a chill run down his spine and attempted to withdraw, only to find there was no escape as the 8 swords closed in on him. Break! With a calm declaration from Ma Hongjun, everything within the realm of swords was obliterated. Sword energy surged across the battlefield, fissures tearing through the space and continuously expanding outward. Even Zhu Douluo and others instinctively retreated far from the battlefield. At the center of the spatial fracture, Lordia, a formidable soul, did not even have the chance to scream before vanishing from this world. In an instant, the sounds of the world fell silent, and all combat ceased. Captivated by the unfolding battle involving Ma Hongjun, what kind of power is this so terrifying? Both Zhu and Guido were struck by such thoughts, exchanging glances before clasping hands, perhaps believing that only in unity could they find solace amid the turmoil. Martial's soul fusion skill, the domain of stillness. Swift resolution was the genuine sentiment shared between the two. Their caution was warranted, for the destruction wrought by the 8 Fiends sword formation was profoundly unsettling. The shattering of space could only result from the power of an ultimate Douluo. In an instant, Flander and the others were enveloped by the martial soul domain, rendering them immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu and Guido launched their assault, swiftly overpowering Flander and Lu Erlong's martial soul domain, forcing them out of their fusion state under the relentless attacks of Zhu Douluo. It appears that this old bone of mine requires some exercise. We cannot let anyone underestimate us. On a nearby mountaintop stood 2 figures. One was tall and lean, resembling a spear, with dark green hair and clad in a green robe. The other resembled a sharp sword, dressed in a pristine white robe, with white hair neatly combed. Possessing an ancient visage, the speaker was Poison Doa, who claimed not to let others underestimate the might of the Spirit Hall. However, inwardly he thought, the little monster is nearing his limit. I cannot allow him to be harmed. In Ma Hongjun's words, he is somewhat Sundara. Knowing full well that the Spirit Hall had laid an ambush, how could the Tiando Empire and the Heavenly Net not deploy a genuine contingency plan? Their absence was twofold: to train the students and to ensure that Ma Hongjun's reputation truly echoed across the continent, rather than merely gathering a multitude of believers through song. Now, with Ma Hongjun, a soul king, facing down a soul Douluo, it will be difficult for him not to make waves across the land. Let us wait and observe how these students from Shrek Academy will respond to danger. Beside him, the sword Douluo, Qinshin, dismissively waved his hand, his expression, how eloquent. Yet it is clear you wish to see Rong's performance. Too pretentious. Poison Doa silently criticized, though he felt no urgency at that moment. With the sword Douluo's words, the threats posed by Zhu and Guido could not endanger the lives of those below. Although the martial soul of the sword Douluo is reputed to be the most powerful in attack, its speed is unmatched by ordinary titled Douluos. Once the students of Shrek encounter peril, the sword would arrive before the person, and the person would flee before they even arrived. Such as the might of a 97th level title Doa, the distinction between those below and at the 95th level is monumental. Even the so-called most talented Hao Qian would not dare claim supremacy over a 95th level sword Douluo at the 90th level. As the scene shifts to the battlefield, Ma Hongjun, who had just ignited the sword formation, summoned the last remnants of his soul power to transport himself to the battlefield of the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon witnessing this, Fat Tiger and the others immediately repelled their bewildered opponents, encircling Ma Hongjun to safeguard him. Even Tang San rushed over to protect the injured Ma Hongjun. Chapter 174. Young man, do not let your temper flare too much. The encroaching figures clad in black naturally sought to seize the opportunity to capture Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, the severely injured Flender swiftly seized the moment, lifting Lu Erlong and soaring to join the others. Step aside, I can still fight. At this point, Ma Hongjun, reluctant to be shielded, bravely advanced. However, a wave of emptiness surged within him, causing him to stagger backward, only to be promptly supported by Zhu Zhuqing. Even in such a state, you still wish to show off. Zhu Zhuqing shot a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun, her tone tinged with exasperation. Sigh. Never mind. Ma Hongjun attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. How could he confess before everyone that he possessed meteor tears to replenish his soul power and heal his injuries? At this juncture, it is essential to mention another function of the nine-leaf sword grass martial soul, which integrates the core energy of meteor tears, life restoration. This ability, inherent to the martial soul, enables the consumption of the nine-leaf sword grass, instantly replenishing the soul power of soul masters below the title Douluo level, while also possessing certain healing capabilities. Although not as potent as the original meteor tears, it is actively usable and can enhance its effects as the soul rings increase. Its most remarkable feature is that it requires no soul power. The only drawback for Ma Hongjun is that he cannot have two at once. He must consume one before generating the next. Even with such limitations, its effectiveness surpasses that of soul skills in the Douluo world, revealing Ma Hongjun's slight greed. The so-called celestial bodies are governed by the heavenly order, and the so-called rules are inextricably linked to the laws of heaven. Yet, the existence of a nine-leaf sword grass evidently transcends common sense and defies celestial principles. As Ma Hongjun retreated, he discreetly consumed the nine-leaf sword grass formed through life restoration. Within a mere breath, his soul power surged back to its peak state. If you wish to harm my comrades, you must first tread over my corpse. Dai Mubai was the first to step forward. His martial soul manifested, his soul power radiating as he stood resolutely at the forefront. Facing the black-clad figures and the approaching Zhu Douluo, you truly underestimated me, little one. Damn you, Lord Diala. If I must die, so be it as long as you. This is the aura of the rare Qirong, Tong Tianju. Young man, did you consume a celestial herb not long ago? Initially dismissive of Daimu, Douluo Sikaha to Entitse Ma Hongjun. However, as Dai Mubai's aura erupted, revealing the incomplete absorption of the celestial herb's essence, Zhu Douluo's attention was drawn entirely to him. His gaze fixated on Dai Mubai. With a mere gesture, Dai Mubai found himself uncontrollably drawn towards Zhu Douluo, who scrutinized him as if he were a work of art. Damn it, where's that old poison? Why hasn't he made his move? Flender clenched his fists, harboring resentment, his eyes scanning the area, preparing to rush to their aid despite his injuries. Do not worry. With the sword Douluo present, the children will be safe, a voice echoed in Flender's ear, a reminder from the poisoned Douluo. Upon hearing this, Flender relaxed, exchanging a calm glance with Lu Erlong. What of it? If you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. But let me remind you, as one of the heirs to the Star Luo Empire's throne, should anything happen here, the Star Luo Empire will not let this go lightly. A flicker of hesitation and fear crossed Dai Mubai's eyes, yet he spoke with unwavering conviction. Certainly, he feared death, otherwise he would not have idled away his time at Shrek Academy. However, his interactions with the other Shrek 7 monsters enlightened him to the meaning of his existence. If he were to die an ignoble death, he would not accept it. Yet if it were for his comrades, he would consider it a worthy sacrifice. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the murderous intent directed at him, which was a significant reason for his boldness. This fellow's understanding of the realm of life has indeed progressed considerably. It seems I must offer him more guidance in the future. Otherwise, he may be underestimated, Ma Hongjun thought, regarding Dai Mubai with newfound respect. Regardless of whether it was due to Zhu Douluo's lack of murderous intent, his willingness to voice such sentiments indicated his genuine resolve. Such audacity. The Star Luo Empire is but a trifling entity, relying on those lowly commoners to maintain its precarious existence. The Spirit Hall fears no man. Before Douluo could finish, a soul master named Dia, sporting a visage marred by the aftermath of a recent confrontation, interjected. Silence, you disgraceful fool. Young man. Do not let your temper burn too fiercely. Can you tell me where you obtained the Qirong, Tantianju? You Douluo school dead. Then turned his gaze to Dai Mubai with a more amicable demeanor. The ghost Douluo, aware of his old friend's peculiarities, silently stood beside Jude Douluo, watching the inquiry granting Jude Douluo ample respect. Although they were currently attending to business, their long-standing friendship was well known among their peers. Old friend, since this young lad stubbornly refuses to speak, we shall simply remove one of his arms and then inquire. Another voice chimed in, noting Dai Mubai's unyielding demeanor. Old ghost, your brutish approach will only frighten the child. Coercing a stubborn individual is futile. To find their weakness, one must first identify their strengths. Wouldn't you agree, Tang-san? Jude Douluo concluded, his figure vanishing like a phantom. Be cautious, Xiao-san. Ma Hongjun reacted instantly, his figure flashing before Tang-san, employing the earth whip he had long forgotten to block Jude Douluo's assault. With a sharp sound, Ma Hongjun was propelled backward, sustaining no significant injuries as the defensive capabilities of the external soul bone were adeptly employed. Of course, the force behind Jude Douluo's attack was not to be underestimated, but Tang-san was not his true target. He merely aimed to capture, not to unleash his full strength. With one failed attempt, Jude Douluo flickered and reappeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although she appeared calm, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily startled by the sudden attack, momentarily forgetting to evade. However, even if she had not forgotten, how could she, as a sensitivity-based soul master, compare in speed to a titled Douluo? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Douluo seized her delicate form. How dare you harm Zhuqing? Where are the members of the Tianluo Diwan? In the name of the sect leader. Chapter 175. The arrival of Zhao Zilong present. Present. Several figures emerged, their soul power fluctuations ranging from soul sage to soul duo. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Who dares to harm my master? A striking figure clad in white, mounted on a white horse, with a handsome and resolute visage, burst through the ranks of the Shrek Academy. With a thunderous sound, the clattering of hooves approached, and wherever they passed, the black-clad members of the Spirit Hall were vanquished. Where righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, and the white horse serves as proof. With a resounding battle cry, a colossal white divine dragon phantom coalesced in the sky, stretching hundreds of feet in size. Your Excellency, what? There is such a hidden army. This is an overwhelming force. Far beyond that of the Tiando Empire, exclaimed Gue Douluo in astonishment. Greetings, Zhao Zilong. A powerful voice echoed as Zhao Yun appeared before Ma Hongjun, kneeling on one knee. Quickly, there is no need for such formality, Ma Hongjun hurriedly urged, helping the white-clad Zhao Zilong to his feet with excitement. Brother Zhao, please help me rescue Zhuqing. Do not hold back against them. He then glanced at the members of the Wuhuan Temple, who were preparing to use Zhu Zhuqing as leverage, and spoke urgently. Ma Hongjun had absolute confidence in Zhao Yun's strength. In a sudden flash, a green figure appeared and rescued Dai Mubai, who had been cast to the ground. It was none other than the somewhat embarrassed Dugu Bo Greetings, sect master. After setting Dai Mubai down, he approached Ma Hongjun and bowed slightly. Ma Hongjun bore no ill will and did not inquire why Dugu Bo had not acted sooner. There was no need, for he held his own cards, an ability to traverse between two worlds. In another realm, Zhao Yun had meticulously organized his forces, and with the assistance of Liu Bowen, had emerged as the sole powerful neutral force in the Three Kingdoms, becoming a key target for alliances. After the competition with the Dragon Academy concluded, Ma Hongjun returned to the Three Kingdoms world to inform Liu Bowen of the situation. Liu Bowen, rarely serious, suggested that Zhao Yun be summoned to assist. Only then could Ma Hongjun establish his authority and truly command the influence of Tianluo Wang. Upon realizing that the rules of the two worlds were gradually converging and that it was permissible to bring troops into the Douluo world, Ma Hongjun decisively heeded Liu Bowen's advice, leading Zhao Yun and 300 elite warriors from the Bai Ma Yi Tsong into Douluo. Subsequently, to remain inconspicuous, Ma Hongjun instructed everyone to conceal their aura and follow the Tiando army at a distance. They arrived early to conceal themselves from the ongoing battle, awaiting Ma Hongjun's command. Douluo felt a twinge of embarrassment and was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun possessed such a formidable army in secret. Although their numbers were limited to just over 300, each was a soul master of the soul zone level. The strength of Bai Ma Yi Tsong was significantly bolstered by the resurgence of spiritual energy in the three kingdoms, as well as the medicinal herbs provided by the yin-yang air Ei. Indeed, Zhao Yun cast a glance at Douluo, sensing a pressure emanating from the elder. Yet, it was merely pressure. Having consumed the divine herbs prepared by Ma Hongjun, his strength was now comparable to that of Lu Bu. In a life-or-death struggle, Lu Bu would not necessarily triumph over him. Battle Soul, activate. Yes. 300 by Ma Yi Tsong simultaneously unleashed their battle souls, conjuring a white, divine, dragon-shaped battle soul phantom that was several times larger than the fusion spirit technique manifestations. The might of this phantom far surpassed that of the spirit fusion techniques formed by Flinder and Lu Erlong. Cease. Do you wish for her to perish? At that moment, Zhu Douluo, realizing the gravity of the situation, tightened his grip on Zhu Zhuqing's neck as a threat. A fierce glint flashed in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he prepared to call for Zhao Yun to halt, only to witness a figure resembling a spirit fusion technique gradually coalescing behind Zhao Yun. The white figure wielded a long spear that danced like a dragon, stirring up winds and sands. Freeze! A voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, resonated within the hearts of all present. It was a special domain akin to that of the Liang Yi Jingji. No matter how fiercely Zhu and Douluo struggled, they could not move an inch. Your Excellency, quickly, save the matriarch. They cannot hold out for long. Zhao Yun, his tall figure seemingly frozen like the others, turned to Ma Hongjun and implored him. Understood. A flicker of gratitude crossed Ma Hongjun's eyes, recognizing that Zhao Yun was granting him the opportunity to heroically rescue the fair maiden. With a swift expansion of his phoenix wings, Ma Hongjun swiftly enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace, casually tossing the small flames he had meticulously prepared onto Zhu Douluo's hair. Crackling sounds erupted as the scent of burning hair filled the air. My hair, my eyebrows. You wretched boy, I shall kill you today. Zhu Douluo cried out, losing all composure in a furious shriek. Fortunately, Zhu Douluo was powerful enough to finally break free from his restraints. Otherwise, his garments would have suffered the same fate as his hair. Ma Hongjun had no desire to eliminate Zhu Douluo at this moment. Thus, the small flames were merely intended for his hair. The reality was that he still needed the Wuhuan Temple and the two major empires to remain embroiled in conflict, allowing precious time for the Three Kingdoms world to develop. He did not wish to attract the full wrath of the Wuhuan Temple, although he had already offended them. It was not to the extent of undermining their foundation. At most, he had merely incited the wrath of the beauty-obsessed Zhu Douluo. He was not afraid to face the retribution of a titled Douluo alone, even without the support of his subordinates. His own might was sufficient to be a thorn in their side. Though he lacked the brute strength to confront a titled Douluo directly, his subtle influence could cause considerable distress to anyone. Brave men do not shy away from immediate dangers. Do you not understand the significance of the Juflower Pass? With his friend and myself here, your assassination mission has already failed. Douluo stepped forward, proactively shielding Ma Hongjun to prevent Zhu Douluo and the others from unleashing their spirit fusion techniques again. How dare you? You are merely my defeated subordinate. Prepare to die, Zhu Douluo exclaimed, seizing Douluo's hands and forcing him to activate their spirit fusion technique defensively. The humble Zhao Yun refrained from further discourse, his long spear whirled, conjuring 9 blossoms of gunfire as he prepared to strike at the two. Liang Yi Ringzi. Break. The gunfire he had previously unleashed did not dissipate. Instead, it formed a protective barrier. While Douluo struggled, Zhao Yun remained unaffected, engaging 2 opponents in fierce combat. The light and shadows flickered, and even Flinder and Lu Erlong, both Soul Douluo, could barely discern their figures. Only Tang San, who had trained his vision skills, could catch glimpses of their movements. With a resounding crash, Zhu Douluo was sent flying, and the spirit fusion technique formed by Zhu and Douluo was shattered by Zhao Yun. Both Zhao Yun and Douluo were not in much better condition. Zhu Douluo was injured, Douluo's hair was disheveled, and Zhao Yun had blood at the corners of his mouth. The moment Zhao Yun sent Zhu Douluo flying, Douluo unleashed his true spirit, using his spectral claws to firmly grasp Zhao Yun's long Dan Liang silver spear. Zhao Yun, with his vast battle experience, seized the opportunity to leverage the spear's point, executing a graceful maneuver that twisted Douluo's arm. Though it did not harm Douluo in spirit form, it prevented him from exerting his full strength or mobilizing all his soul power. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun gripped the spear tightly, unleashing a sudden burst of internal energy, activating his secret battle techniques and dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. "Release," he shouted. Indeed, even in his true spirit form, Douluo dared not face this strike and decisively retreated. "With me, Zhao Zilong, present, who dares to act without a master today? Withdraw at once and spare your lives." Zhao Yun, brandishing his long spear, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and surveyed the surroundings with an imposing demeanor. It turned out that the knights of the Tiando Empire were gradually losing ground, as the members of the Wuhuan Temple were at least soul master level. "Oomph, Tang-san, consider yourself fortunate this time, with the Lord of the Tianlada Wang and so many companions to protect you. We concede defeat. To be honest, our true target was only you. Farewell, Wuhuan City." The Douluo wiped the blood from his mouth, rose in tattered clothing, and begrudgingly glanced at Tang-san, who appeared unscathed. With a command from Douluo, the Jew and Douluo, along with the remaining 4 soul Douluo, began to lead their subordinates in retreat. Oscar and Fat Tiger, disregarding their image, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. However, everyone's gaze, including that of Tang-san, was fixed on Zhao Yun, their eyes filled with admiration. In the distance, atop a hill, the Jianduo's gaze flitted between Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun. "This lad possesses some skill, loyalty, and righteousness. Remarkable. He has managed to recruit such a powerful ally. He is not inferior to me and is worthy of Ning Rongrong." The Jianduo discreetly nodded, then vanished from sight. His delay in action was not to observe Ning Rongrong's performance, but rather to assess the potential of his future son-in-law from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On another hillside, the man under the conical hat, Tang, could not help but shake his head, somewhat satisfied with Tang-san's performance, but more so envious of Ma Hongjun for having such a son. "My lord, I apologize for my delayed arrival. Please punish me." Zhao Yun, showing no interest in the gazes of others, approached Ma Hongjun and once again expressed his contrition. "There is no need for such formalities, thanks to Zilong's timely arrival. Your contributions outweigh any faults. Please rise." Ma Hongjun, in an effort to establish authority, did not personally assist Zhao Yun, but spoke loudly. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the assembled members of the White Horse Knights. "Disperse for now and maintain perimeter protection." "Yes, sir." A figure resembling a deputy stepped forward, respectfully acknowledging Ma Hongjun. As the group set off, everyone expressed their gratitude to the Poison Douluo and Ma Hongjun before returning to their respective carriages. Only Flender, Lu Erlong, and the Poison Douluo remained with Ma Hongjun. Due to the destruction of their battle carriages, the group was compelled to proceed on foot. Zhao Yun quietly followed Ma Hongjun, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who walked alongside him, couldn't help but admire the strikingly handsome and powerful youth. "Now, you two, do not be overly curious. Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Changshan Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. These two are my wives." Ma Hongjun took Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hands, making the introductions. "Salutations, esteemed mistresses." Zhao Yun promptly bowed in respect. Ma Hongjun sighed, noting that while the 3 kingdoms had its merits, the excessive formalities, requiring bowing at every turn, were a bit much. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was not overly pedantic and merely inclined his body in greeting. "Greetings, Brother Zhao." The 2 women quickly released Ma Hongjun's hand and returned the gesture. Both hailed from prominent families and were well-versed in etiquette, far surpassing Ma Hongjun, who was somewhat rustic in his understanding. Although the 2 worlds were different, their noble customs bore striking similarities. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong whispered a few words in Ma Hongjun's ear, prompting him to introduce Zhao Yun to the teachers from Shrek Academy and the Poison Douluo. In matters of social interaction, Ma Hongjun was indeed outmatched by the clever Ning Rongrong. Understanding the nature of Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun's relationship, Ning Rongrong felt reassured, recognizing that Zhao Yun's apparent aloofness was merely a facade for his protective instincts towards Ma Hongjun. Under Ma Hongjun's introduction, Flender and the others became acquainted with this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse. When recounting Zhao Yun's background, Ma Hongjun naturally did not reveal the entire truth, stating only that he was a soul master rescued during his travels, who subsequently chose to follow him and secretly train his family Zhang's knightly order. After exiting the valley, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing intentionally slowed their pace to join the others, engaging in hushed conversation among themselves. Elder brother is truly impressive. His knightly order is so dashing. Rongrong, could you lend me a white horse for just a moment? Please, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her gaze drifting toward the white horse knights. The appearance of these steeds, unlike any soul beasts in Douluo continent, was exceptionally alluring, captivating the attention of countless young women. With the revival of spiritual energy, these horses had enhanced both their aesthetics and capabilities. Riding a white horse felt akin to descending from the heavens, both majestic and stylish. Especially as the white horse knights had come to their rescue in times of crisis, fostering admiration in their hearts. It was not just Xiao Wu. Even the typically reserved Zhu Zhuqing yearned to experience the thrill of riding a white horse. After all, it is not only men who appreciate elegance, women do as well. The term white horse refers to a magnificent steed, aptly described as, with a silver saddle upon a white horse, galloping like a meteor, 10 steps to slay a foe, leaving no trace. It lacks the unique horn of a soul beast, boasting only soft, flowing white mane, devoid of the ferocity of a soul beast, yet possessing evenly proportioned, robust limbs. No, Xiao Wu, I've already tried, but elder brother said those white horses are the second life of the cavalry, and cannot be borrowed for mere amusement. Ning Rongrong replied, her expression somewhat troubled. Very well then. Xiao Wu's charming face displayed disappointment, which was exceedingly endearing. However, elder brother has promised to gift each of us a white horse once this competition concludes. Shall I ask him to get you one as well? Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Wu's expression, felt a playful urge to tease her. All right. Hee, Rongrong is so kind. Xiao Wu instantly brightened, embracing Ning Rongrong and planting a kiss on her cheek. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but roll her eyes, knowing that Ma Hongjun had promised not just 2 horses, but 1 for each of the 7 monsters. Did you not see how Oscar and Fat Tiger were glancing around, eager to sneak closer to the White Horse Knights? Even Tang San and Dai Mubai frequently scanned the direction of the White Horse Knights. These youngsters view your White Horse Knights, Zilong, as their salvation, filled with admiration. If it weren't for your formidable strength, they would have surrounded you by now. Speaking of which, those white horses do indeed look splendid. Were I a few years younger, I would also wish to ride one, Flender jested, engaging Zhao Yun in light banter. These white horses hail from a special region in the north, discovered after years of searching. If you all take a liking to them, I would be pleased to present a few to you upon our next meeting. Zhao Yun endeavored to align his speech with the customs of the Douluo, though it still sounded somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, with the merging of the 2 worlds, the rules have become closer, and even the languages have curiously begun to resemble one another. Perhaps the languages were always quite similar, akin to Mandarin, merely constrained by differing rules. Chapter 177. A matter of life and death. It has been over a month since the conclusion of the Wuhuan competition in the Tiando Empire region. Excluding the 3 days spent traveling, Ma Hongjun has dedicated the remaining month to preparing for the competitions in Wuhuan City. Due to fortunate circumstances and the influence of the system, Ma Hongjun is not only interested in securing victory in the crucial Team Soul Battle competition, but is also determined to claim the title in the individual competition. Upon arriving at Wuhuan City, discussions about the continent's youngest title Douluo, Zhao Yun, and the emerging force of the Tianlao Wang's master, Ma Hongjun, were rampant throughout the Wuhuan Hall. Given the large-scale battles in the canyon, which involved tens of thousands of participants, comprising the elite forces from various factions and academies, the news spread rapidly. With the help of the Tianlao Wang, the names of Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun have become legendary, resonating throughout Douluo continent. Often referred to as the twin prodigies of Douluo, one is revered as the sovereign, while the other serves as a loyal minister. Zhao Yun, at such a young age, has established a formidable force rivaling the Qibao Glaze sect, while Ma Hongjun has shattered the record for the youngest title Douluo, previously held by Tang Hao. Zhao Yun stands alone as the strongest among the new generation, having reached the realm of title Douluo at around 20 years of age, boasting unparalleled combat prowess and astonishing achievements. With a level 91 title Douluo strength, he single-handedly defeated the Zhuge Douluo, who possessed a martial soul fusion skill. It is noteworthy that both opponents were level 95 title Douluo, and the disparity in soul power between levels is significant, especially with a 4-level gap. In this context, Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun have become idols for countless youths, particularly Zhao Yun, who has attained the status of a heartthrob for many women. Even Ma Hongjun cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy, as just one appearance has garnered him a legion of admirers. However, he takes solace in the fact that there are many followers of Zhao Yun across Douluo continent, collectively known as the Protectors. Upon their arrival in Wuhuan City, Ma Hongjun and his companions were surrounded by enthusiastic soul masters eager to ask questions, all wearing expressions of admiration akin to fervent fans. Left with no choice, Ma Hongjun grasped the hands of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong and instantly vanished from sight. Utilizing his fifth soul skill, the nine-leaf swordgrass, which allows for instantaneous movement within a perceptive range and can carry up to 3 individuals, he effectively evaded the throng. While this skill may seem somewhat trivial, it serves as a crucial means of survival, especially considering its growth potential obtained in the Three Kingdoms world. The reason he refrained from using it during their journey was due to its energy consumption, albeit significantly lower than that of others' teleportation skills. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun's soul power allows for approximately 100 to 180 consecutive uses, with a maximum distance of merely 100 meters. As the age of the soul ring increases, the range of instantaneous movement naturally expands. In the divine realm, the god of angels remarked gravely, "Have you sensed it? The emergence of a combatant of unparalleled strength, a title Douluo of around 20 years of age, has occurred on Douluo continent." The destroyer god, clad in purple robes, responded with a weighty tone, "What of it? The Divine Realm's Council has decreed that deities must not interfere with mortal affairs without just cause, nor can they descend in their true forms onto Douluo continent. Do you, as the destroyer, intend to defy this regulation?" The god of angels, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "The rules of Douluo continent cannot withstand divine-level energies. Once one ascends to godhood, they must leave the continent within a century to report to the divine realm. While immortality is granted upon ascension, who truly knows that Douluo continent is a more suitable place for existence?" The destroyer, in response, expressed his helplessness. The divine realm manifests as a colossal, multicolored sphere, enveloped by thick clouds of divine power, forming a unique space born from the collective thoughts of various planes. In contrast to the jeopardy of being swept away by spatial turbulence in the Douluo divine realm, Douluo continent is indeed a more habitable realm, with its genuine sun and moon and the cycle of day and night. "Since you are an upper-tier god, please speak plainly. Though my connection to the Douluo divine realm is stronger, my shattered divine position limits my capabilities," said the previous god of angels, a gentle old man with graying hair. "I shall be forthright. Douluo continent has undergone significant changes, establishing a connection with a special plane that rivals it. This world is rich in spiritual energy, and within one of its unique spaces, there exists a formidable being comparable to a god king. Fortunately, their method of cultivation differs from ours, lacking something essential, rendering their combat power not particularly strong. I have sealed that special space at the cost of a fraction of my essence. They will not emerge for the time being." The destroyer god articulated with a serious demeanor. "How does this relate to the 18-year-old title Douluo?" The god of angels inquired, clearly taken aback. Relieved to hear of the sealing, yet intrigued. It is essential to recognize that beneath the Douluo divine realm, there are numerous worlds governed by it. While the Douluo divine realm is indeed formidable, its capacity to bear power is limited, much like Douluo continent. This is why the notion of divine positions exists. Douluo continent is merely one of the more powerful lands, having birthed many deities. I am uncertain. His aura seems obscured by something. However, an 18-year-old title Douluo is a rarity, even in the spiritually abundant ancient era. Hence, I believe it prudent to inform your descendants in the mortal realm to investigate this individual. The destroyer god finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Though the god king of the Three Kingdoms world may appear to possess only the strength of a first-tier god, not deemed worthy of concern, the sealing of that realm ignited a sense of unease within him, prompting him to remain vigilant regarding the movements on Douluo continent. Were it not for the protective rules of the Three Kingdoms world, its mortals would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of the merciless destroyer. Are you suggesting that there may be a connection between the two? The astute god of angels immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "I do not know, but it is not out of the realm of possibility. Though the two worlds have not completely merged, without divine-level strength, traversing spatial wormholes is impossible. Nonetheless, the sudden emergence of a title Douluo in plain sight raises suspicions. even if there is no connection. Such a young title Douluo is bound to achieve extraordinary feats in the future, making it imperative to keep a close watch, the destroyer god remarked, ultimately exhaling a sigh of relief. After all, a title Douluo is still a title Douluo, incapable of wielding divine power, were it not for the destruction of his avatar, which requires a substantial cost to reconstitute. He would not have sought the assistance of the previous god of angels. Moreover, in light of the ceiling of divine-level powers, he does not believe Zhao Yun could traverse spatial wormholes alone, yet he remains undeterred in his quest to uncover Zhao Yun's true nature. Unbeknownst to Ma Honggun, he has inadvertently navigated a perilous path. Fortunately, by employing the powers of the system, he brought Zhao Yun to Douluo, a continent ahead of time. Had 6 months elapsed, with the connection between the two worlds becoming more intimate, the destroyer god of the Douluo divine realm would have certainly detected it. Even if you were to break the rules, he might have captured Zhao Yun for research purposes. They may tolerate a world with a god-king of limited strength merging with the rules of Douluo continent. Yet they would never allow a world with unparalleled combat power and a god-king to exist. In the fusion of the two worlds' rules, the weaker side would inevitably be consumed. What is termed fusion is, in essence, annihilation. They would permit Douluo continent to absorb other worlds as it would serve their interests, but they would absolutely not allow themselves to be devoured. Chapter 178. Yunshi with merely 1 day remaining until the finals of the Martial Soul Elite Competition. Zhao Yun found himself exceedingly busy, traversing the various production factories in Wuhan City. After expending a considerable amount of gold soul coins, he finally acquired the desired items. Foremost among these was the technique of papermaking. In contrast to the near-industrialized technological level of the Douluo world, the technology in the Sanguo world remained in its nascent stages. Additionally, he obtained advanced items such as glazed ceramics and fireworks, which, while commonplace in daily life, were remarkably advanced in the Sanguo context. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had auctioned a soul guide ring with a space of approximately 10 cubic meters. In the hotel room of Ma Hongjun, Zhao Yun, with a hushed yet excited demeanor, reported, "My lord, the tasks assigned by Mr. Liu have been accomplished. Please open the portal to send the person away." Ever since witnessing the exquisite papermaking process of the Douluo world, Zhao Yun had been in a state of exhilaration. It turned out that Ma Hongjun had merely mentioned the fundamental aspects of the Douluo world, yet Liu Ji, or Liu Bowen, discerned vital elements that could facilitate their rapid ascent. This visit was specifically to instruct Zhao Yun to seek out production methods absent in the Sanguo world, particularly the advanced papermaking technique. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, paper was invaluable, with knowledge confined to a select few. Possessing advanced papermaking skills would undoubtedly enable the accumulation of substantial wealth in a short time. While others might concern themselves with their insufficient strength, Zhao Yun, along with Tong Yuan, Liu Bowen, and the formidable Cheng Yaojin, constituted a formidable trio of title combatants. Although they lacked the deep-rooted heritage of the Yuan family, their top-tier combat strength was on par. Thus, the establishment of the Peng Lai Tavern naturally possessed the capacity to protect such valuable knowledge. However, the allure of wealth might cause Liu Bowen to place significant emphasis on the art of papermaking. In comparison to these true strategists, Ma Hongjun felt his intellect was lacking. Frequently traversing between two worlds, he had failed to notice the immense commercial opportunities therein, while Liu Bowen could extract insights from mere fragments of conversation and utilize them effectively. Reflecting on this, Ma Hongjun considered the passage of time in the Sanguo world. After addressing matters in the Douluo realm, it would be approximately 200 years in the Sanguo world, leaving only 7 years until Zhuge Liang's emergence. Given that Zhuge Liang was of a similar age to Zhao Yun, he was likely around 20 years old now and had probably achieved significant mastery in his studies. However, with so many eyes and ears from various factions in Wuhan City, it would be prudent to handle this matter outside the city under the cover of night. Ma Hongjun suggested, recognizing that even with the system's assistance, discreetly sending someone back was not feasible. Understood, Zhao Yun replied respectfully. Brother Zhao, how many times must I remind you? There is no need for such formality between us. Later, Rong will have some inquiries for you. You may explain the reasons appropriately, but your true identity must remain concealed for now, Ma Hongjun gently admonished Zhao Yun. Curiously, Ning Rong, having arrived in Wuhan City at the behest of her father, Ning Fengji, inquired about Zhao Yun's formidable combat prowess. My lord, rest assured, Mr. Liu has clarified everything. I vow not to utter a word beyond what is necessary. Zhao Yun assured, fully aware of the need to guard the secrets of his world. The Mr. Liu he referred to as Liu Bowen, a figure summoned by Ma Hongjun from the future. Zhao Yun's allegiance to Ma Hongjun was closely tied to Liu Bowen, who, in the original history, managed to win over Zhao Yun, who served as a protector with unwavering loyalty. Liu Bowen's extraordinary intellect and eloquence compelled Zhao Yun to willingly accept his leadership. After receiving Ma Hongjun's approval, Ning Rongrong eagerly sought a private conversation with Zhao Yun. Are you suggesting that a troop size exceeding 100 can coalesce, Yunqi? Is it true that you defeated 2 titled Douluos due to the influence of Yunqi? Ning Rongrong inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Yes, you may interpret it as a unique fusion soul skill, a newly emerging rule that many have yet to grasp. However, it will likely become commonplace soon. You should prepare the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect escort team in advance to secure an advantage, Zhao Yun explained thoughtfully. He was well aware of Ning Rongrong's connection to his lord, and thus chose to elucidate the existence of Yunqi. Of course, his explanation was not entirely accurate. His overwhelming strength was not solely attributable to Yunqi. His inherent combat capabilities were paramount, even without relying on Yunqi. His overall power surpassed that of an average 95th level super title Douluo, while he might not quite match the sword Douluo in terms of martial soul quality or offensive strength. The disparity was minimal. The only difference lay in their soul power levels. Once Zhao Yun achieved the 96th or 97th level of title Douluo, the sword Douluo would stand no chance against him. While they might be evenly matched in terms of swordplay, it must be remembered, Zhao Yun was a master of both spear and sword, a force to be reckoned with. After entrusting the advanced techniques, including papermaking, to a vice commander level individual, a soul emperor known as by Ma Yitsong, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun discreetly returned to the city. Little did they know that after leaving the Tong Tianhai secret realm, the previously calm spatial passage began to exhibit fluctuations. 3 figures were attempting to breach the rules that governed the 2 worlds. Had Ma Hongjun been aware, he would have been astonished to find that these 3 individuals were neither martial cultivators nor scholars, but rather representatives of an entirely new energy system. The trio stood aloft like titled Douluos, gazing down upon the world below. Unexpectedly, they realized their suspicions were correct. The world had indeed undergone a transformation. The tumultuous end of the 5 Rebellion was on the verge of a turning point, and they lamented for the sacrifices made by their disciples for the sake of the realm. Heavenly Lord, the yellow sky, and the azure sky are all destined to change, murmured an elderly man clad in a yellow robe. While the 5 Rebellion appeared to be finding a resolution, a more significant crisis loomed. Is the information provided by the yellow sky consistent with that from the azure sky? A white-haired elder inquired solemnly of a youthful figure clad in purple robes beside him. Alas, the secrets of heaven are such that the young emperor has already been firmly grasped by Cao Cao. Do you truly believe it is possible to defy fate and place the incompetent Yu Ji in charge of the azure sky? Is it truly worth it for the Liu clan's dominion? The purple-robed elder replied evasively, redirecting his gaze towards the white-haired elder. Yuan Fong, you still do not comprehend me. What I seek to protect has never been the Liu clan's dominion, but the rightful legacy of the Han dynasty. The white-bearded elder, known as Tianji, retorted, casting a glance at the youthful figure in purple robes before turning his attention to the Bai Ma Yitsong envoy making his way towards the Penglai Tavern. This individual carried with him a surge of fortune, suggesting that his lord possessed means unknown to them. However, as long as his actions serve the greater good of the realm, they should refrain from interference, the yellow-robed elder solemnly remarked, observing the bustling activities of the people below the clouds. Rest assured, we are well versed in the rules. Although this time, Healy did not breach the constraints of the regulations to explore another realm, I trust that should we attempt once more, we shall gain the opportunity to traverse into another world. The old man with the white beard, Tianji, nodded slightly, then fell into a contemplative silence. Among the 3 of us, none are more acutely aware of the changes in this world than they. Chapter 179. A hidden beauty beneath the bed. The 3 of us are constrained by the powers of this realm's heavenly Tao, our abilities perpetually suppressed at the semi-immortal level, rendering us unable to advance or partake in mortal affairs, yet we can offer guidance. This matter, I entrust to you, old man's Wasiya. Tianji glanced at the nearby Nanhua Jinren, ultimately addressing the youthful's Wasiya with his white hair. Without awaiting a response, he vanished into thin air. dissipating like a wisp of green smoke. The decaying Han dynasty cannot yet be extinguished. I appreciate your efforts, Tianji. The remainder shall be entrusted to us. The savior saint depicted in the heavenly Tao is my responsibility now, Zhuo Ci lamented as he gazed in the direction of Tianji's disappearance. The task of safeguarding the teachings of our esteemed ancestors shall fall to me, Nanhua. Although the spiritual realm is sealed by a formidable and enigmatic force, I can still traverse freely with the power of Huangtian. Now is not the time for their emergence. Otherwise, we risk attracting the attention of hidden foes, rendering any further progress impossible for our world. With that, he too vanished into the clouds. As the three figures gradually disappeared into the ethereal mist, the vice-captain of the White Horse Yizong successfully delivered the spatial soul guide provided by Ma Hongjun to Liu Bowen, who was orchestrating the overall situation at the Penglai Tavern. It seems our lord cannot remain uninvolved in the struggle for supremacy, Liu Bowen remarked, holding the soul guide with a sense of reflection. The concept of suffering for possessing a gem is universally understood. In the absence of external threats, the lords of the realm will not concern themselves with lofty ideals. They are solely driven by self-interest. In the world of the three kingdoms, although the Penglai Tavern hold a respectable position due to its three-titled Douluo, it still pales in comparison to the substantial foundations of great lords such as Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. Should the stakes be sufficiently high, these lords would undoubtedly forcefully threaten and coerce the tavern. Thus, Liu Bowen finds himself treading on thin ice. Were it not for the formidable reputation of Zhao Yun, the master of the Tongyuan spear, and the verbal commitment to remain neutral, such forces would not be permitted to exist. Even now, should an opportunity arise, Cao Cao and Yuan Shao would not hesitate to consume the Penglai Tavern, this burgeoning force. It is fair to say that under Liu Bowen's strategic guidance, the Penglai Tavern occupies a delicate position in the current state of affairs. None dare to make the first move against it, for should any action be taken, it could provide an opening for other forces to exploit, leading to irreparable losses. Regardless of which faction the Penglai Tavern aligns with, it would yield significant advancements in strength for others. The scene shifts to the Douluo world within the city of Wuhuan. After Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun returned, they retired to their respective chambers to rest, displaying remarkable composure in light of external rumors. After all, what is there to fuss over regarding a titled Douluo? If a godslayer were behind such disturbances, perhaps they might experience a ripple of concern. Lying on the soft bed imbued with a faint fragrance, Ma Hongjun mused to himself, a smile gracing his face as he gradually succumbed to slumber, seemingly oblivious to a small head peeking out from beneath his bed. Should I leave or stay? Will fifth brother do something to me? Although I am his girlfriend, is it inappropriate for me to enter his room uninvited? Perhaps I should pretend that I just arrived. Ning Rongrong was in a tumult of emotions, her cheeks flushed, remnants of fragrant perspiration lingering upon her skin. Due to the cultivation of soul power, the internal pressure within soul masters is minimal, and combined with the consumption of divine herbs, Ning Rongrong exuded an enchanting aroma. The heat of summer exacerbated her anxiety of being discovered, leaving her princess gown damp with sweat, particularly noticeable on her fair chest, which elicited unbidden thoughts. After reporting to her father about the clouds, Ning Fengzhong hastily went to verify the truth of Ning Rongrong's claims, leaving her with little attention. Bored, Ning Rongrong found herself unconsciously approaching Ma Hongjun's door. Coincidentally, as a server was tidying up, she entered the room, taking on the role of the mistress, lying down while waiting for Ma Hongjun's return. However, after waiting for some time without seeing him, she became curious about his whereabouts, as he would say, to check on him. It is common for young girls to desire knowledge of their boyfriend's movements, lest they let their imaginations run wild. Yet at the moment of truth, she suddenly felt that such actions might be perceived as intrusive. As she prepared to wait outside for Ma Hongjun's return, she heard a noise and hid beneath his bed. Now, with her heart racing, especially upon seeing Ma Hongjun clad only in his undergarments, his muscular physique clearly defined, Ning Rongrong's face turned beet red. She hastily covered her eyes, yet her curiosity compelled her to peek through her fingers. Given the commotion, it was impossible for Ma Hongjun, with his keen senses, not to notice. Even if he initially remained unaware, the sounds of Ning Rongrong emerging would certainly rouse him. However, in order to avoid an awkward encounter, Ma Hongjun feigned deep slumber. Yet, Ning Rongrong's scanning gaze made him internally lament his predicament. Even the small fire within him, which had long been subdued, began to stir anew. The physical changes left Ning Rongrong even more flustered, leading her to a bold supposition. He is awake. He is pretending to be asleep. Although she wished to escape immediately, a new thought struck her. He is my boyfriend. Why should I be afraid? Why should I feel shy? Thus, the inherently bold Ning Rongrong boldly approached the side of Ma Hongjuan's bed and seated herself there. What are you pretending for? Is it intentional to wear so little? Ning Rongrong huffed playfully, her voice a soft probe. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, realizing his ruse had been uncovered, gradually opened his eyes and said helplessly, Rongrong, you are wronging me. On such a hot day, could I possibly sleep in my clothes? I just noticed you. Ma Hongjun quickly sat up to conceal his embarrassment. Although he had lived 2 lives and understood many things, he was still inexperienced, feeling somewhat anxious. I don't care. It's all because of you. You must take responsibility for me. Ning Rongrong sutendi embraket Ma Hongjun, gleishuli streaking his ropus test. Very well. As long as you are willing, I shall certainly take responsibility. With the competition tomorrow, perhaps you should return to rest early? Ma Hongjun reassured her while inappropriately tousling Ning Rongrong's hair. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. It must be said, he is indeed a paragon of a straight man. While he longed to hold the beauty close indefinitely, he maintained a facade of righteousness. I am leaving. Ning Rongrong huffed, rising to depart. Stinky fifth brother, stinky straight man, I no longer wish to engage with you. After leaving the room, seeing Ma Hongjun did not pursue her, she inwardly cursed this insensitive, straightforward man. Chapter 180. The finale of the tournament, the final battle of the Wuhuan competition, presented no significant challenge for Ma Hongjun, nor did any unexpected events transpire. The only noteworthy development is that not only have the Qi Hua Academy and Shun Feng Academy merged into a single combat team, but the Long Academy of the Tiando Competition District has also reformed a new team in collaboration with another academy representing a hidden aristocracy. Alongside the Tiando Royal Team, which includes Yilingling and the Xing Luo Royal Team, there exists an even more formidable team known as the Xiao Luo Team, hailing from the powerful hidden family, the Luo clan. However, these changes hold no significance for Ma Hongjun. Regardless of their strength, he views them as easily vanquishable. As anticipated, in the initial individual matches, Ma Hongjun effortlessly defeated the Soul King genius of the Luo clan and subsequently triumphed over 3 Soul King prodigies from the Wuhuan Hall. Individual matches differ from team competitions, as the latter carries more weight in terms of rewards and influence. Nevertheless, Hongjun, your personal prowess has far surpassed that of the younger generation of Soul Masters. The other team members cannot gain the experience they deserve. So I propose that you take on a supportive role from the back, providing guidance and rescuing your teammates while the other 6 take the lead. What do you think? Master Yu Xiaojiang cautiously suggested, observing Ma Hongjuan's composed demeanor. Wherever one may be, only those with formidable strength earn respect. Even the so-called upright master is no exception. Well, that's acceptable, as long as I can personally participate. Whether I step onto the battlefield or not is inconsequential. I will ensure their safety from behind, Ma Hongjun replied. He was not a selfish individual. It was not that he did not want Fat Tiger to take the stage, but the rules dictated that once the finals commenced, substitutions were no longer permitted. Even if the rules allowed it, the Shrek teachers would never agree to replace Ma Hongjun, relinquishing the championship that was within their grasp. Although the original storyline saw Shrek emerge victorious, the world has since undergone significant changes. The revival of spiritual energy is not confined to the 3 kingdoms. The Douluo world is also experiencing a gradual increase in spiritual energy. However, this growth is less conspicuous in the Douluo world. The only noticeable difference is the general rise in strength among the current generation of golden students from the Wuhuan Hall, who have improved by 1 to 2 levels. Upon reaching the Soul King level, the higher the soul power, the more challenging it becomes to elevate one's abilities, resulting in increasing disparities in strength. The golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, having gained enhancements, would inevitably have the advantage over the Shrek's 7 monsters, who lack soul fusion techniques. However, with Ma Hongjun present, it would not pose a problem. Being capable of single-handedly challenging the formidable Soul Douluo, what reason would there be for defeat? As expected, the competition proceeded as scheduled. They first encountered their rivals, the Xing Luo Royal Academy. Ma Hongjun remained largely inactive from the rear, while Tang San and the others dealt with their adversaries. Though the victory was hard-won, it was a victory nonetheless, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing, who played a crucial role. She swiftly defeated her opponent, her sister Zhu Zhuyan. thus severing the source of the Wuhuan fusion technique for the Xing Luo Royal Academy. After defeating her sister, Zhu Zhuqing cast her aside to Ma Hongjun, who merely ensnared Zhu Zhuyun with a 9-leaf sword grass and settled down on a small stool to watch the spectacle. Zhu Zhuyun's teammates attempted to provide aid, but found it exceedingly difficult to breach Tang, San, and the others' defenses. Even when they managed to break through Shrek's formation, Ma Hongjun effortlessly repelled them with a few flicks of flame. Although Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flames had not yet reached the legendary level of true Phoenix Flames, they were far from ordinary flames. Any soul master scorched by them would flail in a panic to defend themselves. Ma Hongjun sensed that the power of his Phoenix Flames had reached the zenith of fire's might. Yet he was unaware of the concept of further enhancing the quality of his flames. The opportunity for such enhancement lay within the City of Slaughter, and, unlike others, he did not wish to rely on someone else's hand to obtain it. Therefore, even with the imminent changes in the two worlds, he sought to secure this opportunity for himself. Having accomplished all that he could, he believed it best to leave the remaining tasks to his subordinates. He realized that even if he remained, he could not alter the outcome. Ma Hongjun pondered quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Soon, the Shrek team, as the audience anticipated, faced off against the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall in the finals. Despite Ma Hongjun holding the title of individual champion, the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall was favored by the majority, commanding a significant following. After all, the Wuhuan competition had always prioritized team strength. Although Ma Hongjun had defeated a Soul Douluo, some believed that he had achieved this through underhanded means, and many assumed that he had exhausted his trump cards. The notion that a Soul King could defeat a Soul Douluo seemed too implausible to accept, prompting many to instinctively suspect external assistance rather than intrinsic strength. Furthermore, the use of external methods is strictly prohibited in the Wuhuan competition, including soul engineering devices. Given the multitude of factions involved, and with Ning Fengji's leading suggestion, the competition, while still held in the plaza before the angel statue of the Wuhuan Hall, was broadcasted live. In an instant, soul masters from surrounding cities flocked to the scene, filling the entirety of Wuhuan City, where such gatherings of soul masters were rarely seen. Simultaneously, undercurrents surged as Bibi Dong, the Pope, began mobilizing personnel from the Wuhuan Hall to maintain order in Wuhuan City. In the final match, I will not use that particular technique on the arena, but I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Our goal is to defeat the Wuhuan Hall with overwhelming force. Does everyone have confidence? On the eve of the finals, everyone gathered in Flinder's room for a pre-battle rally. Although Ma Hongjun felt it unnecessary, Flinder insisted it was beneficial. After explaining how this approach could enhance morale, strengthen team cohesion, and foster unity, he finally relented, allowing the somewhat impatient Ma Hongjun to depart. While Ma Hongjun exhibited a degree of impatience towards Flinder's lecturing, he also recognized his shortcomings. This minor flaw was present in the original character of Ma Hongjun as well, but as a model youth, he could not afford to share the same disposition as the overweight individual. Hence, Ma Hongjun resolutely acknowledged his mistake and sought to rectify it, stepping forward to initiate the mobilization. We have faith in you. Naturally, as his devoted admirers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were the first to support Ma Hongjun. We have faith. Xiao Wu, with fewer reservations, fully supported Ma Hongjun as both his benefactor and fifth brother. It must be noted that women tend to be more emotionally expressive in such situations. We have faith. Although Oscar and Fat Tiger could not help but just about Ma Hongjun's motivational skills, they also felt compelled to lend their support. Tang, San, and Dai Mubai, resigned to the situation, could only feign enthusiasm, playing along with Ma Hongjun's self-indulgence. The camaraderie of his teammates filled Ma Hongjun with satisfaction as he glanced at his teacher, Flinder, who, with a hand to his forehead, appeared to be questioning his connection to this young man. Zhao Wujie could not help but wonder how this boy resembled him so closely, so unlike his own teacher. Little monster, though your words may be blunt, the logic is sound. Given your strength, a swift resolution is indeed possible. We shall see how much effort the little monster is willing to exert. Since there is nothing more to do, I shall return to rest, as tomorrow is the finals, and everyone should be well rested. The poisoned Douluo wore a satisfied smile, relishing straightforwardness in both words and actions, disdaining any form of procrastination. As for Zhao Yun, he did not make an appearance at Flander's location. Only Master Flander and the 3 instructors, along with the well-informed poisoned Douluo, were present. after the host solemnly introduced the strengths and information of both teams in the finals. The battle commenced. Ultimately, the outcome mirrored that of the original work, with Tang San providing half of the team's firepower, particularly after the opposing side employed their martial soul fusion technique. In the end, Tang San faced a mutual destruction with the Spirit Hall, paying the price with his 8 spider lances, leading both sides to lose their combat capabilities. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Fat Tiger had already lost their fighting strength earlier and were now being protected by Ma Hongjun as they healed. Although Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing still retained some fighting power, they were also gravely injured and severely exhausted. Upon seeing Tang San wounded, Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor prompted Ma Hongjun to shake his head, his palm turning as soul power surged forth, and a translucent leaf appeared in his palm, subsequently transforming into several petals. After distributing them to the mouths of the Shrek members, Ma Hongjun finally stood up and addressed the other 3 remaining capable Soul Kings, urging them to concede, stating he did not wish to intervene personally, lest their fate be no better than that of their fallen comrades. He then cast his gaze toward the injured Yin and Xiaoyu siblings, whose tattered clothing and the toxins emanating from their bodies signified their imminent demise. The injuries suffered by the Xiaoyu siblings were indeed inflicted by Tang San, yet Yin's tragic state was due to others. Xiao Wu's 8 Dawn Sai, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw, Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancements, coupled with Ma Hongjun's domain suppression, were indeed a sight of utter devastation. Although Ma Hongjun refrained from engaging directly, his domain remained open, imposing significant restrictions on the Spirit Hall's golden generation. Without the constraints of Ma Hongjun's martial soul domain, how could the Spirit Hall's golden generation have been so easily defeated? His soul skill domain had evolved alongside his martial soul into the 9-leaf swordgrass, becoming even more formidable, no longer manifesting in the form of soul rings, but rather as an intrinsic domain. The Bai Lin snake venom within the domain, while seemingly less impactful against opponents of the same level, still required an immense effort to counteract. A moment of carelessness could result in the toxin seeping into the very marrow. Should the venom reach the marrow, even the poisoned Douluo, who wielded the Bai Lin snake martial soul, would find himself helpless. The Spirit Hall conceded. On the high platform, Bibi Dong's expression soured as she signaled an elder beside her to acknowledge the defeat. Let us congratulate Shrek Academy on successfully claiming the championship of the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament. The referee, witnessing the scene, immediately announced Shrek Academy's victory. Hulaina turned pale, her haughty demeanor evaporating upon hearing the declaration of the Spirit Hall's concession, replaced by a sense of unwillingness. She could not accept losing to Tang San so easily. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's domain covering the entire arena, significantly impacting their performance, she would not have found herself outmatched by a mere 49th level Soul Master while at the peak of her 55th level Soul Ring, empowered by her brother's martial soul fusion technique. Ma Hongjun, indifferent to their expressions, offered them a slight smile, his eyes reflecting approval, as if to convey that those who engage in practical endeavors are the true elites. Congratulations to the host for winning the championship of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, completing the fortune task and receiving fortune points, officially activating the fortune system. Fortune points, 1,000. The system sprite that had already separated from a martial soul reappeared in Ma Hongjun's mind with the activation of the fortune system. Having grown accustomed to the system's sporadic disappearances, Ma Hongjun did not wish to rely heavily on it. In truth, it was the system's insistence on independence that deterred excessive reliance. Otherwise, who would prefer standing when they could rest? Ma Hongjun paid no mind to Bibi Dong, who was preparing to award the tournament prizes, focusing entirely on the system within his mind. With the system's completion, it was his first time acquiring such a wealth of fortune points. The last time he had obtained 1,000 was during the establishment of the Penglai Tower Intelligence Network, directly receiving Huaxia currency. He had used that 1,000 Huaxia currency to summon Lu Bowen, while Cheng Yaojin had been summoned through various chaotic means before the system was fully developed. Summon. I wish to summon a general. Grant me a champion. Ma Hongjun chose not to draw a soul ring or soul bone, but rather to summon a general. While relying on oneself is often preferable, summon champions are titled Douluo. Even with a 100,000-year soul ring, the increase in combat strength is limited compared to the might of a titled Douluo. Moreover, the generals summoned by the system are utterly loyal, with combat strengths that are at least on par with titled Douluo, some even rivaling the likes of the Haotian Douluo, a top-tier Douluo. Thus, After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Hongjun was prepared to summon generals to enhance the high-end combat power of his faction. The addition of a title Douluo is a cause for celebration, even against the Spirit Hall, let alone for the developing Penglai Tower and its extensive network. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the renowned General Shui Rengue. The voice of the weapon spirit was stern, yet carried a hint of warmth, sounding considerably more mature. Ma Hongjun did not perceive any oddity. He was unaware that the weapon spirit had merged with the remnants of the nine-leaf sword grass's consciousness and memory, thus affecting its temperament. The figure standing before that perfect world was profoundly burdened, facing the source of darkness alone, bringing little joy. Even now, as he stood at the pinnacle above the immortal emperor, he felt somewhat powerless against the source of darkness. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, he would not retreat. He could neither afford to nor dare to retreat, facing all adversaries alone. Unfazed by the strength of the enemy, he remained undaunted. The Emperor of the Wasteland, whose life was devoted to battles, was either in conflict or en route to one. Originally, the nine-leaf sword grass held the greatest promise of standing alongside them in battle, yet misfortune befell it. As a being fused with the nine-leaf sword grass, the weapon spirit inevitably bore the consequences. Setting these matters aside, Ma Hongjun was unperturbed upon summoning Shui Rengue, harboring no objections. Though Shui Rengue may not be among the absolute elite generals of Huaxia, he certainly ranks among the top 10. Shui Rengue, Title Douluo at level 92, Combat Power, Super Title Douluo at level 96, Potential, Half-Step Divine King. Martial Soul, Fong Tianhua Ji, Holy Beast White Tiger. The summoning was successful, with the summoning location being the Spirit City. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhao Yun below the platform in the direction of Spirit City outside the Pope's Palace, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Standing to my left is Zhao Yun, and to my right stands Shui. What do I have to fear from the Pope Bibi Dong? In truth, had circumstances allowed, Ma Hongjun would have preferred to enhance his own strength. But the present situation did not permit such actions. He had no choice but to summon ancestral generals to bolster his faction's power, leveraging the strength of his subordinates to augment his own position. In the long run, collective strength always surpasses individual power. Even the unparalleled Emperor of the Wasteland, who dominates the fantasy realm, requires partners like Yi Chu, the two heavenly emperors, to completely eradicate the source of the anomaly. He dared not adopt the Emperor of the Wasteland's unilateral attitude. Otherwise, he might not even know how he met his end. Shaking his head, Ma Hongjun dispelled his distracting thoughts, calmly watching as Bibi Dong approached the podium to present the awards. You are impressive, and I have great expectations for you. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I formally invite you to join. Should you accept, you will become the next holy son of the Spirit Hall. Bai Dong genuinely desires to cultivate the young man before her. Yet the deeper motives behind her intentions, whether she aims to seize the entire Tianluo Di Wang alongside him, remains shrouded in mystery. There is no need for that, Your Holiness. I am accustomed to freedom and cannot endure the shackles of constraint. Can you bestow the rewards now? I have celebrations awaiting with my companions. Ma Hongjun explicitly declined, his words devoid of disrespect, yet tinged with a hint of impatience. He scoffed internally, thinking, with someone like you, how could I ever become your subordinate? Perhaps if you were a figure like the Huang Tiandi or Yi Tiandi, it might be a different matter. Surprisingly, Bai Dong did not express anger. Instead, she sincerely praised him. Well said, well said. Such boldness is commendable. Henceforth, they are yours. Thank you, Your Holiness. Ma Hongjun stored away the 3 soul bones, suppressing a flicker of disdain for Bai Dong. After the failure to eliminate Ma Hongjun and realizing the futility of her efforts, Bai Dong had temporarily relinquished her animosity toward him. Thus far, her true adversaries were the father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San. In her view, if she could eliminate him, she would. If not, she would seek to forge an alliance, as long as she successfully completed the divine trial. No matter how formidable his talents might be, she believed he could never ascend to divinity. She sensed no trace of the divine aura unique to the divine trial upon Ma Hongjun. Naturally, he would not exude such an aura until he had undergone the divine examination. In her mind, becoming a deity was paramount. Compared to that, even the Tang family was insignificant. Once she ascended to divinity, the entire continent would yield to her will. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun concealed Xiao Wu's presence, and Bai Dong remained oblivious to her differences. However, as Ma Hongjun prepared to depart after distributing the competition rewards. The elders of the Wuhuan Palace obstructed the exit of the crowd. Bai Dong's gaze turned cold, devoid of the admiration she had previously shown Ma Hongjun, and she addressed those below with an air of superiority. Now that the rewards have been distributed, you may leave. He must remain. With that, she pointed at Tang San, who was secretly rejoicing that Xiao Wu's soul beast identity had not been exposed. The onlookers turned their eyes toward Tang San in unison, their expressions filled with confusion. What offense has His Holiness the Pope found in Tang San that he is subjected to this? Tang San shielded Xiao Wu, suppressing the hatred within him, and feigned ignorance. You have not offended the Wuhuan Palace, but your father, Tang Hao, is a mortal enemy of ours. How could I allow you to leave? What face would the Wuhuan Palace have left? Blame your father, Tang Hao, Bai Dong replied with an expression devoid of emotion, speaking indifferently. Why should the grievances of the previous generation be imposed upon the younger generation? Your Holiness, you are being excessively unreasonable. If you wish to harm Tang San today, you must first step over my corpse. Yu Xiaojiang was the first to stand up and block the way, speaking with righteous indignation. How laughable. Xiaojiang, you remain as naive and self-righteous as ever. Do you believe that, given the enmity between the Wuhuan Palace and the Tang family, he would ever spare the Wuhuan Palace? Would he spare me? Can you guarantee that he will not seek revenge against the Wuhuan Palace? A flicker of sorrow crossed Bai Dong's eyes as she posed a trio of questions to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the emotionally restrained Tang San beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. Ma Hongjun smirked disdainfully. He found Bai Dong far preferable to someone like Yu Xiaojiang. For the sake of the unity of the Shrek team, he would feel compelled to intervene. But this time was unnecessary. From the moment he observed Bai Dong's attitude toward him, he understood that the Wuhuan Palace would not trouble Tianluo Di Wang in the near future. For the development of Tianluo Di Wang, he would not provoke the Wuhuan Palace unprovoked. If it were not for his knowledge of Tang Hao lurking in the shadows, this situation would indeed be rather precarious. He did not wish to incur significant losses by rescuing Tang San, jeopardizing the growth of Tianluo Di Wang. The fate of Tianluo Di Wang was intertwined with the future conflicts between the two worlds. He would not recklessly intervene for Tang San, at least not overtly. Suddenly, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Pope's palace. The overwhelming surge of soul power struck the ground, causing numerous structures within the palace to collapse. Were it not for Bai Dong wielding her martial soul and using her staff to deflect the blow at a critical moment, Ma Hongjun was certain the Pope's palace would have been reduced to ruins by this forceful energy. The staff, representing supreme authority, shattered, finally dissipating the hammer's impact and preventing its fall. Our enmity cannot be so easily resolved. This strike is merely an interest payment. A tall, disheveled man clad in tattered robes emerged before Tang San, speaking with venomous intent. Tang Hao, how dare you show your face again? You seek death. Elders of the Wuhuan Palace seized Tang Hao and his son, regardless of life or death. Bai Dong's expression darkened, her anger fully ignited. Had she not needed to conserve her strength for the divine assessment, she would never have allowed Tang Hao to be so brazen. Yes, several figures soared into the air, all at the titled Douluo level, surrounding Tang San and his father. Observing this, Zhao Yun quickly shielded the Shrek group and noticed Xiao Wu attempting to step forward. Ma Hongjun hastily exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who subtly nodded in agreement, each taking hold of Xiao Wu on either side. Xiao Wu, trust your elder brother. He will not let Sangu suffer any injustice. Our involvement would only divert their attention, and we cannot assist in any meaningful way. Ning Rongrong gently reassured Xiao Wu, holding her hand tightly. This Pope does not intend to make things difficult for us. Let us first observe the situation. The Shrek 8 are united. When action is required, we will not stand idly by. Zhu Zhuqing spoke more directly, though her sentiment echoed Ning Rongrong's, providing Xiao Wu with reassurance. Chapter 183, Champion parting very well. Seeing Tang San protected by the formidable presence of Tang Hao, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Who does not know the name of the Hao Ian Douluo? For today, I shall spare you all, but know that I will return to exact vengeance for my wife, Tang Hao declared. Noticing the aggressive advance of the Wuhuan Palace's forces, he had no intention of confronting them directly. After ensuring Tang San's safety, he subtly nodded to Yu Xiaojiang, glanced at the Shrek group, and vanished using his soul skill. Ma Hongjun met his gaze, feeling that Tang Hao's glance was directed specifically at him. However, he felt no fear and boldly maintained eye contact. With Zhao Yun present, even if Bai Dong wished to harm him, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Let us not forget that Xuerengui had likely arrived by now, with such a commotion at the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City if he did not appear soon. Ma Hongjun would begin to question his loyalty and the competence of the system. In Wuhuan City, upon sensing the turmoil, Xuerengui began making his way toward the Wuhuan palace, taking his time to familiarize himself with the world's rules. Dressed similarly to Zhao Yun in white, he bore distinctive weapons, wielding a silver square-headed halberd and wearing flowing cloud boots, with a remarkable silver dragon bow and arrows hanging from his saddle. In truth, the martial souls of military generals differ from those in the Douluo realm. The martial souls of generals are tangible entities that exist in reality, forming divine weapons only after being imbued with battle spirits. In contrast, while Douluo martial souls may appear real, Ma Hongjun sensed that they existed in a realm between the virtual and the real. Before the advancement of Zhui Jianshao, Ma Hongjun experienced an almost surreal sensation. Fortunately, after merging the mysterious seed and meteor tears, the illusory feeling of his martial soul completely vanished. Even with its prolonged presence, there would be no consumption of soul power, which bore resemblance to the martial souls of Huaxia. As Tang Hao and Tang Sen disappeared, the gazes of the elder from the Spirit Hall turned toward the Shrek team. They awaited a command from Bibi Dong, prepared to apprehend those closely associated with Tang San. Ma Hongjun felt no hatred towards Tang Hao's actions, but neither could he claim to be fond of them. It is only natural for one to feel displeasure when entangled in such matters. Just as Bibi Dong simmered in anger, contemplating whether to abandon her plans to ensnare Tang San's close companion Xiao Wu, a commanding voice echoed before the hall of the Pope. Xuerengui pays homage to the Lord. Xuereng knelt before the hall of the Pope, and the guards nearby seemed oblivious, allowing him to enter unimpeded. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the guard were not unwilling to move, but were rendered immobile by the overwhelming aura emanating from Xuerengui, causing even soul masters below the soul emperor rank to expend all their energy merely to twitch a finger. Your Holiness, do not be offended. Brother Xue, why have you only just arrived? The match is already concluded. Let us return to the Tiando Empire. Ma Hongjun seemed oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Bibidong's face as he spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, Xuerengui regarded the foreign individuals with indifference, his aura surging once more, rivaling that of Bibidong's, perfectly complementing Ma Hongjun's performance. Bibidong cast a cold glance at Xuerengui, then shifted her gaze to Zhao Yun and the poisoned Douluo who stood beside Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, she chose to refrain from complicating matters with Ma Hongjun and his companions, partly out of caution, but primarily because the Spirit Hall had yet to be entirely under her control. Furthermore, the influence of the Tiando Empire had taken root and could not be easily eradicated without a meticulously crafted plan, akin to the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the original narrative. Should she provoke the other forces into a united front, even the Spirit Hall would prefer to avoid such a scenario. Withdraw. Relay my orders. Capture Tang Hao and his son with all available resources. Anyone daring to harbor those miscreants shall be deemed an enemy of the Spirit Hall. There shall be no mercy for those who oppose the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, ever the strategist, quickly regained her composure and commanded without allowing the presence of Ma Hongjun and Xuerengui to distract her. Ma Hongjun lamented the situation, but soon dismissed, as Xuerengui's arrival had momentarily astonished the Spirit Hall, providing ample time for Tang Hao and his son to escape. As a classmate and ally of Tang San, Ma Hongjun felt he had done all he could, far surpassing the efforts of Tang San's father and son. Despite harboring some grievances against Tang San in his previous life, he remained devoted to his partner in this life, sharing his precious herbs without hesitation. In this respect, he and Tang San bore similarities, which fostered a sense of camaraderie in Ma Hongjun's heart. After departing from the Spirit City, the group remained largely silent, the atmosphere thick with reluctance and sorrow, ultimately arriving at a unique crossroads. Continuing forward led to Tiando City and Shrek Academy, while turning back took them to the Spirit City. And the right path led to the Xingluo Empire. All right, children, I hereby announce your official graduation today. Let's part ways here. Flanders was the first to stop, turning to wave his hand and feigning calmness. After speaking, He turned his back to the group, gazing into the distance towards Shrek Academy with an air of a sage. Dean, I shall take my leave now. I need to return to Shrek to discuss our future path with the teachers. Oscar, feeling somewhat melancholic, offered words of comfort upon witnessing the usually frugal Dean in such a state. The others clearly observed the tears of reluctance and pride glistening in Flanders' eyes. Winning the Continental Elite competition was the dream and aspiration of every Academy founder. In the past, he could hardly have imagined such a scenario. Yet this cohort of students had fulfilled his wish, and they were also the ones he had invested the most effort into. Now, as they prepared to venture into the world, he felt a profound sense of loss, but he would not impede their journey. Young eagles must eventually leave the shelter of their parents' wings to soar independently, or they will never become true eagles. Do as you wish. The winds here are rather fierce. Haha, the Academy does not suffer from your absence. You are the pride of Shrek Academy. Upon your return, I shall invest heavily in crafting statues to inspire future students, establishing Shrek Academy as the premier institution on the continent. Flanders rubbed his reddened eyes and turned, his face beaming with pride. All right, Flanders, that's enough. Let us proceed ahead and leave the final moments of farewell to the children. Xiao Wu's godmother will not hold you back. Little San, being with the Haotian Emperor, is safest. But you must take care of yourself while you venture out and visit your godmother often. Lu Erlong shot an exasperated glance at the increasingly animated Flanders and then comforted the somewhat downcast Xiao Wu. Yes. I will definitely return to visit my godmother and everyone. Xiao Wu replied, her spirits lifted as she grasped Lu Erlong's jade-like hand, reluctant to part. There is no need for such sorrow. Why don't we make a 5-year pact? We shall meet again at Shrek Academy in 5 years. Dai Mubai proposed, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful, having won against his brother in the competition, and now preparing to return to the Xinglua Empire to assume the role of Crown Prince. Very well, let us establish a 5-year pact. Ma Hongjun concorde. The others naturally echoed their agreement. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun bid farewell to his teachers and companions, leading Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing down the left path. As for Fat Tiger, he intended to accompany Dean Flanders back to the academy, where he would become a teacher, occasionally venturing out for training, but not straying too far. Following Ma Hongjun's suggestion, Xiao Wu headed towards the Star Do Great Forest, intending to inform Tang San of their 5-year pact after meeting him. The 7 had made their agreement, and, no longer burdened by sorrow, each departed towards their respective futures. Ma Hongjun, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, had no intention of taking them to the Slaughter City for training. Instead, he aimed to escort them to the world of the 3 kingdoms. After walking a short distance, they encountered Zhao Yun and the group of White Horse Edom, along with Shui Rengue, who awaited them. As for the elusive Poison Daw, Ma Hongjun had not restricted his freedom, having already said his farewells upon leaving the Spirit City. Chapter 184. Homecoming. Are you two planning to return home with me first, or shall we proceed directly to the secret realm I mentioned for training? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. It was finally time to introduce his girlfriend to his family. Home. The 2 girls looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion, as they had not been informed of this sudden development and were caught off guard. Yes, back to the village. Come with me to meet Grandpa Debon. Ma Hongjun replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on the 2 girls. It has been far too long since I last saw my grandfather, Ma Hongjun, who raised me. Initially, it was due to the issues arising from my martial spirit, the little evil fire, and later, I became engrossed in competitions, leaving me no time to return and visit him. I wonder how that kind-hearted elder, who nurtured me, is faring now. Home. The 2 women did not make Ma Hongjun wait long. After a brief contemplation, they replied in unison. Having chosen Ma Hongjun as their partner, they naturally centered their lives around him. His ability to take them home signified the seriousness of his feelings towards them. At this moment, the notion of training could easily be set aside. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and soon found an opportunity to send Zhao Yun and Bai Ma Yi back to the 3 kingdoms, with only Shui Rengue remaining by his side for protection. Entering the city of slaughter without a powerful escort could indeed be troublesome. Lacking the presence of the killing god, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to rely on the formidable Shui Rengue for protection, with strength not inferior to Tang Hao. Shui Rengue should be more than capable of dealing with the King of Slaughter. Of course, as long as the King of Slaughter had not transformed into Tang Chun, there was little for Ma Hongjun to fear. With this in mind, he handed Shui Ringue a map and instructed, "Brother Shui, the journey home should not pose any danger. Here is the location of the city of slaughter. Please scout ahead and remember to stay safe." "Understood, my lord," Shui Ringue, summoned by the system, dutifully accepted the command without question and set forth in the direction indicated on the map. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, Shui Ringue's departure meant that, apart from Tang Hao, another killing god now roamed the earth. If one were to consider who possessed the greatest combat skill and killing prowess on the Douluo continent without the use of soul power, it would undoubtedly be the true battlefield generals. Among these warriors, the most formidable were the divine generals, summoned by the system and at the pinnacle of their historical prowess. At his peak, Shui Ringue undoubtedly deserved the title of divine general. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, finally arrived at Suatua City in the Barak Kingdom. After a brief meeting with Mayana, Ma Hongjun sought out his sister, Ma Xiaodai, to return home with her, only to find that Mayana had followed them as well. Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a headache. Having too many women around could indeed be quite troublesome. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and now, with Ma Dongmei included, there were 4 women. Thankfully, with Ma Xiaodai mediating, the 3 women did not resort to quarrels over jealousy. Since meeting Mayana, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had grown wary, uniting against the mature and composed Mayana. Now in her mid-20s, Mayana exuded a captivating charm, a blend of maturity and a hint of sensuality that would stir the heart of any man. Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also extraordinarily beautiful, they were still quite young, barely 14 or 15 years old. While the girls on the Douluo continent generally mature early, their youthful innocence could not be concealed by physical maturity. In Wudong village, along a quaint country road, 5 figures, 1 man and 4 women, strolled together. Though Wudong village lacked the legendary Wudong trees, there were still plenty of tall, sturdy trees evenly distributed along the path. The variety of birds was abundant, with the occasional sighting of sole beast-level avians. "There are so many birds here. I absolutely adore this place," exclaimed Ning Rongrong, dressed in a light green princess gown, joyfully twirling along the pastoral path. "Haha, if you love it, then when I have time in the future and have children, I will bring you all here to enjoy a peaceful life," Ma Hongjun mused, momentarily lost in the idyllic scene before him. "Who wants to live here with you? How shameless. We are still young." Ning Rongrong halted and shot Ma Hongjun an exasperated glance upon hearing his words. "Indeed, quite young," Mayana remarked, glancing at Ning Rongrong, which only further provoked her. "Oof, that is far better than someone being an old cow eating tender grass," retorted Ning Rongrong. The little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, unwilling to back down. In the midst of this chaotic scene, Ma Hongjun chose to observe quietly, maintaining a neutral stance. Having accepted them, he regarded them as equals in his heart. As long as it did not pertain to fundamental issues, he allowed them to bicker. Otherwise, it would be unseemly to favor one over the others. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing's cold demeanor kept her from engaging in disputes. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would have faced even more headaches. However, despite her silence, the sorrowful glint in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes caused him pain. After spending 3 days in Wudong village with Grandpa Dima, Ma Hongjun personally escorted Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the 3 Kingdoms world. He assigned them tasks to manage, thereby acknowledging their status, though the most confidential matters were still to be kept from them, as they did not belong to the Huaxiao world. Chapter 185. The newly ascended killing god Shui Rung, martial spirit upgraded to 10-headed fire phoenix. After settling the 2 women, Ma Hongjun was preparing to venture into the city of slaughter for training when information from the special channels of Tianluodawang reached him first. The city of slaughter welcomed a newly ascended killing god. On the first day of his arrival, he defeated 10 opponents single-handedly. The second day, he triumphed over 30. And on the third day, he accomplished the remarkable feat of slaying 60 foes. The king of slaughter personally invited him, promising the title of killing god and engaging in a 2-hour discussion, though the details remained unclear. The following day, the newly ascended killing god bravely traversed the path of hell, passing through perfectly. His title as killing god was well-deserved. His name and affiliations remained undisclosed, but he was known to be remarkably youthful, clad in white attire and armor, proficient with bows and the Fong Tianhuaji. He became yet another young, titled Douluo, following Zhao Zilong of Changshan on the Douluo continent. Various factions across the mainland are rife with speculations regarding the origins of the white-clad god of death. The title of God of Death is reserved for only the most formidable individuals within the realm of Douluo, thus leaving no room for doubt regarding the prowess of the white-clad god. Upon arriving in the city of slaughter, Ma Hongjun had already formed some conjectures. Aside from Xue Li and Xue Rengui, it seemed unlikely that any other young titled Douluo would emerge in the current Douluo world. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, the inner core of the 10-headed fiery serpent had also been procured by Xue Rengui ahead of time and presented to him. With no choice but to accept the inner core, Ma Hongjun, alongside Xue Rengui, ventured into the depths of the forest to commence the refining process. According to the original narrative, the process of refining the inner core is fraught with risks and challenges. It is paramount that no external disturbances occur. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, potentially costing him his very life. If faced with threats to his physical form, Ma Hongjun reassured himself that the energy of the meteor tears, fused with the 9-leaf swordgrass, could restore even the most grievous of bodily injuries. However, absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed fiery serpent directly influences the martial soul, which is intricately linked to the soul itself. Compared to physical wounds, spiritual injuries are far more challenging to heal, and the current level of the 9-leaf swordgrass was insufficient to mitigate all risks to the soul. Thus, with a prudent mindset, Ma Hongjun resolved to reach level 60 before absorbing the inner core and subsequently embarking on his journey in the city of slaughter. Naturally, Xue Rengui regarded Ma Hongjun with utmost respect, hastening their journey to the nearest soul beast forest. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already drawn attention, with Ma Hongjun being merely an incidental focus. In the celestial realm, the Shura god observed the scene before him, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Rengui, who was singularly focused on Ma Hongjun. Although this individual did not emanate the aura of that world, his methods were distinctly unlike those of any denizen of the Douluo realm, bearing a striking resemblance to the techniques of a certain Tang San from a past life. Perhaps, from this Ma Hongjun, the origins could be uncovered. It was revealed that since Xue Rengui traversed the Hell Road, he had drawn the attention of a Shura god, who had left behind traces on that path. Such a figure was most suitable to become his successor. However, the Shura god noted that Ma Hongjun's methods of attack were somewhat uncharacteristic of the Douluo realm. With the intention to observe further, the Shura god recognized this unprecedented talent, who was merely a sole emperor, yet commanded such profound attention. This piqued his curiosity. Moreover, the deities who frequently observed Douluo were not unfamiliar with Ma Hongjun, having some recollections of him. After all, he was a figure who mingled with the chosen of various planes without being overshadowed, indicating a formidable fortune. Even the usually aloof fire god had begun to take notice of this young man. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, he had unwittingly become the subject of divine scrutiny. In another mysterious location, the world appeared to be engulfed in flowing lava, with a fiery sky that could instantly vaporize any soul master below the rank of Soul Emperor. Initially presumed to possess average talent, the discovery of such an opportunity revealed that his grandfather had many secrets, including a pathway to that world. An elderly figure clad in a crimson robe observed a unique flame hovering before him, displaying the current predicament of Ma Hongjun. The realm in question was beyond the reach of divine scrutiny, below the level of a minor deity, and the tidings brought back from the avatar of the god of destruction had aroused great curiosity among many. A world devoid of deities would not warrant their attention, but this world harbored a god king, a being of immense power, regardless of their combat prowess. Hence, the entire divine realm was in an uproar, strategizing their endeavors on Douluo. As the most prestigious elite soul master competition on Douluo, the event drew intense scrutiny from various divine factions, with Ma Hongjun, who had distinguished himself, naturally becoming the focal point of interest. Ultimately, the venerable fire god, undeterred by dissent, claimed the rights to Ma Hongjun. Additionally, Ma Hongjun's method of escorting Zhao Yun and others back inadvertently fell under the watchful gaze of the fire god. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, this elder exhibited unusual leniency towards Ma Hongjun, perceiving it as an opportunity rather than a threat, and refrained from revealing this information. Suddenly, the elder seemed to sense something amiss. He traced a unique flame energy towards the direction of Douluo. In an instant, the Shura god, who had been spying on Ma Hongjun and his companion, lost his target. It is crucial to note that unless in a special location, even a god king cannot maintain a continuous gaze upon Douluo. Only in such unique places, by employing the methods left by deities, could one lock onto and track the images? Now that the aura was lost, tracking would prove to be a challenge. The Shura god, typically tempestuous and serious, surprisingly refrained from unleashing his fury, instead resigning himself to misfortune as he ceased further investigations into Douluo. Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Ever since the conclusion of the competition, he had sensed being watched. However, upon careful examination, he found no anomalies, nor did he feel any malice. Yet, the sensation intensified after meeting Shui Rengui, accompanied by an ominous feeling of impending calamity. This contributed to his decision to forego breaking through to the Three Kingdoms world, especially since Shui Rengui had just exited the city of slaughter, stirring a vague sense of suspicion within him. With these thoughts, Ma Hongjun finally allowed himself to focus on cultivating his soul power. 3 months later, he successfully advanced to level 60. After safely absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed fiery serpent, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix, martial soul, underwent a complete transformation into the 10-headed fire phoenix, martial soul. Host, Ma Hongjun soul power, level 61 talent. Sealed martial soul, 9-leaf sword grass, 10-headed fire phoenix subordinates, Shui Rengui, Lu Bowen, Cheng Yaojin, Zhao Zilong. Subordinate Legion, White Horsey Zhang. Upon its emergence, the 10-headed fire phoenix achieved divine quality, its name remaining unchanged yet vastly superior in quality compared to the original narrative. Resurrected from the flames, Ma Hongjun shed his excess flesh, his muscles contracting to reveal a more restrained and dashing figure. A tall, handsome young man emerged from the flames, even more attractive than the already striking Shui Rengui, with his fiery red hair adding vitality to his charming visage. Let us proceed to the city of slaughter. Ma Hongjun felt an invigorating confidence in his newfound strength. Not only was he powerful, but his previously modest looks had transformed into striking handsomeness. It is often said that one's appearance can greatly influence their self-assurance. Typically, those deemed handsome exhibit greater confidence, much like the individual currently reclining on the bed. Under the guidance of Shui Rengui, the newly minted god of death, Ma Hongjun effortlessly entered the city of slaughter and was personally received by the king of slaughter. Shui Rengui's formidable prowess rendered the restrictions of the city of slaughter inconsequential, as he relied solely on his innate skills, executing techniques with unparalleled strength. After Ma Hongjun articulated his desire to undergo trials, he was afforded considerable convenience. Once Shui Rengui departed, Ma Hongjun embarked on his journey of trials within the city of slaughter, even without employing his martial soul's soul power. Even the average title Douluo would not underestimate Ma Hongjun's capabilities. However, Ma Hongjun remained vigilant, dedicating himself to honing his sword intent. Ma Hongjun is currently focusing on the streamlined version of the Caoci Jianjue, which has become a significant part of his strength even without the application of soul power. As he delves deeper into the practice of Caoci Jianjue, he perceives that the cultivation methods in the Douluo world are inferior to those in the perfect world. Even the cultivation techniques from the Zanyue family pale in comparison, primarily because these methods are merely foundational practices. Both Douluo and Zanyue have their distinct characteristics, but they differ primarily in terms of power levels. Even the so-called deities are merely the beginning of cultivation, from his understanding. If the perfect world can be considered a vast universe, the Douluo world might only be a lesser realm. Thus, even the abbreviated version of Caoci Jianjue greatly enhances Ma Hongjun's abilities. Otherwise, with his battle experience, he could hardly stand against the ruthless individuals who have long thrived in the Slaughter City. Upon entering the Slaughter City, Ma Hongjun discovered that his soul techniques had been sealed, and he could only mobilize his soul power. For a Douluo expert who relies on soul techniques, this was akin to a hellish ordeal. He mused that his strength was simply too weak. Otherwise, given the might of his martial soul, even divine powers would struggle to seal him. This was merely a thought in Ma Hongjun's mind, while his speculation was not far from the truth. If he could indeed break the seals with the uniqueness of his martial soul, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Shura King. Such an occurrence would not only pose a threat to him, but would also send shockwaves through the Zanyue family. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had no intention of entering the Tongtianci secret realm, as he was subtly concerned about attracting divine scrutiny. Through numerous battles, his sword techniques and combat experience have grown increasingly refined. On several occasions, he was besieged and gravely injured. But for the integration of the life energy from the meteor tears into the Jui Jianxiao, he might have already succumbed. The Caoci Jianjue, after systematic optimization, is divided into 9 levels. The first level for beginners, the fourth for minor achievements, the seventh for major accomplishments, and the ninth for perfection. Reaching the fourth level allows one to rival title Douluo, while achieving major completion can even lead to slaying deities. This is somewhat akin to Zhao Yun's cultivation of Bai Niao, Chao Feng, and Qi Tan Pan Long, which do not heavily rely on soul power or internal energy. This unique cultivation method emphasizes the understanding of martial arts techniques, where the enhancement of techniques can elevate one's internal energy and soul power levels. The advancement of Shaozi Jinjue also promotes the elevation of soul power levels, which is why Ma Hongjun prioritizes its cultivation. Not all martial techniques can enhance soul power. It depends on individual talent and opportunities, as well as mastery of the cultivation methods. As Zhao Yun's sovereign, Ma Hongjun has privately researched the techniques of cultivation, continuously practicing until he recently discovered a resonance between Shaozi Jinjue and the techniques, leading to a binding connection. The reason Zhao Yun's strength surpasses other martial generals is that he is simultaneously bound by Niao, Chao Feng, and Qi Tan Pan Long. Zhao Yun's self-created Qi Tan Pan Long is a martial skill that rivals Shaozi Jinjue, though it is regrettably limited to 7 levels and has yet to reach perfection. The 7th level remains merely a concept. The 7th level of Qi Tan Pan Long is on par with the 7th level of Shaozi Jinjue and may even excel in battlefield lethality. In the battlefield, where the presence of cloud energy suppresses everyone's strength, such martial techniques become divine skills. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun finally reached the 3rd level of Shaozi Jinjue, just a step away from minor completion. Now, even without using soul techniques, he can contend with soul Douluo. Once he achieves minor completion, he will possess the strength of a title Douluo. In the Slaughter City, where soul techniques cannot be used, even title Douluo no longer pose a threat to him. He sighed, realizing that only through battle could one progress swiftly. This place no longer offered him the training he sought, indicating it was time to leave. Rising from his bed, he exhaled deeply. With the cultivation of Shaozi Jinjue reaching the 3rd level, his soul power also increased by 1 level. Upon reaching the 2nd level, his soul power had similarly ascended, and now Ma Hongjun stands as a level 63 Assault-type Soul Emperor. Although the designation of Assault-type may not entirely suit the nature of his martial soul, it can be said that whether aiding allies or engaging in battle, Jui Jianxiao provides Ma Hongjun with comprehensive enhancements. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's personality leans towards being unpretentious. Had he been more exuberant and boisterous, he might have boasted about being a versatile soul master to the world. Ma Hongjun opened the door and stepped towards the Duhan Arena, where he had arranged for his final battle. This would be his last 9 matches. Winning all would earn him the honorific title of God of Slaughter. However, he did not intend to conduct the final 9 matches one by one. Instead, he chose to take the back door of the King of Slaughter, increasing the difficulty by merging the original 9 matches into one. The Soul Masters below the rank of Title Douluo, who were supposed to appear in the final 9 matches, were bypassed due to Ma Hongjun's maneuver. It was not out of fear of being overwhelmed, but because the Soul Masters below Title Douluo posed no threat to him. Concentrating all the Title Douluo together for the final match would undoubtedly increase the challenge manifold. As Ma Hongjun stepped into the arena, the entire Colosseum erupted in cheers, chanting his title. Sword God! Sword God! Indeed, it was not the God of Slaughter or the God of Shura, but rather the ethereal sword deity. Ma Hongjun's previous battles had not exhibited scenes of brutality and bloodshed. Unlike others, he often dispatched foes with a single, bloodless strike. Enemies would find themselves decapitated without a trace of blood, and even formidable adversaries would tremble in fear upon encountering Ma Hongjun in the arena. When he arrived at the arena, his 9 opponents had gathered, all of whom were desperate individuals, their soul powers reaching the level of Title Douluo, just a soul ring away from becoming the continent's top-tier experts. If they could complete the 100 consecutive kills and leave the Slaughter City, they would undoubtedly emerge as powerful Title Douluo. Unfortunately, without achieving the 100 consecutive kills, no one could leave unless they possessed strength far beyond others, forcing the King of Slaughter and others to battle through 100 victories to gain their freedom. Ma Hongjun gazed at these ruthless beings, their minds clouded by murderous intent, and sighed. If these individuals could be harnessed for his purposes, they would constitute a formidable force, potentially swaying the outcomes of world conflicts. Regrettably, only one party could leave the arena, and each of these 9 had achieved over 90 consecutive victories. Despite being influenced by the aura of slaughter, their instinctive combat awareness had not diminished. Rather, it had grown more ferocious and fearless. If only he didn't have to kill them, but alas for his escape. They must perish. With that, Ma Hongjun unleashed the 8 gates of the Chimanduanjia, instantly augmenting his speed and power. The long-dormant 8 gates proved exceedingly effective here, as it did not qualify as soul techniques. 9 titled Douluos, their eyes blood-red, yet still clinging to a semblance of reason due to their formidable soul power. United in their assault against Ma Hongjun, a single-eyed titled Douluo, wielding a meteoric hammer as his martial spirit, was the first to strike towards Ma Hongjun's head. Ma Hongjun leaned back to evade the blow, but before he could counterattack, he felt a chill creeping up his back. Without hesitation, he summoned the dual wings of his 8 Phoenix martial spirit, propelling himself into the air at breakneck speed. Swish, swish, swish. 3 icy arrows, exuding a frigid aura, struck where Ma Hongjun had just been standing. A voluptuous woman clad in a black robe, her figure concealed beneath its folds, readied her bow to unleash another shot at Ma Hongjun. Spears, great swords, clubs, arrows, meteoric hammers, broad blades, and even whips descended upon him from cunning angles. The speed of their assaults was astonishing. He could not afford to underestimate them, nearly falling victim to carelessness, risking the tragic fate of a valiant hero laid low before the battle was won. Utilizing the doubled speed granted by his 8 gates technique, Ma Hongjun deftly avoided their relentless onslaught, suspended in the air as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The attackers remained silent, their assaults bereft of any intricate techniques, yet each strike was a straightforward killing blow. After a brief interval, Ma Hongjun discerned their patterns of attack and began to mimic their methods in retaliation. In a flurry of exchanges, the 2 sides became locked in a fierce struggle. Though upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Ma Hongjun's wounds were steadily multiplying, while the 9 titled Douluos appeared significantly less affected due to the division of damage. If this arrogant lad were to perish here, that individual would undoubtedly return to obliterate the city of slaughter. He must not fall here. In a private chamber, a peculiar figure adorned with horns and crimson markings fixated intently on the arena, contemplating silently. Rest assured, my lord, this individual has already signed the Azure contract. In this arena, life and death are determined by fate. Moreover, we advised him against challenging so many powerful foes at once, but he insisted on this course of action, and even if that person were aware, he could hardly find fault with us. A sultry woman in black attire served the peculiar figure a glass of blood-red wine, commenting on the situation. And what if blame is cast? At worst, we could flee this place. This fool has brought death upon himself. Even I cannot disrupt the rules of the competition, lest the ensuing punishment be more tragic than what that individual would face. The king of slaughter snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. He felt both loathing and helplessness towards the individual who had recently emerged, as they seemed entirely unaffected by the rules of the city of slaughter. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun suddenly repelled the attacks of the crowd, summoned a leaf, and consumed it, instantly healing his wounds before charging back into battle. Witnessing this remarkable transformation and seemingly underhanded tactic, the 9 assailants were consumed by rage, while the king of slaughter, observing the scene, felt a sense of relief rather than anger, inwardly acknowledging, this person's soul technique can indeed circumvent the rules of this place to some extent. Truly, he is a remarkable being brought forth by that individual. Throughout the ongoing battle, Ma Hongjun gleaned insights into killing techniques, resorting to the consumption of the 9-leaf swordgrass whenever his stamina waned. After ascending to the Soul Emperor rank, he had managed to summon 6 leaves in a single day. Though he could not maintain multiple leaves simultaneously, the endurance gained from a half-day of combat was sufficient. As time elapsed, the opposing titled Douluos began to feel their strength wane. Before they could react, Ma Hongjun was already in motion. I possess a blade that can slay immortals, extinguish gods, and take lives. I wield a sword capable of obscuring the heavens, concealing the moon, and severing the stars. The 9-leaf swordgrass, initially transformed into 9 blades, reverted to its grass form and soared forth. The sky above the city of slaughter shifted from blood-red to dark crimson, emanating a formidable sword intent that soared into the heavens, resonating across the entire Douluo continent. Within the city of slaughter, all sword-like weapons and martial spirits inexplicably trembled, bowing in homage to the direction of the 9-leaf swordgrass. It was through the pressure exerted by the 9 titled Douluos that he broke through to a minor success in the grass character sword technique, successfully activating a portion of the inherent power of the 9-leaf swordgrass. The heavens and earth bore witness to this anomaly, affected by the overwhelming sword intent. Simultaneously, a white-haired elder clad in white robes at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school within the Tiando Empire suddenly gripped his long sword. Such potent sword intent. Even from this distance, it stirs my martial spirit, the seven-kill sword, with a sense of battle and even fear. It seems a remarkable sword cultivator has emerged on this continent. I must not be outdone. Alas, I wonder how Romrong is faring. Should I encounter that insufferable brat again, I shall surely leave him searching for his teeth. Sword Douluo, Qinshin, gazed towards the direction of the city of slaughter, feeling an inexplicable reverence, before recalling his beloved granddaughter who had been taken by a certain individual. Chapter 188. Restoring Order, Laying Foundations, Achieving Greatness. With a single stroke, the world did. Under the minor sword intent, the title Douluos were rendered obsolete. The 9 title Douluos fell simultaneously to the blindingly sharp sword energy. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for slaying 9 title Douluos and receiving a golden treasure chest. Huh. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, surprised to discover that slaying title Douluos yielded rewards. Surveying his surroundings, he deemed it unwise to check the system information just yet. Descending from the arena, he cast a glance towards the private chamber of the King of Slaughter. As anticipated, a figure clad in blood red and adorned with demonic wings, resembling the Demon Lord, emerged from within. It is time to make an announcement. The King of Slaughter, striving to conceal the shock within his gaze, nodded silently before addressing the still-stunned crowd below. Congratulations to contestant 9333 for completing the massacre challenge with 100 consecutive kills, thus earning the qualification for the path to hell. Of course, esteemed contestant 9333, you may also choose to leave this place directly. Upon finishing, he turned to Ma Hongjun and spoke in a tone of flattery. This time, his humility was not merely out of respect for Shui Ring, but rather due to the awe inspired by Ma Hongjun's sword. Yet at this moment, Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. The entirety of his soul power had been depleted by that sword strike, leaving him with insufficient energy even to summon the healing 9-leaf grass. Now, he could only remain still, watching as the King of Slaughter announced the results, secretly recovering his soul power. Fortunately, the recovery ability of the Breath of the Sun was remarkably strong, and after the King of Slaughter's declaration, he had regained a considerable amount. Enough to summon the 9-leaf grass once more. The path to hell is unnecessary. Please escort me out. Ma Hongjun did not immediately consume the 9-leaf grass coalescing in his palm, but instead addressed the King of Slaughter with a calm demeanor. He had already discreetly notified Shui Rengui. It was not out of fear of death, but rather a matter of prudence. One need not be foolish to understand that it was wise to remain cautious in the presence of potential threats. As for the path to hell, it had already been compromised by Shui Rengui, greatly diminishing its effectiveness as a trial, posing no threat to Ma Hongjun. The domain of the God of Killing was not what he sought. He did not wish to be monitored. Although Shui Rengui had utilized the path to hell to condense the domain of the God of Killing, it was not an ordinary domain, but a unique realm formed through his comprehension of killing intent, detached from the domain itself. Due to differences in cultivation methods, the domain of the God of Killing could not attach itself to Shui Rengui, who lacked soul rings, and thus could not be used to probe into Shui Rengui's situation. Only by locking onto a target and tracking them step by step could he possibly be detected. Very well then, this is the best course of action. I shall see you out. The King of Slaughter felt a notable lift in his spirits. The fewer killing gods in this world, the more he relished it. In his delight, he unconsciously began to mimic the speech of the individual before him. After all, although he had little direct interaction with this person, he surmised that their relationship was profound. Ma Hongjun looked at this individual in astonishment, wondering if he might be a flower cultivator, given his peculiar tone. However, he refrained from commenting further, merely nodding with a cool expression. He then promptly removed the Jui Chow Chow from his mouth, instantly replenishing his soul power and alleviating his injuries to some extent. Before long, as he was preparing to send Ma Hongjun on his way, the King of Slaughter suddenly looked up, his gaze heavy with concern as he focused on the distant horizon. A colossal hammer descended with unparalleled might, accompanied by a commanding voice. I am the God of Slaughter, Tang Hao. My son will be coming here soon for training. I hope the King of Slaughter can provide him with guidance. With that, the enormous Haotian hammer transformed into energy and vanished into thin air. What has transpired on the continent lately? Why are so many individuals coming to the city of Slaughter for training? Indeed, it is fortunate that this time, Those killing gods are not coming in person. Otherwise, like last time, the city of Slaughter would be on the brink of annihilation. Do not fear. With the king of Slaughter stationed here, the city of Slaughter will remain stable. Aside from that previous entity who is unaffected, no killing god within the city of Slaughter can match our king's prowess. The Slaughter Knights appeared alarmed, and upon witnessing the disappearance of the Haotian hammer, they collectively exhaled in relief and began to murmur among themselves. The king of Slaughter remained silent, turning to Ma Hongjun and saying, "Young master, please forgive my rudeness. The city of Slaughter has been rather tumultuous lately. I shall escort you away from here." "Ah, how polite," Ma Hongjun replied. "Greetings, my lord. Congratulations on your return from training." As Ma Hongjun stepped through the portal opened by the king of Slaughter, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Shui Rengui. It became clear to Ma Hongjun why the king of Slaughter dared not engage in any petty schemes. "Brother Shui, I have told you countless times not to be so formal with me. Treat me as a brother instead. Why is it that neither you nor Brother Zilong heed my advice? My lord, please do not put me in a difficult position. There's a distinction between ruler and subject. You are the ruler, and I am but a subject. If you manage to unify the chaotic world in the future, I shall surely relinquish my armor and retire to the fields to be your brother for a lifetime. Such an opportunity is a blessing I cannot refuse. It is paramount that you prioritize your grand ambitions." After rising, Shui Rengui hesitated for a moment, then finally voiced his true feelings. "Alas, very well. For the sake of brotherhood, I shall strive to end the chaos and achieve the unification of Huaxia." Ma Hongjun replied earnestly, no longer pressing the matter. Ma Hongjun realized that both Lu Ji and Cheng Yaojin, as well as Shui Rengui, were driven by a fervent desire for the unification of Huaxia, constantly urging him to progress. However, he did not resent this. Unifying the flower cultivation was also one of his ambitions. Yet he wondered if the system, perceiving his habitual laziness, incessantly updated and summoned generals to constantly push him towards this monumental task. Let us first return to Tiando City and brief the teacher before we venture forth to quell the chaos, establish our foundation, and achieve great deeds. A resolute yearning gleamed in Ma Hongjun's eyes, wholly unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere of slaughter. The king of Slaughter had remained in the city of Slaughter for so long, yet he was not at all swayed by its rules or the pervasive aura of violence. Indeed, he was truly the chosen one. Shui Rengui amused inwardly. Ma Hongjun, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, attributing his lack of unease to his prior understanding that the individuals in the city of Slaughter were blood-soaked villains. Unbeknownst to him, the latent aura of slaughter within him was gradually being devoured by the Jui Jianchao martial soul, evolving it further. After returning to Tiando City to manage certain affairs of the Tianlatawang, Ma Hongjun took stock of the factions under his command. Douluo Continent, Faction, Tianlatawang. Affiliated Academy, Shrek Academy. Intelligence Organization, Tianwei. Note: to differentiate from the Zhuanghua Baixiaoxing, Ma Hongjun had already restructured the organization upon returning from the Three Kingdoms World. Three Kingdoms World, Faction, Penglai Tower. Intelligence Organization, Baixiaoxing. Chapter 189. The Beginning of World Fusion, Astonishing Secrets Through the Inquiries of His Intelligence Network. Ma Hongjun discovered that this world harbored numerous secrets unknown to outsiders. Almost all top-tier factions possessed their own intelligence networks, aside from those reclusive families that had yet to establish their own. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires of the upper three sects boasted formidable intelligence agencies. Fortunately, the intelligence agency Ma Hongjun established was bolstered by the assistance of the poison Douluo and the spiritual herbs within the Yin Yang 2 Instruments Eye, along with the foundational support of the Shrek Academy faculty. In less than a decade, he successfully formed the powerful Tianlatawang intelligence network. Moreover, due to his focus on developing the intelligence organization, its capabilities rivaled, and perhaps even surpassed, those of the upper three sects intelligence networks. Even the intelligence agency of the Spirit Hall did not surpass Tianlatawang by much. From its inception, Tianlatawang was primarily an intelligence and assassination faction. Thus, such growth was hardly surprising. However, because of Ma Hongjun's breadth of demon-slaying technique, the lower and middle tiers of Tianlatawang's strength continued to grow, subtly showing signs of becoming the continent's premier intelligence organization. If not for the presence of the Spirit Hall's various openly established spirit subchapters, Tianlatawang would have already claimed the title of the continent's leading intelligence organization. In terms of clandestine intelligence, Tianlatawang could justifiably claim the second position. Even the Spirit Hall would not dare to assert the first. Intelligence organizations generally operate in secrecy, yet due to the Spirit Hall's immense power, they maintained robust intelligence systems both overtly and covertly. It seems that Tianluoduang must begin strategizing on how to develop its overt influence as well. Ma Hongjun mused to himself. The reason Ma Hongjun dispatched Zhu Zhuqing to the Three Kingdoms world lies here. He hoped to have her command the hidden powers of Penglai Tower, as only then could Liu Bowen be free to prepare for great endeavors. Ringawei, why don't we pay a visit to the Xinglua Empire? It is not yet time to return to the Three Kingdoms world, and even if we did, we would accomplish little. Ma Hongjun thought of the obstacles facing Tianluoduang's development, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, Ringawei now played the role of a guardian, ever vigilant by Ma Hongjun's side. He had only considered Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul as suitable for covert assassination, failing to remember that she was backed by a powerful family. If he could secure the Zhu family's allegiance, the assassin capabilities of Tianluoduang would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. This thought led him to consider Tang San's Tang sect, and he subtly shook his head. The Min family, a subsidiary sect of the Haotian sect, also served as excellent allies for intelligence gathering. Regrettably, they could not be utilized for his own ends. However, if he were to cooperate under the name of Shrek Academy, he believed they would not refuse. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun retrieved paper and pen from the desk and outlined the development direction for Tianluoduang. Seek cooperation to further enhance intelligence sources, develop assassin capabilities, strengthen overall power, transition from darkness to light, establish strongholds, and create a balance between overt and covert operations. However, as Tianluoduang grew in power, Ma Hongjun was granted another opportunity for a draw. 1 year later, boom, 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 3 resounding explosions drew the attention of all-powerful beings from both worlds. The worlds had connected, becoming 2 interlinked yet separate realms. The 2 worlds were separated by the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea, allowing any martial artist or soul master to traverse freely between the 2 realms. On nearly the same day, an earth-shattering battle erupted within the Tongtian High secret realm, causing significant losses to the Douluo realm, which was caught off guard. What perplexed many was that, following the conflict, the continent's powers, led by the Tianluoduang and supported by the Jiuxin Haitang clan, surprisingly chose to join forces with an entity known as Penglai Lu. It is noteworthy that over the past year, the strength of the Tianluoduang had been steadily increasing, attracting numerous subordinate factions, including the Zhu family from the Xinglua Empire, which had seemingly been ensnared by some means to join the Tianluoduang. Furthermore, for 2 consecutive days, hidden families entered the Tongtian High, only to vanish without a trace. 3 days later, in the Sangor realm, Ma Hongjun pondered aloud, is it truly wise to ally with the other world? Can we really break free from these intangible shackles to attain freedom? Flandra, with a complex expression, gazed intently at his disciple and inquired seriously about his motives. There is indeed personal interest, but my words hold not a grain of falsehood. To ascend to godhood within the Douluo realm, one must undertake the divine trial. Self-cultivation to divinity is no longer an option. Following the ascension to godhood through the sea-god faith, sentient beings can no longer grasp their own destinies, and the path to self-ascension has been severed. Only within the Sangguo realm lies the opportunity for autonomous cultivation to godhood, Ma Hongjun reassured his teacher, having discerned the complexity in Flandra's eyes. Throughout the past year, as the Tianluoduang expanded and subsumed various factions, Ma Hongjun was granted a chance to draw for a lottery. This time, instead of summoning a military general, he opted for an all-encompassing extraction of essence. He received 2 items, which completely disrupted all his plans: a comprehensive analysis of the Douluo world's essence and another of the Sangguo world's essence. The knowledge and secrets contained within these rewards were vast and profound. It became evident that the inability to cultivate to divinity autonomously within the Douluo realm was, on the surface, due to a deficiency in the world's essence to produce more powerful beings, but beneath lay a shocking conspiracy, one that even a god king was oblivious to. The Tao of heaven is impartial yet ruthless, and the paths of the great Tao are straightforward, realized in the heavens. The Tao of heaven is natural and selfless. Once it harbors desires, the world teeters on the brink of destruction. The Tao of heaven in the Douluo realm not only developed desires, but also sought to control the deities in an unseen manner. This was primarily why Ma Hongjun urged his allied factions to turn against the Douluo realm amidst the chaos of battle. He had no time to strategize and merely informed everyone of the impending dangers in the Douluo realm, where their lives could be claimed by the Tao of Heaven at any moment. Had the original trajectory continued, there would have been no life-threatening dangers, and following Tang San, the child of destiny in this world, would have only yielded benefits. However, the emergence of the Sangguo realm altered everything. If the Tao of Heaven from the Sangguo sought to devour that of the Douluo, the already desirous Tao of Heaven and Do would undoubtedly fight fiercely, potentially sacrificing the lives of all beings in the world. The Tao of Heaven decrees your demise. Even departing from the Douluo continent would be futile, for the Douluo realm is not merely a singular Douluo star. Only in the Sangguo realm, free from the Douluo Tao's oversight, could one escape the reckoning of the heavens. Thus, Ma Hongjun unhesitatingly chose to rebel, decisively retracting his power during this phase of rapid development and rallying allies to collectively ally with Penglai Lu. While it was termed an alliance, only Ma Hongjun and the higher-ups of Penglai Lu understood that it was merely a reorganization of the powers from both worlds. Naturally, those who followed Ma Hongjun included the upper echelons of Shrek Academy, with only Tang San and Dai Mubai opting to remain in the Douluo realm. Even Xiao Wu and De Ming Erming joined him, while Tang San could not leave Douluo due to being the child of destiny. Departing and aligning with the Sangguo would inevitably provoke turmoil and fate, angering the Douluo Tao and prompting its retaliation. Although Dai Mubai was not a child of destiny, he bore the legacy of a national fate of Douluo continent, a central hub for the fate of the entire Douluo world. And the significance of the Xingluo Empire to the Tao of Heaven was self-evident. All things are predetermined. As long as the predetermined fate is not altered, the Tao of Heaven would not act lightly. Otherwise, should the divine beings become aware, it would incite resistance from all beings, which is something the Tao of Heaven would prefer to avoid. The entrance of so many powerful factions naturally captured the attention of the lords, but fortunately, Penglai Lu mediated the situation, allowing various lords to share in the benefits and gain the allegiance of numerous hidden powerhouses. Otherwise, how could they permit these individuals to enter their domain, even if many bore the appearance of those from the flower-growing nation? In Chapter 190, the realms of Shuhan, Wuhan, and Weihan formed a new tripartite hegemony. The analysis of the Sangguo realm astonished Ma Hongjun, causing his jaw to drop. Originally, the Sangguo realm was a subordinate world of a greater world, having detached from it due to special circumstances. The name of that greater world was one with which Ma Hongjun was intimately familiar, the Honghuang Great World. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun gained a broader understanding of the concept of worlds. The Honghuang Great World, the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds in the universe, was closed off from others despite its lofty title. Like the Douluo realm, it was a completely enclosed world, albeit Douluo is merely a particularly unique small thousand world. The reason the Honghuang realm is referred to as the premier among the 3,000 great worlds is due to the multitude of projections within, with legends of its figures found in almost every other world. However, what no one knows is that the true Honghuang realm underwent a cataclysmic obliteration over a decade ago, leading to its reformation, and the Sangguo miniature world was a fortunate survivor that narrowly escaped destruction. It was only because Ma Hongjun drew the complete analysis of the Sangguo realm's Tao that he uncovered these secrets, which in turn led him to reconsider his future. Ma Hongjun speculated that he might have been a person from the Honghuang realm before its obliteration, brought to the Douluo realm by the system prior to the cataclysm. He hoped the system could transport him from this world to a higher realm, where, as the true spirit of the world disintegrated, it would re-evolve according to its trajectory, and he would surely seek out his parents and kin from his past life. A renewed sense of hope ignited within Ma Hongjun, more tangible this time, now with a definite goal. However, before pursuing this, he needed to bolster his strength. Otherwise, even if he discovered a path to the Honghuang realm, as a mere sole emperor in a place teeming with golden immortals, he would find no safe haven. Of course, it was possible that the re-evolving Honghuang realm had yet to give rise to any sentient beings. If that were the case, Ma Hongjun would not mind pursuing a chance at fortune. Nonetheless, the flow of time varies from world to world, and the actual circumstances remain uncertain. In the Sangguo realm, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the powerful lords grew even more formidable, while the weaker factions, though somewhat strengthened, became even more feeble. Consequently, the remaining lords are few and far between. Among the significant events currently unfolding, Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out of retirement occurred 6 years earlier than recorded in history. Ma Hongjun had previously dispatched individuals to seek Zhuge Liang, but the latter steadfastly refused to align himself, wholly intent on reviving the Han dynasty. Ma Hongjun did not press the issue, for without Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei would be akin to a fish out of water, dreaming of conquering the vast ocean. As a Han person, Ma Hongjun wished for the nation's resurgence and prosperity. Thus he ceased to insist, until the eve of world convergence. When Zhuge Liang finally emerged to assist Liu Bei, Liu Ning is the name of Ma Hongjun in his previous life, which gives him an innate sense of kinship towards Liu Bei. However, the warlord whom Ma Hongjun admires most in the era of the 3 kingdoms is Cao Cao. In contrast to the ambiguous benevolence of Liu Bei, Cao Cao's extraordinary vision and talent earn Ma Hongjun's profound respect. He harbors no desire to offend either of these prominent figures, leading to a more conservative stance against Sun Wu. As the 3 kingdoms have yet to be established, Ma Hongjun's strategy is to usurp Dongwu, and once the kingdoms are formed, he plans to unite with Cao and Liu to annex the Douluo realm. Presently, the realms of the 3 kingdoms and Douluo cannot be considered a singular world, hence the use of the term realm. 3 years later, the landscape of the world gradually stabilizes. Warlords either surrender or are vanquished, resulting in a tripartite division of power among Shu Han, Wu Han, and Wei Han. The Penglai Tower supplants Sun Wu to become Wu Han, while Cao Wei, rejuvenated by the resurgence of spiritual energy, clarifies the power dynamics ahead of time, leading Cao Cao to rename his domain Wei Han out of loyalty to the Han dynasty. All 3 kingdoms adopt the Han name. Ma Hongjun adopts the name Liu Ning, claiming to be a descendant of the Han, and uses the Penglai Tower as a foundation to eliminate the Sun family, declaring himself the king of Han Wu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that brat Liu Ning possibly subdue that traitor Liu Bu? Is he not afraid of retribution? Have you not heard of Dongzhua? In the military tent, Cao Cao was eating rice while reviewing the intelligence reports sent by his subordinates. Suddenly, upon reading the contents, his expression changed dramatically. The rice in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. He overturned the bowl onto the table and bellowed, someone, go spread the news. Issue a decree for talented individuals. Wei Han is desperate for talent, regardless of status or wealth. From this day forth, we will establish the Hall of Worthies and the Shrine of Divine Generals. Cao Cao, who initially doubted, soon accepted the reality, his expression swiftly changing as he devised a countermeasure. It turned out that Ma Hongjun, now Liu Ning, had begun a massive recruitment of commoners since establishing Wuhan, mirroring Cao Cao's decree for talented individuals. The scale of this effort was astonishing. Disregarding the objections of the literati, compared to Cao Cao's dual approach of appeasement and recruitment, Liu Ning's method proved exponentially more effective, drawing numerous disillusioned military generals and scholars to his cause. Due to the strengthening of individual power, renowned figures like Liu Bu and Ma Chao found themselves without allies and, having no grievances with Ma Hongjun, flocked to him. These individuals, despite their previous affiliations, no longer cared for the notions of aristocratic lineage, while strategies would remain indispensable. True power was paramount. The failure to adapt the mindset of the aristocracy presented a prime opportunity for us. Liu Ji waved his feather fan, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, it is the inside of the strategist. We have not only secured General Liu Bu, but also the formidable Ma Chao. How delightful! Cheng Yaojin chuckled heartily, clutching his belly in delight. This time, we have seized the initiative. However, we must not underestimate the resolve of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. I believe that upon witnessing our achievements, they will reassess the relationship between the aristocracy and the common people. On his throne, Ma Hongjun, or Liu Ning, could hardly conceal his excitement, for this was equivalent to winning 2 lottery opportunities. I believe we can further intensify our recruitment efforts. Unlike us, they will be cautious in their support for the commoners, mindful of the feelings of the aristocracy. With ample provisions at our disposal, we need not concern ourselves with their opinions. Zhao Yun analyzed their advantages and expressed his thoughts. Very well. Then let it be decreed that the Tianwei continue to scout for talent, Ma Hongjun commanded. Yes. The Douluo realm is not lacking in provisions. It is vast and sparsely populated. 5 years ago, a massive acquisition of provisions began. Almost all spatial, soul-guiding devices were filled to capacity. Since the goal was to conquer the world, Liu Ning naturally did not overlook the critical importance of supplies. Thus, in dealing with the aristocracy, we did not extend the same courtesies. Before pacifying the Wu region, they began to expel disobedient aristocrats with vigor, allowing people to leave but forbidding them from taking their wealth. Coupled with the accumulation of several forces in the Douluo world, their wealth became uniquely distinctive among the three kingdoms. Of course, their reputation among the aristocracy was thoroughly tarnished, effectively cutting off most avenues for aristocratic support. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun remained unperturbed. Those with true vision and talent would not be swayed by such matters. As long as he possessed means to enhance his strength, he would not fear a lack of followers. The world had transformed. It was no longer an era where the aristocracy could wield absolute power, but rather one where strength and opportunity dictated success. Chapter 191. The 10 consecutive draw rewards in the past 3 years. Although Ma Hongjun devoted considerable time to conquering Sun Wu, he was never negligent in his cultivation. He has now become a true soul Douluo, needing only to add a few soul rings to the CloverMartial soul to elevate his soul power to the level of a title Douluo. However, Ma Hongjun opted not to do so. Instead, he intends to reach the title Douluo level himself before adding soul rings to the CloverMartial soul. Only soul rings of at least 100,000 years drawn from the system would be worthy of the CloverMartial soul. He would not add ordinary soul rings. Even for the Phoenix Martial soul, which now possesses 2 100,000 year soul rings. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, red. Furthermore, the 7th soul ring for the true form of the martial soul glimmers with a hint of gold. This is the configuration of the Phoenix Martial soul. The CloverMartial soul is equally impressive, with a soul ring configuration of purple, purple, black, 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 red. 6 soul rings, along with 4 hidden black soul rings. The yellow soul rings are naturally due to the system's influence, which elevated their age, and this is also why Ma Hongjun prioritized cultivating the Phoenix Martial soul. Ma Hongjun's requirements for the 7th soul ring of the CloverMartial soul have reached an almost perverse level. Having established one of the 3 powers of Wuhan, he has amassed considerable fortune, thus acquiring numerous opportunities for draws. In the past 3 years, he has only used 3 draws. One yielded a distributable 30,000 year soul ring. Another granted a 900,000 year soul ring, and the last provided a method for establishing a prosperous dynasty. Unfortunately, the establishment of such a dynasty requires a fortune-bearing treasure to carry the luck, which Ma Hongjun currently lacks. The remaining opportunities for draws total 10. All rewards from after the establishment of Wuhan. As for why he refers to himself as the King of Han rather than claiming the title of Emperor, it is simply because the fate of the Han dynasty has not yet run its course. Lu Xian is still alive, and the luck of the Han remains unbroken. A predetermined fact. Anyone daring to declare themselves emperor prematurely would surely incur the wrath of the heavenly luck. And Ma Hongjun does not wish to lose his source of fortune. He harbors no aspirations for emperorship. Everything he does is merely to acquire luck. Even if Ma Hongjun were not present, the Han dynasty would inevitably meet its demise in due time, as it stands as the last dynasty of luck in human history. The imperial seal of the state represses fortune. Thus it would dissipate naturally rather than being extinguished by human hands. The reason Lu Xiao was able to establish the Eastern Han dynasty was due to the favor of fortune. The dynasty of luck also has hierarchies, ranked from low to high as dynasty, imperial dynasty, celestial dynasty, emperor dynasty, divine dynasty, and the legendary sacred dynasty. For instance, the Han dynasty, having achieved remarkable territorial defense and resistance against foreign tribes, reached an apex of status during its zenith, historically referred to as the Great Han dynasty. Similarly, the Qin dynasty, with its achievements in unification and territorial expansion, also reached the pinnacle of imperial status. To delve deeper, one must trace back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, as well as the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, where the luck of humanity was unprecedentedly concentrated. However, even in the era of the 3 sovereigns, which is regarded as a divine dynasty, even sages held it in awe. Unfortunately, since the suppression of the Yellow Emperor at Huiyun Cave, the luck gathered by the 5 emperors has never again reached the level of a divine dynasty. Especially after the Shang dynasty, the primordial chaos shattered, rendering it increasingly difficult for human luck to coalesce into an emperor dynasty. During the era of great commerce, the human race remained steadfast and unyielding. unafraid of the celestial deities, daring to contend with the heavens and engage in combat with them. At that time, the immortals might have descended upon Chao Guo, walking amidst the clouds, showcasing the grandeur of the imperial court. In ancient times, humanity did not lack the spirit of resistance. Yu established the 9 provinces Ding, determining the fate of the human race, while King Zhou dedicated himself to governance and extensive reforms as a defiance against the oppression of the sages. The imperial court's fortune nearly approached that of the divine courts. Regrettably, even so, they were ultimately suppressed, leading to a gradual decline in the fortunes of subsequent generations of humanity. All of this was revealed to Ma Hongjun through the secret analysis of the 3 kingdoms world granted by the system. The realm of the 3 kingdoms is but a reflection of a certain phase of the ancient human dynasties, hence the notion of predetermined fate. Without the power of the sages, it is impossible to alter the great trends of the 3 kingdoms world. This projection world is indeed a genuine reality, yet the events that unfold within it are bound by fate and cannot be changed. What perplexed Ma Hongjun was the fact that the current 3 kingdoms world had been irrevocably altered, with the only remnant of the Han dynasty's fortunes still intact, while everything else diverged entirely from his previous understanding. The system, meteor tears, appear to be the very reason for such a profound transformation. Ma Hongjun murmured to himself, setting aside his concerns to open the system panel and declared, "System, initiate a 10-fold item draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000,000 Dan of spiritually infused provisions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal sword by Xiao Jian. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 steed of the blood-sweating horse. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a perfect world pass. Splendid. The path forward has become clearer, albeit fraught with danger. Yet what journey of cultivation is devoid of challenges? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have garnered an 80-point favorability from the Empress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 60-point favorability from the Emperor of the Wild. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 60-point favorability from the Emperor Yi. Ma Hongjun's expression turned dark, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. In his current predicament, such favorability seemed utterly futile. He certainly would not be foolish enough to venture into the perfect world, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Even with the favor of these 3 formidable figures, he had no intention of proceeding. However, one could not deny its potential utility, albeit not in the present moment. Dear system, spare me the favor from the perfect world. I beseech you. What I desire are items that I can utilize in my current stage. Indeed, it seemed the system had heeded Ma Hongjun's plea. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 90-point favorability from Giguzi of the 3 kingdoms. What the hell? Thank you. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded, before he could not help but curse. Wait, hold on. This is absurd. Giguzi? This is the 3 kingdoms. And you're telling me that Giguzi exists here? His confusion deepened. The analysis provided by the 3 kingdoms world merely stated the presence of extraordinary powers, without specifying who possessed such powers, leading Ma Hongjun to believe that there existed a realm akin to the Douluo divine realm above the 3 kingdoms world. Host, do not be astonished. As you have surmised, Giguzi is indeed the pinnacle of this world. The system responded promptly. Is that so? Then this reward is rather commendable. A favorability of 90 points is nearly sufficient to ensure loyalty at the mere request. Ma Hongjun began to entertain lofty thoughts. Host, it would be prudent not to indulge in excessive hopes, lest greater expectations lead to greater disappointments. While some figures may develop a fondness for the system due to its rewards, they will not necessarily pledge their loyalty to you. Everything depends on your own efforts. The system's unrelenting voice shattered Ma Hongjun's fantasies without hesitation. Sigh, very well. It seems the utility of this favorability will be significantly diminished. I have 2 opportunities remaining. Ancestors of the human race, I pray for your blessings to draw a fortune-bestowing treasure and establish my dynasty. After learning about the history of humanity, Ma Hongjun ceased his reverence for celestial beings and began to honor the sages of the human race. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a 1,000,000-year soul ring. By the heavens! This is astonishing. Thank you, ancestors of the human race. Ma Hongjun's excitement reached new heights, his previously composed demeanor now abandoned. Continue. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the human race's fortune-bestowing treasure. The Shanhe Tuesday Ma Hongjun knelt, his heart filled with a singular thought. Henceforth, in life, he would be a human, and in death, he would be a ghost of the human race. Chapter 192. Absorbing the million-year soul, Ring Lu Ning donned the immortal sword. While the provisions remained within the system, ultimately retrieving the Shan He too, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Establishing a dynasty would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation speed and strength. Having been stuck at the soul Douluo level for so long, achieving a breakthrough to title Douluo without relying on a second martial soul was exceedingly challenging. Even with Ma Hongjuan's talent, 3 years had passed, and he had only reached the 85th level of soul Douluo. To cultivate the Phoenix martial soul to title Douluo in a conventional manner would require at least 5 years, even for Ma Hongjuan. Fortunately, Ma Hongjuan possessed as long as he earned opportunities for draws, he could acquire treasures that would bolster his strength. Although he seldom drew items that directly increased soul power, he felt quite satisfied with this draw, as it not only provided the subsequent soul rings for the 9-leaf swordgrass, but also the foundational treasure for establishing his dynasty. Summoned Cheng Yaojin to the hall. Ma Hongjuan called out to the outside of the grand hall. Now, Lu Ning was publicly recognized as a formidable hero, having established himself as a king in Jianya, and naturally had his own palace. After assuming kingship, Lu Ning did not neglect to confer titles upon his ministers and subordinates, with Cheng Yaojin volunteering to serve as Lu Ning's personal guard commander. Though he was a king, the standards he upheld were not far removed from those of an emperor. Had it not been for the unseen threads of fate, how could the current Emperor Xian of Han possibly survive? My lord. Cheng Yaojin approached and bowed. He did not inquire further, adopting a posture of waiting for Lu Ning's directives, much like history itself, possessing considerable political insight. Rise. I shall retreat to the secret chamber for cultivation. Please guard me. Yaojin, Lu Ning stated plainly, accustomed to the respect shown by his subordinates. My lord is about to make a breakthrough again? Cheng Yaojin asked in astonishment. One could say so, Lu Ning replied, offering little explanation. Contemplating that absorbing the million-year soul ring of the 9-leaf swordgrass would surely lead to a breakthrough in soul power, hence he refrained from elaborating. Knowing he couldn't adequately clarify. Although Cheng Yaojin was summoned by the system, he remained unaware of the system's existence. This was Lu Ning's greatest secret, and now was certainly not the time to reveal it. Ma Hongjuan was Lu Ning, and Lu Ning was Ma Hongjuan. The name Ma Hongjuan sounded too peculiar for a king, thus he opted to use his name from his previous life, Lu Ning. Ah, Yaojin, please summon Ren Gui to the palace. I have matters to discuss with him. Lu Ning suddenly recalled the 1,000 blood-sweating horses within the system space before entering seclusion and instructed Cheng Yaojin. Soon, Shui Rengui, stationed in the capital, hurriedly arrived. Your servant greets, Your Highness. Rengui's address was more formal than Cheng Yaojin's, as he had now become the Grand Marshal of Wu. Describing Rengui as a towering pillar of jade and a golden beam spanning the sea would not be an exaggeration. And all of this was bestowed upon him by Lu Ning. As a nation's marshal, referring to his lord in such a manner was evidently not quite appropriate. Please rise. Thank ye. As Zilong is currently defending the borders, I have just acquired 1,000 blood-sweating horses. You may select 200 of the finest for me as rewards for meritorious officials, while the remaining 800 shall be incorporated into your army. I have but one request. Assemble a secret elite cavalry unit that surpasses the Bai Ma Yikong. Do you have confidence in this task? A glimmer of determination shone in Ma Hongjuan's eyes as he posed the question. Your Highness, may I inquire if there are any specific requirements regarding the strength of the special cavalry? Shui Rengui did not immediately offer assurances. For the prowess of the 3,000 by Ma Yitsong now nearly all surpassed the realm of the Soul Sect. He had long coveted the unique cavalry under Zhao Yun's command. The standards must not fall below that of a Soul King. You may freely concoct spiritual medicines from the royal treasury, and personnel may be drawn from the elite of the army or recruited from the populace. The intelligence from Tian Wei will also be available for your perusal, Lu Ning stated with a dignified demeanor, accompanied by a gentle smile. I accept your command, and I shall fulfill the task assigned by your Highness. Upon hearing Lu Ning's assurance, Shui Rengui could no longer conceal the excitement in his expression and knelt on one knee. This involved 800 exceptional steeds of sweat and blood. Even with the current resurgence of spiritual energy and a significant increase in the number of quality horses, gathering 800 of these magnificent creatures was akin to reaching the heavens. The entirety of the Great Han could scarcely muster 800 steeds of sweat and blood, and even when combined with other top-tier mounts that rivaled them, the total would not exceed 5,000. with Tian Wei gathering talents and the provision of spiritual medicines. If he still hesitated to accept the task, Lu Ning would be greatly disappointed. Observing the excitement in Shui Rengui's eyes, Ma Hongjun felt assured that he had entrusted the mission to the right person. After Shui Rengui departed, Ma Hongjun began secluding himself to absorb the soul ring. Given that it was a million-year soul ring, Ma Hongjun was exceptionally cautious and thus summoned Cheng Yaojin to guard him. Although he was aware that his domain was as secure as an iron fortress, he still felt a twinge of unease as this was his first time absorbing such a high-quality soul ring, which left him apprehensive. If circumstances permitted, given Ma Hongjun's aversion to conflict, he would have undoubtedly waited until he attained the rank of title Douluo before absorbing the million-year soul ring for his Jui Jianshao martial soul. However, time was of the essence, as the war in Tongtian Sea was on the verge of intensifying, and even Zhao Yun had been dispatched to maintain order, necessitating a daring attempt. Although referred to as a risk, it was merely a momentary discomfort for Ma Hongjun's formidable physique. A million-year soul ring posed no threat to his corporeal form. As he commenced the absorption of the soul ring, a fearful Ma Hongjun employed the 8 gates of Duanjia, and while the enhancement was limited, he maximized all possible resistances. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun realized he had somewhat overreacted as he successfully absorbed the soul ring within mere hours, and his body effortlessly withstood the energy of the soul ring. The primary challenge lay in the impact on his soul, which left him in a state of torment. Fortunately, the chamber was entirely sealed, providing excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun's anguish cries would have echoed throughout the palace. Even so, Cheng Yaojin, stationed outside, faintly heard Ma Hongjun's wails and anxiously paced, yet refrained from entering to avoid disrupting Ma Hongjun's breakthrough. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. Upon completing the absorption of the golden soul ring, Ma Hongjun's soul power surged through 3 levels, ascending to the advanced soul Douluo realm at level 88. Retrieving a treasured artifact, Ma Hongjun shook his head, pondering that now was not the opportune moment for establishment. With the imminent war between the realms, figures like Zilong, Fengxian, and Mengqi Bowen were presently unable to extricate themselves, but preparations must commence. The establishment of the Yun dynasty was not merely a matter of declaration. It required extensive preparations, including the presence of officials and the ceremonial rites to honor the ancestral spirits. As a general of Wuhan, how could Zhao Yun and others be absent? Those present would receive the blessings of the Yun dynasty's fortune, enhancing their strength, particularly the one overseeing the ceremony, who would reap benefits nearly equivalent to those of the palace's overseer. The 3 maidens, Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and Lingling, must also be brought into the palace at the earliest opportunity. Ma Hongjun contemplated the multitude of preparations needed, striving to maximize the benefits. At present, Ma Hongjun was already 18 years of age. In this era, sovereigns who did not take concubines were exceedingly rare, yet he had but 3 girlfriends, none of whom had entered his household. One must concede that Ma Hongjun's patience, forged in the fires of youthful tribulations, had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Chapter 193. The Edict of the First Emperor unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun. As he retrieved his treasured artifact, a realm transcending the boundaries of the 3 kingdoms unfolded. Within a dilapidated chamber, an elder with 4 blemishes on his forehead, a full brow, and a youthful countenance suddenly opened his wise eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "The variables are taking shape. The great cycle consists of 50, of which 49 are employed, divided into 2 to symbolize duality, suspended to symbolize 3, and calculated by 4 to represent the 4 seasons. The oddity is denoted by the leap, and after 5 years, another leap should be made. Heaven corresponds to 1, earth to 2, heaven to 3, earth to 4, heaven to 5, earth to 6, heaven to 7, earth to 8, heaven to 9, earth to 10. The celestial count is 5, and the terrestrial count is 5, with 5 harmonizing and each having its union. The celestial count is 25, the terrestrial count 30, resulting in a total of 55 for both heaven and earth. This is how transformations manifest and the spirits act. The Great Way comprises 50, while the celestial transformation is 49, with humanity fleeing its grasp, thus presenting a sliver of survival. The constants of each world are not immutable. They're subject to change. However, even a million small worlds may not produce a single variable. Only vast worlds like Honghuang may give rise to variables. Yet, because such variables often gather immense fortune. Those born in Honghuang see their destinies often controlled by others. Figures such as Yang Jian and Neza are examples of postnatal variables, their fates dictated by others. In contrast, variables emerging in smaller worlds are more likely to break free from the control of the powerful, seizing their destinies and altering the fixed fates of the world. The fate of humanity can be altered. Wei Liao, go awaken your master, for our opportunity has arrived. The elder with the youthful visage was none other than Geguzi, who had been sealed in the spirit realm by the god of destruction. He spoke to the shadow outside the chamber, his voice low, yet clearly audible to the figure beyond. However, is not the exit of the secret realm sealed? A middle-aged, scholar-like figure entered the room, surprised yet puzzled as he inquired. Although the formation is unique, I have long comprehended the method of its dissolution. It is merely that conflict should be avoided at present. You need only proceed, Geguzi replied, casting a glance towards the secret portal, speaking as if he perceived all. Yes, master, Wei Liao expressed no doubt, respectfully exiting the chamber and gently closing the door. No one knew the origins of the person within this dilapidated room, only that he was recognized as the most formidable sage of the human race, named Geguzi. Only he knew his true identity. He was of the Honghuang humanity, yet not of this epic's Honghuang humanity, but rather of the previous epic. Although he possessed exceptional talent, he was constrained by the constants of fate, unable to ascend to immortality. His strength was limited, yet he was a master of strategies, proficient in various esoteric arts. He spent his life pursuing immortality, yet remained perpetually on that path, unable to consolidate his cultivation. Even when he came upon extraordinary opportunities and fortuitously arrived in this world, his cultivation reached a certain level, yet remained confined by the world's hierarchy. To transcend the limitations of the world's hierarchy was exceedingly arduous. He had nearly resolved to give up and quietly await the end of his lifespan. However, the emergence of the Douluo world ignited a flicker of hope within his once dormant heart. This hope was further magnified upon Ma Hongjuan's entry into the Douluo world, for he had witnessed sights beyond compare. Aware that the fluctuations of fate could bring monumental changes to the world, even possessing the potential to elevate it, he harbored a profound fondness for that variable, especially since it was a member of his own race. As one of the most powerful among humanity, he could naturally sense the subtle shifts in the fortune of the human race, which endeared him even more. The Lord of Destruction was utterly oblivious to the fact that the seal established at the cost of a clone had long been unraveled, while he remained self-satisfied, believing he had completely sealed the passage from the spirit realm to the Three Kingdoms world. Little did he know, although Geguzi's cultivation was merely equivalent to the early stage of a divine king and he was not adept in combat, he excelled in the arts of the Tao, mastering even the esoteric techniques of the strange and the obscure. Within a royal tomb of the spirit realm, terracotta warriors were scattered about, emanating a robust military aura. At a higher vantage point in front of the terracotta warriors stood a circular command platform. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, Wei Liao, who had just been thousands of miles away, appeared atop a command platform adorned with teleportation runes. Your servant humbly requests an audience with your majesty. Wei Liao, with a face reflecting utmost respect, knelt in reverence towards the higher, darker realm ahead, akin to addressing his master, Geguzi. For what reason? A voice, slightly sharp, resonated. I report to you, Lu Xiang, this matter is a directive from my master. Please relay it to his majesty. Since it is the command of a benefactor, you may follow me. A figure, pale and beardless, emerged and proceeded deeper into the royal tomb. Deeper within the tomb, in a chamber known as the Black Dragon Hall, 9 golden chains suspended a coffin, and a middle-aged man with a formidable countenance stood atop the coffin, gazing into the distance. The fortunes of humanity are indeed on the rise. How intriguing. Has the variable foretold by the venerable Geguzi come to pass? This middle-aged man was none other than the ancient emperor, Qin Shi Huang, who unified Huaxia and dominated the 6 directions. His physical prowess was unfathomable. Merely a glance at him felt like peering into an abyss. Yet he emitted no trace of cultivation, not even a hint of internal energy. Wei Liao, what brings him here? Could it be that Geguzi has devised a plan concerning the variable that requires my emergence? Suddenly, the emperor's gaze shifted with surprise towards the 2 figures approaching from the underground palace. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. After many years, your majesty appears even more majestic. Wei Liao prostrated himself, his eyes radiating fervent faith. I am no longer the human emperor. There is no need for such formalities. Speak. What brings you to the royal tomb? A flicker of desolation crossed the emperor's eyes, quickly replaced by solemn authority. My master has spoken. The variable has manifested, and the emperor may return to the mortal realm, leading humanity to ascend to the heavens and break the predetermined fate, Wei Liao exclaimed with fervent excitement. Several centuries prior, he had been a prominent minister by the side of the emperor, contrary to rumors that the emperor had retreated from the mortal world to cultivate after his demise. Instead, he had journeyed to the spirit realm alongside the seemingly dead emperor to seek the aid of his master, Giguzi. There, Giguzi employed the technique of crossing the sea with a palm to reverse the emperor's fate, concealing his essence, as the eternal emperor and the hope for humanity's resurgence. Giguzi could not bear to see him fall, thus using a grand formation to shroud his essence, rendering it undetectable by the heavenly order. However, as a result, Qin Shi Huang, who swept through the 6 directions, was unable to step away from the dragon coffin. Fortunately, the leader of the miscellaneous schools, Lu Buwei, who had also feigned death, underwent a profound transformation. Obediently following the emperor's commands and mirroring the construction of a royal tomb reminiscent of the Qin Shi Huang tomb in the Three Kingdoms world. Moreover, many mighty generals and marshals, whose fortunes were on the brink of being eliminated by history, were saved by Giguzi through various miraculous grand formations. They simply could not appear beyond the grand formation again. Now, with Wei Liao proclaiming that the descent to the mortal realm was imminent, Qin Shi Huang could not contain his excitement, laughing heartily. Good. Our humanity can also manifest the variables of heaven and earth. Truly, we are the people of destiny. Huh. Let me join him in contributing to the rise of humanity. With a single step forward, the entire royal tomb seemed to tremble, and countless terracotta warriors appear to spring to life. Proclaim my edict, the decree of the human emperor. The heavens shall respond. The saintly virtue is vast, and I am aware of my limitations. Therefore, I shall lower my status as human emperor, allowing all beings to be called emperor. May all beings ascend like dragons. This is my decree. Subsequently, a golden-hued edict manifested in the emperor's hand, and without hesitation, he pressed the human emperor's seal upon it. Chapter 194. When internal affairs are unresolved, consult Zhang Zhao. Golden light enveloped the scene, blood surging, as countless terracotta warriors suddenly came to life, kneeling and proclaiming, "The people of Qin obey the decree." Soon, strange phenomena appeared across the spirit realm, with countless ethereal figures half-kneeling in obedience. The Confucians obey the decree. The strategists obey the decree. The yin-yangists obey the decree. All schools respond in unison. At this moment, the fortunes of the spirit realm coalesced as never before, and the disputes among the 100 schools vanished entirely. In truth, the various factions were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Yet when it came to the great cause of humanity, their astonishing unity could leave all other races astounded. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Only through breaking can one rebuild. The variable has emerged, and clinging to the remnants of the human emperor status is now meaningless, rather hindering the future of humanity. Truly, he is the eternal emperor, exhibiting remarkable courage. Outside the dilapidated door, Giguzi gazed at the Qin Shi Huang tomb, nodding in satisfaction, his words filled with admiration. Among the myriad schools of the spirit realm, only the Taoists were absent. However, the Taoists, governing the 3 heavens and transcending nature, indeed, did not need to kneel before the decree of the human emperor. If it were a truly peak and complete decree of the human emperor, even the legendary and most mysterious founder of Taoism, Laozi, might bow in reverence. Even Giguzi's understanding of Laozi was limited, lingering in the memory of the Tao De Jing's ascension beyond the Hanggu Pass. The mysteries of the primordial era cannot be encapsulated in words. Perhaps in the fleeting moments of the primordial world, a century has passed outside, or perhaps in the blink of an eye, millennia have passed. This phenomenon arises because the primordial location lies at the center of the cosmic chaos, situated in the chaotic space-time, the very core of the river of fate. Now, shifting focus to Ma Hongjun. Strange? It feels as if the invisible pressure of fortune has suddenly dissipated. Could it be that Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, has unexpectedly passed away? Ma Hongjun, studying the auspicious treasure, the Shanha Tahu, felt his own fortune surging, nearly increasing by 30%, and could not help but murmur. Nonetheless, seeing it as a positive development, he did not dwell on it excessively, merely instructing the heavenly guards to closely monitor and investigate the situation of Emperor Xian, ready to report at any moment. After attending to state affairs, Ma Hongjun let out a long sigh of relief. These past days he had been learning to manage state affairs in the imperial study, and all commands were issued from there. Cheng Yaojin, the commander of the imperial guards, was equally burdened, remaining outside day and night. Finally, I have dealt with these cumbersome matters. These chaotic affairs are truly not my forte. Oh, my strategist, when will you return to rescue your humble servant? It was not that Ma Hongjun wished to shirk his duties. Rather, the accumulation of state affairs was overwhelming. Since a strategist, Liu Bowen, took command on the side of Tongtiansi, the political affairs of Wu had fallen solely on Ma Hongjun's shoulders. Wu did not lack capable individuals. However, Liu Bowen had suddenly gone to strategize in the Central Army due to pressing war matters, leaving Ma Hongjun unable to find suitable candidates to bear the burden. He was reluctant to entrust it to others, hence the current predicament. For external matters unresolved, consult Zhou Yu. For internal matters unresolved, seek Zhang Zhao. It seemed he must elevate some of the elder statesmen of Wu. Send for Zhang Zhao to enter the palace. Acting on impulse, to escape the political whirlpool, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to promote certain individuals to higher positions. The common folk of the Han dynasty were suffering tremendously this year. It appeared that once he entrusted state affairs to Zhang Zhao, he could finally relax a bit, perhaps privately venturing to investigate the people's sentiments. With whom should he go? After deciding to set aside state affairs, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a wave of relief, then shook his head helplessly, realizing that an abundance of women might not be such a good thing. In the absence of any intention of Versailles, the presence of numerous women would undoubtedly create a battlefield of emotions, a truth that Ma Hongjun has profoundly experienced. Now an adult, he has eagerly welcomed 3 women into the palace since the establishment of the Wu Kingdom. Within 3 months of the foundation of the Wu Kingdom, Liu Ji had to abandon his governance due to the pressing situation at the Tongtiansi front and went to oversee operations there. The Tongtiansi secret realm, resulting from a merging of 2 worlds, has transformed into vast territories of islands and roads. Interestingly, apart from being surrounded by islands, the Tongtiansi secret realm also features 3 major roads leading directly to the Douluo realm, one of which the Wu Kingdom naturally claims to guard. Furthermore, due to the merging of worlds, the Sun-Moon Empire has also integrated into the Douluo continent, leading to a dramatic increase in the continent's strength, compensating for the disparity in power that arose when Ma Hongjun led his people to the Han dynasty. The tense situation at the front is significantly linked to the inclusion of the Sun-Moon Empire. Fortunately, both sides are exercising considerable restraint, striving to enhance their strength without any intention of engaging in full-scale conflict. Otherwise, even Ma Hongjun, the king of Wu and Han, could not remain so leisurely in the rear. While lost in thought, a eunuch's announcement interrupted him, stating that Zhang Zhao had arrived. Your Majesty. Zhang Zhao merely bowed slightly before rising, awaiting Ma Hongjun's words with an air of arrogance. Originally a prominent minister under Sun Tzu, he was later entrusted his son, Quan's young son, after Ma Hongjun conquered eastern Wu to establish Wuhan. Although Zhang Zhao surrendered, Ma Hongjun did not immediately promote him, but rather demoted him 1 rank for observation. Although Zhang Zhao is highly talented and understands the importance of adapting to circumstances, he is not well acquainted with Ma Hongjun, and given his historical betrayal of Cao Cao during the Battle of Chibi and his proud disposition, Ma Hongjun is somewhat wary of him. Nevertheless, due to Ma Hongjun's influence, the Battle of Chibi is unlikely to encounter issues again. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on his own pettiness and recognizing the need to emulate the grandeur of his ancestors. Zhang Zhao, styled Zibu, possesses a realm of soul saint with an ability evaluation of a capable minister and potential deemed divine, boasting a loyalty of 90, dedicated and unwavering. Mr. Zibu, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat. Ma Hongjun warmly invited without a hint of regal arrogance, attributing his position largely to the system and the urgency of Liu Ji and others. Observing Zhang Zhao's loyalty, Ma Hongjun felt a desire to chastise himself. Despite having met Zhang Zhao a few times, he had never engaged in private discussions with him, nor had he scrutinized Zhang Zhao's attributes. Thank you, Your Majesty. May I inquire as to the purpose of Your Highness summoning me? Zhang Zhao did not display the typical astonishment of one favored, instead calmly taking a seat before Ma Hongjun and directly asking, I wish to promote you to oversee the affairs of Wuhan's rear, but I am curious about your thoughts on this. Ma Hongjun recognized Zhang Zhao's straightforward nature, unafraid of authority, as a sign of intelligence, which prompted his candidness. Historically, Zhang Zhao's significance to Sun Wu parallels that of Sun Yu to Chao Wei, serving as a strategist. His failure to attain the position of chancellor was not due to a lack of capability, but rather Sun Quan's narrow-mindedness, unable to tolerate his forthright counsel, coupled with the stain of the Battle of Chibi, leaving him in an awkward position of fluctuating favor. Your actions are those of a wise ruler. Your Majesty truly deserves to be hailed as a sagacious monarch, Zhang Zhao affirmed, his confidence in his capability to manage Wu Han's affairs evident. If entrusted with the rear, I will certainly not disappoint your Majesty, alleviating all concerns for General Liu and dedicating myself wholly to your service. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's unabashed words, Zhang Zhao grew bolder, directly kneeling to request the decree. It turned out that Liu Ji had met with Zhang Zhao alone before the expedition, the details of which remain unknown, but since then, Zhang Zhao had completely pledged his loyalty to Ma Hongjun. In hindsight, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat helpless. Liu Ji had anticipated his character and capabilities and prepared a pathway for him, though he refrained from disclosing it due to concerns of suspicion. After all, having already grasped military and political power, further involvement in rear affairs might provoke mistrust among others. Very well, Zhang Zhao. Heed my decree. You are to take charge of Wuhan's rear affairs, primarily responsible for addressing all concerns of the frontline army, and in your spare time, assist me with various matters. Ma Hongjun promptly issued his royal command, granting Zhang Zhao significant authority. In the following chapter, the Copper Sparrow locks away the two Qiaos. Ma Hongjun reflected on the wisdom of having a strategist like Zhang Zhao by his side, grateful for the system that empowered him to wield such authority. Besides Zhang Zhao, the allegiance of Lu Bu initially caused Ma Hongjun trepidation. However, he chose to bestow significant responsibilities upon him, even though his loyalty was a meager 70 points, just above the threshold. This decision stemmed primarily from the profound bond Ma Hongjun shared with Lu Bu's wife and daughter. Let there be no misunderstanding. Ma Hongjun harbored no peculiar inclinations akin to those of Cao Cao. Instead, he had saved Lu Bu's wife, Yin Shi, and daughter, Lu Qiling, from a flood outside Luoyang, leading to Lu Bu's subsequent allegiance when he found himself displaced. While Ma Hongjun could refuse Lu Bu or Chengong, he found it difficult to deny the loyalty of the valiant Gao Shun and the historically formidable Zhang Bai. In terms of loyalty and righteousness, these two could rival the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changban Slope and the unparalleled Guan Eri. To put it bluntly, with the hearts of his wife and daughter entwined with Ma Hongjun, Lu Bu had little leverage for rebellion, unless he sought to shatter his family. Based on Ma Hongjun's understanding, although Lu Bu had a rebellious streak, he was particularly devoted to his family. After delegating political responsibilities to the diligent Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun felt unprecedentedly at ease, indulging in a leisurely slumber until the sun was high the next morning. You, as a founding monarch, you still exhibit such laziness. Had I known, I would have come to rouse you, Ning Rongrong teased, bringing in a basin for washing. If my father-in-law wishes to assist me, I will be more than grateful. Thank you, Rongrong, for your trust in leading your entire sect to live in this other world. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude, springing up to embrace Ning Rongrong. You are becoming increasingly beautiful and alluring, he remarked, inhaling the enchanting fragrance of the maiden while playfully grasping her slender waist. Reflecting on the hasty manner in which he had sought refuge in Ning Rongrong's palace the previous night, he felt a pang of regret for his abruptness. Just as he contemplated drawing closer, the ethereal maiden transformed into a formidable enchantress. I warn you, the palace maids are all around. If you dare to act improperly in daylight, I shall. Ning Rongrong spoke with a tender yet firm gaze. Ma Hongjun felt a shiver run down his spine. No. Speaking of which, the affairs of state have been rather light these past few days. How about I take you all out to explore? It has been a while since we truly enjoyed this place. He hastily changed the subject, feeling quite awkward. You dare not defy me. I shall summon Zhu Qing and Ling Ling. If you dare to disappoint me again, you shall not escape my wrath. Ningrongrong fakenet ferocity. Yet her heart brimmed with delight as she turned and hurried to call her dear sisters. In Ma Hongjuan's vast harem, there were only these 3 women, a testament to the indulgence he bestowed upon them. Ma Hongjun understood his own worth and was acutely aware of the status of women in the Dahan dynasty. Thus, hearing that he intended to set aside political affairs to take them on an outing filled her with even greater joy. Although she had ventured alongside Zhu Zhuqing in the past 3 years, they had never traveled far. The constraints of Confucian ideology in the De Han dynasty rendered it inconvenient for women to embark on distant journeys, and even in disguise, many obstacles remained. However, with a companion like Ma Hongjun, they could cast aside their worries and explore freely. Ma Hongjun's first destination was Jiujiang, historically known as Chaisang, the site of Zhou Yu's command platform and the origin of the uprising in the Battle of Chibi. This was a purposeful choice, as the establishment of the dynasty required extensive preparations. Although the Tian Wei had already begun organizing, certain tasks necessitated his personal involvement. When Sun Wu was vanquished, Zhou Yu did not follow Sun Quan into oblivion. Instead, he was spared by the grace of Ma Hongjun and now resided in Chaisang. Ma Hongjun's journey aimed to see if he could win over this illustrious Zhou Lang. And reflecting on the truth behind Sun Tzu's demise filled him with anticipation for this visit. As he pondered, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but recall Chibi, where the folding fan lay buried in the sands of time, and the echoes of the past lingered. The east wind did not favor Zhou Lang, and the depths of spring held the two Qiaos captive. Xiao Qiao was Zhou Yu's wife, naturally accompanying him, while the Qiao mourned her brother Sun Tzu's passing and was treated with the respect due to his sister-in-law. Such information could be easily acquired, for Ma Hongjun commanded one of the most formidable intelligence organizations in the world. He was confident that his Tian Wei surpassed the fragmented remnants of the De Han's intelligence network. The significance of intelligence was self-evident, as nearly all warlords of this era placed great importance on it. Cao Cao's advisor Guijia and Liu Bei's strategist Zhuge Liang were both top-tier tacticians who established entirely new intelligence networks based on the foundations of the De Han. Ma Hongjun chose not to make a grand display of his travels, but instead opted for a discreet excursion with his 3 consorts, all of whom disguised themselves as men to avoid drawing attention to their unmatched beauty. Not far ahead, a seemingly unremarkable carriage ambled along the official road, the occasional roar of exotic beasts echoing from the roadside. A strikingly handsome young man with silver hair drove the carriage forward. "Darling, do you think the exotic beasts outside might one day dominate a vast forest like in Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously, resting her head on Ma Hongjun's lap. "No. This place lacks the expansive forest suitable for soul beasts to thrive, and the De Han is the realm of humanity," Ma Hongjun gently replied, stroking her silky hair with confidence. Ning Rongrong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed beside them, her constitution as a support-type soul master naturally inferior to that of Zhu Zhuqing. The carriage was driven by Yi Lingling, a princess of the Jiao Xian Haitang clan. The 2 women had reverted to their feminine attire within the carriage, though their garments still bore a masculine style. "Humanity? Why at Zuju?" Yi Lingling inquired with curiosity, turning her head as she drove the carriage. Of course, while humanity is the leader of all beings, in some worlds, humans are not the rulers, and in certain places, they occupy a lower tier in the food chain. Ma Hongjun replied with a wistful smile, his tone tinged with melancholy. "I see." Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to press further, trusting Ma Hongjun's words. "Why must you insist on having us call you darling?" "I believe husband would be more fitting for the trends of this era. I actually prefer to call you husband." Before Ma Hongjun could muse on the plight of humanity, Ning Rongrong's soft voice interrupted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed, I wish to know you. May our lives be long and unbroken. When mountains crumble and rivers dry up, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then may I part from you." Zhu Zhuqing teased, her poetic expression reflecting the era's romantic spirit, explaining Rongrong's desire to call him husband. "Since you wish to address me as husband, let it be husband in public and darling in private." The term darling carries profound meaning, representing my boundless love for you, Ma Hongjun patiently elucidated, his demeanor shifting back to his usual self. "What does it mean?" Ning Rongrong inquired with genuine curiosity. Darling implies companionship until old age. The term husband encompasses more meanings. "You are aware that eunuchs are often referred to as gong gong, indicating my willingness to obey you like a subject to a master," Ma Hongjun explained, half seriously. Upon hearing his explanation, the 3 women were deeply moved, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that women indeed require tender words. After soothing them, he noticed the sweltering summer heat outside and decided to take over the reins from Yi Lingling. Once they departed from the capital of Jianya and entered the territory of Chaisang, Ma Hongjun was struck with astonishment at the scene before him. As they walked, The official road began to reveal numerous emaciated citizens, some embroiled in disputes over a single piece of cake. "Stop the carriage. I must see what is happening ahead. You three stay inside and do not come out," he commanded, halting the carriage and swiftly making his way forward. "My cake. This is my cake. You bandits. This is the sustenance for my family. Where's your conscience?" A woman lamented, clutching 2 children, her voice rife with despair as she witnessed 3 middle-aged men fighting over a morsel of bread. "Stop. How dare you commit such acts in broad daylight? This is a disgrace to the citizens of Wuhan." Ma Hongjuan's countenance darkened as he observed the disgraceful scene, where his people were brawling over a piece of cake. If such news reached Wei Han or Shu Han, he would face utter humiliation. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun emerge, radiating the aura of a ruler, the 3 men vying for the cake felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, their hair standing on end. "Please spare us, my lord. We are simply too hungry. We meant no harm. We truly regret our actions," one middle-aged man pleaded, falling to his knees in desperation. The other 2 quickly swallowed the last morsel of cake and joined him in a fervent plea for mercy. Alas, how we come to this? What has become of the citizens of Wu?" Ma Hongjun sighed in sorrow, a surge of unbidden anger rising within him. "My lord, please do not be angry. We had no choice. The people are left with nothing, driven to desperation," the 3 men implored, kneeling as if they were grains of garlic, their faces pale, yet persistently seeking forgiveness. Indeed, in these tumultuous times, calamities abound, yet the authorities merely distribute seeds for the common folk to sow, providing little more than a bowl of watery porridge to stave off hunger, which fails to truly satiate. Another individual hastily interjected, expressing disbelief since the founding of our nation. "I cannot claim we have enjoyed harmonious weather, yet the officials also distribute food and seeds. Why, then, is there a total crop failure? Why do we face such disasters?" Ma Hongjun cast a skeptical glance towards the mother and daughter nearby, suspecting that the trio may be deceiving him. The woman, bowing to another, lamented, "Alas, what they say is true. We indeed face a locust plague in our midst." As the trio shared their meager rations, she resigned herself to the grim reality, her expression sorrowful. Ma Hongjun had always adhered to the principle that it is better to teach a person how to fish than to simply give them fish. He believed in providing food and seeds to empower the people to cultivate their own sustenance. Upon reflection, he recognized his oversight in the implementation of his own policies, realizing that this unfortunate outcome stemmed from his directives. No wonder the Tianwei dared not report the calamity here. Locusts? Ma Hongjun pondered the implications of the woman's words, sinking into deep contemplation. He then produced 6 meat pies, tossing them to the group while inquiring, "What kind of locusts are we dealing with?" Even the 2 small children received their share of the meat pies. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, big brother, for the meat pie. Ah, it's so delicious. You should have some too, big brother. Ah, it's delicious." The youngest girl, unable to contain herself, eagerly tore into the meat pie, then hesitantly offered half of it back to Ma Hongjun. "Ha ha, if big brother isn't hungry, you should save it for later." Ma Hongjun chuckled, gently ruffling the girl's sweet hair. The woman expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving us, my lord." The creatures possess formidable claws, with their entire bodies encased in black and red shells, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace as they devastate the fields. The people whisper of celestial omens and the rampant chaos caused by these fiends. With decorum, the woman continued her explanation when Ma Hongjun turned his attention to her. "Indeed, wherever these locusts go, nothing survives. They leave behind a sticky residue, and the air is thick with a foul stench. Initially, they plague the rice fields, but within a few short days, they have begun to infiltrate our homes, leaving us unable to return to them. My lord, you must leave quickly and not venture further." Just then, an elderly passerby approached, urging caution. Ma Hongjun looked ahead, noticing a throng of people moving towards them. "Oh, good sir, where are you headed?" he inquired, swallowing hard as he sought clarity. "Alas, do you see the people behind? They are all unfortunate souls fleeing to the capital. Some have fallen into the swarm and have been instantly bitten. We are all suffering due to these locusts," the elder sighed, a note of despair in his voice. "I must confess, I am an official dispatched by the court to address this locust disaster, having come directly from the capital. I encountered these creatures upon my arrival. I suspect they are now widespread. However, the court has devised a solution, and I believe it is being effectively managed." Why not accompany me back to the capital to witness the results of our efforts within a day? Ma Hongjun spoke softly, determined to convey his capabilities. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted and magnificent phoenix wings unfurled behind him, showcasing his prowess. Suspended in midair, his countenance resembled a polished blade. His features exquisitely handsome, with striking brows and piercing eyes, emanating an aura of unyielding authority. Heaven bless the Wu Kingdom. The Lord is an awakened one. A remarkably powerful being, and he can even fly. Truly a divine entity. The common folk gazed in awe at Ma Hongjun's extraordinary abilities, retreating towards Chaisang before him. While the physical prowess of the average individual in the Han Dynasty had improved due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, most remained within the realm of ordinary humanity, with limited enhancement and a profound reverence for the strong. Only soldiers engaged in regular training demonstrated significant improvement, and awakened martial souls were predominantly limited to weaponry or their original forms, with flying types being virtually non-existent. The elder recognized this disparity, having witnessed individuals from the Douluo world seek refuge here. The secrets of the Douluo continent were no longer hidden from the Han Dynasty. The warlords of the three kingdoms had long since set aside their differences, and the alliance to guard the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea had already spread wide. This was one of the reasons Ma Hongjun felt confident in inviting Zhou Yu to emerge from retirement. Let us go. I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Upon the return of the crowd to Chaisang, Ma Hongjun gleefully addressed the three women in his carriage. Are we not to resolve the locust disaster? Perhaps we should prioritize that. National affairs are pressing, and we should first assess the locust situation, Yi Lingling suggested perceptively. The other two women nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment, unwilling to let their leisure jeopardize state matters or cause the common people to suffer. Fear not. Dining lavishly and addressing the locust crisis are not mutually exclusive. Once we have feasted, the locust shall naturally be vanquished. Ma Hongjun was almost eager to validate his hypothesis, offering only a cursory explanation before guiding the carriage in pursuit of the refugees. Half an hour later, upon witnessing the locusts with pincers and black-red shells, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing the matter would be simpler than anticipated. Zhu Qing, prepare a larger wooden barrel and fill it halfway with water. We shall head to the Zhou residence and collect the pests we encounter along the way. He instructed after settling the carriage at the relay station. Understood. Zhu Qing, typically reticent in front of others, resumed her usual cool demeanor after stepping out of the carriage. These little creatures hardly emit any spiritual energy. Why are the people so terrified of them? Ningrongrong, idiot. Picking up a small locust with a handkerchief. Their scientific name is crayfish. They possess little power, and an ordinary person could easily dispatch a swarm. However, if caught by their pincers, it can be quite painful, and in numbers, they can indeed be lethal, especially to crops in the fields, Ma Hongjun explained with a smile, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. The crayfish in Ning Rongrong's hand unexpectedly raised its pincers and snapped at her delicate hand through the handkerchief. Bold fiend! Great dragon of heaven! Supreme spell! She exclaimed, only to realize she had erred and needed to start over. Be careful. Are you all right? Ma Hongjun said, cruelly prying the crayfish's pincers apart with concern. Ugh, why must you be so gruesome? Ning Rongrong complained, discarding the handkerchief stained with the creature's innards. I had no choice. It wouldn't release its grip unless it was dead, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, picking up the soiled handkerchief and cleaning his hands with a clean spot, resigned to the situation. Yi Lingling, observing the exchange with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, how unfortunate. You should have been more attentive. It serves you right. Here I am. Just then, Zhu Qing returned with a large bucket. How did you return so quickly? Ma Hongjun asked, eyeing the bucket she carried with suspicion. Since there was no one ahead, should I use what I gathered on the way? If not, I will return it, Zhu Qing replied, her cheeks flushing as she feigned nonchalance. Zhu Qing would certainly not disclose to Ma Hongjun that she had acquired this item from a wealthy household, having retrieved it from a well, while also drawing up half a bucket of water. However, she was not one to engage in petty theft. She left a gold soul coin on a stone by the well and delicately inscribed her intent to purchase a bucket with her small cat-like claws. Thus, the three of them spent their time gathering information while collecting the stray crawfish that traversed their path into the water bucket. Before long, they arrived at the grand and imposing residence of the Zhou family. At the entrance, a long queue had formed beside a stone lion, where individuals were being served porridge. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun was surprised to find that the ones distributing the porridge were two elegantly dressed, yet simply attired women of stunning beauty. The elder of the two had a figure that was nearly comparable to Zhu Yuqing's, particularly her long legs, which could rival the height of the robust Ma Hongjun. "Excuse me, who are these two lovely ladies serving us porridge?" Although Ma Hongjun had his suspicions, he nonetheless inquired of a gaunt middle-aged man who was waiting in line. "Ah, young sir, you must be from out of town. The two in front are renowned in Jiangdong as the wives of the Zhou family. We have relied on their charity these past few days to have something to eat. They are our benefactors. I see you come from a wealthy family. So please do not contend with us for food," the middle-aged man replied, filled with respect upon seeing Ma Hongjun's lavish attire, before hurrying back to join the queue. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, just as he prepared to reward the man for his insight, but he dashed away too quickly. Casting a glance at the two women, he led the disguised trio towards the grand entrance of the Zhou residence. "Please inform the master that visitors from Jinling have come to pay their respects and present a solution to the insect plague," he instructed a servant at the door, making his respect for the hierarchy abundantly clear. Jianya, also known as Jinling, was a name Ma Hongjun had long desired to establish firmly, but the ongoing conflict at the Tianhai had delayed such aspirations. It was no secret among the elite that as Jianya prospered, many had begun to refer to it as Jinling in private. "Please wait a moment. I will report to the master at once," the servant exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the mention of visitors from Jinling as he hurried to relay the message. "If Zhou Yu were to know that you, as a sovereign, displayed such deference in your greeting, he would surely not disregard you," Ning Rongrong remarked happily beside Ma Hongjun, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. A closer observation would reveal that both she and Zhu Zhuqing, like Yi Lingling, occasionally cast their gazes towards the disaster victims receiving their porridge, clearly yearning to personally aid and alleviate their suffering. "Let us hope for the best. You need not look any longer. Since I am here, I will certainly provide them with a solution to the insect plague." Ma Hongjun, with his keen perception, discerned the thoughts of the three women and offered them comfort. Chapter 198. Spicy Crawfish. The three women gazed at Ma Hongjun with admiration and joy. Only Zhu Zhuqing, after regaining her composure, shifted her focus between the crawfish in her hand and Ma Hongjun, unable to fathom how he intended to address the insect plague. Before long, a handsome young man emerged from within the estate, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun from head to toe. "Esteemed guest from Jinling, I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive my oversight and allow me to invite you inside," Zhou Yu said, his expression shifting from delight at the prospect of a solution to the insect plague to one of surprise upon recognizing Ma Hongjun. "You are too kind, Zhou family master. Rongrong, you and Lingling should find an end to settle in first. Zhuqing and I will discuss matters with Zhou Yu and join you later," Ma Hongjun replied, returning the courtesy. Aware that Zhou Yu had recognized his identity, he instructed Ning Rongrong and the other woman to depart, not out of fear of Zhou Yu's actions, but to avoid the awkwardness of bringing the entire party into the estate. This was also a deliberate gesture to demonstrate his trust in Zhou Yu. After all, the two women appeared to be formidable soul saints, and having them present would imply distrust towards Zhou Yu. Like many notable figures in the world of the Three Kingdoms, Zhou Yu had been endowed with the energy of meteoric tears, rapidly enhancing his power and talent, and he had now reached the level of a soul Douluo, Aiken Domahungun. As Ma Hongjun and Zhou Yu entered the Zhou residence together, Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, easily bearing the water bucket. The grand entrance and the intricate brick carvings and floral adornments were all resplendently clear and beautiful. The courtyard's design was exquisite and unique, still showcasing the owner's distinguished elegance. Not to mention the grand hall's impressive architecture and ornate beams. Even a passageway leading to the rear courtyard was meticulously crafted, creating its own picturesque scene. Upon arriving at the main hall, Zhou Yu graciously relinquished the primary seat to Ma Hongjun, taking the guest position himself, which left Ma Hongjun quite astonished. This was not the same Zhou Yu who had previously rejected his overtures when the state of Wu was newly established. "Very well, you may leave. I have matters to discuss." "And who might this be?" Zhou Yu initiated, dismissing the attendants and turning to Zhu Zhuqing. "My wife," Ma Hongjun stated, not hesitating to partake of the tea on the table. "Your Highness, greetings to you and the princess. I was unaware of your majesty's visit, and I hope you will forgive my lack of decorum. May I inquire about your majesty's solution to the insect plague?" Zhou Yu, while feigning rudeness, displayed little reverence towards Ma Hongjun, directly asking the reason behind his courteous demeanor. "To eat." Although aware of Zhou Yu's concern for the common people of Jiangdong, Ma Hongjun refrained from leveraging that against him. After all, these were his own subjects and compatriots. He would never jest with their lives. Eat insects? How can that be? Zhou Yu's stomach churned at the thought, his expression one of horror as he gazed at Ma Hongjun. Shocked. Who is this person? This is too audacious in his understanding. Crawfish were akin to the cockroaches recognized by modern man. A person who consumes cockroaches, how could one not be intimidated by such a proclamation? Especially when it came from the mouth of an emperor. Actions speak louder than words. Zhu Qing, hand me the bucket. Gongjin, please fetch a cast iron pot along with various ingredients and send them to the kitchen, Ma Hongjun commanded, knowing that his spatial ring contained a plethora of ingredients and a pot. However, to grant Zhou Yu a sense of involvement, he assigned him the task, aiming to better win him over. Ma Hongjun appeared harmless, yet beneath that exterior lay a cunning nature. Especially after ascending to the throne, he had unconsciously begun to employ imperial tactics, which had become a habit, though he still had ample room for growth. While it is often said that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff, Ma Hongjun placed significant importance on the future of his subordinates, viewing any related matters as far from trivial. Zhou Yu merely smiled, showing little concern, and leisurely instructed his servants to procure the necessary items, personally assisting in the efforts. As a top strategist and commander, he understood that Ma Hongjun's intentions extended beyond merely addressing the insect plague. Yet, he was pleased to do so. Ever since the news of the Tianhai incident spread, he had harbored thoughts of serving the court. However, clever individuals have their own pride and methods. Geniuses understand how to leverage their worth and are adept at reading the room. Sometimes, waiting for the right opportunity is more advantageous than pursuing direct involvement, making it easier to garner attention from the upper echelons and showcase one's value. Very well, I have instructed my servants to prepare everything. Can these creatures truly be consumed? Zhou Yu, after giving his orders, returned to his position and inquired of Ma Hongjun, his gaze keenly observing the subtle shifts in Ma's expression. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied with unwavering confidence. Since your highness is so assured, I shall await the outcome eagerly. Should you succeed in alleviating this plague of insects, I shall regard you with utmost respect. If not, then so be it. Please, your highness, let us proceed to the eastern kitchen. Zhou Yu, having made his decision in silence, rose and extended an invitation. A gentleman's word is his bond. Ma Hongjun, instantly grasping the implications of Zhou Yu's remarks, promptly stood up, his excitement palpable. This statement was nothing less than an acknowledgement of his intentions. Should the insect infestation be resolved, there would be much to discuss, whereas failure would necessitate a return to the status quo. It must be said that Ma Hongjun was somewhat naive. With just a single utterance regarding consumption, Zhou Yu had already surmised his intentions, focusing particularly on the feasibility of eating these creatures. Through various subtle means, Zhou Yu deduced Ma Hongjun's purpose for visiting, showcasing his remarkable intellect. After all, while Zhou Yu's family was the most prominent in Chaisang, the actual governance lay elsewhere. The chariot of 4 horses is difficult to pursue, Zhou Yu affirmed. It could be said that his reputation allowed for some leeway, yet it was improbable that a sovereign would personally attend without ulterior motives. Merely deducing Ma Hongjun's purpose from these clues was a testament to the brilliance of such wise individuals. Due to the connection with the Douluo realm for the past 3 to 4 years, the culinary offerings in the 3 kingdoms had diversified. Essential ingredients such as garlic and chili were readily available and inexpensive, accessible to nearly every household. As for the notion of a gentleman avoiding the kitchen, the reality was quite the opposite. In special circumstances, cooking was permissible, and this phrase did not imply that men could not cook. Ma Hongjun guided the servants and Zhu Qing in deveining the shrimp, taking the initiative to demonstrate, as the servants harbored a certain trepidation towards the crayfish. He felt it necessary to lead by example. A large bucket of crayfish was soon processed. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of the freshly cooked crayfish wafted through the eastern kitchen, stimulating everyone's appetites and dispelling their fears of the creatures. Ma Hongjun eagerly cracked open a crayfish, revealing tender meat, complemented by a spicy broth. The first bite was a delightful experience, tender and exhilarating, truly irresistible. Delicious. It has been ages since I last savored such a delectable dish. Come, Zhu Qing, you must try one, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, swiftly peeling another crayfish and offering it to Zhu Qing. He couldn't resist peeling one for himself as well, the succulent meat emerging, dipped in the spicy broth. And upon tasting, the heat was invigorating. Observing Ma Hongjun indulge, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but pick up a crayfish he had prepared, and she found herself unable to stop, savoring every bite. Come, Gongjin, you must sit down. There is too much for us to consume alone. After saying this, Ma Hongjun turned to Zhou Yu, who was momentarily taken aback, speaking unabashedly, as if in his own home. The table was laden with crayfish, truly embodying the freedom of crayfish consumption. Garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, and various other preparations. Zhou Yu, witnessing Ma Hongjun's willingness to sample the dish, dared not remain standing any longer and promptly sat down, mimicking Ma Hongjun's actions. Upon taking a bite, his pupils dilated as the previously feared fishy odor was absent, revealing an exquisite taste. What do you think? Do you believe that once these culinary methods become widespread, the pestilence will resolve itself? Ma Hongjun, momentarily setting aside his desire to continue eating, wiped his hands and smiled at Zhou Yu. Yes, you bows before your majesty. According to our agreement, I shall henceforth regard your highness with the utmost reverence. Zhou Yu hastily wiped his hands and rose to bow. Please rise. Your assistance, Gongjin, is akin to that of Han Xian to Liu Bang, a fish in water. Ma Hongjun expressed his profound appreciation, rising with such enthusiasm that he nearly toppled his chair, quickly steadying Zhou Yu's shoulder. To his surprise, Zhou Yu was so easily won over. Ma Hongjun had intended to address the insect issue before attempting to gain his allegiance, having prepared extensively for the endeavor, yet the process was remarkably smooth. To aid your highness in quelling the chaos of this age and dispelling foreign threats is indeed my lifelong aspiration, Zhou Yu stated, visibly moved. What minister does not wish to be valued by their sovereign? Zhou Yu's allegiance to Sun Ce stemmed from their deep bond, while his support for Sun Quan was due to Sun Ce's dying wish and Sun Quan's recognition of his worth. Furthermore, the intelligence network that spanned the realm suggested that Sun Ce's demise was marred with suspicion, likely a result of internal strife within Sun Wu territory. It was evident who benefited the most from the turmoil in Eastern Wu. Ma Hongjun had seized the opportunity to attack Eastern Wu following Sun Ce's death under Sun Quan. Eastern Wu barely endured for 3 years before being subdued entirely. In the year following the establishment of Wuhan, significant advancements had been made across various sectors, and the populace thrived, each household enjoying ample provisions. Were it not for the pestilence, prosperity would have flourished even more, particularly in the capital, Jinling. Leveraging the advantages of modern industrial techniques from the Douluo realm combined with the craftsmanship heritage of Huaxia, it had rapidly transformed into a world-renowned city within a mere 6 months. Such a formidable ruler was bound to inspire admiration, even from the astute Zhou Yu. Thus, as the providers of sustenance for the people, set an example and avoid waste. Let us continue dining. Oh, why not invite your esteemed wife and sister-in-law to join us for this feast? Suddenly recalling the sight of the Qiao, and Xiao bustling at the entrance, he proposed, calculating that they likely had yet to dine. Yes, your highness. Attendant, please invite my wife and sister-in-law to the main hall for dinner. Zhou Yu showed no hesitation, nor did he express any futile notions. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was seated beside him, enjoying the meal heartily. Given Zhu Zhuqing's figure and beauty, it was impossible to disguise her femininity. Only a fool would utter anything derogatory regarding a woman's presence in the court, especially towards a royal consort or a future empress. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with a wise individual was indeed different, alleviating him of any concerns. Shortly, the two women arrived in the main hall, having changed into elegant attire. After offering a slight bow to Ma Hongjun, they took their seats beside Zhou Yu. The spirited Xiao, drawn by the enticing aroma, could no longer contain her curiosity. What dish is this? It smells absolutely delightful, she exclaimed, glancing between the table of crayfish and Zhou Yu. Ha! This is the crayfish prepared by His Highness himself, brought forth for you to savor. Zhou Yu replied with a smile, clearly doting on his wife. Crayfish? Xiao questioned, unfamiliar with the dish, though the servants had briefed her on Ma Hongjun's identity upon their arrival. Indeed, it is what you refer to as insects. Do you dare taste it? Ma Hongjun peeled a crayfish and offered it to Zhu Zhuqing, then playfully addressed the two women. Oof, what is there to fear? I shall also sample the flavor. Xiao, unable to withstand the provocation, noticed Zhu Zhuqing enjoying her meal and quickly picked up a small lobster, imitating Ma Hongjun's technique to remove the shell, eagerly consuming it. Zhou Yu cast an apologetic glance at Ma Hongjun, as if to convey, Your Highness, please forgive my wife for her lack of understanding. Ma Hongjun bore no grudge and turned to the quiet De Qiao, gently suggesting, "Madam Sun, why not partake in this delightful dish as well? To ascertain whether the locust plague can truly be resolved, we must lead by example and try it ourselves." "Thank you, Your Highness," De Qiao responded, also taking a small lobster to savor. The succulent, tender meat was delectable, and soon the five of them had consumed a significant portion, feeling too full to eat more. "We must not waste any. Please pack some for me to take back to the inn for my two wives to taste," Ma Hongjun said, rising to wash his hands in a basin prepared nearby. He was still adjusting to the ancient way of speaking, but fortunately, many who had come to the Douluo realm over 3 years ago were accustomed to it, finding the straightforward language quite popular. Only in formal occasions would one engage in elaborate speech. Privately, simplicity was preferred. "Your Highness has such deep affection for the three princesses," Xiao Qiao remarked enviously to Zhu Zhuqing. After the meal, through Xiao Qiao's proactive approach, she had become quite familiar with the reticent Zhu Zhuqing, and they had formed a good friendship. Sometimes, the connection between women is remarkably effortless, often resulting in a sense of wishing they had met sooner after only a few exchanged words. Especially in Ma Hongjun's previous life in online games, it was common to call each other wife after just a few sentences. Ma Hongjun declined Zhou Yu's invitation to stay overnight, taking Zhu Zhuqing back to the inn, and upon entering, he used the warmth of phoenix flames to heat the lobsters stored in the spatial soul guide. The following day, a multitude of food stalls was set up in front of the Zhou residence, distributing lobsters and steamed buns, with business booming to the point where the women joined in to help, as the servants of the Zhou family were overwhelmed. A large sign was erected proclaiming, "Purchasing lobsters at 5 copper soul coins per gene, equivalent to the modern purchasing power of 5 yuan. Due to the preciousness of the Douluo gold coin system, the Han dynasty was actively exchanging old copper coins for gold and silver soul coins. The city was bustling with citizens, each bending down to catch lobsters, and within half a day, the lobsters in the city were nearly depleted. In the following days, the populace began to venture outside the city to rice fields, small villages, and any place where lobsters might be found, clearing them out entirely. The appetite of food lovers is boundless, and within a week, lobsters were nearly extinct in the farmlands, even in the rice paddies. By this time, the locust plague had been effectively overcome, and nearly everyone had learned to prepare lobsters, enjoying them as a staple food, with only the occasional lobster allergy preventing a few from indulging. Some noble families even recognized the business potential and began to cultivate lobsters artificially. As long as they followed the guidelines, Ma Hongjun would not intervene and would instead welcome this development. Subsequently, the Zhou residents began preparations for relocation, with Zhou Yu proactively suggesting moving the family center to Jinling City. His primary aim was to bring his family to Jinling, alleviating all of Ma Hongjun's concerns. Ma Hongjun did not disappoint Zhou Yu, presenting an imperial decree appointing Zhou Yu as the Grand Commander of the naval forces, allowing him to set sail for Tongtian Sea, commanding a total of 50,000 naval troops of Wuhan. It is noteworthy that within Tongtian Sea, aside from 3 main roads leading directly to Douluo continent, there were endless maritime routes, highlighting the naval force's critical importance in warfare. They were almost the lifeblood of a nation. Zhou Yu understood that he excelled in naval combat. Wuhan lacked naval commanders, but needed a naval commander. Presently, the naval defense line of Wuhan and Tongtian Sea was maintained by Generals Gan Ning and Jiang Qin, who guarded the left and right flanks. Though both were exceptionally skilled in water combat with maritime capabilities, they still felt somewhat overwhelmed by the advanced soul-guided warships of Douluo continent. Chapter 200, Refining Salt, the Salt Quota. Subsequently, Zhou Yu led his troops to the secret realm of Tongtian Sea, while Ma Hongjun continued to travel with the 3 women, increasing his knowledge of life and livelihood. Meanwhile, we should not overlook the sudden intensification of the Douluo realm's offensive against Huaxia. This stemmed from the recent involvement of the Crown Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire, who personally piloted a top-tier soul-guided vessel to the battlefield, in an effort to alleviate tensions with the forces on Douluo continent. The Crown Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire entered the combat zone of Tongtian Sea. However, he encountered General Guan Yu, who was patrolling the Shu Kingdom's camp. After a fierce battle, despite the Crown Prince's advanced soul-guided technology, he was ultimately outmatched by Guan Yu's unparalleled bravery. Guan Yu, having gained some fortuitous opportunity, not only experienced a significant increase in strength, but also reached the pinnacle of a title Douluo after unleashing his full power, particularly during his initial 3 strike. Even the legendary warrior Lu Bu felt immense pressure on the battlefield. In a flash, General Guan Yu, under the protection of the Wei and Wu kingdoms, displayed unparalleled prowess, not only seizing numerous advanced soul-guided devices, but also capturing the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire. This victory was monumental, and although the aftermath of the spoils led to discord among the three kingdoms, the issue of the crown prince became exceedingly troublesome. Whether to release him or not posed a dilemma. Releasing him would imply fear of the Sun and Moon Empire, risking renewed aggression, while retaining him felt like holding a hot potato, potentially inciting even fiercer conflict. Simultaneously, the Sun and Moon Empire, in conjunction with the two major empires of Douluo continent, issued a notice to the Shu kingdom, return the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire, surrender General Guan Yu, and assist in capturing the crown prince, or face the full might of an extreme-titled Douluo assault against Shu Han. Liu Bei, no stranger to adversity and proud leader of the Oath of the Peach Garden, immediately responded that he would never surrender the crown prince, let alone his sworn brother, while consulting with his two allied nations on how to handle the situation regarding the crown prince. At the same time, while enjoying the scenic beauty with the three women, Ma Hongjun received a letter from Tian Wei in which Liu Bowen inquired about how to deal with the crown prince and whether to ensure Guan Yu's safety. Ma Hongjun sighed, realizing that the war in Tongtian Sea would not conclude anytime soon. Zhou Yu's arrival should alleviate some pressure for the strategist, and the matter of the dynasty would require careful consideration. After Zhou Yu formally recognized his role, Ma Hongjun became increasingly aware of Zhou Yu's exceptional talents, particularly as he discovered a more detailed method of utilizing the investigation system. By expending a small amount of fortune value, he could assess the talent, strength, and hidden skills of his subordinates. Zhou Yu, strength, level 79 Soul Sage. Martial spirit, water. Potential, divine potential. Talent skill, god of naval warfare. When commanding the navy, he benefits from favorable weather and terrain. Hidden skill, rapid movement on water. This allows him to manipulate seawater, enhancing the army's speed at sea up to 3 times. Ma Hongjun contemplated this, feeling no hesitation, and promptly penned a response. First, ensure Guan Yu's safety. He must not come to harm. Deploy Wuhan's foremost warrior, Liu Bu, to remain in ambush around Guan Yu, waiting for the extreme-titled Douluo's approach. Second, take the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire into custody, placing him in the dungeon to alleviate the pressure on Shu Han. They must not be taken down one by one. Third, swiftly repel the Douluo coalition and return to Wuhan for significant discussions. Ma Hongjun refrained from discussing the affairs of the Yun dynasty with anyone, and naturally did not forewarn others through correspondence. Among the three kingdoms, Wuhan possessed the greatest prowess, while Shu Han was the weakest. Thus, Ma Hongjun chose to take on the role of the Sun and Moon Prince for the sake of national righteousness. This proposal, seemingly thankless, actually served to establish a noble example for Wuhan and epitomize the spirit of nationalism, thereby fostering unity within the three kingdoms alliance. After completing these endeavors, the four of them began to explore several villages surrounding Jinling City. Their first stop was Wutong Village, Ma Hongjun's ancestral home, populated entirely by residents who had relocated from the Douluo world over 3 years ago. Notably, many teachers from Shrek Academy, as well as families of students willing to move to Huaxia, resided near Wutong Village. The second destination was Qibao Village, aptly named for being home to disciples of the Qibao Glaze sect and affiliated families, such as the Swordbone Douluo. The third stop was the Jiao Xian Haitang clan, situated to the south of Jinling City. The fourth destination was Zhu Jia Village, which was also the family home of Ma Hongjun's in-laws, Zhu Zhuqing. These four factions were responsible for guarding Jinling City, collectively upholding its esteemed status. Although referred to as villages, they were not much inferior to some less developed towns. Especially in terms of economy and infrastructure, the only difference lay in their size. The saying "a small temple, yet complete in every aspect" aptly describes them. Particularly Shrek Academy, as the Soul Master Academy had swiftly gained renown, rivaling Yingchuan Academy. Only these two academies within the entire Han dynasty possessed the ability to awaken martial souls. Unlike the Douluo world, the awakened martial souls here were known as battle souls. Those who could awaken would exhibit considerable talent, while those who could not would not possess a martial soul, rendering the notion of useless martial souls non-existent. Thus, the significance of these two academies was evident. Ma Hongjun was also quite curious about how Ing Chuan Academy possessed the magic arrays capable of awakening and testing soul power. However, according to intelligence from Tianwei, their method of awakening was indeed different from that of the Douluo continent, employing unfamiliar arrays. Nevertheless, since both paths led to the same destination, he did not dwell on it further. With Jinling City standing firm as a mountain, Ma Hongjun, after finishing their explorations, did not intend to return immediately, but embarked on an inspection tour across Wuhan with the three women. Eventually, as the inspections deepened, Ma Hongjun uncovered the greatest plight afflicting the common folk: salt. Yes, salt. While various resources brought from the Douluo continent included a significant amount of salt, it remained a non-renewable resource. Moreover, compared to the fine salt of his previous life, the coarse salt from the Douluo continent was still lacking. Consequently, Ma Hongjun, alongside the three women, began devising methods for salt refinement, drawing upon a somewhat hazy chemical memory from his past life. Ma Hongjun finally succeeded in extracting edible fine salt after a week of research. Subsequently, he summoned Tianwei to initiate this undertaking, demanding strict confidentiality regarding this method and ensuring that the salt mines remained firmly under official control. Ultimately, he also developed a method for refining sea salt and assigned it to Tianwei. Half a month later, the citizens of Wuhan joyously spread the news, spontaneously taking to the streets to sing praises of Ma Hongjun's merits and remarkable prowess. The price of salt plummeted, with fine salt costing merely 1 copper coin per pound. This was an exhilarating development, as the price had decreased by more than tenfold. It is worth noting that an ordinary person would typically spend 2 copper coins for a meal. Subsequently, the prominent families within Wuhan began to express their dissatisfaction, petitioning for an increase in salt prices. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to return to court and adjust the salt pricing into 3 tiers, enhancing the packaging. Ultimately, he categorized the salt prices into 3 types: edible salt, fine salt, and tribute salt. He also permitted these families to use their channels to sell within the Han territory, with the court selling to these families at the original price. These families could then sell at a markup of up to 5 times the original price. But not within Wuhan. This strategy temporarily silenced these families, who understood that Ma Hongjun, as the founding emperor, wielded absolute, centralized power and thus refrained from excessive coercion. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's significant disruption of their interests, they would not have dared to make a fuss. Soon, the 3 types of edible salt from Wuhan rapidly swept through the entire Han dynasty's market. Concurrently, the process of salt refinement began to lag, but fortunately, the numerous personnel from Tianwei allowed for the selection of individuals with water and fire martial souls to assist in the refinement, stabilizing the situation. The treasury of Wuhan filled to overflowing as a result. Husband, why do you entrust the salt we refine to those families for sale? If they are discontent, we can simply suppress them. Yulingling inquired, somewhat displeased, as she sat across from Ma Hongjun at the dining table. The 3 women bore no fondness for the families that had interrupted their travels. Sister Lingling, even if we deny these families the right to sell, they would still purchase within Wuhan and then smuggle it to Wei and Shu at inflated prices, Ning Rongrong explained, displaying a clear understanding of politics. Indeed, it is better to maintain control over the salt at a fixed price and authorize them to sell. Moreover, they are not the only ones permitted to sell in Wei and Shu. The majority still belongs to us. We can dictate the quantity supplied to them. Without the method of production, they will always depend on us, firmly binding them to our ship. Ma Hongjun affectionately elucidated to the 3 women. Fine. I was wondering how you could possibly relent to these people. Therefore, our Jiu Xen Haidang clan should also receive a share, Yi Lingling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. I too want to share. The Qibao Glaze sect also wishes to be bound to the ship, Ning Rongrong eagerly chimed in. So do I, Zhu Zhuqing, though somewhat reserved, added quietly. Very well. Haha, you all truly are my wonderful wives, always considering my interests. I am indeed fortunate to have you. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of happiness, witnessing the harmonious interactions among the 3 women. This was the kind of companionship he cherished. If the 3 clans were to discover that, on the surface, the women were advocating for their maternal clan's interests, but in reality were subtly diverting benefits elsewhere, they would be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 201. The dining restriction on a day when Ma Hongjun, having amassed considerable wealth, was in high spirits. He decided to host a grand feast for his ministers, inviting their families to celebrate the flourishing treasury. That evening, A temporary tent was erected in the expansive square outside the palace, illuminated by lanterns, with over 100 tables laden with exquisite delicacies. However, amidst the festivities, an incident occurred that left Ma Hongjun both furious and disheartened. After dining, he proceeded to the inner palace. How infuriating, truly infuriating. The recent locust plague has just passed, and most households lack surplus grain. The soldiers engaged in the Tongtian Sea battle are subsisting solely on unpalatable military rations. These ministers are utterly ungrateful. Here I am, hosting a grand banquet for them, and they waste food so extravagantly, leaving behind more than they consumed. This is simply unforgivable. Ma Hongjun lamented as he arrived at Ning Rongrong's residence, sitting at the table, growing increasingly agitated as he recounted his grievances. In what way was there waste? Ning Rongrong gently inquired, boring for Ma Hongjun. Sigh. While the mountain delicacies were somewhat acceptable, they were mostly consumed. Yet, the ordinary dishes were hardly touched, and some were barely nibbled at. Ma Hongjun sighed, lifting his teacup, his frustration mounting as he set it down with resigned exasperation. Due to his royal status, Ma Hongjun naturally occupied a vantage point in the elevated square, allowing him a comprehensive view of the events unfolding below. Perhaps the civil officials, accustomed to sumptuous delicacies, found it challenging to appreciate the simplicity of these homely dishes. Ning Rongrong recalled her initial days at Shillake Academy and could not help but explain. They suffer from a princess syndrome, far more than you did upon your arrival at Shillake Academy. The food there was indeed unpalatable and devoid of any meaty essence. Yet these are dishes prepared by imperial chefs. Even the least exquisite dish surpasses what we once had at Shillake Academy, Ma Hongjun retorted with irritation. Ning Rongrong fell silent, puffing her cheeks in displeasure, feigning ignorance. I was referring to you, dear Rongrong. You are far superior to them, he quickly added, noticing the subtle change in her expression. With a giggle, Ning Rongrong replied, I know, I have matured and am no longer as willful as in my youth. Ma Hongjun seized the moment to praise her. Indeed, my Rongrong has transformed into a gentle and virtuous individual, 1,000 times better than these ministers. This flattery brought a smile to Ning Rongrong's face, and soon they found themselves on the bed sharing whispered secrets, embarking on significant life events. Afterward, the veil of modesty lifted, and the atmosphere returned to normal. I find it perplexing that even if they waste food, the prince should not be so incensed. Ning Rongrong mused, nestled against Ma Hongjun's sturdy chest. Typically, I would turn a blind eye to food waste, but remembering the plight of the common people, who struggle to make ends meet and rely on the court's assistance due to the ravages of locusts, fills me with anger. The food they waste could sustain countless individuals in remote areas. Ma Hongjun explained the source of his ire. It was indeed a valid point. The provisions saved by the ministers could alleviate the impact of the calamity. There is a solution, though it hinges on your willingness to lead by example. Ning Rongrong remarked with a mischievous smile. What solution? Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled. Limit the number of dishes for ministers dining out to 6 dishes and 1 soup at most. She replied playfully. Agreed. We 4 can dine together under such regulations anyway. Ma Hongjun laughed, finding her suggestion reasonable. Early the next morning, Ma Hongjun prepared to announce this seemingly harsh decree during the court assembly. All ministers, please rise. Did you enjoy last night's feast? He inquired cheerfully, displaying no signs of his earlier displeasure. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. The ministers responded with enthusiastic agreement. Yet, I am reminded of the vibrant scenes from a few days prior, which starkly contrast the devastation caused by the locust plague. While we managed to mitigate the crisis, the common folk still suffer, struggling to find sustenance. Ma Hongjun lamented dramatically. The ministers exchanged glances, perplexed by the intent behind Ma Hongjun's words. I humbly request to speak. Your Majesty, I have observed that the banquets attended by officials often feature dozens, if not hundreds, of extravagant dishes. Should the common people learn of our opulence during such times, it could incite unrest. Therefore, I propose that a dining limit be enacted before the disaster subsides. Suggested Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun's trusted confidant. What is this dining limit? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance. Ning Rongrong, secretly observing from behind screen, rolled her eyes, realizing the two had colluded on this matter. Your Majesty, the dining limit would apply only to high-ranking officials, restricting family banquets to 6 dishes and 1 soup, and gatherings with friends to 9 dishes and 3 soups, Zhang Zhao stated boldly, unperturbed by the disapproving looks from other ministers. This is excellent. What do the rest of you think? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at the assembled ministers, including many from the Eastern Wu. Particularly astute individuals among them maintained a neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing the measure, with prominent figures like Lu Meng and Xiao Xuan at the forefront. Ma Hongjuan turned to the honest Lu Su and asked, "What are your thoughts, Zigan? It is solely up to your majesty's judgment." Lu Su promptly bowed in response. Ma Hongjuan felt exasperated. Even the straightforward Lu Su was cunning enough to avoid offending anyone. He then turned to the Zhuge family representative, Zhuge Jin, and inquired, "Ziyu, I'm terrified. It is entirely up to your majesty's discretion. I shall abide by your commands," Zhuge Jin replied, his face pale with anxiety as he bowed his head. As no one else responded, Ma Hongjuan looked to Guiyong, representative of the noble families. "Your Majesty, I believe while this limit may alleviate the impact of the locust plague to some extent, it could deter talented individuals from seeking positions. As the saying goes, people travel great distances to serve in official capacities, driven by their need for sustenance. If dining is restricted, who would wish to join us?" Guiyong retorted, feeling the weight of his peers' anticipatory gazes. "Preposterous. Your reasoning is utterly flawed. We are merely enacting a dining limit during the disaster. Its impact on attracting talent is negligible. In fact, it may encourage genuine talents to earnestly seek positions. The court is not a place for gluttony. How dare you indulge in excess at the expense of the state's provisions?" Before Ma Hongjuan could respond, Zhang Zhao stepped forward to chastise him. Guiyong's face flushed crimson. As a learned man, he refused to be insulted without retaliation. Minister Zhang, being older and frilier, may not require excessive sustenance. Have you not heard that Gaozi once said, "Food and desire are inherent to our nature. Benevolence is internal, while righteousness is external. How can you conflate the two?" Even an aged warrior like Lien Pa can consume 2 jin of meat in a single meal. I assure you, my appetite remains as hearty as ever. Is 6 dishes and 1 soup insufficient for your usual consumption? Zhang Zhao was incensed, and the age difference between them only fueled his indignation. Guiyong found himself momentarily speechless. Truthfully, even he typically dined on 6 dishes and 1 soup, so the decree would hardly affect him. However, the other noblemen would find it woefully inadequate. I find that 3 meals with 3 royal consorts, adhering to 6 dishes and 1 soup, suffices for me. Surely, my frugal habits are commendable, Ma Hongjuan interjected, sensing Guiyong's defeat. Indeed, your majesty, that is sufficient, Guiyong replied, relieved that Ma Hongjuan had spoken up. In that case, from this day forth, I shall abide by the dining limit along with the ministers until the locust plague effects are eradicated, Ma Hongjuan declared, waving his expansive sleeves and issuing the command. The ministers, seeing no alternative, acquiesced, refraining from obstructing the royal decree. He simultaneously ordered the reduction of taxes and the opening of granaries to distribute grain. In the imperial study, Ma Hongjuan reflected on the cunning strategies of the noble families, amused by the opportunity this presented to establish a formal dining standard. Observing the intelligence reports on his desk, he smirked. To counter the dining limit, the noble families promptly utilized their connections, and the following day, large porcelain dining sets appeared on the market, featuring separate compartments for 3 different dishes. Ma Hongjuan did not succumb to anger. Rather, he had anticipated this situation long before. Being well-versed in history, he understood that such occurrences were unavoidable, and the only viable course of action was to take the initiative. He contemplated whether the porcelain crafted by the officials or that produced by the imperial kiln was superior. In the future, I, as an official of Wuhan, shall take charge of the diningware. It remains uncertain whether you will express gratitude towards me or not. He mused silently. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, porcelain from Dongwu began to emerge and has since become exceedingly popular. However, it was still in its infancy, lacking the vibrant diversity seen in later periods. Seizing upon the extravagant habits of these officials and noble families, Ma Hongjuan resolved to vigorously develop the ceramic market, fitting for one who had traversed time. Indeed, it was not long before the market was flooded with celadone and white porcelain, which saw significant advancements. Additionally, innovative decorative techniques emerged, such as the application of clay slip to the surface of vessels. While porcelain existed in the Han Dynasty, due to the low firing temperatures, its fragile quality could only be classified as primitive porcelain. It was not until the Tang Dynasty that both the glaze and firing temperatures surpassed 1,000 degrees Celsius, marking the true advent of the porcelain era. The most renowned kilns of the Tang Dynasty were the Yu and Qing kilns. In the current tumultuous era of the 3 kingdoms, where extraordinary powers continuously arise, the mere temperature of the kiln is of little concern. Providing a general direction is sufficient for my subordinates to produce durable, aesthetically pleasing porcelain. After personally outlining the desired specifications at the imperial kiln, requiring the porcelain to be as blue as the sky, as bright as a mirror, as thin as paper, and resonant as a chime, Ma Hongjun witnessed the imperial kiln dominate the Wuhan porcelain market within a month. The officials, concerned about their reputation, voluntarily elevated the status of the imperial kiln. Dining was mandatory with the porcelain from the imperial kiln. Otherwise, one risked losing face. Consequently, Ma Hongjunesse offered sweld, and the national treasury had been expanded several times. The dining restrictions he imposed were successfully implemented. Indeed, as one proverb states, the higher the magic, the taller the road. You are still too inexperienced to contend with me, Ma Hongjun thought to himself with quiet satisfaction. As for the noble officials who began to experiment with elaborate dishes featuring an array of exotic ingredients and novel cooking methods, Ma Hongjun welcomed this development, as it promoted refinement and diversity in the culinary arts. Suddenly, a hurried report shattered the tranquility of Jinling City. A messenger from outside the city bore tattered flags behind him, his white robe stained with blood, and his white horse snorted heavily, clearly fatigued. 800 li urgent. 800 li urgent. A cloud of yellow dust billowed as his steed galloped forth. Upon dismounting, he bellowed at the guards at the city gate. 800 li urgent. Here is the imperial gold medal. Those who obstruct shall face death. He then mounted his horse and sped into the royal city, exuding an imposing presence, while dust swirled in his wake. At this moment, the ancient path was shrouded in clouds, and the clear sky loomed brightly. The 800 li urgent messages were of utmost importance to the court, yet to the bandits, they were mere scraps of paper, fraught with the risk of robbery and the potential for severe repercussions. Even bandits would not be foolish enough to confront the 800 li urgent. What kind of military situation could compel such a rapid dispatch? One person remarked in astonishment. This is the elite cavalry of Wuhan, the Bai Ma Yizong. I recognize him. He is the distant cousin of my wife's brother-in-law. He joined the 3,000 Bai Ma Yizong 5 years ago to bring honor to his family. Someone nearby replied with pride. The soldiers at the front must have encountered some urgent military affairs. Alas, I wonder if my son will return alive, sighed an elderly man, bent over and leading his 3-year-old grandson towards the impoverished northern district. Grandfather, that horse is so handsome. When I grow up, I want to serve the king like father and join the Bai Ma Yizong, exclaimed the little boy, raising his tiny fist with innocent determination. Very well, my dear grandson, the old man replied fondly. Returning to the main narrative, within the grand hall, a messenger announced, report. Your Majesty, the armies of Wei, Shu, and Wu have simultaneously erupted in a large-scale warfare. The 3 great empires have dispatched numerous soul masters to join the conflict, resulting in heavy losses for the Huaxia coalition. Our strategist requests urgent support from the royal city. Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, realizing that the messenger indeed bore grim tidings, and his mood darkened further. The fact that Liu Bowen was seeking assistance indicated that the situation had grown dire. What are the naval operations? He inquired, recalling Zhou Yu. The foreign forces had previously engaged in several small-scale naval skirmishes to probe our defenses, all of which were easily mitigated by Governor Zhou, who inflicted considerable losses upon them. Therefore, this time, the war will primarily focus on land, the messenger reported, kneeling on one knee. What prompted this sudden outbreak of war? Ma Hongjun asked, perplexed. My lord, I was just about to report that General Liu and General Guan had worked together 10 days prior to kill an extreme titled Douluo from the Sun and Moon Empire. The soldier responded, barely concealing his excitement. Excellent. Truly, Liu Bu is a man among men, and Guan Yu is as magnificent as the steed red hair. They have exemplified the might of Huaxia. They shall be rewarded. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, rising from his seat in exhilaration. The ministers nodded in agreement, their beards twitching with smiles, while the martial generals displayed expressions of admiration, particularly Shui, Rengue, and Cheng Yaojin. Shui Rengue had successfully accomplished the task assigned by Ma Hongjun and returned to the court with a formidable force rivaling the Bai Ma Yizong. Your Majesty, although we are all part of the Huaxia coalition, Guan Yu is from Shuhan. Will rewarding him not seem biased? Gu Yong interjected. As descendants of Huaxia, there should be no distinction between states. Merit must be rewarded. Bring forth 2 special herbs from the national treasury to bestow upon them. Additionally, draft a decree to appoint Lord Liu as the Marquis of Wan and General Guan as the Marquis of Hanzhou, Ma Hongjun declared, opting not to assign them official titles directly, but to allow the Cao Cao faction to bestow the honors. After all, Emperor Xian of Han was nominally still in power, and as a ruler, he could grant titles, but bestowing a marquisate would be an overstep. However, given the circumstances of the Three Kingdoms coalition, Cao Cao would likely not refuse Ma Hongjun's request. He further commanded Shui Rongui to lead 20,000 troops to support the strategist at Tongtiansi, granting him the title of Deputy Commander of the Army with the authority to act independently. Not forgetting the matter of reinforcements, Ma Hongjun contemplated before deploying half of the imperial army. Your servant obeys the orders. Shui Rongui replied eagerly, kneeling to receive the decree. In Sujiang, Gao Gao, who received the same intelligence, felt utterly despondent, realizing he had become a scapegoat caught in the crossfire. The most infuriating aspect was that both Ma Hongjun and Liu Bei had sent word to request titles for Liu Bu and Guan Yu. Liu Bu was one matter. He had already been granted the title of Marquis of Wan by Dong Zhuo, and this merely reaffirmed his return to the Han's legitimacy. However, Guan Yu was a figure whom Cao Cao coveted greatly, someone he had long desired to recruit. Why should he need others to request titles for him? He lamented the absence of any capable individuals among his ranks who could participate in the ambush and assassination of the extreme titled Douluo. Subsequently, Cao Cao swiftly penned a decree, bestowing upon Guan Yu the title of Martial Saint and conferring the rank of Wu Ho. Emperor Xian of Han held nominal authority, and Cao Cao merely needed to present the written decree for a seal. Chapter 203, Warriors like clouds, strategists like rain. The notion of slaying a master Douluo at the pinnacle of their power with innate prowess is, upon reflection, truly astonishing. As various formidable experts continuously emerge within the realm of the Han, a unified classification of strength has unexpectedly come to light. It is said that ancient texts document that regardless of whether one practices the three methods of technique, body, or energy, or other scattered special cultivation techniques, they have been categorized into specific realms. Below the title of Douluo, the realms are unified into the acquired stage, with the internal energy collectively referred to as acquired true qi. Above the title, it is known as the innate realm. The acquired realm is further divided into body refinement, qi refinement, bone refinement, and the acquired realm beyond level 70 soul sage. Each realm is subdivided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Body refinement corresponds to below the great soul master, qi refinement to below the soul king, bone refinement to below the soul sage, while acquired refers to below the title. It is noteworthy that throughout the Han, the number of grandmasters is merely a handful, all of which are limited, and even the innate realm is confined within the count of 365 cycles. The innate realm is equivalent to the true qi level of a title Douluo, while the power of a grandmaster corresponds to the super title Douluo realm, and a grandmaster reaching perfection naturally signifies the pinnacle of the titled realm. Among them, Liu Bu stands as a half-step grandmaster, equivalent to peak level 94, while Guan Yu reaches the pinnacle of innate, corresponding to level 93 title Douluo. Although they face a significant gap from the perfected grandmaster realm, the prospect of jointly slaying the ultimate title still brings great excitement. However, unbeknownst to anyone, at the very moment the two slayed the ultimate, the King of Slaughter in the city of Slaughter on Douluo continent unexpectedly awakened, successfully returning to consciousness. I am the King of Slaughter? No, I am Tang Chun, the former master of Haotian sect, Tang Chun of Tongtiansi. How dare this fellow ambush my second brother? Such ignorance of death deserves his fate. If not for my own entanglements, he would have never had the opportunity to gain renown as a servant of the 3 surnames. After the great battle, within the camp of Shu Han, a towering figure of 8 feet, with a leopard-headed visage, hawk-like eyes, and a voice akin to thunder, was venting his frustrations towards the commander seated within the main tent. Ida, such words are inappropriate and must not be mentioned again. Lu Fengxian is now our ally. We must set aside past grievances and unite against foreign threats. The commander seated was a cultured figure, also standing 8 feet tall, with a face akin to Jade, donning a silk cap and a crane cloak, exuding an ethereal aura. He was none other than Zhuge Kongming, the military strategist of Shu Han, known as the Sleeping Dragon. I do not understand such lofty principles. This time, that fellow saved my second brother. I shall refrain from cursing him as a servant of the 3 surnames. Zhang Fei coldly snorted, Noticing Zhuge Liang's displeasure, his tone softened. Indeed, Ida, do not lose heart. The battle against foreign forces has only just begun. There will be ample opportunities to confront those top-tier opponents, Zhuge Liang reassured, stroking his beard, expressing satisfaction with Zhang Fei's demeanor. It is worth noting that prior to the establishment of the Huaxia coalition, this rough man, Zhang Fei, would submit to no one except Liu Bei and Guan Yu, often challenging authority. Yet now he was swayed by Zhuge Liang's exceptional strategy and military achievements. I am not envious of that fellow. When will my second brother return to the battlefield, now that his injuries have healed under the divine remedies of King Wuhan? Zhang Fei questioned, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. It will take some time. Yun Chang has experienced a life-and-death battle, and with the aid of divine herbs, he has made new breakthroughs. He will need a few more days to stabilize his true qi. Ida, Han Sheng, and all commanders must endure a little longer, maintaining strict vigilance. Prioritizing defense. I have already reported the situation to our lord. I believe reinforcements will arrive in a matter of days. Zhuge Liang instructed the gathered commanders, especially Zhang Fei and Huang Zhong. The armies of the three kingdoms established a tight defensive line, erecting towering walls akin to the Great Wall to safeguard Huaxia. Yes, we shall obey your orders. The commanders collectively bowed in acceptance. If Ma Hongjun were present, he would undoubtedly realize that Shu Han's formation was not significantly inferior to his own. Besides the brothers Guan and Zhang, there are also the inscrutable veteran Huang Zhong, the valiant Wei Yin, and the capable adopted son Liu Feng, along with the seasoned generals Yin Yin, Fu Tong, and the vanguard Liao Yuanjian, who was not a major general. The strategists included Fa Zheng, Liu Ba, Jian Yong, Sun Qian, and Ma Liang, among others. Additionally, those managing affairs in Shu Han, such as Li Yin, E.G., and Huang Quan, were equally exceptional figures. The three kingdoms had sent forth their strongest lineups. Safeguarding Huaxia was an obligation. Both Liu Bei and Cao Cao were acutely aware of the foreign threat, hence they showed no reservations. Compared to Shu Han's wealth of talent, the formidable Wei Han was even more enviable. Not only did they possess greater military strength, but their generals were also comparable to those of Shu Han. In terms of strategists, even Ma Hongjun would concede defeat. On the battlefield of Tontian-Si, the top strategists led by Sun Yu, with Guijia and others providing support, included the genius Guijia, the strategist Sun Yu, along with Cheng Yu, Chen Kun, Hua Xian, Lu Yi, and Zhong Yao. The court in the rear was even more formidable, featuring Sima Yi, who was distrusted by Cao Cao, Su Shu, whose heart belonged to Han, and the cunning Jia Su, as well as Shi Jitsai, Xian Pai, Man Chong, Chui Yin, Jiang Ji, Yang Xiao, and Mao Jia, among other renowned figures. Ma Hongjun was particularly envious of Jia Su, having long dispatched the Tianwei to privately make contact. Jia Su was currently seldom advising Cao Cao, not yet wholeheartedly committed. Because of him, Cao Cao lost his eldest son Chaoong and the general Dianwei. Although Dianwei was later rescued, no further news had emerged since. Therefore, concerning the Tianwei's contact with Jia Su, he felt no aversion. Rather, he hinted at a desire to join. The composition of Wuhan was nearly akin to that of Shu Han, with the military strategist Liu Bowen stationed at the center, alongside Deputy Commander Shui Ringgui, Naval Commander Zhou Yu, and the great General Zhao Yun. Under their command were Lu Bu, Zhang Liao, Ma Chao, Peng De, Tai Shirzi, and Gan Ning, among other fierce generals, along with Jiang Qin, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and Lu Meng from Eastern Wu. Additionally, Lu Bu's ranks included 8 champions aside from Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, Chao Xing, Zhang Ba, Hao Ming, and others, all of whom were still alive and had pledged allegiance to Ma Hongjun. Ma Chao's 8 champions included Liang Xing, Ho Xian, Cheng Yin, Li Kan, Zhang Heng, Cheng Ma Wan, and Yang Xiao. Noteworthy among them were the poisoned Douluo from the Douluo world, the titled Old Jack, and a member of the Jiuxin Haideng clan. Also present were the legendary bounty hunter Ma Zhong from the Three Kingdoms era and the late blooming Ding Feng. As for the elder generals of Eastern Wu, aside from a few who defected, most had either perished on the battlefield, followed their old masters, or retreated into seclusion. After establishing Wuhan on the foundation of Eastern Wu, Ma Hongjun did not exterminate all of Eastern Wu's people. Instead, he employed Liu Bowen's strategy to first bring about Sun Quan's disgrace and family ruin, causing discord among his subordinates, before annihilating Eastern Wu with overwhelming strength. This is why so many former Eastern Wu officials chose to defect. Thus, Liu Bowen's position within Ma Hongjuan's army is self-evident, serving as a vital strategist for Wu Han, supported only by the advisors Lu Sun and Zhang Hong. However, with the capable commanders Shui, Ringue, and Zhou Yu present, there is indeed no need for an excess of strategists. Chapter 204. The Emergence of the Divine Level 9 Trials. The Day and Moon Empires of Douluo continent boast the most formidable strength, while the Spirit Hall holds the pinnacle of unique power. At the onset of the war, it was the Wuhuan Temple that unfurled the banner of conflict. Wu Han, facing the assault from the Wuhuan Temple, found himself evenly matched in strength. Each skirmish resulted in a stalemate, leading to a gradual stabilization of the situation. However, with the entry of the Sun-Moon Empire, the Wuhuan Temple seemed to retreat into the shadows, increasingly positioning the Sun-Moon Empire as the vanguard against Wu Han, prompting Liu Bowen to seek assistance from Ma Hongjuan. In the Wuhuan city, within the Hall of Offerings, Shui solemnly conveyed the divine will of the angel god, asserting that they could not defy it and must comply. She was compelled to accept the divine inheritance of the angel god for the perpetuation of the Wuhuan Temple's legacy, even at the cost of her life. Douluo, the grand offering of the Wuhuan Temple, wore a grave expression as he earnestly urged her, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Ma Hongjuan. Had it not been for Ma Hongjuan and that individual's actions upon departing Douluo to prevent the emergence of god-level powerhouses by disseminating information about the divine inheritance, specifically the requirement of human sacrifice, things might have been different. Qianren had already undergone the angel god's assessment in advance. Thus, Douluo resorted to various means, even threatening his own life, until he finally persuaded Qianren to willingly accept the inheritance assessment. I understand, grandfather. You have sacrificed so much for the future of the Wuhuan Temple. I will ensure I succeed in the angel's 9 trials before that woman, Qianren declared, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, but resolutely resolved. Unbeknownst to many, the Wuhuan Temple had contracted part of its strength due to the pressure exerted by various hidden forces across the continent. Its status had diminished significantly from its former supremacy. On Sea God Island, despite the loss of a majority from the Shrek Academy, destiny unfolded as it had in history. Tang San, accompanied by Dai Mubai and the talented members of the Tang sect, had arrived there, successfully awakening the Sea God's 9 trials. In the City of Slaughter, Tang Chun had fully awakened and thwarted the impending doom of the city. Soon after, the Haotian sect announced its involvement in worldly affairs, with Tang Chun officially declaring his return, establishing a force second only to the Wuhuan Temple. In the Wuhan camp, General Shui, after enduring much hardship, faced the pressing issue of how to deal with the Sun-Moon Prince and the might of the Sun-Moon Empire. Liu Bowen turned to the seated Shui, Ringue, addressing him directly and courteously. I dare not speak of brilliance, but I do have a clever strategy to propose to the military strategist, hoping you might refine it. Shui Ringue responded hastily. You are too modest, General. Since the Lord has granted you autonomy, it surely reflects his confidence in your capabilities. However, it is still beneficial to discuss matters together, Liu Bowen remarked, adorned in traditional scholarly attire, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang. I plan to release the Sun-Moon Prince and return him to Shu Han, but he must be handed over to the people of the Tiando Empire, Shui Ringue explained, employing a method that channeled his internal energy to convey his thoughts to Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun. Thankfully, Liu Bu was absent, as his temperament would undoubtedly have led him to challenge Shui Ringue to a duel. Excellent. This is indeed a brilliant plan. General Shui, you are truly a talented figure, both scholarly and martial. Even if this strategy were to fail, at the very least, we maintain the appearance of righteousness, Liu Bowen exclaimed, thoroughly impressed with Shui Ringue's approach. The plan consisted of a series of interconnected schemes, publicly returning the Sun-Moon Empire's prince to Shu Han, feigning fear of the Sun-Moon Empire to mislead the adversary. In secret, an alliance was formed with Zhuge Liang, orchestrating a scenario where the pressure would compel the prince to request peace with the Tiando Empire. Covertly, they would dispatch skilled assassins to eliminate the prince within the Tiando Empire's territory, simultaneously creating a smokescreen to publicize that the Tiando Empire had preemptively assassinated the prince in their pursuit of breaking through Shu Han's defenses, attempting to pin the blame on the Huaxia camp. Indeed, this endeavor requires the involvement of General Fengxian and Zilong to ensure its success, Shui Ringue noted, having already witnessed Liu Bu's prowess, as both wielded the Feng Tian Huaji, naturally leading to a bout of sparring. No problem, Zhao Yin succinctly agreed. The assembly below expressed no discontent with this course of action, recognizing that some military maneuvers must remain discreet. Let us await General Feng Xian's emergence from his seclusion tomorrow before notifying him, Liu Bowen concluded. The collaboration of Liu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, and the esteemed Huaxia commander Shui Rengui would undoubtedly involve complexities beyond mere appearances, with many intricate details left unelaborated. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was not idle. Driven by a desire for strategists, he intensified his efforts to win over Jia Su. Additionally, a delightful surprise awaited him. The illustrious Pang Tong, one of the phoenix and dragon of the sleeping dragon, was currently residing within Wuhan's territory. However, despite Ma Hongjun mobilizing the entire Tiandi to search, he could not locate Pang Tong, who seemed to be deliberately evading detection. Comparatively, Ma Hongjun felt no disappointment. The mere presence of Pang Tong in Wuhan indicated a willingness to ally. Otherwise, in such a clear political landscape, even with Wuhan leading the 13 provinces of the Han, Pang Tong could have easily departed for the domains of Shu Han or Wei Han. His evasion suggested a desire for observation, assessing whether Ma Hongjun was worthy of his allegiance. Despite his less-than-appealing appearance, Pang Tong possessed an undeniable pride, often exuding arrogance born from self-doubt regarding his looks. Historically, although Pang Tong initially sought to ally with Liu Bei, he did not fully commit, instead choosing to observe. Consequently, as Ma Hongjun surmised, Pang Tong was currently adopting a similar stance towards him. Now traversing Wuhan, Pang Tong meticulously observed the lives of the contrasting their circumstances with his experiences elsewhere, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. Recently, Wuhan had suffered from a locust plague, yet the populace, despite their lack of provisions, brimmed with vigor. With the bounty of crayfish and support from the court, their worries had dissipated. No longer did they bear the pallor of hunger, and they busied themselves in the rice paddies. Even the lazier folk frequently ventured into the fields to assist in farming while catching crayfish. The faces of the people radiated joy. A stark contrast to the cannibalism of the Eastern Wu period, their current situation had improved manifold. Hope for a better future filled their hearts. Chapter 205, The Return of the Phoenix. What a wise ruler. It seems my decision to investigate Wuguo was indeed astute. I wonder if this remarkable young monarch will recognize my worth. If he proves to be a shallow individual who judges by appearances, I shall have no choice but to seek another enlightened lord. A scholar of most unappealing visage, with thick brows and a flat nose, dark complexion, and peculiar features, now fanned himself with a bamboo fan, contemplatively observing the simple smiles of the laboring peasants in the fields. His words, though affirming, carried an air of arrogance, as if only those of high status within a formidable faction could be worthy of his attention. Those unfamiliar with him might perceive him as haughty. In history, both Sun Quan and Liu Bei had underestimated him based on his looks and demeanor. Fortunately, Liu Bei ultimately displayed sufficient sincerity in his apology, which led to the establishment of the Shu Han dynasty. In this temporal realm, due to the enhancement of personal martial prowess, Liu Bei established the Shu Han prior to encountering Pang Tong, relying on the formidable strengths of his two brothers and the amplified strategies of Zhuge Liang. This led to the unfortunate omission of this master strategist, renowned for his ingenious tactics. While Liu Bowen is celebrated for unifying the realm, it is evident that Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension from a mere beggar to a sovereign was not solely attributable to Liu Bowen's counsel. The comparison between Liu Bowen, who unified the empire, and Zhuge Liang, who divided it into three, does not imply that Liu Bowen surpassed Zhuge Liang in capability. Excluding the adversaries faced by Zhuge Liang, among the strategists of Shu Han, only the deceased Pang Tong could rival him. Conversely, Zhu Yuanzhang was supported by a plethora of diverse advisors, including the illustrious Zhang Zhong, known for his cunning, and Zhu Sheng, who proposed the strategy of erecting high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying the declaration of kingship. Additionally, there was Tao An, exceptionally skilled in governance, posthumously lauded by Zhu Yuanzhang as a peerless strategist of the dynasty, and the eminent scholarly Shan Chong, second only to Liu Bowen. Thus, the disparity between individual efforts and the strength of a collective team is significant. As the saying goes, 3 mediocre generals can match a Zhuge Liang. The combined wisdom of Li Shanchong and other strategists could easily yield a force equivalent to that of Zhuge Liang, alongside Liu Bowen, creating the potential for 2 Zhuge Liangs. Even against adversaries less formidable than Cao Cao and the elite strategists Guo Jia, Sun Yu, and Sun Yu. The aforementioned views stem from Ma Hongjun's personal perspective, which explains his almost fervent desire for strategists. Indeed, after Pang Tong ceased to deliberately conceal his whereabouts, Ma Hongjun received news of him the very next day. At that moment, Pang Tong was en route to Jinling City, which had transformed into a city rivaling Luoyang, a change undoubtedly tied to the industrial advancements of the Douluo world. Nevertheless, its aesthetic remained rooted in ancient charm, preserving its architectural style. As Ma Hongjun would express, the trend of excessive admiration for foreign influences is detrimental, for altering cultural foundations in the future would be arduous. In his past life, Ma Hongjun had a profound affection for the ancient architecture of Huaxia, feeling an inexplicable kinship with retro designs. In this life, he was determined to preserve this cultural heritage, not dismissing the acceptance of advanced foreign cultures. For instance, he incorporated the technological innovations of the industrial era into construction methods. However, he remained resolute in maintaining aesthetic integrity, seeking to blend strengths without merely imitating others, affirming that Huaxia's retro architecture stands on par with others. Returning to the matter at hand, Ma Hongjun had awaited outside Jinling City for 2 hours, unwavering in his gaze towards the official road. "My lord, who could possibly warrant your prolonged anticipation?" inquired Cheng Yaojin, donned in plain attire, curiously trailing the elegantly dressed Ma Hongjun. Left arm and right arm, half the realm. Ma Hongjun jested, somewhat playfully, as he observed Cheng Yaojin's impatience. "What? Left arm and right arm? Half the realm? Surely not. Such honors are reserved for strategists." Cheng Yaojin replied incredulously. "Nothing is impossible. Our land of Huaxia is teeming with talent. It is quite normal for several figures to rival strategists," Ma Hongjun asserted. "That may be true. Yet those who can rival strategists have already aligned themselves with Wei or Shu. Does my lord know this person's name?" Cheng Yaojin pondered, recalling his previous encounters with Zhuge Liang and Guojia, a chill running down his spine at their cunning. He would rather offend the battlefield's god of war than face these two master planners. Even now, having ascended to the rank of title Douluo through training, Cheng Yaojin felt trepidation at the thought of Guojia and Zhuge Liang. The origins trace back to the establishment of Wuhan, where during their last meeting, Cheng Yaojin, feeling secure on his home turf, had looked down upon the two strategists who came to offer congratulations, intentionally attempting to assert dominance. He did succeed, but the aftermath led to his misfortune, as he was ensnared in their schemes to the point of fearing for his safety even in the most mundane of activities. It was only after their departure from Jinling that he grasped the insidiousness and vengeful nature of these strategists. You are familiar with Zhuge Kongming, are you not? This individual shares his name with him, and is akin to the phoenix of the Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix, currently en route to Jinling. Ma Hongjun spoke in a gentle tone. His demeanor was typically mild except when faced with insurmountable situations. "Congratulations, my lord. What a remarkable talent to have acquired." Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in joy. "Let us not celebrate too soon. While the likelihood of the phoenix coming to our side appears high, we must not disregard other possibilities," Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head with a hint of anxiety as he gazed towards the distant official road, where people came and went. Yet the one he hoped to see remained absent. At last, before the sun dipped below the horizon, a diminutive figure emerged from the golden rays of the sunset. From afar, the figure appeared almost divine, exuding an aura of sanctity. However, upon closer inspection, Cheng Yaojin recoiled in surprise. The individual bore an eccentric visage, with an appearance that might be described as foolish, yet was clad in scholarly attire. Ma Hongjun inwardly mused that indeed, outward appearances can be deceiving, and he approached with excitement to intercept him. In the presence of those with intellect far beyond the ordinary, one might mistakenly perceive them as simpletons, only to realize their own folly upon closer acquaintance. "Excuse me, why do you block my path? Is there some misunderstanding?" Pang Tong queried, regarding Ma Hongjun with confusion. Due to Ma Hongjun's martial spirit concealing his aura, Pang Tong was unable to discern his true strength. Pang Tong, rank, title Douluo, martial spirit, fire phoenix. Potential, God King level, talent. Ingenious strategies, military formations. Ingenious strategy, exceptional intelligence, adept at achieving victory through cunning, capable of concealing the changes of fate during strategic maneuvers. Military formation, enhances the overall combat effectiveness of troops during battle, with intensity proportional to his own strength. Though military formations and the battle souls of generals may appear similar, they possess distinct differences. As Ma Hongjun's own strength grew, The system became increasingly refined, displaying only the information he wished to see. There is no misunderstanding. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Ma Hongjun saluted respectfully. Chapter 206, Lottery. Innate Spiritual Treasure. Oh, may I inquire who you are? Pang Tong asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity, clearly taken aback by the dedicated reception. My lord is the sovereign of Wuhan, who has been awaiting your esteemed presence for a considerable time. Cheng Yaojin stepped forward to explain. What? Pang Tong exclaimed, astonished, feeling both honored and bewildered. There is no need for surprise, for even Lu Xuanda once sought Zhuge Kong Ming with utmost sincerity. Today, I find myself merely waiting outside the city for a few hours to invite such a remarkable talent as yourself, which is indeed a rare fortune in history. I humbly request that you assist me in accomplishing great deeds, and I shall treat you as the chief strategist of Wuhan, Ma Hongjun stated, swiftly articulating his intent to recruit. The tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage has long echoed through the ages. As a sovereign, Ma Hongjun's eagerness to wait outside the city for Pang Tong reflects a sincerity that rivals that of Liu Bei, who was merely a minor lord in his time. However, Pang Tong is not Zhuge Kongming. Although he is touched in his heart, he maintains an expression of scrutiny on the surface. Noticing that Ma Hongjun shows no disdain for his own appearance, he resolves to become even more resolute. Suddenly, he exclaims, "Oh dear, after traveling such a long distance, I am somewhat exhausted and cannot walk any longer." Pang Tong disregards his image and directly sits down on the ground, patting his legs as he speaks. Ma Hongjun narrows his eyes, inwardly sighing that indeed, these renowned figures are not easily subdued. He steps forward and states, "Allow me to assist you, Sir Yuan, into the city." "My lord, let me old Cheng take care of this," Cheng Yaojin interjects, seeing Pang Tong sitting on the ground, his disheveled clothing and unattractive appearance unworthy of disdain. He quickly moves forward to stop him. Pang Tong remains silent, simply gazing calmly at Ma Hongjun, as if silently conveying that he desires his assistance. "Step aside," Ma Hongjun replies indifferently. However, Cheng Yaojin attempts to say something further, but is interrupted again by Ma Hongjun. "I said I will take care of this," Ma Hongjun calmly asserts. Cheng Yaojin dares not speak further, only casting a fierce glance at Pang Tong, warning him not to overstep. Ma Hongjun's expression remains gentle as he lowers himself before Pang Tong, turning his back towards him and smiling. "Sir, please hold on to me. I will carry you into the city to rest." Pang Tong, undeterred by Cheng Yaojin's warning glare, unceremoniously climbs onto Ma Hongjun's back. Thus Ma Hongjun, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by, strides forward, carrying Pang Tong into Jinling City. The soldiers guarding the city gates, upon seeing Cheng Yaojin following closely behind, are taken aback and do not dare to approach for questioning. This man is quite unattractive. This handsome young master surely cannot be his son. Indeed, he is quite ugly. He appears to have limbs. Why must he be carried? Although dusk is approaching, the streets of Jinling City remain bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. Cheng Yaojin follows closely around Ma Hongjun, guarding against anyone approaching, yet he cannot quell the curiosity of the crowd. Observing such an unusual pairing, they whisper and point. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possesses a thick skin and continues to converse cheerfully with the Pang Tong on his back, though he unconsciously quickens his pace. Soon, the trio arrives at an inn, the Penglai Inn. "Very well, let us disembark here," Pang Tong says, casually picking his nose. "All right," Ma Hongjun complies, secretly relieved while also anxious about what antics this character might conjure next. "I shall rest here today. Come visit me at midnight," Pang Tong states, neither rejecting nor accepting Ma Hongjun's invitation, but strides towards the inn. Just as he is about to step inside, he turns back to Ma Hongjun and says, "Very well. I shall await your visit at the appointed time. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually to seek an audience with you." Ma Hongjun replies, finally feeling a sense of relief and smiling. On the way back to the palace, Cheng Yaojin appears to have something to say, but hesitates, looking quite unhappy. "If you have something to express, do so directly. Why the reluctance?" Ma Hongjun says, glancing at Cheng Yaojin with exasperation. "Yes, my lord, I simply cannot comprehend how this person, so arrogant and self-important, could be akin to a military strategist. Could it be that he is a fraud who deceives the world? Fooling you?" Cheng Yaojin cautiously glances around before speaking candidly. "Do you believe anyone could deceive me? Tonight, at midnight, join me, and you shall know the outcome." Ma Hongjun replies with a mysterious smile, then happily makes his way towards the palace. Upon arriving at the inn, Pang Tong immediately rents a room, the first order of business being to request hot water and a bathing tub to tidy himself up. At midnight, after a brief nap, he declines Ning Rongrong's desire to accompany him. Ma Hongjun arrives at the Penglai Inn with Cheng Yaojin. As anticipated, Pang Tong is already waiting at the entrance. Having tidied himself up, "Greetings, my lord." Upon their first meeting, Pang Tong kneels at Ma Hongjun's feet, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Sir Yuan, there is no need for such grand gestures. Please rise, please rise." Ma Hongjun hastily helps Pang Tong to his feet, his excitement palpable. Recognizing it as a sign of Pang Tong's loyalty. "Today, I am fortunate to receive your favor, my lord, not regarding my humble status, but rather, having waited for this moment and having been carried, I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you," Pang Tong says, tears streaming down his face, embodying the sentiment that a gentleman dies for his confidant. From a young age, he possessed extraordinary intelligence, yet his appearance often led to mockery, resulting in a proud and rebellious character. Now, moved by Ma Hongjun's sincerity, he feels a deep connection, no longer caring for anything else. After bathing and changing, he once again meets Ma Hongjun, who arrives punctually and immediately bows down. "I have acquired feng shui, akin to how Gaozu obtained zhongliang. It is as if a fish has found water." Ma Hongjun joyfully exclaims, unfazed by the cliché. Cheng Yaojin scratches his head in confusion, unable to understand why this individual, who appeared so arrogant during the day, has transformed entirely by night. Little does he realize that the day's events were merely a test of loyalty. And now that the trial has concluded, Pang Tong is resolute in his loyalty. "Sir Yuan, accompany me into the palace. Tonight, I wish to speak with you by candlelight." Ma Hongjun cheerfully pulls Pang Tong towards the palace. "Yes, my lord, I also have a gift to present to you. 3 years ago, I fortuitously obtained a tear-shaped gem, which enhances talent and heals wounds," he says, handing over a tear-shaped jewel to Ma Hongjun. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a piece of meteor tear, gaining 1,000 points of fortune value, which can be exchanged for a lottery opportunity." As soon as Ma Hongjun receives it, he is met with a system notification. He discreetly accepts it and heads towards the palace, silently wishing for a lottery draw. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a congenital spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Curtain." The Heavenly Curtain, a curtain used by the Jade Emperor that conceals one's aura. Lowering the curtain can obstruct all forms of detection, including that of saints. Although it serves only one purpose, Ma Hongjun is quite pleased. While its immediate utility may seem limited, its prestige is undeniable. Chapter 207. The implementation of the plan. The Heavenly Curtain? Could it be the curtain lowered by the general of the Heavenly Curtain? Do I need to appoint a general for it as well? Who would be suitable? However, Ma Hongjun soon concludes that this item would be more practical in the council chamber. Using it for personal display is of little value, but utilizing it for political discussions could effectively prevent leaks. If it can shield against saints, then the minor Tao of the small thousand worlds is surely no challenge. Thus, it is not entirely useless and may prove beneficial in the future. Ma Hongjun has no intention of taking it out. Instead, he automatically places it into the system space for safekeeping. The next time he meets with Anna to receive news from the Douluo continent, he can use it to prevent eavesdropping. Ma Hongjun recalls the hidden Anna in the Douluo continent and ponders. Anna leads the remnants of the heavenly network in the Douluo continent, responsible for intelligence collection. Thus, stringent confidentiality measures must be implemented. Although Ma Hongjun possesses the ability to traverse between the two realms freely, due to the formal connection between the realms, a multitude of title holders now occupies the Tongtian Sea, necessitating that he only clandestinely visits the Douluo continent once every 6 months. In contemporary times, with the advent of the Tianlian, one need not fear the exposure of their presence. Not to mention the esteemed Feng Hao Dao. Even the mightiest of divine kings would find it impossible for Douluo Tiandao to perceive their information, allowing for seamless passage within the Douluo realm. The arrival of Pang Tong not only bestowed upon Ma Hongjun a congenital spiritual treasure, but also provided sage counsel to enhance the livelihood of the people, inadvertently bringing with him a formidable fortune of the world. As one of the renowned Wulong Fengchu, he inherently carries an abundance of fortune, favored by the world's fate, thus bestowing good fortune upon his master. To possess even one of the Wulong Fengchu assures the tranquility of the realm, should one of the sons of filial piety perish. the Han dynasty would struggle to rise again. Among the four, though Ma Hongjun claimed only one Pang Tong, he felt content. After all, his foundation did not solely rely on the talents of the three kingdoms, but also on the resources of the system and the heritage of the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, engaged in discussions with Fa Zheng and Liu Ba and Shu, suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if something significant had been taken from his life. "What troubles the Lord?" Liu Ba inquired, noticing Liu Bei clutching his chest in distress. "It is of no consequence. You need not worry. I merely felt a sudden heartache, likely due to my second brother's lingering injuries, a bond of brotherhood," Liu Bei offered, concealing his deeper feelings with a pretext. The three passages of the Tongtian Sea. One lies at the gates of our Shuhan, one at the Wei-Han border, and another at Wuhan. I cannot help but wonder if it is mere coincidence. Liu Bei sighed, expressing concerns about the situation within the Tongtian Sea. The Tongtian Sea undoubtedly harbors immense secrets, as if a portion of space had been forcibly integrated, yet the dimensions are not entirely cohesive. Liu Ba, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief while calmly engaging in analysis. Perhaps the mysterious lord of Wuhan, Lu Ning, knows something of significance. Fa Zheng interjected with a sudden spark of insight. "What prompts such a statement from you, Xiaoji?" Liu Bei asked, puzzled by Fa Zheng's assertion. "I cannot say for certain. I once shared a friendship with Su Jing, thus I possess some understanding of facial features. Yet after encountering Lu Ning, I felt an unusual clarity of mind. It stands to reason that one who elicits such feelings must possess considerable knowledge," Fa Zheng recounted, recalling his previous encounter with Ma Hongjun. "But what of Su Xiao, the brother responsible for the Yuedan evaluations from Renan?" Liu Bei exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it is true. I did not expect the Lord to be acquainted with brothers Su Xiao and Su Jing," Fa Zheng responded, astonished. "How could I be unaware of Chao, a man who was deemed a talented minister for governing the world and a cunning hero during tumultuous times? I wonder if Xiaoji could recommend the two to me." Liu Bei expressed with delight as he looked at Fa Zheng. "You flatter me, my lord. I was indeed preparing to recommend Su Jing for your service, yet regrettably, his brother Su Xiao's whereabouts are uncertain, rendering him temporarily unavailable for your needs," Fa Zheng replied with a smile, feeling a mix of joy at being able to assist a friend and regret at his inability to fulfill the complete recommendation. With the presence of Pang Tong, Zhang Zhao felt significantly less pressure, and Ma Hongjun's life became increasingly pleasant. He dedicated more time to cultivation and has now reached the 86th level of Soul Douluo, drawing near to the 90th level of innate Fenghao Douluo. Upon entering the realm of innate Douluo, one could extend their lifespan to over 300 years, gaining an additional century for every level ascended thereafter. If a Fenghao Douluo can live for such a duration, where have the more formidable figures from the pre-Qin era vanished? Ma Hongjun, not omniscient, found himself puzzled by this question. It is unlikely that they all perished in battle or simultaneously vanished from this world. Unbeknownst to him, many powerful warriors who surpassed their limits had long been transported to a higher realm, the spirit world. Although the world rank of the spirit world does not quite match that of the Douluo God realm, it is not far off, belonging to the category of small thousand worlds. Moreover, unlike other small thousand worlds, the spirit world once bore the traces of temporal turbulence. Thus, the ratio of time in comparison to the Three Kingdoms realm is significantly disparate, nearly reaching a ratio of 101, where 1 year in the spirit world equates to 10 years in the Han dynasty. In the Tongtian Sea, at the Shuhan Gate, the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire was personally escorted to the gates of the Tiando Empire by Zhuge Liang's emissary. Unlike the Huaxia Alliance, Wei and Wu have set aside past grievances for the greater good of their nation, while the alliance among the Tiando, Star Luo, and Sun and Moon Empires is driven by the division of profits. The Tiando Empire saw no issue with the return of the Sun and Moon Empire's prince, albeit their demeanor suggested some reluctance. This is because returning the prince brings them little advantage. Instead, it would diminish the Sun and Moon Empire's aggression towards the Huaxia Alliance and reduce the supply of soul-guiding devices to the Tiando and Star Luo empires. Consequently, the Tiando Empire would be compelled to allocate greater military resources to the battlefield, which would naturally not please them. Following the negotiations between the two sides, as the Shuhan forces departed, the Tiando Empire prepared to reclaim their positions. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. Figures clad in black emerged swiftly. A bearded man in black stepped forward, brandishing a Qinglong Yinyue Dao, obstructing the path of a negotiating Tiando Empire's Prince Xuesheng and a titled Douluo. One wielding a silver spear and another with a crimson halberd stood resolutely behind him. An innate titled powerhouse. Prince Xuesheng, himself a titled Douluo, was taken aback by the sight. The three made no response. Qinglong, Yinyue /. Without hesitation, the foremost individual swung the blade towards the Sun and Moon Prince. His intent unmistakable. Prince Xuesheng quickly reacted, shouting, "Stop him! Quickly! We must not allow any harm to befall the Sun and Moon Prince within our Tiando Empire." Within the gates, countless powerful beings surged forth. Chapter 208. A Hidden Crisis. The three were none other than Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu. Upon witnessing the Tiando Empire's guards spring into action, the one brandishing the spear also moved. With a deft twist of his wrist, he unleashed a strike that rivaled the might of martial spirit skills. A glimmer of cold light flashed first, followed by the spear's swift strike. In a single sweep, the overwhelming aura halted all who sought to rush in for rescue. Meanwhile, Prince Xuesheng and the titled Douluo joined forces, gritting their teeth to withstand Guan Yu's assault. Suddenly, an ominous elder appeared, effortlessly dispelling Zhao Yun's spear attack. A wave of terrifying natural force, carrying an equally dreadful technique, surged towards Guan Yu. Proud as Lu Bu was, he did not dismiss this attack, yet he regarded the suddenly appearing shadowy elder with a grave expression. Zhao Yun, his face tense, unleashed 9 blossoming spear flowers, transforming them into pure energy that successfully countered the attack, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. "Who goes there?" Lu Bu was the first to inquire. "I am Mo Xie, the Grand Elder of the Mo family." "You insignificant ones, who are you? Depart at once, and I shall not pursue any grievances," the shadowy elder declared, assessing that Zhao Yun had easily deflected 6/10 of his power. He deemed it unwise to engage further with such formidable foes. "Enough of your prattle. I, Zhao Yun, shall not change my name or sit idly by. Today, I shall ensure your return is impossible." Lu Bu decided. His face flushed as he began to contend with Mo Xie. "Who dares to offend me? Who does not know that Zhao Yun is a master of the spear? While you, wielding a halberd, seek to impersonate him, your intention to sow discord is fundamentally misguided." Mo Yi coldly scoffed, loudly rebuking, believing he had unraveled everything. It is important to note that due to the deficiencies of the intelligence system, the information capabilities of Douluo Dalu pale in comparison to the intelligence forces cultivated by Ma Hongjun. Their understanding of the enemy remains strictly at the level of weaponry. Lu Bu was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to such foolishness. Should he say that you are indeed a great sage or merely a great fool? It appears you are the strongest among the Tiando Empire, and I, Lu Bu, shall have a word with you. Suddenly, Shui Rengue, concealed in the shadows, could no longer contain himself and revealed himself, forming a quadrilateral formation with Guan Yu and the others to encircle the Snow Star Prince and his companions. Su Rengi, wielding the Fong Tian Huanji, was well matched in weaponry, yet despite his considerable height, he was still significantly shorter than the towering Lu Bu. An investigation afterwards would undoubtedly yield discrepancies, and according to the intelligence in Douluo Dalu, both Lu Bu and Guan Yu were severely injured and in seclusion for recovery. How could they possibly appear here? He is certainly not Lu Bu. That devil towers over him. Elder Mo, save me quickly. In exchange, the Ryu Empire pledges to provide the Mo family with soul guides at a permanent discount of 70%. At this moment, the role of the prince of the Ryu Empire became evident. However, as he spoke, the prince cast a glance at the real Lu Bu, secretly noting that the height of this masked man was indeed similar to that of the rogue Lu Bu. Lu Bu, having sustained grave injuries, could not possibly be present. "If you are willing to release the prince of the Ryu Empire, we may reach a handshake agreement and allow your departure." Observing the suddenly appeared Shui Rengue, Mo Yi did not display anger nor pay heed to the foolish prince of the Ryu Empire. Instead, he spoke calmly. From his observations, while none of them were his match individually, together they posed a formidable challenge. Moreover, the prince of the Tiando Empire and the prince of the Ryu Empire remained in the hands of the opposition. "Dream on." Suddenly, all four spoke in unison, turning to launch an attack against the Snow Star Prince and the unknown title Douluo. As for the prince of the Ryu Empire, hiding behind the two, it seemed they were overlooked by the others. With a resounding thud and explosion, before Elder Mo could react. The Snowstar Prince and that unknown title Daw met their demise on the spot. Seeking death, Elder Mo was utterly enraged and charged forward, prepared to engage in battle without regard for anything else. However, retreat. The four fled faster than rabbits. Just as Elder Mo prepared to pursue, he observed that the four had split into four different directions. At that moment, he suddenly heard the faint voice of the Prince of the Ryu Empire. Cough, cough, help me. The Prince of the Ryu Empire exerted all his strength to crawl out of the crater caused by the attack. 3 days later, in the palace of the Tiando Empire, the furious Emperor Shui Yi was in a fit of rage, exclaiming that the Mo family harbored ill intentions and sought to devour the Tiando Empire. It turned out that news of the events of that day had already returned, and the Tiando Empire suffered the loss of 2 of its scarce titled Douluo, one of whom was Emperor Shui Yi's brother. Thanks to the butterfly effect caused by Ma Hongjun, Emperor Shui Yi was not killed by Qianren Shui. Rather, he was healed of the poison by a hidden family. However, due to this, the military power of the Tiando Empire gradually became infiltrated by hidden families. With a limit titled Douluo from the Mo family present, they managed to kill 2 titled Daw belonging to the royal family of the Tiando Empire, while only the sole sec-level prince of the Ryu Empire survived. Anyone would suspect foul play. The Xingluo Empire observed that the situation for the Tiando Empire was about to worsen, as the influence of these hidden families was indeed pervasive, and it seemed that this incident was significantly related to them. The monarch of the Xingluo Empire was also greatly unsettled, although the situation in the Xingluo Empire was considerably better. The disparity in top-tier strength rendered the hidden family's position within the Xingluo Empire exceedingly transcendent. Naturally, the empire held no fondness for these transcendent forces. Among the hidden families, not all were united. Some hidden families in the Tiando Empire secretly rejoiced, becoming increasingly audacious in their actions. In a short time, as rumors spread among the populace, Emperor Shui Yi began to retract military power, significantly easing the pressure on the Tongtian Hai and the Shuhan camp. Furthermore, due to Wuhan's return of the Ryu Prince, the pressure on the Wuhan camp also diminished considerably. Although an incident had occurred midway, the Ryu Empire harbored no suspicions against Wuhan, and with the Prince of the Ryu Empire recovering, numerous forces began to return to a state of calm, with both sides possessing equal military strength and a negligible disparity in high-level combat power. Even though the forces of Douluo were well aware that conquering another nation would yield divine rewards, they would still exercise restraint. After all, money can be earned, but lives cannot be replaced. No one is a fool. As the pressures on both nations diminished, the royal family of the Xingluo Empire naturally followed suit in retracting military power. Coupled with the already reduced influence of the Spirit Hall to prepare for the divine examination, the situation in Tongtian Hai became unprecedentedly tranquil. All of this unfolded in accordance with Ma Hongjuan's predictions, for he sensed an impending crisis from the world, necessitating the urgent enhancement of top-tier strength for self-preservation. He understood that according to the timeline on Douluo, the emergence of divine-level powerhouses was imminent. Tang San, Qianren Shui, and Bai Dong would, at most, become divine-level powerhouses within 5 years. At that time, Tang San might reminisce about the past, or perhaps engage in battle with the Spirit Hall, but regardless of the outcome, they would undoubtedly choose to annex the Huaxiao world. Leading to the acquisition of world advancement would garner the favor of the world and bestow immense merit for promotion. A scenario Ma Hongjun was unwilling to witness. Divine-level powerhouses can sway the tide of war, and even the most elite armies would crumble before them. Only by swiftly consolidating fortune and establishing a dynasty would there be a chance to resist. Chapter 209. The Establishment of the Dynasty. Prelude. As rumors swirled, the conflict between the empires and hidden families on Douluo erupted completely. Meanwhile, in Tongtian Hai, everything seemed to return to tranquility, with only a few important commanders remaining at the Tongtian Pass where Wuhan was stationed. Astonishingly, the one in charge at the top was Guan Yu of the Shuhan. It turned out that all personnel from Wuhan had been summoned back by Ma Hongjun. After their previous collaboration, Guan Yu, having received favor, voluntarily offered to help guard the narrow pass upon hearing the news. Known for his loyalty, Guan Yu believed in repaying kindness and had long sought to show gratitude for Wuhan's benevolence. This recall of main commanders without calling back troops evidently indicated significant developments. Upon receiving a message from Liu Bowen, Guan Yu naturally felt compelled to respond. Only with formidable generals can the military might be maximally utilized. A truly elite force requires the astute command of a skilled leader, and Guan Yu perfectly embodies the fusion of a valiant general and a commanding officer. As a crucial strategic location between the two worlds, if given a choice, Ma Hongjun would prefer not to neglect defenses. The Tong Tian Hai is vast and uninhabited. With abundant spiritual energy, even if much of the ocean is excluded, the area of land it occupies is larger than any of the 13 regions of the Great Han. Jinling City. 3 days later, a grand army returned triumphantly, bringing back only a third of Wuhan's cavalry, yet still in a magnificent display. The streets of Jinling City were filled with citizens welcoming the triumphant return of the army. For the people of the Great Han, as long as these heroes, who fought for their nation, returned alive, it was a victory. Every 6 months, a fresh batch of newly matured soldiers is dispatched to Tangshanhai, reflecting the harsh realities of war, as most families have someone serving in the military. Regarding the name of Jinling City, Ma Hongjun had previously issued an official decree to rename it Jinling City. At this moment, Jinling City is home to nearly 1/3 of the civil and military officials from the Three Kingdoms era. In the future, who would dare to claim that Jinling City is devoid of men with absolute power? Ma Hongjun does not need to consider the feelings of the noble families when faced with significant matters. Those who dare to obstruct him will find a dagger bearing the Tianwei insignia at their bedside the following morning. Who would not be frightened by such a prospect? Hence, the renaming of the capital was accomplished effortlessly by Ma Hongjun during the return of the meritorious officials. The returning soldiers are divided into several groups, prominently featuring the Bai Ma Yi Song, whose prowess on the battlefield instills fear in their enemies. Following them is the light cavalry led by Tai Shirtzi, and next are the heavy cavalry commanded by Liu Bu, who are equally impressive in spirit. Liu Bowen commands the central army, surrounded by numerous generals and scholars, with the main elite forces trailing closely behind. The final contingent of cavalry, though appearing less menacing and some bearing youthful faces, does not invite any doubts regarding their capabilities. Approximately 1,000 strong, each soldier possesses the strength equivalent to the pinnacle of the Soul King realm. A formidable force assembled by Shui, comprised entirely of the talented individuals from within the Wuhan territory, all mounted on exceptional blood-sweating steeds. It is astonishing that such rare steeds have been organized into a regiment. Indeed, the Lord is unparalleled. On the city gate tower, Zhang Zhao, with a contented expression, stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, how could the likes of Cao Cao and Liu Bei be compared to our king? Merely insignificant figures. The many ministers present likewise praised the wisdom and martial prowess of our king, some seizing the opportunity to belittle Wei and Shu. Ma Hongjun merely shook his head in resignation, choosing to ignore them. Each of these scholars possesses a multitude of ulterior motives. He genuinely dislikes such behavior. However, he is pleased when capable and principled officials, like Zhang Zhao, express their admiration for him. It must be acknowledged that, although most Huaxian individuals would not falter when it comes to national righteousness, a segment of the populace is deeply entrenched in corruption. This corruption transcends mere embezzlement. It embodies a broader decay of thought and behavior. Such individuals are solely driven by self-interest, lacking moral boundaries. Some even betray familial ties, showcasing a complete absence of loyalty to their country. A ruler as innocent, kind-hearted, and principled as Ma Hongjun cannot fathom how such individuals come to be. From the data provided by the investigation system, he learns that 1/3 of the court's civil and military officials possess barely passing loyalty, teetering on the brink of betrayal. A few from noble families fall below even the passing mark, but fortunately, they hold positions of little power and pose no threat to the governance of Wuhan. We pay our respects to the king. With the troops arranged in formation, they all knelt, creating a magnificent scene. Stunt, Ma Hongjun declared. You are the foundation of our Wuhan state. The tense military affairs within Tangshanhai depend on your vigilant guarding. You have worked hard. Not hard at all. The soldiers rose in unison, their voices rising like thunder. On the tower, Ma Hongjun stood majestically. Today, I have prepared bathing tubs for you to wash and change. Those residing within Jinling City may return home to visit family after bathing. I hope you will return to your posts early tomorrow. For I shall ascend to the throne and proclaim myself emperor at dawn. You may not understand why I declare myself emperor while the Han emperor still exists. But this matter concerns the very safety of Wuhan and the entire Han dynasty. Please await the outcome tomorrow. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, Ma Hongjun spoke with unrestrained confidence. Significant effort was invested in preparing the bathing tubs and hot water for the soldiers. However, there was no alternative. The soldiers bore heavy burdens of resentment, which would be detrimental to the establishment of the new dynasty. Every prosperous dynasty enjoys years of peace after its founding, a time when fortune is most concentrated. Clearly, the recently returned Wu army did not fit this criterion. Hence, bathing and changing were necessary to cultivate good fortune. The soldiers could possess the spirit of battle, but must not carry the weight of resentment. Long live our king! The soldiers expressed their excitement, grateful for the opportunity to visit family, and upon hearing about the emperor's ascension, they knelt again, shouting praises. The Han Emperor has long been a mere figurehead. It is only a matter of time before this becomes official. These ordinary soldiers are eager for their lord to ascend the throne. The national pride felt by the people is not a recent phenomenon. It is akin to how, in the future, if our nation were to become the world's strongest power, most of us would react similarly. Soon, the army began to encamp outside the city, while officials of rank dismounted and entered the city. Upon returning to their camp, the soldiers received orders and quickly dispersed, seeking out the bathing tubs to enjoy hot baths. In the palace hall, the core civil and military officials gathered. With Ma Hongjun seated upon the throne, Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun occupied the seats of honor on either side, with others following in order of rank. Even the headstrong Liu Bu and Ma Chao became noticeably more respectful in the presence of Ma Hongjun. I have informed our allied nations of Wei and Shu regarding my ascension, and they have acknowledged it, expressing willingness to become vassal states under the new kingdom. Provided the conditions are met, Ma Hongjun stated boldly. What? Why is this? The gathered officials looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion, sensing that there was more to the story. Although the three kingdoms are allied, their union was born out of necessity to combat external threats. Once those threats are neutralized, they remain the greatest adversaries. The dynasty I shall establish tomorrow is the ancient Yun dynasty. Ma Hongjun explained slowly. Dare I ask, what is the ancient Yun dynasty? What benefits does it bring? Liu Bowen finally could not suppress his curiosity. Even though he was exceptionally intelligent, he was still unfamiliar with this concept, though the mention of the Yun dynasty sparked thoughtful expressions among the assembly. Chapter 210. Jiasu's allegiance regarding the concept of fortune. Liu Bowen had some exposure within his teachings, particularly concerning the methods of severing ties with fortune. However, the Yun dynasty remained a mystery to him. What you may not know is that the Yun dynasty is an ancient lineage that emerged before the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, representing the means by which humanity survived among the myriad races in ancient times. Ma Hongjun elucidated to the assembly. These military and civil officials are all his trusted confidants, genuinely loyal to him. Even the former officials of Dongwu exhibit a loyalty exceeding 85. Ancient humanity? The officials displayed expressions of astonishment and skepticism. Even if they were unaware of ancient humanity, the name itself suggested an era long past, steeped in the legends of antiquity. Indeed, in the distant past, our humanity once enjoyed glory, only to be nearly obliterated by treacherous elements among our own kind, in collusion with foreign races. The lineage began to wane after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Ma Hongjun said, recalling the recorded secrets with a grave expression. He sighed internally, realizing that regardless of the dynasty, one must never underestimate the weaknesses of human nature. Fortunately, he possesses a system to discern loyalty. It became clear that the reason for the severance of the ancient human lineage was the betrayal by those seeking power, who conspired with foreign adversaries, leading to the deaths and injuries of countless top-tier warriors. Ultimately, it culminated in the unfortunate fate of becoming sustenance for the more powerful Lich races. Otherwise, with the presence of the top-tier strongholds among the human race, even if they were not a match for the Lich, they would certainly not descend to the level of becoming mere fodder. Had it not been for the emergence of extraordinary talents, such as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who provided protection for humanity, it is likely that the human race would have faced extinction, let alone become the protagonists of a celestial land, spreading across myriad realms. Despicable. Traitors of this kind, had they existed in our time, would have been swiftly dealt with. Zhao Yun was the first to rise in indignation. Even Liu Bu, upon hearing the tale of Ma Hongjun, wore a countenance of anger, deeply disapproving of such individuals. Though Liu Bu had changed allegiances twice, those were merely internal conflicts. His stance towards foreign races had always been resolute, having once vanquished the Xiongnu and Bingzhou, who dared not descend south to graze their horses. Indeed, the current situation of our descendants of Yin Huang is far from optimistic, especially in the north. where Wei and Han face constant harassment from foreign tribes while vigilantly guarding the Tongtian Sea against external invasions. Should our dynasty allow such scoundrels to emerge again, the Yanhuang humanity would inevitably encounter catastrophic ruin. Furthermore, as I understand it, external forces are on the verge of a reshuffle, with the emergence of godly strongholds. If we continue to maintain our current state, there will surely be only one path to demise. Hence, the establishment of the Yunqiao must be expedited. Only after its foundation can we effectively mitigate the harm caused by traitors. Anyone who belongs to the Yunqiao shall be enveloped by its fortune, but those with ulterior motives will inevitably suffer its backlash. Ma Hongjun explained slowly, word by word. In this world, no one possesses the means to resist the backlash of the Yunqiao's fortune. Once one joins the Yunqiao, it is akin to being bound to the same vessel. This point was not disclosed to the Wei and Shu nations. Thus, without bloodshed, they would have no choice but to consider the Yunqiao's interests, although both were vassal lords. Their status was second only to Ma Hongjun, yet their fates were inextricably linked by mutual interests, making betrayal impossible while simultaneously benefiting from the Yunqiao's fortune. Meanwhile, the Tianluoduang forces on Douluo continent suffered a severe blow from the Wuhuan Temple. Even their leader, Mei Anna, was captured by the Wuhuan Temple due to the presence of a traitor within their ranks. Following Ma Hongjun's explanation, the crowd became increasingly agitated, unanimously declaring that the establishment of the Yunqiao was imperative. Zhou Yu, seated beneath Lu Bowen, could not restrain himself from rising to break the tension, incisively voicing the thoughts of the assembly. The establishment of the Yunqiao, with its fortuitous blessings, may allow us to swiftly enhance our own powers? Zhou Yu inquired without hesitation. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient and the fortune abounds, one can rapidly elevate their strength, with the rate of cultivation varying according to the individual's official rank. Ma Hongjun replied candidly, showing no intention of concealment. Upon hearing this, even the generals, who typically paid little heed to ranks, cast their gazes upon him with keen interest, especially Lu Bu and Ma Chao, whose eyes shimmered with desire. Dare I ask, my lord, can rank elevate the speed of cultivation? Lu Bu, unable to contain his excitement, hastily rose and clasped his hands in inquiry. It can, though the specific enhancement effects remain unclear, it should be comparable to the benefits conferred by official ranks, and it will not be significantly weaker. Titles and ranks are alike, both enjoying the blessings of fortune, and they do not conflict, Ma Hongjun affirmed. Upon hearing this, the ministers and military officials in attendance cast envious glances at Lu Bu. Thank you for your grace, my lord. From now on, I shall serve you with utmost loyalty. Lu Bu expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply before returning to his seat, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he acknowledged the envy of those around him. Although he ranked below Zhao Yun and Shui Ringue in terms of military status, he could relish dual cultivation enhancements. What further dissatisfaction could he harbor? It is worth noting that the title of Wenhou is singular, and in ancient times, singular titles were prestigious. Apart from a few exceptional dual titles like Wu Wenhou and Guan Junhou, the singular titles were regarded as more thus affording greater access to the blessings of fortune. The more fortune the Yunqiao accumulates, the more enhancement effects on cultivation speed can be anticipated. Henceforth, all must diligently cultivate to expand the territory of Wuhan and strive for the glory of our Lord and the realm. With Lu Bowen's declaration, the banquet reached its zenith. The attendees began to raise their glasses in celebration of the impending establishment of the Yunqiao. The following morning, the army commenced its assembly, the city under martial law, with various military factions encircling Jinling City in concentric rings. The members of the prominent families trembled, refraining from any movement. The Wei and Han. With Emperor Xian of Han announcing his abdication, the entire city of Jinling celebrated, and news spread throughout the realm that the Wuhan dynasty was about to be established. Both Cao Cao and Liu Bei hastened to Jinling City, accompanied by their subordinates. With their enhanced strength, the speed of information dissemination accelerated, and they journeyed at a remarkable pace, arriving just before the establishment of the Yunqiao. Although they both harbored some skepticism towards Ma Hongjun's words, he guaranteed, on behalf of the entire Wuhan, that he would not interfere in their national affairs, requiring only that they enjoy the benefits. Only Cao Cao needed to privately pay the price for Emperor Xian's abdication to allow the entire nation to reap the benefits of fortune, exponentially increasing their cultivation speed. What more could they desire? Naturally, they all rushed forth, for while those who did not attend could still enjoy the blessings of fortune, the more attendees there were, the greater the fortune they could claim, and the more fortune the Yunqiao could consolidate. Thus, even the commanders from the Tontian Sea, such as Sun Yu, Wu Jia, and Zhuge Liang, returned. Regrettably, among the Peach Garden brothers, only Liu Bei arrived. The fortune they occupied was undoubtedly greater than that of others, with only Zhao Yun and Lu Bu possibly able to match them. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Liu Bei and Cao Cao's arrival, Ma Hongjun felt a mix of joy and regret. Nothing can ever be perfect. With the three brothers bonded by fate, Liu Bei, as the eldest, would surely bring forth a significant portion of their combined fortune, Liu Bowen remarked, shaking his feather fan and smiling reassuringly. That is well, and Zhang Fei needs to lead the troops of Shu Han, and Guan Yu is stationed with us to guard the passes. This is already the best outcome, Ma Hongjun consoled himself. Fortunately, the impact of the visitors from Wei and Shu on the interests of Wuhan was minimal. Rather, the more individuals from the two nations came, the more fortune they would carry away, even though this fortune originally belonged to them. Nonetheless, the overall quantity of fortune still affects the hierarchy of the dynasty. Should a dynasty be of mid-tier status, the accumulation of fortune could be stymied, hindering its elevation to a higher tier, leading to discontent among the people. Without delving into Ma Hongjun's concerns, among those who accompanied Cao Cao, a seemingly unremarkable yet astutely perceptive middle-aged man discreetly detached from the group and stealthily followed one individual into the palace. Your Majesty, Jiasu requests an audience, reported Qing Yaojin from outside the palace. Quickly please. Ma Hongjun, who was engrossed in a game of chess with Liu Bowen, leapt up in excitement upon hearing this and hurried towards the door. Liu Bowen was left behind, his plans for victory disrupted, though he sensed that Ma Hongjun's haste was not intentional, prompting his curiosity to follow and discover the identity of the individual who stirred such excitement in his lord. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Ma Hongjun, Jiasu was taken aback and quickly composed himself, bowing deeply. No need for such courtesies. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. I hope you will lend your utmost support. I shall reward you with a high position, Ma Hongjun replied warmly. Ma Hongjun regarded Jiasu's respectful demeanor and inwardly cursed him as an old fox, promptly making a straightforward promise. I, your humble servant, pay homage to the sovereign. Su wishes to serve your majesty and shall devote myself entirely to this cause. Upon hearing this, Jiasu's eyes sparkled with delight, secretly pleased by Ma Hongjun's generosity. His direct address to the yet-to-be crowned Ma Hongjun, as your majesty, clearly served his purpose, revealing his sincerity and the importance he placed on their alliance. Jiasu, aged 53, possessed initial innate power equivalent to a level 91 titled Douluo, with the potential of a divine being. Ma Hongjun, after a cursory evaluation of Jiasu's strength, was astonished to discover that he was indeed a formidable innate expert. This old rascal had concealed his true abilities well, as no prior rumors had suggested he was of such caliber. Regarding martial spirits, Ma Hongjun had little interest in further examination, for the limitations imposed by these spirits on the talents of Huaxiao individuals were negligible. They were all inherently gifted geniuses, compared to the talents of individuals from Douluo Dalu. Huaxiao's talents surpassed them by a significant margin, with nearly every historical figure of note possessing divine-level potential or greater. From his Secrets of the World, Ma Hongjun learned why the ranking of this world appeared to be slightly lower than that of Douluo Dalu, yet its talents were exponentially superior. It turned out that the Huaxia human race inherited their talents from the primordial Great World. Although, on the whole, they might not match the inhabitants of that primordial realm, those with top-tier talents were not far behind. Particularly, prodigies like Zhao Yun, Shui Rengue, and Lu Bu exhibited talents that even surpassed most of the primordial human race. However, due to the constraints of the world, these talents remained unmanifested. As Ma Hongjun ascended the sacrificial platform, on the verge of establishing the ancient Yun dynasty, his heart was laden with sorrow. He had received news of the Mei family's downfall and the capture of Meiana. The Mei family had been a crucial ally in the early days of his power, second only to the support he received from Shrek Academy. He had never forgotten their kindness, but unfortunately, Meiana's insistence on remaining behind meant that most of her family stayed on Douluo Dalu. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, the family head, Mei Jin, had accompanied Ma Hongjun to the Three Kingdoms, narrowly escaping death. Otherwise, his debt to Meiana would have deepened immeasurably. Anna, wait for me. I shall rescue you without delay, Ma Hongjun vowed silently. Upon reaching the high platform, Ma Hongjun surveyed the throngs below, a surge of ambition welling within him as he produced the innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. Raising it high above his head, he proclaimed, "The Wuhan dynasty shall establish its capital in Jinling City, with Lu Ning as emperor, a foundation built upon countless human beings and the innate spiritual treasure. The map of mountains and rivers, as the essence of our fortune, to suppress the dynasty's fate. Wuhan dynasty, Risa," with a resounding declaration. A thunderous sound erupted alongside Ma Hongjun's voice, resonating through the heavens and reaching the hearts of every Wuhan citizen. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was not inferior to the divine assessments. Ma Hongjun's starry gaze widened as he unleashed waves of intangible fortune energy which coalesced above the palace, forming a golden dragon of fortune. The golden dragon let out a mighty roar, drawing in vast amounts of fortune from all directions into its mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, both officials and visitors from Wei and Shu were taken aback. Yet soon, under the leadership of Liu Bowen and Jia Su, they knelt and fervently called for the protection of the human spirits, declaring the sovereign's divine mandate. Even Liu Bei and Chao had to bow slightly, showing respect for the master of the dynasty. As the fortune enveloped him, Ma Hongjun's cultivation surged, reaching the threshold of half-step innate before he paused. He then addressed the crowd below, recognizing the opportunity to enhance his followers' strength. "Today's ascension is due to your unwavering support. Thus, I shall bestow titles upon my ministers. Chao and Liu Bei, step forward to receive your orders," he commanded, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Although Chao's expression darkened, he reluctantly stepped forward with a slight bow, while Liu Bei maintained his composure, slightly inclining his body, awaiting Ma Hongjun's decree. "From today onward, I bestow upon you both the title of sovereign rulers of the Wuhan dynasty's vassal kingdoms. From henceforth, you shall share in the dynasty's fortunes. Your rise and fall shall be intertwined, and I shall confer titles upon my ministers," Ma Hongjun stated calmly, harboring no reluctance and untroubled by the prospect of their strengths surpassing his own. In truth, he had not articulated that regardless of circumstances, their powers could never exceed his. For as vassal states, they would always remain subordinate to the main kingdom. Even if the two kingdoms enjoyed the maximum fortune, their status would always be one tier below Wuhan, akin to the highest-ranking officials and generals of Wei and Shu, whose enhancements would only match that of Wuhan's second-tier officials. Ma Hongjun then proceeded to confer honors upon Zhao Yun and Shui Ringgui, elevating them to the rank of first-tier generals and officials akin to Liu Bowen. Others, such as Liu Bu and Ma Chao, were designated as second-tier or lower. It was not that Ma Hongjun was stingy or unwilling to bestow more first-tier titles, but rather due to the hierarchical constraints of the dynasty. This individual is truly extraordinary, capable of manifesting a golden dragon of fortune. No wonder he could defy fate, overthrow Dongwu, and establish Wuhan. He undoubtedly harbors remarkable secrets. An elder, who had infiltrated the crowd, observed Ma Hongjun with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Unlike the others who knelt or bowed, this person merely regarded Ma Hongjun with a cold gaze. "If I could uncover this secret, this world would be mine to command. Even the divine king of that realm would mean little to me." The elder's eyes gleamed with ambition as he subtly shifted, causing the air to ripple as he contemplated attacking Ma Hongjun on the platform. However, upon noticing the surging fortune above the palace from the corner of his eye, he hesitated, revealing a look of apprehension. "Consider yourself fortunate, lad. As long as you remain in this world or venture into the heavenly sea, you shall eventually fall into my hands." The elder cast a lingering glance at Ma Hongjun before vanishing from sight. Sensing the fortune's influence, Ma Hongjun glanced toward the spot where the elder had disappeared, puzzled. "Strange, I just felt as if I were being watched by a fierce tiger. Could it be that a divine being has come to investigate? Unless it were a divine being of immense power, such feelings would not arise in him." At this moment, having been infused with fortune, Ma Hongjun's cultivation had soared to an astonishing level of 89. Having reached the pinnacle of soul Douluo at the age of 18 through his own efforts, without relying on any divine inheritance. Such talent, if known, would undoubtedly astonish both realms and intimidate all. Not only Ma Hongjun, but others also benefited from the first infusion of fortune. The first to break through was Zhao Yun. Nearing the master realm, and attaining the level of 95 titled Douluo as he leveraged the power of fortune to breach the master barrier. Shuirengui, too, advanced with remarkable vigor, reaching the mid-master stage, akin to Lu Bu's recent breakthrough, both at the equivalent of 96 titled Douluo's mid-master realm. Together, they became the most accomplished martial cultivators in the Wu Kingdom. As for who outshone the other, even Ma Hongjun could not discern. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! As the sounds of kneeling reverberated through the audience like a relentless pounding, Ma Hongjun awakened from his reverie, setting aside his doubts to continue bestowing titles. Shuirengui was elevated to the esteemed position of the Grand Marshal of Wuhan, a remarkable ascent indeed. Zhao Yun, as the foremost among the 5 Tiger Generals, was honored with the title of Yunlong Jiang, while Lu Bu also held a position within the 5 Tigers, granted the title of Guishan Jiang. However, due to the constraints of the dynastic hierarchy, he was relegated to the 2nd rank. Ma Chao, also among the 5 Tigers, was designated as the General of Heavenly Might, sharing the 2nd rank with Lu Bu. The remaining 2 slots among the 5 Tiger Generals were filled by Tai Shirzi and Gan Ning. Ma Hongjun was quite pleased with this arrangement, though he lamented that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were not part of the Wuhan faction. Had they been, the competition for the top position among the 5 Tigers might have been more fervent. Beyond this, the 3rd and 4th rank generals were personally honored by Ma Hongjun, while those below the 4th rank would need to await the drafting of imperial edicts after the assembly for their bestowals. Liu Bowen was appointed as the prime minister and elevated to the rank of a first-class minister, bolstered by the auspices of fortune, achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation. Jia Su, being new to the court, was appointed as the deputy minister of war, holding the 2nd rank, while the position of minister remained vacant. Zhang Zhao was appointed as the deputy minister of personnel, also of the 2nd rank. Zhou Yu served as Liu Bowen's deputy, holding the title of minister of the central secretariat, ranked 2nd. In order to establish a more effective system of rewards, Ma Hongjun had previously instituted the 3 departments and 6 ministries framework, so there were no surprises regarding this development. Naturally, with his modern understanding, Ma Hongjun did not merely replicate the existing system, but made several enhancements. As for the other vacant positions, he took his time, allowing subordinate officials to serve in the interim. With the establishment of Ma Hongjun's dynasty, the power dynamics of the 3 kingdoms experienced a significant elevation, nearing the strength of the formidable beings of Douluo. Many martial generals and scholarly officials who had previously been hindered by innate thresholds began to break through their limitations. In an unknown realm, 2 immensely noble and mysterious currents of energy were engaged in a fierce struggle, with the previously disadvantaged tricolor energy suddenly nourished by a mysterious force, stabilizing the situation while becoming increasingly extraordinary, seemingly imbued with heightened intelligence. This was a vexing sign that the world's level had ascended. A divine will, filled with astonishment and fury, manifested. It was the will of the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world. Conversely, the world consciousness of the 3 kingdoms was somewhat lacking, possessing only instinct and a faint infantile awareness. Generally, the heavenly Tao consciousness does not articulate or respond. However, given the extraordinary nature of that energy current, it could be inferred that its sentience had approached that of living beings, comparable to a human child, yet lacking a form resembling that of a human entity akin to the Douluo heavenly Tao, thus finding itself at a disadvantage in the struggle. Nonetheless, this exemplified the true demeanor of the heavenly Tao, operating selflessly according to the world's trajectory, without ulterior motives. It is noteworthy that apart from the myriad great worlds, few possess a world consciousness that births a heavenly Tao. Therefore, the emergence of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the 3 kingdoms world could be deemed miraculous, while the more anthropomorphic heavenly Tao of the Douluo world is exceedingly rare. Such a heavenly Tao is often referred to as a destruction heavenly Tao. Once it manifests, it heralds calamity. The birth of a human-like will from the heavenly Tao is even rarer, and the emergence of a self-serving consciousness among humans poses a catastrophic threat to the surrounding world. Fortunately, the 3 kingdoms world is unique in possessing a heavenly Tao consciousness devoid of human selfishness, exhibiting only an instinctual intelligence akin to that of a child. The hierarchy of the Wuhan dynasty is as follows. Dynasty Intermediate, with the efficacy of enhancing cultivation speed by up to 10-fold. The sovereign is Lu Ning. The prime minister is Liu Bowen. The grand marshal is Shuirengui, and the 5 tiger generals are Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Ma Chao, Tai Shirtzi, and Gan Ning. Lines of small characters appeared on the innate spiritual treasure, the Shanha Tu, detailing the fundamental information and positions within the dynasty. Ma Hongjun, upon returning to his palace, did not hasten to stabilize his cultivation, but instead opened the Shanha Tu, astonished by its resemblance to the legendary Feng Shenbang. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking generals and ministers hurriedly departed to solidify their own cultivation, leaving behind a jubilant populace celebrating throughout the city. Even as night fell, Jinling was ablaze with lights, vibrant and bustling. The Shanha Tu, being an innate spiritual treasure of high caliber, naturally differed from other treasures of fortune when utilized to stabilize the fortune of the dynasty. In fact, apart from the human race of the Honghuang world, many realms across the multiverse also boast dynasties that utilize innate spiritual treasures as their fortunes. A gentle voice from the system, rare in its occurrence, resonated within Ma Hongjuan's mind, addressing his queries. Are there other human dynasties? Ma Hongjuan inquired eagerly. Clearly, after learning about the history of the Honghuang human race, his spirits had dampened, akin to being burdened by an immense weight, and he was eager to locate allies among the human race. It is not solely human dynasties. There are various others established by the myriad races of the multiverse. Although the Honghuang world is esteemed as the origin of all realms, its insularity and temporal flow have rendered its actual power comparable to that of other great worlds. The system seemed particularly amiable that day, patiently elucidating matters for Ma Hongjun. I see. Ma Hongjuan's expression reflected deep contemplation, as his exposure to modern internet culture enabled him to quickly grasp this perspective, even speculating on some alternative cosmologies based on his knowledge. In essence, this was a world steeped in the myths of Honghuang, serving as the origin of all realms, with 3,000 eternal great worlds not inferior to Honghuang, along with countless middle and lesser worlds. The hierarchy ascends progressively, with Douluo and the Three Kingdoms world categorized as lesser worlds. However, both are unique in having birthed a heavenly Tao consciousness, which even develops sentience. To return to the main narrative, with Ma Hongjun honoring the ancestors of the human race and establishing the Wuhan dynasty, the Three Kingdoms world advanced from a relatively standard tier within the lesser worlds to a more esteemed echelon. The sky was filled with vibrant clouds, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminating the surroundings, as the majesty of the dynasty instilled awe and fear across the land, rendering all malevolence powerless. The entire Han dynasty appeared to flourish, yet some individuals harbored ulterior motives. Due to Ma Hongjuan's autocratic nature, certain factions, eager for power and profit, even to the extent of betraying their lord for personal gain, began to engage in covert maneuvers. Such individuals are not uncommon in any era. In the nighttime, within a lavishly appointed and expansive estate in Jinling, a black-clad figure knelt before an elderly man with a goatee. Report to the master. We have informed that the web of the Wuhuan temple in the Douluo domain has been entirely dismantled. The Wu Emperor is sure to investigate the internal factions. What course of action shall we pursue next? The black-clad man spoke. The Wu Emperor wields immense power and has historically disregarded the noble families. Thus, we cannot fault ourselves for leaking information to the Wuhuan temple. With the talisman provided by the second brother, though the Chui family is not intimidated by coercive force, we do fear the suppression of their army. Therefore, we must proceed with utmost caution. The Chui family was a prominent lineage during the Three Kingdoms period, being the first to pledge their allegiance after Ma Hongjun established the Wuhan dynasty. However, Ma Hongjuan's stance towards the noble families ensured they would not be favored. Observing one minister after another rise in rank without a single member of the Chui family incited resentment within them. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The individual, named Chui Yi, was indeed the head of the Qinghe Chui family. Though a cultured man, his prowess should not be underestimated, having reached the level of a titled Douluo. The second brother of this individual is the enigmatic Chui Zhouping, a renowned hermit of the Three Kingdoms realm, as elusive as a dragon, seen only in glimpses. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept through, causing the doors and windows of the Chui residence to creak ominously, as if hell itself had descended and devils were unleashed upon the world. Ha! With me, Yu present, why fear a mere fledgling? An elderly man with white robes, white hair, and a white beard abruptly appeared before the head of the Chui family, Chui Yi, with a chilling smile. This man was the mysterious elder who had exhibited murderous intent towards Ma Hongjun earlier that day. As his laughter echoed, All strange phenomena dissipated as if they were mere illusions. "You Ji Shangren, the master of my second brother, you, Ji Shangren?" Chui Yi asked, astonished and incredulous. "Indeed. You are the elder brother of Chui Zhouping, Chui Yi, are you not? Would you be willing to heed my commands? For there shall be no lack of benefits upon the successful completion of the task." Yu Ji nodded with satisfaction. "I shall dutifully follow your esteemed orders." Receiving a clear response and witnessing the unfathomable power of the elder, Chui Yi bowed deeply without a hint of doubt. "Very well, I initially intended to speak at length. Yet hearing your dialogue, it seems you both harbor grievances against your sovereign. The heavens appear to conspire for the downfall of Emperor Wu. Listen closely to my instructions to lure Emperor Wu to Tongtian Sea." The elder elaborated on his plan. Chapter 213. A bad omen agreed. "This shall be the course of action. Emperor Wu currently has no offspring. Should anything befall him, it will undoubtedly cause chaos across the land. Our Chui family is the foremost clan of Wuhan, and this shall be our opportunity. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed ancestor." Upon hearing Yu Jishangren's plan, Chui abruptly slapped his thigh and stood, applauding enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Yu Ji, seated in the main position, appeared amiable, sipping tea and stroking his beard with a gentle smile. Seemingly at ease, as if discussing a trivial matter, giving no indication of plotting against the emperor. "The scenery here is quite pleasant. I shall reside here for a few days to expedite my plan, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Breaking through to the Grand Master level shall not be an issue," Yu Ji assured, savoring his tea. It seemed that the threshold of a 95-level Grand Master was trivial in his eyes, regardless of the truth. Simply having the audacity to claim such status indicated that his power was certainly beyond that of a Grand Master, possibly even a great Grand Master. If Ma Hongjun were to encounter such a formidable being, his chances of survival would be uncertain. Since his rebirth, Ma Hongjun had never faced such a life-threatening crisis. Especially unaware of it, at present, he was contemplating how to journey to Douluo to rescue his elder sister, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of a terrifying entity. "Fear not, esteemed ancestor. Even if we do nothing, Emperor Wu will inevitably venture into the Douluo realm, passing through Tongtian Sea. When that time comes, your intervention shall be effortless," Chui Yi replied with a sinister confidence. Eugene nodded indifferently, showing no objection to this assertion. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun remained unaware, frowning at the table, his expression grim. Anna cannot so easily reveal her whereabouts. Even if she does, there will be time for her to send word. Someone has undoubtedly leaked secrets. After rescuing Sister Anna, a thorough internal investigation is imperative. If the noble families have intervened, they will have no place in this, Ma Hongjun solemnly vowed to himself. Within the palace, everything seemed normal, yet it was filled with numerous masters. Apart from Lu Bowen, who had already set out for Tongtian Sea, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Lu Bu, Tai Shirzi, Gan Ning, and Shui Ringue, the five tigers and their leader were all assembled. Of course, there was also Chang Yaojin, who had been promoted to the commander of the Imperial Guard and had successfully broken through to the innate title de law, bolstered by the legendary technique of Tiangang 36 axes, making him a force not to be underestimated, despite having only mastered 3 axes. "You are all my most crucial left and right arms, and I shall not conceal my intentions from you. This time, I plan to lead you into the tiger's den, venturing to Douluo to rescue individuals, which may entail life-threatening risks. If you are unwilling, you may remain behind," Ma Hongjun said with solemnity. His words were heartfelt, devoid of ulterior motives. For these individuals, the potential for life and death loomed large. It would be wiser to preserve their lives and safeguard the Yin Huang human race at Tongtian Sea. Ma Hongjun had confidence in preserving his own life, and had it not been for the summons from the Spirit Hall demanding his presence, he would not have embarked on this journey so soon. He cannot be heartless, nor could he turn a blind eye to the plight of Mayana, a cardinal sin for an emperor. Within 3 days, arrive at Wuhuan City. Otherwise, the traitor Mayana shall face certain death. The note bore the signature of Bai Bai Dong, on a piece of parchment shimmering with golden soul power. Only these 2 lines were inscribed. "Without parents or attachments, I only wish to follow my lord, unafraid of the mountains of knives or seas of flames." Cheng Yaojin was the first to kneel, pledging his loyalty. "We are willing to serve our lord, undeterred by 1,000 deaths." The others, though not as boisterous as Cheng Yaojin, also willingly prostrated themselves. It is important to note that it was Ma Hongjun who had granted them the opportunity to break through, and they had pledged allegiance to him. In ancient times, loyalty and righteousness were highly esteemed, whether out of loyalty or duty. They would not allow Ma Hongjun to face the spirit hall alone. Yet, they understood that persuasion was futile, so they resolved to accompany him. Very well. Do you harbor any fear of formidable foes in your hearts? Perhaps this is a trap laid for us, Ma Hongjun remarked, allowing them to follow without objection, vowing not to abandon any of them. Ha! A mere spirit hall cannot hinder us, Lu Bu proclaimed, brandishing his Fong Tianhua Ji like a demon from hell. He was the first to rise, laughing off the notion of a trap. What Feng Xian said is true. Even if thousands should come against us, we can carve a bloody path for our Lord. Zhao Yun slowly stood, his long dance shining silver, reminiscent of a dragon lurking in the depths. Others also knelt to pledge their loyalty, not to mention the summoned characters Shui, Ringue, and Cheng Yaojin. The remaining 5 were all prodigies of their time, endowed with extraordinary talents. However, without Ma Hongjun's recognition and patronage, they would not have attained their current status and power. Therefore, they were unwaveringly loyal to Ma Hongjun, especially Zhao Yun, who shared a deeper bond of brotherhood with him. Lu Bu, too, felt indebted for the rescue of his daughter and wife, while Tai Shirzi and Gan Ning appreciated their rise thanks to Ma Hongjun. Thus, they were all willing to follow him into battle against the Spirit Hall. Although they were all formidable in combat, they were equally skilled in the art of killing, each possessing their own means of survival, thus unafraid of falling in a foreign land. In Jinling City, atop the majestic palace of the Forbidden City, there was silence for the night as everyone bid farewell to their wives and children. Except for Zhao Yun and Cheng Yaojin, the others had familial commitments. Zhao Yun could still say farewell to his siblings, while Cheng Yaojin stood alone before the palace, gazing at the hazy night sky. The beauty of his homeland left him entranced. He wondered if he would have the chance to savor it again. My lord has treated me well. I cannot refuse. If I return, I shall certainly marry several prominent young ladies, Cheng Yaojin mused, sipping the Zui Hua Jiu awarded by Ma Hongjun. Alas, you need not go, old Cheng. Among us, you possess the weakest strength. What if unforeseen events arise? Ma Hongjun suddenly appeared beside Cheng Yaojin, speaking with a hint of helplessness. As he uttered these words, Ma Hongjun's heart remained steady, his expression unfaltering, entirely disregarding his own pinnacle strength as a sole Douluo. Indeed, his Vajra has now reached a state of minor perfection, capable of contending with the titled ones, which is why he speaks thus. With a chuckle, Cheng Yaojin inquired, My lord, how could you find time to visit me? Old Cheng, without accompanying the ladies? Clearly, the two were disregarding the notion of the power dynamics between ruler and subject. Unable to sleep, I ventured out for a stroll and fortuitously spotted you here alone, so I came to see you. Frankly, I have felt a persistent sense of unease this time, Ma Hongjun remarked, taking a sip from the wine pouch held by Cheng Yaojin, whose countenance appeared less than favorable. My lord, fear not. We will surely rescue the lady. Cheng Yaojin reassured him while producing another wine pouch from his spatial soul guide and toasting with Ma Hongjun. Chapter 214. The 7 Great Generals Rush to the Wuhuan Hall. Why has the 9th trial transformed into the task of eliminating Ma Hongjun? Is there some hidden agenda behind this? It seems that the so-called deity is not as selfless as one might think. A flicker of cold light crossed Bibi Dong's eyes as she murmured softly to herself. Although the deity she inherited belonged to the evil god of Ur, deities are typically perceived as selfless, profound, and transcendent, untouched by the mundane world. Now that the content of the divine 9th trial has been altered, how could it not provoke other thoughts within Bibi Dong? While she remains resolute in her decision to eliminate Ma Hongjun to inherit the divine position, she would unhesitatingly choose an alternative path to divinity if one were available, rather than merely submitting to the whims of the so-called deity. I hope that the young girl from a Mei family can indeed lure out Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, if he remains confined within the realms of the 3 kingdoms for eternity, I will inevitably fail to complete the divine assessment. Bibi Dong contemplated silently. Your Holiness, the scouts report that Ma Hongjun, accompanied by a few top-ranked titled Douluo, has already headed to the Tongtian Sea. They should arrive at Wuhuan City shortly. A shadowy figure knelt before her to report. This individual was none other than one of Bibi Dong's closest aides, Gui Douluo, who had attained the 95th level of titled Douluo. Not only were they advancing, but others were as well, particularly the surge of spiritual energy with everyone now exceeding the soul power levels of their counterparts in the original narrative. Understood. Keep a close watch on that girl. Has Elder Ju not yet broken through to the 95th level? Bibi Dong inquired with a nod, restoring her authoritative demeanor. Not quite, but the breakthrough should occur within the next few days, Gue Daw answered honestly. Once Elder Ju achieves that breakthrough, we shall employ the martial soul fusion technique together. Its power will undoubtedly rival that of the 98th level Elder of the Worship Hall, Bibi Dong remarked, seemingly casually. Compared to your holiness, we are still far behind. Regardless of strength, both Elder Ju and I remain your most loyal subordinates, Gue Douluo asserted. Bibi Dong fell into silence, slowly nodding her head without further comment. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Gue said humbly, offering a compliment as he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, having resolved all matters in Jinling City, Ma Hongjun discreetly led Zhao Yun and others to the Tongtian Sea. Observing the ravaged roads and the uncleaned bloodstains, Ma Hongjun could not help but sigh. Alas, the ceaseless wars between realms have resulted in countless casualties on both sides. I wonder if there is truly any right or wrong in this. Being young and a monarch, Ma Hongjun had limited battlefield experience, thus this scene was unfamiliar to him. His visit to the Tongtian Sea stirred profound reflections within him. The struggle between races and the war for the world is indeed brutal. There is no clear right or wrong, as the enemy of one is the hero of another. And vice versa. The others displayed a far more stoic demeanor, seemingly accustomed to the realities of life and death. Only Zhao Yun, possessing a kind heart, could not resist offering a few words of explanation. Ma Hongjun had no right to occupy a moral high ground to blame others. The path he chose was his own, and he must tread it, knowing it was fraught with life and death. It was either his life or the life of others. If a choice had to be made, he could only side with the Yanwang descendants over the Douluo citizens. This was his personal desire. It may seem selfish to his wife and friends, but it was a responsibility towards his countless Yanhuang compatriots. All he could do was ensure that they were less stained with the blood of the Douluo citizens, and nothing more. Others would still contend as necessary. Wars do not occur without casualties, and if death is inevitable, then it is better that a friend dies than a brother. He did not mind being labeled selfish or traitor to the Douluo continent, especially given his lack of parental guidance. Many tales about him had circulated within the Douluo continent, and major powers had confirmed that Ma Hongjun was a spy sent into the Three Kingdoms world through a unique method. These were, of course, the tactics of the Tianwei. Although he did not care for his reputation, to seize control of the Three Kingdoms world, such matters were evidently essential. With a top strategist like Liu Bowen advising him, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly navigate identity issues without any problems. Ma Hongjun shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, I understand, no need to comfort me. You brothers are all like my elder brothers. This journey to Douluo is fraught with peril, and I would appreciate your assistance in rescuing Sister Anna. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt exceptionally powerful, perhaps even rivaling Zhao Yun. He had reached an extraordinary state, on the verge of attaining the innate title Douluo realm, with the quality of his soul power undergoing transformation. As long as the conditions were right, he would soon break through the 90th level and achieve the innate title Douluo status. Of course, these were merely his own impressions. He was entirely unaware of the true strength of his subordinates. Nevertheless, it was not surprising that Ma Hongjun felt this way, as his unique advantages had granted him numerous trump cards and means. In a genuine life-and-death battle, he may not be the strongest, but he was likely to be the last one standing. He resembled an indomitable cockroach. Though weak, his vitality was remarkably vigorous, having fused with the life essence of meteor tears and the fortuitous grass spirit of the nine-leaf swordgrass. He could be considered amongst the most resilient beings below the divine level. The others remained silent, as they were all exceptional individuals who would not regard Ma Hongjun with any special treatment based solely on his amiable words. Especially Lu Bu and Ma Chao. Although their loyalty to Ma Hongjun was unquestionable, they had not yet reached the level of exchanging lives. In an exchange of life for life, Ma Chao might be non-committal, while Lu Bu, as a self-interested individual, would certainly not agree. Of course, Ma Hongjun would not impose such expectations on them. Their willingness to accompany him to Douluo to rescue people was already a matter of personal friendship. Despite being a king, he had not yet attained the level of absolute authority. Thus, he embarked on this endeavor under the guise of personal business. Otherwise, as a sovereign, such actions would be difficult to justify, and while not necessarily leading to his downfall, they would certainly invite trouble. As they proceeded, Zhao Yun, who was scouting ahead, suddenly halted, his ears twitching, and his expression drastically changed. Someone is coming. Zhao Yun raised his spear, positioning himself protectively before Ma Hongjun. The others also grew vigilant, harboring no doubts about Zhao Yun's words, as his senses were the most acute among them. The stronger one's perception, the better one could evade danger. At a certain threshold, one could even foresee danger and avoid it in advance, which was why he seldom sustained injuries in battle. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun's reaction, the others also shielded Ma Hongjun, particularly Cheng Yaojin and Shui Rengui, two prominent characters, treated Ma Hongjun with the utmost care, anxiously scanning the eerily quiet surroundings while firmly guarding him, remaining silent. As I stepped into Tongshanhai, I sensed the presence of someone following me. Undoubtedly someone who wished for my demise. Those lurking in the shadows, reveal yourselves, Ma Hongjun declared, his expression unwavering as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Although he could not detect their presence, he placed his trust in Zhao Yun's judgment. Clap, clap. Applause echoed around him. I never expected that mere mortals could discern my movements. Truly impressive, worthy of being the leader among the 5 tiger generals. It seems my efforts in personally pursuing you are not in vain. He chuckled as the silver-haired elder Yuji emerged. Internally, however, he cursed the boy for his speed, having reached Tongshanhai in the blink of an eye. Little did he know that Ma Hongjun possessed the ability to traverse Tongshanhai at will, and within its confines, he could disregard distance altogether. Upon seeing Yuji, the onlookers were filled with trepidation. You are Yuji, one of the 3 immortals? Did you not perish at the hands of Sunso? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock. Zhao Yun and the others stood frozen, clearly restrained. I was merely a projection entertaining a child. And do you truly believe that young man could be so easily assassinated? Yuji replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the menacing gazes of Lu Bu and the others. Uncertain of the reason for your visit, if there is any assistance I can offer, I shall not refuse. Ma Hongjun feigned politeness while secretly communicating with his golden finger, preparing to lead everyone directly into Douluo, bypassing Tongshanhai. Yuji remained oblivious to Ma Hongjun's intentions, unable to fathom that they could escape under his very nose. Hand over your treasures that can consolidate destiny, and acknowledge me as your supreme emperor. I may consider sparing your lives, Yuji stated, his gaze inscrutable. You can take your demands and leave. Ma Hongjun shouted, attempting to pull everyone away instantly. However, he soon realized that the surrounding space was sealed by a mysterious force, rendering escape impossible. If you refuse my hospitality, then you shall remain here. Yuji's expression darkened as he pointed at Ma Hongjun, who was suddenly pulled uncontrollably toward him. Stop! Came the shouts of defenders. Axes, arrows, halberds, and blades surged forth, radiating a chilling light toward Yuji. The 7 warriors unleashed an astonishing crimson aura, their internal energy erupting, breaking through Yuji's spatial confinement to protect Ma Hongjun once more. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun's heart soared as he swiftly began to communicate telepathically, urging everyone to hold hands. A resounding crash. A yellow energy barrier enveloped Yuji, deflecting all attacks, his face betraying surprise. Several mere mortals managed to breach my confinement. Indeed, you are the pride of this era. You may leave. Killing you would be detrimental to my cultivation, Yuji said, his demeanor still calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Dream on. If you wish to harm our leader, you must first step over my corpse, Zhao Yun retorted, his expression grim as he stepped forward. The others, too, began to move, breaking their restraints and linking hands. Unbeknownst to Yuji, as he prepared to seize Ma Hongjun once again, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in spatial energy, startling him. Who goes there? Let us go. Ma Hongjun grasped the nearest Cheng Yaojin, ready to vanish from their current location. Observing this, Yuji swung his whisk towards them, unleashing a yellow energy strike at incredible speed to disrupt the spatial disturbance. Puff! The group, attempting to fend off the attack with their weapons, found themselves spitting blood and collapsing from their injuries. Fortunately, they managed to collectively block the strike, rejoining hands and disappearing from sight. In Douluo, just outside Tiendo City, several figures materialized. Though they had successfully evaded Yuji's confinement, all bore significant injuries. How powerful! We stood no chance against that level of strength. Is this the might of a divine being? Lu Bu murmured, pale and filled with indignation. The others were unperturbed by his complaints, accustomed to his proud demeanor. This encounter had evidently shaken him considerably. Regardless of strength, you were unable to prevent our escape. Let us move on. We shall regroup once we recover, Ma Hongjun remarked. Casting a glance at Lu Bu, his tone indifferent. Ma Hongjun's composure reassured the others, sparking curiosity about his capabilities. How did our leader manage to bring us all here? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, recognizing the familiar surroundings. Merely a few minor tricks. Nothing of consequence. Ma Hongjun dismissed, unwilling to elaborate, knowing that explanations would only complicate matters further. This place is rich in spiritual energy. Could it be that we have arrived in Douluo? Tai Shirtzi and Gan Ning remarked, finally aware of their surroundings. Neglecting their wounds for the moment, Ma Hongjun, understanding their intentions, summoned his martial souls and, after separating, administered healing to each member. Indeed, let us find a place to rest before proceeding, Ma Hongjun stated, feeling no injuries himself, though his spirit was somewhat burdened. Chapter 215. A fortuitous encounter with Jianwei. All were formidable individuals, and to ensure their safety, the group refrained from revealing their presence, seeking refuge in a small town. They were not there to sightsee. Once settled, they began to gather intelligence from surrounding cities. Unbeknownst to them, following their departure, spies swarmed Tangshanhai, and information surged between the two great realms. The families of the three kingdoms naturally received news of Ma Hongjun's escape, their reactions complex. While they wished for the strength of the Zonghua family to flourish, they primarily desired it to stem from their own lineage rather than the might of the dynasty. The two were interdependent yet competitive. Even if Ma Hongjun possessed the power to suppress all families, without reaching divine status, he could not maintain control. For the influence of these families was far more intricate than it appeared. Whether in talent acquisition or knowledge monopoly, feudal families had already reached their limits. Should one family be provoked, every family within the Zonghua realm would feel threatened and unite in defense, marking the onset of war. War does not spare lives. Casualties inevitably weaken national strength and fortune. To minimize losses, Ma Hongjun had exerted considerable effort, having labored extensively within Tangshanhai. Throughout the Tangshanhai secret realm, powerful beings of Seoul Douluo and above were stationed at intervals, utilizing their spiritual powers to monitor the surroundings, forming a formidable intelligence network. This was the reason information spread so swiftly, as Douluo, being a mortal enemy, had implemented similar arrangements. At the Spirit Hall, a mysterious powerhouse from the New World, they dared to assassinate the King of Wu. How intriguing, Pope Bibi Dong murmured in surprise upon receiving reports from her subordinates. Her understanding of the Three Kingdoms world was limited, primarily gleaned from scattered accounts. Few had ventured into the Three Kingdoms realm aside from the early defectors, while many remnants of Three Kingdoms warriors roamed within the Douluo realm. In the Sunset Forest, the abundance of spiritual energy in this world is truly remarkable. I, Dianwei, have been granted the chance to live once more in this realm. I must extend my gratitude to the esteemed Guguzi for this opportunity. If it were not for him, Mengda, do not blame me for leaving you. I have already sacrificed my life for your desires and can no longer continue to fight on your behalf. At this moment, a robust and menacing figure, a dark-skinned giant, strides forward, one hand gripping a halberd while the other carries a tiger-like soul beast of immense age, his face reflecting a mixture of regret and contemplation. He remains completely unaware of the two approaching presences nearby. There's a powerful aura drawing near. It must be a passerby. Should we take cover, Your Majesty? Gan Ning exclaims, turning to his companion, Ma Hongjun. Unnecessary. The inhabitants of this realm are not necessarily foes, and a person with such formidable vitality may not even be a soul master from Douluo. Ma Hongjun gestures dismissively, curious about the approaching energy. After departing their temporary shelter, they split from the others to conceal their whereabouts. Their auras are intentionally suppressed, and the audacious nature of the approaching individual renders a thorough investigation, making their failure to detect him quite normal. In the Douluo world, Ma Hongjun has never encountered a soul master or soul beast with such overwhelming vitality. Hence, he pauses to assess the situation. Although the Three Kingdoms world emphasizes the cultivation of internal energy, it is the vitality that is honed. Regardless of the method of cultivation, an increase in power leads to a corresponding enhancement of vitality. Of course, the mental energy cultivated by scholars is not included in this discussion, but that is a matter for another time. The newcomer approaches at great speed, and as he draws near, Ma Hongjun quickly calls out, "Brave warrior, please hold your step." The individual complies, looking at Ma Hongjun and his companion with a puzzled expression. "Did you call me? Flower planter?" Startled, Ma Hongjun responds, "How did you know?" The dialect of flower planters is unmistakable. "I am Dian Wei. Who might you be?" Dian Wei retorts, not genuinely daft, but rather inquisitive. "What?" Dian Wei has long since perished. Ma Hongjun exclaims in astonishment. "Huh? You two are Han?" Dian Wei, undeterred by Ma Hongjun's impudence, inquires with intrigue. "Indeed. As fellow Han. Ha, brother Eli, how did you find yourself here?" Ma Hongjun recovers from his surprise and warmly poses his question. "Alas, it is a long story. It seems you are the person the elder spoke of, the one I was to await. Let us depart this place and converse as we walk." Dian Wei responds with a gentle sigh, extending an invitation. The three make their way to Dian Wei's residence, while Ma Hongjun remains unhurried about visiting the Binghua Liangyi. Ma Hongjun is genuinely eager to recruit Dian Wei as a subordinate. Throughout the journey, his explanations reveal why Dian Wei is alive and present in this realm. It turns out that Dian Wei was saved by Giguzi and, under his guidance, settled in the Douluo continent. "I never imagined that the esteemed Giguzi could foresee the future and have you await here. It is truly astonishing." Ma Hongjun marvels, gaining insight into Giguzi's existence. Simultaneously, the weight upon his heart lightens slightly, realizing that the Three Kingdoms world harbors its own divine beings. The talent within the Huaxia human race is indeed exceptional. And from Dian Wei, Ma Hongjun learns much about the current situation. The world does not cease to function in his absence. He had previously held himself in too high a regard, only to discover now that there are always greater beings beyond. The strategies of the past appear trivial in hindsight. While Ma Hongjun marvels, he also experiences a fleeting sense of disorientation, as though his destiny has been laid bare before others, evoking a deep reverence for Giguzi within him. Dian Wei is part of Giguzi's design, who had already anticipated the present circumstances. This is a certainty for Ma Hongjun. It seems that Dian Wei only possesses a general understanding. Following his rescue, he traveled for a time before being sent to the Douluo continent by Giguzi. Meanwhile, in the sealed spiritual realm, Giguzi gestures, and the destructive seals at the boundary vanish in an instant. Several figures slip out of the spiritual realm, and in the blink of an eye, the seals reappear at the portal. "Brother Eli, would you be willing to emerge from seclusion, to uphold Huaxia and lend your strength to your homeland?" With all matters clarified, Ma Hongjun no longer hesitates and directly extends his invitation. "Such is my wish. I dare not decline." Dian Wei bows in submission. Chapter 216. Return to the Binghua Liangyi. Dian Wei had already acquiesced to Giguzi's request, so he feels no hesitation in acknowledging Ma Hongjun as his master. This brings immense joy to Ma Hongjun, as he has gained a formidable warrior, one whose strength rivals that of Zhao Yun. At this moment, Giguzi's favor manifests its utility, and Ma Hongjun can only comfort himself in this regard. "Master, may I return briefly to my residence? There are some belongings I have yet to retrieve," Dian Wei expresses hesitantly. "However, since we have clarified our intentions, I shall not accompany you back. I have matters to attend to. Let us reconvene in 3 days at Wuhuan City," Ma Hongjun states plainly, showing no concern. On their way out, Ma Hongjun has already conveyed the purpose of his visit, so there is no need for further explanation. This journey to the Setting Sun Forest aims to assess the situation at the Binghua Liangyi and ascertain whether any celestial herbs have been regrown over the years. Those celestial herbs may offer limited enhancement to the strength of tidal Douluos. They are invaluable for restoring soul power or concocting healing elixirs. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the growth rate of celestial products at the Binghua Liangyi has undoubtedly increased exponentially. Today, not only renowned treasures like the Binghua Liangyi, but even areas rich in spiritual energy may yield celestial products, despite the casualties incurred during the inter-realm conflicts over the past years. The number of powerful beings has only increased, with precious resources contributing significantly to this phenomenon. As the world approaches a transformative upgrade, this unprecedented qualitative change presents the greatest opportunity for both realms. Consequently, the number of soul masters in the Douluo world has reached 1/10 of the total population. Some ordinary individuals, previously lacking soul power aptitude, have suddenly exhibited such abilities. This change is unpredictable, and it remains uncertain whether it is beneficial or detrimental for the world. The Three Kingdoms world, on the other hand, boasts even greater talents. Anyone who diligently cultivates, regardless of innate talent, can become a soul master or a martial artist. Ma Hongjun silently hopes for a fruitful outcome, pondering whether Tang San might attempt to pilfer celestial herbs from his Binghuo Liang Yi. Soon, he arrives before the Binghuo Liang Yi. Fortunately, his concerns prove unfounded, as Tang San has not made any attempts, likely due to the recent defeat of the Tianluo Diamond Formation, leaving him with little time to act. At this moment, Tang San is at Sea God Island undergoing the Sea God 9 trials. Otherwise, given his nature, it is uncertain whether he would refrain from such mischief. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Cultivating for a day is equivalent to 10 days, or even longer in the outside world, Gan Ning exclaims, astonished by the surrounding environment. Indeed, how to not realize? This place may not be suitable for cultivating soul power, but it does not hinder the cultivation of internal energy. The effectiveness of internal energy cultivation relies on the abundance of external spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation. Ma Hongjun smacks his forehead, cursing his own momentary lapse in judgment. Of course, the speed of internal energy cultivation is also significantly influenced by the cultivation methods employed. Upon contemplating this, Ma Hongjun felt a stir of thoughts within his heart. However, the necessity to proceed to Wuhuan Temple to rescue someone left him with a sense of regret. It would have to wait for another time. Such a treasure should indeed remain in his possession. As for whether Tang San would come, it was of no concern to him. This place was his, and he would defend it fiercely. Ma Hongjun murmured in discontent. My lord, what are you saying? Gan Ning inquired, his expression laced with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I merely remarked that this place is quite splendid. Henceforth, it shall be my private garden, or rather, it already is my garden. Ma Hongjun shamelessly articulated after coming to a realization. At that moment, the poisoned Douluo stationed in Jinling City sneezed. Achoo! It must be that little monster thinking of me. By now, he is likely in Tiando City. I've heard that Douluo continent has benefited from some celestial anomalies, causing an influx of spiritual energy. I wonder how my Binghuo Liang Yi is faring. Meanwhile, Douluo was still preoccupied with thoughts of his precious land, utterly unaware that it had already been audaciously claimed by another. Isn't this the Binghuo Liang Yi? I've heard it is the domain of Senior Douluo. Gan Ning remarquait uncertainly. Does he dare come here? With his current notoriety, appearing on Douluo continent would surely mean instant annihilation. Since he cannot show himself, my inheritance should pose no issue, especially as he has long promised to gift this place to me. Ma Hongjun asserted with an air of entitlement. Is that so? Well, it matters not. I don't recall. In any case, it belongs to me now. After being ambushed and nearly losing his life, Ma Hongjun had a profound realization of his own frailty. Had it not been for the system's intervention, he might have perished in the Tongtian Sea. Reflecting on his vulnerability, he resolved to adopt a new way of life. To grow stronger was essential. Only then could he safeguard his life and those he cherished. Embracing shamelessness was the first step, an absolute necessity. This is hardly shameless, is it? I prefer to think of it as well. Never mind. Ma Hongjun said, as he busily began collecting celestial herbs. Are these herbs capable of enhancing one's aptitude? Gan Ning, strictly embarrassed, interrupted Ma Hongjun's fervent chattering. To some degree, but they're dependent on the individual. If I wish to further enhance my aptitude, consuming these herbs will yield minimal effect, perhaps a slight increase in soul power, at best. Ma Hongjun explained while continuing his task. Are they all consumed? Gan Ning observed the energy contained within the herbs Ma Hongjun had gathered, astonished. Oh, this is a dragon star grass, distinct from other celestial herbs. Its effects are quite favorable for us, specifically designed to enhance soul power. I'll give it to you. Even a typical title de law would likely see a 2 or 3 level increase in soul power from just one, Ma Hongjun casually elucidated, tossing the herb to Gan Ning without a second thought. Nowadays, his understanding of celestial herbs surpassed even that of Tang San. Having spent the last 3 years deeply immersed in the profound intricacies of Chinese culture, Gan Ning found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly his intention? Did he truly seek such things? Well, what? Titles can also enhance strength? That is not too shabby. I'll accept it, he thought, carefully stowing it away in his spatial soul guide. Celestial herbs with inferior enhancement effects were generally considered the least valuable among celestial, but that was only true for the average individual. For those of us with divine-level talents, such herbs were still quite beneficial for enhancing soul power. having gathered nearly enough. Ma Hongjun paused and casually explained, "He is who he is, the illustrious Emperor Wuhan. Why would he engage in such menial tasks? Only a fool would do so. This is his territory. If it weren't his territory, that would be a different story." 3 days later, outside Wuhan City, Gan Ning hesitated before asking, "My lord, do you truly have confidence in rescuing the person from Wuhan Temple?" Despite his usual demeanor, he found himself concerned. However, he could not resist Ma Hongjuan's straightforward nature. In the past, Gan Ning had thrived in the Yundang lakes and marshes not solely through valor. "Fear not. I possess a thorough understanding of Wuhan Temple strength. Any changes that may arise will be within manageable limits. The individuals there remain the same, and I have faith in your abilities," Ma Hongjun reassured him nonchalantly. As a reincarnated individual, he naturally had an extensive understanding of the characters within Douluo, particularly the personnel and hidden cards of Wuhan Temple. Yet, he was unaware that when a person becomes a target of the heavens, absolutes cease to exist. At this moment, on Sea God Island, Tang San, the child of fate, had reached the 9th trial of Sea God. Unlike the original narrative, he had already acquired the Sea God's legacy, unlocking the gate to this inheritance. However, he was yet to fully integrate it due to the unfinished 9th trial. The 9th trial. Participate in repelling the invading forces from another realm and achieve certain results. Rewarded with the complete integration of the Sea God's legacy. Could this be related to Hongjun? Tang San's expression was complex as he gazed at the Sea God assessment card in his hand. After a brief hesitation, he reassured himself. At least it is a matter of repulsion, not extermination. It seems Hongjun has grown exceedingly powerful. Even with my strength, I can only aim to thwart them. Little San, thank you for this. Had you not brought me here, I would not have ascended to the rank of Soul de Law. It is truly regrettable that Xiao Wu and Rong Rong could not accompany us, Dai Mubai expressed joyfully, unaware of the details inscribed on Tang San's card as he watched him exit the Sea God Temple. Each person has their own fortune. At least Xiao Wu will not be subjected to prying eyes in that other world. I've heard that the humans there regard soul rings as somewhat inconsequential. Tang San smiled gently, stowing the card away. What is the content of the 9th trial? Dai Mubai scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit sheepish. The situation on the continent is ever-changing. I fear I may not be able to wait for you to depart together. Repelling certain forces from another realm does not necessarily entail slaughter. There is considerable room for negotiation. Tang San hesitated before providing a brief overview. His intellect allowed him to deduce that it was related to Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, the Sea God would not target him so specifically. He had always believed that Ma Hongjun's departure from Douluo was impulsive and irrational. With talents that rivaled his own, acquiring divine inheritance would be effortless for him. However, due to Ma Hongjun's defection 3 years prior, he had become the target of every deity in the Douluo realm, effectively severing his hopes of attaining divinity. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun harbored no regrets. He believed that the pinnacle of Huasha martial arts would not cease at the divine level. And possessing a system would alleviate any concerns regarding becoming a deity. It was merely a matter of time. Outside Wuhan City, soldiers gathered in droves, forming an encirclement to protect the entire city. From a distance, it was clear that Wuhan City was prepared for impending conflict. Wuhan Temple truly regards us with utmost seriousness. They must have known that some individuals would act unsteadily. Upon returning, I shall certainly cleanse our ranks, Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of amusement, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed toward Wuhan City. Our movements have likely reached Wuhan Temple's ears 3 days ago. Intentionally releasing the news of Miss Anna is merely bait to lure us into Wuhan City for our demise, Shuerage said with a grave expression. Everything has unfolded as I anticipated. Ever since the foundation of the Tianlatawang was dismantled, I knew there were internal issues. With our strength, as long as no divine beings intervene, no one within Wuhan City can withstand our efforts to rescue Sister Anna. Ma Hongjun exuded an air of unwavering confidence. He was acutely aware that, according to his speculations, the esteemed Grand Priest of the Wuhan Temple would not easily intervene. For the formidable Qian Rinxue was at a pivotal moment in her pursuit of the angelic legacy. As long as the annihilation of the Wuhan Temple was not at stake, Qian Douluo would undoubtedly ensure his peak condition for the sake of his granddaughter's ascendance to divinity, in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the other martial generals. Only Shui Rengue wore a serious expression, and after much hesitation, he finally spoke. It is rumored that the Grand Priest Qian Douluo possesses extraordinary strength, his prowess in the air rivaling that of a demigod. Rest assured, he may not necessarily intervene this time. Ma Hongjun replied with a subtle smile. In the face of my limitations, I am invincible. Lu Bu cast a scornful glance towards the direction of Wuhuan City. Do not underestimate her. The Pope Bibi Dong is not easily trifled with, Zhao Yun cautioned. It was unexpected to witness the renowned Zhao Zilong, the Gemini star, exhibit signs of trepidation. I truly felt honored to be in the presence of so many formidable experts. A voice imbued with both gentleness and authority resonated as Bibidong's figure materialized before Ma Hongjun. Bibidong, release Sister Anna. Otherwise, today shall mark the demise of the Wuhuan Temple, Ma Hongjun declared vehemently. Of course, he alone knew that he was merely bluffing. The notion of obliterating the Wuhuan Temple was far from feasible if they wished to return to Jinling City unscathed. To his astonishment, Emperor Wu had personally arrived. What an unexpected turn of events. Bring her out, Bibidong commanded her entourage. Soon, a striking figure was escorted forward. You may take her, but I require a promise from you. Bibidong gazed at Ma Hongjun with a mixture of emotions, reflecting on how the junior she once regarded now demanded her equal consideration. Save her, Ma Hongjun stated without a moment's thought. Zhao Yun, witnessing the moment, flashed like lightning, swiftly retrieving Mei Anna before the Wuhuan Temple's members could react. This was Zhao Yun's secret technique, seldom employed, yet remarkably swift, though it exacted a considerable toll. In this instance, he spared no effort to save a life. Hongjun, what brings you here? It is my fault for failing to conceal my whereabouts, and I have drawn you into peril, Mei Anna said, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Ma Hongjun and his companions. Clearly, she had not anticipated that he would abandon state affairs to come personally. Bibidong, as an adversary, could discern this more acutely than she. It is nothing. As long as I am here, you may stand back, Ma Hongjun said. Casting a puzzled look at Bibidong, he could not fathom her intentions, for he had little faith that Bibidong's strength would be unable to restrain Zhao Yun. What do you intend to do? Now is the time to speak. I, too, have little fondness for conflict. Surely, this could be resolved amicably, Ma Hongjun said, raising his hands in a gesture of concession. After all, one should not strike those who wear a smile, and since Bibidong had deliberately released Mei Anna, he felt compelled to extend her the courtesy of not immediately turning hostile. I require your assurance that during my operations within the Wuhuan Temple, you shall refrain from taking advantage of the situation to meddle in the affairs of Douluo. Bibidong finally articulated her true intent. In summary, this narrative intertwines elements from the realms of Douluo and the historical figures of the Three Kingdoms, exploring whether Tang San can once again dominate the Douluo world in the presence of the protagonists and the heroes of the Three Kingdoms, transforming Douluo into his personal garden. Ma Hongjun, a modern soul traversing realms, possesses a mysterious martial spirit, a small grass that can obscure vision and slice through the stars. Enhanced by an upgraded version of the evil Fire Phoenix, as he thrives among the heroes of the Three Kingdoms, striving together to devour Douluo.